Dear family, I have just utilized a substitution technique to swiftly eliminate a provocateur with a watermelon head. To my astonishment, the relentless instructor, Ace.He, has commanded me to engage in combat with Smoker. Alas, I am yet to master the use of Haki. This predicament must be traced back to my arrival in this world. Clinging to Ace, I was whisked aboard a ship by Garp, intending to develop my skills as a Navy officer. Now, I find myself facing Smoker'sSmoke, formidable challenge indeed. Who among you understands my plight? Would you accept such a fortune? Just moments ago, I deftly employed a substitution technique to dispatch a taunting watermelon head, and then our merciless instructor Ace.He pointed at me, declaring, "Next match, you shall face Smoker. Smoker, the wielder of the smoke fruit, a natural-type devil fruit user. Without even the basic mastery of Haki, how am I to confront him?" In that moment, I was tempted to kneel before the old man. Yet his piercing gaze warned me that should I utter a word of dissent, he would personally ensure my ashes were scattered to the winds. Sigh, allow me to recount the tale from the very beginning. My initial circumstances were nothing short of dire. I am Lin Chen, an unremarkable traveler, thrust into this world under the most harrowing of conditions. Upon my arrival in the realm of One Piece, I found myself cradling a helpless infant, fleeing across a small island in the South Sea, pursued by relentless assailants clamoring for the heir of Roger. In my bewildered state, I glanced down to discover that I was holding none other than Port Gasti, Ace, and I, merely his uncle for a mere 2 years. My sister, Ace's mother, Rouge, had endured extraordinary trials to bear him, only to entrust him to me before her untimely demise. At the tender age of 12, I was ill-equipped to handle such a calamity. My only recourse was to sprint towards the rendezvous point my sister had designated. Fortuitously, I possessed a quintessential tool of any Travelera system capable of exchanging skills from the world of Naruto. Although my meager beginner's package granted me but a level 1 substitution technique and scant chakra, it was sufficient to allow me to propel myself forward with remarkable speed. At long last, I evaded my pursuers and reached the coastline, where I espied a rather disheveled old man donned in a dog-headed hat, none other than the Navy hero, Garp. Upon boarding his vessel, Garp appeared lost in thought. In my desperation, I called out, "Hey, Garp!" To my astonishment, he snapped back to reality and delivered a heart-pounding iron fist to my head, chastising me for my lack of manners. How absurd! Was he justified in being offended? At that moment, I silently vowed to myself, "Garp, mark my words, one day I shall make you feed your beloved donuts to the dogs." On board, Garp inquired about my future intentions. What was I to say? I was merely a 12-year-old boy, accompanying the son of the pirate king, with the eyes of the world government lurking about. Wasn't this the very definition of lay low and develop in the early stages? I replied, "Very well, I shall join the Navy." Garp paused, likely bewildered, thinking that another beating would be necessary to coax my compliance. How amusing! Within me resided the spirit of an adult, adept at both resilience and adaptability. Joining the Navy? That merely entailed serving as an undercover agent at Navy headquarters, an endeavor I was well prepared for. After spending half a month on the ship, constantly changing little Ace's diapers, I fell on the brink of madness. That old man Garp was utterly unreliable, merely pinching his nose and shouting from the sidelines. Finally, we were nearing Marinford, and I pondered the need for some startup capital. Rubbing my hands together, I approached Garp. "Uncle Garp, could you lend me 20 million berries?" Let me tell you, the expression on my face was so ridiculous that I almost wanted to slap myself. I added with a touch of sarcasm, "As a vice admiral, surely you can't be short of such a trifling amount, right?" The result? I received a punch filled with affection, but I got the money. With the funds in hand, I rushed back to my room, silently chanting, "System convert." Astonishingly, 20 million berries instantly transformed into 2,000 points. Upon opening the system store, my mouth nearly watered. Sharingan, Rinnegan, various rank ninjutsu was an overwhelming treasure trove. Regrettably, my points were only sufficient to acquire a single Tomo Sharingan, along with 2 crank fire release techniques, Great Fireball and Phoenix Fire. Well, even mosquito legs are meat. With Ace.He paired with fire release, it was a perfect match. A refreshing wave surged through my eyes upon reopening them. I beheld a black Tomo slowly spinning, as if the world had shifted into slow motion. It was a tad exhausting, though after half an hour, I was completely drained. Upon arriving at Marinford, Garp concealed me in his home before heading off to report to Admiral Sengoku. What did he say? "I found a child in the East Blue. He shows promise, and his parents are deceased. How tragic." Just like that, he painted me as an orphan. To my surprise, Sengoku actually believed him and even allowed Garp to take a bunch of donuts. The following day, Garp brought me to the Navy Academy. handing me over to the chief instructor, former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. I was exceptionally obedient, greeting him with, "Hello, Teacher Zephyr," showcasing a stark contrast that left Garp visibly irked. However, Zephyr was no saint when introducing me. He bluntly stated, "This is the child brought by Vice Admiral Garp," instantly altering the classroom's perception of me, solidifying my status as a favored child. Then came the grueling training. On the first day, we were instructed to run 100 laps around the field. With my 12-year-old, undeveloped body, I couldn't possibly keep up with these overachievers. By the end, my eyes were filled with sweat, my legs felt detached, and upon counting to 100, I blacked out. While unconscious, I vaguely heard Zephyr telling Garp, "This kid shows some perseverance, but his talent is lacking at most. He might become a brigadier general." Garp seemed disappointed. Had I been awake, I would have retorted, "What do you know? I have potential." When I awoke that night, my body felt as if it had been shattered. But who am I? An Ace.He. Enduring the intense pain, I began to sit cross-legged and refine my chakra. Guess what? After such high-intensity training, my mental strength surged, and my refining efficiency doubled. By the next morning, I was revitalized and full of vigor. With the tomo and my red eyes spinning, yesterday's fatigue vanished. Is this the extraordinary regenerative power of the Ace.He bloodline? I was utterly enamored. Upon my return to the team, the entire class was left in utter disbelief. Just yesterday, I was barely hanging on, and today, I seem to have made a miraculous recovery. Even Zephyr seemed somewhat taken aback. Today's training involved actual combat drills. What a splendid opportunity had presented itself. A rather brash individual, sporting a watermelon-shaped head, was the first to leap forward and challenge me, accusing me of being a talentless hack who had relied on connections to get ahead. I scarcely acknowledged him, propelling myself forward in a swift motion. As he threw a punch, I executed a perfect substitution technique, leaving him bewildered as he collided with a wooden post. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this some sort of illusion? Is he wielding a devil fruit?" I merely smiled in silence, forming another hand seal, shadow, clone technique. Two versions of myself charged at him simultaneously. The watermelon-headed challenger had never encountered such a scenario. He rushed at one of my clones, only to discover it was yet another decoy. In the next instant, my kunai was poised against his neck. "You have miscalculated." Just as I was reveling in my triumph, Zephyr, that old man, interjected with a direct command. "Next match, Lin Chen versus Smoker." My face drained of color. I immediately began a performance, clutching my chest as if utterly drained of chakra and strength. Yet Zephyr, with a wicked grin, remarked, "You may refuse, but the consequence is that I shall spar with you." Damn it, I had no choice but to select Smoker. The pale-haired boy across from me, Smoker, was even more arrogant, pointing at me and declaring, "Remember the name of the man who shall defeat you. Smoker. One day, I will become a Marine Admiral." Could I back down? I shot back defiantly, "White hair brat, remember this. I aim to punch Zephyr and kick Garp in the future." Laughter erupted throughout the arena, while Zephyr's expression darkened. Yet, I was acutely aware that this would be a challenging battle. I discreetly activated my Sharingan. It was time to take this seriously. Without hesitation, Smoker unleashed a white blow, transforming his arm into smoke as he lunged at me. However, under the enhanced perception of my Sharingan, his movements appeared sluggish, akin to a poorly executed slideshow. I effortlessly dodged and countered with a shuriken as a test. The shuriken sailed through the air, and my heart sank. Incredible. He was already capable of full intangibility. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Smoker shouted, "Kid, is dodging all you can do? A true man faces me in a 1v1 duel." I relished my evasive tactics. If he possessed the skill to hit me, let him try. As he grew increasingly agitated, he unleashed his ultimate move. Damn it, White Snake. In an instant, the two smoky arms transformed into living serpents, lunging at me with ferocity. The sheer intensity of their assault was overwhelming. They would not relent until they had swallowed me whole. Yet, I had already discerned his critical flaw. Each time he executed a skill, he remained rooted in place, immobile as if he had taken root. Wasn't he merely a living target? The opportunity had arisen. While deftly evading the serpentine attacks, I hurled shurikens, all the while circling him at a frenetic pace. Smoker was clearly losing his composure, fixating solely on his two serpentine limbs, utterly oblivious to the fact that each shuriken I launched was tethered with a thread finer than a hair. Before long, the entire venue was adorned with my shurikens, creating a seemingly chaotic scene. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a meticulous trap had been artfully laid. Those two serpentine plumes of smoke were formidable, causing a flurry of activity around me, but they inadvertently provided me with cover. The dense fog served as the most effective distraction. Now was the moment. I observed the two encroaching smoke serpents, and through the gaps in the haze, I could even discern Smoker's triumphant smirk, as if proclaiming, "You are doomed. I caught you," he bellowed. With a resounding thud, he seized what he believed to be me, but it was merely a piece of wood left as a decoy through my substitution technique. Those who understand familial bonds would know the bewilderment that washed over his face, shifting from elation to utter confusion, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Damn it! He hurriedly dissipated the smoke in search of me. But guess what? Two of me emerged, one from the left and one from the right, simultaneously advancing from opposite directions. Without a moment's hesitation, he sent his two smoke serpents after each of us. Yet, this tactic was of no consequence to me. As soon as the serpents made contact, both MS transformed back into smoke with a couple of resounding pops, and before one of them vanished, it deftly hurled a projectile in his direction. The shuriken in his hand could not possibly be fake. He was utterly dumbfounded. The crowd below began to jeer, claiming it was unfair and that I would merely flee. Ah, how ignorant they were, for the real spectacle was just beginning. While Smoker was momentarily dazed, the last shuriken had already soared towards him. Relying on his Logia powers, he made no attempt to evade, allowing the shuriken to pass through his elemental body unimpeded. I assure you, everyone in attendance witnessed that shuriken pierce through him, and then, in the very next instant, it transformed into my form. "I hear you're searching for me?" I whispered into his ear. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. "When did you guess?" I provided him no time to react. Inhaling deeply before unleashing, fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted, aimed directly at the back of his head. He dare not take it head-on and quickly elementalized, soaring into the sky. Yet even then, he was scorched, emerging charred and tattered. Smoker, now airborne, still tried to save face. "Cough, so what if you hit me? I'm up in the sky. You can't reach me." I regarded him with the eyes of a fool, uttering two words, "Idiot," before he could comprehend. I had completed my hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. I expelled several small fireballs while simultaneously launching the final kunai at him in the sky. That kunai, of course, passed directly through his body, but in that fleeting moment, the flames ignited the steel wires I had previously set throughout the arena. Countless fiery strands wove together, forming a vast, flaming spiderweb, with Smoker ensnared at its center. He stood there, dumbstruck, watching helplessly as flames engulfed him entirely. Before losing consciousness, a single thought likely crossed his mind. This guy's truly formidable. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on me as if I were a monster. It was only when Teacher Zephyr bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and save him," that the crowd snapped back to reality, scrambling to carry Smoker away. And guess what? A girl with pink hair named Hinata recounted my every move, narrating my actions flawlessly, from my use of shuriken to set the trap, to intentionally provoking him, and finally forcing him into my prearranged trap with the fireball. Every step was as if she had witnessed a scripted performance. I was drenched in sweat. Did this girl possess a god's perspective? I could only chuckle nervously, attributing it all to coincidence. Teacher Zephyr approached, delivering a hearty slap on my back that nearly knocked the wind out of me. "All right, you little rascal, stop pretending," he whispered. "Truth be told, my chakra is nearly depleted. If Smoker had lasted a moment longer, I would have been the one to fall." On the way home, that old rascal Garp led me directly into the marshal's office. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the assembly of Navy superstars. Sengoku, and the three admirals were all present. I quickly greeted them, addressing Tsuru as Aunt Tsu, Sengoku as Uncle Sengoku, and the admirals with Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kazu, Admiral Akiji. Their expressions were a mix of confusion and disbelief. Garp boasted about my victory over Smoker, instantly piquing their interest in my flamboyant techniques. Reluctantly, I demonstrated my fireball, Phoenix Fire, and body flicker techniques on the training ground. Zephyr insisted I also showcase my Sharingan. After witnessing my performance, Zephyr remarked that I possessed a sharp mind and should be nurtured, as I could potentially become an elite captain or even an admiral in the future. As fate would have it, Tsuru grew increasingly fond of me, insisting on introducing her sister, Gion. That very evening, I was invited to dinner at her home. Upon meeting Gion, who was 2 years my senior and significantly taller, I found her to be a quintessential beauty. The young lady was quite curious about me, insisting I call her sister, promising to look out for me. At the dinner table, Aunt Tsuru fervently played matchmaker, leaving both Guillaume and me rather bashful. From that day onward, I had an honest conversation with Garp, expressing my desire to venture beyond the confines of the academy, to confront pirates and engage in real combat. To my surprise, Garp agreed, but only on the condition that I first master the 6 forms of the Navy. I was well aware that he returned to the East Blue each year, and my plan was to accompany him, secretly eliminate a few pirates, and earn some bounties to enhance my skills. Time flew by, and 5 years swiftly passed. In that span, I had not been idle. My days were filled with rigorous training and sparring, living a life devoid of extravagance. Today, during practice with Smoker, he charged at me with his white grave technique, and I effortlessly sidestepped, landing a powerful armed Haki-infused punch that knocked him down. Lin Chen, when did you learn Haki? He exclaimed, astonished. I casually scratched my ear and replied, just last night. I thought about it before bed, and suddenly I could do it. His frustration was palpable, leaving him momentarily speechless. To be honest, Guillaume had been delivering meals to me every day for the past 5 years. Our relationship? Well, you understand. Today, after finishing lunch, she suddenly blushed and asked, Lin Chen, have you been single all these years? My heart skipped a beat, and I stammered, I suppose so. Why do you ask? The atmosphere turned overwhelmingly pink. As we parted ways, I could not resist the urge to gently embrace her. She feigned a token struggle, but soon relaxed, burying her face in my chest, as red as an apple. My heart raced like a drum as I leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. But who could comprehend such a dramatic scene? Tragically, a passing girl named Hinata witnessed the entire exchange. She stood not far away, clutching her lunchbox, her knuckles white with tension, her expression resembling the latest model of distress. Just as I separated from Gon, Teacher Zephyr emerged from seemingly nowhere, wearing a mischievous grin. You little rascal, you had quite the nerve to embrace Guillaume in front of everyone. Are you not afraid they might beat you up? As he joked, his gaze subtly drifted toward the direction Hinata had departed, a faint sigh escaping him. I found his words amusing and boasted to Teacher Zephyr. What do I have to fear? Tomorrow, I graduate and will be long gone. They have to cross the ocean to pursue me. I then inquired, by the way, teacher, what rank can I expect upon graduation? Teacher Zephyr stroked his chin thoughtfully, resembling a soothsayer. In the past, the 3 admirals graduated with the rank of Rear Admiral. Others? At most, Colonel. For you, I estimate you might secure a rank of Colonel, or with a bit of luck, a Rear Admiral. In any case, a Lieutenant Colonel is certainly out of the question. I felt a surge of pride, declaring, so, if I achieve Rear Admiral, does that mean the position of Admiral is already reserved for me? To which he playfully slapped the back of my head, admonishing, stop dreaming. The road ahead is still long. After our conversation, I took a shortcut home. I anticipated that the individuals I had bested would likely attempt to make a final play against me, perhaps even resorting to a group ambush. Thankfully, I was clever, deploying a shadow clone as bait while my true self slipped away, effectively preempting their preemptive strike. The next day was graduation day. The atmosphere was electric, teeming with people. On stage sat Admiral Sengoku, that old man Garp, and a host of high-ranking officials. The audience of cadets buzzed with excitement, discussing amongst themselves. Do you think this class has a monster like the 3 admirals? What are you talking about? Such caliber appears only once in decades. Not necessarily. I heard there's a Logia user in this class, a potential future admiral. Your information is outdated. Have you not heard of Lin Chen, Garp's adopted son, the Navy's prodigy? That Logia user has not won a single match against him in 5 years. Goodness, these individuals were more excited than I was. Teacher Zephyr commanded attention. Silence. The awarding ceremony is about to commence. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. I glanced at my classmates around me, each of them standing still, all waiting for me to be the first to step forward. Well, I decided to take the initiative as the individuals on stage were all familiar faces. With confident strides, I walked onto the stage. Upon my arrival, the distinguished figures, such as Jean Guo and Garp, nodded in approval at my self-assured demeanor. Scanning the audience, I quickly spotted Ji-Yuan. Those who understand know that just that glance sent my heart racing, causing my gaze to falter as I dared not look too long. Next came a series of speeches from various leaders, nearly lulling me to sleep, until we finally reached the crux of the matter. After discussions among the Naval High Command, it was announced, Cadet Lin Chen, for your exemplary performance, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. A thunderous shockwave reverberated through my mind. Rear Admiral. Directly to Rear Admiral. Smoker and Janae had merely achieved the rank of Colonel, which was commendable in its own right. Then, Marshal Zhangguo cleared his throat and suddenly called my name, Lin Chen. Tell me, what does justice mean to you? I was momentarily taken aback, but stood tall and responded loudly. Report, Marshal. The justice I believe in is justice that embodies fairness. Equality for all, with no oppression. Even if absolute fairness is unattainable, I will exert every effort to realize it. The audience erupted into applause, and the youthful naval officers were stirred with fervor. Yet, I could sense that Garp and Zhangguo were likely thinking, this naive boy, still too innocent. Once the ceremony concluded, I received my Rear Admiral uniform, and the bold characters for justice emblazoned on the back were so striking that I found myself wanting to admire them further. Garp, ever the critic, remarked TCH. You actually look somewhat presentable in that uniform. I chose to ignore his comment, trying on the attire while inquiring, wasn't there supposed to be a reward? All right, I almost forgot. Garp laughed heartily as he tossed me a box. I caught it and found it surprisingly heavy. Upon opening it, I discovered a beautifully crafted sword inside. I asked what it was, and Garp, picking his nose, replied, Zhangguo, and I dug this out from the storeroom for you. I hear it's a Daikyu from the 21 Workshop. Since you wield a sword, give it a try. I unsheathed the blade, its gleaming white surface dazzling. Upon channeling a bit of chakra into it, the air crackled with lightning, producing a cacophony of sound. From now on, it shall be named Jingja, I declared impulsively. Garp waved his hand dismissively. Call it whatever you like. By the way, come with me to the East Sea tomorrow. Let us visit home. The next day, after bidding a heartfelt farewell to Ji Yuan, I boarded my warship. Although we had yet to breach the delicate boundary of our relationship, it was evident that we were no longer just ordinary friends. I shouted to her from the ship, wait for my return. Garp chimed in, you little rascal. Look at how smitten you are. If you're so brave, why not confess your feelings? What are you waiting for to establish a proper relationship? I sighed, feeling a bit helpless. I was only 17, still quite young. I asked him, by the way, now that I'm a Rear Admiral, why haven't I've been assigned an aide? Garp shot me a glance. ISNTG you on your aide? That old hag Kureha won to allow it, fearing that you two might get too distracted from your training. Wait until you become a Vice Admiral. Understanding the implications, I acknowledged that in this world, strength was paramount, and matters of the heart could wait. The warship set sail towards the East Sea. The thought of soon reuniting with Ace and Luffy filled me with anticipation. Upon arriving at Windmill Village, the two little ones rushed towards me, calling out Uncle Lin Chen as they leaped into my embrace. I produced the toys and snacks I had prepared, making Garp, who was watching, visibly envious. I teased Mr. Garp. If you didn't use your iron fist of love on them so often, they would surely like you much more. Ace and Luffy nodded vigorously in agreement. After enjoying a meal at Aunt Dayton's house, Garp and I ambled through the village, each with a child on our shoulders. Luffy, ever the dreamer, kept declaring his ambition to become the Pirate King, much to Garp's dismay. I turned to Ace, who remained silent. Uncle, the Navy caused the deaths of our parents. Why do you want to be a Navy officer? The question caught me off guard. I could only respond, when you grow up, Uncle will tell you. Now, let us go to the tavern. A man should drink. However, upon reaching the tavern's entrance, we found chaos within. A burly mountain bandit brandished a knife, threatening a mother and daughter, his tongue spewing vile words. The little girl is quite pretty. Come back with me to be my lady. My temper flared. I set Ace down at the door and instructed, Ace, watch closely. No matter what you do, always strive to be a good person. A good person, like your uncle right now. As soon as the words left my lips, I dashed inside. The bandit leader had yet to react when his hand, reaching for the little girl, was suddenly severed, blood splattering over me. My hand. I disregarded his cries, crouching down to smile at the courageous little girl who had shielded her mother. What is your name? You were very brave just now. Her eyes sparkled as she replied. Masino. Big brother, you must be careful. They're very strong. I am a Navy officer, just Navy officer. I stood up and turned my cold gaze upon the bandits. Kill him. The bandit leader howled, clutching his severed hand. Watching their sluggish movements, I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids, simply flicking my finger. Lightning gun. To avoid scaring the child, I executed the cleanest technique. In an instant, blinding flashes of lightning arced through the room, and all the bandits collapsed. The battle concluded. I dusted off my hands, ready to leave with Ace when I heard Machino call out, Big brother, what is your name? I turned back, revealing a broad smile. Lin Chen, Rear Admiral of the Navy. On the way back, Garp's expression turned serious as he admonished me, stating that, as a Navy officer, I should focus on capturing rather than executing. I felt a surge of frustration, These scoundrels deserve death, didn't they? Are we Navy officers merely the dogs of the world government, lacking even the authority to execute criminals? Lin Chen, Garp's voice thundered. Do not speak such things again. Many matters are beyond our control. I fell silent, boiling with indignation. What a twisted world this was. After spending half a month in Windmill Village, I resumed my journey. On the way, I made a stop at Orange Village and met with Belmere, Nami's adopted mother. I urged her to return to the Navy, but she refused for the sake of her 2 children. I left her with 10 million berries as compensation, feeling I had done my part. Back on the warship, I lay on the deck soaking up the sun, feeling utterly relaxed, though a nagging sense of forgetting something lingered. Suddenly, my transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi, Marshal Zhanghua? Lin Chen, you little rascal, you've picked up Garp's bad habits. Have you forgotten your mission? Cold sweat immediately broke out on my forehead. Mission? What mission? Of course, I remembered. Wasn't Ti on my way? Don't give me that nonsense. You've been playing at Garp's hometown for half a month. And I didn't know. The beastly ape Gushi has appeared in Log Town, and Smoker and Janae can hardly hold their own. Hurry over there to provide support. Yes. After hanging up, I recalled that this voyage had indeed been for a mission, to capture the bounty of 120 million berries for beastly ape Gushi. Full speed ahead, to Log Town. When I arrived in a hurry, I found Smoker and Janae in dire straits. The intelligence had been misleading. Gushi was not only an ancient Zoan-type user of the gorilla fruit, but also wielded armament hockey. The situation was dire. Gushi had transformed into a colossal ape, preparing to pound the 2 of them into a pulp. Thunderbird. With a piercing thunderclap, I entered the fray, rescuing Smoker and Janae. After checking them over, I was relieved to find their injuries serious, but not life-threatening. Janae weakly relayed the information, and I patted her head, assuring her that I would handle the rest. I stood up, my Sharingan slowly spinning, staring down the massive ape. Gushi, upon seeing my insignia, expressed surprise. Rear Admiral of the Navy? You have some discerning eyes. I sneered. For someone of your caliber, you might have made a name for yourself in the Grand Line, but unfortunately for you, you've crossed paths with me today. The moment the words left my mouth, we collided with each other. The intensity of the fight was unlike any sparring match at school. It was exhilarating. I deliberately feigned a flaw, bracing myself to absorb a punch from him, and I felt a slight loosening of both my physical prowess and dominance. Enough of the warm-up. I would no longer conceal my strength, unleashing my full momentum. Slowly, I drew out Jinja as the lightning and armed hockey entwined around the blade in an instant. In the next moment, I had completely seized control of the battlefield rhythm. Gushi found himself utterly suppressed, with numerous wounds exposing his bones appearing on his body. Driven to desperation, he erupted, his form swelling to a colossal size akin to a creature from the movies, completely losing his sanity. Shadow clone technique. 4 of me stood at the corners, simultaneously forming seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames instantly engulfed him. However, his resilience was astounding. He did not perish in the inferno. Nevertheless, the immense heat vaporized water, creating a dark cloud in the sky, with flashes of lightning within. The opportunity had arrived. I utilized Moonwalk to ascend to the heavens. Observing the still arrogant Gushi below, I raised my arm. Chilin, a massive beast composed entirely of pure lightning, descended from above. And in that moment, the world transformed into a ghastly white. The battle concluded. Gazing at the half-dead Gushi, I smirked. Was that it? I left the aftermath to Smoker, utterly exhausted, and casually found an empty room in the naval base, collapsing into sleep. Just before slumber claimed me, I seemed to hear a somewhat familiar female gasp. The following morning, I awoke, feeling as though a great stone pressed upon my chest, rendering me breathless. As I opened my eyes, I realized why. It was Rinai, soundly asleep atop me. I thought it felt like being pinned down by a ghost. Stealing a glance. The scene was quite something, and I hastily averted my gaze, adhering to the principle of not viewing what was indecent. Yet, truth be told, despite her usually slender appearance, her hidden depth was astonishing. Like a thief, I quietly slipped outside, stretching my limbs and discovering that my injuries had mostly healed. Just as I began to relax, a Navy officer hurried to report that the previous day's brawl had caused significant damage to civilian homes. Upon hearing this, my head spun. I was not about to clean up this mess, so I swiftly shifted the blame. Discuss it with Smoker. He is the landlord here. With that, I took my leave, hastily making my way to the harbor, summoning my crew while dragging the captured pirates aboard. Retreat was the best strategy. Just as I was about to flee, Smoker approached. leaning on his cane and puffing on a cigar, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed, "You think you're getting away? Hey, you're just leaving like that?" I thought to myself, what else was I supposed to do? Stay and help you fix houses? His next words rendered me speechless. "You spent the night in Renai's room without a word, and now you want to sneak away?" The moment those words left his mouth, the soldiers around me immediately hung their heads, pretending to admire the scenery, their survival instincts kicking in. I panicked. "Smoker, don't spread rumors." I had no idea that was her room. We were entirely innocent, merely sleeping. However, the moment I uttered those words, the misunderstanding escalated. Smoker, enraged, hurled his cane, pointing at me. "What? You even slept with her? You scoundrel!" White fist. Seeing as this misunderstanding was as difficult to clear as jumping into the Yellow River, I dodged a punch from him and hastily instructed my crew to set sail. As I ran, I shouted back at him, "Ask her yourself. By the way, I left you the bill for the destroyed houses. Consider it an opportunity for you to shine. No need for thanks." Furious, Smoker nearly snapped his cigar on the shore, bellowing at my ship. "Lin Chen, don't ever come to Rogue Town again." Finally, I had escaped those two clowns. Back on my ship, I changed into clean clothes and retrieved my den mushi. Preparing to report to my superior, Admiral Sengoku, I gathered my emotions, cleared my throat, and upon connecting the call, immediately switched to a near-death mode. "Hello, is this Admiral Sengoku?" Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku's voice turned tense on the other end. "Lin Chen, are you all right?" I thought to myself, the show was about to begin. I spoke in the weakest voice of my life. "Admiral, that savage She concealed his strength, and in fulfilling the task you entrusted to me, I exerted myself to the utmost, sustaining grave injuries in the process, barely defeating him. I am currently returning." Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku gasped in shock. "What? It's our intelligence error. Hurry back and let the ship's doctor treat your wounds." Hearing this, I realized he had missed the main point. Thus, I intensified my coughs, nearly coughing blood. Cough, cough, cough. "Admiral, considering how diligently I serve the Navy, now that I am injured like this, shouldn't I receive some reward?" There was a moment of silence from Sengoku before he finally responded, "All right, come back, and we will reward you." Upon hearing this, I sighed in relief. Truly, I deserved full marks for this performance. My subordinates, witnessing my blatant deception to obtain rewards, had their mouths twitching, likely thinking that their commander was utterly shameless. Having settled this matter, I began contemplating more serious affairs. I discovered that with mastery over my ninjutsu, I could develop new techniques independently without spending money at the system store. Just like last time with Gushi, I combined great fire annihilation with heated air to create thunderclouds, then utilized Chidori to summon a Chilin. It was pure science. Genius arises from such simplicity. I approached the edge of the ship, directing my energy towards the sea, gathering Chidori while merging it with my sword techniques and understanding of Haki. After ample preparation, I swung my hand. A bolt of lightning shot forth, exploding on the ocean's surface and instantly electrocuting a large school of fish. Upon checking the system panel, I was delighted to see a new skill added: lightning release, Chilin, and Chidori spear. This was splendid. I could save a substantial amount of money now. Entering the Grand Line, the pirates appeared as though they had no regard for their lives, encountering several waves in a single day. Finding it bothersome, I simply leaped with moonwalk onto their ship, unleashing a great fire annihilation upon them, igniting the entire vessel. Those pirates who jumped into the water followed the usual protocol. Those with money were locked in our ship's jail, which I referred to as a paid incarceration service. Those without money, they could only feed the fish. My subordinates received a share, while the remainder was converted into my points. Family, who understands? This was a sustainable revenue model. As I watched my points surge past 13,000, I decided to make a significant upgrade. Opening the store, I saw Earth Release, Rebirth, 8 Gates of Duinjia, Flying Thunder God, and the Sharingan. I was nearly salivating. After much deliberation, I first exchanged for the 8 Gates of Duinjia and Flying Thunder God. One for explosive power, the other for rapid escape, maximizing cost-effectiveness. Then, I spent a whopping 64,000 points to upgrade my physical techniques, swordsmanship, dual-color hockey, and the few new skills I had learned. In that instant, I felt as though I had transcended, soaring into a realm of euphoria. When I regained my senses, I checked my panel and saw my combat power had soared to that of a substitute Marine Admiral. Although I was still a breath away from being a true Admiral, it was an impressive feat to adapt to my new skills. I began marking the ship with the Flying Thunder God technique, zipping here and there, thoroughly enjoying myself. My subordinates stared in bewilderment, likely questioning whether their commander had lost his mind. In my heart, I was calculating that upon returning to headquarters, I must challenge Admiral Kizaru to see whose flying thunder god was swifter, mine or his glint fruit. At that moment, the lookout shouted, "Report, Major! A pirate ship has been spotted ahead. The flag belongs to Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria." My subordinates inquired if we should take a detour. I raised an eyebrow. Take a detour? What nonsense is this? I had just upgraded. I was eager to test my new skills, and here was the perfect training partner. Moreover, I recalled he possessed a fine sword named Geoise, which I intended to seize. Why take a detour? Is a warlord not a pirate? Bring the ship closer. I stood, gazing at the ominous, terrifying three-masted ship in the distance, my expression shifting. This rotund, individual fond of transforming people into zombies had unwittingly placed himself in my crosshairs. The opposing ship had also noticed us, and a lackey nervously reported to Moria. The stout figure, towering over 7 meters, licked his lips and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The Navy? Perfect! I do not yet possess any naval soldiers in my zombie collection. Let us slay them and turn them into my playthings." As the ship approached, without hesitation, I unsheathed my blade and executed a swift strike. Moria barely managed to evade, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who are you, boy?" I succinctly replied with 4 words, "Vice Admiral Lin Chen." What followed was a ferocious onslaught of sword energy that struck him in the face. I unleashed my fury upon his decrepit vessel, rendering it precarious. Moria, incensed, bellowed, "Come to the island and fight." I thought to myself, perfect, this would spare my treasures aboard from sinking. Upon landing on the island, Moria attempted to ambush my shadow. I hurled my knife as if it were a dart. He laughed boisterously. "Fool, you dare to throw your weapon?" He reached for the hilt. At the very moment he grasped it, I activated the flying thunder god technique inscribed on the hilt, appearing before him in an instant. What? His eyes nearly popped out. I seized the hilt, shrouded it in haki, and delivered a powerful upward slash to his chest. The rotund Moria reacted swiftly, countering with his shadow. However, I possessed the flying thunder god, rendering him unable to touch my shadow. A smirk crept across my lips. "Warlord, is this all you can do?" I produced a handful of specially crafted shuriken, scattering them around, before vanishing in an instant. The next moment, I materialized behind Moria, delivering a strike. Just as he turned, I appeared from another angle and struck again. He was utterly bewildered, shouting, "This is spatial movement." He then transformed his shadow into countless bats to shield himself. A living target, was he? I summoned my chakra and waved my hand lightly. Lightning release. Kirin. A colossal lightning dragon descended from the heavens, instantly stunning him. TSK. The disparity was vast. My earlier actions were merely practice. Binding Moria with sea stone chains, I commenced a thorough search. Addressing his trembling subordinates, I commanded, "Hand over anything of value." Ultimately, I amassed 200 million berries and the famed blade, Geoise. Just as I prepared to depart, I noticed a pink-haired little girl hidden among the crowd, Perona. Alongside her were her 2 peculiar companions. I approached, knelt down, and displayed what I believed to be my most amiable smile. "Little sister, come with big brother. I shall buy you some candy." Under my sunny smile, little Perona genuinely took my hand. As for her parents, I could only deceive her, saying they had gone to a distant place, and that she would meet them again when she grew up. In the future, having learned the Edo Tensei technique, this matter could indeed be arranged. Moreover, I discreetly obtained a fragment of the legendary swordsman Ryuma's body from Moria's zombie collection, which would surely prove useful. Upon returning to my ship, I wielded the 2 formidable blades, Zhengzhe in my left hand and Xiushui in my right, one imbued with lightning and the other with fire. I was now a dual-wielding warrior. Following the clues, we located Perona's village, which lay in ruins. Observing her point at 2 small mounds, claiming her parents were sleeping within, I felt a pang of sorrow. I could only stroke her head and continue fabricating benevolent lies. Half a month later, the warship finally returned to the Marine headquarters at Marinford. Cradling Perona, I soared to the port using moonwalk. The sensation of returning home was delightful. The surrounding Marines whispered among themselves, speculating whether Perona was my daughter with Jaiwan, leaving me flustered. Ignoring them, I pushed open the door to Sengoku's office. "Lin Chen, next time knock." Sengoku roared. I cleared my ears and nonchalantly asked, "Understood, where's that old man, Garp?" I then recounted my encounter with Moria, startling the senior officials who began to fret over how to explain the incident to the world government. I chuckled. He struck first, I was merely acting in self-defense. This reasoning was flawless. Subsequently, I eagerly gazed at Sengoku, subtly hinting at my reward. That old fox smirked slyly. Lin Chen, I had intended to grant you a monetary bonus. However, I believe young people require a broader platform. Thus, I have decided to appoint you as Rear Admiral. My face fell. Who desired promotion? I wanted gold. Yet he was not finished, continuing, I have resolved to assign you to the G3 branch in the New World, while also investigating that straw-hatted newcomer. Good heavens, I had barely settled in before being dispatched again. Fortunately, he granted me a half-month leave. The elders in the office began jesting about me and Jaiwin, with Aunt Crane imparting sagely advice, saying we were still young and should not rush into certain matters. My face flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's backside, as I hurriedly fled the office with Perona in tow. I dashed to Jaiwin's residence, only to find her absent. Thus, I settled Perona at my home before heading straight to the training grounds of the Marine Academy. Indeed, Jaiwin was engaged in a sparring session with teacher Ace.He. I concealed myself nearby and observed for a while. Astonishingly, Jaiwin's swordsmanship had improved tremendously, nearly matching my strength before I set sail. At that moment, a man with an exceedingly lewd demeanor shouted publicly, Jaiwin, please accept my third confession. I was infuriated. Where did this brazen fool come from? An unnamed rage surged within me. I strode forward, pulling Jaiwin into my embrace, and confronted the man. Hey, who are you? Do you not know Jaiwin is my woman? The moment I uttered those words, the crowd fell silent. Jaiwin was momentarily stunned, but upon recognizing me, her face lit up with joy and happiness. The man named Kaji exploded with anger. Who are you, brat? I am the future Admiral Kaji. Upon hearing this, I recalled that he was the one who pursued Jaiwin 100 times in the future. I smirked coldly, responding with authority. The last man who claimed to be the future admiral has been defeated by me for 5 years. Vice Admiral Lin Chen, shall we duel? The bystanders were taken aback at the mention of Vice Admiral, and even teacher Ace.He regarded me with incredulity, cautioning me to go easy. I turned and smiled at the teacher. Rest assured, I know my limits. As soon as I finished speaking, the fellow named Kaji's face flushed crimson. He pointed at me, shouting, Brat, do not be arrogant. If you lose, stay away from Jaiwin. I couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. I shall return your words in kind. My Jaiwin has been harassed by you daily. She is on the verge of developing PTSD, understand? This ignited the flames of conflict. The man howled and charged at me with great fervor, while the surrounding cadets watched in astonishment, their eyes wide. I casually yawned, thrusting one of my blades into the ground with a thud, while the other was thrown like a dart towards him. Those present were undoubtedly perplexed, thinking, is this fellow mad? He throws away his weapons before a fight? Kaji shared this sentiment, easily dodging my thrown knife, his expression one of triumph as he accelerated. Both arms enveloped in haki, lunging toward my face. Just as he thought I was careless and about to be overwhelmed, in the next moment, I teleported directly behind him. Indeed, to the very spot where I had thrown the knife. I could scarcely be bothered to utter the words Flying Thunder God, if you catch my drift. His back was wide open. I gripped the hilt, and with a flash of lightning, I executed a thunderous slash. His shirt tore apart immediately. This fellow reacted swiftly, enveloping himself in haki to withstand the blow. Just as he attempted to turn, I zipped back to the first knife I had embedded in the ground. With dual blades in hand, I infused them with lightning and fire, executing a seamless combination of strikes. Before he could even blink, he fell to the ground, defeated in an instant. After he was carried away, I stretched my neck, feeling as though I had merely warmed up. I then faced teacher Ace.He directly, saying, Teacher, it's done. Shall we practice together? The teacher's sudden appearance amused me greatly, as he rolled up his sleeves and strode onto the stage, declaring, You, young man, seem to have forgotten how I thoroughly bested you throughout those 5 years in school. Well, today, I shall remind you what it means to respect your elders and cherish the young. At that moment, the atmosphere became electric as the crowd erupted with excitement. The naval prodigy was set to face the former vice admiral, a match ripe for spectacle. As the teacher took his stance, his presence transformed entirely. I, too, felt the urgency and activated my Sharingan, ready to seek out any vulnerabilities. Yet, to my astonishment, there were none. He stood before me like an immovable mountain, impervious to my attempts. Very well, if he showed no weaknesses, I would force him to reveal them. Without drawing my blade, I harnessed all my armed haki and charged at him with unrelenting fists. Initially, we were evenly matched, leaving the onlookers in disbelief, exclaiming, Can Senior Lin Chen truly contend with Teacher Ace.He in hand-to-hand combat? However, as the sparring continued, a smirk appeared on the teacher's lips, and he remarked, "Kid, I've gauged your limits, and now I shall get serious." In the blink of an eye, his fist moved with the speed of a bullet, rendering it nearly invisible. I found myself under immense pressure, barely managing to block his strikes with my Sharingan, akin to playing whack-a-mole, as I blocked one attack only to be struck by another. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a powerful punch sent me soaring, crashing through the training ground wall. It was then that I noticed some heavyweight guests had arrived, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, and the three admirals, all there to witness the spectacle. As I emerged from the rubble, rubbing my sore abdomen, I decided it was time to stop playing around and reveal my true power. My body crackled with energy as I unleashed a Chidori directly at his face. The speed was astonishing, even catching the teacher off guard, but it merely left a superficial wound on his chest. In retaliation, the teacher unleashed a powerful armed hockey attack, the aura around him coalescing into a formidable presence. Our fists collided, and my hockey shattered instantly, leaving my arm nearly incapacitated. Driven to desperation, I knew I had no choice but to unleash my ultimate technique. The fifth gate of the 8 gates, the door of bewilderment, was opened. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming surge of energy, my speed and strength doubling. The teacher's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He understood that I was no longer at a disadvantage. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, so rapid that weaker students could barely perceive it, only hearing the explosive sounds echoing in the air. However, the teacher's hockey was overwhelmingly powerful, each punch delivering devastating blows that threatened to break my body. With no other option, I gritted my teeth and opened the 6th gate, the door of joy. My companion, Geoise, was almost in tears, shouting at me, "Lin Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed?" The teacher was equally furious, exclaiming, "Do you wish to perish, kid?" I steadied my resolve and gazed unwaveringly at him. "Teacher, I too am pushing through. Let us settle this with one final move." The teacher understood the determination in my eyes and took a deep breath. Very well. What transpired next was nothing short of extraordinary. I unleashed a flurry of fire punches, resembling a meteor shower, while the teacher retaliated with his most powerful armed hockey strike. The two forces collided in a magnificent display. When the dust settled, I found myself lying on the ground, unconscious, while Teacher Ace stood, panting heavily. The most astonishing sight was that of Admiral Tsuru, who had mysteriously appeared, his clothes singed, having intervened at the last moment to shield the teacher from injury. Geoise rushed to my side, lifting me and carrying me towards the medical bay. As we passed by Teacher Ace, his eyes were sharp like knives. This battle catapulted me to fame. The next day, headlines across the world proclaimed the emergence of an 18-year-old monster admiral who could match Ace in combat, even speculating whether I was the illegitimate son of that old man, Garp. At that moment, notable figures such as Hawkeye, Red-Haired Shanks, Whitebeard, and even my estranged father, Dragon, were all aware of this news, igniting a frenzy throughout the world. Of course, all this was but a footnote, for I was lying in a hospital bed, my body wrapped like a mummy. Geoise was beside me, peeling grapes with remarkable grace. In my exhilaration, I boldly confessed my feelings and sought a kiss. The sensation was exhilarating, as if I had sailed past countless mountains. Just as we were caught up in the moment, Garp and Admiral Tsuru barged in, creating an atmosphere so awkward one could almost carve out an apartment. Thus, the matter was settled. 2 weeks later, as I recovered and prepared to set sail once more, I gifted Geoise a necklace inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, promising I shall return to marry you once I become an admiral. Without looking back, I boarded the warship. No sooner had I departed than the 5 elders convened to discuss my potential. They acknowledged my remarkable talent, but noted my rebellious nature, particularly my audacity to challenge their sanctioned warlords. After much deliberation, they decided to monitor my progress, protected as I was by Garp. Before long, I arrived at Sabati Archipelago, eager to prepare my ship for the new world. Upon stepping ashore, I was met with chaos. Pirates brazenly pillaged the streets as if it were a bustling marketplace, flames erupting everywhere. My temper flared instantly. Without hesitation, I unleashed a lightning strike, dispatching the leader in an instant. I then returned to the Navy outpost, summoning my senior, Demachi, and commanded, "Gather our forces. Today, we shall cleanse this island of its filth." He hesitated, concerned about repercussions from above, but I assured him, I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry. Thus commenced my personal showcase, activating my shadow clones and unleashing the great fire annihilation. I transformed hundreds of pirate ships in the harbor into a fiery spectacle. My system points soared, and the thrill was intoxicating. Ultimately, I led my crew straight to the first area, the auction house for human trafficking. The scene within left me utterly speechless. A group of children, their eyes hollow, wore collars, treated as mere commodities. The overseer approached me with a smug grin, inquiring if I wished to select a few, boasting of their youth and quality. In that moment, a wave of indignation surged through me. I had always believed in justice, but here, it seemed a mere farce. I lowered my head, silenced by the gravity of the situation. The overseer, likely believing I had capitulated, began to mock me inwardly. However, in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain as blood erupted from his body, and then there was silence. The sight was gruesome, blood spraying high, leaving Demeichi pale with shock. Yet, I remained unfazed. If the Navy was incapable of delivering justice, I would carve my own path and establish the justice I believed in. Ignoring the stunned Demeichi, I approached the cage holding the enslaved children, kicking open the lock and freeing them all. I then turned to my subordinates, commanding, turn this island upside down. Free every slave. Any heinous offenders shall face immediate justice. All innocents, regardless of race, shall be liberated. The children initially stood in shock, unable to comprehend their newfound freedom. Once realization dawned, they erupted into tears of joy. Witnessing the light return to their eyes, a warmth spread through me, and even my perpetually stoic expression softened into a smile. Just then a languid voice drifted over, well, who would have thought there would be someone like you within the Navy? Quite the rare find. I turned to see my subordinates staring in horror at a white-haired elder shackled in chains, as if confronting a ghost. My pupils instantly constricted at the sight before me. Could it be the legendary Mingwang Lei, the first mate of the Roger Pirates? What brings him to this place? I quickly shielded the group of children behind me and stepped forward to confront him. If it isn't Lei, after so many years, I find you lounging in a place like this? Dare I ask, seeing the Navy still allows you to roam about, are you courting death, or perhaps seeking a lifelong VIP pass to impel down? Upon witnessing my stance, I immediately raised both hands, donning an expression of surrender and innocence. Dear Vice Admiral, you misunderstand me. I am merely curious who possesses the audacity to provoke the world government on behalf of those they do not even know. Besides, look at me, old and frail. Am I truly a threat to you? Surely, the Navy wouldn't go that far. I was acutely aware that this old man was merely feigning innocence. Even after a decade, he could still hold his own against the likes of Kizaru, which suggested that his peak had not yet passed. However, given the current situation, capturing him would be a futile endeavor. I relaxed my stance, but did not spare him my words. You'd best adhere to your own advice and refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, if I catch you, I assure you I will personally deliver you to where you belong. To my surprise, he burst into hearty laughter, as expected of a Navy prodigy, Lin Chen. So, how about it? Care for a drink at my place sometime? I scrutinized him for a moment before shaking my head. I'm preoccupied with official matters. I must decline. He did not press the issue, but before departing, he offered a significant warning. Lin Chen, what transpired today will reach the ears of the world government in no time. The Navy may overlook it due to your stature, but you must be wary of the world government, particularly those celestial dragons behind the scenes. With that, he waved and left. His words sent a chill down my spine. In the heat of the moment, I had neglected the gravity of my actions. Now, as I reflected, I felt an icy dread creeping over me. My family, who could comprehend the chaos I had unleashed, murder, arson, and the liberation of slaves, had created a situation far more severe than I had anticipated. No wonder the world government had not yet made an appearance. They were likely reporting directly to the highest authorities, and the CP0 agents might already be on their way. Realizing this, I wasted no time and immediately summoned Mei Shang, delegating all aftermath responsibilities to him. I specifically instructed, if the world government comes seeking retribution, shift all the blame onto me. Tell them I threatened you. Convey it verbatim. Vice Admiral Lin Chen stated that if you do not proceed this way, he will eliminate all unjust elements on the island. I noted Mei Shang's bewildered expression, but I had no time to elaborate. I simply urged him to comply. Consider the implications of my words. It was a clear message to the Gorosei. Do not provoke me. lest I personally rid you of the filth you have planted on this island. After giving my instructions, I rushed to the shipyard. The warship was prepared, and without a backward glance, I set sail for Fishman Island. Later, I learned that when the world government representatives arrived at Sabaody, their expressions turned a shade of green at the sight of destruction. The Meishang was indeed summoned for questioning, where he faithfully recounted my instructions. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei displayed a range of reactions. One remarked, "What audacity from this Navy officer, threatening our own?" Another responded, "Very well, we shall grant him chance. Should he transgress again, he will vanish forever." Of course, I was oblivious to these developments, as I had already reached Fishman Island, where I encountered a delightful yet overwhelming hospitality from the fishmen. News of my escapade at Sabaody spread faster than I could arrive, and soon everyone on Fishman Island was aware of my heroic act of liberating slaves. My reputation among the fish people skyrocketed. The island princess, Odoheim, was particularly eager to share meals with me, showering me with warmth. I must say, I had never consumed such an abundance of seafood in my life. My stomach felt like a balloon. Those who understand know that amidst such indulgence, one cannot refuse hospitality. Odoheim was an idealist, yearning for peaceful coexistence between humans and fish people. And upon seeing me, she seemed to have found a kindred spirit, persistently discussing the feasibility of her dreams. What could I say? Could I suggest that she simply overthrow the celestial dragons? I could only smile in silence. After a few days on Fishman Island, as I prepared to venture into the new world, a frantic, crimson-skinned fishman rushed towards me, blocking my path. His gaze was earnest as he inquired, "Vice Admiral, do you truly believe that humans and fish people are equals?" I nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the justice I uphold is rooted in fairness. He exhaled deeply, introducing himself as Fisher Tiger, a former slave of the celestial dragons who had just escaped. His eyes bore a mix of scrutiny and hope as he asked, "Do you, like other Navy officers, protect those celestial dragons?" I scoffed at the notion, disdain evident on my face. "Those scoundrels? Let them be." His eyes lit up upon hearing my words. At that moment, Odoheim approached, suggesting we move to her chamber for a more in-depth discussion. Once inside, without hesitation, Tiger removed his upper garments. My gaze fell upon his back, and I was horrified. It was riddled with scars, the most shocking being the brand of a celestial dragon slave. He fell to his knees, grasping my pant leg, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Vice Admiral, do you have any idea how many like me remain in Mary Geoise? Those you rescued are fortunate. But in that hell, we are constantly surrounded by despair. For us, death is a blessing." He implored, "I beg you, lend me your strength. I wish to return and free those who have lost all hope. I have seen the light and wish for them to bask in the sun as well." Odoheim knelt beside him, echoing his plea for compassion. Had any other Navy officer been in my place, they would likely have arrested both of them on the spot, causing turmoil for Fishman Island. To request the Navy to storm Mary Geoise and liberate slaves? How absurd. But I was not like them. My mind raced as I calculated the worst-case scenario. I might face demotion or investigation, but the likes of Garp would remain unscathed. With my skills in transformation and shadow duplication, I could execute a plan discreetly, with minimal risk of detection. Even if discovered, I could endure a few years in confinement and emerge unscathed. Since the uproar at Sabaody, I had been fueled by a fervor to act. This was my first step toward altering this wretched world. I lifted them to their feet and declared, "I will assist you, but not just yet." Initially despondent, their expressions transformed into astonishment and joy at my agreement. I retrieved a bundle of kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from my pocket and handed them to Tiger. "I must first attend to a mission in the new world. Take these and begin your journey towards Mary Geoise. Every so often, plant one of these kunai as a marker. I will return within half a month, and then I will be able to reach you in an instant." Tears welled in Tiger's eyes as he nodded vigorously. "Yes." After bidding them farewell, I plunged directly into the new world. The weather in this cursed realm was utterly chaotic. One moment it poured rain upon my roasted meat, and the next, a blizzard swept through, burying me in snow. As I was about to return to the ship's cabin, I caught sight of a small green boat bobbing in the distance, occupied by a man with piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle, looking rather disheveled. Upon closer inspection, I nearly gasped. Was that not the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye my hawk? An opportunity had presented itself. I called out to him, "Hawkeye, enjoying your solitude? Care to join me aboard my grand vessel?" Why did I extend this invitation? I was well aware of his close friendship with red-haired Shanks. and my mission was to seek out Shanks. Hawkeye recognized me as well, his gaze lingering on the two swords at my waist before he simply replied, "Fine." I hastily instructed my crew to tether his small vessel alongside the warship and invited him into my quarters, where a sumptuous feast awaited. This fellow was indeed a warrior at heart. After only a brief exchange, he proposed, "You wield the dual swords. Let us spar." Very well, I thought, massaging my temples. But only under one condition. Guide me to Hongfa Zyankasi, and I shall engage you in combat. Noticing his silence, I quickly added, "Rest assured, my intentions are not to apprehend him. Marshal Zhanghua has tasked me with investigating his newly emerged pirate crew, a matter of significance concerning the dynamics of the New World. Our navy faces considerable pressure as well." He regarded me intently for a moment before finally uttering a single word, "Fine." Thus commenced a conversation, more akin to a monologue from my end, with him merely listening. The following day, Yin led me to a nameless isle where Hongfa awaited. From a distance, I observed a tense standoff, a gunslinger demanding of Hongfa, "Captain, the Navy has arrived. Shall we fight or flee?" With narrowed eyes, Hongfa surveyed me and Yin before responding, "Let's assess the situation." I leapt from the warship, walking across the sea surface, step by step. Upon witnessing my miraculous feat, Hongfa's eyes twitched. He recognized me, grinning. "Ah, is this not Lin Chen? What brings you to my humble abode?" I raised an eyebrow. "Nothing much, merely a request from Marshal Zhanghua to investigate your crew." He jested, "Then we must take our leave." My expression darkened as I unleashed my aura, locking my sharp gaze upon him, and inquired, "Might I ask, since your voyage commenced, have you ever harmed innocent civilians?" Should he utter even a single affirmative, I would be compelled to confront him, regardless of my own inadequacies. Hongfa paused, only to chuckle and reply candidly, "We have indeed taken lives, but they were all pirates who sought our wrath. As for civilians, we have harmed none. Quite the contrary, we have aided many in their plight." Hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from my heart. Excellent. I instantly transformed my demeanor, adopting a jovial countenance as I approached him, playfully draping my arm around his shoulders and casually betrayed Yin. "You must be curious as to how I located you, yes? It was that fellow who informed me." Newly disembarked, Yin glowered at me, suddenly drawing his black blade, "Yeah," and declared, "Lin Chen, let us duel." On the island, Yin and I stood facing one another. Without a word, he unleashed a slashing attack. I hastily countered with a combination of lightning and fire strikes, barely managing to parry. By all accounts, his swordsmanship surpassed mine by at least one level. A direct confrontation was futile. I devised a strategy, trading blows while discreetly dispersing my flying kunai around us. After several exchanges, he managed to cut my shoulder, blood streaming forth. Assessing my surroundings, I noted my kunai were sufficiently arranged. With a grin, my eyes sparkled with determination. "Yin, it is time for me to get serious. Let us see if you can match my speed." No sooner had I spoken than I vanished in an instant. The flying thunder god slash. A silver arc sliced across Yin's chest before he could react, followed by another strike upon his arm. His eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to perceive my form. Finally, he shut his eyes, maximizing his observation haki, barely evading my third strike. Yet, I would not grant him respite. Utilizing my scattered kunai, I unleashed a relentless barrage upon him. Gradually, he bore the marks of battle, ultimately relinquishing his blade. The crew of Hongfa stood dumbfounded, jaws agape, as the once dominant Yin was suddenly outmatched, as if I had flipped a switch. Feeling somewhat sheepish, I approached Yin, patting him on the shoulder. "Alas, in a contest of swordsmanship, I could never best you. I had no choice but to rely on speed, a rather unsporting victory, my apologies." Yin demonstrated remarkable grace. Acknowledging his defeat, "A loss is a loss. Your speed is remarkable. I suspect you have consumed the Shandian fruit." Hongfa rushed over with my kunai, instantly discerning, "Lin Chen, is your secret concealed within these trinkets?" I explained the principles of the flying thunder god without reservation. Upon hearing, their jaws nearly hit the ground as they bombarded me with inquiries about whether I was a devil fruit user. I could only shrug, indicating my discretion. From that moment on, the way Hongfa and his crew regarded me transformed entirely. A formidable strength coupled with humility. I was a stark contrast to the navy they had encountered before. That evening, Hongfa extended an invitation for a banquet. I must say, the atmosphere was unparalleled. My navy and his pirates sat together, sharing drinks and feasting, forging bonds and reveling in camaraderie. This was a manifestation of the absurdities of life. My soldiers were enlightened, realizing that not all pirates were villains, while Hongfa's crew understood that the Navy could harbor individuals like myself who defy convention. The following morning, I rubbed my throbbing temples, suffering from a significant hangover. I summoned my aide, Geoise. Geoise, rouse those slumbering like dead pigs. We must prepare to report to the G3 base. Once arranged, I opened my system panel. I realized that my strength remained insufficient. The beings of the new world were formidable indeed. I needed to enhance my abilities urgently. 32,000 points, neither more nor less, must be spent. In the new world, possessing both hockey types was essential. One should not venture forth without elite capabilities. I resolved to invest the entire 30,000 points, elevating my hockey levels to 7. However, to my astonishment, my combat power remained unchanged, still a substitute for a Navy admiral. It dawned on me that the system was resolute in requiring me to attain an 8th level ability before granting me a proper position. Very well, I would rise to the challenge. Just as I contemplated how swiftly I had turned 18, Hongfa's crew began to awaken. As Hongfa opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon me, followed by Yin and Beekman, all wearing expressions akin to encountering a specter. Hongfa grinned, his expression reminiscent of a proud elder sibling. Well, Lin Chen, it seems soon the Navy headquarters will have a grand office prepared for you. I gazed at his youthful visage, only a few years my senior, and felt a mischievous impulse. Clearing my throat, I casually inquired, Hongfa, I have heard you were once a member of Pirate King Roger's crew? An abrupt silence enveloped the deck, the air thick with tension. Hongfa's crew nearly had their eyes pop out, mouths agape, their expressions ripe for memes. Even Hongfa seemed taken aback, scratching the back of his head, awkwardly stammering, well, I was merely an intern, just an intern. The moment he acknowledged it, the ship erupted into chaos. Moments before stunned, the crew erupted into jubilant celebration. I thought to myself how remarkable it was that our captain was once trained by the Pirate King himself. Our fortunes were surely about to change. I chuckled at their exuberance and refrained from further inquiry. When I asked him what drove him to piracy, he simply shook his head. Very well. Everyone has their own path. With my crew assembled, it was time to depart. I stood upon the warship and called out to Hongfa, Hongfa, until we meet again. I hope that next time, I'm not here to apprehend you. He adjusted his straw hat, smiling broadly. I await that day. Turning to Yin, I asked, Hey, swordsman, care for a lift? Yin shook his head, his eyes alight with combat fervor. Having battled you, I have gained new insights. I must stay to train with Hongfa. Hongfa, beside him, covered his head, his expression one of exasperation, as if to say, who understands the struggles of family? Thus, I bid farewell to all, refraining from further words, and commanded the ship to set sail. At that moment, I had no inkling that as I departed, a cataclysmic duel erupted on that island, drawing even the attention of the formidable Whitebeard, who would later boast about the battle as if it were a mere memory. It was only during my return journey to the G3 branch from that island that I truly grasped the chaotic essence of the new world. I must tell you, it is nothing short of a pirate's paradise. Our naval vessel cruising the seas felt like an anomaly, out of place. Throughout the journey, there were countless oblivious pirates who mistook us for easy prey, charging at us with intentions to feast. What became of them? They all contributed to my accolades and achievements. The upside was my purse grew heavier. The downside was the influx of prisoners overwhelmed our ship. However, what profoundly shifted my perspective were the desolate villages, reduced to ash and rubble along the way. The sight was etched into my memory for eternity. At the village entrance, the corpses of the villagers hung, desiccated like cured meat. Among them were women stripped of clothing and even children mere years old. I was consumed by rage, my entire being trembling, unable to utter a word. The soldiers aboard my ship, too, were filled with fury. In that instant, the last thread of my restraint snapped. What need was there for procedural justice against such scum? I would strike down any I encountered. I finally comprehended the existence of the 4 emperors in the New World. It was utter chaos. Without a strong leader to protect them, ordinary people could scarcely hope to survive another day. The Navy, in this context, could be described as merely ornamental. The world government, with its antiquated leaders, tightly constricted military funding, fearing the Navy would grow too powerful and uncontrollable. Playing a game of political maneuvering akin to the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. Ultimately, it is the common folk who suffer. This wretched balance is bound to provoke a world war that will shatter it. Upon finally reaching the G3 branch, I had scarcely settled when Bikes rushed in to report. Report, Vice Admiral Lin Chen. Villagers nearby, having heard of your reputation, have come seeking assistance. Oh, bring them in. Moments later, a middle-aged man was ushered in, trembling with anxiety. I urged him to relax, introducing myself as Lin Chen. Upon hearing my name, tears streamed down his face, and he suddenly knelt before me. Vice Admiral Lin Chen, I am Geoise, the village chief of Karda. I implore you, save our village. I quickly helped him to his feet. One could only imagine the desperation that would compel a grown man to kneel before someone so much younger. He sobbed, explaining that their village was being targeted by a notorious pirate crew known as the Quanglei Pirates, who demanded a monthly tribute of 50 million berries. Their entire annual income barely reached 100 million, and after scraping together funds for 2 months, the demand was suddenly raised to 100 million, threatening to annihilate the village if they failed to comply. He had traversed G1 and G2 branches seeking help, but those cowards, upon learning they faced a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, simply dismissed him. Infuriated, I slammed my hand on the table, declaring, rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. Whether it be 200 million or 20 billion, I shall ensure your safety. Geoise, overwhelmed with emotion yet visibly anxious, confessed that it had already been over half a month since he sought aid, unsure if it was still timely. I immediately summoned Bikes to consult the sea charts, calculating the time. If we set sail at full speed, we could reach in approximately 2 days, just in time for the pirates to collect their ransom. Set sail. Full speed ahead, destination Karda village. I wasted not a moment. However, we were still a step too late. Just as we departed, the savages in Karda village had already made their move. Captain Bayer led his crew in a loathsome raid, pillaging each household and herding all the villagers into the square. Geoise's wife, Reina, stepped forward to confront them, demanding to know why they had come 2 days early. Bayer, with a vile grin, sneered if you could gather the funds. What difference would 2 days make? If you cannot, those 2 days are meaningless. Where is your showboating husband? Has he abandoned you to flee? His daughter, Boju, a mere 15 or 16 years old, rushed out to defend her father. My father is not that kind of person. You are the real villain. Bayer's crew immediately fixated their predatory gazes on the young girl, unleashing a chilling, lascivious laugh. Reina understood instantly, her face paling as she shielded her daughter, pleading with Bayer to wait just 2 more days. The brute then proposed a far more heinous suggestion. How about this? Let your daughter spend a night on our ship, and I will grant you an extension of 2 days. What do you say? Reina's eyes dimmed in despair. Bayer, relishing her anguish, taunted, your decision is irrelevant. Let your fellow villagers decide. Let us see if they would be willing to trade your daughter for a chance at survival. He craved to witness the most grotesque facets of humanity. Yet, he miscalculated. After a brief silence, the villagers of Karda erupted in laughter, their voices laced with mockery and disdain. They stepped forward, encircling Reina and her daughter, ready to sacrifice their lives to protect the village chief's family and uphold their dignity. Bayer, utterly enraged, saw his anticipated spectacle thwarted. He bellowed in wrath, kill them. Slay them all. I want to witness your despair. The slaughter commenced. How could unarmed villagers withstand the savagery of merciless pirates? They may have lost their lives, but they triumphed in humanity. In the end, only the mother and daughter remained. Bayer approached them, his visage twisted with malice, seizing Reina's head and, before her daughter's eyes, crushed it. He then hoisted the dazed girl, her eyes vacant with terror, over his shoulder, departing amidst a cacophony of grotesque laughter from his crew, leaving behind a veritable hell on earth. Upon our arrival, Geoise, filled with hope, rushed into the village, shouting, Reina, Boju, I have returned with the navy. I followed closely, sharing in his joy. Yet in an instant, a nauseating odor of blood assailed my senses, causing my heart to plummet. As I reached the village entrance, I found Geoise standing there, frozen like a statue. The scene before me transformed my world into a crimson nightmare. Corpses littered the ground, dismembered limbs scattered, blood flowing like rivers. Geoise wandered through the heap of bodies, his eyes vacant, repeatedly calling out for his wife and daughter. He halted before a disfigured female corpse, trembling uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground, cradling the mangled body in his arms, weeping profusely. Reina, I have returned, Reina. As he sobbed, he suddenly seemed to recall something, frantically searching through the corpses. When he could not find his daughter, Boju, among them, he became petrified, as if struck by lightning, then cradled his head and let out a primal, despairing roar. Ah! I watched him, my fists clenched tightly. Bikes beside me could scarcely discern my expression. Bikes, my voice was as cold as ice. Yes. I raised my gaze to the overcast sky and commanded, word by word, contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku and request all available intelligence on the Quanglei pirates. Simultaneously, notify the headquarters that Vice Admiral Lin Chen of the G3 branch has resolved to eradicate the Quanglei pirates, no matter the cost. I turned to Bikes, fixing him with a steely gaze. Do you understand? Yes. I approached Borii, removing the justice-inscribed cloak from my back and gently draping it over his wife's body. I will pursue them and ensure not a single one remains alive. I vowed to this shattered man, Bojiu, I shall bring you back, alive or dead. With my life at stake, I would wager on the Navy's justice to retrieve her. Having spoken, I strode resolutely towards the warship. The din mushy rang. It was Sengoku. Sengoku, we are in pursuit of the Quanglei pirates. If you do not possess valuable intelligence, do not waste my time. My tone bore no warmth. Lin Chen, I urge you to remain calm. If the marshal merely intends to counsel me to remain calm, then I shall perish. Jean Gua sighed. If I were to inform you that the Quanglei pirates are a faction under Kaido's beast pirates, would you still pursue them? Upon hearing this, my expression remained unchanged. I declared, do not speak of him as Kaido's man. Even if he were Whitebeard's own son, I would still resolve to slay him. With no other recourse, Jean Gua conveyed the report to me. The captain of the Quanglei pirates, Bayer, an ability user of his own type, was currently competing with 3 others for the position of the highest-ranking officer under Kaido. After receiving this intelligence, I promptly ended the call. I was certain that his next words would be yet another round of that grandstanding about the bigger picture. To hell with the bigger picture. All I knew was that I had failed to protect my people, which was a dereliction of duty. I accessed the system. My points had risen to 60,000 after previously eliminating pirates. Confronting Kaido head-on? I'm not a fool. My strategy is to execute precise strikes and then make a swift escape. I expended all 60,000 points, raising the Flying Thunder God technique and 8 gates to level 7. I also exchanged for 2 A-rank water techniques, the Grand Waterfall technique and the Great Fish Ball technique. If Kaido dares to approach, I shall show him the true meaning of dimensionality reduction. Report, Rear Admiral. A pirate in distress has been discovered. I immediately ordered them to rescue him for interrogation. Before long, I received the information I sought. It turned out that the Quanglei pirates were set to engage in a final showdown with 3 other pirate crews on an uninhabited island. Well, this is essentially the future of the 3 disasters. Today, I shall preemptively diminish their ranks. Full speed ahead. As we approached the island, now only 10 kilometers away, I spotted 4 pirate ships anchored along the shore. Among them, I could recognize one, even if it were reduced to ashes. The Quanglei pirates. My fist struck the ship's railing with palpable fury, each word dripping with unbridled hatred. Bikes, assemble the crew, and eliminate all the scum left on the ship. Locate Boji. We stormed aboard, dispatching those pirates who attempted to send warnings. Soon, a soldier's exclamation rang out. Rear Admiral Lin Chen. We found a severely injured girl. I rushed over. There, enclosed in an iron cage, was a girl. I struggled to find words to describe the horrific sight. Not a single inch of her skin was intact. Her limbs twisted at unnatural angles, and beneath her lay a pool of blood. Her eyes were dim, breath shallow, and it appeared she was on the brink of death. I shattered the iron cage with a punch and held her carefully. She was Boji. As I leaned down, her numb body suddenly trembled, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. I gently cradled her in my arms. She offered no resistance, merely trembling and murmuring, "It hurts. It hurts so much." The ship's doctor fought desperately to save her, tears streaming down his face. Watching her body grow colder, I leaned close to her ear, summoning all my strength to pull her back from the abyss. "Boji, I am the Navy sent by your father to rescue you. Your father is waiting for you to come home. He is a great hero. I will annihilate everyone who harmed you, leaving not a single one alive. They will kneel before you and perish in the most excruciating torment. You must survive and witness it with your own eyes. I promise I will make it happen." A miracle occurred. Her vital signs slowly began to stabilize. She opened her eyes gradually, a glimmer of life returning to her gaze. I grasped her hand, my resolve unwavering. "I promise you." Upon hearing my response, she finally closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. I held her close, my expression solemn as I sense the immense waves of battle emanating from deep within the island. I shall confront the 4 captains. The rest is up to you. I issue my final command. Once I have dealt with Bayer, you must retreat immediately. Kaido may already be on his way. I have left a technique on the warship. Wait for me 10 kilometers away. I cannot afford to be distracted by your safety. Do you understand? Baiki's eyes glistened with tears. He knew I was sacrificing my own life to create an escape opportunity for them. The ship's doctor insisted on accompanying us with Boji. I acquiesced, marking both with the flying thunder god technique. Why did I choose to bring Boji along? It was to ensure she witnessed how these fiends would meet their demise under my hand. However, as soon as I set foot on the island, I was taken aback by the chaos unfolding before me. The center of the island had devolved into a battleground, with Jean, Jack, and Quinn, the future 3 disasters, alongside the captain of the Kwang Lei pirates, Bayer, all revealing their true forms. Alpterodotsil, Almemus, Albrethiosaurus, and a massive bear crackling with electricity clashed in a cacophony of destruction. Initially, they were lost in their bloodlust, but upon spotting me and my naval forces approaching, they instantly regained their composure. Especially Jean, soaring above, his keen eyes quickly recognizing us, shouted, "Stop fighting. The Navy is here. It's a trap." The atmosphere at that moment was truly remarkable. For factions of pirates, joined by our naval forces, several hundred individuals stood in a tense standoff. Jean seemed to have recognized me, muttering to himself, "That's the naval prodigy Lin Chen, rumored to possess the strength of an admiral." At this revelation, the expressions of several pirates shifted dramatically. Bayer, the bear man, glared at me with envy, retorting, "So what if he possesses the strength of an admiral? I am a Zoan user." I paid no heed to their futile banter, taking 2 steps forward to stand at the center of the battlefield, and stated plainly, "All scum of the Kwang Lei pirates, step forward." In response, over 100 pirates emerged, each exuding menace, their words foul. I surveyed the scene, and my ire searched. "Very well. I shall see to it that you descend in an orderly fashion today." At that moment, Boji in my arms awoke, and upon seeing the demons who tormented her, she broke down, closing her eyes and weeping. Who among my kin could understand the pain I felt? Yet I could not afford to show weakness. I bellowed at her, "Boji, open your eyes and look. If you hide today, you shall live in shadows for the rest of your life. The only way to conquer fear is to vanquish it." Bayer, observing my connection with Boji, dared to laugh. So the Navy has come to defend this little girl? How laughable. We have discarded countless like her into the sea to feed the fish, yet we never saw you righteous fools intervene. I ignored his taunts, locking my gaze on the Kwang Lei pirates, my voice as chilling as ice. "Who among you broke Boji's limbs? Step forward." Perhaps it was my inaction that led these scoundrels to underestimate me. One named Barton, urged by his comrades, hesitantly stepped forward, feigning embarrassment. "Navy Admiral, it was me. I accidentally broke them. But you do not understand. Seeing her in such agony brought me immense pleasure. Is that so?" My voice lingered in his ears as I instantly teleported behind him. The scoundrel froze, his hair standing on end, unable to turn. The surrounding pirates were left dumbfounded by my speed, each too afraid to utter a sound. Barton, straining to turn his head, was met with a blinding flash of light and the sharp cries of Chidori. In an instant, his arm was severed, and he collapsed, writhing on the ground in pain, his earlier bravado vanishing in an instant. Seeing his subordinate incapacitated, Bayer erupted in fury, charging towards me. I did not even glance up, casting an illusion technique directly at him. The bear man immediately froze, his gaze vacant, trembling as if trapped in a mental torment. I drew a line in the sand with my blade, addressing the remaining pirates with 4 words. "Cross the line, die." At that moment, the arena fell silent. The astute individuals present quickly discerned my intentions. I was solely focused on the Kwang Lei pirates, with no concern for them. The 3 exchanged glances, their scheming palpable even from across the battlefield. With my blade at hand, I considered the prospect of eliminating my rival, Bayer, thereby securing my position against the calamities that awaited. It was a masterstroke indeed. They wished for a spectacle, and I was prepared to deliver a performance of unparalleled ferocity. Before the eyes of all, I approached the wretched individual known as Badan, and with a single stroke, I methodically peeled away the layers of his once proud musculature. Bojo's unwavering gaze bore into me, his eyes radiating a hatred so intense it seemed to materialize. Badan's cries transformed from arrogance to pleas for mercy, ultimately culminating in a desperate request. Please, kill me. I merely chuckled. This was merely the beginning. After the physical torment ceased, I ensnared him in an illusion, subjecting him to a dual assault on his mind and body. As he neared total collapse, with his breath dwindling, I struck decisively, reducing him to a mere husk, which I casually tossed to my naval comrades behind me. In that moment, the expressions on the faces of my subordinates reflected the righteous fury of avenging demons. At that juncture, Bayer finally broke free from the illusion and, witnessing his most capable subordinate reduced to a grotesque form, succumbed to madness, transforming into a colossal bear and charging at me. Just as I had anticipated, his towering figure was merely a moving target in my eyes. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions recognized the peril. They could not allow me to dispatch Bayer single-handedly, for the wrath of Kaido would be too great to bear. Thus, with a command from Jean, the trio surged forward, intent on overwhelming me as a group. I welcomed their approach, fully expecting such a tactic. With a swift clap of my hands, I unleashed my ultimate technique, the water release, great waterfall technique, water release, great shark bullet technique. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a vast ocean. While these abilities did not equate to the dire consequences of drowning, their combat prowess was significantly diminished in the water. I stood atop the surface, observing them flounder like fish out of water. Jean orchestrated the chaos from above. Jack, keep him occupied. Bayer, find an opportunity to strike. I couldn't help but laugh at their naivete. Did they truly believe that numbers alone would suffice? Just as the thought crossed my mind, 3 shadow clones emerged beside me. Now it was a one-on-one engagement. No one would remain idle. I intended to deliver a jarring wake-up call to these natives, showcasing a power that transcended their realm. My original self charged at Bayer, while my clones engaged Jean and his cohorts. My clones possessed the moonwalk technique, ensuring that even if Jean soared above, he would not escape unscathed. Bayer, seeing my advance, unleashed all his might. His enormous bare paws crackled with electricity, and he charged with a move known as Thunderous Wrath. I did not flinch or evade, but met his attack head-on, channeling lightning through my dual blades. With the dual blade beast hunt, ethereal beasts of lightning and fire lunged at him, sinking their fangs into his arm with relentless ferocity. In agony, he let out a howl, erupting with a surge of electricity that repelled my assault and engaged in a clash of hockey. The result? I severed his arm. Blood sprang forth. Seizing the moment of weakness, I unleashed my full speed, enveloped in a halo of lightning, executing the dual blade mountain splitter. I carved 2 deep gashes into his chest, exposing bone. Remarkably, Bayer, despite his grievous injuries, managed to summon a devastating attack, calling down torrents of lightning from the heavens. I evaded while feverishly compressing my lightning chakra. When another bolt descended, I did not flinch but raised my hand, channeling the accumulated lightning into a sharp blade, cleaving the descending lightning in 2. Bayer stood in stunned disbelief. In that fleeting moment of distraction, I seized my opportunity. I dashed forward, my arm, imbued with lightning, pierced through the wound in his chest. How could anyone sever the thunder? His disbelief was cut short as blood gushed from his mouth, and his massive form collapsed. Bayer was no more. As he fell, my shadow clones dissipated with a resounding thud. Jean and the others, who had previously been engaged in combat with my clones, now froze at the sight of Bayer's lifeless body, fear etched across their faces. Jean was the first to react, flapping his wings in a desperate bid for escape. To be honest, I was nearing my limit. My chakra was nearly depleted, and the fatigue struck me like a wave after releasing my clones. Yet, I had to maintain composure. It was a psychological game. I stood tall, weapon drawn, regarding them with a facade of ease. What now? Shall we continue this battle? I am prepared for whatever may come. Each of them bore wounds, having been worn down by my clones, and their courage had waned. Jean called out from above, proposing a retreat and truce. I nodded in agreement. Very well. But not a single member of the Kwang Lay pirates shall escape. If you dare to conceal even one, I will eliminate you all. They dared not protest, hastily acquiescing. Thus, the remaining remnants of the Kwang Lay pirates were systematically accounted for by my naval brethren under the watchful eyes of their allies. After clearing the battlefield, we boarded our warship, preparing to return home. The casualties were staggering. Out of 450 comrades, 170 had perished. A heavy weight settled in my heart as I gazed at the grievously injured on the distant island. I vowed that I would one day settle this score with Kaido. Yet, I never anticipated that the reckoning would come so swiftly. Not long after our ship set sail, the sky suddenly darkened. I looked up to see a massive azure dragon coiling ominously above, a dreadful pressure emanating from Kaido. His furious roar echoed. "You dare to kill my men and think to flee? You shall perish." A pillar of flame, thicker than my warship, surged toward us. My pupils dilated. Without hesitation, I dashed to the ship's bow, my hands forming seals at lightning speed. The air filled with the symbols of the flying thunder god technique. Upon contact with my seals, the flaming pillar vanished, only to erupt kilometers away on the ocean, sending colossal waves crashing. Having averted that strike, I began to breathe heavily. I shouted to my comrades, "Get moving! I will hold them off. Do not look back. Keep sailing forward." Seeing my intent for their escape only fueled Kaido's aggression. He unleashed his conqueror-He without restraint. My naval brethren began to collapse one by one. Even Geoise was forced to spit blood in anguish. A surge of indignation erupted within me. Why? Why must you dominate me? I roared defiantly, standing tall against the overwhelming pressure. A power deep within me responding with a roar of its own. The clash of invisible He resonated through the air, tearing the sky asunder. Kaido was momentarily taken aback, likely surprised that someone so young wielded conqueror-He. Seizing the opportunity, I urged my comrades to flee. As they distanced themselves, Kaido's interest shifted towards me, and he inquired, "Kid, would you consider becoming my subordinate?" I spat in response. My actions spoke louder than words. Propelling myself across the water with moonwalk, I transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the colossal dragon above. Dual blade beast hunt. Unaware of his own peril, Kaido unleashed a breath of dragon fire, obliterating my strike before it could connect, the residual force still barreling toward me. I narrowly evaded, then struck with a powerful dual blade mountain splitter against his underbelly. Observing her point at two small mounds, claiming her parents were sleeping within, Kaido's defenses were formidable, yet could not withstand my full force, enhanced with Haki and chakra, as I shattered his scales, blood gushing forth. Infuriated by the pain, he retaliated with his sweeping tail, sending me crashing into the sea. Just as I coughed up blood, his relentless barrage of wind, lightning, and fire descended upon me like a deluge. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, I executed the water release, summoning towering waves to crash upon him, unleashing a multitude of water sharks from the surf to bite at him. As he struggled against the water's constraints, I activated the 8 gates. 8 gates, opening gate. Green steam erupted from my body, my speed skyrocketing as I appeared before Kaido's dragon head in an instant. To the peacock, countless fiery fists rained down upon his large visage. Kaido was sent tumbling through the air, and I swiftly followed, my feet adhering to the vulnerable angle at the nape of his neck, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Kaido, cornered, was compelled to revert from his dragon form to his beastman form to engage in close combat. At that moment, Jin unexpectedly returned to provide support. My heart sank. Contending with one Kaido was already a monumental challenge, and now I faced 2. There was no alternative but to employ my ultimate technique. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, was opened. Azure steam surged skyward, and though every bone in my body screamed in agony, my strength surged to unprecedented heights. With all my might, I directed a powerful punch, enveloped in the finest Busashoka Haki, towards Kaido's abdomen. In response, Kaido, equally desperate, retaliated with his own thunderous technique. Both colossal forces collided midair, producing a cataclysmic shockwave that propelled us both away. However, this was all part of my calculation. I soared skyward while he was sent crashing towards the sea. Jin, noticing his captain plummeting into the ocean, rushed to his aid without a moment's hesitation. Now was my chance. I forcibly released the 8 gates, utilizing the last vestige of my chakra to execute the moonwalk towards the battleship, simultaneously activating the flying thunder god technique I had previously inscribed on the ship. When I materialized before Becky's, witnessing his astonished yet delighted expression, I could no longer endure the strain. My vision faded, and I collapsed unconscious. When I regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. According to the nurse, I had arrived with 17 broken bones on the brink of death. Upon inspecting my body, I found, to my astonishment, that despite the severity of my injuries, my power had transcended, officially reaching the level of a candidate for admiral, and I had even awakened the Conqueror's Haki. This was a worthwhile endeavor. I visited Geoise and her father. The young girl was recovering well. As we parted, I offered them words of comfort, advising them to live well at the Navy branch. Geoise, tearfully, inquired whether we would meet again, to which I replied with a smile, assuring her that we would. Just as I was about to board the ship, Geoise, carried by her father, rushed after me, clutching my justice cloak that had been left behind in the village. Lin Chen, your cloak. The cape flew toward me with the wind, and I caught it, draping it over my shoulders with a flourish. The two characters for justice gleaming in the sunlight. I waved back at the ever-waving Geoise, and all previous shadows vanished. As I journeyed back to the headquarters, news of my skirmish with the Yonko Kaido, in which I had even wounded him, spread like wildfire throughout the world. Now, the entire globe was aware that I had bested Kaido. The headlines were ludicrous, shocking. The story I must share with Kaido. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. It was as if they believed we were filming a melodramatic series in the sky. Of course, there were credible reports as well. The Navy headquarters officially announced that I would be promoted to the rank of 4th Admiral, codenamed Silver Dragon, with a ceremony awaiting my return. My mind buzzed at the thought, reminiscent of the boast I had made to Guion about marrying her once I achieved the rank of Admiral. This sudden wave of happiness caught me off guard, my heart racing as I felt a premonition of an early marriage. I surmised that Guion was likely blushing over the newspapers daily. Upon hearing this news, my friends erupted with excitement. Smoker and Hina must have questioned their existence while reading the papers. Meanwhile, on Shank's crew, both Shanks and Beckman were left speechless, while Mihawk's eyes sparkled, undoubtedly plotting when he might seek me out for a duel. Yet, these matters were trivial compared to what I had in store. I did not return directly to headquarters. Instead, I instructed the warship to take a detour to Fishman Island. I left a shadow clone on the ship to maintain appearances while I stealthily descended to meet with Princess Odoheim. My purpose was singular, to gather intelligence on Fisher Tiger. Odoheim informed me that Tiger had charged into the holy land of Mary Geoise alone 2 days prior, intent on liberating slaves. Upon hearing this, I realized I had to act quickly. Understanding the sensitivity of my identity, I requested Odoheim to provide me with a black cloak and a mask, opting for a low-profile approach devoid of weaponry. Once clad in my new attire, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, following the markers left by Tiger. In an instant, I found myself atop the red line. To my astonishment, I discovered Tiger sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. We conferred briefly, concluding that Mary Geoise was essentially a colossal pigsty in the sky, inhabited by self-proclaimed gods. Attempting to rescue anyone from such a place posed significant risks, and I cautioned Tiger that we might attract the attention of an admiral, likely that resplendent yellow monkey. Thus, we resolved to conduct reconnaissance first. We stealthily navigated the alleys of Mary Geoise. Just as we peered around a corner, we spotted 2 celestial dragons, their grotesque appearances rivaling each other, perched upon their slaves as they squabbled over whose mount was superior. In their quarrel, they forced 2 slaves to engage in brutal combat, akin to crickets. One of the slaves, clearly under the influence of drugs or perhaps a devil fruit, dispatched the other in an instant. The defeated celestial dragon immediately offered up 3 female slaves as compensation. The victorious dragon wore a lewd grin, while the loser protested, claiming the 3 girls were special as they had consumed devil fruits. I listened from my concealed position, my heart racing. The sweet fruit and 2 snake fruits? My goodness, were these not the future Empress Hancock and her 2 sisters? They were still mere teenagers. Tiger, in a state of urgency, almost charged out. I restrained him, advising patience until nightfall, when we would have the advantage. I created 2 shadow clones, instructing one to follow the first dragon and the other to tail the second, while Tiger and I continued to survey the terrain and plan our escape routes. As night fell, I prepared to initiate our operation when suddenly, I felt a jolt run through me. My shadow clones had been eliminated. Almost simultaneously, they were dispatched. Memories flooded back, revealing that a skilled sensory user resided within the Holy Land, having detected my clones. To avoid exposure, I had to release them. The plan had changed. I told Tiger that we would split up. He would create chaos, freeing as many slaves as possible, making as much noise as he could. I would confront the tougher adversaries and rescue the young girls. I marked him with a Flying Thunder God seal, assuring him that I would arrive at a moment's notice if danger arose. I charged into the opulent residence of Charlot Saint, the celestial dragon who had defeated Hancock and her sisters. As expected, upon entering, a CP0 agent leaped from the shadows. I had no time for pleasantries. My Sharingan activated beneath the mask, ensnaring him in a Genjutsu, rendering him immobile. I swiftly dispatched him. With my Ken Bunchiko Haki activated, I pinpointed Hancock and her sister's location. However, the sight that met my senses sent a chill coursing through me, a wave of icy terror surging from my feet to the crown of my head. I kicked the door open. The scene before me was one I would never forget. The room was filled with children, their bodies suspended from the ceiling, their eyes vacant, their forms stained with dry blood. The beast, Charlot Saint, was assaulting a numbed little girl. The three sisters clung to one another, trembling as they were forced to witness this hellish spectacle by two other slaves. In that moment, my blood ran cold. Even in the face of Kaido, I had never felt such rage. This was no longer a human. It was pure scum, the kind that even demons would find repugnant. Charlot Saint continued to curse me, demanding I leave. CP0 agents began to encircle me. My shoulders trembled, and I could not suppress my laughter, transitioning from quiet chuckles to maniacal guffaws. Chiruo Shung looked at me as if I had lost my mind, even drawing his golden pistol and firing a shot at me. The pain of the bullet penetrating my body, oddly enough, brought me a sense of calm. The surrounding CP0, witnessing me being hit, grew emboldened and rushed towards me en masse. I barely blinked, unleashing my Conqueror's Haki at full power. In an instant, every CP0 member standing in the room, except for that celestial dragon, fell unconscious. I approached Chiruo Shung step by step. The swine was undeterred, still shouting threats to annihilate my family. I realized that a pig protected too well was ignorant of what fear truly meant. Very well, I shall teach you today. Ignoring him, I walked over to the Hancock sisters, shedding my black cloak and draping it over them. I then carefully lowered the girls hanging from the ceiling one by one, covering them with bed sheets. Chiruo Shung, furious at my indifference, fired several more shots at me. This time, I simply caught the bullets midair and dropped them to the ground. I turned to him and offered a gentle smile, announcing my arrival as I encouraged him to hold on. What followed was my personal showcase. Before all the girls he had tormented, I summoned arcs of electricity from my fingertips, precisely dismantling his tools of cruelty and stunning his vocal cords, rendering him incapable of even a scream. Then, I retrieved my kunai and pinned his limbs to the ground. Turning around, I handed the remaining kunai to the girls, whose eyes were gradually regaining their sparkle, speaking to them in the softest tone. Here, each of you can take a few stabs, but be careful not to kill him. That would ruin the fun. Initially hesitant, the Hancock sisters were the first to accept the kunai, their eyes burning with hatred. With the first step taken, the second quickly followed. Soon, the swine was encircled by the girls. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. In the end, Chiruo Shung was reduced to a shapeless mass of flesh. I halted them. I did not wish for their hatred to consume them. Then, the suppressed cries erupted, and everyone collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing them regain their humanity brought a subtle smile to my lips beneath my mask. I inquired about the names of the Hancock sisters, assisting them and all the girls in removing their slave collars. I instructed Hancock to take her sisters and flee swiftly while I held the rear. The young girl, her eyes red, asked if we could meet again, to which I assured her we could. She expressed concern about not recognizing me, and after a moment's thought, I used my Sharingan to imprint my visage directly into their minds. Live well, after sending them off, I surveyed the devastation in the room, and my murderous intent surged once more. I looted Chiruo Shung's treasury, even discovering several devil fruits. Then, I burst out of the mansion. Celestial Dragon, here I come. The entirety of Mary Geoise was thrown into chaos, with Tiger setting fires with abandon. I soared into the sky, targeting another estate where the Celestial Dragon was notorious for torturing slaves. Fire style, great fire, annihilation. A vast inferno engulfed the estate in an instant. Soon after, storm clouds gathered above. Lightning style, Kirin, a colossal dragon formed from lightning descended, incinerating the fleeing celestial dragon along with his retinue into charred remains. Next, I charged into the dungeon, smashing through the doors, liberating the slaves, and seizing treasures in one fluid motion before rushing to my next target. Throughout this ordeal, I had dispatched no fewer than 7 celestial dragons. Anyone who laid eyes on me and contemplated alerting others was swiftly eliminated. Thus, the elders initially received reports merely of a disturbance caused by fishmen. Just as I dealt with the 7th celestial dragon, I sensed something amiss with Tiger. He was being pursued by a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, I activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting to his side. The pursuer was a white-clad CP0, accompanied by a familiar-looking young boy. The CP0 was momentarily stunned by my sudden appearance, inquiring who I was. I chuckled. Liberating slaves? Indeed, that is my primary mission. However, I have also eliminated quite a few celestial dragons along the way. Upon hearing this, both Tiger and the CP0 were taken aback. The CP0 attempted to stall me, instructing the boy named Lin Chen to send word. I would not allow him to succeed. I urged Tiger to lead the others to safety while I provided cover. The CP0, boasting mastery of life return, was quite resilient, but I was pressed for time. A combination of fire style and lightning cutter swiftly severed his head from his shoulders. The fleeing Lin Chen bore witness to his master's demise, likely petrified with shock. As I prepared to pursue the boy, I suddenly sensed several overwhelming presences hurtling toward us with great speed. Admirals, and not just one. I could not afford to linger any longer. I immediately activated Flying Thunder God, successfully evacuating Tiger and all the liberated slaves from Mary Geoise. Once I had vanished from sight, I heard that the 5 elders were nearly driven to madness in their office, throwing tables and smashing chairs, declaring me the Second Rocks, an enemy of the world, and commanding the Navy to capture me for public execution. I tell you, these old men were truly frantic, rampaging in their office and breaking everything they could. Outside, 5 knights adorned like silver saints stood, each one acting pompous, whispering about how the 3 admirals were insignificant and that even Whitebeard would need to bow before them. Such arrogance. One might think they were the rulers of the world. Shortly thereafter, a phone call summoned Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and former Fleet Admiral Kong to the office for a reprimand. Upon hearing the elders' account, the Navy's high-ranking officials were left dumbfounded, likely wondering if the sky was about to fall. Sengoku quickly pledged loyalty, asserting that the Navy would certainly apprehend me and provide the world government with a satisfactory explanation. While they convened, the office door was abruptly flung open. The Holy Knights dragged in a badly beaten slave and a young CP0 boy, Lin Chen, who served as a witness. The trembling slave described how I soared through the skies, wielding fire in one hand and lightning in the other, moving so swiftly that even shadows could not catch my form. Initially, Sengoku and the others speculated whether another mythical Zoan had emerged, akin to Kaido. However, the elders shifted their tone, deliberately inquiring, "By the way, isn't that genius of yours, Lin Chen, just having faced off against Kaido? Heard he was injured and needs to recuperate." I assure you, that one remark sent cold sweat cascading down Sengoku and the 3 admirals' backs, draining the color from their faces. In an instant, their minds began connecting the dots. Speed? My Flying Thunder God. Manipulating fire and lightning? My ninjutsu. Standing in the sky? Moonwalk, my friends. Anyone who understood would know, aside from my lack of a mask, this description was practically reciting my identification card. They immediately refrained from further speculation, seeking an excuse to hastily exit. Just after they departed, the elders initiated Plan B. Unbeknownst to them, they had managed to acquire a user of the time, Rewind Fruit, sending him to the scene to review the video footage. However, this individual was quite frail, only able to rewind events from within the last 10 hours. After just a few glimpses, he was panting like a broken bellows. The knights, impatient with his lack of stamina, pressed him to continue watching as if they were urging him to his doom. To their surprise, they indeed uncovered some leads, one being a slave who heard Tiger call me Boss Lin during the scuffle, and another, a CP0 member who shouted "I am Navy" just before meeting his end. Ultimately, and most crucially, they managed to rewind to the moment I extracted a bloodied bullet from my shoulder in the room where I had dispatched that swine celestial dragon. They genuinely retrieved that very bullet from the ground. And what about me? Amidst the bustling atmosphere of Fishman Island, I found myself boastfully conversing with Tej and the likes, blissfully unaware of the impending theft occurring back home. After bidding farewell to Tej, I dispelled my shadow clone, returning to the warship unnoticed. The journey back was filled with joy, prompting me to access my system panel. To my astonishment, the spoils from my recent exploits had caused my points to surge dramatically. My mastery of Busashoku, martial arts, and swordsmanship had all ascended to level 8. At this moment, I truly embodied the essence of a vice admiral, a position of undeniable stability. I engaged in frivolous banter with my aide, Old Bay, discussing my aspirations of marrying Geoise. This conversation, however, was overheard by a group of cheeky naval officers who mocked me mercilessly, claiming I was so enamored that I was drooling. My dignity as a vice admiral felt utterly compromised. While I reveled in my daydreams, the likes of Sengoku and Marinford were summoned by the Gorosei, who slapped a damning report before them, implicating me, the Navy's 4th Vice Admiral, Lin Chen, Sengoku erupted in disbelief, asserting my alibi that I was on Fishman Island. Yet, the Gorosei retaliated with a devastating revelation. Are you not aware of his ability to create shadow clones? The timeline of his presence on Fishman Island aligns perfectly with the incident at Mary Geoise. Sengoku was left speechless. Akainu, ever the provocateur, stoked the flames, insisting that it was better to wrongfully execute than to let a culprit escape. Kazan attempted to defend me, only to be rebuffed by the Gorosei, who reminded him that even without the navy, the world government possessed formidable strength, glancing at the 5 holy knights nearby. Sengoku continued to resist, insisting that without irrefutable evidence, I cannot be condemned. The Gorosei sneered, revealing that they had procured blood from a bullet that had struck me, sending it to Vegapunk for analysis. They issued an irrevocable command that upon my arrival at Sabeti Archipelago, I was to be detained under the pretext of medical examination, with my blood drawn for genetic testing. Moreover, no one from Sengoku's faction was permitted to see me. This was their final concession, and Sengoku had no choice but to acquiesce. I could sense that even before I reached home, an intricate trap had been meticulously laid out for me. To my astonishment, the old geezers had no intention of allowing me to return to Marinford. They intercepted me en route to Sabeti Archipelago. I was perplexed. Did they truly believe I needed a medical examination? I was well aware of my own condition. Apart from a few broken bones, I was fine. Upon arriving at the naval base, I was greeted by a throng of medical personnel clad in white coats, their expressions deceptively warm, addressing me as Vice Admiral Lin Chen. Your efforts are commendable. You are a hero of the Navy. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over me. Something was amiss. True to my suspicions, they conducted a thorough examination of my entire being. Their true intent was clear. They sought my blood. I later learned that as soon as I departed Sabeti, my blood test results were delivered to the Gorosei's desk. It was confirmed the blood on that bullet was indeed mine. Consequently, a high-level meeting was convened at Mary Geoise, centered on devising elaborate methods to eliminate me. They summoned Sengoku to issue orders in person, stating that upon my return to Marinford, all vice admirals, the holy knights, and the 5 elder statesmen would converge to orchestrate my demise. They even issued a command to remove my godfather Garp and master Zephyr under any pretext, ensuring my adoptive sister Perona would be executed alongside me. They intended to make me understand the consequences of defying the celestial dragons. Sengoku's face paled, yet he was powerless to oppose the Gorosei's relentless pursuit of power for the world government. In a bid for assurance, he would have to confront me personally. Thus, as my warship neared Marinford, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the port, resembling a ghost town devoid of naval vessels. The sky loomed dark, as if foretelling calamity. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, I jovially conversed with my comrade Baikis, inviting him and his family to dine with me and meet my sister Perona. As the warship entered the harbor, the massive gates behind us thunderously closed. My heart sank as I raised my gaze, only to find the vast naval plaza filled with familiar faces, Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and several formidable figures from the Holy Knights. The most alarming sight was a gallows erected at the center of the plaza, with my sister Perona standing atop it, alongside a gluttonous celestial dragon wielding a gun aimed at her head. Before I could grasp the situation, the Gorosei's raucous voice echoed throughout Marinford, accusing me of numerous heinous crimes: the slaughter of celestial dragons, the liberation of slaves, and the destruction of the world government, declaring my dismissal from duty and demanding the execution of both me and my family. My comrades aboard the ship erupted in protest, insisting there must be some misunderstanding. Yet, I understood that this was no mere misunderstanding. I fixed my gaze upon the celestial dragon, whose finger rested upon the trigger. In that agonizing moment, I felt my mind shatter. Without a second thought, I unleashed my conqueror's haki towards the celestial dragon, rendering him unconscious. The Gorosei's faces contorted in horror as they screamed, "Lin Chen, how dare you publicly assault a celestial dragon? Seize him! Kill him!" Akainu, ever eager to engage, wasted no time, launching a meteor volcano barrage of magma fizz towards my warship. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Akeji appeared, feigning nonchalance. Kizaru leisurely blocked my path, while Akeji's ice inadvertently collided with Akainu's magma, providing me with a momentary reprieve. Sengoku, witnessing the chaos, bellowed in fury, "Akeji! Kizaru, what are you doing?" With no alternative, the two exchanged glances and prepared for earnest combat. I found myself alone, battling against 3 admirals, the pressure mounting exponentially. Amidst our fierce struggle, Akainu, prompted by the Gorosei's command, bypassed me and unleashed a devastating attack on my comrade Baikis. In a desperate attempt to protect me, Baikis sustained grievous injuries. My vision turned crimson with rage as I unleashed my full power, launching a dual-blade assault against Akainu, inflicting a deep wound upon him. Yet, the battle was far from honorable. They ganged up on me. Just as I dealt a heavy blow to Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji unleashed their counterattacks. Kizaru's light blade and Aokiji's freezing assault ensnared me. At that critical moment, the Gorosei issued an even more insidious command, instructing Akainu to eliminate my crew. My heart raced with urgency. I needed to save my comrades, but Kizaru whispered in my ear, "Lin Chen, it's unwise to lose focus in battle." In the next instant, a laser beam pierced my shoulder. Aokiji was relentless, encasing me in an ice age, immobilizing me. In that fleeting moment, as I shattered the ice, it was too late. Akainu's meteor volcano had transformed my warship into a sea of flames. All my brothers who had fought by my side had perished. Sakazuki, I lost all sense of reason, charging at Akainu like a wild beast. Yet in my frenzy, I became an easy target, swiftly subdued by the 3 admirals. My body battered and unable to stand. Perona on the gallows wept uncontrollably, pleading with Sengoku to intervene. Just then, the celestial dragon I had knocked out began to stir back to consciousness. He gazed at me, ensnared in despair, and erupted into a piercing, maniacal laughter. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his gun, aiming at Perona. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed. I watched in horror as the light in Perona's eyes gradually faded. She stretched out her tiny hand towards me, murmuring, "Brother, don't cry." I shattered. Tears of blood streamed down my face, my mind blank. In that instant, the world plunged into darkness, and I felt something break within my eyes. "Perona!" I let out a heart-wrenching roar. In the next moment, a surge of inky energy erupted from my being, instantly forming a towering skeletal frame, which was subsequently enveloped in flesh, transforming into a colossal armored figure of obsidian. I awakened, my kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This ability was simply unparalleled. My left, I induced a time dilation, freezing moments in place. My right, I reversed time, allowing for a regression of states. With the power of my right eye, I instantly reverted my injuries to their state from half an hour prior, resurrected in full vigor. The crowd on the execution platform was left stunned. I remained expressionless, glaring with my left eye, activating the time dilation. The entire world stood still for 3 seconds. In those fleeting moments, I dashed onto the execution platform and cradled Perona's cold body. Then, I activated the time reversal with my right eye. A miracle unfolded as the gunshot wound on Perona's chest healed at a visible pace, and she slowly opened her eyes. She lived. My sister lived. Clutching the trembling Perona, I stood within the massive Susanoo, towering over the ragtag assembly. Sengoku had also transformed into a dazzling golden Buddha, confronting me from afar. A grand spectacle of Godzilla versus King Kong was about to commence. The 2 titanic figures collided violently, causing the very ground of Marinford to tremble. Yet they outnumbered us. Akainu's Hellhounds, Kizaru's Yada no Kagami, Aokiji's Ice Age, and the onslaught from the Holy Knights all converged upon me. My Susanoo was battered, fissures spreading across its form, until it ultimately exploded into a myriad of light particles. I cradled Perona as I plummeted to the ground, gasping for breath, my vision blurring from the strain on my eyes. I could only once again activate the time reversal to restore my condition. But the old injuries left by Kaido weighed heavily upon me. I knew that to continue fighting would lead to my demise. I had to take Perona and flee. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and gazed at Kizaru in the distance, suddenly breaking into a smile. I drew dozens of shurikens and quickly scattered them across the plaza, then shouted at him, "Kizaru, I've always wanted to challenge you to a race. Care to give it a try?" Kizaru's eyes lit up with mischief as he replied, "Ah, how fortuitous." No sooner had he spoken than I vanished from my spot, with Kizaru transforming into a flash of light in pursuit. I must say, this Kizaru is truly relentless. Lin Chen, have you ever been kicked to the speed of light? I've already seen through it. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but scoff. This old man still pretended. My brother isn't one to be trifled with. And I activated the Flying Thunder God to slip away again. Bang! Kizaru's attack struck Marineford, creating yet another gaping hole. Such destructive force. Kizaru stroked his chin, realizing the futility of attempting to hit me. The flying thunder god was indeed too elusive. Whoosh! A shuriken flew toward him. Kizuru dodged, turning back to see. Oh ho! Quite stubborn, aren't we? So quick to abandon the struggle. Little did he know, awaiting him was a blade even swifter and more lethal. Flying thunder god slash. Slicing through the air, blood spattered as Kizuru sustained a wound on his arm, his expression shifting. Ah, indeed. How terrifying. He glanced at the impatient high-ranking officers behind him and sighed inwardly, ascending into the air. Jata no Kagami. A barrage of light bullets rained down, and Lin Chen, quick of hand and foot, dashed in front of Perona, drawing his sword to defend. Amidst the cacophony of clashing sounds, the battlefield lay in ruins, shurikens entirely obliterated. Lin Chen remained unfazed. Seizing the moment while Kizuru had just unleashed his ultimate move, he concentrated his haki and flung his sword. Kizuru barely evaded, dazed, while the sword clanged against a distant wall. Flying Thunder God slash. Another strike of the Flying Thunder God. Moshi Moshi, Marshal Zhonghua. Kizuru finally realized that something peculiar was inscribed on the hilt of that blade. This time, Lin Chen aimed for his neck. Clang. Cold sweat immediately broke out on my forehead. Mission? What mission? Sparks flew as Kizuru blocked with the Amitsukami sword, surprised by Lin Chen's words. Has your speed diminished? Are you lacking strength? Lin Chen remained silent. The two engaged in a fierce sword duel in the air, but his body grew increasingly fatigued. Time dilation. Suddenly, Lin Chen's left eye emitted a wave of energy, freezing Kizuru in place. Seizing the opportunity, his long sword pierced through Kizuru's abdomen, blood splattering across Lin Chen's face. Kizuru. The onlookers gasped in shock, and Akainu rushed to provide support. How terrifying! As the time dilation lifted, Lin Chen's left eye bled profusely, and Kizuru plummeted to the ground like a meteor, his life hanging in the balance. Lin Chen, undeterred, hurled his sword towards Akainu and darted back to Perona's side. Sensing the mark of the Flying Thunder God on the wall, vanishing once more, he was trying to escape. Capture him! Lin Chen and Perona appeared on the wall, drawing his long sword, sprinting frantically. If he could just get over this wall, they could escape. Ice Age. A wave of frigid air surged towards him. Lin Chen turned back, throwing his long sword, Flying Thunder God. Coughing up more blood, Lin Chen fought against exhaustion, pushing himself to the brink. It was time to end this. You've exhausted all your strength. Too slow. What was Kizuru doing? Akainu's voice boomed behind him, and Lin Chen turned to see a massive magma fist. Bang! Unable to evade, Lin Chen was struck down, yet the summit loomed just behind Akainu. So near, yet so far. Looking up, he saw Aokiji had frozen the sky, completely severing his escape route. Brother, Perona gazed at Lin Chen with despair, and he surveyed his surroundings, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Kizuru, lying amidst the ruins, glanced up at Lin Chen and sighed, closing his eyes. Lin Chen gently descended, with only one last opportunity for time reversal remaining. Yet hope for escape was futile. Even if he could flee, both Perona and he would be fugitives. Old Man Garp would face scrutiny within the Navy, and the likes of Jiuan, Kaku, and Zifa would not fare well either. Therefore, he touched his right eye and glanced at Perona. One final time reversal. His chakra and stamina had recovered significantly, but the old wounds were worsening, his bones nearly piercing his organs. Explaining the continuous blood, he coughed up. Lin Chen turned to Sengoku. What of Old Man Garp and Teacher Zifa? Will they not come to see me off today? Sengoku, moved by compassion, replied, I found an excuse to have them reassigned. Otherwise, they would surely be unable to bear it. Then if I perish, will Fleet Admiral Sengoku accept it? Sengoku hesitated. Lin Chen, I never anticipated you would reach this point. It is the fault of the Navy's upper echelon. We should never have trained you. Your sense of fairness blinds you to order, leading to such a grave sin. Lin Chen scoffed. Order? Is maintaining the tyranny of the celestial dragons your so-called order? Lin Chen, you only see a singular point. You must view the order of the entire world. Without the support of the celestial dragons, the world government cannot govern, resulting in more displaced souls. Lin Chen shook his head. Is this your justice? This world is inherently twisted. The root of tragedy lies within the system of the world government. The celestial dragons are a detestable scourge. Perhaps your vision extends farther than mine, but have you ever witnessed the hell beneath the celestial dragon palaces? Your perspectives are myopic, concerned only with momentary governance, yet blind to the source. Both the celestial dragons and pirates ought to be eradicated. The pirates are the immediate killers. But the celestial dragon system is the origin. Without the celestial dragons and pirates, the Navy could truly fight for the people rather than for the dominion of the world government. That is the essence of true fairness. Navy soldiers consider themselves just dedicating their blood to protect the people against pirates. Yet they remain oblivious to the truth. You sit idly by. Even with righteous individuals, altering the status quo is a daunting task. The words spoken by Chungo left everyone present in utter shock, silencing even the three great generals. The five elders could no longer afford to hesitate. Chungo reminded them of the Revolutionary Army. They could not allow him to run free. He could become a second dragon. Such nonsense. Sengoku, what are you still dawdling for? Let us join forces to eliminate Lin Chen. The five elders commanded, and the holy knights charged toward Lin Chen. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. Facing the advancing enemies, including the minions of the celestial dragons, former comrades, and respected elders, Chungo glanced at Perona behind him, and a radiant smile blossomed once more. To fight and die protecting one's family is indeed a noble endeavor. He flashed a grin at the crowd. Allow me to demonstrate the power that reigns supreme over this world. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the 8th gate, the death gate. Open. A surge of crimson steam chakra erupted, enveloping Chungo in a fiery aura, as if a demon had descended. Fire lunged forward, brimming with combat fervor. Chungo smirked. It seemed the last lesson had not sufficed. Fire gathered his black arm hockey in both hands and struck at Chungo. However, Chungo was swifter and more ruthless, landing a punch squarely in Fire's chest. Blood gushed forth, and Fire was sent flying, his life hanging in the balance. The crowd slowed their advance. Chungo knew the 8 gates of Duanjia could not sustain him for long, prompting him to take the initiative. Yet, he did not anticipate that there were others in the crowd willing to throw themselves into the fray. The Hellhounds. Akainu, despite his injuries, pressed the attack once more. Chunji's gaze turned icy. Becky's corpse still lay on the ground, and hatred surged within him. Sakazuki, empowered by the flow of Sakura and the 8 gates. Chungo shattered Akainu's fist with a single blow, his bones threatening to pierce through. Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his resolve remained unyielding. Boy, that is still insufficient. He raised his other hand and continued to strike. Tien Yesmuderus intent intensifit. Xiong, an air cannon blasted toward Akainu, pinning him down, his body on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing Akainu's plight, Kizaru understood that he could no longer hold back. Akainu must not die. Lin Chen, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's voice echoed from behind, and Chungo instantaneously shifted to his rear. Brother Kizaru, do you know what it feels like to have light restrained? Before Kizaru could react, an air cannon pierced through his body, also penetrating Akainu. The two were now under Chunji's oppressive control. Frozen time capsule. Shockwave. A combined attack from Akiji and Sengoku. Yet Chungo was far too swift. His physical speed surpassed Kizaru's fruit abilities. Their attacks fell short. Time stagnation. Chungo activated his left eye's ocular technique, grasping a mass of air, causing the knights to gasp in astonishment. Earth. Chungo cleaved down, decapitating the Earth Knight. It turned out that Earth had been lurking within the air, preparing for a sneak attack. With a comrade slain, the knights erupted in fury. Yuval Mongrel, I will see you dead. The three charged at Chungo, who tilted his head to evade Kizaru's laser. Do you wish to dance as well? He drew his twin blades, his strength and speed multiplying several-fold. His swordsmanship reaching a terrifying level. Without any flashy techniques, just ordinary slashes, he exerted immense pressure on the knights. Get out of my way. He narrowly dodged a strike. The other two were less fortunate. Though not gravely injured, they felt the brunt of Lin Chen's onslaught. Taking advantage of their weakness, Chungo sought to eliminate the more vulnerable Water Knight. As he struck at water, her body felt like cotton, absorbing much of his force. Continuing his assault proved difficult in causing effective damage. A power user? Chungo pondered, but he had methods. Time stagnation. The space between them froze for 0.5 seconds. But in that fleeting moment, Water's fate was sealed. Chunji's fist punctured Water's chest, clutching a beating heart, a sight most horrific. Water's beautiful face was filled with disbelief as she emitted indistinct sound from her throat. Lowly servant. Chungo, unfazed, discarded the corpse, wiping away the blood. As he evaded Akiji's icy breath, Chun-Gu frowned. This fellow was truly bothersome. Changing his target, he charged toward Akiji and slashed his abdomen before he could elementalize. Akiji was sent sprawling, lying on the ground, unable to rise. He secretly glanced at the 5 elders, realizing they were oblivious to his actions, and sighed in relief, closing his eyes to feign grievous injury. Sengoku's new assault was imminent. Chun-Gu found that a shockwave had locked down the surrounding space, rendering evasion impossible. Xiang. The two moves collided in midair, and Chun-Gu clutched his heart, spewing forth blood. Could he not hold on any longer? His bones were piercing into his heart. He wiped away the blood, formulating his final plan. As the dust settled, Chun-Gu propelled himself through the air toward the execution platform, aiming directly at the celestial dragon. Charlemagne among the 5 elders. Just as he prepared to unleash Xiang, a massive figure appeared. Steve Bunkong. Kid, it is time to end this. Chun-Gu scoffed mockingly. Does the dog of the world government dare to bark at me? First, I shall shatter your jaw. He sent a punch flying at Kong, who had likely been outside the battlefield and was unaware of Chun-Ji's prowess. Chun-Gu felt his heartbeat slowing, gazing at the 5 elders and Charlemagne on the execution platform, readying his attack stance. He resolved that in the final moments of his life, he would obliterate the source of this world's evils. Just as Chun-Gu prepared to unleash his strongest Yekai, 2 voices echoed from behind, voices he would never forget. Lin Chen, you little brat. Ji Yuan's expression crumbled as he sorrowfully dashed toward the battlefield. In the distance, Garp, covered in sweat, hurried forward. Their gazes were locked on one person, the near-death Lin Chen. In the final moments of life, Chun-Gu beheld the most important individuals in his life, feeling no regrets in death. Tears welled in his eyes, only to be instantly evaporated by the heat. Farewell, Ji Yuan. Farewell, old man Garp. Yekai. Chun-Gu ignited the last remnants of his vitality, transforming into a crimson beast, targeting the 5 elders and Charlemagne, charging forth. At that moment, to all witnesses, Chun-Gu was cloaked in red chakra, resembling a fearsome dragon's head. Help! I am dying. I am going to die. Charlemagne was so terrified he lost control, collapsing to the ground. Sengoku glanced at the gravely injured Akainu and the downed Akiji, beckoning Kizuru to rush toward the execution platform in an attempt to thwart the impending strike. With 2 members of the Holy Knights fallen and Fire's life uncertain, only Jin and Mu retained combat capability, following Sengoku toward the platform. As the designated target, the 5 elders bore heavy expressions, knowing they could not withstand this attack. Only death awaited them. One of the 5 elders, wielding a sword, proclaimed, "If we do not show our true prowess, we shall perish at the hands of this little brat." He drew his long sword, enveloping himself and the blade in armed haki, exuding the aura of a grand swordsman. The other 4-5 elders shed their suits, preparing to resist. It was not that they did not wish to evade, but Yekai had altered the surrounding space. Positioned on the execution platform, the group felt the air thick as tar, making movement nearly impossible. Yekai. Chun-Gu completed his charge, delivering a decisive kick. The dragon's head enveloping Chun-Gu opened its gaping maw, lunging toward the crowd. Everyone exerted their utmost efforts to unleash their ultimate techniques. Otherwise, they could only await their demise. Sengoku, towering at over 10 meters, was the first to bear the brunt, kicked back to his original form, crashing to the ground and spewing blood and internal fragments. Sengoku's organs had suffered severe damage. With Sengoku's resistance, the force of Yekai diminished, allowing the 5 elders a moment of reprieve. Yet, Yekai was still not something they could withstand. Under the combined efforts of Jin, Mu, and Kizuru, the group endured the blow. The entire execution platform splintered, Charlemagne obliterated, leaving not a trace of his body. The others fared no better. Jin, already injured, succumbed to Sengoku's fate, while Kizuru, relying on his fruit abilities, evaded significant harm, yet clutched his chest, coughing blood. The 5 elders were buried in the crater of Marinford Square, disheveled and dispirited. One of the Holy Knights, Mu, had lost an arm. Under the relentless assault of Chun-Gu, the Marinfanduo Square lay in ruins, the main building fractured, the harbor embankment collapsed, and seawater surged forth, obliterating the foundation. Mu sought to take advantage of the chaos to assassinate Perona, but was intercepted by Kizuru. Kizuru's expression was frosty, his languor dispelled. Hey, aiding the injured is of greater importance, isn't it? Mu retorted furiously. Step aside, you lowly scum. Kizuru remained silent, casting a brief glance at the Gorosei, confirming that none had awakened, before manifesting a luminous sword. You truly infuriate me. I found you displeasing from the very start. Mu's countenance stiffened, momentarily forgetting his grievous injuries. Though Kizaru too was wounded, his condition was far less severe. Borsellino, do you wish to kill comrade? The voice of Kong resounded, prompting Kizaru to dissipate his sword. Marshal Kong, you're jesting. We are merely joking. Ha ha. Kong arrived to assist, and Mu provocatively challenged Kizaru. I implore you both to quickly attend to Lord Gorosei. We must also care for Admiral Sengoku and Akainu. Aokiji stepped forward, his tone icy. The two obstructed Mu's path, who cast a resentful glance at them. Compelled to follow Kong to aid the Gorosei, Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged glances, sighing. This was the final act they could perform for Chengu. Chengu, charred and smoldering, plummeted from the sky, cradled in the embrace of Shiwan. Lin Chen, you fool. The extreme heat seared Shiwan's arm, yet she paid it no mind. Why? Why must you be so foolish? Garp arrived, overwhelmed with sorrow. Lin Chen, Chengu shook his head weakly, murmuring, take care of Perona and the children. His fragmented voice brought forth tears from the two. Garp clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling, tears streaming down his face. Why must you concern yourself with that detestable, celestial dragon scum? It would have sufficed to turn a blind eye. He choked on his words. Zifa also returned. Witnessing Chun-Ji's tragic state, his lips quivering. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Chun-Ji's faint voice resonating clearly. Mr. Garp, my justice is righteous justice. The Navy's justice ought to be for the weak who strive to live. Shiwan wept uncontrollably. You big liar. You promised to return and marry me. Why? Lin Chen, I beg you do not die. Chengu, with great effort, caressed Xuan's cheek, a smile gracing his face as he gradually faded away in her embrace. The dark clouds dissipated, the tempest ceased, and a sliver of sunlight broke through the horizon. It illuminated the shattered words justice at Marinford and cast a gentle glow upon Chun-Ji's tranquil visage. Chengu had perished, not at the hands of pirates, but beneath the justice he had fervently upheld. The battlefield lay still and silent, while Kizaru and Aokiji remained deeply unsettled. Shiwan held Chun-Ji close, sobbing incessantly. Garp and Zifa appeared significantly aged. Chun-Ji's demise struck them profoundly. What a harrowing blow. I nearly believed I would perish at the hands of this lad. The five elders, armed, awakened, still shaken. Before long, the remaining Gorosei also regained consciousness. Sengoku's condition had worsened, remaining in a comatose state, teetering on the brink of death. The Gorosei cast their gaze upon the gravely injured Sengoku and Akainu, their expressions revealing satisfaction. These two still held some value. Tsuru mobilized medical personnel to tend to the wounded. Those old fogies of the Gorosei, let me tell you, their prowess in media manipulation is duller than my sword. Marinford has been reduced to a wasteland, as if Godzilla had plowed through. Yet their press release claims that the naval genius Lin Chen succumbed to his injuries following a battle with Kaido. I nearly burst into laughter. Even AI could craft a more believable excuse. The world erupted in chaos. Just moments before, they were boasting about my equal footing with Kaido. And then I was reported dead on my way home? Isn't that pure comedy? Anyone with eyes knows the commotion at Marinford that day was extraordinary. Clearly, something was amiss, yet the Navy's upper echelons remained as tight-lipped as clams. Sengoku and Akainu vanished. Akainu lost an arm, Sengoku gravely injured. The entire Navy now relied on Garp, Tsuru, and those old-timers to maintain the facade. Now, with my demise, the pirates of the seas emerged like joyous specters. Kaido, upon reading the news of my death, touched the scar I left on his chest, expressing his displeasure, declaring it exceedingly dull that the Navy was growing weaker. Just you wait. When we meet again, I shall ensure you experience something. What pains me the most of my friends? Smoker, Janae, Mihawk, Shanks, they were all left bewildered. Particularly Janae. I heard she had not eaten or drunk for days. Who understand my family? Just as I died, my wife was nearly lost to despair. Which broke my heart. The world government, in an effort to suppress the heat surrounding my incident, seized upon the chaos of Fisher Tiger's uproar at Mary Geoise, swiftly pushing that matter to the forefront, effectively overshadowing the news of my death. Tiger, consumed by guilt, wept, blaming himself, claiming that had he not called me, I would not have encountered such a fate. Princess Odoheim, too, was devastated. Let me tell you, Tiger is a brother worth having. He established the Sun Pirates. vowing to carry on my legacy to liberate those oppressed slaves under the celestial dragons. My funeral was astonishingly desolate. Only Tsuru, Garp, Ace.He, Shiwan, and Perona, those aware of the truth, attended. Shiwan, clutching the necklace I had gifted her, leaned against my gravestone, weeping like a child, repeatedly murmuring about being a big liar, saying I promised to return and marry her. As I listened from below, my heart shattered. But the true spectacle is only just beginning. Let me tell you, awakening in the coffin was an extraordinary sensation. Had I been a second later, I would have been the first protagonist in history to suffocate. This was my contingency plan. Izanagi, before the battle commenced, I had devised plan I flee with Perona, but that would mean a lifetime of being hunted. Hence, I opted for plan B, wagering my remaining ocular power, sacrificing permanent blindness in one eye for a single resurrection, simultaneously executing the golden cicada, shedding its shell, allowing everyone to believe I had perished. This maneuver was indeed worth it. I emerged from my grave, restoring it to its former state, glancing at the inscription Lin Chen's tomb on the gravestone, and smiled bitterly. From this day forth, Lin Chen truly lies dead. Until I possess the strength to overturn the world government, I must operate in secrecy. At dawn, I departed Marinford, boarding a luxurious merchant vessel bound for the Grand Line. I sat in a corner, perusing the newspapers, which were filled with tales of Fisher Tiger forming a pirate crew, pursued by Kizaru, Crocodile hunting yet another pirate, red-haired Shanks, and Mihawk teaming up to confront the beast pirates. I pondered that going solo was unfeasible. I needed to assemble a crew, one comprised solely of Logia-type users, specifically to combat the Navy's admirals. My first target was decisively set, Crocodile and Alabasta. However, scarcely had the ship set sail when calamity struck. Several pirate ships surrounded us. Cannon fire erupted, and the once elegant ball aboard the vessel devolved into chaos. I donned the prepared Magatama mask and plunged into the fray. Within a minute, I had annihilated the rabble, including their captain. The captain, trembling in fear, insisted on compensating me, and I graciously accepted, promptly appropriating the pirate ship's treasure as well. Just as I resumed my seat to read the newspaper, a yellow object suddenly descended from the sky. Having just lost an eye, my vision was already compromised, and wearing the mask rendered it even more obscure. I exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth? Who lacks manners to throw things from the sky? What is that flying?" The captain beside me turned pale, pointing at the object above, his mouth agape. Before I could comprehend the situation, an irate voice boomed from the heavens. "Kid, do you wish to die?" I looked up, astonished to see that the object could actually speak. I had never encountered such a spectacle in my life, and in sheer panic, I grabbed the captain and shouted, "Run? I absolutely will not engage with that." The object in the sky instantly coalesced into a humanoid form, landing before me, quaking with rage. "Kid, open your eyes wide and see clearly. I'm a person, not a piece of dung." As I focused my gaze, I realized, lo and behold, this was none other than Crocodile, the very individual I had been seeking. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. I hastily apologized, my sincerest apologies. I mistook you for a user of the Superman type, Sharingan fruit ability. I had no idea you wielded the powers of the Logia sand fruit. Upon hearing this, his face turned an ashen hue, likely due to the absurdity of my apology. He glanced at the pirate I had just defeated, then scrutinized me disdainfully. Reaching out to remove my mask, I thought to myself, who do you think you are to dare such a thing? I swiftly grasped his wrist, applying just enough pressure to contort his face in pain. "I must say, it seems you've bitten off more than you can chew." He remained undeterred, stepping back a few paces to unleash a desert sword at me. With a simple motion, I seized a sand blade and crushed it effortlessly. Then, in an instant, I appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, before following up by enveloping my arm in hockey and lifting him by the throat. He attempted to transform into his elemental form, but found it futile. The expression on his face mirrored that of despair from a decade ago when he faced Whitebeard. The captain interjected, seeking leniency, but I coldly addressed Crocodile, stating, "Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions." With that, I discarded him onto the ground. In a sudden change of demeanor, I lazily inquired, "Would you care to join my organization? I have high hopes for you." Naturally, he vehemently refused, unwilling to serve under anyone. I remained unperturbed, patting his shoulder and saying with a tone of superiority, "My interest in recruiting you stems solely from your Logia prowess. Frankly, your current abilities leave much to be desired. You lack hockey, and your use of the sand fruit is abysmal. Join me, and I shall teach you haki and how to unlock the full potential of your fruit. It's a foolproof opportunity. He still declined, citing his own plans. It then dawned on me that he was seeking the ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta. Softly spoken words would not suffice. I had to employ a firmer approach. From that day forth, I became his shadow, following him everywhere. I watched him while he dined, trailed him on his walks, and ultimately stood silently beside him while he attended to his business in the restroom. At last, he completely lost his composure. "Enough already. Are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful attack within the confined space of the restroom. I utilized the flying thunder god technique to evade, and when the smoke cleared, I found Crocodile standing dazed amidst a restroom turned chaotic with remnants of an unidentifiable yellow substance adorning him. I pinched my nose and approached him, giving a thumbs up. "Impressive. I have always admired those bold enough to unleash their power in a restroom. You are indeed my restroom warrior." He fell silent, quietly cleaning himself. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered, "If you can train me to defeat Whitebeard, I will join you." My eyes brightened. An opportunity had presented itself. I pounded my chest and assured him, "Not a problem. You can count on me. It is the year 1506, and I guarantee that in 14 years, you will undoubtedly surpass Whitebeard." Little did he know that by then, Whitebeard would have perished in the Marinford War. I call this a form of cyber fortune-telling, primarily leveraging the information gap. After much contemplation, he resolved, "Very well. I shall join your organization." He extended his hand toward me. I solemnly shook my head. "I cannot shake hands with someone who has touched feces," Crocodile exclaimed, "Zinni." Later, we found a place to enjoy roasted meat. He inquired about my name and the reason for my mask. After some thought, I replied, "You may call me Ban." He further asked about the name of our organization and its purpose. Taking a sip of my drink, I said nonchalantly, "Our organization is named Dawn. In simple terms, our goal is to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons. I aim to eradicate those scoundrels." He spat out his drink in shock, his face paling as he whispered, You are part of the Revolutionary Army?" "Not quite," I shook my head. "We are even more unhinged. We intend not only to topple the celestial dragons, but also to bring an end to this chaotic era of piracy. Anyone who stands in our way will become our enemy." He was utterly flabbergasted, labeling me a madman. I shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you referring to the ancient weapons Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus?" "Apologies, but I possess leads on all of them. As for the Marines, aside from Garp, they are nothing but a rabble. It is precisely because I cannot handle this alone that I sought your partnership. Is there an issue with that?" Crocodile fell into a state of despair, feeling as if his life had turned bleak. Here he was, a former warlord of the sea, dragged into a terrifying organization by a madman, unable to fight back or escape. Observing his despondent demeanor, I tossed him a long cloak adorned with red clouds. "Old Shah, do not wallow in misery. Change into this attire, for we must go recruit our next ally." He weakly asked where to find them. I informed him that we were currently only seeking Logia users, specifically for future confrontations against the three admirals. He questioned the availability of such individuals. I smiled mysteriously. "Do not worry. Following me will be a wise choice. Our next destination is Skypiea. There, someone may be waiting for us." Before departing, I ensured to confiscate all of his accumulated riches from years of plundering, justifying it as organizational funds, leaving him with a mere 40 million for personal expenses after negotiations. Once aboard the ship, I immediately converted the treasures into points. Gazing at the skill behind the kaleidoscope Sharingan on the system panel, I mused that utilizing Izanagi had diminished its power by half. Therefore, I decided to go all in. With a mere thought, I exchanged for the eternal kaleidoscope. And in an instant, my vision became extraordinarily clear. The entire world appeared transformed, as if viewed through high-definition 4K lenses. Even the glimmering reflections on Crocodile's oily hair were vividly discernible. With a smirk, I approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, "Old Shah, since we have some downtime, allow me to enhance your capabilities and teach you how to utilize your fruit." I remarked, "Look at you, always molding sand into mere blades and guns. It's rather pedestrian. Can we elevate our thinking? Have you ever considered altering the properties of sand?" Old Shah appeared utterly bewildered, wearing a look of confusion. In that moment, I felt the urge to impart knowledge, drawing upon all the information I had acquired from my previous life watching Naruto. "Listen closely. Compress that sand with all your might until its density reaches catastrophic levels, and crush your foes into a pulp. Do you understand what I mean by sand binding coffin? What about sand waterfall funeral? I've even thought of names for you to use. No need to thank me. I also took the opportunity to enlighten him on how to coat his sand with haki, making it an effortless endeavor against Logia users. To my delight, old Sha grasped the concept immediately, conjuring a small sand crocodile that perched upon his shoulder. Though diminutive, the compressed sand within it could likely bury an entire battalion. Having successfully guided old Sha, we both trained aboard the ship while sailing toward the fabled Skypiea. A few days later, we arrived at Gaia Island, rumored to harbor clues to Skypiea's existence. We sought out the liveliest tavern, and upon entering, we were met with a cacophony of voices. You delusional fool, Kurik. Skypiea does not exist. Indeed, your ancestor was a grand deceiver, boasting of discovering the land of gold. Did you truly believe him? Both you and your ancestor are mere jesters. A particularly indignant voice countered, No, my ancestor would never lie. Skypiea must exist. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. I boldly pushed the door open and declared with conviction, Skypiea absolutely exists. Instantly, the tavern fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned toward us, and when they recognized old Sha beside me, the establishment erupted in chaos. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile, how could he be here? The pirates recoiled in fear as if they had encountered a ghost. Kurik, the one previously mocked, rushed to me with excitement, as if he had found his savior, sir. Do you also believe in the existence of Skypiea? I nodded, wearing an expression that suggested this was common knowledge. Of course. It's just nearby. Take the knock upstream, and you'll be there in a flash. As soon as those words were uttered, the patrons of the tavern erupted into laughter once more. The Chongtian Hailiu, a mere brush with it would result in utter devastation. Yet another fool had arrived. Lao Sha shot a piercing glance, silencing the loudest of them, who shrank back like a quail. However, Ku Li Ku was different. Upon hearing my words, he appeared as if struck by lightning, suddenly exclaiming, I understand. I know now. The Sky Island is a part of Jiao Island. It was thrust into the heavens hundreds of years ago. Although I was not entirely clear on what he was saying, it was of little consequence. What mattered was that the crowd in the tavern, ever eager for excitement, began to stir once again. Today is precisely the day of the Chongtan eruption. If you dare, go and ride it. Let's see how you meet your demise. Upon hearing this, I thought splendid. No need for further searching. I turned to Ku Li Ku. Come on, brother. Let us ascend to the heavens together, shall we? Ku Li Ku trembled with excitement, struggling to articulate his gratitude. Really? Thank you so much. Thus, we made our way to the port, trailed by a dense throng of onlookers eager to witness our folly. Upon arriving at the port, the spectacle was indeed breathtaking. A colossal torrent surged skyward like a titan, and even Lao Sha could not help but click his tongue in awe. The sycophants began their mockery anew. Look at that country bumpkin. Have you ever seen something like this? Do you really intend to ride it to the heavens? Lao Sha appeared slightly unnerved and whispered to me, Are we truly going to sail into that? After all, he was an Ileja. Falling into the sea would spell disaster. I shot him an incredulous glare. Who in their right mind would take a boat? How perilous. The laughter behind us grew louder. Afraid to board a boat. Yet you boast. I was exasperated and whirled around, glaring at the crowd. You lot are truly insufferable. If you lack the courage to pursue your dreams, do not dare to undermine the aspirations of others, understood? What distinguishes you from mere waste? Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. No sooner had my words left my lips than the beneath my mask began to whirl violently. A colossal, pitch-black armored giant appeared in the skies above the port, unfurling a pair of wings that blotted out the sun, the complete form of Shujua Nangfu. With a thunderous crash, the crowd below lost all composure, collapsing to the ground, wailing and pleading for mercy. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. I could scarcely be bothered with these jesters, commanding as I soared into the sky, with the dumbfounded Lao Sha and Ku Li Ku alongside me. Within the crystalline forehead of Shuja Nungno, Lao Sha was left speechless. Is this your Nungli? You're also a fruit user? Certainly not. I replied coolly. This is merely my mode of flight. Lao Sha observed the spectacle, perhaps contemplating whether Gusher could conjure a desert giant. I flashed a grin. Hold on tight, for the seasoned driver is about to take off. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Shuzon's wings surged with power, transforming into a black meteor that shot into the clouds. The speed was such that Lao Sha and Ku Li Ku were tossed about within, ultimately leading the two older men to instinctively embrace one another in a moment of sheer panic. We ascended higher and higher, bursting straight into an ocean suspended in the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, there was indeed a sea. Lao Sha, A landlubber turned pale, fearing that my vessel might disintegrate mid-flight. I remained as steady as a rock, propelling my wings once more, crashing through the water surface. We had arrived. The Sky Island. The view before us was nothing short of extraordinary. Above the sea of clouds, enormous vines entwined floating islands. Cooley Coo had already begun to weep, exclaiming that his ancestors had not deceived him. I, however, was intrigued by this so-called golden country. It sounded exceedingly valuable. Nevertheless, our immediate priority was to locate the Shanlei Guoshu Nunglija. Our magnificent Shih had naturally caught the attention of the island's indigenous inhabitants. A venerable elder, riding a celestial steed with flowing white hair, approached, introducing himself as the Lord of the Sky Island, Ganfu Air. I dispelled Shih and landed before him, fabricating a name. I am Ban, in search of a Shanlei Guoshu Nunglija named Enalu. Do you have any leads? The elder claimed to have never heard of him, but was warm and welcoming, offering to assist us in our search and inviting us to stay. Fine, let us stay. I instructed Lao Sha to gather information while I began a friendly exploration of the Sky Island. The following day, under Ganfu Air's guidance, we ventured to the fabled site of the Golden Country, Xiangduo La. Yet as we arrived, we were confronted by a group of fierce-looking natives. The leader, named Ace.He, glared at Ganfu Air as though he were a mortal enemy. Ganfu Air, are you here to steal our homeland once more? Upon hearing this historical grievance, I found myself overwhelmed. Lao Sha's temper flared, and he was ready to strike, but I restrained him, clearing my throat. I attempted to communicate amicably. Greetings, brave souls. We are merely here to visit the Golden Country and fulfill an archaeological dream. Yet Ace.He disregarded me entirely, pointing a finger in my face and berating. You, masked coward, who dares not show your face, what right have you? I was taken aback and turned to Lao Sha. Is he insulting me? Lao Sha nodded earnestly. Indeed he is. Oh, I replied, and with that, the oven whirled once more, summoning the complete form of Shujua Nunghu with a resounding crash. From my elevated position, I surveyed them, my voice devoid of emotion. I have limited time and present you with two choices. 1. Allow us to enter. 2. You lie down while we proceed. Which will you choose? I shall count to 3. 3. Do you think we fear you? 2. If you dare, come and fight. 1. Wait, we can negotiate. Bang. I stomped down with my foot, of course holding back my strength. As the dust settled, the Sandia people found themselves crushed beneath Shiva's foot, trembling in terror. This is your first warning, I said coldly. Should there be a next time, I will annihilate your entire family. Dispelling Shiva, I approached the now trembling Ace.He, patting him on the shoulder in a manner that was almost friendly. Relax, I have a rather pleasant temperament. At this point, no one dared to obstruct us. Ace.He, with a woeful expression, confessed that they too had no knowledge of the Golden Country's whereabouts. I chuckled. That reflects poorly on your abilities. In archaeology, one must dig deeper. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, my Shinu drew forth 2 massive blades, starting to excavate with great fervor. Lao Sha was left dumbfounded. Did you not say this was a mode of flight? Indeed, I replied nonchalantly. I never claimed it could not dig. This is a limited edition from Lan Xiang, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth. Hard work pays off. After some time, a radiant golden glow began to emerge from the ground. As the entirety of the Golden Country was unearthed, chaos erupted. It was a city crafted entirely of pure gold, crowned by a colossal golden bell. My eyes sparkled with greed as I shouted to Lao Sha. Quick, move it. Everyone get to work. With this haul, we can retire. Lao Sha's eyes gleamed as he prepared to act, but then Cooley Coo and Ace.He clung to his legs, weeping that the bell was a sacred relic of their ancestors, begging us to spare it. Lao Sha paid them no heed, casting them aside. We activated our gold-collecting frenzy, converting vast quantities of gold into system points. Watching the numbers soar, my laughter nearly lifting me off the ground. Ultimately, the points settled at an astonishing 370,000. I absorbed the final golden bell, only for a stone to tumble out and strike my foot. What the hell? Who would do something so cruel? Lao Sha picked up the stone, his pupils dilating. This is a historical artifact. I rubbed my foot dismissively. What do I care about a worthless rock? Glancing at the barren ground, I felt a twinge of guilt and approached Ace.He and Ganfu Air, clearing my throat. I pride myself on being helpful. I see you 2 factions have been at odds for far too long. It is time to put an end to it. From this day forward, you shall coexist. Should anyone dare to stir trouble again, it will be seen as a personal affront to me. In this scenario, the lack of respect shown towards me equates to a desire to eliminate me. Thus, I must preemptively strike against you with the logic of a bandit. Once this rationale emerged, no one dared to oppose. The two factions swiftly reconciled, joining forces to construct a harmonious abode. At that moment, a scout dispatched by Ganfuer returned, gravely injured. Gundaren, we have found him. Ainalu is on Baika Island. He claims to be a god and intends to annihilate Baika Island. Finally, the moment had arrived. I immediately set forth with Lao Sha, heading straight for Baika Island under Ganfuer's guidance. Before we even arrived, a boisterous voice echoed from the sky. Are you here to provoke the god? I looked up to see a figure radiating electric light, resembling a giant bulb, dazzling enough to bring tears to my eyes. Rubbing my eyes, I shouted at Lao Sha. Lao Sha, go up and strike him. Who does he think he is? Lao Sha, having harbored disdain for Ainalu, snorted coldly and transformed into a colossal sand giant. Charging upwards, clearly taken aback by such audacity, Ainalu raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. However, the lightning passed harmlessly through Lao Sha's form. What a jest! What is sand primarily composed of? Silica, an insulator, do you understand? Realizing his attack was utterly futile, Ainalu's facade of confidence began to falter, yet he persisted with bravado. Such power! I acknowledge you. Just as he finished speaking, Crocodile's iron fist, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled towards Ainalu's face. Such an attack is futile. Before Ainalu could complete his retort, Lao Sha's punch knocked out a tooth. How is this possible? How could you strike me? Ainalu's voice, now filled with shock, betrayed his disbelief. Perhaps he never anticipated that a showy life would meet such a downfall. Crocodile, feeling a surge of frustration, harbored an unknown sentiment. Yet he could not stand the arrogance of Ainalu. Let me see what that boastful fellow has, shall we? Sandbind. The sand upon Lao Sha's shoulders shot towards Ainalu like a released arrow. Recognizing the threat, Ainalu transformed into a flash of lightning and dodged effortlessly. Crocodile smirked. Already plotting how to deal with this upstart. Are you capable of nothing but fleeing? I have never encountered a god who only knows how to escape. Wouldn't you agree, god of escape? Upon hearing Crocodile's taunt, Ainalu was instantly filled with rage. How could one who claims divinity endure such indignity? With a furious roar, he charged at Crocodile once more. Prepare to meet your demise. Divine retribution. Ainalu's attack boasted grandiosity, yet when it struck Crocodile, it felt no more than a tickle, utterly ineffective. Crocodile was taken aback. Logically, this should not be the case. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A massive electric dragon roared towards Crocodile. This time, Lao Sha felt a flicker of genuine threat. Even though sand is an insulator, the extreme heat generated by 60 million volts was enough to inflict harm. Recalling the techniques Lin Chen had previously taught him, Crocodile quickly encased himself in sand. Forming a protective sphere, the thunderous dragon crashed against the sandball, creating a large crater but failing to harm Crocodile. Observing his surroundings, Crocodile noted that his preparations were nearly complete, and with a cold smile directed at Ainalu, he declared, "It is time to end this, lad." Sand waterfall burial. A cloud of free-floating sand, deliberately scattered by Crocodile, seemed to gain life, fervently converging upon Ainalu. Just as it appeared, Ainalu was about to be engulfed. He vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Witnessing his grand move effortlessly evaded, Crocodile finally took the situation seriously. Ha ha ha, useless. All attacks against me are in vain. I am a god. Ainalu resumed his pompous demeanor. Lin Chen, frowning at Crocodile, could not help but voice his discontent. Lao Sha, can you manage this? Silence. Just give me a moment. Crocodile retorted, slightly irritated. Lin Chen boldly countered, if you can manage it, then do so. If not, what does taking a break mean? Crocodile's face flushed red. How could a man admit to inadequacy? Who said I need a break? Watch me seize him now. With that, he transformed into a stream of sand and charged towards Ainalu. Ainalu, having learned from experience, avoided a direct confrontation with Lao Sha, continuously evading while occasionally launching surprise attacks. Gradually, Ainalu regained his confidence. Seizing an opportunity to toy with Crocodile, he glanced at Lin Chen and Ganfuer. Upon seeing Ganfuer, his eyes narrowed, and a fierce battle spirit erupted from him. Are you Ganfu? Lin Chen and Ganfuer exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of Ainalu's intentions. To me, your governing philosophy is trash. Peace only brings complacency and weakness. Only I, Ainalu, can lead the Sky Island to a brighter future. I am a god. Listening to Ainalu's twisted rhetoric, Lin Chen's expression grew solemn. He would not permit his allies to harbor such distorted ideologies. Peace is a coveted aspiration for many, yet in Ainalu's words, it had devolved into mere rubbish. Clearly, another troubled soul had emerged. Hearing Lin Chen's lament, Ainalu frowned. What are you even? Are you here to teach me? Huh? Lin Chen raised his gaze to Ainalu, unable to tolerate the latter's arrogant demeanor any longer. He resolved to impart a profound lesson. In an instant, he appeared behind Ainalu. I've heard you are quite the fighter. Startled by the voice behind him, Ainalu was taken aback. When did this person sneak up on him? His own senses had failed him. In a panic, Ainalu vanished from sight, desperately searching for Lin Chen. From behind, Lin Chen's voice echoed. What good is being a fighter? How infuriating. Ainalu turned, preparing to strike at Lin Chen, only to find himself immobilized. In this world, one must recognize power and influence. Lin Chen boasted, intentionally showcasing his red cloud-black robe. Which faction do you belong to? Observing Ainalu's youthful countenance, Lin Chen suddenly understood. Oh, so, you are merely a penniless fool. With a slight movement of his hands, for bolts of lightning materialized into qilin, firmly binding Ainalu's limbs. How does my lightning compare to yours? Youngster, refrain from boasting. It will only bring down the wrath of the heavens. At that moment, Lin Chen resembled a sage from beyond the realm, imparting wisdom. This scoundrel truly knows how to show off. Both Crocodile and Gonfuer silently criticized in their minds. Ainalu felt the terrifying presence of the 4 bolts of lightning. Although he was a user of the thunder fruit and had some immunity to electricity, he still sensed a lethal threat. Furthermore, with Lin Chen having infused the qilin with haki, Ainalu felt as though he were on the brink of death. Tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Seeing Ainalu brought to tears by his own fright, Lin Chen scratched his head, releasing the time delay in the qilin, allowing Ainalu to finally relax. Though his gaze towards Lin Chen remained laced with terror. I nearly perished. I almost met my end at this fellow's hands. Lin Chen sensed an opportune moment for persuasion. Ainalu, I wish for you to join my organization. Do you understand? Employing a blend of softness and firmness. Ainalu dared not refuse. I will join. I will join. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 3rd member of the Dawn organization was finally secured, which had proven quite a challenge. Lin Chen and his companions followed Gonfuer back to the Divine Palace, where Waipa and Ku had been waiting for some time. Gonfuer, I have persuaded the remaining Shandians. Gonfuer nodded, a smile of relief gracing his face. That is wonderful news. The wars between our factions spanning centuries have finally come to an end. Witnessing the peace achieved in the Sky Island through his assistance, Lin Chen felt immense joy. I shall not disturb you too further. My companions and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Gonfuer was somewhat taken aback. Was Lord Ban truly departing from the Kongdak after only a few days? I have yet to extend my full hospitality. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating that his purpose for coming to the Ongdao was solely to deal with that fellow Ainalu, and now that his mission was accomplished, he would certainly return to the Ongdao when the opportunity arose. Gonfuer did not insist further, wishing Lord Ban a safe journey. Lin Chen and his companions turned to depart, taking Ku with them. Upon reaching the clouds under Ainalu's astonished gaze, Lin Chen unleashed his Su, soaring down from the Kongdao with his companions. Upon their arrival at Gaia Island, Lin Chen bid farewell to Ku. As they parted, Ku wiped away tears and shouted at Lin Chen's retreating figure, expressing gratitude to Lord Ban for leading him to the legendary land of gold. In the twilight, Lin Chen waved back at Ku, reflecting on how a simple gesture could help others fulfill their lifelong dreams. Why not extend a hand? Ku, did you truly see the Ongdag and the land of gold? The patrons of the tavern gazed in astonishment at Ku. Indeed, Lord Ban took me to the legendary place. No, it is a place that truly exists. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing they had been the true jesters all along. Lin Chen and his companions boarded their ship, where Crocodile produced a compass and inquired about their next destination, noting that only one natural devil fruit user remained. Lin Chen shook his head, advising against haste. As far as he knew, only he and Ainalu possessed such abilities, and he was yet unaware of a third. Crocodile pondered, perhaps he could gather information from the underworld. The underworld, you say? That might indeed be a viable strategy. Lin Chen stroked his chin, recognizing the merit in Crocodile's connections forged over years in the underworld. Let us not rush this matter. I intend to visit the East Sea first before making further plans. Crocodile, puzzled, questioned his choice of the East Sea, a region he deemed weak. I wish to see how my family is faring. Crocodile refrained from pressing further, silently altering their course to navigate through the calm belt towards the East Sea. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Enelu interjected, asking what their intentions were and where they were headed. Lin Chen smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting about this fellow. Enelu, now that you have joined my organization, Dawn, we shall henceforth be comrades within the same faction. Enelu queried what this Dawn entailed. In simple terms, it is about eliminating the celestial dragons and transforming this world. Enelu responded with a casual "oh." Crocodile regarded Enelu with astonishment, questioning why he was not surprised. Enelu retorted, "Why should he be?" Crocodile explained that he presumed Enelu was unaware of what the celestial dragons were. Enelu, in turn, asked, "What are the celestial dragons?" Crocodile sighed, acknowledging that Enelu had lived in the Kingdao all his life, and thus could not possibly know. Lin Chen beckoned to Enelu, inquiring about his aspirations. Enelu scratched his head, uncertainly admitting that he initially wished to become a formidable god, but now found following them far more intriguing. He desired to grow stronger and slay the celestial dragons. Lin Chen encouraged him to study hockey techniques with Crocodile, noting that Enelu's fruit had considerable potential, suggesting he might fuse metals with lightning as a form of attack. Although confused by Lin Chen's suggestion, Enelu complied, finding a discarded iron rod on the ship. Following Lin Chen's guidance, he enveloped the rod in spirals of electricity. As the current intensified, the rod shot forth, creating a massive wave across the ocean. What immense power! Both Crocodile and Enelu were taken aback. Enough for now, Enelu. Practice on your own. And you too, Crocodile, return to your duties. You've been busy all day and must be exhausted. Lin Chen stretched lazily, retreating to his quarters to lie down, realizing it was time for him to enhance his strength. The journey to the land of gold had bestowed upon him a staggering 38,000 points. If he could accumulate another 12,000, he could exchange for the legendary Rinnegan. At that point, his prowess would likely rank him among the pinnacle of this world. Yet, despite such thoughts, he did not intend to save. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the marketplace. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. 30,000 Hashirama cells. 50,000 Bloodline Limit Dust Release. 50,000 would release secret techniques. 100,000 Sage Mode. 100,000 adding it all together, it amounted to 330,000 points. Without hesitation, Lin Chen exchanged the entire sum. As he felt the surge of chakra within him and an influx of ninjutsu flooded his mind, he smiled. He allocated the final 50,000 points to enhance his Kenbunchaku Haki. Host, Lin Chen, 18, Skills, Marine 6 Styles, LV8, Flying Thunder God Technique, LV8, 8 Gates, LV8. Body Flicker Technique, LV7. Great Fireball Technique, LV7. Phoenix Fire Technique, LV7. Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, LV7. Shadow Clone Technique, LV7. Chidori, LV7. Dark Illusion Technique, LV5. Lightning Release, Kirin, LV5. Chidori Sharp Spear, LV5. Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique, LV5. Water Release. Great Kraken Ball Technique, LV5. Lightning Cutter, LV3. Would release Secret Techniques, LV1. Sage Mode, LV1. Impure World Réincarnation, LV1. Original Real Séparation Technique, LV1. Ability, Taijutsu, LV8. Kenjutsu, LV8. Illusion Technique, LV5. Armament Haki, LV8. Kenbunchaku Haki, LV8. Buzoshoku Haki, LV4. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells, Dust Release Combat Power. Emperor Level Points. 0 observing that his strength had genuinely reached the Emperor level. Lin Chen felt a sense of solidity within. The Hashirama cells were essential for releasing Wood Release, while the Wood Release secret techniques encompassed all associated ninjutsu. Coupled with Sage Mode, this formed a complete set of techniques akin to those of Senju Hashirama. The decision to exchange for the Bloodline Limit Dust Release stemmed from Lin Chen's inability to fly. Both Crocodile and Enelu possessed aerial abilities, while he could only soar through the use of Susanoo. Would need to activate Susanoo every time he wished to fly. Just then, he noticed Dust Release, which was a mere 50,000 points. After completing his exchanges, Lin Chen entered a peaceful slumber, filled with new hopes. In the EC at Low Town, the group first procured some daily necessities. As Lin Chen contemplated his impending return to Windmill Village, he also purchased warm winter clothing for Ace and the others. Before long, they found themselves at the execution square, the site where Lin Chen had battled the violent ape Gexi, now restored to its former state. Crocodile gazed at the execution platform with nostalgia, asking Lin Chen if he was aware of Roger. Roger? Merely a coward, Lin Chen replied coldly, leaving Crocodile momentarily flustered. How could one refer to the legendary Pirate King as a coward? At that moment, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to a female marine beside the execution platform. It was none other than the long-absent Rina. Shortly thereafter, Smoker emerged, casting a disapproving glare at Lin Chen and his companions. The trio, dressed in similar attire, stood out conspicuously in the square, particularly with Lin Chen donning a mask that suggested he was no good Samaritan. Smoker barked sharply, demanding to know what Crocodile was doing there, having been thought to be in Alabasta. He warned him not to cause trouble. Although the Shichibukai and the Marines were both part of the world government and ostensibly colleagues, Smoker, heavily influenced by Lin Chen, held no fondness for these individuals, believing the Shichibukai system to be fundamentally flawed. Crocodile raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Ah, Smoker, you are indeed as been described. Common Marines do not speak to me in such a manner. Bon? Smoker looked towards the masked Lin Chen and Inalu, puzzled as to whom Crocodile was referring. Let us depart, old sand, it is getting late. Upon seeing Simo Gu failing to recognize him, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Should he have been identified, explanations would have proven quite troublesome. Observing the retreating figures of the three, Simo Gu was left in a state of perplexity, sensing that their visit was solely to catch a glimpse of him. Halt! A female voice from behind commanded, causing the trio to pause. The masked individual in the center turned around. Lin Chen also turned, noticing the eyes beneath the mask gazing at Rinai with an unsettling intensity. Remove your mask, Rinai demanded, prompting a displeased reaction from Crocodile and Enel. Crocodile retorted, what do you mean by that? We have not provoked you. Enel, crackling with electricity, threatened, if you intend to fight, I am ready at any moment. Ignoring Crocodile and Enel, Rinai's gaze remained fixed on the masked man, who evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Noticing Lin Chen's inaction, she grew anxious. Hurry, do not dawdle. If you hesitate further, I shall arrest you. Crocodile could no longer contain himself. You scoundrel. Old sand. Lin Chen raised a hand to quell Crocodile's impending outburst and gently remove the mask. Crocodile and Enel were taken aback, gazing at Lin Chen in shock. He had never before unmasked himself, yet here he was, restrained by a Navy officer. As Lin Chen slowly unveiled his face, Rinai's heart raced. It must be him. His voice and stature are unmistakable. However, when the mask was finally lifted, it revealed a rather unremarkable visage. The flame of hope within Rinai extinguished abruptly upon seeing Lin Chen's face, leaving her momentarily speechless. May we leave now, esteemed naval lady? Lin Chen inquired, rousing Rinai from her stupor, as if she had expended all her energy to wave her hand feebly. Go on, you may leave. Observing Rinai's despondent demeanor, Lin Chen donned his mask once more and turned to depart. On the journey back, the trio remained silent. Crocodile felt no joy at having seen Lin Chen's true face. Ever since entering Luoga town, he had sensed Lin Chen's despondency, particularly at the moment the mask was removed, where Lin Chen's spirits had plummeted to their lowest. This vexation left Crocodile feeling irritable, uncertain of the source of his agitation. Enel, on the other hand, displayed a bit more liveliness. Mr. Ban, your face is quite ordinary as well. Why do you always wear a mask? Lin Chen shook off his gloom and chuckled lightly. We engage in the business of eliminating celestial dragons. Should our true identities be discovered, we would be swiftly hunted down, leading to a rapid demise. What? Does that mean I must wear a mask too? What mask? Your large ears are distinctive enough. Let me tell you, before I could finish speaking, Old Sand had already entertained dubious thoughts. Our ship had just taken flight when it plummeted like a heavy iron mass towards the crowd below. The villagers and pirates stood dumbfounded, only screaming and fleeing when the ship was nearly upon them. I was furious and, without hesitation, performed a wood-release technique, summoning 2 long legs from the ship's base, with arms extending from either side, balancing like a transformer. Old Sand, bewildered, muttered about how the technique did not match its name. Of course, it's a giant of a ship, do you understand? I sighed in relief when no one was harmed, but then I turned and scolded Enel. Are you Old Sand electronic pet? Whatever he says, you follow. The ship was about to create a crater, and you still didn't stop. Keep your distance from him. Enel looked utterly aggrieved, his small face drooping, murmuring in disbelief. I was being obedient. Why am I still being scolded? I shot a glare at Crocodile, who appeared unfazed, wishing to give him a slap. Just as I settled the ship and had not yet taken a breath, an excessively arrogant and ostentatious voice echoed. The island is lively. Who dares to cause a ruckus on the territory of the Don Quixote family? I looked up to see a flamboyant man, resembling a flamingo, striding over with an air of indifference. His eyes scanned the pirates across from us, then landed on us three, finally locking onto me with a sinister grin. You seem rather unfriendly, my lord. I scratched my head and glanced at Old Sand, whose demeanor was that of a villain, then at Enel, who looked like a distressed child, ultimately pointing at myself and uncertainly asking me. The flamingo's smile faltered, clearly pondering whether I was mentally challenged. Just as the tension escalated, the leader of the opposing pirates, a man named Silly, sensing the hostility, attempted to slip away. The moment he moved, both the flamingo and I shouted in unison, "Halt!" My comrades, who understands this unspoken agreement, made me want to forge a bond with him. The flamingo turned to the town mayor. Which of these two groups is the intruder? The mayor, trembling, pointed at Silly's crew. It's them. We were in the midst of a fight when these individuals, descended from the sky in a ship with legs and arms. The flamingo ignored the latter part, licking his lips as he launched himself at Silly's crew. I didn't blink as I watched him flick his finger, unleashing countless fine lines that pierced through the pirates before they could even scream, obliterating them. After dispatching the insignificant foes, the flamingo, who was none other than Doflamingo, turned to us with an even brighter smile. Now, what brings you here? I dusted off my clothes and tilted my head at him. Hey, your intentions are rather sinister, playing tricks in my presence. You truly are a clown. I informed him that the technique he just employed not only took lives, but also ensnared the air with invisible threads. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils dilated. Yet his expression remained that of smirk. What are you saying? I don't quite understand. As soon as the words left my mouth, Enel, akin to a marionette, suddenly lunged at me. Fortunately, Old Sand reacted swiftly, intercepting him in one move. My expression turned icy. This was truly a death wish. In the next instant, I teleported behind Doflamingo, gathering white light at my fingertips, aimed directly at his forehead. Dust release. Original world separation technique. In that moment, Doflamingo genuinely panicked, attempting to evade, but finding himself immobilized, as if his acupoints had been sealed. Just as I was about to disintegrate him into molecules, Old Sand shouted from behind, "Ban!" I turned to him, my eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Old Sand swallowed hard and quickly added, "Don't forget, he still has his uses." Only then did I realize. Oh my, I nearly forgot the main objective. Releasing the technique, I burst into laughter, slapping Doflamingo on the shoulder. Indeed, this fellow is the intermediary we seek, Joker. Laughing, I leaned in close, whispering coldly into his ear, "Should you dare to make another move, I will eliminate your entire family." I then returned to Enel's side, casually severing the threads binding him, imparting a serious lesson. "Little Enel, your observation hockey is strong, but you must not only observe but also defend. Falling for such trivial tricks is unacceptable. You must practice further." Doflamingo, watching me depart, was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at Crocodile and finally recognized him. "Sir Crocodile." I must say, the next act was the performance time for Old Sand and me. This was a script we had previously agreed upon, with one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, specifically designed to deal with such arrogant individuals. Old Sand approached first, apologizing, and leaned in close to Doflamingo, discreetly revealing his celestial dragon identity. Doflamingo's face drained of color. The fact that Old Sand knew of his expulsion from the celestial dragons was classified information. At that moment, his gaze towards us underwent a complete transformation, shifting from frivolity to gravity, and he promptly invited us to his stronghold. Upon entering his study, I felt akin to Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny. I inadvertently chipped a corner off his vase, tore down a painting from the wall for examination, and ultimately, I accidentally broke one of his cherished potted plants. Ming Geoise's face darkened to the color of a soot-covered pot as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you here to amuse yourselves at my expense?" Ignoring him entirely, I inquired directly, "What is your opinion on the Tenryubido?" He hesitated for a moment before reciting a set of official platitudes, speaking of world dominators and their dreams of returning. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Observing his bewildered expression, I laid my cards on the table. Let's cut to the chase. We are seeking your assistance to locate a nature-type devil fruit. Minggu furrowed his brow, stating that such a thing was rarer than a giant panda, and that he was powerless to help. I had anticipated this response. Acquiring the fruit was secondary to securing his allegiance. Clearing my throat, I adopted an air of profound mystery and asked, "Are you familiar with the Dawn organization?" Minggu looked at me as if I had lost my mind. I began to weave an elaborate tale, spinning a narrative of the love-hate relationship between our Dawn organization and the Tenryubito from 800 years ago, claiming we were the guardians hidden behind the curtains of history. I spoke with such fervor that I nearly convinced myself, intertwining plots from Dream of the Red Chamber. Jin Pingmei and Zhen Huanzhuan in my tale. Old Sha and Ainalu beside me were likely digging their toes into the ground in disbelief. Once the story concluded, I slammed my hand on the table, shattering his favorite jade inkstone, then sincerely invited him, "Minggu, join us, for the sake of world peace, to uphold the dominion of the Tenryubito." Without a moment's thought, he flatly refused. I was momentarily disheartened. Where had my imposing aura gone? When softness failed, I decided to take a firmer approach. With an expressionless gaze, I stated, "Join us, or perish. You and your Don Quixote family shall vanish from this world." Ming Ji's veins bulged, his fists cracking ominously, but ultimately he relented, biting his teeth and asking, "Fine, I will join. But what can you offer me?" A pertinent question. I snapped my fingers and began to paint a grand vision for him. I promised Old Sha clues about the Underworld King. For Ainalu, I pledged to transform him into a formidable force. As for you, I lean closer. I can assist you in reclaiming your status among the Tenryubito. I am well acquainted with Mary Geoise and have established rapport with the Gorosei. Facilitating your return is merely a matter of words. Let me tell you, the most effective lies contain a kernel of truth. Minggu, shrewd as he was, remained half convinced but ultimately chose to take a gamble. He extended his hand. Let's hope for a pleasant collaboration. I clasped his hand with a grin reminiscent of a cunning fox. Absolutely. A fruitful partnership indeed. Now, immediately procure information about nature-type fruits for your new leader. I have high hopes for you, Minggu. Doflamingo's lips twitched uncontrollably, yet he turned to issue commands to his subordinates. His action sent shockwaves through the entire underworld. A mysterious organization known as the Dawn had emerged, comprised of Sha, Eel, and Joker, instantly becoming the greatest enigma in the underground realm. This news even reached Mary Geoise, leaving the Gorosei bewildered, as they genuinely believed it to be some ancient secret of the Tenryubito. Before long, the information about the nature-type fruit arrived, the Yuki no Mi. However, simultaneously, the Vinsmoke family from the North Blue also set their sights on it. I later learned that Minggu had orchestrated this. He deliberately leaked the information and organized a grand auction to draw in the Marines and the Four Emperors, intending to stir the waters and unsettle us. Kaido dispatched the Three Calamities. Big Mom sent her 3 sweet commanders, and the Sons of Whitebeard arrived to seek treatment for their father, with the Marines launching a full-scale operation. Akainu, Garp, Zephyr, and Admiral Tsuru all converged at this seemingly inconsequential auction, transforming it into a world-class spectacle. Old Sha expressed concern, asking, "Can we trust Doflamingo? This auction seems replete with oddities." I laughed, "No worries. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are mere paper tigers. He can play his game, we shall play ours. In the end, it will come down to whose fist is the mightiest." With a month until the auction, we arrived early at the venue, a non-affiliated nation in the North Blue, the Kingdom of Sika. This place boasted a rustic charm, where street fighting was commonplace, and violence was rampant. While walking down the street, a stone suddenly struck me, and I turned to see a green-haired little girl, no more than a few years old, glaring at me with fury. A teenage girl with green hair beside her quickly scooped her up, profusely apologizing. Just as I was about to speak, a shady figure emerged. With a furtive gaze, patted my shoulder. "Hey brother, those 2 sisters are quite a catch. How about letting me have them? 2 million berries." I chuckled, turned to face him. "Oh, 2 million? That elder sister, named Monet, was trembling with fear, clutching her sister's sugar, tears welling in her eyes. I feigned contemplation, nodding. "A fair price, now pay up." The trafficker beamed with joy, fetching money while beckoning his subordinates to come and bind the girls. As he handed the cash to me, I extended my hand, and a branch shot forth from my palm, piercing through his chest with a sickening thud. The man's eyes widened in shock, pointing at me. but he couldn't utter a word before being drained of life. I continued my assault, dispatching his lackeys in a similar fashion, causing them to sprout into a small tree right then and there. Those who had been observing from the shadows scattered in terror, turning to the stunned Monet and Sugar. I inquired, "Where your family?" Monet sniffled, "They're dead." I gently patted their heads and turned to old Shah and the others. "All right, we shall stay at their home for now, a temporary refuge." I then feigned a stern demeanor and addressed Monet fiercely. "Lead the way." The little girl, frightened, held back tears, trembling as she reluctantly guided us to her home. During our journey, I remained vigilant. Let me tell you, as soon as I activated my observation hockey, I sensed all the unwary pirates and slave traders within range, dispatching them with a swift dust release, while simultaneously gathering an ample supply of fresh experimental materials. You understand. I needed some guinea pigs to practice my newly learned Edo Tensei technique and improve my proficiency. After ensuring that Monet and her sister Sugar arrived home safely and confirming that the surroundings posed no threat, I concocted a casual excuse to slip away. Over the next several days, I transformed into the ambassador of deterrence for the kingdom of Sika, donning a mask and wearing the Akatsuki robe, venturing out to hunt each night. The pirates were terrorized by my presence, leading some dozen pirate crews to despair and band together against me, only to be utterly annihilated, leaving behind nothing but a towering tree, cultivated through my wood release, standing as a testament to their demise, a green and environmentally friendly cremation. As the auction date drew near, these individuals finally learned their lesson, scurrying about like frightened mice. The morning of the auction, I was awakened by Sugar, the little girl, playfully tossing stones and branches at my face. Monet approached with breakfast, cradling Sugar in one arm, and remarked, "Lorban, you smell heavily of blood." What could I say? I was equally a loss, merely attributing it to my busy schedule. Monet, with a look of admiration, asked if many legendary pirates would attend the auction. I nodded in affirmation while munching on bread. Indeed, I was familiar with many. She then asked if she could accompany me. Considering I couldn't leave the two sisters home alone, I decided, "Let us go. Brother will take you to see the world. This shall cover your rent and meals for the past 10 days. The look of surprise on Monet's face was priceless. Stepping outside, I noticed, "Hey, where's Mingo?" Lao Sha, Kiluo Kidir, puffed on his cigar and remarked with an air of sarcasm, "Perhaps they are afraid of what lies ahead and have fled in advance." I thought to myself, I do not devour people. What nonsense is this? Leading Monet and Shatang, I glanced back at Lao Sha and Ainalu, and their aura instantly intensified. Let us show this world the existence of dawn. Upon arriving at the colossal auction house at the island center, I must tell you, the scene was teeming with people, pirates, wealthy merchants, and various shadowy figures lurking about. My gaze immediately locked onto the flamboyant pink feather coat of Doflamingo. I approached him directly, tapping him on the shoulder. "Ah, Mingo, you are here so early? Not waiting for us?" He grinned, though his smile did not reach his eyes, and replied, "Lord Ban, I merely came early to secure a good position for our dawn." I chuckled at that. This little rascal thought he could hide his intentions from me. He was deliberately spreading news of our dawn, trying to attract the world's attention and hinder my plans. Did he think I wished to remain hidden? Right before him, I shook my head. "Mingo, no more of these petty tricks. Do you think we hide out of fear of being discovered? Today, allow me to enlighten you on how dawn ascends to the pinnacle of the world." With that, I strode confidently into the auction house, Lao Sha and Ainalu following closely behind, unfazed. Doflamingo's smile twisted into a contorted expression, his teeth almost grinding down. Did he think he was in the stratosphere? Trying to disgust me? How amusing. I was already viewing him from the vastness of outer space. He believed that by drawing the attention of the Marines and the world upon us, I would be intimidated. He had no idea that I had already attained royal-level strength. No more stealth. It was time to lay my cards on the table. Once we entered the venue, clad in matching black robes adorned with red clouds, we instantly became the center of attention. Goodness, is that the much-talked-about Dawn? Kello Kidir, isn't he one of the 7 warlords? Why is he here? Various whispers filled the air. In a corner, a group in black cloaks, presumably Marines, merely glanced our way, dismissing us. I paid no heed to the chatter, my focus fixed on the front row. Who understands the significance of that row? It housed Kaido's 3 disasters, Big Mom's sweet generals, and the Whitebeard crews Marco and Jaws. All were top-tier subordinates of the 4 emperors. I boldly walked over and plopped down in a seat. The people behind me nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. No way. Can Dawn sit at the same table as the four emperors? Just posturing, waiting to see him get thrown out. But guess what happened? Those three groups merely glanced at me and continued with their business. Not a single comment made. Now, it was the others who were bewildered. Monet, beside me, clutching Shadang, looked utterly stunned. As the lights dimmed, the auction commenced. I turned to Lao Sha and asked, "Has everyone arrived?" Lao Sha exhaled a smoke ring. Full of confidence, "Do not worry. 90% of the underworld's leaders have gathered. The eyes and ears of the world government, CP9, are also present. I can assure you." Mingge thought he could stir the waters and irritate me with this auction. Little did he know that Lao Sha and I were already waiting for him on the 5th level. He spread news, and we did the same, muddying the waters further, attracting all manner of specters. This was precisely what I desired. First, to send a message to Mingge. Second, to acquire all the valuable items for my system's nourishment. Third, to obtain the Shue fruit and complete my trio of nature-type powers. And lastly, most importantly, to eliminate the eyes and ears of the world government, CP9. In one fell swoop, the host on stage began. The first auction item, the Zoan-type pig fruit in the form of a porcupine. Starting bid, 50 million berries. I had no interest in such a trivial fruit. A gaggle of small pirates in the back went wild, bidding in increments of 500,000 and 10,000. Suddenly, a figure in black robes, a marine, shouted 200 million, clearly trying to cause chaos. I thought, with so many robbers around, will we common folk ever catch a break? I raised my hand, 1 billion. Who dares to compete with me? I will eliminate them on the spot. The entire room fell silent. A pirate who was about to celebrate fumed and pointed at me, cursing, "Are you here to cause trouble?" 1 billion for a mere Zoan fruit. Before he could finish his sentence, Lao Sha raised his hand, and with a swift motion, Shabaku. That fellow was instantly crushed by sand. Well, this fruit is mine now. The second item, an ancient Zoan-type, Triceratops form. One of the disasters, Jean, called out 100 million, tried to intimidate me with a glare. Did he think I would heed his warning? I retorted with 1 billion berries. Jack was about to explode, but Jean held him back. He likely realized that I was intent on exploding their mentality, aiming to monopolize the entire auction. The third item, 1 billion. The fourth item, 1 billion. My mouth did not stop, 1 billion after another, raining down. The crowd shifted from anger to bewilderment, likely thinking, which lunatic from a new organization dares to offend the entire underworld? Finally, the moment of climax arrived. The last item, a nature type, Shue fruit. Starting bid, 10 billion berries. The eyes of the entire room lit up. I knew the real fun was about to begin. After some contemplation, I raised my hand, 50 billion berries. Anyone who dares oppose me, step outside for a one-on-one battle. This stirred the hornet's nest. I was furious. "You scoundrel. You bid several hundred billion. You must be broke. All of you are prominent figures. Are you going to let this brat sit on your heads and defecate?" I bid 100 billion. Get out of my way. I bid 500 billion. I bid 1 trillion. Upon hearing their curses directed at me, my temper flared, and I stood up, pointing at them. "What are you barking about? Do you have any status? Anyone who mentions face today, I will peel their skin off." I then stepped behind Lao Sha and Ainalu, continuing my fierce declarations. "I have Mingge by my side, and the thunder god Ainalu as my might. A bunch of useless fools dare shout. To kill me, you must first pass through them." The crowd was nearly apoplectic, clamoring for a one-on-one duel with me. Just then, the three disasters and Marco stood up and left. Goodness. These clever ones realized the auction was about to descend into chaos and prepared to raid the back warehouse. Others quickly caught on, realizing that the performance was over, and rushed towards the backstage. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into chaos, just as I had intended. I instructed Ainalu to lock onto those CP9 scoundrels with his lightning net and swiftly zap them individually. Meanwhile, I leisurely walked onto the stage, directly seizing the Shue fruit amid the astonished gazes of all. Did they truly believe I feared being besieged? I would not play by their rules. Let us see how this group of amateurs can handle me. I left the hall with my companions, discreetly passing the Shue fruit to Lao Sha, instructing him to assist Ainalu and keep a close watch on Mingge. I sensed something was amiss. There were not only pirates in this game, but also marines. Sengoku and Tsuru, those old foxes, must be planning to eliminate all of us in one fell swoop. I quickly created a wooden clone and retreated with Monet and the surrounding civilians towards the back mountains. Not long after, a tremendous explosion echoed, and the auction house was reduced to ruins. I spotted a massive bolt of lightning flash in the distance. It was Ainalu in his thunder god form. He was besieged by countless pirates. I dashed over. Boss. He is back. The shwe fruit is with him. The rabble who failed to obtain anything now set their sights on me. I patted Ainalu on the shoulder. Little Ainalu, well done. Then, looking at the disorganized mob before me, I could hardly bear to watch. I shrugged, disdainfully beckoning with my finger. Stop wasting time. Back then, you were the loudest. I will take you all on alone. Come at me. Kill him. A horde of individuals surged forward like a tempest. I clapped my hands sharply, invoking my ultimate technique as a sign of respect, uninterested in exchanging words with these insignificant foes. Muduin, Shu Jianglin. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. Countless massive trees erupted from the earth, as if animated by life, ensnaring those pirates one by one, draining them of their very essence. The entire landscape was irrevocably altered by my will. The hidden figures of the three disasters, the three stars, and Marco were compelled into the open, each regarding me with grave expressions. Jean from the three disasters attempted to rally the others, exclaiming, "Fear not. The Yuki no Mi is in his possession. If we eliminate him, we can share the spoils." A band of ineffectual beings aspiring to challenge me? I scoffed, my chakra surging violently within, and activated Sage Mode in an instant. Muduin, Muranji Shu, Muduin, Mulongji Shu. A colossal wooden figure ascended from the ground, entwined with several ferocious wooden dragons. Standing atop the wooden giant, I gazed down upon these so-called powerful adversaries, commanding the wooden dragons to obliterate the remnants of CP9 without mercy. With that, the lapdogs of the world government were vanquished, and it was your turn. Let me tell you, the individuals before me were renowned figures in the New World. Marco, the pineapple head of the Whitebeard crew, Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, and my old rival, Jean, who served under Kaido. The three factions exchanged glances. Realizing that today's affair could not end amicably, they might as well join forces against me. Marco, the audacious pineapple head, shouted at me, "Don't take yourself too seriously." I chuckled inwardly. So, little Marco only plays high-stakes games? Very well. Today, he shall witness what it truly means to face a dimensional assault. That winged man named Jean, eager to make a name for himself, was the first to lose his composure. Without hesitation, he transformed into his dragon form and ascended into the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames upon me. His thought process was rather peculiar. Did he believe that fire could conquer my wood? Does he think my timber has not been treated with fire retardant? I stood atop the wooden giant, too lazy to move, merely extending a hand, enveloped in hockey. And with a resounding crack, I crushed his fireball, not even a spark remaining. Following that, I unleashed a lethal technique. Chinduan, Unjie Bolijishu. A beam of white light shot forth, forcing Jean to perform an extreme drift in midair to evade it, his face paling as he shouted to his comrades below. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." The onlookers likely cursed him for his folly, as they had hoped he would probe my defenses. But now he was nearly undone by a single move. Katakuri seized the opportunity, unleashing a conqueror's hockey attack upon me. I must admit, that strike did give me a momentary buzz at the back of my head, but it was merely a fleeting sensation. I retaliated with an even more potent burst of conqueror's hockey, and within moments, Katakuri was left weakened. In the brief span of those seconds, Marco and the others surged forward. The kick of the immortal bird, the charge of Diamond Jozu, and the onslaught from Jack Queen, and Smoker came at me like a tidal wave. I commanded the wooden dragons to intercept Marco while I effortlessly leaped into the air. However, a glance toward the distant harbor sent shockwaves through my pupils. A multitude of Navy warships approached, arriving in droves. In that moment, I understood. I had to conclude this swiftly, seize the fruit, and flee. Resolving this, I ceased my concealment, clapping my hands once more. Sage art, Muduin, Zhenshu Qianshou. A massive statue of Guanyin, adorned with hundreds of arms, erupted from the ground. To be honest, it was supposed to be 1,000 hands. But my skill level fell short, allowing only a youthful version to manifest. Yet even so, the crowd below stood agape, jaws nearly touching the ground. From atop the Buddha's head, I coldly declared, "Let us not waste time." Muduin, Ding Shang Huafua. I clasped my hands together, and the hundreds of colossal fists, enveloped in hockey, descended upon them like a relentless storm. It was an all-out physical assault. Marco hurriedly conjured a blue flame shield. Jozu transformed into Diamond to withstand the blow, while Jean attempted to ascend into the heavens, only to discover that the sky was filled with fists, leaving him nowhere to evade. The others exerted their utmost to defend themselves. However, it was futile. With one strike, aside from Marco, Josejin, and Katakuri, those with substantial endurance, everyone else lay defeated, unconscious upon the ground. I withdrew my divine prowess, taking a moment to catch my breath, then activated my ocular technique. Freezing the 4 remaining individuals in place, suspending time, I swiftly scavenged the unconscious for their devil fruits, then approached Marco and the others. To be frank, I harbored thoughts of slaughtering them and framing the Navy for it. But reconsidering, I realized that there were too many loopholes, and my main objective had already been achieved. There was no need to complicate matters. Thus, I reached out, extracting several fruits from Marco's chest, and employing the same method. I retrieved the fruits from the other 3 as well. While you all fought to the death, and in the end, the spoils landed in my hands. Though it may sound protracted, all of this transpired within mere seconds. Sensing the Navy drawing ever closer, I wasted no time, hoisting Enel and making my escape. As we fled, the Navy's main force arrived. Marco and the others had just regained their bearings from the time freeze, barely catching their breath before being surrounded by the Navy. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. I had snatched the fruits, they were battered, and they would have to bear the blame, clashing with the Navy. I surmised that their thoughts were likely fixated on whether the Dawn organization had some clandestine dealings with the Navy. This was undoubtedly the scene of the year's most unfortunate circumstance. With that mess behind me, I hastily led Enel to find Crocodile. This fellow was known for his steadiness, and his prolonged absence suggested something was amiss. Enel expanded his heart network to its maximum, and finally he pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Over there! The presence is faint. It's Mr. Crocodile." My heart tightened as I raced toward him. From a distance, I felt an intense wave of scorching heat. I heard a kind of bellowing, "Crocodile, this is your final warning. Surrender the Yuki no Mi." Alongside him, a familiar voice echoed, "I advise you to comply, or my iron fist, 1 TB gentle." Upon my arrival, I beheld a dire sight. Crocodile was grievously injured, his body marred with burns, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his spirit remained unyielding. "I know nothing of the Yuki no Mi. If you wish to kill me, just say so." I quickly grasped the situation. The Navy's veterans, including Garp, Akainu, and Ace.He, were present. They had cornered Crocodile with the aid of a dog-like devil fruit user who had tracked him down by scent. Crocodile, being a man of integrity, understood the significance of this fruit to me and bore the onslaught of 3 Navy admirals, sustaining severe injuries without revealing its location. Tsuru unsheathed her blade, coldly declaring, "Crocodile, if you do not surrender it now, I shall slay you." Kaji, usually so lewd, wore a serious expression. The tension was palpable. They viewed Crocodile as a stepping stone for promotion to Admiral and as a test of loyalty. Crocodile regarded the 2 youngsters with disdain, focusing solely on the 3 veterans. He understood that unless these 3 intervened, Tsuru and Kaji were merely looking to hone their skills on him. "Come at me, you two." Crocodile bristled with defiance. Tsuru and Kaji immediately sprang into action. Tsuru's swordsmanship was indeed formidable, yet Crocodile's hand was no easy foe. However, he had already exhausted much of his strength and sustained serious injuries. In a moment of carelessness, Tsuru seized upon his vulnerability. Itoryu, Raisin. A slash of unparalleled speed targeted the heart of Crocodile. Simultaneously, Kaji maneuvered to the front, delivering a powerful punch to Crocodile's abdomen. With a splutter, Crocodile coughed up blood, his form curling into a shell, and the Yuki no Mi slipped from his grasp. Kaji, quick-witted, snatched the fruit and attempted to flee. Lao Sha watched helplessly as the fruit was snatched away, knowing that the fatal strike behind him was unavoidable, his heart likely screaming, "What on earth is Ban doing? If he doesn't show up soon, I'm finished." Just at that critical moment, I finally arrived. Mudun, Mudingbai. A circular wooden shield instantly enveloped Lao Sha, perfectly blocking the strike from Ji Yuan. Descending from the heavens with Ainalu, the Sharingan beneath my mask flashed a crimson light. "Lao Sha, you've worked hard." The expressions of Garp, Ace.He, and Akainu instantly turned grave. Garp spoke to me in a low voice. "Ace.He, be cautious. This guy is not easy to deal with." Akainu, with his molten lava arm coalescing, fixed his gaze on me. The mastermind behind the Dawn organization finally shows himself. I instructed Ainalu to help Lao Sha retreat. This battle was beyond their capability. A glance at the system panel revealed 200,000 points. Initially, I intended to save for the reincarnation eye, But given the current situation, I had no choice but to spend. Without hesitation, I upgraded both the Mood Done secret technique and Sage mode to level 8 in one go. If we're gonna play, let's go all out. Lao Sha, and Nilu, withdraw, I shouted. Crocodile attempted to say something, but I silenced him with a glare. No time for chatter. Move immediately. Akainu, like a rabid dog, barked. Leave? No one is leaving today. I glared at him, murderous intent radiating, and coldly snorted before clapping my hands together. Mudan, Shua, Shuye, Yanglin. In an instant, the ground erupted with rampant growth, a colossal forest rising to obscure the sky. Akainu roared, unleashing a meteor shower of molten fists from above. However, Garp and Ace.He, the two old-timers, were not idle. They flashed forward and closed in on me. Goodness, I momentarily lost focus. This scene felt eerily familiar from years ago. Back then, I was just a child who fed all of Garp's donuts to the dogs, boasting to Smoker and the others that I would eventually punch Garp and kick Ace.He. As it turned out, those words reached their ears, and in front of the entire Navy, the two old men brandished their belts and sticks, giving me a complete childhood lesson. Kid, daydreaming in battle is not wise. Ace.He's familiar voice rang in my ears, snapping me back to reality as his iron arm slammed before me. I crossed my arms to block, but still got sent flying by a single punch. No more distractions. The visage of Sage mode instantly manifested on my face, the eternal kaleidoscope spinning wildly, my observation Haki reaching its peak. I dodged Garp's sneak attack from behind. And let me tell you, if that punch had landed, I would have been finished today. I commanded the trees to assault the two men, while keeping my peripheral vision locked onto the distant Jiaji, who was clutching the fruit. Akainu's hellhound charged, and I raised a Mu Ding by to shield myself. Countless wooden hands erupted from the earth, capturing Akainu. I swung him like a meteor hammer, flinging him toward Garp and Ace.He, forcing them back. And then clasped my hands together. Sage art. Mingshin men. Several enormous red torii gates descended from the sky, temporarily restraining the three of them. I knew this wouldn't hold them for long. My target was the fruit. I vanished in a flash, racing toward Ji Yuan and Jiaji. Ji Yuan unleashed her dual sword technique, Dragon Flash. She attacked, and I deftly maneuvered, leaving a bloody mark on her shoulder as she wore a look of disbelief. Little did she know, the fatal flaw of her technique was something I had taught her years ago. Ignoring her, I evaded Jiaji's punch, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen, my armament Haki penetrating deeply. In the instant he spat blood, I seized the shue fruit from his grasp. But just then, Akainu's fiery blast struck my back, scorching my cloak and leaving a charred mark. No matter, the regenerative power of the Hashirama cells was extraordinary. The wound began healing instantaneously. Yet Garp and Ace.He had already broken free from their restraints, and attacks came raining down. There was no escaping. Sage art. Mudan. Zhen Shu Qianshou. I summoned the colossal statue of Guanyin, using offense in place of defense. Garp and Ace.He were forced back, and Jiaji, trembling on the ground, pointed a shaking finger at me. He stole the fruit. Enraged, Garp shouted, "Damn it! Ace.He, go! Retrieve the fruit." I never anticipated that these two old men would exceed my expectations. They leapt into the air, defying gravity, and in the blink of an eye, reach a height of 100 meters, landing atop the Guanyin statue, directly before me. Goodness, the combat experience, the martial prowess. I suddenly understood how those enemies I had previously defeated felt, that suffocating sensation of being targeted by top-tier powerhouses. Their fists, imbued with unmatched Haki, came at me from both sides. I unleashed Sage mode fully, swinging my hands to block their onslaught, yet the tremendous force sent me sliding backward. I shook my numbed arms. These two old men were truly ruthless. They realized they couldn't allow me to create distance for Mu Dun, so they engaged in close combat. Leveraging their physical advantages, we exchanged blows atop the Guanyin statue, the ground shaking violently, seemingly evenly matched, yet I was being pushed to the brink. It was only thanks to my high-level physical skills, Haki, Sage mode, and the extraordinary enhancements from the Hashirama cells that I wasn't instantly obliterated. Garp and Ace.He grew increasingly alarmed, likely pondering when such a formidable creature emerged in this world, capable of trading blows with them without faltering. Another fierce exchange forced them back, and in a moment of fury, I roared, "I acknowledge your physical prowess. Among all the opponents I have faced, I deem you the strongest." Shouting aside, the battle must continue. Resolutely, I decided to trade injury for injury. With my Sage mode and Hashirama cells, As long as it wasn't a fatal wound, I could endure. I took Garp's punch head-on while delivering a powerful strike to his chin, followed by a kick that sent Ace.He flying. Ace.He, being older and in poorer health, had to draw medicine to recover. This couldn't continue. I needed a plan to escape. I retreated, feigning exhaustion while my eyes scanned for Jiayuan in the distance. A plan formed. I first ensnared Garp and Ace.He with 2 wooden dragons. And seeing me weaken, Akainu couldn't resist launching a surprise attack with his dog-bite Red Lotus. A smirk crossed my lips. I had been waiting for you. Just as Akainu's magma fist was about to strike me, my figure vanished. The next moment, I appeared behind Jiayuan, a sharp branch pressed against her neck. Don't move. Garp, Ace.He, and Akainu all stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how I had traversed so swiftly. Akainu's expression was likely already murdered thousands of times over by Garp and Ace.He's glares. Jiayuan, covered in haki, attempted to resist, but I firmly pinned her hand to prevent her from drawing her blade. Leaning close to her ear, I spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. Struggle again, and I will kill your companion. Rest assured, I have no intention of being enemies with the Navy. My only goal is the shwe fruit. I must emphasize, my words are not a jest, as I pointed to the lifeless Jiaji on the ground. The heat from my words brushed against Jiayuan's ear, turning her face pale with rage, yet she was utterly powerless under my grip. To prevent any further tricks, I activated Mudun, binding her tightly with the branch. I assure you, my Mudun is no child's play. At level 8, my control is exceptionally precise. I ensnared her in a cybernetic chokehold, draining her energy instantly, leaving her limp and unable to stand. I casually retrieved her named blade, Jingzhe, and with a leisurely gait, approached Jiaji. The blade's tip poised against the throat of my former rival, my gaze coldly fixed on Garp, Ace.He, and Akainu. At times, to accomplish grand endeavors, I am willing to embrace the role of the antagonist. Stood out conspicuously in the square, particularly with Lin Chen donning a mask that suggested he was no good Samaritan. As soon as Akainu contemplated taking action, I immediately seized the opportunity to mock him. Admiral Akainu, I trust you would not wish for your precious subordinate to have a change of residence, would you? It was evident to me that Akainu held a deep regard for Kaji. While the gazes of Garp and Zephyr remained fixated on Shiwan, I understood that my involvement was a contributing factor, and my heart was heavy with regret. I could only hope that when the truth eventually surfaced, Shiwan would not condemn me to the sofa, and that the elders would be gentle in their retribution. I reflected on the ostentatious display of the true thousand hands technique. Henceforth, I must exercise more discretion before executing my moves, lest I appear foolish. As I released the great Buddha, Garp and Zephyr exchanged glances and promptly acquiesced. Kid, release Shiwan. We shall forfeit the snow fruit. Just let her go. Akainu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The Navy had mobilized a significant force, yet they could not subdue even me, and the humiliation was palpable. I kicked Kaji back, providing him a way out, while I spoke sweet words. This is my sincerity. Once I reach a secure location, I shall indeed release Miss Shiwan. Old Garp was furious, his fists cracking ominously. I knew all too well that being threatened is an unpleasant experience. My heart ached too. Had it not been for the meddlesome Akainu and Kaji, I would have been seated with the elders, enjoying a drink, rather than embroiled in this turmoil. Akainu, I have noted this debt. During this stalemate, the sounds of battle persisted in the distance, and we all understood clearly that the Vice Admiral level pirates on the island could not withstand merely a few Commodores. Goodness, Vice Admiral Tsuru was conducting a conference call, her voice booming as if it were on speaker. What on earth are you all doing? Has our elite combat power vanished? Is there truly someone capable of holding all 3 of you at bay? The expressions of the 3 esteemed figures turned increasingly grim. Realizing this was the optimal moment for retreat, I reassured them that Dawn did not seek to engage the Navy at this time. Once I was safe, I would naturally release her. Before I could finish my sentence, I unhesitatingly embraced Shiwan and took off into the sky. Garp and the others stomped in frustration. But what could they do? Even if they could fight, they were powerless as I held the hostage. Upon reaching a safe altitude and confirming that no one was pursuing us, I let out a sigh of relief. Continuous high-intensity combat would wear down even the strongest of individuals. Had it not been for my skill that occasionally replenishes my energy, I would have long been drained by that great Buddha. In my arms, Shiwan began to regain her composure, her eyes reflecting both anger and grievance. Who could understand the trial she had faced? For an entire year, she had trained relentlessly to avenge me, transforming her swordsmanship from a single blade to a dual-wield style. Her hands now calloused, and yet she had still been defeated by me, reduced to a hostage. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Seeing her in such distress pierced my heart like a needle. Once she noticed my gaze, she turned her head away, coldly demanding, "Return my sword to me, or I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." At that moment, I could scarcely contain myself, nearly removing my mask. In the solitude of the sky, it was the perfect opportunity for candor. I had my secrets, yet could I not trust Garp, Zephyr, and Shiwan? If they learned the truth, they would be elated. Just as I cleared my throat to speak, intending to reveal something significant, my two lively subordinates suddenly appeared. "Old Sand, I've spotted Lord Ban, and he seems to have brought a woman with him. Hurry over. Watch for pursuers." Crocodile and Enel swiftly approached me. My heart raced in exasperation, as all the emotions I had been cultivating dissipated. Shiwan appeared equally bewildered, her expression turning sour, likely thinking she was hallucinating from longing. Old Sand, with his incessant chatter, spotted the bound Shiwan and jested, "Why have you brought this blonde girl? She fought me fiercely before. Are you returning her for revenge?" Upon hearing this, Shiwan's face turned pale. Anger surged within me, and I retorted vehemently, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is our Dawn organization one of lowly scum? We merely fought, due to differing stances. We are not sworn enemies of the Navy." Old Sand looked taken aback, probably pondering what had come over me. He muttered, "You're not developing feelings for her, are you?" I was tempted to punch him, but I decided to let it slide for now. I untied the branches binding Shiwan and returned her sword. "You may leave." She hesitated, surprised by my unexpected decisiveness, yet she was not foolish. Seizing her weapon, she turned to flee. Watching her retreating figure, I sighed, wondering when we might meet again. Upon our return to the rear mountain, Monet cradled Sugar, and the rescued villagers gazed at me with concern. I first reassured everyone, then inquired of Old Sand, "Where is that Doflamingo fellow?" Old Sand slammed his fist against the wall. That rascal sensed something amiss and slipped away amidst the chaos. I waved my hand dismissively, unperturbed. "Let him go. The important thing is that this operation has effectively bound him to us. He cannot escape his connection to Dawn, and he must acknowledge it." Having settled everyone, I was contemplating our next steps when a chilling wind swept through, and out of thin air, a figure clad in green appeared behind me. His face bore an imprint of a shoe, a rather distinctive look. "Are you the leader of the Dawn organization?" I turned around and instantly recognized him. Monkey D. Dragon? Dragon himself was taken aback, likely surprised by how swiftly he had been identified. This was all Garp's fault. His photographs adorned our home, and I had grown weary of seeing them. Dragon dropped the pretense and got straight to the point. "Since you know me, you must also understand my intentions." I feigned ignorance. "What intentions? What brings you here?" Dragon's lips twitched as he began to probe into my background, mentioning my strength rivaling that of an admiral. My subordinates being of the Logia type, having seized the snow fruit and purging the underworld. I scratched my head. I was unaware we were so formidable. Seeing that I was impervious to his tactics, Dragon decided to strike at the core of my soul. "What is your view on the celestial dragons and the world government?" Oh, it was getting serious. I pondered for a moment before tossing the question back. "They maintain global stability, which is quite commendable, no?" Dragon was evidently caught off guard by my response and launched into his rhetoric, decrying the celestial dragons as tumors, asserting that the heavens exploited the common folk, and that no one cared for non-member countries. I found his theories amusing. Once he concluded, I leisurely spoke, "So what is your proposal? Why have you sought me out?" "I need your strength to overthrow this grotesque system," Dragon stated gravely. Upon hearing this, I shook my head resolutely. Dragon at this moment held a rather simplistic view. He merely wished to topple the celestial dragons. I thought, how narrow-minded. I pulled him aside as if sharing a secret. "Your perspective is rather naive, Dragon. Have you heard of the 24-character truth?" "The 24-character truth? What is that?" It was time to showcase true mastery. I placed my hand on his shoulder and delivered a fervent indoctrination of ideas. From initial confusion to subsequent astonishment, culminating in a profound ideological awakening, Dragon underwent a transformation. His gaze towards me shifted, now filled with a fervent intensity, as if viewing me as a life mentor. "Bon, does such a world truly exist?" he asked, exhilarated. "This is a cause worth dedicating our lives to," I affirmed with conviction. Having succeeded in my persuasion, I patted his shoulder. "Thus for our cause. The slaughter of celestial dragons, the seizure of heavenly treasures, and a surprise assault on Mary Geoise are all imperative. Observing Dragon's shocked yet accepting expression, I nodded in satisfaction and imparted a motivational phrase for those with grand aspirations, daring to reshape the heavens and the earth. Seizing the momentum, I extended an invitation. Dragon, why not join Dawn? Dragon hesitated, stating that he had many companions behind him and could not agree immediately. However, it matters not. Even without his involvement, we can still collaborate. I gestured towards the bewildered villagers of Zikagwa behind me and inquired, Long, do you believe this nation can become our strength? Long shook his head, asserting that it was too weak. I smiled and replied, have you ever heard that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire? Subsequently, I painted a grand vision for him, detailing how we could transform Zikagwa into a model project, unite all potential allies, and flex our muscles to undermine the world government, ultimately concluding with the assertion that true power arises from the barrel of a gun. Long listened astonished, and finally posed a practical question. Given the current state of Zikagwa, can you restore it? It will be a piece of cake. I led everyone back to the heart of the battlefield, which was a scene of utter devastation. Long was left speechless. With a clap of my hands, I shouted, Mokudan, NarutoJutsu. As soon as the words left my mouth, countless houses sprang forth from the ground, conjuring a new city in mere moments. At this point, Long was completely convinced. He extended his hand, his gaze unwavering, and declared, Ban, I am willing to trust you. I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long. I grasped his hand in return, introducing myself. I am Ban, the leader of the Dawn organization. In that moment, the two great organizations officially established a strategic partnership. A month later, Zikagwa had been renamed the Republic and was thriving under Long's governance. I was preparing to depart, but the question of who would receive the Yuki no Mi became a significant dilemma. Monet and Sugar, two young girls, insisted on accompanying me. It was old Shah who understood me best, bluntly awakening me to the truth. You are too soft-hearted, Ban. Why not give the fruit to Monet? We can train her ourselves, and she will be trustworthy and useful in the future. His words struck me like a bolt of lightning. I had indeed been overly indecisive. In this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, teaching them to possess the power to protect themselves is the true kindness I can offer. Resolutely, I handed the Yuki no Mi to Monet, stating, if you wish to follow us, your first trial is to consume it. Monet took a bite, her small face contorting into a mask of pain, tears welling in her eyes as she asked, do I have to eat it all? Old Shah waved his hand, taking the remaining fruit away. That's enough. You've passed. At this point, my third subordinate with natural abilities was finally in place. I utilized Moku Dawn to construct the new Dawn number 7, and amidst the cheers of Long and the Revolutionary Army, we set sail once more. Our destination was the stronghold of Doflamingo, for I still had many scores to settle with him. Upon arrival, we found the place deserted. While we pondered this mystery, Enel pointed towards a distant house and remarked, there are two people over there. We stealthily approached, pushed open the door, and my pupils dilated in shock. The person inside had golden hair, wore a red hood, and was clad in a coat of black feathers. None other than Doflamingo's brother, Corazon, Rosinante. I had seen him a few times during my tenure with the Navy. He was the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. How could he be here? Observing another figure. A pale child of about 10 lay on the ground, while Corazon tended to him, casting wary glances at our uninvited presence. His elder brother had also been marked for a bounty as a member of the Dawn organization, with Doflamingo, known as the Heavenly Night Demon, boasting a bounty of 650 million berries. Reflecting on the actions of the Dawn organization over the past month and the testimonies of the world government and the Navy, Rosinante anxiously shouted toward the child on the ground, Ro, quickly eat the Ope no Mi. This Dawn organization is notorious for seizing devil fruits. Their arrival must mean they are after the Ope no Mi. He produced the devil fruit from his belongings, forcing Ro, who bore a reluctant expression, to consume it. All of this unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes, yet he refrained from intervening. As Rosinante entered the room, he loudly called out to the child on the ground. Though they could not hear his smoke words, Smoker barked sharply. Moments later, Rosinante compelled the child to eat the devil fruit, leaving the others bewildered, as they had come merely in search of Doflamingo. To everyone's astonishment, the previously lethargic child sprang to life after consuming the devil fruit. Lin Chen stepped forward, but Rosinante instinctively shielded the child with his body. Hey, where has Doflamingo gone? Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, Rosinante paused momentarily before responding. He has taken the Don Quixote family to the New World. The New World, you say? Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin. He realized that Doflamingo might have fled in fear of facing him, but seemed he had gone straight to the New World, a place now utterly devastated. However, given Doflamingo's abilities, making a name for himself that would be relatively simple. After some contemplation, Lin Chen decided against pursuing Doflamingo to the New World at this moment. They would inevitably cross paths in the future, and there was no need to rush, especially since the time had not yet come for him to be of use again. After all, his celestial dragon identity was pivotal to Lin Chen's most crucial plan. If it succeeded, Lin Chen could confidently assert that no one in the world would be his equal. Gazing at Rosinante before me, a new plan began to form in Lin Chen's mind. On one hand, he shared a bond of camaraderie with me, and, on the other, he might yield unexpected advantages when confronting Admiral Sengoku in the future. Curiously observing the wary Rosinante, Lin Chen wondered about the reasons for his presence here. Had the Navy sent him on a mission, or had he defected? Given his connection to Sengoku, Lin Chen surmised that he was more likely here on an assignment. Meanwhile, Crocodile stepped forward, intrigued as he regarded Rosinante, and whispered to Lin Chen, "Rosinante, Doflamingo's younger brother, has only recently returned to the Don Quixote family after being missing for many years." Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Lin Chen was taken aback, as clarity washed over him. He regarded Rosinante intently, but chose not to reveal his thoughts. It was likely that these two brothers had been separated due to some past incident. The young Rosinante had been adopted by Sengoku and joined the Navy, only to be dispatched on a mission now, presumably connected to Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Crocodile's voice continued to reach Lin Chen's ears. A month ago, the Op no Mi, which was the second to last fruit in the auction, was stolen. The auctioneer, D.S. Barrels, claimed that it was taken without a sound that night. It seems the mastermind was you, the Ace.He no Mi user, Rosinante. Was there perhaps guidance from Doflamingo behind this? Lin Chen cast an approving glance at Crocodile, impressed at how swiftly he articulated Lin Chen's thoughts. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, he noticed Crocodile advancing, his shoulder-mounted crocodile revealing its sharp teeth. "You. Not only have you stolen the devil fruit and disrupted the order, but you also disregard the Dawn organization. Since your brother has fled and we cannot find him, you will bear our wrath. Of course, we will not kill you. You can live as long as we have not found your brother. How you live depends on our mood." Hearing this, Lin Chen quickly intervened. "Old Shah." Crocodile turned to Lin Chen, awaiting his next words. "Old Shah, Rosinante is still of use to us. If he truly acted under Doflamingo's orders to seize the Op no Mi, then at the very least, that fruit should not fall into the hands of a dying child. Do you think Doflamingo would allow this fruit to be consumed by such a feeble child?" In the eyes of Kelowokirur sparkled with brilliance. "What do you mean?" Lin Chen asked with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Take these two away. After all, that child has consumed the surgery fruit. If nurtured properly, he could serve as a significant asset in the future. As for Luoxanandi," Lin Chen glanced at the wary figure of Luoxanandi, turning his gaze back to Kelowokirur. "He still holds considerable value for me. The specifics I cannot divulge at this moment, but he will play a crucial role in one of our future plans." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Kelowokirur released the sand in his grasp and shrugged. "In that case, there's nothing to be done. You're the leader of Dawn. You call the shots. We can only wait until we find Doflamingo to take our revenge. I am quite displeased with that fellow." Seeing this, Lin Chen reassured Kelowokirur, "Do not worry. Opportunities will arise. We shall bring him back to Mary Geoise together." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Kelowokirur exchanged a knowing smile with him, understanding the unspoken sentiments in each other's eyes. Approaching Luoxanandi, Lin Chen spoke calmly. "You currently have two choices. First, you can bring this child to join us. Second, if you refuse, I will kill him." "You!" Luoxanandi exclaimed in anger at Lin Chen's ultimatum, yet felt helpless. Looking at the still frail Luo on the ground, he could only concede, "I will join." Lin Chen chuckled lightly at Luoxanandi's response. It was not his fault. He merely grasped Luoxanandi's weakness. Moreover, joining him was not a bad option. Lin Chen was aware of Luoxanandi's true identity, and being by his side could provide better protection for him. Upon returning to the ship, Lin Chen gleaned recent news from Luoxanandi. His group had been busy rebuilding the Republic with Long and had not paid much attention to external affairs. First and foremost was the bounty on Dawn. Lin Chen was surprised that he was being targeted despite not opposing the Marines. However, upon seeing his bounty of 1.5 billion, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Given his strength, he should be on par with figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. But due to the secrecy surrounding his identity, the world government likely perceived his threat level as low, resulting in such a modest bounty. Furthermore, Keluokitaur had been stripped of his warlord status, but the old Sand was indifferent to that. He was already involved in rebellion and no longer cared for such trivial matters. Additionally, news of the underground world revealed that it had been divided into various factions of differing sizes. The most formidable was Lin Chen's Dawn organization, which encompassed Keluokitaur's underground influence and the Don Quixote family's power. Whether the two were united in purpose remained uncertain, but on the surface, Dawn stood unrivaled. The world government's CP9 organization had also suffered significant losses in this conflict. While not entirely eradicated, their presence had dwindled considerably in the underground world, facilitating Lin Chen's subsequent endeavors. Lastly, remnants of other factions were subtly rallying under a single leader opposing Lin Chen's forces, a figure named Wang Ji. Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen immediately recalled Wang Ji from the Rocks Pirates. Whether the two would clash in the future remained to be seen. Returning to the ship, Lin Chen noted that Luo's health had gradually improved under Luoxinandi's care. The group had also learned the child's name, Trafalgar Luo, from Luoxinandi. Lin Chen discovered that for the past half-year, he had been searching for a way to heal Luo. During an auction, he learned that the surgery fruit was among the items for sale. Thus, he stealthily returned to the Don Quixote family, using the fruit's powers to secretly seize the surgery fruit. Doflamingo was unaware of this. When he departed with his crew, Luoxinandi had hidden in a nearby warehouse, remaining undetected until Enel's observation Haki sensed him. After calming Luoxinandi and Luo, Lin Chen signaled for them not to be anxious. Dawn is not an evil organization. You can rest assured that we are quite amicable. This is Monet, one of our members, and this is her sister, Sugar. Pointing to Monet and Sugar, Lin Chen hoped that Luoxinandi and Luo could genuinely integrate into their team. Although his method of compelling their membership was somewhat forceful, it did not hinder their interactions. Initially, Keluokitaur and Enel had also started in a similar manner, yet they were now getting along quite well. Not dwelling further on the two, Lin Chen trained Keluokitaur and Enel in Haki while guiding Monet on the application of her fruit. Through this recent battle, Lin Chen had discerned areas where both needed improvement. Keluokitaur had performed admirably overall, yet his observation Haki remained insufficiently strong. By combining his observation Haki with his sand abilities, Keluokitaur could generate a protective zone around himself. However, the range was still too limited, which was directly related to the extent of his observation Haki. Thus, Lin Chen focused on enhancing Keluokitaur's observation Haki. This rigorous training resulted in Keluokitaur, who was blindfolded, receiving a fair amount of punishment from Lin Chen. Each strike of the branch against Keluokitaur's body sent shivers down the spines of those watching, their gazes towards Lin Chen tinged with apprehension. Enel's shortcomings lay in his stamina and combat experience, so Lin Chen encouraged Keluokitaur and Enel to engage in more sparring sessions together. Enel, how well have you mastered your electromagnetic abilities? Brother Ban, while the power of this technique is substantial, it is rather cumbersome to execute. I still need to find a suitable weapon. Upon hearing Enel's words, Lin Chen pondered deeply, yet could not devise an immediate solution. Let us set this aside for now. I am preparing to teach you another technique. Enel's eyes lit up at Lin Chen's words, prompting Lin Chen to continue. Your physical attributes are lacking. While you can immunize yourself against lightning, the electricity can simultaneously stimulate your physical potential. You may want to try using electricity to invigorate your bodily cells. However, this is merely a theoretical approach, as I am uncertain whether your cells can resist the lightning. Upon hearing Lin Chen's suggestion, Enel closed his eyes and began to experiment, soon revealing a look of delight. I did it. My body typically immunizes against the lightning, but under my deliberate control, my resistance has significantly diminished. I can feel a tingling sensation coursing through my body from the electrical stimulation. If I increase the current, I believe it will be beneficial for my training. Lin Chen relaxed his furrowed brow. As expected, a natural-type fruit user's immunity to corresponding elements could indeed be controlled. In that case, not only should you stimulate yourself for training, but do not forget to involve Keluokitaur and the others in the process. Keluokitaur, intrigued by Lin Chen's words, expressed interest as he experienced a jolt of electricity, letting out a comfortable groan. The group shivered involuntarily, and Enel inadvertently increased the current, causing an unprepared Keluokitaur to shudder from the sudden shock. Monet blinked her large eyes at Lin Chen. Do I need to train too? Lin Chen chuckled, ruffling Monet's hair. You are still young. Of course, you must start training early to get a head start. Monet lowered her head, her face clouded with displeasure. Lin Chen chuckled softly in his heart, realizing that this young girl was still quite naive. He felt compelled to prepare her for the treacherous nature of society. As for the development of Monai's fruits, Lin Chen had no immediate ideas and merely instructed Monai to first master elementalization. Observing Rocinante and Luo, who had entered the room, Lin Chen sighed internally. Crocodile turned to Lin Chen and inquired, "Where shall we head next?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen replied without hesitation, "To the Grand Line." Upon hearing this, Crocodile adjusted the course, and the ship began to sail towards the Grand Line. Lin Chen intended to seek Tom, as clues regarding the king of the underworld resided with him. After several days of navigation, the group finally approached Water City. Throughout the journey, Crocodile appeared quite exhilarated, as Lin Chen had shared tidings concerning the king of the underworld, which were in the hands of a man named Tom, the very shipwright who crafted vessels for Roger. During this time, Rocinante began to alter his attitude towards Lin Chen and the others. And Lin Chen also included Luo in their training regimen. Perusing a newspaper, Lin Chen found himself intrigued by a particular report. Marine Admiral Kizaru had engaged in pursuit of the Sun Pirate crew, resulting in a confrontation whose outcome remained uncertain. Lin Chen was confident that Kizaru would emerge victorious in this skirmish, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Upon arriving in Water City, the group managed to ascertain Tom's residence through their inquiries, and before long, they arrived at Tom's home. However, they were met with the cold scrutiny of several CP9 agents surrounding the vicinity. The world government demands that bystanders withdraw. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Earlier inquiries had revealed Tom's crimes and his current endeavors. Undoubtedly, the world government had set its sights on the sea train and the design blueprints for the king of the underworld that Tom possessed. Thus, they had not executed him immediately, but rather were exploiting his final value. Contemplating the vile nature and actions of the world government, Lin Chen felt a surge of indignation. As his eternal kaleidoscope of vision slowly revolved, the surrounding CP9 agents fell one after another. The onlookers marveled at this spectacle. But Lin Chen refrained from elaborating further and was the first to push open the door. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly figure of the Fishman tribe, engrossed in contemplation over a set of blueprints. The old man barely acknowledged Lin Chen and his companions, remaining focused on his work. Lin Chen chose not to disturb Tom, quietly standing by until Tom finished examining the documents. "Are you Mr. Tom?" Lin Chen inquired. Tom lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at Lin Chen before responding. "Who are you? And what brings you to me?" Lin Chen introduced himself. "I am Ban, here to extend an invitation for you to join our Dawn organization. I have heard you possess knowledge regarding the king of the underworld. We will handle matters with the world government, so you need not worry." Taken aback by Lin Chen's forthrightness, Tom replied, "Mr. Ban, please leave. I'm merely a prisoner now. You might be mistaken. I have no information about the king of the underworld. Currently, I only wish to redeem myself by developing the sea train." Lin Chen felt a headache coming on at Tom's words, and Crocodile, standing nearby, interjected bluntly, "Stop pretending. You must have information about the king of the underworld. Otherwise, the world government would have executed you long ago, rather than wait for you to complete the sea train." Tom's expression darkened with anger. "You may call me a criminal, but do not speak of the sea train project. It concerns the future of Water City. Please leave. You are not welcome here." Lin Chen quickly intervened to prevent Crocodile from retorting further, apologizing. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Tom." Crocodile spoke thoughtlessly. "We shall visit another day." As they exited the house, Crocodile expressed his dissatisfaction. "Ban, knowing that fellow possesses information about the king of the underworld, which have also informed me of, why not simply seize him?" Lin Chen shook his head, signaling Crocodile to remain calm. "As long as he is here, the information about the king of the underworld will not escape. It is imperative not to provoke Mr. Tom. Let us not forget that the world government is also watching him. I intend to take a long view. Let us observe the world government's reaction. Our visit to Tom is a signal. We shall see how they respond." Upon hearing this, Crocodile ceased to voice further complaints. Understanding the urgency of the matter, he held dear. Upon returning to their ship, they noticed a crowd of people rushing towards higher ground at the port. Even those aboard the vessel felt the tremors beneath them. "What is happening?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that this was not a man-made occurrence. The group ascended into the air, witnessing towering white waves rising ominously from the distant sea. is a tsunami. Crocodile, well-versed in the ways of the world, remarked. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen urged everyone to evacuate. Crocodile summoned sand to lift them swiftly towards Water City, and Lin Chen did not forget Tom, directing Crocodile to head to Tom's residence. At that moment, a blue-haired individual was seen carrying Tom on his back, fleeing towards higher ground alongside the throngs of people. Lin Chen signaled to Crocodile, who descended to allow them to board. Tom expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. My earlier words were too harsh." Lin Chen waved dismissively. "No need to dwell on it, Mr. Tom. I am quite curious about the cause of this sudden tsunami. How could Water City be afflicted so severely?" A shadow flickered in Tom's eyes as he sighed. Water City faces the water god's arrival each year, bringing significant casualties and causing the sea levels to rise dramatically, disrupting trade between islands. Hence, I sought to construct the sea train to enhance connectivity between them. Hearing Tom's words, the group felt a profound respect for his intentions, a rarity in these times. Gazing at the approaching tsunami, Lin Chen smiled. "Mr. Tom, if I succeed in halting this tsunami, would you earnestly consider joining our organization? Our strength is formidable, and you need not fear the world government. We merely seek information about the king of the underworld, and we assure you he will not be misused, rather than disclose to the world government. Why not entrust us instead?" Without waiting for Tom's response, Lin Chen soared into the air towards the distant Water City. Tom watched Lin Chen's retreating figure in silence, contemplating that perhaps revealing the information about the king of the underworld was not a grave misstep after all. It hinged upon whether Lin Chen could indeed avert such a colossal tsunami. If he succeeded, it would signify a force rivaling that of the world government. As the tsunami loomed closer, Lin Chen could already feel the briny wind upon his face. With hands clasped together, he manifested dark patterns upon his visage. Celestial technique. Would release. True Thousand Hands. In an explosive display of power, the true form of True Thousand Hands was unleashed, manifesting a towering statue of Guanyin around Water City. Under the astonished gazes of Tom and the others, Lin Chen's True Thousand Hands stood resolutely against the impending tsunami. As Lin Chen gazed at the colossal statue of Guanyin, which was being relentlessly battered by the oncoming tsunami, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Countless massive logs began to rise, expertly manipulated by Lin Chen, forming a barrier that intercepted the encroaching waters surrounding the Water City. All the inhabitants of the city stood in awe, mesmerized by the sight before them. The towering logs cast a shadow that was both overwhelming and magnificent. What force could possibly achieve such a feat? Divine power. A deity has descended. Even Crocodile, who was familiar with Lin Chen, felt a twinge of astonishment as this spectacle reshaped their understanding of reality. Tom stared blankly at the man upon the giant statue, experiencing an indescribable sensation reminiscent of the feelings Roger once evoked in him. The ocean waves crashed heavily against the summoned logs, yet they remained steadfast, unyielding. As time passed, the tumultuous tsunami gradually subsided. Lin Chen turned to see the crowd behind him, all of them staring at him in disbelief. It was the first time Monet, Sugar, Rocinante, and Rorinoa had witnessed the extent of his powers. They were left speechless. The man who usually jested aboard the ship possessed such formidable strength. Monet clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Ban was indeed incredible. Crocodile emerged from his initial shock. He had seen Lin Chen employ this technique before during their earlier confrontations, yet witnessing it up close revealed the vast chasm that lay between them. Observing Lin Chen standing resolutely against the tsunami, Crocodile shook his head with a slight smile creeping across his lips. This guy, Rocinante mused silently, feeling a subtle shift within him. Perhaps he was not the villain he had initially perceived. Once the tsunami had passed, Lin Chen dissipated his wooden technique, transforming into a streak of light that returned to the sandy ground beside Crocodile. No sooner had they landed than a commotion erupted in the distance, and soon after, a group of CP9 agents emerged. The leader, brimming with arrogance, barked orders at the crowd. "What are you all doing? Where are you taking Tom? Are you not aware that he is a criminal under the watch of the world government?" One of his subordinates, recognizing Lin Chen and his companions, leaned in to whisper to the leader. Upon hearing the subordinate's words, Spandam felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. These were members of the Dawn organization, the very group that had decimated all CP9 operatives in the underground world just months prior. How had he failed to recognize them? Having recently assumed his father's position, He had been overly complacent. Regaining his composure, Spandam quickly altered his demeanor, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face as he regarded Lin Chen and his companions. Although the Dawn organization was currently deemed an enemy by the world government, his life was at stake, and he had no choice but to prioritize his safety. I sincerely apologize. I did not recognize you as the renowned Dawn organization. Feeling the mocking gazes of his subordinates at his back, Spandam repressed his anger and slowly straightened his posture, cautiously inquiring of Lin Chen. Might I ask what brings the esteemed members of the Dawn organization here? And why are you so closely associated with Mr. Tom? This naturally raises our suspicions. Lin Chen, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue with Spandam, casually fabricated a reason to deflect his inquiries. We are simply intrigued by Mr. Tom's sea train and came to pay a visit. Is there an issue with that? As he spoke, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with a red light, exerting immense pressure on Spandam. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Spandam hastily waved his hands. No issue. No issue. Lin Chen, unfazed, retorted without hesitation. If there are no objections, then be gone. With those words, Spandam retreated, leading the remaining CP9 agents away, intent on reporting the incident to higher authorities. Observing Lin Chen's reprimand of CP9, the usually arrogant agents shrank in fear, and the blue-haired youth beside Tom was visibly excited. Master, who are they? Tom chuckled, ruffling the blue-haired youth's hair. Fram, no need to shout. These are members of the Dawn organization. He then apologized with a glance at Lin Chen and his companions, continuing, We are grateful to you all for saving the Water City. Please, come to my home as guests. Lin Chen accepted the invitation without hesitation and accompanied his companions to Tom's residence. Upon their return, Tom's demeanor had shifted considerably. He was now overly accommodating to Lin Chen and his companions, even sending Fram out to procure various food and drinks to entertain them. Aware of Tom's financial struggles, Lin Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Crocodile, who promptly understood the cue. Turning, he instructed Enel to accompany Fram on his shopping trip, discreetly slipping him a large sum of money, leaving both Enel and Fram astonished. Take this money and buy plenty of delicious food and drinks. Do not return until it is all spent. The two young men nodded eagerly, resembling chicks pecking at grain, and then they left together. Once they had departed, Tom's expression turned serious as he looked toward Lin Chen and Crocodile, glancing at Monet, Ross and Andy, and the rest of the group. Lin Chen understood the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, they're all members of the Dawn organization and are trustworthy. Hearing this, Tom sighed in relief, yet his tone remained grave. To be honest, I do possess information regarding the Pluton, as well as the blueprints. At Tom's words, Crocodile's breath quickened, and his neck turned a deep shade of red. Where are they? Tom glanced at Crocodile, responding nonchalantly, They are right here with me. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's body trembled involuntarily. Lin Chen frowned and placed a reassuring hand on Crocodile's shoulder. Old Sand, you are a grown man now. Maintain your composure. With Lin Chen's encouragement, Crocodile regained his calm, no longer exhibiting his earlier agitation. Lighting a cigarette, he paused upon noticing Monet, Sugar, and Rorinoa in the room, extinguishing the cigarette instead. His expression softened, now tinged with respect. Mr. Tom, may I see the Pluton blueprints? After a moment of contemplation, Tom glanced between Lin Chen and Crocodile before letting out a sigh. Very well. This item in my possession may bring fortune or misfortune. Rather than handing it over to the world government, it is better placed in your hands. I am too old to safeguard it. I only hope you will not use it for nefarious purposes. Upon hearing Tom's words, Lin Chen and his companions felt their breaths quicken. When Tom revealed the Pluton blueprints, they all held their breath, carefully examining the documents in Tom's hands. After reviewing the blueprints, their earlier excitement faded. Although they had seen the design and materials required for the Pluton, according to Tom, it was impossible to construct at present. I apologize, everyone. These materials are exceedingly rare, and my personal capabilities are insufficient to create it. Having safeguarded it for so long was merely to prevent the world government from discovering it. Perhaps they possess the means to construct the Pluton, but I do not wish to entrust the blueprints to them. Lin Chen nodded in understanding and turned to comfort Crocodile. It is all right, Old Sand. Without the presence of Pluto, we still have Neptune and Uranus. Moreover, given your current strength, you are not far from the rank of a general, so there is no need to wear such a sorrowful expression. Crocodile sighed. Bon, I'm not as fragile as you think. It is simply that after so many years of hard work, I find it difficult to accept that has gone to waste. Lin Chen, seemingly recalling something, awkwardly scratched his head and said, I believe I remember reading in historical texts about clues related to Pluto, perhaps in the Alabasta Kingdom. He thought back to how Crocodile had initially sought information about Pluto there, but he had pulled him away, confidently proclaiming that he could find Pluto. Clearly, that was not the case now. Crocodile waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unconcerned. It's nothing. I no longer care about such external matters. Only my own strength holds true value. Observing this, Tom also smiled calmly and handed the map of Pluto to Lin Chen. This map is now yours. I shall not interfere with your affairs. At present, I only wish to devote my remaining years to the research of the sea train. Lin Chen replied, Mr. Tom, I shall not keep you any longer. As for your organization, I sincerely apologize. I do not have such grand ambitions. Seeing Tom's resolute stance, Lin Chen and the others ceased their invitations. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen spoke, May I request one final favor from you, Mr. Tom? Tom looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Lin Chen continued, I would like to ask you to recreate the ship that Roger and his crew once sailed. Upon hearing Lin Chen's request, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in Tom's eyes, and without hesitation, he responded, as long as you prepare the materials, I shall gather the personnel to assist you in its construction. Hearing Tom's agreement, Lin Chen smiled and turned to Crocodile. Old San, it's up to you. Crocodile rubbed his forehead and sighed. Understood. What a hassle. But thanks to the last battle, Dawn has established its reputation in the underground world. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to acquire those materials. The Oro Jackson, belonging to the Roger Pirates, was crafted from atom wood, a fact known worldwide. And the price of such wood in the black market remained exorbitantly high. However, for Crocodile, it was not insurmountable. The group exited and began to pursue their separate tasks. Crocodile set off in search of news regarding atom wood, while Lin Chen returned to the ship with his companions. Observing his crew, Lin Chen frowned, noting that nearly half were children. When did the Dawn organization become one that included so many youngsters? Currently, there were 15-year-old Monet, 5-year-old Sugar, and 11-year-old Luo. Although these children were generally well-behaved, spending such an extended period aboard a ship was not ideal. Lin Chen hoped their childhoods could be spent on land, well, they could at least have more room to move about. However, this matter would have to wait until their new ship was completed. For now, taking a temporary respite in Water City was a good plan. Before long, Enel returned to the ship, accompanied by the earlier mentioned blue-haired youth, Fram, whom Tom had adopted. He was currently studying shipbuilding techniques under Tom's guidance and was quite a promising young man. Misto, Bang, these are daily necessities from Master Tom, he exclaimed. Come over for dinner tonight. Lin Chen nodded in response to Fram, who did not linger, as he still needed to assist Tom with the sea train project. Lin Chen chose not to train his companions that afternoon, granting them a rare half-day off. Most opted to explore Water City, and Lin Chen relished the tranquility. That evening, they all gathered at Tom's home for a meal. At the dinner table, Crocodile announced that atom wood had been located and was on its way, which made Lin Chen regard him with newfound respect. Cheers, Old Sand. Thank you for your unwavering support for Dawn all this time. Let this also serve as a blessing for our new members, Monet, Rosinandi, and Luo. From now on, we shall all be comrades. Little Sugar, anxious, cried out. What about me? What about me? Lin Chen patted Sugar's small head and laughed. Of course, Little Sugar, emboldened by a hint of alcohol, Monet, with a flushed face, gazed at Lin Chen and asked, Brother Ban, what do you look like beneath the mask? Can't you show us? Upon hearing Monet's question, the atmosphere momentarily stiffened, and the others exchanged glances before continuing to laugh and drink, diverting the topic elsewhere. Monet quickly forgot about it, resuming her hearty eating and drinking. Beneath his mask, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he chose not to remove it. The following morning, Crocodile accompanied Tom to inspect the incoming atom wood, preparing to construct the new ship. Lin Chen, on the other hand, departed with Enel, leaving behind Rosinandi, Monet, Sugar, and Luo aboard the ship. Lin Chen had no time to attend to them for the moment, and simply instructed Rosinandi to take care of the others. That morning, Crocodile returned from the underground world with news that Kizuru was engaged in battle with the Sun Pirates on a certain island. With a curious intent, Lin Chen resolved to accompany Enel to observe, as well as to see if his plan could come to fruition. Fortunately, both were capable of flight, and they reached the island in half a day. From a distance, several naval warships were stationed around the island, remaining motionless, while explosions intermittently erupted from the island center. Lin Chen and Enel charged toward the island's heart. At that moment, a beam of yellow light shot out from within. Lin Chen and Enel brushed past Kizuru, Upon noticing Lin Chen and Enel's presence, Kizaru's face, resembling a flower, wrinkled further. Ah, it seems some formidable individuals have arrived. After a brief glance at Kizaru, the three faced each other in the air. Kizaru dared not underestimate Lin Chen and Enel. After all, both Monkey D, Garp, and Sengoku had expressed considerable caution regarding this individual, who was known for possessing a wide array of tree-based techniques and could engage in combat with three others without falling behind. One must ask in this world, who else could confront all three simultaneously and not falter? Furthermore, it was known from Garp and Sengoku that this individual's physical prowess and haki were remarkably impressive. Additionally, standing beside him was another user of the Goro no Mi, the Thunder God Enel. With these thoughts, Kizaru's expression grew even more lecherous as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Oh, what a fright! It is the leader of the Dawn organization, Ban, and the Thunder God Enel. Truly terrifying. Lin Chen looked at Kizaru with keen interest, casting a glance below where Tiger and the Sun Pirates were watching the three in the air. Noting that none of them bore significant injuries, Lin Chen's curiosity intensified. Logically speaking, with Kizaru intervening, dealing with these individuals should have been a straightforward task. This matter, if not resolved within a month, should have taken no longer than 2 weeks. Yet, how is it that these two sides have been battling for half a month without resolution? Kizaru gazed at Lin Chen, feeling a deep frustration. This assignment was far from favorable. Not only did he have to heed Sengoku's orders, but he also had to consider the world government stance, which had expressed interest in improving relations with Fishman Island. The situation with the Sun Pirates was indeed a troublesome dilemma. Moreover, this Sun Pirates crew had some past connections with Lin Chen, making it difficult to strike hard or hold back. Upon reflecting on the meager salary I receive each month, I pondered whether it would be more prudent to remain idle and await the outcome of negotiations between the warring states and the world government before making any decisions. Consequently, the naval fleet merely surrounded the Taiyang pirates, engaging in sporadic skirmishes with them, inadvertently attracting the attention of the formidable entity known as Dawn, a development that took Huang Yuan by surprise. Observing Huang Yuan, who appeared more robust than before, I found myself smiling slightly. It had indeed been over a year since I last saw my elder brother. I called out to my companion, Ainalu, go and gauge the difference in strength between you and him. Fear not, for I shall support you. Upon hearing my words, Huang Yuan's face contorted in dismay. Oh dear, I have not provoked you at all. The Thunder God Ainalu. How terrifying. Ainalu paid no heed to Huang Yuan's protests, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging forward, summoning 2 lightning spears that he thrust towards Huang Yuan. How frightening, Huang Yuan exclaimed, though his movements belied his fear. Since Ainalu had already initiated his attack, Huang Yuan was not one to be trifled with. He transformed into a beam of yellow light, instantly appearing behind Ainalu. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Ainalu's eyes widened as he glanced backward, only to feel a sharp pain sear through him. In a moment of desperation, Ainalu transformed into lightning and vanished from his original position. Huang Yuan rubbed his chin, bemused. It seems I have encountered a worthy opponent. The Goro no Mi truly presents a challenge. Ainalu, still shaken by Huang Yuan's sudden appearance, heard my voice echoing from afar. He is one of the 3 Marine Admirals, Huang Yuan, a user of the Pika no Mi. His speed now surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Exercise caution. Upon hearing my warning, Ainalu's expression turned grave. Although I had not explicitly stated it, Ainalu understood that Huang Yuan was destined to be his adversary. Raihi no Tori. Raihi no Rayo. 2 thunderous beasts surged toward Huang Yuan, yet he deftly evaded their onslaught. Such formidable attacks. It would be dire to be struck by one. Huang Yuan mused as he swiftly appeared behind Ainalu, brandishing a longsword. Tengoku no Amatsukumo. Armed with haki, he swung his blade toward Ainalu's back with increased velocity. Ainalu, fully utilizing his Kinbunchika haki, managed to evade the strike just in time, launching a more powerful counterattack. Banrai, recognizing the difficulty of landing a singular attack on Huang Yuan, Ainalu opted for a broader technique aimed at restricting Huang Yuan's escape route. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon Huang Yuan. Although he possessed the speed of light, one must not forget that lightning is also a form of light, capable of matching Huang Yuan's velocity. Additionally, these bolts were meticulously directed by Ainalu to ensure they locked onto Huang Yuan. From my vantage point, Huang Yuan appeared as a yellow streak, skillfully dodging the descending lightning. Seemingly in a state of frantic retreat, yet unharmed. Finally, when Ainalu's technique concluded, Huang Yuan revealed himself, brushing off his attire while exhibiting a look of trepidation. What a truly terrifying technique. No wonder you are the Thunder God, Ainalu. Ignoring Huang Yuan's remarks, Ainalu felt the weight of immense pressure. His repeated assaults had only managed to graze Huang Yuan's garments, instilling a sense of futility within him. As he glanced toward me, Huang Yuan's sunglasses shimmered with light, and he suddenly ascended into the air. Hakishaku Kogo. An expansive wave of Hakishaku Kogo was unleashed, indiscriminately targeting both me and Ainalu, as well as the Taiyang pirate below. Ainalu, caught in the onslaught, desperately sought to evade the attack, despite his formidable Kinbunchika haki and remarkable speed. Huang Yuan executed the technique with such finesse that the numerous light projectiles, both swift and densely packed, became exceedingly difficult to evade. Mokutan, Mokuto Nove. As the light projectiles struck the wooden barrier, I noticed the damage deepening, leading me to test the technique's potency. Speed equates to weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Meanwhile, Ainalu, caught off guard while attempting to dodge, was suddenly struck in the waist, sending him sprawling and coughing blood. Tengaka no Amatsu Kyumo. Just as Huang Yuan prepared to pursue, a faint voice resonated behind him. Jinatsu, Jinkai no Haka. A beam of light pierced through Huang Yuan's body, leaving me baffled as to how I had managed to hit him. Gazing at the gaping hole in his chest, Huang Yuan turned to face me, his expression filled with dread. What a frightening technique. Was it intended to kill me? The wound gradually healed, and Huang Yuan reverted to his original form. Had it not been for his timely elemental transformation enabled by Kinbunchika haki, he would have undoubtedly experienced the full brunt of the attack. Even the mere proximity to the technique's effect had imparted a peculiar sensation upon him. However, I too was curious about what would transpire if Huang Yuan were to be struck directly. The Jinkai no Haka could decompose matter into atomic states. As Huang Yuan, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, was already in a photon state after elemental transformation, what extraordinary phenomenon might occur upon their collision? Ainalu, return. I called to Ainalu, who was still at a distance, while Huang Yuan made no attempt to intervene, resulting in a renewed standoff between the three of us. Addressing Huang Yuan, I stated, "Do not interfere with the affairs of the Taiyang pirates. The depths of this matter are unfathomable, and you cannot navigate them." The light reflecting off Huang Yuan's sunglasses obscured his expression. Noticing his silence, I remained patient, awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, Huang Yuan's face broke into a smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. "Oh dear, what a troubling matter indeed. However, since you are involved, I can return with a clear conscience." With that, Huang Yuan cast a significant glance in my direction before vanishing into a beam of light. Before departing, he glanced back at both me and Ainalu, seemingly convinced that the two of us, along with the Dawn organization, would inevitably become the foremost adversaries of the Marine and the world government. Yet, what concern was it of his? Since my death, his life had reverted to its previous monotony, and he merely sought to fulfill his own duties. As for other matters, be they the Marines or the world government, he was disinclined to engage further. With Huang Yuan's departure, the surrounding fleet seemed to receive some unseen command and withdrew. Observing Ainalu, who clutched his waist, I felt a twinge of concern. "Are you all right?" Ainalu shook his head. My side was kicked, but after a period of rest, I should recover. I sighed inwardly, realizing that the gap between Ainalu and Huang Yuan was far too great. It would be impossible for him to catch up in the short term. This prompted me to consider slowing my plans, allowing time for growth among the others. Leading Ainalu to the members of the Taiyang pirates below, I was struck by a sense of nostalgia as I gazed upon Tej, whom I had not seen in over a year. Tej had undergone considerable changes, his face bearing the marks of hardship that invited endless speculation about his experiences. Recognizing the two of us as the recently renowned leaders of the Dawn organization, Tej understood our arrival had prompted Huang Yuan's retreat and expressed his gratitude with a bow. "Thank you, Lord Ban and Ainalu, for saving us this time. If there is ever a need for our Taiyang Heishechuan, please do not hesitate to let us know. We shall exert our utmost efforts." Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen indeed had a task for them. Tej hailed from Yurindao, did he not? Precisely. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen stated, "In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. You are to return to Yurindao with the Taiyang Heishechuan and refrain from venturing out again. Although I understand your tireless endeavors to liberate the enslaved, this has incited considerable displeasure from the world government. Thus, it is imperative that you return to Yurindao at once." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tage's expression turned troubled. He had fled Yurandao to avoid implicating it in his endeavors to form a pirate crew. Being summoned back would only serve to endanger Yurandao. Moreover, Odoheim had tirelessly worked toward coexisting harmoniously with humans. If his return were to jeopardize their relationship with the world government, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. With this in mind, Tage expressed his apologies. I truly apologize, Lord Ban, but I cannot acquiesce to this request. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at Tage's response and inquired, Do you have some reservations? Tage nodded, explaining, the relationship between Yurandao and the world government has always been a delicate balance. Should I return, the world government would undoubtedly retaliate against Yurandao, further constraining the living space of our people. Acknowledging Tage's response, Lin Chen nodded, having anticipated this. If Yurandao were to restore its former relationship with the world government, it would signify a failure of his plans. His intention was to incite discord between Yurandao and the world government. Furthermore, Yurandao held a strategically significant position as the gateway to the New World. If Dawn were to seize control of Yurandao, it would deliver a severe blow to both the world government and the pirates. A comprehensive grasp of military power was necessary to deter the world government. At depths of tens of thousands of meters beneath the ocean, the world government would have to carefully assess their capability to seize Yurandao by force. With this in mind, Lin Chen regarded Tage before clearing his throat, preparing to persuade. Tage, I understand that your people have long sought coexistence with humans. But have you ever pondered whether your aim is true peace with humanity or merely a desire for tranquility with the world government? Tage's countenance reflected confusion. Did not Yurandao's affiliation with the world government signify an easing of relations and thus coexistence with humans? Given the current situation, the world government unquestionably represented all of humanity. Observing Tage's perplexity, Lin Chen's tone grew grave. Even if Yurandao aligns with the world government from that day forth, merfolk and fishmen would become mere commodities sold by humans, including the small folk and fur tribes. All non-human races are consistently seen at auctions. Ask yourself, have you truly achieved equality? The efforts of Yurandao and Odoheim have garnered only superficial parity. Yet slavery persists, and the darkness of humanity surpasses your imagination. Reflect on the scenes you witnessed a year ago in Mary Geoise. Humans can ensnare their own kind as slaves. Do you truly believe your race can escape such fate? Yurandao's geographical position is of absolute advantage, holding immense strategic importance. Even if you remain secluded, the world government and the Navy cannot exert any influence over you. If that is the case, why persist in seeking to join the world government? Even if you do join, do you believe they will ever regard you as equals? In today's world, there is no absolute fairness. Are you truly willing to trust the deceptive lies of the world government? Consider the celestial dragons behind them. The parasites of the world are unworthy of your trust. One must either erupt in silence or perish in silence. The future of Yurandao should rest in your own hands, rather than relying on the world government. The current world government is already decayed. Would you rather gamble the future of Yurandao on a corrupt regime than strive to forge a new destiny with your own hands? Lin Chen's fervent rhetoric resonated like thunder, leaving Tage in a state of shock. One must either erupt in silence or perish in silence, Tage muttered, and clarity began to dawn upon him. Perhaps there truly exist benevolent individuals among humanity who desire peaceful coexistence with non-human races. However, that benevolence certainly does not reside within the world government, which perpetuates the slave trade. As he gazed at the masked leader of Donban, a familiar silhouette emerged in Tage's mind. Once a brilliant naval prodigy, Lin Chen's unwavering sense of justice had long resonated within Tage's heart. Among all the humans Tage had encountered, Lin Chen treated him with genuine equality, allowing Tage to grasp the essence of true fairness. Yet, even such a person met an untimely end under mysterious circumstances. Thus, should he continue to place his faith in the so-called world government? A multitude of questions swirled within Tage's mind, causing him to become increasingly conflicted. Observing the turmoil upon Tage's face, Lin Chen knew it was time to deliver a decisive blow. Fixating on Tage's eyes, Lin Chen's Sharingan began to whirl. Tage, recall the torment you endured at the hands of the celestial dragons. Remember the hellscape you witnessed in Mary Geoise. The world government is merely a puppet of the celestial dragons. Can you truly place your faith in them, even as you strive to liberate the enslaved? The cycle of slaughter and trade will never cease. The world demands a profound revolution. Without addressing the root of the issue, all efforts are futile. Memories flooded Tae's mind, igniting a fierce hatred within his gaze. Lin Chen recognized that his objective had been achieved. Hatred is the most potent catalyst for irrationality. By provoking Tae's animosity, Lin Chen could manipulate him to fulfill his own plans during his quest for vengeance without the means to act. Tae, tell me, do you desire revenge? At his words, Tae's eyes flared with intense hatred, tearing away his clothing to reveal a torso marred with scars, the slave mark on his back sending chills down one spine. Gritting his teeth, Tae articulated each word with great effort. What must I do to exact revenge? Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his voice echoing like a demonic whisper in Tae's ear. Return to Yurandao, change Odoheim's mind, stoke her hatred toward the world government. The celestial dragons and the world government must be eradicated. Upon hearing Lin Chen's audacious proclamation, Tae felt no surprise. Rather, he found it entirely just. He should indeed seek vengeance against the celestial dragons. Placing a reassuring hand on Tae's shoulder, Lin Chen leaned closer, whispering, hasten back, do not be afraid, and inform Odoheim that we at dawn will protect Yurandao. True coexistence is forged through strength. Mere pleas for peace will only embolden the demons and parasites. With those words spoken, Lin Chen's eyes returned to normal beneath his mask. Tae remained engulfed in his hatred, though it had slightly diminished compared to before. Very well. I shall heed Lord Ban's commands. With that, Tae, accompanied by other fishmen similarly influenced by Lin Chen, made their way to the port, preparing to return to Yurandao and persuade Odoheim to reconsider her stance. At the port, Lin Chen, alongside Enel, watched as the members of the Taiyang Heisechuan departed. As they parted ways, Tae looked back at Lin Chen and declared, Lord Ban, when shall we meet again to exact our vengeance upon the world government? Lin Chen waved his hand, responding soon. As he observed the figures of the Sun Pirates receding into the distance, he gazed thoughtfully at the horizon. Would events unfold according to the design in his heart? Lin Chen was uncertain. He had done all he could. If he could not alter the stance of Fishman Island, then he would have no choice but to seize it by force, for its location was crucial to the grandest plan he harbored. Alas, I hope all proceeds smoothly. Turning to the side, he noticed Enelu, who grimaced in discomfort, clutching his waist. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen inquired, What ails you, my friend? Did you suffer a painful blow to your kidney? Perhaps it is a sign of weakness. Upon hearing this, Enelu's expression turned sour, as though he had tasted something vile. He retaliated by pinching Lin Chen's side, sending a jolt of electricity through his fingers. However, Lin Chen's body remained unyielding. My kidneys are perfectly fine, hence I feel nothing. You ought to strengthen your waist, dear Enelu. Though he spoke lightly, Lin Chen's countenance beneath the mask had turned a deep shade of maroon. Yet Enelu, obscured by the mask, failed to discern this. It was Lin Chen's last bastion of dignity as a man, a line he could not cross. This old rascal has learned under Old Sand's tutelage, resorting to underhanded tactics. Upon my return, I shall ensure that your supposed weakness becomes common knowledge. With these clandestine thoughts, the naive Enelu believed Lin Chen bore him no ill will, and the pair soared into the sky towards the water city. Yet in the days to come, Enelu would find himself perplexed, unable to fathom who had spread the rumor of his supposed weakness. Gradually, the tale became known, prompting furtive glances towards his own waist. Occasionally, the likes of Fran would offer him little blue pills, claiming they were excellent for his alleged condition, sought after in the black market. Thus, months passed, and with Tom's assistance, new vessels were crafted. The crew beheld the newly fashioned ship with great delight. The new Dawn was far more aesthetically pleasing than the one Lin Chen had previously conjured with his wood release, boasting enhanced functionality and comfort. The group dispersed in the water city to procure supplies, all funded by Old Sand. Lin Chen arrived at Tom's abode, where the others from the Dawn were also gathered. Having lingered here for so long, it was time for them to set out once more. Observing Tom, whose complexion had darkened from months of toil, Lin Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Mr. Tom, I cannot thank you enough. Should there ever be a need for our Dawn, whether it be to vanquish the celestial dragons or to locate a lost puppy, we shall assist you. Tom, clutching his chest upon hearing Lin Chen's somewhat outrageous claims, replied, Enough with the jesting. You wish to overturn this world, yet I think it premature. I wonder if I shall live to see you stir up this world. Let's hope I do, ha ha ha. The crew paused in surprise at Tom's words, before laughter erupted among them. After bidding farewell to Tom and Fram, Lin Chen and his companions boarded the ship, prepared to depart. Fram and Enelu clung tightly together, having forged a deep camaraderie over the past months. Now the best of friends. As they look back to see Tom and Fran, seeing them off at the harbor, Lin Chen waved, "We shall return. Mr. Tom, do not forget to inform us once the sea train is complete. We must try it." Tom grinned widely, feeling a touch of reluctance at their departure. Wiping away a few tears, he feigned anger. "Enough. You have wasted my time for months. The sea train project has been delayed. Fran, let us go." Watching Tom and Fran's retreating figures, Lin Chen smiled faintly and waved grandly. "Old Sand, our next destination is Sabeti Archipelago." Upon hearing this, Crocodile adjusted their course, and they resumed their journey. In a corner, Razanandi observed Lin Chen's silhouette, pondering the concept of world upheaval, uncertain of its authenticity, and resolved to report to Admiral Sengoku when the opportunity arose. On their way to Sabeti Archipelago, Crocodile, puzzled, turned to Lin Chen and asked, "What purpose do we have there?" Lin Chen glanced back at the children joyfully playing on the wooden horse he had crafted, along with Monet swinging nearby. "What do you think we can accomplish with a group of children in tow?" Seeing the merry group of children, Crocodile sighed. As if struck by inspiration, Lin Chen continued, "Reflecting on the battle at the auction 6 months ago, do you think you are far from Akainu?" Crocodile's expression grew serious, and after careful consideration, he shook his head. "I believe my strength has significantly improved following your training. Yet, facing Akainu, the pressure is immense. His magma fruit counters my sand fruit. My sand cannot withstand the extreme heat of magma and is easily melted away. The gap between us remains pronounced." Nodding in response to Crocodile's words, Lin Chen acknowledged that such disparities in abilities were presently beyond his control, relying on who could maximize their powers better. Observing Enelu supplying energy to the ship's mechanisms, Lin Chen remarked, "Months ago, I brought Enelu to meet Kizaru for a brief encounter." Crocodile inquired, "What was the outcome?" Shaking his head, Lin Chen replied, "The disparity in strength is overwhelming. Should it come to life or death, Enelu would not last 5 minutes against Kizaru." Crocodile reflected and said, "In a life-and-death struggle with Akainu, I might not last 30 minutes. Lin Chen sighed, realizing that cultivating an individual of admiral caliber was no easy feat, especially since Crocodile was past the prime age for training, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance his capabilities. Enelu, however, had a better chance. With diligent training, he still had a significant probability of reaching admiral level. Naturally, the greatest potential lay with Monet, despite the snow fruit being at a disadvantage among them. Her young age afforded her ample room for development. "Time for a meal." Razanandi's voice called from behind, prompting everyone to gather in the dining area. Since Razanandi joined, he had willingly taken on the role of chef, and it must be said, his culinary skills were exceptional. This brought immense joy to Crocodile and Enelu, who had grown weary of Lin Chen's seafood barbecues, and they insisted he refrain from entering the kitchen in the future. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a hint of disappointment. He believed his culinary skills still had much room for improvement, yet none were willing to be his experimental subjects any longer. After the meal, Lin Chen and Crocodile stepped onto the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. Crocodile asked, "So, do you intend to reside temporarily at Sabeti Archipelago? It is rather unsafe under the watchful eyes of the Navy and world government." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That is indeed the plan, but rest assured, as long as we do not provoke trouble, they will not seek us out. Let us quietly endure these years." Are you familiar with the enigmatic figure known as Ming Wang Lei? He resides on the Chambered Archipelago, and I am contemplating the possibility of extending an invitation to him. Should this endeavor prove successful, he could impart his wisdom upon you, as these children still require guidance. While I have numerous matters to attend to. Casting a glance behind him, Lin Chen noted the absence of Luo, Shinandi, and lowered his voice to speak. "I intend to gather intelligence from the allied nations, for I have established a collaboration with Long. A single republic is insufficient to amass the power we seek." Crocodile nodded in understanding. His current strength was indeed lacking, even though Lin Chen possessed the prowess to rival that of a monarch. However, he was still a solitary figure, and only when the strength of himself and his companions matched could they challenge the world government and the Navy. Simultaneously, he felt a profound curiosity about the impending encounter with Ming Wang Lei, having heard tales of his legendary exploits in his youth. After a fortnight of navigation, they finally arrived at the Chambered Archipelago, marking Lin Chen's 3rd visit to this locale. Upon returning, he was struck by the transformative changes that had taken place. As they approached the port, they noticed numerous Navy personnel stationed there. The sharp-eyed soldiers quickly departed upon spotting Lin Chen and his companions. Shortly thereafter, a naval admiral adorned in a spotted, dog-headed hat approached them. He examined the bounty notice in his hand, confirming that he had not misidentified them. He had participated in the battle 6 months prior. However, he had failed to seize the shue fruit from his group. Observing Lin Chen at the forefront, he noted the presence of unfamiliar faces, including a few children, and coldly declared, "Here, all unlawful activities are prohibited, including, but not limited to, the destruction of cities and the slaughter of civilians. Although your Dawn organization has not yet engaged in any nefarious deeds, I do not wish to engage in conflict with you here. Even should I be outmatched, I will fight until my last breath." Lin Chen smiled faintly, sensing that much had transpired within the Navy over the years. "Very well, esteemed naval officer, we understand and assure you that we will not cause any disturbances." A commotion arose in the distance. It was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion ban. Lin Chen looked on in confusion as a pirate beamed at him, yet he was equally puzzled. "When did I become a pirate? I am clearly a terrorist. How can they unjustly tarnish my reputation? Bon, we have long admired you. Please allow us to join Dawn. My bounty is 200 million. Surely that qualifies me." Chee's expression darkened. Had it not been for the wretched new regulations, he would have swiftly dealt with this pirate. Compared to the past, the Chambered Archipelago had implemented numerous new rules. While these measures ensured a degree of public order, allowing civilians to live more securely, they hampered the Navy's ability to apprehend these intruding pirates unless they instigated trouble. Remembering the times he had teamed up with Lin Chen to capture pirates, Chi could still hear Lin Chen's words echoing in his mind. Isn't it the Navy's duty to capture pirates? That said, in the Chambered Archipelago, pirates also contributed significantly to the local economy, providing a lucrative source of income while supplying high-quality slaves. The slave trade had always been a lucrative endeavor for the world government, and many Tenryubido frequented this place to purchase slaves, thus ensuring that the Navy would not disrupt these operations. Observing the fervor in the eyes of the pirate before him, Lin Chen chuckled. "You boast a bounty of 200 million. You must possess considerable skills." The pirate proudly raised his head and proclaimed, "I have slaughtered 8 towns to earn that bounty." "Impressive, isn't it?" Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he replied, "Surely you must be wealthy then. To join our Dawn, the first requirement is a substantial bounty. And secondly, a fee must be paid as an admission cost. By joining us, we guarantee that your strength will at least rival that of the 7 warlords. Have you seen Crocodile? He willingly relinquished his status as a warlord to offer a significant sum of treasure to join me, and his current strength is nearing that of an admiral. I need not elaborate on what that signifies." Lin Chen raised his voice deliberately, causing many pirates around the port to stir with excitement. Observing the hesitant expressions on the faces surrounding him, he scoffed. "What are you waiting for? We, Dawn, have made the arduous journey here. The entire underworld is essentially under our control. Whatever devil fruit or treasure information you seek, we can provide it at a moment's notice. Join us, and you shall become our comrades. This information will be shared." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the pirates with significant bounties brightened in countenance. Meanwhile, the previously mentioned pirate with a bounty of 200 million had already rushed back to his vessel to gather treasures. "Gather your valuables. We must join Dawn." The other pirates, witnessing this, ceased their hesitation and hurried back to retrieve their treasures, uncertain if they would still be accepted if they were late. Chi's pent-up fury was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. "You!" Lin Chen spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. "What? Are we not allowed to recruit? We have committed no wrongdoing." His words effectively quelled Chi's anger, leaving him to glare fiercely at them. "Do not let me find a reason to hold against you." Before long, countless treasures had accumulated before Lin Chen and his companions. Many pirates, having been swayed by Lin Chen's speech, found themselves compelled to act. Initially, they had come to the Chambered Archipelago to procure items to enhance their strength or perhaps purchase a few attractive slaves. However, with the opportunity to join Dawn now presented, any sensible individual would choose to exchange their treasures for a chance at membership. After all, Dawn's reputation had grown immensely, with some even beginning to compare them to the pirate emperors of the New World, concluding that Dawn possessed power on par with theirs. Who would forsake such an opportunity? As for those who hesitated, they would merely be viewed as weaklings unable to seize their chances. Surveying the amassed treasures before him, and confirming that no others sought to join, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, instructing Crocodile and the others to transport the treasures onto the ship. Subsequently, Lin Chen declared, "Arrange the bounties in descending order. I will assess whether you possess the requisite strength. After all, we at Dawn do not accept just anyone." Upon hearing this, the pirates with lower bounties expressed their discontent, having already surrendered their treasures. Now, to be subjected to a bounty-based assessment would significantly diminish their chances. "No, if that is the case, we shall not join. Return our treasures." Lin Chen's expression darkened at this. "Someone dares to seize our treasures?" Upon uttering these words, before Lin Chen could react, he heard Crocodile's voice beside him. Sand binding coffin. The pirate who had demanded the return of their treasures collapsed to the ground, while the remaining pirates who wished to speak fell silent, lining up as Lin Chen had instructed. Crocodile brushed the sand from his hands, thinking, "You wish to take my treasures? Dream on." It had already been a considerable challenge to extract wealth from that fellow band, and now, with so much treasure at stake, surely a portion would be left for me. It's not as though he would take it all for himself. I wonder what he plans to do with all that money. Lin Chen observed the nonchalant demeanor of the pirates before him with a hint of displeasure. "Stand in line." After several adjustments, they finally formed a proper straight line, their backs facing the sea. Lin Chen extended his thumb towards the first pirate, squinting as he scrutinized the formation. The first pirate was none other than the notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Believing he had succeeded, he was taken aback when he heard incomprehensible words from Lin Chen. Dust escape. Original world separation technique. As white light radiated from Lin Chen's hand, the leading pirate stood frozen, unable to utter a word. What glass? Didn't I successfully join the dawn? With a final flicker of doubt, the pirate was instantaneously obliterated from the neck down. The pirates behind him were oblivious to what had transpired. In an instant, the entire pirate crew was annihilated by Lin Chen, the gruesome scene undeniably chilling. Nearby, Crocodile shielded Monet and Sugar's eyes, while Rosinante covered Laws. Enel had already crouched down. Retching, why did no one cover my eyes? Gazing at the row of severed heads, Lin Chen felt no stir of emotion. He turned to the stunned Ace and cheerfully inquired, "Mr. Navy, if I'm not mistaken, these pirates all have bounties, right? I've kept their heads. Could you assist me in exchanging them for the bounty?" Lin Chen's words jolted Ace back to reality. Witnessing someone who could kill so many yet still smile while asking a question made Ace consider him a lunatic. Despite acknowledging the efficiency of the killings, it did not diminish his belief that Lin Chen was indeed a madman. "All right, understood. The bounty will be delivered shortly. Also, I apologize for my earlier reckless remarks. You have accomplished something I have long desired." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled, feeling quite pleased with this unexpected gain. After bidding farewell to Ace, Lin Chen and his companions set out to locate Rayleigh at the ship coating factory. They had previously learned from the underground world that Rayleigh was working as a coating worker at a particular factory. Before long, Lin Chen's keen eyes spotted a white-haired old man exiting a casino with a bottle in hand. Observing Rayleigh from a distance, Lin Chen smiled, noting how little he seemed to have changed over the years. Silbaz Rayleigh, Crocodile, and the others looked over to see the old man with his back to them. Hearing his full name called, Rayleigh turned, puzzled to see several individuals clad in similar attire gazing at him, led by a masked figure. Recognizing them as members of the Dawn organization, who had recently caused quite a stir in the world and were now rulers of the underground, Rayleigh's curiosity deepened. Having lived in seclusion for so long, he found it strange that anyone would seek him out. Despite his thoughts, Rayleigh spoke. "I wonder what brings the members of the Dawn to find me. I have chosen to live in seclusion. If you are here to invite me to join you, I must decline." The directness of Rayleigh's response took the group by surprise. Lin Chen replied, "Mr. Rayleigh, while that may be true, why don't we have a proper discussion? You might reconsider." Rayleigh sighed inwardly, noticing the growing crowd of onlookers. He shook his head. "If that is the case, please follow me. This is not a suitable place for conversation." Leading the way, Lin Chen and his companions exchanged glances before following without hesitation. They arrived at a bar named Shachi, known for its gambling. Upon entering, Lin Chen noticed many pirates animatedly discussing recent events. "You have no idea. Ban extinguished countless pirates with just a finger. He even claimed all the treasures those pirates had. Not to mention, he didn't spare the bounties of the deceased. This is utterly terrifying. What kind of organization is the Dawn? Are they pirate hunters? I don't know, but for now, we should keep our distance from them. We could end up being killed for our bounties any day." A sharp-eyed pirate seemed to notice something, trembling as he pointed towards the bar's entrance. They are here. The pirates in the bar turned towards the entrance, suddenly at a loss for words, the previously lively atmosphere freezing. Oh dear, it seems we have some distinguished guests. Rayleigh, why did you bring them back? This is quite a headache. The speaker was a woman, the bar's owner, Shachi. Rayleigh scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied. There was no other option. This place is more suitable for our discussion. You really are a handful, but you must ensure they do not commit any acts of violence here. I've heard the stories from the port. Rayleigh looked at Shachi with a puzzled expression, prompting her to recount what Lin Chen and the others had done at the port. After hearing Shachi's account, Rayleigh turned his gaze to Lin Chen and the others. His expression now tinged with seriousness and caution. Observing Rayleigh and Shachi's demeanor, Lin Chen stepped forward and reassured them. Rest assured, we are here to visit you, not to kill pirates. Turning to the pirates in the bar, Lin Chen added, as for you. Before he could finish, the pirates hastily fled the bar, fearing they might be too late to escape. Satisfied with the now empty establishment, Lin Chen glanced at Rayleigh, who, with a solemn expression, remarked, Are you satisfied with the current environment? What do you wish to discuss? Lin Chen replied, I hope Mr. Rayleigh will consider joining our Dawn organization. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh shook his head. As I mentioned before, I am in seclusion and wish to remain uninvolved in worldly affairs. Please leave. Lin Chen was not disheartened by Rayleigh's response. It was within his expectations. He continued, Then, might I inquire if Mr. Rayleigh would be willing to have a private conversation with me? Rayleigh fell silent, recognizing Lin Chen's determination. He sighed internally, deciding to see what this individual truly desired. Very well, please follow me. Rayleigh turned and ascended to the second floor, with Lin Chen following closely behind. In a room on the second floor, Rayleigh stated, We can talk here. They won tea over here. Lin Chen regarded Rayleigh and posed an unrelated question. Mr. Rayleigh, do you know where Roger went after disbanding the pirate crew? Taken aback by the question, Rayleigh replied, I do not know. After disbanding the crew, Captain Roger left on his own, and we have no idea where he went. There were rumors that Captain Roger found a beloved wife and had a child, but it seems they were killed by the world government. Lin Chen sighed inwardly upon hearing Rayleigh's response. Although he wished to avoid using connections, sometimes being Roger's brother-in-law did carry some weight. Mr. Rayleigh, to be candid, I am Roger's brother-in-law. Rayleigh stood in stunned silence. Brother-in-law? Wait a moment. Let me sort out this relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Rayleigh looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. Roger truly found a woman and got married? Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, it was in the Nanhai where he first encountered my sister. Upon hearing Lin Chen's confirmed response, Rayleigh remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze occasionally scrutinizing Lin Chen. How is your sister faring? She has passed away, Lin Chen replied. Rayleigh sighed, realizing that ordinary individuals entangled with Roger often met unfortunate ends, especially considering he had departed without a word, leaving his crew unaware of his wife. Otherwise, it struck Rayleigh, and he inquired further, Is it true that Captain Roger has a child? Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he gazed at Rayleigh, and after a prolonged pause, he responded, Yes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's reply, Rayleigh's heartbeat quickened. How is he doing now? Where is he? Noticing Rayleigh's agitation, Lin Chen smiled lightly. I am sorry, Mr. Rayleigh, but I cannot disclose much, given your connection as my brother-in-law's first mate. I can only assure you that my nephew is alive and well. Beyond that, I cannot reveal anything further. Rayleigh's heart felt as though it were being squeezed, and a sense of anxiety washed over him. Observing Rayleigh's demeanor, Lin Chen rolled his eyes and continued, Although I cannot provide details, if you were to join us, we would become mutually trusting partners. Rayleigh's expression became conflicted at Lin Chen's words. Noticing this, Lin Chen added, You need not worry about our intentions. The Dawn organization adheres to the law. Did you not see us assisting the Navy in eliminating those vile pirates at the port? As for that child, should you join us, I will take you back to see him. After all, I have been away for quite some time, and he has lacked proper guidance from an elder. Would you truly wish to see Roger's son grow up without the love of family? Mr. Rayleigh, for the sake of Captain Roger's son, do you not care about his upbringing? If he were to become a nefarious pirate in the future, your brother-in-law's spirit would surely be saddened. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Rayleigh felt a lump in his throat, recalling the many experiences shared with Roger at sea. Now that Roger had been gone for so long, the child had neither father nor mother, and the only uncle appeared rather unreliable. News of the Dawn organization spread far and wide, leaving Rayleigh quite uneasy about the boy's well-being. Sigh, I will join you, but I must see that child. With Rayleigh's agreement, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming joy a broad smile spreading across his face. He patted Rayleigh on the shoulder, saying in that case, "Let's not stand on ceremony. After all, you have adventured alongside my brother-in-law for many years. You are, in a way, a senior to me. I will take you to meet that rascal. He is quite mischievous and difficult to manage, and with my busy schedule at dawn, I will need your assistance." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh furrowed his brow. Roger's child must not stray from the right path. It appeared he would need to take the responsibility of educating the boy, ensuring he did not take a wrong turn. In truth, Lin Chen's latter remark was merely a fabrication. He had witnessed how Ace, under Perona's care, was quite fearful of his aunt. However, Rayleigh, now in his 60s without any offspring, found the latter part of Lin Chen's statement to resonate deeply with his paternal instincts. After all, this was Roger's child. Although Rayleigh did not voice it, he had likely already begun envisioning how to guide the boy. Even Garp regarded Ace as his own grandson. How much more so for Rayleigh, who had spent so much time with Roger. At this moment, Rayleigh imagined a small boy running into his embrace, affectionately calling him Grandpa. As for why he was not called father, Rayleigh felt that at his age, being called Grandpa was far more fitting. Noticing the involuntary smile on Rayleigh's lips, Lin Chen felt a tinge of curiosity but refrained from asking about the source of his amusement. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled stare, Rayleigh collected himself and cleared his throat, asking, "Now that I have joined you, can you enlighten me about the true nature of the Dawn organization?" Upon hearing Rayleigh finally inquire about the crux of the matter, Lin Chen adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Mr. Rayleigh, I wonder what your views are on the world government. I recall that you and my brother-in-law reached the end of the Grand Line. You witnessed the void of 100 years of history. I wish to know your opinions regarding the world government and the celestial dragons." Rayleigh fell into a moment of contemplation. In today's world, the celestial dragons should not exist. On hearing Rayleigh's response, Lin Chen smiled slightly, declaring, "Indeed, the celestial dragons are parasites of this world. I hold no interest in the history of that 100 years. My sole desire is to eradicate the celestial dragons and restore order to this world." Rayleigh was taken aback by Lin Chen's words, re-evaluating the young man before him. What a radical notion. Yet, I seem to see a reflection of Roger in you. Lin Chen scoffed dismissively. "Mr. Rayleigh, I do not fear your reproach when I say this. I do not consider my brother-in-law to be a particularly great man." His words at the execution platform ignited the great pirate era, leading countless individuals to madness, and the cost was the shattering of innumerable families. Rayleigh hesitated, acknowledging the truth in Lin Chen's statement. However, knowing the reality, he could not help but defend Roger. Roger merely sought to pass on the will of freedom. We witnessed the void of 100 years of history and understood that relying solely on our strength would not achieve that goal. By then, Roger was already terminally ill. He uttered those words to prevent the will of freedom from disappearing, hoping to find someone among the countless pirates who could inherit his legacy. But is there anyone now? Rayleigh fell silent, his gaze fixated on Lin Chen. Perhaps there was no one before, but now it may be different. Lin Chen paused at Rayleigh's words, clenching and then relaxing his fists. "Do not conflate me with him. I'm not of the same ilk. My aim is to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and the world government, and to personally end the era of great pirates that he initiated." After listening to Lin Chen's declaration, Rayleigh chose not to respond further, sighing internally. "Roger, oh Roger, I wonder if your actions were truly justified. Even if you have been true to us, will the person standing before you, your wife and your child, have you truly been just to them?" As the two descended from the second floor to the first, they encountered Crocodile's inquisitive gaze. Lin Chen nodded, and upon seeing his expression, the others felt a collective sigh of relief. After all, they had all heard of Rayleigh's renown, and it was unexpected that Lin Chen could indeed invite such a formidable figure. Lin Chen then proceeded to introduce Rayleigh to Crocodile and the others. Noticing 3 children among the group, Rayleigh's lips twitched slightly, and he regarded Lin Chen with an odd expression once more. This fellow seemed rather unreliable. How had he thought to involve this group of children? Would he not even spare his own nephew from such terrifying endeavors? With this thought, Rayleigh felt a surge of anxiety. No, he could not allow Roger's child to be swept away into such frightening circumstances. He must find a time to connect with that child. Subsequently, Rayleigh approached Ace.He to inquire about methods of educating young children, causing a mix of confusion and a racing heart within her. Why had this old man suddenly brought up such a topic again? After achieving his objective, Lin Chen felt a sense of reassurance, knowing that he would now have to wait patiently in the days to come. The following morning, Lin Chen summoned several individuals to the ship for a meeting. The purpose of this gathering was to seek Mr. Rayleigh's assistance in training these individuals, as their weaknesses were all too apparent. Particularly, their mastery of hockey was lacking. Mr. Rayleigh's expertise in this area was likely unparalleled in the world. Rayleigh waved his hand modestly, stating that he had been held in high regard. You overestimate me. I'm merely an old man now. However, rest assured, since you are willing to entrust them to me, I will train them diligently, but do not forget our agreement. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Rest assured, Mr. Rayleigh, I shall not forget. Turning to Crocodile and the others, Lin Chen addressed them. Old Sand, Enel, Monet, and Rocinante, you shall train diligently under Mr. Rayleigh's guidance. I will be waiting for you. Lin Chen felt a pang of hesitation regarding whether Rocinante and Luo should join the training. Over the past 6 months, their bonds had deepened significantly. Yet, Lin Chen remained uneasy about Rocinante. On one hand, he was aware of Rocinante's true identity, and the current situation felt akin to soft imprisonment for him, fostering a sense of wariness. On the other hand, Lin Chen viewed Rocinante merely as a pawn to be utilized at a crucial moment against the Marines, and neither party fully trusted the other. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he decided to allow both of them to train together. They had indeed formed connections over the past half year, and it would be unkind to abandon them. Although their initial recruitment had been forced, Lin Chen believed that, given enough time, they would come to accept the organization. If they did not, he would have no choice but to treat them as pawns. After all, the current situation with Doflamingo was akin to this. Having a few more pawns was within the realm of normalcy. After finalizing these arrangements, Lin Chen instructed Crocodile, Old Sand, take good care of them. Crocodile nodded in response. Do not worry, go boldly pursue your ambitions. Then Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, I entrust these individuals to you. I will do my utmost to impart the knowledge of hockey to them. Rest assured. Looking at the group, Lin Chen felt a twinge of reluctance. Over the past year, they had forged deep bonds. Big brother, hug. Sugar seemed to sense Lin Chen's impending departure and ran over to cling to his leg. Lin Chen lifted Sugar into his arms, gently patting her head. After I leave, Sugar must listen to her sister and everyone else. Sugar, in her innocence, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Chen handed her over to Monet, saying, I have already informed you about the developmental direction of the Yuki Yuki no Mi. For now, focus on learning hockey with Mr. Rayleigh, and later on, we will research the fruit's development. Finally, casting one last glance at the group, Lin Chen soared into the sky, eventually becoming a mere black dot, disappearing from their sight. All right, since Ban has entrusted you to me, I shall train you well. At the very least, you must work hard over the next few years. Do not let him down. Rayleigh's voice snapped the group back to attention, and they all seemed to come to a realization. Indeed, if it were not for their weak abilities, Ben would not have placed them here for Rayleigh's training to delay his plans. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited within them. Only through diligent training could they avoid disappointing Ban in a few years. Observing the group's renewed spirit, Rayleigh smiled and steered the ship away from the port, preparing to take them to other islands for training. This training would last for 3 years. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle era, in a certain location within the New World. Catch that guy. We must not let him seize that fruit. Damn it. How could this auction be disrupted by a commotion? In a dark alley, a cloaked figure clutched a golden fruit, sprinting away as countless members of the Don Quixote family pursued him. The youth beneath the cloak displayed joy upon seeing the fruit in his hands, but the relentless pursuit behind him kept him in constant peril. Damn it. My subordinates are tied up elsewhere. I cannot afford to be caught. I finally obtained this fruit. As he ran, the cloaked figure intensified his efforts. Just as the chase continued in the alley, an invisible wave enveloped the area. In an instant, everyone froze, their faces still reflecting their previous expressions. Even the tiniest particles of dust in the air came to a halt, as if time itself had frozen. A figure donned in a white mask and a black robe adorned with red clouds entered the alley. Lin Chen approached the cloaked figure, glanced at the pursuers behind him, and then vanished from the alley with the immobilized individual. Time resumed its flow, and the Don Quixote family's pursuers looked on in terror. He has vanished. He was just here. A leader among them wore a grim expression. He must be hiding nearby. Continue searching. We must see him alive or dead. Lin Chen soared into the sky with the cloaked figure, swiftly departing the area and arriving at the ship that had been anchored offshore. At this moment, Taizolo's face was ashen, He felt an immense pressure emanating from the individual before him. One moment he was fleeing in the alley, and the next he found himself suspended in mid-air, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. A glance at the ship revealed a scene that filled him with dread. Countless corpses lay on the deck, while a dozen or so living individuals were bound, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at Lin Chen. In that moment, Taizolo could not even muster the courage to look Lin Chen in the eye. Taizolo, Lin Chen's voice snapped Taizolo back to reality. Equitable. I don't know why you seek me. If it's for that fruit, I am willing to offer it. At this moment, Taizolo could only fathom that the powerful individual had captured him for the golden fruit he possessed. He could think of no other reasons. I came for that fruit, but I also came for you. Lin Chen's words sent a shiver down Taizolo's spine. I do not know why you seek me, but I will give my all. Upon hearing Taizolo's response, Lin Chen remained silent. For years ago, you escaped from Mary Geoise, did you not? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Taizolo's complexion paled. Few were aware of his past as an escaped slave. To his knowledge, many slaves had been captured and executed by the world government. Surely this man was not here to execute him. Observing Taizolo's fear and anxiety, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Do not worry, I am not here to kill you. Have you heard the dawn? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Taizolo's expression shifted in surprise. Looking again at Lin Chen's attire, he recalled the organization that had spread across the world 3 years prior. Dawn. He finally recognized the figure before him. Somewhat familiar, yet elusive in identity, the leader of the Dawn Band. Are you Lord Ban? Lin Chen inquired, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to pose another question. Do you harbor hatred for the world government and the celestial dragons? Upon hearing Lin Chen's query, Taizolo's expression momentarily contorted into a grimace before returning to normal, albeit with hesitation. I do not comprehend your meaning. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his Sharingan slowly rotating, and in an instant, he seized control of Taizolo, extracting the information he sought from him. After accomplishing this, Taizolo gazed at Lin Chen with terror in his eyes, feeling as though his consciousness had been rendered blank, as if he had divulged all his secrets to the man before him. Taizolo, you now face 2 choices. First, consume the Jinjing fruit and pledge your eternal loyalty to me, joining forces to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons. Upon completion of this endeavor, I shall aid in resurrecting the woman named Stella. Second, I shall take your life and seek another. Taizolo's expression turned blank, the weight of Lin Chen's words overwhelming him, leaving no time for contemplation. Observing Taizolo's dazed demeanor, Lin Chen assumed he doubted him. What, do you not believe me? He approached a nearby corpse, extracting a small sample of tissue, then turned to a terrified, living individual. Impure world reincarnation. The ensuing spectacle widened Taizolo's eyes, the scene before him striking his mind and igniting his excitement. Countless white shrouds enveloped the living person, which then shattered, revealing the form of the corpse that lay on the ground. To his astonishment, the resurrected corpse began to speak. Bon, you wretched fiend, why you brought me back to life again? Lin Chen, unperturbed by the man's rebuke, replied, Longma, enough. This isn't the first time. You'll get used to it after a few more instances. Longma, infuriated, retorted, damn it, can you not disturb me any further? The dead deserve respect. Lin Chen casually cleared his ears, indifferent. I understand. He turned to the stunned Taizolo, inquiring, what do you think, Taizolo? Taizolo nodded like a chick pecking at rice, recalling how the once bright Stella had met a tragic end at the hands of the celestial dragons. His heart was torn between hatred for the celestial dragons and the desire to resurrect Stella. After all, he had just witnessed the legendary band's ability to bring back the deceased swordsman Longma. Lin Chen glanced at Longma, clapping his hands. Well done, your task is complete. You may return to your slumber. With that, he dispelled the impure world reincarnation technique, and before Longma could utter anything further, his form began to disintegrate. Ban! You. As Longma vanished, the irritating voice faded, granting Lin Chen a sense of tranquility. Over the past 3 years, he had not traversed the world, instead gathering intelligence on the strength of the world government's allied nations while experimenting with the impure world reincarnation technique. Through his trials, indeed, it was in the Nanhai where he first encountered my sister. Lin Chen discovered that the level of this technique significantly influenced the resurrected individual's strength and consciousness. A level 10 impure world reincarnation could harness 80% of the resurrected strength and 100% of their consciousness. In contrast, lower levels drastically diminished both strength and clarity of thought, rendering the resurrected akin to puppets under manipulation. However, 3 years of tireless training and upgrades had finally elevated Lin Chen's technique to level 10. This meant he could now seek the corpses of former powerhouses and, provided his chakra sufficed, could create an army of the impure world reincarnation at any moment. Lord Ban, may I pose a question? Taizolo's voice broke through Lin Chen's thoughts, prompting him to turn. I have heard that the head of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, is also a member of the Dawn. Is there no connection to the Dawn in his auction of the Jinjing fruit? Why become a person? Lin Chen chuckled at Taizolo's words. He is disobedient. Do you not also display disobedience? Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Taizolo's heart sank, dispelling any lingering doubts he harbored. Observing Taizolo's demeanor, Lin Chen continued. One's ambitions should be modest. Otherwise, one risks losing oneself. Taizolo nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Ban, I shall fulfill my duties diligently. At this moment, Taizolo began to comprehend the underlying situation. It seemed that the internal dynamics of the Dawn were fraught with contradictions. Subsequently, Lin Chen instructed Taizolo to consume the Jinjing fruit. As anticipated, the fruit could not conjure gold from thin air, but merely transformed the consumer into gold and altered its properties. Shaking his head, Lin Chen's initial hopes dissipated. Though he had achieved his primary objective, I will take you back to the Dawn and introduce you to some associates. From now on, you shall work under them, utilizing your fruit to amass wealth as much as possible. You may freely tap into the connections and resources of the Dawn in the underground world. All you need to do is turn over the wealth to me. Do you understand? Taizolo nodded, and without hesitation, Lin Chen prepared to return to the Sabeti archipelago. It had been 3 years since he last set foot there, and he wondered how the results of their training had fared. If all went well, the once silent Dawn would soon emerge into the world. At the Sabeti archipelago, at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel, Monet, Sugar, and Rosinante gathered together. They had received news from informants in the underground world regarding Lin Chen's impending return. Rayleigh lounged lazily in a deck chair, muttering, "That damned fellow, gone for 3 years. He promised to take me to see that brat. When he returns, I shall give him a proper lesson." Crocodile cast a glance at Rayleigh, equally anticipating Lin Chen's return. The others shared similar sentiments. Over the past 3 years, they had all undergone some changes, their strengths advancing rapidly. The 30-something Crocodile exuded an air of mature masculinity. The once ferocious Sand Crocodile now appeared more subdued, embodying a refined essence and achieving a state of simplicity in his power. Enel retained his childlike demeanor. Yet according to Rayleigh, he ranked among the top 3 in observation hockey of all those he had encountered. Rosinante, of similar age to Enel, exhibited no significant changes. His face still adorned with a gentle smile, treating those around him with kindness, while Luo remained a 14-year-old boy, shedding some of his youthful naivety. The most astonishing transformation was Monet, now 18, possessing a striking figure. Due to her consumption of the snow fruit, she radiated an aura of cold elegance. The 8-year-old Sugar was cradled in Monet's arms, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat that evening. The group awaited Lin Chen's return in the tavern quietly. As night fell in complete darkness, the weariness of the patrons began to set in. Yet the sudden sound of knocking and the creak of the door stirred them to attention. As the tavern remains closed today, standing anxiously at the entrance is Taizolo, nervously observing the crowd within. At this moment, he finds himself at a loss for words, having only been informed by Ban of the gathering here. However, how does one explain this to them? Apologies, but we are not open today. Please come back another day. Upon seeing Taizolo, a few initially assumed he was a customer seeking to purchase liquor. No, it is Ban who instructed me to assemble here. The moment they heard Taizolo's words, their weariness evaporated. Is that true? Where is Ban now? Why isn't he here? Watching the excited crowd, Taizolo swallowed hard. Before he could respond, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Ah, it seems everyone has missed me so much, haha. Upon hearing this familiar yet slightly strange voice, Crocodile and the others were momentarily taken aback. Looking up, they saw a figure in a familiar attire teasingly gazing at them. His words laced with joy. At the sight of Lin Chen, a torrent of words surged in their throats, and after a brief moment, they harmoniously uttered a single phrase. Long time no see, welcome back. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on them, his heart brimmed with joy, as the long-lost feeling of homecoming flooded back. Lao Sha, AI and I Lu, Mr. Rayleigh, Luo, Shinan D, Mo Nai, Sha Tang, allow me to introduce you. This is Taizolo. The others nodded in acknowledgement of Tai's Luo, and Lin Chen proceeded to introduce each person to him. When he introduced Crocodile, Lin Chen stated, "This is Crocodile. You will work under him from now on." He then glanced at Crocodile. "Lao Sha, let him develop in the underworld. He possesses the ability of the Jin fruit, and I need him to amass wealth." Crocodile nodded, his gaze towards Tai's Luo softening considerably. After all, this is the future source of income, and the days of Lin Chen reaping the benefits from him are soon to be over. Subsequently, Lin Chen began recounting his experiences and observations over the years. Among the nations allied with the world government, many still possess formidable strength, such as the Alabasta Kingdom and the Goa Kingdom. Conversely, some non-member countries suffer greatly. Yet Wano Kuni is rather intriguing. We should explore it together when the opportunity arises. The scenery of Fishman Island is also splendid and relatively close. We can pause there for a while when we head to the New World in due time. As Lin Chen narrated tales from around the world, the gleam of longing sparkled in the eyes of the group. Monai, observing Lin Chen speak so eloquently, felt a pang of disappointment that he did not express astonishment at her changes, but she was soon captivated by his stories, quickly casting aside her earlier discontent. "So, I wonder how Mr. Rayleigh has been training you?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, excitement surged among the group. Noting their enthusiasm, Rayleigh chuckled. "What? Do you fear that I might lead the young astray? Tomorrow, you should personally assess their abilities." Lin Chen felt a tinge of anticipation at Rayleigh's words. Early the next morning, the group boarded the Dawn and made their way to the island where Rayleigh frequently trained them. Crocodile and the others stood in line, eyeing Lin Chen across from them, cautious not to underestimate him. Rayleigh watched them leisurely, while Taizwa Luo gulped nervously at the impending battle, feeling both anxious and eager. Since Luo was still young, Lin Chen decided not to include him in this bout. "Lao Sha, I ni Lu, Monai, Luo si Nanzi. Show me your true capabilities." Casting a glance at the relaxed Rayleigh, Lin Chen smiled lightly. "Mr. Rayleigh, you should join in as well." Upon hearing Lin Chen's invitation, Rayleigh momentarily paused, only to hear Lin Chen continue. "If you join in, I will take you to see my nephew." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh, who initially had no intention of engaging with Lin Chen, suddenly became furious. "You rascal, I nearly forgot to settle the score with you. You promised to take me back, yet you vanished for 3 years. Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and charged at Lin Chen, casually calling out to Crocodile and the others as he passed. "What are you still waiting for? The battle has commenced." The group snapped back to reality and immediately assumed their fighting stances. Lin Chen regarded the approaching figures with a smile beneath his mask. "This island is isolated. Even if I unleash my full strength, no one will notice." With this thought, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. "Let's see what surprises you can bring me." Sage Art would release. The Advent of the Tree Realm. Sage Art would release. Wood Man Technique. Sage Art would release. Wood Dragon Technique. With 3 swift techniques, he instantly repelled the attackers, transforming the island into a dense forest shrouded in countless trees. Crocodile and the others, realizing they were ensnared within the woods, quickly elementalized and soared into the sky. Yet these trees seemed to possess sentience, relentlessly assaulting them. Observing the chaos, Luo Xinan Di appeared to have an epiphany. Activating his silence fruit, he rendered their voices inaudible, causing the trees to lose their targets and freeze mid-air. San Guoterfo Grave. Thunderstorm. Blizzard. The trio's combined assault swiftly cleared the surrounding trees. Standing atop the woodman, Lin Chen felt a flicker of satisfaction at this display, but a shadow suddenly loomed behind him. "Do you know how agonizing it has been waiting for you these 3 years?" Rayleigh swung a punch at Lin Chen's back, only to find his fist intercepted by a dark skeletal barrier. Simultaneously, Lin Chen turned to face him, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue. The moment their gazes met, Rayleigh felt all his senses momentarily sealed. Although he quickly broke free using Haki, Lin Chen's fist was already upon him. Not daring to underestimate the situation, the two exchanged brief blows in the air before Rayleigh was forced to retreat. Such profound Haki. Observing Rayleigh fly backward, Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Having mastered Flowing Cherry, he was indeed worthy of being Roger's first mate. Though he may be older now, his strength remains comparable to that of a Marine admiral. While contemplating Rayleigh's age, Lin Chen still fought fiercely, showing little mercy. Desert Giant, Thunder God, Avalanche. The trio's offensive surged once more from a distance. Crocodile transformed into a towering desert giant, his body cloaked in haki as he charged at Lin Chen. AI and Lu did similarly, with numerous iron particles mysteriously swirling around him. The most astonishing of all was Nai's avalanche technique, as the torrential snow overwhelmed Lin Chen's woodman, appearing like a calamity from below. Witnessing their capability to execute such techniques, Lin Chen felt immense satisfaction, yet he shifted his own technique to another. Sage Art, Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, Susanoo, Armored Form. The armor of Susanoo enveloped the wooden figure, resembling a dark Azura from a distance, granting them 100 hands. The remaining 900 hands, cloaked in haki, surged toward them. Bang! As the dust settled, Lin Chen restrained his power at the crucial moment to prevent the island from crumbling. However, this left the others with considerable injuries. Crocodile felt he could endure until the 10th hand. However, upon seeing more than 100 hands retreating, the desert giant was immediately dispersed. Persisting would surely lead to one's demise. The lightning and iron particles from Ainalu posed some hindrance to Lin Chen, as the intense heat from the lightning inevitably set the trees ablaze. Meanwhile, the minuscule iron particles dented the armor of Susanoo significantly. The earlier avalanche conjured by Monet was also scattered by Lin Chen's strike. The seasoned veteran Rayleigh had long since taken sugar and pulled Law aside, while Law and Nandi were still trembling in a corner. Observing the devastation he had caused, Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless and approached the others, dispersing all his techniques. Very well, you may cease. I hereby declare the end of your training. The group exchanged glances, sighing with relief, yet simultaneously feeling a sense of dread towards Lin Chen. They had anticipated that 3 years of training would yield commendable results, yet they had not expected to be unable to withstand even 10 minutes against Lin Chen, which left them feeling as though he were a monster. Returning to Shaki's bar, the group prepared to depart from the Sabeti archipelago. When they inquired about Lin Chen's direction, he glanced at Rayleigh and ultimately stated, "Let us return to the East Blue." The others accepted this without suspicion, though they felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to showcase their skills, only to discover Lin Chen's intention to return to the desolate East Blue. Noticing their disheartened expressions, Lin Chen smiled. "I have heard that the red-haired pirates have appeared in the East Blue, which would make for a fitting opponent to hone our skills." At this, the group clenched their fists, their eyes glimmering with eagerness. After all, they had also heard of the red-haired pirates' formidable reputation, ranking highly among the pirates of the New World. Yet they wondered why they were now present in the East Blue. After bidding farewell to Shaki, Rayleigh took a long sword from her before leaving. Examining the sword in his hand, Rayleigh smirked, "Old pal, it has been quite a while." As the group prepared to depart, Shaki wished to keep Rayleigh behind for a private conversation, but with everyone present, it ultimately came to naught. Sensing Shaki's demeanor, Rayleigh chuckled. "Just consider it another adventure. When I return, I shall bring you a gift." Shaki rolled her eyes at him. "At your age, you still think you're young. If you come back missing an arm or a leg, I'll one T be taking care of you. You'll be living life in a wheelchair." She shot a glance at Lin Chen, her meaning unmistakable. Crocodile and the others exchanged awkward smiles. Rayleigh's current strength ranked just below Lin Chen aboard the Dawn, and given the vice-captain title of the Pirate King, they truly could not fathom who could leave him incapacitated. After their farewells, the group departed Sabeti archipelago aboard the Dawn. Lin Chen, contemplative, regarded his status panel, realizing that his strength had not changed significantly over the past 3 years. The bounty from the previous Dameichi and various treasures he had gathered amounted to barely a few 100,000 points. More importantly, the system had undergone another update, which surprisingly appeared to include new features. Throughout his journey, the system had always seemed somewhat lifeless and sluggish, often requiring retries to make purchases. However, following this update, the system had become more user-friendly. Whereas previously it had been unresponsive to his calls, it now provided basic replies. This led Lin Chen to ponder whether increased expenditures on the system enhanced its intelligence, as it seemed to be becoming increasingly comprehensive. The most notable change post-update was the previously prominent 500,000 reincarnation eyes being supplanted from the top position. Additionally, numerous new items have been added, such as tailed beasts, the power of the Sage of Six Paths, and the reincarnation eye. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this update, as the introduction of tailed beasts could address his chronic deficiency in chakra. During prior battles, Lin Chen had noticed his chakra was somewhat lacking, unlike Senja Hashirama, who could effortlessly expend chakra to unleash ninjutsu. Although he had mastered Sage Mode and would release, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming chakra reserves of Hashirama. His gaze lingered on the power of the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps leading him to understand where the disparity lay. The tailed beasts were priced as follows: 1 tail, 50, 0, 0, 0. 2 tail, 70, 0, 0, 0. 8 tail, 190, 0, 0, 0. 9 tail, 210, 0, 0, 0. The Outer Path Golem, 250, 0, 0, 0. Indra and Ashura S power, 300, 0, 0, 0. Reincarnation I, 700, 0, 0, 0. Sage of Six Paths power, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Concurrently, Lin Chen's own panel had undergone significant changes. Host, Lin Chen, 22, skills, special ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation, LV10. Sage mode, LV8, would release secret technique, LV8, original world severing technique, LV7, S-class ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, LV8, Raikiri, LV7, lightning release, Kirin, LV7. Fire release, great fire annihilation, LV5, fire release, dragon flame song technique, LV5, A-class ninjutsu, Chidori, LV10, Rasengan, LV10, illusion technique, dark walking technique, LV10, Chidori sharp spear, LV9. 8 gates, LV8, water release, great waterfall technique, LV7, water release, great shark bullet technique, LV7, B-class ninjutsu, great fire annihilation, LV10. Shadow clone technique, LV9, C-class ninjutsu, great fireball technique, LV10, phoenix fire technique, LV10, E-class ninjutsu, 3 bodies technique, LV10, other skills, Navy 6 styles, LV8, abilities, Taijutsu, LV8, swordsmanship, LV8, illusion techniques, LV8, armament hockey, LV8, observation hockey, LV8, conqueror's hockey, LV5, eternal mangekyo, Sharingan battle power, sovereign peak points, 0 over the past 3 years. Lin Chen had made the most progress in thoroughly researching the impure world reincarnation, followed by his use of illusion techniques. During his infiltration into various allied nations alongside Long, he had frequently employed illusion techniques, leading to tremendous growth in that area. Reviewing his strength displayed on the panel, Lin Chen felt it was not too low. Although adept in ninjutsu, he had not extensively developed the true powers belonging to this world. Consequently, his haki, taijutsu, and swordsmanship levels remained average. Nonetheless, without the outbreak of large-scale wars, Lin Chen's current strength was indeed sufficient. After a period of sailing, the group passed by an island, prompting Rayleigh to instruct Crocodile to change course. He claimed it was Amazon Lily, an island that repelled men. With Ainalu charging the dawn, they could leave at any moment, and Lin Chen had no desire to investigate further, swiftly redirecting towards the East Blue. The inhabitants of Amazon Lily breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the ship change direction. After all, this was a crucial moment with a new queen ascending, and they wished to avoid any disturbances. East Blue Low Town, familiar streets, familiar surroundings, familiar actions. However, the number aboard the Dawn had changed significantly. Bien, come see what my beloved grandson likes. As his grandfather, it is my first time meeting him, and I have no idea what to buy. Leili Lao To, I have stated that he is not your grandson. Where does that place my status? Fine, fine. Let's each discuss our own matters. You may call me Leili Lao To, and I shall regard you as my son. Lin Chen, weary of arguing with the elderly Li, had witnessed many such aged individuals who, emboldened by their years, indulged in capricious behavior. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by the relationship between the two. Sif and Nur continued their patrol, and soon they encountered several familiar figures. After a prolonged observation, they discerned that this was the Pusha Vijur, which had been missing for 3 to 4 years. Now, even the members appeared somewhat altered. When Sif's gaze fell upon one individual, he was momentarily stunned. Renai, is that Mingwang Leili? Renai observed the distant figures, her expression shifting with uncertainty. Indeed, how would he be here? It seemed he had joined the Bush of Duger, and the leader's mask and attire were unmistakably recognizable. Sumuga focused intently and confirmed this revelation. Although Boshak had yet to accrue any negative reputation, 3 years prior, they had dealt with a significant number of pirates in the Shangbo Dichinda, earning accolade from me. News of this event reached the Navy, inciting mixed opinions. Some believed that if Poshao were a commendable organization, they should not demand bounties for slaying pirates. After all, the Navy never requested bounties for their own actions, subsisting solely on modest salaries. Others contended that Oishao represented a civilian pirate hunting organization, worthy of collaboration with the Navy in capturing pirates, with the potential for rewards or recognition afterward. A final group maintained that Toshak's previous attempt to seize the Gushri positioned them as adversaries of the Navy, rendering them forever enemies. Overall, interpretations varied among the Navy personnel, each harboring distinct perspectives. Suppressing his inner confusion, decided to approach, recognizing this as his jurisdiction. Meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on the group, ready to alert the Navy headquarters for assistance should anything amiss transpire. Wasn't this the Boishak that had vanished for several years? It seemed we had encountered them 3 years ago, didn't we? Sumoga's voice broke the silence, prompting the group to turn. At the sight of Lin Chen, a torrent of words surged in their throats, and after a brief moment, they harmoniously regarded the white-haired man with a cigar before him, furrowing his brow slightly. This fellow bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. He removed the cigar from his mouth and exhaled towards Saga. "What brings you here, Navy officer?" Saga, feeling the smoke wafting over his face, could feel the veins in his forehead throb. Channeling the power of his devil fruit, he expelled a thicker cloud of smoke toward Kala's face. In no time, the supermarket was engulfed in white smoke, and Lin Chen observed Feng, coughing while covering her nose, feeling quite irritable. "Hey, do you two not realize there are children present?" At this, Feng paused, promptly dispersing his power, casting an apologetic glance at Sung, his hands a loss as to what to do. Lei Li similarly reprimanded Kuralo Kuradar. "How many times must I say not to smoke in front of the children? Smoking daily has yet to kill you. If you dare to smoke like that when I see my little grandson later, I swear I will knock you out." The group exited the supermarket, and the air felt considerably fresher. Sumagura seized the opportunity to purchase an ice cream and approached Tom. "I sincerely apologize. My uncle's smoke has troubled you." Before Thaga could react, Lin Chen delivered a punch to his head. "Do not refer to yourself as uncle." Silva, momentarily distracted by the pain, could only wonder how Lin Chen had landed a blow on him and when it had occurred. Observing the group, and noticed them encircle and upon witnessing Lin Chen strike him, she instinctively rushed forward. Drawing her sword, I commanded the group, "What are you doing? Release Su Moku immediately." Though her heart raced with anxiety, she faced them unflinchingly. Lin Chen glanced at her and, seizing Su by the collar, tossed him aside. "No need to be alarmed. It was merely a jest. The hour grows late. We must take our leave. Until next time, Navy officer." With that, he and his companions departed, leaving her in a state of confusion as she watched their retreating figures. Casting a glance at the bewildered who sat dazed on the ground, she furrowed her brow. "What is the matter?" Sumoku shook his head. "It is nothing." After a moment, he continued, "If we encounter them again, we must keep our distance unless they break the law." "Why?" Renai questioned, puzzled. Sumoku offered no further explanation, staring blankly at his cigar before extinguishing it. As the group departed event, Lili transitioned from anticipation to unease, frequently sidling up to Lin Chen to inquire about it. "Will he dislike me? Will he resent me for not saving his parents? Will he? Enough with the endless will he will meet his parents in due time." Upon hearing these words, Li was momentarily taken aback, his spirits dampened. Indeed, he would reunite with his parents. One could only hope that, in the years to come, they would find joy together in the heavens. Ignoring the inner turmoil, Lin Chen reclined in a lounge chair, resting his eyes. Kuralo Kudar quietly approached Lin Chen, inquiring, "Was there not a child among those from Fengshitsun who is your nephew?" Lin Chen opened his eyes to cast a sidelong glance at Kuralo Kudar. "Lao Sha, you will find out upon our return." He then closed his eyes again, lapsing into silence. Kuralo Kudar, undeterred, observed with a glimmer of insight. It was known that one child from Fengshitsun was Bon's nephew, and that this child was referred to as Li's grandson. Hence, Li's son's wife's brother must be Bon. Whether he was an elder brother or a younger brother remained unclear to her, but he had unraveled the Li and Bon's connection. With this revelation, a sense of delight washed over him, yet a lingering question remained. Did Li truly have a son? Had he not always been solitary? As though struck by a sudden realization, Hilakota's expression shifted to one of sympathy as he regarded Li as the Fushu of the Pirate King. It was likely that his family had been slain by the world government and the Navy, including his unfortunate son and daughter-in-law, leaving only his grandson hidden by Bon until 3 years prior, when Bon dared to reveal himself to Li. Noticing Kulo Kudur's lingering gaze filled with sympathy, Lei Li narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning hostile. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Kulo Kudur, hearing Lei Li's words, shook his head, stepping closer to pat Lei Li on the shoulder. Lei Li Xiansheng, do not be disheartened. I understand, and you still have us. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Li with an enigmatic silhouette, while the others looked at Kulka bewildered. Kulka regarded them with a faint smile, as if everything lay within his grasp. Rest assured, I am well aware of everything. You are insane, Lei Li muttered under his breath, convinced that Crocodile had lost his mind due to a lack of cigarettes. In the East Sea, in Windmill Village, a group of pirates was joyfully drinking beer at the tavern run by the mother and daughter duo, Machino. Hey Luffy, as a pirate, you must learn how to swim. Shanks laughed heartily at Luffy. Luffy, visibly displeased, retorted, Shanks, don't underestimate me. The rest of the red-haired pirates couldn't help but chuckle at Luffy's reaction. Feeling humiliated by their laughter, Luffy sat sulking in a corner until he noticed a treasure chest brought in by the crew. What is this? Curiously, he opened the chest and was astonished to find a peculiar fruit inside. At that moment, his stomach growled, and glancing back at Shanks and the others who were still laughing at him, Luffy couldn't resist biting into the fruit. Yuck, it tastes terrible. Upon hearing Luffy's exclamation, Shanks turned around and was shocked to see the bite marks on the fruit in Luffy's hands. What? You actually ate that fruit? The others were equally astonished. Luffy, somewhat confused, scratched his head and looked at Shanks. What is wrong, Shanks? I was a bit hungry and saw this fruit, so I just ate it. Shanks, holding his head in disbelief, suddenly lifted Luffy by his legs, suspending him in the air. Shanks, what are you doing? To everyone's surprise, Luffy's legs began to stretch, ultimately causing his face to slam against the floor. What is happening? Shanks, help me. Young Luffy was in a panic, but it was too late. Realizing he couldn't change the situation, Shanks resignedly explained to Luffy about the devil fruit. Luffy, astonished by Shanks' explanation, soon appeared disheartened. I don't want to be a landlubber. That would mean I can't be a pirate. Observing Luffy, Shanks let out a quiet sigh. Captain, Jesus Burgess's voice broke through, catching Shanks' attention. I think I've spotted a formidable group approaching. Just as he said that, the tavern doors swung open, revealing a group led by a white-haired old man wearing glasses. Who was shouting, my dear grandson? Grandpa is here to see you. Lin Chen and his companions followed Rayleigh into the tavern and noticed the red-haired pirates drinking, causing the atmosphere to stiffen. Jesus subtly placed his hand on his weapon, while a hefty man in a green bandana bit into a chicken leg, eyeing Lin Chen and the others. Beckman reached for his handgun at his waist, and Shanks stood frozen, staring at the old man leading the group. Rayleigh scanned the tavern and fixed his gaze on Shanks. First mate, you're Shanks. Clearly, both sides recognized each other, which relieved the red-haired pirates, knowing that their captain was familiar with the newcomers. However, they were puzzled by the fact that their captain referred to the elderly man as first mate. As they focused, their expressions changed dramatically. Dark King Rayleigh, Roger's first mate. How'd he end up here? Rayleigh's unexpected appearance astonished everyone. Lin Chen approached Rayleigh, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as they both regarded the red-haired pirates. Noticing Shanks, who still looked much the same but bore 3 claw marks across his eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk beneath his mask. The red-haired pirates? Shanks eyed the masked man before him cautiously, having recognized him as well. Leader of Dawn Band, the mysterious man who single-handedly confronted Akainu, Garp, and Ace.He. His organization, Dawn, has become the underground emperor, commanding respect from all. Simultaneously, Shanks wondered why first mate Rayleigh was associated with him. Had the retired Rayleigh reemerged and joined Dawn? These questions swirled in Shanks' mind, leaving him perplexed. All right. We're all familiar faces. No need to be so tense. Rayleigh's words echoed Lin Chen's thoughts, though his own identity remained undisclosed for now. Rayleigh approached Shanks, surprised to see how much he had grown since their time on the ship. I didn't expect the little brat from back then to stand on his own now. Shanks bashfully scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing, but Mr. Rayleigh, have you really come out of retirement? Rayleigh glanced back at Lin Chen, chuckling softly. As you can see, I've joined on. As for the reason, I can't disclose that just yet. Lin Chen surveyed the red-haired pirates before finally locking eyes with Machino, the current tavern owner, and Luffy, who was watching them with wide eyes. Reflecting, he recalled that his last encounter with Machino was perhaps 4 or 5 years ago, although he had seen Luffy relatively recently, as he had often visited with Dragon to check on his naive son over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, the members of Dawn and the red-haired pirates soon clashed in a brawl. Crocodile, intrigued, focused on Beckman, considering him a worthy opponent for practice. Suddenly, Luffy, who had been staring at Lin Chen, seemed to recall something, pointing excitedly and stammering. Why you re my uncle's friend? You brought us winter coats that day. Lin Chen was taken aback to discover that Luffy recognized him. Behind him, Crocodile and Enel also expressed interest in Luffy. They had accompanied Lin Chen to deliver the winter coats, and, noticing the puzzled looks from other Dawn members, explained Luffy's connection as being a nephew of Ban. Lin Chen scrutinized Luffy for a while before stepping forward and playfully pinching his cheek. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ignoring Luffy's protests, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, stretching Luffy's face comically. He then grabbed both sides of Luffy's face, pulling with force, and, unsurprisingly, his face became elastic like rubber. Sir, please stop teasing Luffy. He'll feel pain too. Machino couldn't help but interject. Although she knew he wouldn't harm Luffy, she felt uncomfortable witnessing Luffy's current predicament. Casting a glance at Machino, Lin Chen released Luffy's face and asked, Little Luffy, where are Ace and Perona? Luffy rubbed his cheek. Ace and Sabo went to play pirate games, and Aunt Perona was worried about them, so she went along. They'll all be back for dinner tonight. Hearing this, Lin Chen inquired further, if they're all out playing pirate games, why aren't you joining them? Luffy shook his head, determination shining in his eyes. Shanks is a true pirate. I must join them. After glancing at the ongoing brawl in the distance, Lin Chen strolled over to Rayleigh and casually exited the tavern with his arm around him. Ace isn't back yet, so let us wait here for now. They'll return tonight. Oh, and I should tell you, that little brat over there is Luffy, the grandson of Garp. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, and then cast a somewhat mischievous glance at the youthful Luffy within the tavern. Noticing Rayleigh's expression, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. What are you thinking? Surely, you wouldn't lay a hand on such a small child. Although you often act with little regard for age, this would be going too far. I must forewarn you, Luffy and Ace have been inseparable since childhood. Should you dare to harm Luffy, Ace will certainly not let you off easily. What are you implying? I, Rayleigh, with a lifetime of reputation, would never resort to violence against a mere child. The matters between Garp and myself will not involve his grandson. What surprises me is that Garp has chosen to protect the child of Roger. Casting a glance at Rayleigh, Lin Chen chose not to elaborate further. Over the years, he had come to understand Rayleigh's character. As the vice-captain of the Pirate King, he possesses a grand spirit. Initially, he merely intended to play a harmless prank on Luffy to satisfy his own wicked amusement. The two continued their conversation, primarily concerning Ace. Before long, they returned to the tavern, where Lin Chen clapped his hands and declared, Everyone, the day is still young. We have heard of the illustrious reputation of your red-haired pirates. Since we have time today, why not engage in a friendly spar? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both parties regarded each other with a gleam of combativeness in their eyes. Crocodile and his crew had long been eager to test their mettle against the red-haired pirates, while the members of the red-haired crew, upon learning that Rayleigh was once their captain's first mate, were filled with curiosity towards this organization that had drawn Rayleigh out of retirement. Thus, when Lin Chen spoke, both sides were charged with fervor. Seeing the rising tension, Lin Chen smiled gently. Let me remind you, this is merely a sparring session. Keep it light. I would not wish for Mr. Rayleigh and your captain to end up in a serious fight. With that, he was the first to stride out of the tavern, followed by a throng of people. Finding an open space, the members of Dawn were eager to engage, as this was a rare opportunity for honing their skills. After all, their previous encounter with Lin Chen did not count as a fair measure, for there were few in this world who could rival his strength, making it an unreliable reference. Conversely, the current prowess of the red-haired pirates was formidable in the New World. If Dawn could emerge victorious against them, it would signify a significant enhancement of their own strength, no longer relying solely on Lin Chen as their sole high-tier combatant. Thus, this confrontation held particular significance for Dawn's members. Crocodile glanced at Lin Chen, Rayleigh, and Shanks, who remained still, knowing these three would not partake in the battle. Taking the initiative, he stepped forward and smiled at Beckman from the red-haired crew. Beckman recognized that he had been chosen as Crocodile's opponent. In truth, he had hoped for a duel with Rayleigh, not Crocodile. In his heart, he believed Shanks possessed the potential to become Pirate King, and he wished to ascertain if he himself qualified to be the first mate. Nonetheless, since Crocodile had named him directly, he would not underestimate his adversary, feeling a palpable pressure emanating from Crocodile. Subsequently, Enel, Monet, and Razanandi each selected their opponents. The red-haired crew dispatched their vice-captain Beckman, sniper Yasop, chef Sanji, and ship's Dr. Chopper. Both sides readied themselves, and at Rayleigh's suggestion, this bout was not conducted as a series of 1v1 duels, but rather as a collective battle. After all, in many future confrontations, the ability to cooperate among officers would yield greater strength. Crocodile and his companions exchanged glances, quickly devising a familiar strategy. They charged forward, employing their physical prowess to gauge their opponents, resulting in a basic skirmish. Before long, Crocodile and Monet began to unleash their devil fruit abilities. At this juncture, Razanani, unable to remain in the fray, withdrew, as all three were natural-type users, and their initial strikes unleashed calamity. Moreover, his own strength was somewhat lacking, and he had already gained much from this combat. Enel unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate lightning attacks on Beckman and his crew, simultaneously summoning several lightning spears that locked onto their movements. Over the years, Enel had developed his Goro Goro no Mi to a terrifying degree. Within the range of his lightning attacks, foes were easily marked by faint arcs of electricity. It was these arcs that allowed his lightning spears to continuously track their targets. Meanwhile, Crocodile and Monet combined their techniques, releasing a powerful assault. Sandstorm Burial. Blizzard. Countless snowflakes swirled around fine grains of sand, propelled by a biting wind towards Beckman and his crew. The four warriors dared not take this lightly and quickly employed their signature techniques to counter this calamity. Old Sand. Try to minimize the use of your devil fruit powers. This is a rare opportunity for a physical training session, perfectly suited for honing the haki you learned from Rayleigh. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, they exchanged glances, realizing they had initially allowed their excitement to overtake them and gradually began to focus their efforts, leading to the deployment of such expansive techniques. Lin Chen turned to Shanks, who observed the battlefield without concern, and inquired, "Are you not afraid for your comrade's safety?" Shanks paused at the question, then smiled and replied, "No, I believe in my comrade's ability to triumph." Lin Chen returned the smile. "I too have faith in my companions." Their gazes shifted back to the battlefield, filled with confidence in their respective teams. As Crocodile and his crew withdrew their devil fruit powers, Razanani re-entered the fray, and the eight engaged once more, this time in a pure contest of physical prowess and haki, allowing them to fight with great enthusiasm. As time passed, the fighters collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Shanks. This spar had ended in a draw. Shaking his head with a light chuckle, Lin Chen felt no significant disappointment. After all, their devil fruit abilities had not been fully showcased in this encounter. They were merely sparring, and their true capabilities had yet to be revealed. The group returned to the tavern, where Shanks invited Dawn to join them for dinner that evening, to which Lin Chen readily agreed, as he awaited the return of Ace and the others. Before long, night descended, and just as Lin Chen began to feel anxious with the wait, the tavern doors were suddenly flung open. Dayton rushed towards Luffy, panting heavily. "Ace and the other ship has been shelled by a large vessel. Quickly, tell me where your pirate friends are. We need to borrow their ship. Hurry." At Dayton's words, the entire tavern fell silent. Machino rushed to Dayton's side, asking urgently, "Dayton, what is happening?" Tears welled in Dayton's eyes as she hoarsely replied, "It's the Celestial Dragon's ship. What we do? We must hurry to save them." Luffy, upon hearing Dayton's words, was momentarily stunned, his eyes glistening with tears. He looked up at Shanks and Lin Chen, trembling as he bit his lip and uttered, "Shanks, uncle, please save Ace and the others." Hearing Luffy's plea, Dayton seemed to find her anchor of hope, turning to kneel before Shanks and Lin Chen. "Please, you must help me save Ace and the others. I cannot lose them. Even if it is merely a small boat, I would be grateful." Lin Chen helped Dadan up, his expression inscrutable to those around him. "Who are you?" Dadan gazed at the man before her, momentarily at a loss for words, her mind beginning to conjure images. "Rest assured, I will go," Lin Chen reassured her, immediately setting off on his mission. He had no time to ponder whether Shanks and the others would accompany him. He was determined to proceed, his countenance shrouded in darkness beneath his mask. Bursting forth from the tavern, Lin Chen transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, with Enel closely trailing behind. In which direction? Enel's mental network spread out fully, and moments later, he pointed towards a specific direction. There! Upon hearing this, Lin Chen surged towards that point with astounding speed, leaving even Enel struggling to keep up. The patrons within the tavern quickly regained their senses, hastily boarding Crocodile's sands to follow Enel. Meanwhile, off the coast of the Goa Kingdom, bang! Ha, sink that ship. Wait, I believe I spotted something valuable aboard. Seize her. I want her to be my 33rd wife. A vessel flying the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons unleashed cannon fire towards a distant patch of sea. Upon closer inspection, a small boat was under attack. Aboard were Perona, Ace, and Sabo. Damn it, why are they attacking us? Ace and Sabo furiously pounded their fists against the boat, but their frustration was futile. Perona gritted her teeth, skillfully steering the helm to maintain the stability of their vessel. However, after a moment, she noticed that the cannon fire had ceased, and the ship was now heading in their direction. Be careful, they're coming towards us. Ace, have you contacted Andadan? Ace nodded in response. Aunt, I have already informed Andadan via the Den Den Mushi, and she is on her way. She mentioned that Luffy's pirate friends and a bunch of uncles are coming, urging us to hold on a little longer. Perona's keen gaze fixed on the approaching ship, narrowing her eyes as she clearly identified a celestial dragon aboard, his bulbous head and large ears unmistakable. Damn it, it's a celestial dragon. Ace and Sabo were taken aback. Celestial dragon. A sense of helplessness washed over Perona. Ace and Sabo were still young and unaware of the implications of a celestial dragon. However, she had witnessed their power firsthand in Mary Geoise. Finally, the celestial dragon ship drew near their tiny vessel, and the three of them watched with cold sweat and rising anxiety. When Charles Mako, Saint discerned the three below, his gaze fixated on Perona. Indeed, it is her. Bring her back to be my 33rd wife. The other two shall be taken as slaves. As he spoke, several black-clad bodyguards leaped from the ship, seizing the trio and bringing them before Charles Mako Saint. They were powerless to resist, finding themselves at the mercy of his whims. Ace overheard the rotund, celestial dragon's words and immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Perona, his expression unwavering. Damn it, you fat pig shall not take my aunt. Sabo hesitated momentarily, but stepped beside Ace, their eyes locking with a shared resolve. How dare these two wretches call me a fat pig? With that, Charles Mako Saint brandished a pistol, aiming it at the two. Perona felt a tremor of fear surge within her, her eyes glazing over. Brother. The scene before her echoed memories from years past, stirring shadows deep within Perona's heart. Despite her trembling body, she reached out, shakily wrapping her arms around the two who stood before her, attempting to shield them in her own way. Charles Mako Saint watched this unfold with a hint of madness in his eyes. The audacity of a slave daring to resist was beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, Perona, whom he had chosen as his 33rd wife, was now protecting those he deemed slaves, igniting his fury. To him, being his wife was a privilege beyond measure. Had it not been for the untimely demise of his previous 32 wives, he would never have set his sights on Perona in this desolate corner of the world. In that moment, Charles Mako Saint unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. You worthless slaves. Bang! A flash erupted from Charles Mako Saint's gun, a golden bullet hurtling towards Perona's head. Just as it was about to strike, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The bullet appeared to freeze midair as it neared her. What? Charles Mako Saint could scarcely believe his eyes, hastily pulling the trigger several more times. Bang! Bang! Just like before, the bullets halted before Perona, unable to advance an inch. Unlike Charles Mako Saint, the surrounding bodyguards became instantly alert, their expressions grave as they exchanged glances. This phenomenon could only signify one thing. Someone was interfering. Perona, who had closed her eyes in anticipation of her fate, slowly opened them, staring in disbelief at the bullets suspended in the air. Ace and Sabo gaped at the scene, rendered speechless. Perona extended her small hand, cautiously reaching towards the floating bullets. The moment her fingers brushed against them, the golden projectiles scattered and fell onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. Charles Mako Saint let out a furious roar. Damn it, what is happening? Yet, amidst this chaos, Perona felt an unsettling familiarity wash over her. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. As the tears fell through the air, they, as she had anticipated, froze before touching the ground. Perona suddenly broke into a smile, wiping her tears away, but more followed, a flood of sorrow and longing bursting forth, leaving her heart aching. The ability to halt matter in its tracks and protect her could belong to only one person, her brother, Lin Chen. High above, Lin Chen stood quietly in the air, watching the unfolding scene below through a kaleidoscope. Beside him were Crocodile and his companions, along with the red-haired pirates, who had arrived just in time. Shanks, having witnessed the scene below, could not help but voice his concern upon seeing the lightning crackling around Lin Chen's hands. Bon, calm down. If you act against the celestial dragons, you will provoke an admiral of the Navy. An admiral of the Navy? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. Shanks, If the person down there about to be slain by the celestial dragon were your family, what would you do? Whose rule forbids striking against the celestial dragons? The world government? These rules only bind the powerless. When your strength surpasses that of the world government, do you still need to adhere to such nonsensical regulations? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. After expressing his thoughts, Lin Chen turned to glance at Crocodile and the others, noting the cold sweat appearing on their brows. Regardless of the situation, the notion that celestial dragons were untouchable had become deeply ingrained in the minds of many. Erasing such beliefs was not something that could be accomplished through mere words. The atmosphere in the sky became unexpectedly lively. A figure soared from the distance and landed upon the sands of Keloakidere. While Lin Chen and his companions were unfazed, Shanks was rendered speechless upon recognizing the individual. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Even Rayleigh was somewhat astonished by Long's presence in this location, particularly by the extraordinary bond he seemed to share with Lin Chen. Glancing at the people behind him, Lin Chen emanated an aura of lethal intent as he declared, regardless of the prowess of the celestial dragons or the might of the forces behind them, anyone daring to harm his family would meet only one fate: death. Razanandi felt a shiver run down his spine at Lin Chen's words, seemingly affected by his murderous intent. Casting a glance below, Lin Chen soared towards the ship of Charlemagne. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. At that moment, aboard the ship, Perona had shed her earlier fear and was now filled with eager anticipation for the unfolding events. Damn it! Charlemagne seethed as he watched Perona, whose face was now devoid of fear, replaced instead with joy, inciting his fury further. Damn commoners! He spat, raising his pistol and hurling it toward her. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning pierced through Charlemagne's arm, severing it and causing it to fall to the ground, emitting a foul odor. Charlemagne writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back as the surrounding bodyguards stood frozen in horror, only one having the resolve to secretly capture an image of the assault on Charlemagne. As Lin Chen approached Charlemagne step by step, none dared to intervene. It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me. Charlemagne cried, rolling on the ground, tears and snot streaming from his face. Without waiting for Lin Chen to utter a word, the surrounding bodyguards were ensnared by Keloakidere's sands. Soon enough, ultimately, the vast ship was left with only Charlemagne. Perona, cradling Ace and Sabo, gazed in a daze at Lin Chen, who donned a black cloak and mask, her lips moving but unable to form words. Noticing Perona, Lin Chen refrained from revealing his identity at that moment. Behind him, Luffy broke free from Dayton's embrace and rushed to embrace Ace and Sabo, tears streaming down all three faces. Long approached Lin Chen, inquiring about the fate of Charlemagne. Lin Chen glanced at Charlemagne, now unconscious from pain, and replied, "Confine him. I wish to observe the world government's response to this incident during this year's World Conference." Long nodded and then asked, "How reliable are the kings attending the World Conference this year?" Lin Chen responded, "They can be trusted. They are all from our side." Upon hearing this, Long let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Then I can rest easy, awaiting their inquiries regarding the Republic at the World Conference. Seemingly struck by a thought, Long looked at Perona, Ace, and Sabo, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. He had been observing Perona and Ace, initially planning to intervene to save them, only to be surprised when Charlemagne's attack was thwarted by a mysterious force. The ability to suspend matter had even caused him to break into a cold sweat. After keenly sensing with his haki, he discovered Lin Chen and his companions were in the sky. Upon his arrival, he overheard Lin Chen declare that if the celestial dragons dared to provoke his family, he would undoubtedly kill them. This left Long puzzled. Did it imply that one among Perona, Ace, or Sabo was indeed his family? When Garp had returned Perona to him, he had specifically instructed him to take care of the three. Long harbored no qualms about having another sister, having watched over Ace and Luffy as they grew. However, they remained oblivious to his silent guardianship. He was acutely aware of the familial ties Perona and Ace had. Besides himself, Garp, and Guillaume from the Navy, he couldn't fathom who else might be considered their family. The intrigue deepened. Could it be that Sabo was related to the enigmatic figure? As his thought crossed his mind, Long's gaze towards Lin Chen grew increasingly inscrutable, as if he were on the brink of uncovering some profound truth. A glance at Long from Lin Chen prompted no words from him. Similarly, Rayleigh, Keloakidere, Dayton, Machino, and Shanks sensed something amiss. Lin Chen's earlier declaration seemed to hint at something significant, their eyes fixed upon his silhouette, as if eager to unravel his mysteries. Approaching Perona, Lin Chen sighed deeply. The little girl who once called him big brother at the tender age of 8 had now blossomed into a young lady. The battle at Marinford felt as though it had transpired just yesterday. Perona rose, recognizing the man before her as the uncle who had visited them years ago, though he had claimed to be a friend of her brother. Now, many doubts surfaced. Tears welled in her eyes, and her heart raced as she mustered the courage to ask, "Are you my brother?" Lin Chen gently ruffled Perona's hair, choosing silence. For the moment was not ripe for revelations amidst so many onlookers. Turning to Ace.He, Lin Chen instructed, "Clear the surrounding clues." Obeying, Ace.He meticulously searched the vicinity and discovered a lone photograph. Holding the photograph presented by Ace.He, which depicted Charlemagne aiming his pistol at Perona and the others, Lin Chen's satisfaction was evident. Disseminate this photograph widely, while also broadcasting the news of Charlemagne's kidnapping. If the world government fails to identify the perpetrator, it will signify a resounding slap to their face. Ace.He nodded, acknowledging the ease of executing this task in the underworld. Once this was accomplished, Lin Chen returned with Charlemagne and the others to Windmill Village. After such a lengthy period, night had long since fallen, and Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and Sugar were already fast asleep. After parting with the red-haired pirates, they temporarily returned to the Dawn ship, which was anchored beside the vessel of the red-haired pirates. Watching Luffy and Ace sleep peacefully allowed Lin Chen to breathe a sigh of relief, though Perona's small hand remained tightly grasped around his clothing, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Glancing at the crew of the Dawn, he declared, "We shall discuss matters tomorrow." In response, the other members of the Dawn tacitly retreated to their quarters. Remaining were Lin Chen, Perona, Long, Rayleigh, Dayton, and Machino. The kaleidoscope of his eyes spun slowly, and a colossal black figure materialized around Lin Chen, carrying several individuals away from the Dawn. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's familiar technique, Perona felt the final stone of anxiety in her heart drop heavily. Arriving at the bar in Makinuo, the group gathered around Lin Chen, and under their watchful gazes, he gradually removed his mask. As Lin Chen's visage was revealed, the reactions of those present varied. Rayleigh gazed at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression, as if he had encountered this man before, yet could not place him. Perona looked at Lin Chen's simultaneously familiar and alien face, and when it finally aligned with the image in her memory, she could no longer contain her soft sobs. Why did you not return and deceive us?" Hearing Perona's weeping, Lin Chen's emotions became exceedingly complex. He embraced her, offering quiet comfort. Yet regardless of the circumstances, they had finally reunited. "You rascal," Dragon remarked, staring at Lin Chen's face, rendered speechless. The most crucial revelation dawned upon him. Ben had indeed been Lin Chen, who had perished many years ago. Setting aside the mystery of Lin Chen's resurrection, Dragon patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, imagining the hardships Lin Chen must have endured over the years. After all, he too bore the mantle of the Revolutionary Army, always cautious during encounters with Garp and Luffy, yet compelled to act for his cause. In contrast, Lin Chen had concealed his identity, enduring the pain of separation even from those closest to him, and the suffering he had borne must have been far greater than his own. Lin Chen looked at Dragon, his lips trembling slightly, yet he managed to utter the words, "Brother." Upon hearing this, Dragon felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He remembered witnessing Garp's desolation when Lin Chen had died. It was clear that Garp had regarded Lin Chen as family. Dayton and Makinuo also began to comprehend the situation. "You are Lin Chen," Dayton exclaimed, unable to articulate his excitement, while Makinuo recalled a figure in a navy cloak. Rayleigh suddenly had an epiphany, realizing why Lin Chen appeared familiar. He was a Navy officer who had nearly clashed with him years ago at Sabaody Archipelago. He couldn't help but marvel at Garp's generosity in adopting the two individuals closely associated with Roger. However, aside from Perona, who remained nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, everyone else was left pondering how Lin Chen had returned from the dead. Lin Chen shook his head at their inquisitive gazes. "The process is irrelevant, is it not?" Upon hearing his words, the group felt a shift in their hearts. Just as Lin Chen had stated, the manner of his survival was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had returned, which was the greatest gift for them all. Rayleigh opened his mouth as if to speak. His curiosity piqued about the truth behind Lin Chen's transformation from a Navy officer to his current self. Nevertheless, now that he had boarded Lin Chen's ship, he was intrigued to see what this young man would do to the world. As Perona gradually drifted into slumber in Lin Chen's arms, Dragon glanced at her before turning to Lin Chen with a query. What about Old Man Garp and Ji Yuan? Upon hearing their names, a warmth flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. There was no rush to disclose the details, yet he believed they would meet again soon. Dragon sighed with relief. Lin Chen's identity was now clear, but it remained confined to those closest to him. Until the dawn and the Revolutionary Army could secure control over half the allied nations of the world, revealing this truth to the world government would not be feasible. Noticing that the hour was late, the group returned to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, when Perona opened her eyes and beheld Lin Chen, she realized that this was no dream. Her brother had truly returned. Gently tousling Lin Chen's hair, Perona savored this precious moment of warmth, and Lin Chen, feigning sleep, reveled in it as well. By the time Lin Chen finally rose, it was nearly noon. After such a long time, he had finally enjoyed a good sleep. When Lin Chen appeared in the tavern without his mask, everyone was left in astonishment. Shanks's mouth was agape as he stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Roz and Andy shared a similar reaction. Lin Chen, puzzled, stroked his chin and inquired, "Why are you all staring at me? Let us eat." With that, he swiftly devoured the food on the table, prompting the others to snap out of their daze and join the feast. After lunch, the group, lacking any particular plans, went fishing, primarily because Lin Chen wanted to fish, while the others, filled with curiosity, followed suit. Rayleigh finally had the chance to see his long-cherished Ace and wore a warm smile, eager to embrace him. However, upon seeing Lin Chen, Ace promptly forgot about Rayleigh and spun around with Perona, exclaiming, "Uncle, I want to become a powerful warrior too. I will defeat the world government and the celestial dragons to avenge you." Hearing Ace's words, Lin Chen shook his head, not taking it seriously. "You, just enjoy the fruits of victory in the future. Leave such matters to me." During their fishing expedition, Lin Chen addressed everyone's questions one by one, revealing to the members of Dawn that he had once been the most brilliant talent within Navy. Talent? That is merely a hollow title. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, letting the past drift away. He no longer wished to reminisce about it. Shanks took a swig from his bottle. His face slightly flushed as he remarked, "If only my hawk knew you were still alive. Burp, we truly believed you had perished after being gravely wounded by Kaido. We stormed into the beast pirates. Ha ha ha, burp." Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart at Shanks's words. He snatched the bottle from Shanks's hand and took a swig himself, basking in the afternoon sun, feeling content. Roz and Andy hesitated before approaching Lin Chen. His emotions were complex after their long history together, and he was uncertain whether he should speak. "Lin Chen, you must know my true identity by now. Is there truly no way back?" Lin Chen cast a quiet glance at Roz and Andy and said, "Roz and Andy, after all these years, have you not discerned the true root of the chaos in this world? If you're unwilling to act, I will not hold you back. Out of our past camaraderie, I can grant you your freedom. As for whether you choose to reveal my identity, that is your own decision. I am no longer the person I once was. Even if I stand against the world, so what? Do you truly understand my strength?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Roz and Andy hesitated but chose to remain. Over time, he had come to understand the strength and purpose of Dawn. However, he genuinely hoped that a war would not erupt that would engulf the world. Judging by Lin Chen's subordinates' prowess, they were already emulating the Navy's structure, rapidly preparing to replace the Navy for the inevitable conflict ahead. If such a battle were to ensue, where would he stand? Roz and Andy himself did not know, thus he opted to stay. Time would reveal the answer. Looking off into the distance, he saw Dragon using Luffy's arm as bait to catch sea kings, and Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at the sight, understanding how Dragon had acquired the footprints on his face. "Father, spare me. Ha ha ha. Little Luffy, don't you find this amusing?" Today, after Lin Chen's identity was revealed, Long and Luffy officially recognized each other. Simultaneously, Shanks learned from Rayleigh about the relationship between Ace and Lin Chen, and he was even more astonished to discover that Lin Chen was actually Captain Roger's brother-in-law, while Ace was Roger's posthumous son. This revelation left Crocodile, who had previously speculated about Lin Chen's identity, in an awkward position, but fortunately he had not been indiscreet enough to spread the news. "Dad, help!" Luffy suddenly shouted from a distance over the sea. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Long had indeed caught a Sea King. The near Sea King. Those nearby, with keen eyes, immediately recognized the creature. Perona, nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, looked anxiously at Luffy, and both Ace and Sabo shared her concern. Lin Chen smiled faintly, pondering whether it was truly possible for Luffy to be devoured by the near Sea King with so many formidable individuals present. Shanks, Beckman, Rayleigh, Long, Crocodile, and others. The gathering of such power would surely instill fear even in the world government if revealed. However, noticing Perona's worried expression, Lin Chen wasted no time and soared into the air to take action. Today, we shall feast on the Near Sea King, he declared. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The dragon of the sea felt the intense heat wave, causing its already dark face to flush even darker. Kid, watch out. Even as he spoke, Long quickly pulled Luffy into his embrace, ensuring he was unharmed before relaxing. Observing Lin Chen's actions, the others were not idle either. Shanks and Rayleigh simultaneously unleashed their conqueror's haki, causing the Near Sea King, which had been writhing, to freeze in shock and become still. Crocodile's sand transformed into a massive hand that seized the Near Sea King and lifted it into the air, subsequently morphing into a plate to hold the creature. Enel, glancing at the Near Sea King being roasted, thoughtfully stroked his chin. This single dish may not suffice, he mused, soaring over the sea to summon lightning that struck the waters, soon bringing forth numerous seafood delicacies that wafted enticing aromas to the surface. Quick as lightning, Long scooped up several seafood items and stuffed them into Luffy's mouth. Quick, help Dad see if it's cooked. Lin Chen observed Long's antics with a smirk, but remained focused on his own barbecue. Under the full release of S-rank ninjutsu, the Near Sea King soon emitted a delectable aroma. After surveying the creature's fierce head and then glancing at the group of children nearby, Lin Chen decisively utilized dust release to eliminate the undesirable and unappetizing parts of the Near Sea King, leaving only the finest portions. By the time all this was completed, evening was approaching, and under the glow of the setting sun, everyone partook in a lavish barbecue feast. In a corner, Monet and Sugar were savoring the meat of the Near Sea King, relishing the deliciousness and leaving not a morsel behind. Sister, why don't we go play with them? The young Sugar asked, holding a skewer of meat and gazing enviously at Luffy and the others who were frolicking together. Monet boasted, her gaze turning complex as she looked at Lin Chen's back. That boy named Luffy is Lin Chen's brother's nephew and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Long. He is also the grandson of a Navy hero, Garp. Ace is Lin Chen's brother's nephew. Perona is Lin Chen's sister, and Sabo is Luffy and Ace's sworn brother. Hearing Monet's words, Sugar was somewhat perplexed. But isn't Lin Chen brother also our brother? At Sugar's remark, Monet lowered her eyes, her voice softening. It's different. Sugar, puzzled, didn't he understand what was different? Her eyes still filled with envy as she gazed at the distant group. Hey, what are you two doing hiding over here? Hurry and go play. Lin Chen's voice suddenly reached their ears, catching them off guard. Little Sugar, aren't you around the same age as little Ace? Go on, get to know him. You know Ace is my nephew, and you're my sister, which means Ace has another little aunt. Ha ha ha. Don't you want to tease your little nephew? Lin Chen's word surprised the two girls. He picked up Sugar, playfully pinching her little nose, and wiped the grease from her mouth. A little lady must maintain her demeanor. How can you go over like this and play with them? At that moment, Ace and the others approached, with Perona also joining them, occasionally casting glances at Monet. Aunt, who is this little girl? Ace asked, looking at Lin Chen with curiosity. Hearing Ace's question, Sugar blushed and buried her face in Lin Chen's chest. What are you shouting about? Let me introduce you. This is Sugar, and that is Monet. They're both your little aunts. What? But the Sugar looks so small. I don't want to call her aunt. Ace exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief, struggling to accept that a girl who seemed younger than him was his little aunt. Lin Chen smacked Ace on the head, speaking without reservation. What? You little brat dare to talk back to me now? Rayleigh, who had been observing from the side, finally found an opportunity to intervene, rushing to Ace's side protectively. What are you doing, you little rascal? You can't hit my grandson. Lin Chen shot Rayleigh a glance, but said nothing more. After all, elderly people cherish their pride, and he was kind-hearted enough to spare the old man some face. Regardless, Sugar is your little aunt, and from now on, when you see Sugar, treat her like an elder. Upon hearing Lin Chen's decisive statement, Ace's face fell, feeling his status diminish once more. He glanced at Luffy and Sabo, and his heart felt a bit better. No matter what, he was still their brother. Setting Sugar down from his embrace, Rayleigh, having watched Sugar grow up, took her small hand with a warm smile. Little Sugar, don't be shy. From now on, you are my little daughter, and don't be afraid to play with Ace and the others. Just have fun together. After Rayleigh's comforting words, Sugar quickly overcame her initial shyness and began playing happily with Ace and the others. As she left, Sugar glanced back at Monet, still unable to grasp her sister's earlier words. Now it seemed everyone was the same. Sugar thought to herself. As she watched Sugar's departing figure, Monet felt her eyes blur. And for some reason, even Lin Chen's presence before her appeared somewhat hazy. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Monet's hair and turned to Perona with a smile. This is Monet. You two should have a good chat. I want to interrupt your whispered conversations. Perona's face flushed slightly as she shot Lin Chen a glare, taking hold of Monet's arm and retreating to a corner to share whispers. Before long, the two grew familiar, glancing back at Lin Chen and giggling together. This left Lin Chen somewhat bewildered, yet witnessing their joy brought him great solace. Lying on a lawn and gazing up at the bright moon, Lin Chen hummed an unknown melody. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I know not the celestial palace above. What year is it tonight? I wish to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the jade tower's chill. The heights are too cold to bear. I dance in the moonlight, how unlike being on earth. Before long, everyone grew tired from playing and lay beside Lin Chen, listening to his gentle melody. Brother, what song is this? Pailona's inquiry addressed the collective curiosity of the group. The melodies of my homeland, she remarked. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd momentarily paused, as they had spent considerable time with him, yet remained unaware of his place of origin. Conversely, Lin Chen had meticulously remembered each of their backgrounds, including those of Pailona, Monai, Shitang, and others, all of whom he had taken under his wing. In contrast, he had merely mentioned that he was Roger's brother-in-law. Yet the question lingered. Where was his brother's homeland? As Pona's words echoed in his mind, Lin Chen fell into a reverie. He had somewhat forgotten his home, but he slowly articulated, my brother's homeland is a vast place, devoid of war and hunger, where airplanes soar freely across the skies. You can simply board one to travel anywhere you desire, and it boasts an abundance of delectable cuisines, captivating television shows, and a plethora of games. He continued, let me share a story from my homeland, titled The Mountain Bandit King. As Lin Chen vividly described his homeland and the tale, the audience became entranced, gradually succumbing to slumber as the story reached its conclusion. System, are you there? Lin Chen silently called out, feeling an intense desire to share his world with these companions. Should circumstances allow. Greetings, host. Can you facilitate my return to my former world? Unable to answer. Do you know how I arrived in this world? Unable to answer. Lin Chen suppressed his urge to inquire further, recognizing it would be impolite. Observing that those around him had drifted into dreams, he shifted his position and succumbed to sleep. At the Marine headquarters in Marinford, Ziyuan emerged from the bathroom, donning the necklace Lin Chen had left behind. Click! With a furrowed brow, Ziyuan gazed at the necklace, feeling disoriented at its sudden fracture, tenderly touching the cracked piece. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she glanced at a photograph of Lin Chen on her bedside, a youthful boy with a radiant smile whom she would never see again. Seated on her bed, hugging her knees and clutching Lin Chen's photograph, Ziyuan resembled an injured creature nursing its wounds. Bang! Bang! An urgent Marine meeting was called. Please, Vice Admiral Ziyuan, report immediately. Furrowing her brow at the unexpected summons, Ziyuan felt reluctant, knowing that such emergency meetings typically followed significant incidents. Gulialu, hello, what is the matter? Mr. Garp? Ziyuan, attend the meeting immediately. Garp's abrupt command left her with an unsettling premonition. Gulialu, Sister-He? Ziyuan, you should come at once. Gulialu, what about Admiral Ace.He? Ziyuan, it would be best if you came. In a brief moment, all three had called her simultaneously, causing her heart to tighten in anxiety. What had transpired? Quickly dressing, she hurried to the emergency meeting room at the Marine headquarters. Upon entering, she surveyed the room filled with admirals and vice admirals. Approaching Garp, she wore a puzzled expression, but when her gaze fell upon the photograph displayed on the screen, her pupils constricted. A surge of murderous intent coursed through her, drawing the attention of nearby Marine officers. The image depicted Charles Mark Saint wielding a pistol, aiming at three individuals, his arm pierced by a bolt of lightning. While others may not have recognized two of the individuals, Ziyuan could never forget their faces. Puna and Ace. Garp grasped Ziyuan's arm, tempering her violent impulses. Gazing at the scene in the photograph, Ziyuan's eyes turned crimson as she trembled, rendered speechless. Garp's expression was grave as he signaled her to remain calm. Then, Sengoku stepped to the forefront, taking the microphone and speaking slowly. According to reliable sources, Charles Mark Saint has been attacked and abducted in the East Blue, with the identity of the assailant currently unknown. The purpose of this emergency meeting is to discuss this incident. We must ensure Charles Mark Saint's rescue. The atmosphere in the Marine meeting room grew tense, with Sengoku presenting merely a single photograph as their lead. It was evident that locating the perpetrator solely based on this image would pose a significant challenge. Admiral Akainu, puffing on a cigar, sat shrouded in shadows, obscuring his expression. After a lengthy silence, he extinguished the cigar in his palm and posed a chilling question. Who were the 3 children in that photograph? Charles Mark Saint was last seen in the East Blue. Therefore, if we can ascertain the identities of those children and determine if any powerful figures were present, we may find a lead. Moreover, the young girl among them appears strikingly familiar. Upon hearing Akainu's inquiry, the others nodded in agreement. Recognizing the merit of his suggestion while pondering the identity of the young girl that seemed to resonate with Akainu, Admiral Kizaru's glasses gleamed with a bright light as he seized the opportunity, interjecting, "However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that a powerful entity passing through may have acted. After all, it is quite alarming that someone dared to attack a celestial dragon." A hint of trepidation crossed Kizaru's face, though his somewhat lewd expression left others questioning whether his fear was genuine or feigned. Sengoku surveyed the room, frowning as he inquired, "Does anyone have additional insights? The world government is pressing us for answers. If there are no further suggestions, we shall proceed according to Akainu's proposal. Our discussions here should be cautious, as we remain unaware of the true motivations behind the abduction of a celestial dragon. We must be vigilant, for this may be a conspiracy targeting the Marine Corps and the world government." As Sengoku spoke, he subtly glanced at Garp, an old friend despite the distance that had grown between them since the Marinford incident. Nevertheless, he seemed to discern something in Garp's demeanor. Upon receiving the photograph, he had instantly recognized the identity of a young girl depicted, Paulina, whom Garp and others had secretly escorted away years ago. Though the world government had previously attempted to investigate Paulina's whereabouts, their efforts ceased following their confrontation with the underworld forces while seizing the snow fruit, leaving them unable to pursue any further leads regarding Paulina. "I remember now. That girl is Paulina." Akainu squinted, addressing Sengoku. At the mention of Paulina, Ziyuan's heart raced. Fixating on Akainu, fully aware of his notorious reputation, the surrounding officers, unfamiliar with the name, began to murmur among themselves. "Paulina? I haven't heard of her. Does anyone know who she is? Is she the descendant of some formidable figure?" As the discussions unfolded, Akainu disregarded Dawn's intense gaze, casting a glance at Sengoku, who remained silent. He continued, "Paulina, the sister of Lin Chen, the daughter of Vice Admiral Garp." Pausing, Akainu appeared to recollect something and continued. "Could it be that someone witnessed Charlemagne's actions against the 3 children and subsequently attacked him to save them? After all, that precise bolt of lightning striking Charlemagne's arm is not something an ordinary person could accomplish." Zhangguo listened to Akainu's response and found it quite plausible, gesturing for him to continue. Akainu grinned, aware that further discussion might delve into previously buried information, yet he pressed on. "If we hypothesize that the assailants of the celestial dragons were Perona's family or the families of the other 2 children, could it be that he acted out of rage upon witnessing the celestial dragons attacking his kin? Such a method seems reminiscent of a certain individual." As he spoke, Akainu cast a glance toward the distant Gion, the implication of his words known only to a select few present, while others remained utterly baffled. Upon hearing Akainu's analysis, Zhangguo, Garp, Kizaru Akiji, Tsuru, and Gion all narrowed their eyes. To dare strike at the celestial dragons indicates a stance against the world government. Currently, the visible enemy is the Revolutionary Army, and the connections are self-evident. Akainu's statement ignited the meeting, prompting a flurry of discussions among the generals. Could it be the Revolutionary Army that has initiated this? Are they declaring war against the world government? We in the Navy must prepare accordingly. We must eradicate this malignant threat. Zhangguo glanced at the fervently discussing crowd and called for silence. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "This meeting is adjourned. Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, Garp, and Tsuru stay behind. The rest may disperse. Specific action orders will be issued tomorrow." Listening to Zhangguo's words, the attendees were somewhat perplexed but complied with his directive. Gion cast a worried glance at Garp, who shook his head and whispered, "Do not fret. It may not be that rascal Long's doing. Return home and rest well. You must return to the East Blue at once." Observing Garp's aging visage and his once dark hair now turned white, Gion clenched her fists, glancing at the necklace around her neck, feeling a pang of guilt. Not only had she failed to look after Garp, who Lin Chen regarded as a father figure, but she also neglected Lin Chen's sister and nephew. At that moment, Geoise yearned to fly back to the East Blue to investigate the situation. However, she was no longer the impulsive young girl she once was. At 24, she had achieved the rank of Rear Admiral, a feat not accomplished solely through martial prowess. Once the crowd dispersed, only Zhang through the three admirals, and Garp remained in the conference room. Zephyr, now solely focused on mentoring students, had ceased to involve himself in Navy affairs and was notably absent from this meeting. Zhang surveyed the remaining individuals, sensing a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Akainu, however, wasted no time, stating, "Since the uninformed have departed, I will speak plainly. This attack is very likely related to Long." Hearing Akainu's words, Garp's heart sank. Yet he knew they were discussing the matter from the Navy's perspective and could not defend his son in the Revolutionary Army. Akainu shot a glance at Garp, who, once a formidable Navy hero, now appeared as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. His son had joined the Revolutionary Army. Lin Chen had perished in a conspiracy. And the political strife within the Navy, coupled with the relentless pressure from the world government, had taken a toll on Garp, rendering him weary. Garp had no choice but to bear this burden silently, striving to ensure Geoise's promising career was not stifled by the world government or others within the Navy. Perhaps this was why Zephyr had chosen to disengage from Navy affairs entirely. Zhang and Tsuru exchanged glances, reaching a consensus on the matter, albeit with slight differences from Akainu's conclusion. The likelihood of the Revolutionary Army being the perpetrators was high, but let us not forget the emerging organization known as Dawn. After all, we have had dealings with the Revolutionary Army, and they typically do not confront the Celestial Dragons directly. They prefer to operate in the shadows. Revealing themselves could be counterproductive. Furthermore, we must not discount the possibility of pirates being involved. In summary, we should initially focus on the Revolutionary Army and Dawn before turning our attention to the pirates. Once we travel to the East Blue for a thorough investigation, the truth shall undoubtedly surface. Upon hearing Zhang and Tsuru's analysis, the attendees nodded in agreement. Even Garp felt a sense of relief, knowing that an additional suspect meant greater safety for Long. He would gladly shift all blame on Dawn, especially since they had previously thwarted his pursuit of the Yuki no Mi. With the discussions concluded, new plans began to form. The bearer of the Pika no Mi, Kizuru, was undoubtedly the best choice for this operation, and he would set off to the East Blue that very night. Holding full command over the Eastern Navy, Ace.He would accompany him, along with Garp and several rear admirals. Meanwhile, Akainu was dispatched by Zhang to oversee matters in the New World, to safeguard against any pirate uprisings that could threaten Navy bases, which added to Akainu's frustrations. However, Zhang's words suggested that should he be needed, he could return swiftly from Mary Geoise to Marinford, which took him by surprise. He suspected it was the world government's pressure, as such matters required a trustworthy individual to handle, and he fit that role perfectly. Early the next morning, the entirety of Marineford was set into motion, with countless warships departing the harbor. It was astonishing to witness the Navy mobilizing such formidable force due to this incident. One could count no less than 2 standard demon-slaying orders, causing the uninformed Navy personnel to gasp, fearing an assault on the great pirates of the New World. Yet, when they discovered that the warships were heading toward the first half of the Grand Line, confusion ensued and speculation about the mission abounded. Geoise stood alone at the bow of the warship, her gaze lost in the distant sea. As a rear admiral, she now commanded her own vessel. After reflecting on the unusual nature of this operation the previous night, she concluded that Perona and the others should be relatively safe. However, she would not place the children's safety solely on her deductions. Only upon meeting them would her heart find peace. Suddenly, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind her, and her aide rushed to her side. Rear Admiral Geoise. Geoise turned to see her aide, Boku, who brought her thoughts back to reality. Boku, what is it? Is there something wrong? And we are alone here, so please just call me sister. Boku hesitated, looking at Geoise with concern. Sister Geoise, you've seemed off since boarding the ship. Is something troubling you? Does it relate to this mission? If there's anything, please share. I can help now. Taken aback by Boku's words, Geoise shook her head and smiled. I assure you, there is nothing wrong. I appreciate your concern. Boku scrutinized Geoise's expression but found no apparent issues, then asked, Sister Geoise, do you know what this mission entails? This is the first time I've seen such a grand operation since joining the Navy. Surely we aren't going to eliminate pirates. If so, I must ensure their complete destruction. As she spoke, a terrifying bloodlust shone in Boku's eyes, a sight Gion rarely encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Gion replied, "This mission is not shrouded in secrecy. It concerns a celestial pig. However, this matter might involve my family, which is why I feel somewhat anxious. Tianlongzhu, Jiyuan Jia, please be cautious, lest others overhear. I have also heard of the various heinous deeds of the Tianlong people, and your way of addressing them does bear some resemblance. Haha, yet they are merely a group of useless beings. I will certainly." As if realizing that she was about to utter something significant, Jiyuan immediately closed her mouth, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Only the figure of Akiji from the adjacent warship glanced at her, but he said nothing further. Casting her eyes upon the myriad scars adorning Boju's pale arms, Jiyuan suddenly became curious about her background. After all, the murderous intent Bojiu had just displayed was no less than her own towards the Tianlong and pirates. I recall that you were selected from the Navy branch in the New World, Bojiu. Previously, I had heard whispers of a remarkably tenacious child among the new recruits, who was exceptionally promoted to the headquarters. Could that be you? Bojiu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, casting a playful glance at Jiyuan as she replied, "I have been aboard your ship for a year now, and you are only just inquiring about my origins?" Jiyuan felt a touch of embarrassment, preoccupied with her own strength. She had not devoted much thought to those around her. Bojiu had become her new subordinate a year prior, and being another girl, she provided Jiyuan with a companion for conversation, leading them to affectionately refer to each other as sisters over time. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Boju's eyes, intertwined with pain, before she seemed to reminisce about something, breaking into a gentle laugh that soon morphed into a trace of sorrow, evoking sympathy. "I hail from a small island in the New World, but I fell victim to a pirate attack." Upon hearing this, Jiyuan's heart jolted, and glancing once more at the scars on Boju's arms, she began to piece together a few conclusions, regretting her inquiry into Boju's past. Noticing Jiyuan's expression, Boju remained unfazed and continued, "Initially, I believed I was destined to perish, but then he suddenly appeared and saved me, offering me hope for survival. My decision to join the Navy was merely to follow in his footsteps. Alas, he has since passed away." Jiyuan's curiosity piqued about the individual Bojiu spoke of. "Who is he?" Bojiu hesitated for a moment, then replied with a hint of confusion. "Perhaps he is not a well-known figure in the Navy. After I arrived here a year ago, I could not uncover any news about him." Suddenly, her eyes glinted with determination as she continued. "I also have a target for vengeance, Kaido. He is the one who took his life. Had it not been for saving me, he might never have engaged in battle with Kaido, which ultimately worsened his injuries and led to his untimely demise." Jiyuan felt a flicker of recognition at Boju's words and asked, "What was his name? I might recall something." "Lin Chen." Jiyuan's pupils dilated sharply, her heart seemingly constricting. "Jiyuan Jia?" Jiyuan regained her composure, her breath becoming more even, yet her gaze reflected a deep sorrow. "Do you know of Lin Chen?" Looking at Bojiu, Jiyuan seemed to have made a decision and gently nodded, stating, "Lin Chen was my beloved." Turning to survey their surroundings and finding no one paying them heed, Jiyuan lowered her voice. "Lin Chen did not perish at the hands of Kaido. He fell victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by certain individuals within the world government and navy." Boju's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had uncovered something monumental, rendering her momentarily speechless. Observing Boju's reaction, Jiyuan took her hand and led her into a room, recounting the story of Lin Chen and the true circumstances of his demise. After a long while, the shock in Boju's eyes lingered, her mouth agape, as she sat vacantly in the chair, seemingly drained of all strength. Meanwhile, during Jiyuan's narration, a fleet of Navy warships had arrived at their destination, the East Sea. In the East Sea, at the pigpen of the Dayton family in Windmill Village, Lin Chen pinched his nose and peered into the pigpen, where Charer Meixing lay limply, his limbs severed, resembling a pig. Surrounding pigs occasionally nudged him with their snouts, their small eyes curiously inspecting this unusual counterpart. "Time to eat, time to eat." Crocodile banged a food bowl and approached the pig pen, glancing inside with a smile as he poured pig feed into the trough. A dozen pigs rushed over, and Charer Meixing, parched and struggling, attempted to squeeze in. Unfortunately, all he encountered were pig rears, occasionally receiving a kick from hind hoof. Curse it! Only after the pigs had satisfied their hunger and dispersed did Charer Meixing manage to crawl into the trough, struggling to consume the remaining scraps. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen smirked and called out to Long. How does it feel? This fellow has truly become a genuine Tianlongzhu. Long glanced at Cha mixing with some disdain, and turned to Lin Chen, asking, "Are you worried?" The Navy has dispatched a vast fleet to the East Sea, led by Kizaru and Aokiji. The world government is taking this matter seriously, sending numerous capable individuals, though I was unable to gather more information. Lin Chen paid no heed to Long's concerns, instead inquiring about another matter. The photos of the Tianlong being attacked have likely circulated worldwide. However, I suspect that the news media lacks the courage to report on it. For now, it only circulates within the underground world. We need to devise a way to ensure that the photos reach the common people and allied nations. And we must also capture the current state of this Tianlongzhu and share it widely. Long felt a chill run down his spine at Lin Chen's words. Such actions seemed to herald a full-scale war with the world government and the Navy. Even with the combined strength of his revolutionary forces and Lin Chen's rising power, along with the red-haired pirates, confronting the world government and Navy appeared to be a mere fantasy. Observing Long's expression, Lin Chen understood his apprehensions. "Brother, why so timid? I have no intention of engaging them in battle. For now, I merely aim to undermine the deeply entrenched perception of the Tianlong. Once the world sees that they are no more than pigs, barely surviving, their fear will dissipate. Rest assured, I will not kill Cha Meixing yet. The time has not come." Despite Lin Chen's reassurances, Long remained unconvinced and queried, "What about the Navy? They possess at least 15 warships. And with all the Navy in the East Sea, 2 admirals leading and numerous vice admirals, Old Man Garp will surely return upon seeing Perona and Ace in the photos. What will we do then? Will chaos ensue? Do not worry. The Navy will not come without consequences. I have a plan in mind. When the time comes, we can simply escape into the calm belt. By the way, summon Enel. I have something to discuss with him." Long, puzzled by Lin Chen's words, chose not to dwell on it. This younger brother seemed to possess far greater capabilities than himself. If it came to it, perhaps they could genuinely execute his plan to flee into the calm belt. After leaving the area, calling for Enel, Long set off to attend to his own matters, as there were indeed important tasks at hand, particularly in training that rascal Luffy. "Brother Ban, is there something you need?" Although Lin Chen's true identity was already known to them, they still preferred to address him as Ban, a habit formed over the years that was difficult to break. Lin Chen was indifferent to this. "You mentioned that there were Sky Islands in Donghai, but allow me to clarify, they are not Sky Islands." "Not Sky Islands? How can that be? I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses." Lin Chen then turned to the side, looking at Crocodile, who was cleaning the pigsty, and remarked, "The information gathered from the underground world is accurate. It is that person who is causing trouble in Donghai." Crocodile, focused on cleaning the pig excrement, did not lift his head as he replied, "Rest assured, do you not trust my abilities? It is indeed that fellow's island." A smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. This meant they had found someone to take the blame. Enel looked at the two with a puzzled expression. "Who is that guy? The islands in the sky are really not Sky Islands? Why are they up there?" Hearing Enel's curious inquiries, Lin Chen rubbed his temples. "You have not heard of him? His name is Ace.He, once one of the 3 great pirates alongside Whitebeard and Roger. When Roger was captured, he wreaked havoc in Marinford and was subsequently imprisoned by Sengoku and Garp in the underwater prison. A few years ago, he severed his own legs to escape and unexpectedly hid in Donghai. Moreover, he is a user of the float fruit, and those islands were lifted by his powers." Enel scratched his head and asked, "What does he have to do with us?" Lin Chen, uninterested in further explanation, simply stated, "Nothing at all. He will take the blame for us." Enel's eyes lit up with understanding. Over the years, Lin Chen had been quite industrious, gathering a wealth of information about various power organizations around the world. Since the emergence of Dawn, upon their return to Donghai, they had conducted a thorough investigation of the local forces, confirming that Ace.He indeed lurked in Donghai, though his daily activities in the sky remained a mystery. With such a notorious pirate in play, Lin Chen intended to leverage him as the scapegoat for the situation. Enel had stumbled upon the floating islands during an accidental ascent, mistaking them for Sky Islands, and thus sought Lin Chen's insight. Upon learning that Enel had actually witnessed the islands, Lin Chen's confidence grew considerably. He glanced at Crocodile, who was still amusing himself with Charlemagne in the pigsty, frowning slightly. This fellow seemed to regard Charlemagne less and less as a person. What was he doing? Of course, Lin Chen conveniently forgot that this was all his suggestion. The current plight of Charlemagne was largely his doing, yet he merely considered it a normal occurrence. As time ticked by, the naval fleet had gathered in Donghai. Admirals Kavuru, Akiji, Garp, Su, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Barley Town, Stalaberry, Doberman, and others had all been mobilized. Even Smoker from Road Town and Jinai had been summoned, casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire Donghai due to the naval actions. The Navy's extravagant lineup had sent shockwaves throughout the world, further underscoring the formidable reputation of the Celestial Dragons. After all, even the slightest assault on the Celestial Dragons warranted the immediate arrival of an admiral. What was more, someone had dared to kidnap a Celestial Dragon, something unprecedented in history. Meanwhile, in the New World, countless pirates had fallen silent, not out of indifference, but rather because the situation was so astonishing that they sensed an unsettling undercurrent. At such a critical juncture, any provocation against the Navy or the world government would surely invite severe retribution. Historically, the Navy would dispatch only one admiral to the New World, but this time, the entire headquarters strength was mobilized, a force sufficient to sweep through the New World. This deployment served as a display of military might, deterring lesser brigands from acting rashly. The world government had also discreetly mobilized considerable power, proving not to be underestimated, while the five elders harbored their own plans. After all, it was time for the world government to reclaim its standing in the underground world. It was intolerable that news of Charlemagne's kidnapping reached them through others rather than being learned firsthand. This feeling was excruciating, and they were determined to regain their voice in the underground world. Furthermore, Dawn was also on the list of suspects, providing a pretext to utilize the Navy's strength against them. Thus, the world government could reap the benefits of the situation. In summary, neither the world government nor the Navy were fools, and neither was Lin Chen. As for who the fool was, likely only the one who ultimately bore the blame would know. The outcome depended on whose strategy prevailed in the shadows. Shanks! Shanks! A little girl stumbled over, looking at Lin Chen with inquiry. Uncle Lin Chen, have you seen Shanks? Lin Chen patted her head thoughtfully and replied, I haven't seen him. By the way, his ship isn't in the harbor today. Did he leave you behind? Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes reddened as she indignantly exclaimed, Impossible! Shanks would never leave me behind. Lin Chen, seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, quickly comforted her. I was just teasing you. Shanks has gone out to buy you delicious treats and fun things. Just wait here for a bit. The girl's eyes brightened at Lin Chen's words. All right, if I want to find Luffy, Ace, Sabo, and Sugar to play, we promised to jump off a cliff together today. Hearing Yuta's words, Lin Chen's brows twitched. What on earth was Dragon doing, letting these kids engage in such thrilling activities? Were children today really that daring? When they first arrived in Windmill Village, Yuta had been sick with a fever and had stayed on Shank's ship to rest. After recovering, she quickly became friends with the others, and during Shank's stay in Windmill Village, Luffy and his companions often played with her. After Sugar joined their group, the five of them frequently spent time together, while Perona kept a watchful eye on them. It was surprising to learn that Yuta was Shank's daughter. Lin Chen was astonished, only later discovering that she was his adopted daughter, much like his own relationship with Old Man Garp. However, this stirred some envy within Lin Chen. Why did Shanks have such an adorable daughter while he had none? With a slight sigh, Lin Chen took Yuta to meet Dragon, who was currently conducting intense training with Luffy and the others. To Dragon's surprise, Sabo was the most diligent among them, while Luffy, Ace, and Sugar were less eager to learn the basic techniques. I want to learn powerful moves like Uncle. I don't want to keep squatting here. Ace complained loudly, clearly displeased with Dragon's insistence on squatting. Luffy immediately joined in, echoing Ace's complaints. Dad, I'm so tired. I don't want to squat anymore. I need to jump off a cliff with Yuta today. Hearing their grievances from a distance, Lin Chen retorted without reservation. What? Can't you endure this little hardship? If I remember correctly, you both complained that Old Man Garp was the toughest trainer. Dragon, big brother, has already gone easy on you. Luffy and Ace ignored Lin Chen's words, their attention shifting to Yuta's arrival, gazing at Dragon with pitiful eyes. Long waved his hand, allowing a few children to escape with Yuta, who immediately ran out to revel in their freedom. Lin Chen, observing this, felt a sense of helplessness as the thought of wanting a child began to dissipate. After all, if his offspring were to behave in such a disobedient manner, it would surely drive him to exasperation. As he watched the children's retreating figures, Long smacked his lips, urging them to enjoy their playtime while it lasted. He then turned to Lin Chen and inquired, what news from the Jinshitsu camp? When shall we depart? Lin Chen gazed up at the sky and replied, we shall set forth once Shanks returns. Given the current circumstances, at least one of us must remain in the village to ensure its safety. The pirates of the East Sea were on edge, akin to startled birds, their nerves taut. He feared they might erupt in chaos. But he already had a strategy in mind. Time passed steadily, and soon Shanks returned to Windmill Village. Lin Chen and Long approached him simultaneously, questioning, "What news?" Shanks shook his head. The Navy's ships have largely entered the East Sea, with the main forces stationed at Rogue Town, while the advance units are heading towards the Goya Kingdom. Reflecting on a certain ominous presence he had sensed, Shanks voiced his unease. "I encountered Kizaru along the way. He merely glanced at me and paid me no heed. I am uncertain of his whereabouts, which warrants caution." Lin Chen and Long exchanged solemn glances, nodding gravely. Lin Chen continued, "What is the current state of the East Sea pirates? In this high-pressure environment, I fear they may succumb to panic and wreak havoc upon the villages and towns." Shanks's expression grew serious at Lin Chen's words. "I have observed numerous pirates gathering together, seemingly seeking to band together. Along the way, several pirates attempted to raid villages for loot, but I dealt with them. The situation in the East Sea is quite unstable. What is your plan to break the deadlock? Is Equitable truly so easily manipulated?" Shanks regarded Lin Chen with concern, not out of distrust, but due to the alarming approach of the Navy and the world government. The impending force was indeed terrifying, even for him. Lin Chen assured him, "Rest easy. I possess a method to control him. Once you return, we will seek him out. His location has already been pinpointed." He then shared additional instructions with Shanks before departing Windmill Village alongside Long. They were joined by Rayleigh, Enel, and Crocodile, ensuring that all high-level combatants of Dawn were mobilized, leaving Monet to guard the village. Crocodile propelled them swiftly into the sky, while Enel's observation hockey guided them directly towards Equitable's location. Before long, they beheld the floating islands, a magnificent sight from afar. Crocodile couldn't help but express his admiration. "Truly impressive. One of the legendary 3 pirates indeed. Such methods are unprecedented." Rayleigh cast a glance at Crocodile, lost in memories of the past. Equitable is indeed a man of remarkable ambition. I vividly recall the Battle of Itver. Had it not been for divine favor at a critical moment, we may not have triumphed over his crew. As they discussed the legendary tales of Equitable, including his audacious assault on Marinford and his subsequent escape from the underwater prison, their apprehension regarding the upcoming mission grew. Could Lin Chen truly succeed? Upon reaching the island in the sky, the group, comprised of formidable warriors, quickly noticed the peculiarities of the islands, rife with powerful beasts that demanded caution. Lin Chen, donning his customary white jade mask, led them to the central, colossal island. Their observation hockey confirmed that Equitable awaited them. The moment they stepped onto the island, Equitable sensed their presence. He appeared as resolute as ever, with 2 swords strapped to his legs, his voluminous golden hair adding to his imposing stature, though the ship's helm atop his head gave him a somewhat comical appearance. Glancing at his subordinate engrossed in research, Equitable furrowed his brow and commanded, "Indigo, we have visitors. Gather the captains. How could anyone have discovered our whereabouts? Is it the Navy or the world government?" Perplexed by how his well-concealed hideout had been compromised, Equitable speculated whether it was related to the recent maneuvers of the Navy and the world government. He had indeed seen the photo of St. Charlemagne being attacked, but dismissed it without further thought, indifferent to the celestial dragons. His focus remained on his primary objective, researching the island's beasts to execute his plan to devastate the East Sea and reassert his power to the world. Most likely the Navy and the world government, as I'm also in the East Sea and might be on their list of suspects for the celestial dragons attacks. What a joke. Why would I waste my time on such trivial matters when I could just as easily assault Marinford or Mary Geoise? Ha 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 ha. Equitable brushed off the incident, eager to dismiss the newcomers. Before long, he encountered the group, though their faces were unfamiliar. Only one white-haired elder struck a chord of recognition, while the masked leader incited a sense of irritation within him. What an ostentatious fellow. Rayleigh exchanged glances with Lin Chen, their plan already set in motion, though Rayleigh sensed an ominous undertone. "Hey, Equitable, do you remember me?" Equitable squinted at the speaking elder, suddenly recalling something with surprise. "Rayleigh? How did you find me? I thought it was the Navy or the world government, but you wouldn't join them, so I take it you were a different faction?" As he contemplated recent events, Equitable's eyes widened in excitement. "Could you be among those who attacked the celestial dragons?" Lin Chen and his companions exchanged glances. Equitable's instincts were remarkably sharp. Ignoring Equitable, Rayleigh continued, "Why would we engage in such actions? Haven't you always desired to recruit powerful subordinates? These are the capable individuals I have gathered, hoping they may join your flying pirate crew. Geoise scoffed mockingly. Really? Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe I would be so naive? The combined strength of you five far surpasses that of my flying pirate crew. Why would you need to join me? Though initially tempted, Geoise was no simpleton. The once legendary trio of pirates had now become mere shadows of their former selves. The mockery from long, unsettled Geoise, prompting him to approach the five with a scowl. You, who dare not even show your face, how audacious to speak of me. Look at you all. Two of you hide your identities. One plays with sand, and the sand on your shoulders seems well-molded. Casting a glance at Ainalu, Geoise could barely muster the energy to critique him, perceiving him as rather dim-witted. His gaze then fixed on Rayleigh, stirring a sense of recruitment within Geoise. Although these individuals did not entirely align with his desires, he found Rayleigh somewhat acceptable. Though you've aged into a mere old man, I trust your strength still holds merit. What do you say, Rayleigh? Care to wreak havoc upon this world with me? At that moment, Geoise regarded Rayleigh with eyes brimming with ambition. After a moment's contemplation, Rayleigh extended his hand towards Geoise, stating, Then I shall count on your guidance. Geoise's smile abruptly ceased. Had he truly recruited Rayleigh so easily? However, delight soon followed as he grasped Rayleigh's hand. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly looked up at Geoise, whose joy unwittingly shifted towards Lin Chen, their eyes locking. Simultaneously, Lin Chen shouted attack. In an instant, formidable auras erupted from Lin Chen, Rayleigh, and Long. Meanwhile, Crocodile and Ainalu swiftly eliminated the other occupants of the room. Frozen hands? What frozen hands? The only query echoing in Geoise's mind was this, with the last image lingering in Lin Chen's eyes, leaving Geoise perplexed as to why this person's eyes appear to be spinning. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, perhaps not even a second passing. At that moment, Geoise stood alone in the hall, devoid of any spark in his eyes, which faintly reflected a kaleidoscope-like vision. Once Lin Chen confirmed Geoise was under his control, he breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hearing Lin Chen's laughter, the others were similarly infected, erupting into hearty laughter. Long patted Lin Chen's shoulder, laughing until he could hardly stand. How cunning you are! While Geoise is still reveling in Rayleigh's joining, we three should unleash our conqueror's haki to intimidate him. How did you come up with such an idea? Rayleigh also laughed heartily. To have three top-tier powerhouses conqueror's haki converge so closely on one individual to intimidate him. Who could possibly withstand it? Yure trudi devius. Lin Chen smiled gently. I merely aim to enhance our chances. My illusion works best when a person is at their most vulnerable. For a powerhouse like Geoise, I surmise this method is the only way to momentarily disrupt his mind, allowing me to seize the opportunity. If he were not of such caliber, this would not be necessary. Long shook his head, remarking, Had I known, you should have summoned Shanks. His conqueror's haki is unparalleled. Its intensity would only alert Geoise, while we seasoned veterans can conceal our intentions and outmaneuver him. Rayleigh scrutinized Geoise and turned to Lin Chen, inquiring, Are you certain there are no issues? Lin Chen nodded. Rest assured, even if he manages to break free, that will be a matter for a month hence. By then, he will likely awaken back and impel down. The five exchanged glances and trembled with laughter, relishing the thrill of their cunning. Lin Chen carefully examined Geoise, ensuring no details were amiss before transforming into an exact replica of him, astonishing his companions. Rayleigh ran his fingers through Lin Chen's golden hair, admiring. This technique is indeed convenient. I wonder if you could replicate Geoise's abilities? Long was more concerned about how long Lin Chen could maintain this form. If you can freely imitate others without losing your shape, it would greatly facilitate our infiltration into the Navy or world government for intelligence. Lin Chen shook his head. I can only mimic appearances. Nonetheless, it suffices for now. Just watch me. The others had no doubts about him. With the kaleidoscope, Lin Chen manipulated Geoise to utilize his fruit abilities, bringing the floating islands down from the heights of 10,000 meters back to Windmill Village. When Shanks noticed the islands descending from the sky, a grave expression crossed his face, and the red-haired pirates prepared for the impending arrival. In the village, Monet quickly gathered the children to safety, ready for action. Ya ha ha ha. Let me, Geoise, reign supreme once more. A figure soared through the air, and upon closer inspection, Shanks realized it was Geoise, causing his heart to sink. Had Lin Chen failed? Yet with Long, Rayleigh, Crocodile, and Ainalu, How could they possibly falter against Geoise? As doubts flickered in his mind, Shanks understood that the immediate priority was to thwart Geoise's advance, for he appeared far from benevolent. What puzzled Shanks was that Geoise did not launch an attack. Instead, he descended from the sky, followed by Rayleigh and the others. Unsure of what had transpired, Shanks signaled Rayleigh with his eyes, seeking clarification. Geoise turned back, laughing heartily with Rayleigh and the others. I told you he wouldn't recognize me. Rest assured, even Shanks cannot discern whether I am the real Geoise or not. What those in the Navy and world government? Upon hearing this, Shanks gaped, pointing at Geoise, speechless, only to realize one person was missing. Lin Chen had vanished. Reflecting on Geoise's words, Shanks suddenly seemed to grasp something, incredulously asking, "Could you be Lin Chen?" Beckman and the others were taken aback by Shanks's words, scrutinizing Geoise with disbelief. Yet when they perceived the familiar glint in Geoise's eyes, they were convinced it was indeed Lin Chen. With a bang, Geoise transformed into a puff of white smoke, and Lin Chen indeed materialized before them. "Shanks, how do you like this trick?" Lin Chen laughed heartily at the bewildered Shanks, who received disapproving glares from the others. "What are you playing at during such a tense moment? We need to discuss the situation." Though they chided him, they understood Lin Chen's antics were merely an attempt to alleviate their collective stress. Ever since the Navy mobilized a significant portion of their forces towards the East Blue, everyone had remained on edge. Lin Chen gestured for Shanks to calm down and turned to Long, saying, "Let us gather, everyone." Long nodded, recognizing the urgency of the moment. From the time they left to find Geoise and return with him, only a brief period had elapsed, yet half a day had already passed, and night had fallen. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Chen wasted no time and went straight to the point. "This operation has proceeded smoothly. I have successfully taken control of Geoise." Scanning the crowd, he noticed several individuals were eagerly waiting for his next words, and Lin Chen did not hesitate. As previously mentioned, Geoise is the scapegoat for this incident. My plan is divided into two phases. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he continued. The first step involves me transforming into Geoise, rallying all the pirates of Donghai under his name. The location will be the kingdom of Guya. The outward pretext will be to unite the pirates against the impending threat of the Navy, cleansing Donghai. Pausing for a moment, Lin Chen elaborated. Currently, all pirates in Donghai have become frightened and are beginning to band together, yet they lack a true great pirate to unify them. We are not pirates in the traditional sense, and it would be inappropriate for us to step forward. Therefore, Geoise is undoubtedly the best candidate. Once this news is released, I am confident all pirates will flock to us. Long furrowed his brow, pointed to the kingdom of Guya on the map, and tapped the table in contemplation, asking, "Are you intending to utilize this group of pirates to confront the Navy and the world government?" However, the crux of this matter lies with Char Ma Kusheng. If we cannot clear our suspicion, we will continuously be pursued by the Navy. Although we are not afraid, it will still cause us some trouble. Listening to Long's words, Lin Chen nodded. Precisely for this reason, the second step of the plan is to instigate war in the waters of the kingdom of Guya. How will the war be initiated? Rayleigh asked gravely, looking intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen produced a photograph of Char Ma Kusheng and slapped it onto the table. At that moment, I will reveal myself as Geoise and confess to the attack on the Celestial Dragon. This is why the plan is divided into two phases. The pirates of Donghai are aware that the Navy is coming for the Celestial Dragons. Thus, initially, we will not disclose our identities. We will gather all the pirates under the pretext of mutual solidarity, and in their desperation, they will not think twice. After all, if they are captured alone by the Navy, their fate is sealed. When the Navy's forces approach the kingdom of Guya, we will reveal ourselves. At that point, even if these pirates wish to flee, they will have no chance. I will then manipulate Geoise to present Char Ma Kusheng before everyone. This will firmly establish our narrative. The Navy and the world government will immediately turn their attention toward this group of pirates, providing us with an opportunity. At this juncture, Lin Chen glanced at Crocodile and inquired, "I wish to broadcast this war to the entire world. Is that feasible? Broadcast to the entire world?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's audacious idea, the group appeared perplexed. They did not see the merit in such a global broadcast. In fact, some harbored objections, fearing that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could lead to unexpected developments. Lin Chen, observing the astonishment on their faces, posed a question. "What do you believe our purpose in instigating this war is?" What was our objective when we kidnapped the celestial dragon? Is assigning the blame to Geoise merely a means of absolution? If that were the case, why do we initially release images of the celestial dragon being attacked? Confronted with Lin Chen's barrage of questions, the group fell into silence. Lin Chen, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with conviction. Gathering all the pirates serves to harness the Navy's might to decimate the majority of the pirates in Donghai. In the future, only pirates from 3 seas will dare to tread the Grand Line. This is the first step in terminating the era of great pirates. Broadcasting this battle worldwide is to demonstrate to all that even if the Navy and the world government join forces, they cannot save the celestial dragon. I will execute Char Ma Ku Sheng before the eyes of the entire world. This is to eradicate the towering mountain that has always loomed in people's hearts. As if struck by an epiphany, Lin Chen smirked coldly. A mere Navy and world government. Do we truly fear them? Turning back once more, Lin Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. If we are to create chaos, let it be a grand spectacle. Upon hearing Lin Chen's resolve, Crocodile nodded. I understand. I will handle this matter, and within 3 days, I will broadcast the execution of Char Ma Ku Sheng to the entire world. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, refraining from saying more, and then turned to Shanks. This matter does not concern you. My suggestion is to leave Donghai promptly. Your path lies in the new world. Do not entangle yourself with us, or you will inevitably be resented by the Navy and the world government. Shanks chuckled lightly, feigning reproach. Lin Chen, you truly do not regard me as a friend. After all I have done for you these past few days, you now wish for me to depart? Lin Chen paused, gazing at Shanks, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In that case, I do have a request to make of you. Shanks looked at Lin Chen, awaiting further clarification. While transforming into Geoise to rally the pirates is highly promising, we still require a spark to ignite the flame. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Shanks understood. His task would be to lead the charge, bringing a multitude of pirates to gather in the kingdom of Guya. Lin Chen then turned to the members of the Dawn crew. You are to monitor the surrounding situation at all times and inform me immediately of any changes. The group nodded, and seeing this, Lin Chen chose not to elaborate further. As the gathering dispersed, each began their respective tasks. Shanks and the red-haired pirates departed Windmill Village under the cover of night. To ensure efficiency, Lin Chen also dispatched Enel to spread the news far and wide. The following morning, Lin Chen, assuming the guise of Geoise, appeared in the waters surrounding the kingdom of Guya. Simultaneously, under his control, the real Geoise maneuvered the island to float above the sea. This spectacle attracted nearby pirates, who were drawn by the unfolding events. In the current state of Donghai, even the slightest change stirred anxiety. Only those who grasped the first-hand information could hope to survive the impending turmoil. I think Geoise. Now that the Navy and world government have deployed such a considerable force to Donghai, who knows their true intentions? Pirates of Donghai, unite. I am the legendary Great Pirate. Geoise, join my pirate alliance, and let me lead you out of Donghai. Ha ha! Observing Geoise, the surrounding pirates transitioned from shock to exhilaration. If what Geoise claimed were true, perhaps these weaker pirates might survive. With this thought in mind, pirates began to sail towards Lin Chen's location. Lin Chen did not hesitate, allowing the floating island to descend and enabling the pirates to board successfully. Witnessing this scene, other hesitant pirates were filled with joy, now convinced of Geoise's words. After all, they had heard rumors of Geoise. Since he was willing to step forward and lead them, they were eager to join him. Coincidentally, all the pirates in Donghai harbored aspirations of forming an alliance. They merely lacked a figure of sufficient stature. Geoise was the unequivocal choice. Meanwhile, with Shanks and Enel disseminating information, an increasing number of pirates flocked to the waters of the kingdom of Guya, ignited by their own volatile spirits. Even as they recognized the Navy's intentions lay there as well. The pirate alliance versus the Navy and the world government. If they were alone, they would undoubtedly tremble like quails. However, the emergence of the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, one of the 3 great legends from the past. Leading the formation of the pirate alliance has provided these scattered pirates with a unifying figure. Under the deliberate dissemination by Lin Chen, the exploits of the Golden Lion have been gloriously resurrected, albeit with a hint of embellishment. Over a decade ago, the Golden Lion launched a solo assault on Marinford, and it took the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku 10 days and nights to defeat him, both sustaining considerable injuries in the process. The Golden Lion nearly obliterated the crew of the Pirate King, Roger, in the New World, prompting Rayleigh to lament later, had it not been for that storm. We would have been utterly annihilated. The Golden Lion's flying pirate crew now holds the title of the world's foremost pirate crew. In his eyes, the likes of Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard are mere trifles. To further cultivate his invincible persona, Lin Chen, having assumed the guise of the Golden Lion, boldly declared before numerous pirates, "Do you see these two swords at my side? No one in this world is worthy of me drawing the second sword to fight. Join me in turning this world upside down." This brazen display instilled a sense of confidence rather than fear within the hearts of many pirates. Having achieved his objective, Lin Chen surmised that Shanks and Enel were likely prepared as well, and subsequently pushed the controlled Golden Lion into a position of leadership within the Pirate Alliance. He then departed with Long, hastily heading in a specific direction. Meanwhile, news of the Pirate Alliance spread throughout the world, reaching Road Town as well. In Road Town, the Navy's temporary headquarters, the attendees of this meeting were primarily the key commanders of the mission. On a glowing screen, Sengoku was communicating with everyone from Marinford. Below, Kizaru and Aokiji stood at either side, while Tsuru stood solemnly in the center, scrutinizing a map, with the other commanders furrowing their brows in contemplation. Tsuru, intently focused on the map, finally spoke after a lengthy pause. "Sengoku, it is preliminarily confirmed that the Golden Lion is indeed the true Golden Lion. The Pirate Alliance has been established, and I fear the difficulty of this mission will increase significantly." Sengoku glanced at the assembly and replied calmly, "Do not forget our mission. We are here to investigate the kidnappers of St. Charlos. Do not waste time on these peripheral details. The world government is applying pressure." A silence enveloped the meeting room. Even Tsuru found herself at a loss for words, as they instinctively shifted their focus towards the pirates, forgetting the true purpose of their mission. Sengoku cast a deep gaze over the attendees, saying nothing further, and proceeded to collaborate with Tsuru on some plans to search for St. Charlos. As the screen went dark and Sengoku disappeared, a collective sigh of relief escaped the assembly. "Bang! I have my own matters to attend to. You all may go ahead. I will join you when I can. Guillaume, let us depart." Garp slammed his fist against the table and, disregarding the others, left with Guillaume. "Garp!" Tsuru's voice called after him, but Garp remained resolute, having spent an entire day in Road Town. He was determined to return to Windmill Village today. A palpable tension filled the Navy's conference room following Garp's departure. "The Navy hero truly acts with such disregard," came a murmured comment from a corner, prompting Aokiji to cast a glance at the speaker, who promptly silenced themselves. Tsuru sighed internally, but quickly regained her composure. "We must act swiftly. According to the plan, we will split into 3 main squads, led by Aokiji, Kizaru, and Garp respectively. As Garp has temporarily departed, I will assume command of his team." Once Tsuru assigned the personnel, the Navy commenced their operations with precision. 15 warships sailed forth from Road Town towards the Goa Kingdom, and given the Navy's speed, they estimated arrival within 2 days. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Long were also responding promptly. Lin Chen, controlling the Golden Lion, continued to expand the ranks of the Pirate Alliance, which had now gathered over 1,000 pirate crews, numbers still on the rise. Concurrently, Long shifted his focus toward the elusive world government, seeking to uncover their combat forces dispatched for this mission. Regrettably, he remained in the dark, realizing that the world government was concealing their plans with remarkable depth. On the following morning, before the sun had emerged above the horizon, 2 Navy warships arrived uninvited in the waters of the Goa Kingdom, shattering a brief tranquility. Garp stood at the bow, arms crossed, gazing solemnly at the distant floating islands, noting the continuous stream of pirates converging there. "Is this the Pirate Alliance?" Guillaume, appearing beside Garp, expressed her astonishment at the sheer number of pirates, a sight she had never witnessed before. Garp shook his head, stating, "Let us maneuver around. Our immediate priority is to return to Windmill Village." Guillaume nodded, but soon her brow furrowed as she observed, "Are they approaching us?" Several pirate ships were indeed advancing toward their warships, stirring a sense of unease within Guillaume. However, she steadied herself and asked Garp, "Should we engage?" "Let us observe the situation," Garp replied. As the pirate ships drew near, the pirates aboard gazed frantically at Garp and Guillaume. "Navy, how dare you enter the territory of the Pirate Alliance? Are you seeking death?" The sky darkened ominously as Garp surveyed his surroundings and detected no other presence. Then whispered to Guillaume, "Act swiftly." Guillaume unsheathed her blade, and Garp readied a cannon from the ship, quickly dispatching the pirates in a matter of moments. Once the last pirate fell, Garp noticed that no others approached, as if the distant pirates were oblivious. Relieved, Garp remarked they were likely some foolish pirates. Let's leave this place and deal with them later. Gion nodded, and their warship resumed its course, now just an hour away from Windmill Village. As Garp and Gion departed the area, the darkness in the sky gradually dissipated, while a figure swiftly left the scene. Meanwhile, the pirates of the Pirate Alliance squinted into the distance, perplexed. What happened to those pirate ships that just passed by? The others shared their confusion. I don't know. It was too dark to see. Perhaps another ship passed? The surrounding pirates exchanged glances, all filled with uncertainty. Long soared through the skies toward Lin Chen's location and soon found him. Lin Chen, I spotted Garp and Gion. Hearing Long's words, Lin Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with excitement. A few foolish pirates approached them and were eliminated. They weren't discovered, were they? Long chuckled, replying, I was watching from nearby. I darkened the sky, making it impossible for them to be seen. It seems they intend to return to Windmill Village. Do you wish to head back now? Lin Chen felt a tinge of hesitation in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to meet the two individuals. Let's go together. But what about here? Will the Golden Lion break free from your control in your absence? Lin Chen found some merit in Long's words, leaving a clone behind before swiftly proceeding with Long towards the direction the two had departed. Upon catching up with Garp and Jiyuan's warship, they discovered that the two were nowhere to be seen. Long furrowed his brow and spoke. Has something happened? Lin Chen remained silent, soaring onto a warship where he spotted a familiar figure. The crew aboard both warships noticed a masked man flying straight towards them, accompanied by a man donned in a green robe, causing them to feel a sense of caution. What are you doing here? Leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. Bo Jio brandished her long sword, her expression unyielding as she glared at Lin Chen and Long, issuing a warning. Boom! A wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from Lin Chen, causing all aboard the two warships, save for Bo Jio, to succumb to unconsciousness. Seeking death, Bo Jio drew her long sword and charged towards Lin Chen, swinging it mercilessly. To her astonishment, Lin Chen merely pinched her weapon between two fingers, rendering her unable to escape. Where have Garp and Jiyuan gone? Lin Chen's eyes, like kaleidoscopes, slowly rotated, and Bo Jio, caught off guard, found herself under his control, staring blankly at him. Mr. Garp and Sister Jiyuan found the warship's speed too slow and have already departed using Jeppo. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. If this continued, Garp and the others would likely reach Windmill Village before them. He could only hope that Rayleigh and the others on the island would not engage them in battle. Releasing his control over Bo Jio, Lin Chen ascended from the warship, hastening towards Windmill Village. Casting a glance back at Long, Lin Chen felt a surge of anxiety over the possibility of Garp clashing with Rayleigh and the others, prompting him to say, I will go ahead. Go on. I will arrive shortly. Understanding Lin Chen's speed and conscious that accompanying him would hinder his pace, Long agreed. Lin Chen's body crackled with lightning, increasing his velocity further, and soon he sensed the practitioner of the Flying Thunder God technique in the distance. Gazing into the sky ahead, Lin Chen's heart raced. After 4 long years, would they finally reunite? Garp felt Lin Chen's presence behind him. Although separated by several kilometers, Garp's observation haki still detected him. Glancing at the nearby Windmill Village, Garp swiftly made a decision. Let us proceed to Windmill Village together. Jiyuan nodded, using Jeppo to quickly appear above Dayton's house. The scene before them raised Garp and Jiyuan's concerns. They noticed several unfamiliar figures surrounding Dayton's home, one of whom they recognized all too well. Crocodile, a member of the Dawn. Crocodile and his companions, having also detected Garp and Jiyuan, expressed surprise, their caution heightened. Although they were aware of the close relationship between Garp, Jiyuan, and Lin Chen, Garp and Jiyuan remained unaware. What if they mistakenly attacked the newcomers? Thinking them foes? Brother Sand, I brought them back. Come have breakfast. Monet emerged from the forested hills with the children, still oblivious to Garp and Jiyuan above. Monet, be careful. Garp and Jiyuan, spotting Perona and the others, felt a wave of tension. Whoosh, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, Lin Chen suddenly appeared behind Jiyuan. Sensing an unfamiliar aura behind her, Jiyuan was taken aback but quickly reacted. She delivered an elbow strike aimed at Lin Chen, only for him to effortlessly block it. Witnessing this, Jiyuan enveloped her fist with armament haki and launched an unrelenting assault on Lin Chen, with Garp following suit. Lin Chen caught Ji Yuan's fist with one hand while dodging Carp's iron fist, his voice emerging from beneath the mask. It's me. Carp and Ji Yuan recognized the voice, though they could not immediately place it. Nevertheless, they instinctively distanced themselves from him, regarding him with caution. The leader of the Dawn, Ban, had appeared in this location. Their minds were filled with questions. Another figure descended from the sky, familiar to Carp and Ji Yuan. Yet their hearts were engulfed with confusion. You brat, what on earth is happening? Carp glared at Long and Lin Chen, standing side by side. Long glanced at Lin Chen and smirked. Let him explain it to you. Lin Chen's heart raced as he said, let us descend first. He then led the way towards Dayton's home. Carp and Ji Yuan exchanged looks, observing Long, who nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, his identity will astonish you. Trusting Long's words, the two lowered their guard and followed Lin Chen into Dayton's home. Crocodile entered with 2 cups of tea, standing aside to observe the unfolding drama. Dayton emerged, his face lighting up upon seeing Carp and Ji Yuan. Carp, Ji Yuan, you have come. Then, as if recalling something, Dayton glanced at Lin Chen, who was seated in the middle, masked, and instantly fell silent, standing alongside Crocodile to watch the spectacle. Soon, the room filled with people, all eager to witness the unfolding events, causing Carp, Ji Yuan, and Lin Chen to feel somewhat awkward. Crocodile stood by, munching on sunflower seeds, while Rayleigh, Enel, and Dayton quickly consumed his snacks. Perona sat on a chair, drinking her breakfast, oblivious to the disapproving glances from Carp and Ji Yuan. Even Ace and Luffy had the sense to remain silent, their eyes fixed on the three, hearts secretly filled with anticipation. Sensing that the time was ripe, Lin Chen cleared his throat to capture Carp and Ji Yuan's attention. He scrutinized them, his gaze lingering on the necklace around Ji Yuan's neck, which bore some cracks. Where are you looking? Keep staring, and I will gouge your eyes out. Ji Yuan's reprimand jolted Lin Chen back to reality, his expression slightly faltering. Long interjected, stop fidgeting. We have much to discuss. Taking Long's words to heart, Lin Chen steeled himself and slowly removed his mask. As his visage was unveiled before Carp and Ji Yuan, both were instantly rendered speechless. The surrounding onlookers gazed at the trio with fervent anticipation. The moment had finally arrived. Carp, old man. Sister Ji Yuan. Lin Chen's words broke the silence, bringing Carp and Ji Yuan back to their senses, yet they continued to rub their eyes in disbelief. Ji Yuan gazed at Lin Chen's face, murmuring in astonishment, is this a dream? Hearing her words, Lin Chen felt a swell of emotion, his eyes reddening. Is it really you? Carp stammered, his lips trembling, struggling to call out the name that lingered on his tongue. The surrounding crowd fell silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Perona wiped away her tears, incredulous at the reality before her. Yet, it was true. Brother Lin Chen had returned. I am Lin Chen. I truly am Lin Chen, he proclaimed. Assisting Carp in articulating a name he struggled to express, causing a tremor in Carp's heart. Ji Yuan cautiously approached Lin Chen, her eyes slightly misty as she reached out to gently caress his cheek, fearful that this moment might be an illusion. Witnessing Ji Yuan's delicate manner, Lin Chen took her hands in his, placing them upon his face, tears streaming down, warm and genuine, onto her palms. Upon feeling the tangible warmth, Ji Yuan's tears flowed freely. As she stood before him, a vision of sorrow and joy, Lin Chen embraced her tenderly. Ji Yuan did not resist. This embrace, which she had only encountered in dreams, had now materialized into reality, particularly when she distinctly heard the resounding beat of Lin Chen's heart. She confirmed that this was indeed Lin Chen. The one who had graced her dreams night after night was now truly by her side. Carp, gazing down at the floor, noticed it strewn with his own tears, while Long stood beside him, gently patting Carp's shoulder. It was Lin Chen. He had returned. The atmosphere in the room was thick with silence, as everyone silently absorbed the moment. After a long pause, Ji Yuan suddenly broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, quickly drying her tears, her demeanor sinking into silence. Sister Ji Yuan. Lin Chen felt a lump in his throat, watching her with a sense of helplessness. Perona quietly approached Lin Chen from behind, gently poking his side and whispering, "Go comfort Sister Ji Yuan." Lin Chen suddenly realized that, after years apart, he felt as though he scarcely knew Ji Yuan anymore. The scene unfolding before him was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Ji Yuan, too, struggled to fully accept the reality of a person she had believed to be dead suddenly reappearing after 4 years. Even though joy coursed through her, the overwhelming emotions were difficult to process. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat chilly, diverging from Lin Chen's expectations. He stepped towards Ji Yuan, extending his hand, yet he found himself at a loss for words of comfort. For years had passed, and their reunion was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. "Why didn't you tell us?" Ji Yuan asked, her gaze fixed on the floor, lost in thought. Lin Chen found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Garp rubbed his head, having experienced much, and was better equipped to accept the situation than Ji Yuan. "Regardless of anything, the important thing is that you are alive." He sighed, casting a glance at Ji Yuan. His sigh reflected the burden she had borne over the past 4 years, a struggle Lin Chen was unaware of. Each day, she had tirelessly trained, transforming her longing for Lin Chen into determination, striving towards the rank of admiral. Only with strength could she live freely, ensuring that tragedies like the one at Marinford would not repeat, and to better protect Perona and Ace. However, at the moment Lin Chen appeared, Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned, a torrent of grievances surging within her. Yet the trials of the past years had taught her to conceal her emotions. She had grown accustomed to presenting a strong facade before others. But in Lin Chen's presence, all her efforts and resilience over the past 4 years melted into a sense of injustice. Everything she had done was for Lin Chen, fulfilling the wishes he left behind before his demise. Each of her efforts had been laden with the weight of Lin Chen's legacy. Thus, when she encountered him, her initial shock morphed into joy, culminating in an indescribable complexity of emotions. Standing beside Ji Yuan, Lin Chen hesitated for a long time before gently placing his hand on her shoulder and patting it softly, perhaps beginning to comprehend the depth of her struggle. "After all these years, you have endured so much. I am sorry for returning so late." Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuan could no longer contain her grievances, leaning into Lin Chen's embrace as she sobbed, occasionally striking him in a release of pent-up frustration. Over the years, one might ponder what kind of feelings Ji Yuan harbored for Lin Chen. Perhaps even she could not articulate it. The longing was profound, yet was there no resentment? In countless sleepless nights, she had counted the days. But upon hearing Lin Chen's understanding words, all other emotions dispersed, and at that moment, she simply wished to cry freely. Lin Chen held Ji Yuan close, his chest becoming soaked with her tears, yet his heart ached solely for the girl in his arms. It was his failure to alleviate her burdens, his belated arrival, that had forced her to endure so much alone. The others in the room did not intrude upon this moment. Over the years, they had witnessed Lin Chen alone bearing the weight of overthrowing the world government and ending the era of the great pirates. Initially, skepticism had clouded their belief. Yet Lin Chen had steadily pursued his dream, each step laden with immense pressure, revealing the burdens both he and Ji Yuan carried, which had stifled their feelings for one another. However, in their reunion, all missions and tasks seemed to pale in significance. "Lin Chen, we must proceed with Plan B. All the pirates have been lured into the Pirate Alliance. The Navy's main forces are less than an hour from the Pirate Alliance. What are you doing?" A voice from outside shattered the brief tranquility in the room. Bang! Shanks burst through the door, having arrived at the Pirate Alliance only to find neither Long nor Lin Chen, just a mere shadow of Lin Chen that proved futile. This was not how the plan was supposed to unfold. They had agreed that once Shanks lured the remaining pirates to the Pirate Alliance, Lin Chen would declare that the celestial dragons had been slain by him, igniting a war between the Navy and the Pirate Alliance, allowing everyone to seize the opportunity. Yet, upon witnessing the scene in the room, Shanks gaped in disbelief, closing the door only to reopen it again. After confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him, one thought consumed him. Had Lin Chen played him for a fool? Why had Garp and Ji Yuan appeared unexpectedly? Shanks was not unfamiliar with these two. In the days spent discussing Lin Chen's past, they had been central figures in the conversation, particularly regarding whether Lin Chen and Ji Yuan had children, a topic Lin Chen had remained silent about, leaving only a glance for speculation. Realizing someone was searching for Lin Chen, which seemed significant, Ji Yuan pushed away from Lin Chen's embrace, standing aside to wipe her tear-stained face. Lin Chen composed himself, understanding that this was not the time for sentimental exchanges. More pressing matters awaited him. "Lin Chen, was all of this part of your plan?" Garp had overheard Shanks's words, and the implications struck him profoundly. He regarded Lin Chen with disappointment, accepting his alliance with Long in the Revolutionary Army, but unwilling to see Lin Chen entangled with pirates. Zhiyun gazed at Lin Chen, awaiting his response. Lin Chen rubbed his head, acutely aware of the time constraints pressing upon him. To provide a detailed explanation at this juncture would likely jeopardize his plans. Glancing around at the others, Lin Chen declared, "Monet, you remain here and elucidate matters for them. This battle is far too perilous for you to partake in at present." Monet pouted slightly, but refrained from retorting. With 7 or 8 prominent generals on the bright side of the conflict, not to mention those concealed in the shadows, her current capabilities would only serve to hinder the team. Thus, she accepted Lin Chen's decision, though guilt lingered in her heart for not being able to assist him. However, she soon realized that being left with Lin Chen's 2 closest companions also signified his trust in her. Moreover, through Jiayuan and Garp, she could glean more about Lin Chen's past, narrowing the distance between them. With this thought, Monet's spirits lifted once more. Lin Chen, aware that Jiayuan and Garp might harbor misunderstandings about him, felt a pang of regret as he spoke. "This war indeed pertains to me. Yet I am not allied with the pirates to oppose the Navy and the world government. I possess my own path, and once this conflict concludes, you shall uncover the entire truth." With a sweeping glance over the crowd, he continued, "Old Shah, and Mr. Rayleigh, my brother Shanks, let us proceed together. Do not forget to bring Charlemagne with you." With that, Lin Chen was the first to step outside, as Jiayuan reached out, attempting to grasp the hem of his garment. However, they brushed past each other, and soon the distance between them widened. "Old Shah, how is the live broadcast preparation coming along?" Lin Chen inquired. "Personnel has been arranged, and many are already within the Pirate Alliance. The broadcast will encompass all aspects. But due to time constraints, we will only set up at Sabati Archipelago and Goa Kingdom. However, the underground world is prepared, and this footage will spread globally with the passage of time." Lin Chen nodded, reassured, then turned to Long and asked, "Has there been no investigation into the power of the world government yet?" Long shook his head with a hint of frustration. "They have concealed themselves too well this time. All we can ascertain is that they have indeed dispatched high-end combat forces, but the specifics remain unknown." Lin Chen, not overly concerned, assessed his own abilities. Based on his previous encounters, he speculated that the world government's strength likely rested with that secretive Holy Knight Order, which he had already incapacitated during the battle at Marinford. Therefore, he did not regard the forces dispatched by the world government with excessive gravity. After all, strength can shatter myriad laws with his own prowess. Even 3 admirals would need to contemplate their chances of escaping his grasp. As he approached the Pirate Alliance, Lin Chen briefly outlined their battle strategy. "Shanks, your red-haired pirates need only stir the morale of the pirates within the alliance, ensuring they feel confident and refrain from running amok during the fray. Old Shah and Mr. Rayleigh, we shall remain concealed near the Golden Lion, preventing any decapitation attempts by the admirals. It is imperative that Charlemagne's execution proceeds smoothly. Brother Long, I entrust the observation of the world government to you. Should anyone appear, inform me immediately. I can join the fray at any moment. Until they are discovered, I will continue to manipulate the Golden Lion to carry out the execution of Charlemagne." The group nodded in understanding of their respective tasks, hoping fervently for no missteps. Lin Chen gazed at the floating island before him and murmured, "Mary Geoise, the 5 elders meeting." At that moment, the 5 elders scrutinized the map and intelligence before them, their expressions grim. Garp is indeed unreliable. To abandon his post at such a critical juncture with Jiayuan, does he intend to rebel? Let him be. Contact Sengoku and summon Akainu back immediately. The others concurred that it was time to recall Akainu. Reports had surfaced within the Navy indicating that the Dawn had been sighted in Lowtown over a week ago. The question remained whether they could successfully ambush them this time. The Golden Lion had also made an appearance. Could there be a connection between the two? Who was truly behind Charlemagne's disappearance? Was the Revolutionary Army involved? Let us not dwell on uncertainties. The Pirate Alliance is poised to confront the Navy. We can only hope they do not become a hindrance. However, there is no need for concern. The newly dispatched Holy Knight Order will undoubtedly catch the Dawn off guard. We must reclaim the authority of the underground world. Suddenly, one of the 5 elders spoke. "Should we inform that esteemed individual? If we deploy that weapon, the Pirate Alliance will likely disintegrate in an instant." The others fell silent for a moment. Then one scoffed, "What is the Navy for? Do we need to assist them in eradicating pirates? Moreover, utilizing that weapon would adversely affect that esteemed individual's lifespan. It is best not to report it. The forces we have dispatched comprise 8 individuals of admiral caliber. Surely they can accomplish this minor task?" The conversation shifted as they moved past the proposal, discussing other matters. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at the floating island. After dispelling his clone, he found no issues. Observing the Golden Lion's condition, it still required time to break free. Stepping outside, he gazed upon the sea, where an overwhelming number of pirate ships filled the horizon. Thousands, signifying countless pirate crews and an estimated multitude of tens of thousands. Yet, Lin Chen believed this was not the entirety of the East Blue's pirates. Perhaps they represented less than half, with some pirates still observing the unfolding situation, while others remained blissfully unaware. Had he more time, he was confident he could rally over 10,000 pirate crews, but alas, time was not on his side. Transforming into the Golden Lion's form, he floated above the surface. As countless pirates recognized the legendary figure, a thunderous cheer erupted. Is that the famed pirate, the Golden Lion? Truly a figure to rival Roger and Whitebeard. How magnificent it would be to join his crew. Doesn't he look formidable? That golden hair certainly does. But what is that object atop his head? It resembles a ship's helm. What do you know? That is a symbol of strength. Every powerful figure possesses some distinctive feature. Does they not? I too shall become a great pirate, like the Golden Lion. One day, I will place a ship's helm upon my head. Amidst the fervent voices of the pirates below, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grave as he discerned the shadows of the Navy fleet emerging on the distant horizon. 15 ships. No. Contrary to the intelligence he had received, there were a full 25 warships heading straight for them. Leading them were 2 admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. Following closely were several renowned vice-admirals, including Tsuru, Doberman, and others. Standing at the bow, Kizaru idly trimmed his nails with a pair of clippers. Turning to Tsuru beside him. In recent days, the old man has been traversing the East China Sea, rallying warships. Upon your return, be sure to convey to Zhang Guo my desire for a salary increase, he remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Huang Yuan. You remain unchanged, he quipped. If you truly seek a bonus, your performance in this battle will dictate that. Although Zhang Guo has instructed us to avoid excessive conflict with the Pirate Alliance, it would be a grave blow to the Navy's global reputation if we appeared indifferent to the pirates. Regardless, the confrontation between the Navy and the Pirate Alliance is inevitable, and it feels as though an unseen hand is orchestrating this clash. Who could it be? Huang Yuan expressed his astonishment, smirking. Is it truly so? That is indeed terrifying. Sue's eyes sparkled with insight. It was her suspicion of the peculiarities surrounding this situation that prompted her to summon an additional 10 warships from the East China Sea, anticipating unforeseen events, as she sensed complexities lurking beneath the surface. As the Navy's 25 warships gradually approached the Pirate Alliance, the foremost pirates could distinctly see Huang Yuan and Aokiji. Initially brimming with confidence, they were instantly engulfed by fear upon encountering these 2 formidable figures alongside the fleet. Fall back, quickly. Those are Navy admirals. I do not wish to perish. The ships behind began to stir, desperate to retreat. Lin Chen observed the unfolding chaos from his elevated vantage point, shaking his head slowly. Ultimately, they're a disorganized rabble. A mere band of foolish pirates cannot possibly disrupt the world for long. The true failing lies with the world government and the Navy for their lack of resolve in eradicating all pirates. In Lin Chen's eyes, these pirates were destined for obliteration. Yet he hoped they could at least serve a purpose by delaying the Navy's advance. As the initial pirates retreated, the multitude behind them fell into disarray, scrambling to escape. However, the sea's expanse was limited, and the only route to safety lay upon the island of the Golden Lion. Lin Chen knew that if he did not take action now to set an example, these pirates would surely doom themselves. Listen up, everyone. Gather your wits. The Navy numbers only in the thousands, yet combined, you are hundreds of thousands strong. Should you truly fear these Navy forces? Remember the years spent evading capture. Now is the time for revenge. Follow me, charge. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen inspired Shanks, who was hidden among the many pirates, to rally their spirits. Charge alongside the Golden Lion. Today is the day to make our names. Shanks invigorated the atmosphere among the pirate crews, and soon, the throngs of pirates surged forward towards the Navy fleet. Sue stood sternly at the bow of her ship, her gaze fixed on the distant figure of Lin Chen, transformed into the Golden Lion. He has not changed since the old days. However, this time, I shall witness the extent of your abilities. As she spoke, Sue issued battle orders. The warships aligned, chains linking them together. Seal them off. All Navy personnel prepare for ground combat. Cannons ready to fire upon the pirates. Oki glanz.tsu, producing all golden den mushi. Perhaps we should initiate the demon-slaying order. It would serve as an adequate deterrent. After all, this is a privilege belonging to the admirals. Once the order is issued, I can freeze the sea for battle. Su readily agreed. After all, engaging in close combat would pose a risk of friendly fire from the cannons. So it was wiser to act now. As the pirate ships drew nearer, Su addressed Huang Yuan. Please, prevent them from approaching the warships. Huang Yuan scratched his head, a bit exasperated. How bothersome. Nevertheless, he swiftly ascended into the sky, his gaze growing colder as he surveyed the dense ranks of pirates below. Hakashaka Kogyu. Aokiji promptly activated the demon-slaying order, but this was no ordinary order. It was initiated by all 25 warships. Boom! Boom! Countless cannonballs rained upon the sea, while Huang Yuan's light projectiles surged towards the pirates below. The leading pirates faced devastating blows as numerous vessels shattered under the onslaught of cannon and light, taking their crews with them into the depths. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the distant conflict. Although these attacks appeared formidable, only a few hundred pirate ships had been destroyed, while thousands remained. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Chen maneuvered the genuine Golden Lion to the forefront and concealed himself among the crowd. Lao Sha, prepare for a live broadcast. Once the Navy's ammunition is expended, their long-range firepower will be diminished. At that point, a close-quarters battle will ensue, and, as I predicted, Aokiji will freeze the sea. It will be time to execute Charlemagne. Crocodile nodded, while Lin Chen turned to Enel, his expression serious. Maintain your observation with Ken Bunchiko Haki. Should any unfamiliar powers emerge, alert me immediately. Having imparted these instructions, Lin Chen returned to the side of the Golden Lion, vigilantly monitoring the evolving situation. After a short while, Huang Yuan descended back onto the warship, and shortly thereafter, the cannon fire began to dwindle, indicating that their ammunition had been exhausted. As the final cannon blast echoed into silence, the sea lay in ruins, enveloped in dark smoke. A sight of utter devastation. Su surveyed the scene, her heart heavy. Only 30% of the pirates' forces had been depleted, with nearly 2,000 ships claimed by the sea, a figure lower than she had anticipated. Nevertheless, she immediately issued the next phase of the battle plan. Commence the second stage of operations. The warships will seal off all pirates, and Aokiji will freeze the sea in preparation for ground assault. Upon hearing this, Aokiji leaped from the warship, ice pillars extending from his hands to the surface of the sea, exhaling frigid air. Ice-Age. To question the extent of Aokiji's strength is to witness this very move. From the position of the Navy fleet, a wave of cold swept across the sea, advancing towards Lin Chen and his companions. It continued unabated until it reached a distance of mere kilometers from the shore, finally coming to a halt. It is noteworthy that Lin Chen and his group stood at the rear of the pirate alliance, and from the Navy's position. This maneuver had frozen an impressive expanse of 10 kilometers of sea, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. With Aokiji's freezing of the ocean, it signaled that the imminent close-quarters battle would soon commence. Although the Navy was outnumbered, the presence of two admirals provided a significant advantage. And among the renowned figures of the pirate alliance, only the Golden Lion stood as a formidable opponent, rendering the confrontation not entirely disadvantageous. The Navy personnel aboard the warships gradually took their positions upon the ice, with Smoker, Jinbei, and Poju displaying unwavering resolve as they faced their adversaries without a trace of fear. Lin Chen rose to his full height, turning to Charlemagne behind him, a cold smile gracing his lips. It is your time to shine now, esteemed celestial dragon. As the formidable Golden Lion lifted the incapacitated Charlemagne into the air, Crocodile among the crowd immediately initiated a live broadcast. On the grand screens prepared in distant regions, such as the Shangbodi Islands and the Goya Kingdom, the entire battlefield was promptly displayed, particularly the sight of Charlemagne, rendered helpless, resembling a swine in the grip of the Golden Lion. Simultaneously, the lower right corner of the live feed showcased a video of Charlemagne indulging in food like a pig, further stirring the excitement of all viewers. Not only did the news spread throughout the world, but also rapidly permeated the streets and alleys of the Shangbodi Islands and the Goya Kingdom, drawing even more spectators to witness this unprecedented broadcast that revealed the disgrace of the celestial dragons. Undeterred by danger, some astute individuals recognized a significant opportunity and swiftly attempted to relay the video to corners of the world, succeeding with surprising ease, indicating that soon this broadcast would reach a global audience. The actions of the Golden Lion immediately captured everyone's attention. However, when they beheld the person he held aloft, shock rendered them speechless. Was that a kidnapped celestial dragon? Could it be that the Golden Lion himself had abducted a celestial dragon? Pirates, realizing the implications, turned pale, knowing the Navy's purpose for being there. They had believed that joining the pirate alliance under the protection of the Golden Lion would spare them from calamity. Yet, who could tell them why their leader was the mastermind behind the abduction of a celestial dragon? This rendered them, who had ventured so far to seek refuge, as lambs to the slaughter. The clever pirates sought corners to lie low and await their fate, while a significant number began to spiral into madness. Golden Lion, you scoundrel, you had deceived us. Let me go back. I want to return home to my mother. Wah, Navy over there. I am an undercover agent. I have long known that it was that scoundrel Golden Lion who kidnapped the celestial dragon. I just hadn't the chance to inform you. Let me through. A pirate cried out in desperation. Navy, can I still redeem myself and be a good person? In stark contrast to the chaos among the pirates, the Navy remained notably cautious. After all, the pirates had initially fallen under their suspicion, albeit as the least of their concerns. The senior officers gazed at the Golden Lion in the sky, uncertain of his intentions. If it was merely extortion, they could negotiate a financial settlement with the world government. However, given the Golden Lion's temperament, it was feared that his actions were a provocation against the world government. Reflecting on this, Tsuru addressed the Golden Lion. Release the celestial dragon at once. The Navy will overlook your gathering of the pirate alliance in the East Sea. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. As she spoke, Tsuru gestured to the Navy personnel behind her, who understood her intent and swiftly departed to inform Sengoku. This matter involved Charlemagne's life, and the Navy could not make hasty decisions. They had to report to the Gorosei for directives. Thus, their only option was to delay. However, in the event of an emergency, they would have to act decisively to protect Charlemagne's life. Tsuru was puzzled by the Golden Lion's silence since ascending to the sky. He merely held Charlemagne aloft, seemingly awaiting something. Kizaru stroked his chin, contemplating a suggestion he refrained from voicing, feeling a weight lifted from him. The celestial dragons had no bearing on him. He was not their progenitor, so why should he meddle? Moreover, if he truly had such a son, he would ensure that his parents would not recognize him. Lin Chen was still waiting, anticipating the broadcast to reach a global audience while also fishing with Charlemagne. As he remained uneasy about the unseen figures lurking within the world government, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense, as both the Golden Lion and the Navy paused, while the pirates clamored ever louder. I want out. Let me leave this cursed pirate alliance. Brothers, let us charge out together while they are preoccupied. The red-haired lad who had been leading the charge called out. Shanks, concealed in the shadows, sighed upon hearing someone call out his distinctive features, pulling his straw hat lower as he navigated against the flow toward Rayleigh and the others. Brother Ban, someone has appeared. Enel exclaimed. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. Had he finally caught someone? It was Mr. Garp and Miss Ji-Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened. Yet he fixed his gaze upon the two figures in the distance. Garp and Ji-Yuan swiftly arrived at the Navy ranks using the Jeppo technique. Standing before the senior officers, countless pirates felt a wave of dread at Garp's arrival, and some frenzied pirates regained clarity, contemplating how to escape unnoticed by Garp. Tsuru regarded Garp with a hint of reproach. So you do remember to come back, Garp. Garp said little, his gaze frequently drifting to the Golden Lion in the sky. Filled with concern, his worry was not for the Golden Lion or Charlemagne, but solely for the repercussions of Lin Chen's actions. Ji-Yuan, on the other hand, did not look at the Golden Lion, her eyes fixed on the distance, as if she could see Lin Chen at the back of the crowd. Meanwhile, the frontline communication successfully reached Sengoku's office, and unexpectedly, Sengoku opened with, transfer the call to Tsuru immediately. I need to speak with her personally. Shortly thereafter, Tsuru was on the line with Sengoku, and upon hearing his words, she was left utterly astounded. This, Tsuru stammered, rendered speechless as the two admirals beside her exchanged puzzled glances. Forcing herself to regain composure, Tsuru declared, this battle has been broadcasted to the entire world. Everyone is watching, anticipating the fate of Charlemagne. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with intensity. This must be a meticulously orchestrated war, a conspiracy against the world government, the Navy, the pirates, and the celestial dragons. Who could it be? Garp and Ji-Yuan remained stoic, but in an attempt to blend in, they feigned surprise. Garp remarked, after all, I've been a long-time adversary of the Golden Lion. Given his intellect, he could not possibly orchestrate such a scheme. Ji-Yuan immediately turned to Garp, who realized he had misspoken and fell silent. Suru did not ponder too deeply. She too believed the golden lion lacked such cunning, and the entire situation became increasingly enigmatic. In Mary Geoise, a room was filled with people. The Gorosei, Sengoku, and Akainu focused their attention on the central screen, which was broadcasting the latest scenes from the East Sea battlefield. One of the Gorosei slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming furiously, "These damned pirates! How dare they kidnap a celestial dragon and broadcast it for all to see?" Another member of the Wu Lao Xing gestured for restraint, stating, "Let us first connect with the front lines to inquire about the demands of the Golden Lion. Ideally, we could rescue Chara Makeshing." Pausing briefly, he turned to Sengoku and asked, "Is it still not possible to interrupt this live broadcast?" Sengoku shook his head and replied, "We have done our utmost to shut it down, yet many are still conducting extensive live streams. I fear we cannot prevent it." Upon hearing this, the Wu Lao Xing felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, "These wretched bastards! How dare they?" Unbeknownst to him, these individuals were mercenaries from the underground world, bought by Crocodile, who valued money over life. Indifferent to whether one belonged to the world government or the navy, they served whoever paid them more and were known for their reliability, thus eliminating the possibility of betrayal. One Wu Lao Xing turned to Sengoku and inquired, "Sengoku, do you have any strategies?" Sengoku sighed and said, "At this point, we can only await the terms they propose. After all, the hostage is in the hands of the Golden Lion, and we must exercise caution." The Wu Lao Xing fell silent, acutely aware that this live broadcast was pivotal for the reputation of both the world government and the navy. Should it be mishandled, the repercussions would be immense. If Chara Makeshing were to perish at the hands of the Golden Lion before the eyes of the world, it would deal a grievous blow to the status of the celestial dragons. Everyone had grown accustomed to the inviolable image of the celestial dragons. Should they witness them being treated like mere dogs, the fear that once surrounded them would undoubtedly diminish. After a moment's contemplation, the Wu Lao Xing picked up a nearby Den Den mushi adorned with a golden emblem, and after a prolonged silence, a response came through. "This is the Knights of God. What orders do you have, esteemed Wu Lao Xing?" "The current priority is to ensure the safety of Chara Makeshing. Eliminate all who obstruct us." "Understood." Beep beep beep. Sengoku cast a deep gaze at the Den Den mushi, lost in thought. The Wu Lao Xing sighed, realizing they could only pray for the Navy and the Knights of God to intervene effectively, hoping this conflict would not spiral toward the worst outcome. Meanwhile, far in the New World, pirates were witnessing this unprecedented live broadcast, and the likes of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were equally astonished by its content. Upon recognizing the kidnapper of the celestial dragon, Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim, "It had to be you, Golden Lion. Among the three of us, you were always the most reckless. It seems you haven't changed, kidnapping a celestial dragon. How utterly foolish." The captains around him nodded in agreement, perplexed as to what advantage such an act could yield, knowing it would lead to retribution from the Navy and the world government, an endeavor fraught with peril. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion at the live site in the East Blue was also making new moves, every action captivating the hearts of people worldwide, all eager to witness the fate of Chara Makeshing. Lin Chen turned to Analu beside him and asked, "Have you not sensed any unfamiliar presence yet?" Analu nodded gravely, causing Lin Chen to feel a twinge of confusion, yet he remained cautious. If even Analu's observation haki could not detect the presence, there were two possibilities. Either the opponent's observation haki surpassed Analu's, effectively cloaking their presence, or they were observing the battlefield from distance, confident they could arrive in an instant to rescue Chara Makeshing. Regardless of the scenario, it was not encouraging news for Lin Chen. However, he soon contemplated that if this bait proved ineffective, executing Chara Makeshing could also serve as a viable strategy. With this thought, Lin Chen swiftly maneuvered the Golden Lion to lift Chara Makeshing high, using the powers of the float fruit to suspend him in the air, then slowly raised the two blades bound to his legs, seemingly preparing to cleave Chara Makeshing in half. The eyes of the world were glued to the Golden Lion's actions, with some already gritting their teeth, murmuring, "Cut him down. Do it. Hurry." And they were not few in number. On countless islands and nations, such as Jiutu, Shi Island, and Fishman Island, those who had suffered under the oppression of the celestial dragons now watched with fervent anticipation, yearning to witness the moment of Chara Makeshing's demise. "Here they come." Analu's voice rang out, and Lin Chen immediately sensed 5 figures appearing on the battlefield in an instant, so swiftly that they seemed to have materialized from thin air. The five figures streaked like shooting stars from five different directions towards the golden lion suspended in the sky. Upon closer inspection, each possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral. Clad in silver and gold armor emblazoned with the insignia of the celestial dragons and the world government, they emanated a chilling aura, their eyes sharp and piercing. Lin Chen was taken aback at the sight of these five individuals. Their presence was entirely different from that of the five he had encountered years ago. In the intervening years, they had evidently produced a plethora of formidable warriors. How many more secrets did the world government possess? Meanwhile, in Mary Geoise, upon seeing these five figures, the Wu Lao Xing relaxed, a smile flickering across their faces. Thanks to Vegapunk's new technology, combined with the remaining reserve forces of the Knights of God, they had managed to bolster their ranks over the past few years. Another Wu Lao Xing nodded in agreement, expressing admiration. Indeed, it is regrettable that we cannot produce more. However, I have heard that he seems to have developed another new technique. If he collects more information on powerful individuals, he could mass-produce terrifying war machines. Such individuals must be firmly under our control. Sengoku sat silently in a corner, the white light glinting off his round glasses obscuring his expression. Back on the battlefield, the appearance of the Knights of God left most people baffled, with only a select few able to discern their identities. Meanwhile, audiences worldwide, watching the live broadcast, felt their hearts leap into their throats. These individuals were clearly lackeys of the world government, and it was evident they had come to rescue Char Meixing, which left many feeling disheartened. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, the celestial dragons remained untouchable, even for legendary pirates like the Golden Lion. Although the five figures moved with incredible speed, there were those whose swiftness surpassed even theirs. Five distinct silhouettes appeared in an instant before the Knights of God, prompting the five members to tense up, though their expressions remained haughty. As the faces of these five became visible, shock rendered the crowd speechless. Rayleigh, aware that this was a live broadcast witnessed by the world, wore a grave expression, exuding a powerful aura that resonated through the screen, palpable to all. As the renowned first mate of Roger, it had only been 12 years since his execution, and many still recognized him. Whitebeard squinted at Rayleigh on the screen, murmuring, "Rayleigh, at your age, how do you still find yourself entangled in this affair? Or is it that all of this is part of someone else's scheme?" Kaido and Big Mom were equally astonished to see Rayleigh present on the battlefield in the East Blue, standing against the world government. Meanwhile, in Mary Geoise, the Wu Lao Xing were seething with frustration. The appearance of the Knights of God had initially signaled the impending success of the rescue operation. Yet, the sudden emergence of these five powerful figures raised questions, especially upon recognizing Rayleigh and the others. Their emotions were akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Revolutionary Army. Dawn, how dare you? However, upon seeing another individual, they found themselves at a loss for words. This person's involvement in the matter posed a considerable dilemma for the Wu Lao Xing. Initially, Zhang Guo felt certain of victory. Yet witnessing the emergence of this figure on the battlefield stirred a sense of unease within him, as the situation appeared to be deteriorating. He could only pin his hopes on the Navy at the front lines. With the likes of Qing Ji, Huang Yuan, and Garp, along with the approaching Akainu, and the Knights of God, he still believed that the scales of victory tipped in his favor. The formidable warriors on the battlefield also took note of the few individuals attempting to intervene. There stood the Dark King Rayleigh, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, members of Dawn, Crocodile, and Enel, culminating in the unexpected appearance of the captain of the red-haired pirates, Red-Haired Shanks. Far away, at home, sipping red wine, Hawkeye suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his face. How could this fellow be involved in this affair? As the entire world beheld these five individuals, the slowly fading hope within their hearts was reignited. It seemed the execution of Charlemagne Saint might still be negotiable. On the battlefield, the Knights of God faced off against the five newcomers, and the various factions present fell silent, attentively observing the unfolding events. The typically boisterous pirates also sensed the gravity of the situation. The 10 powerful figures in the sky could easily obliterate them with a mere flick of their wrists. Consequently, at this critical juncture, they dared not make a sound. Their urgency to flee noticeably diminished. Lin Chen silently observed the shifting tides of battle. His trump cards were nearly exhausted, and he had no intention of revealing the remaining ones just yet. Just as everyone was hesitant to move, Crane from the Navy suddenly stepped forward. Having communicated with Zhang Guo and the Wu Lao Xing, she was aware of their intentions. It would be ideal to negotiate terms for Charlemagne's release, if unsuccessful, they would have to unleash their full might to show the world the consequences of daring to kill a celestial dragon. Inwardly, she cursed. The visible strength of the opposing side was already daunting enough. Furthermore, there remained an unseen leader from Dawn. She realized that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Dawn and the Revolutionary Army, all orchestrated by their hands. Yet, as a Navy officer, she had to uphold her responsibilities. Golden Lion, if you have any conditions, please state them. Our sole objective is to secure the release of Charlemagne Saint. You cannot bear the consequences of killing a celestial dragon. If you desist now, we will overlook your abduction of Charlemagne Saint. Crane, uncertain of Golden Lion's and Dawn's intentions, could only present the best possible terms, knowing that if they did indeed release him, the outcome would not be as favorable as she suggested. To her surprise, Golden Lion paid her no mind, nor did the other five. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Particularly among the 10 in the sky, there was a prevailing sense that any disagreement could lead to violence. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from the Navy, and a live broadcast cut to the source. Garp, while picking his nose, exclaimed, "There are so many pirates ahead. As a Navy hero, how can I ignore these scoundrels? I will not return until every last one of them is captured. That is the duty of a Navy officer." As he flicked his booger away, he turned to Vice Admiral Guillaume and said, "There are quite a few pirates. I could use a deputy. What do you say, Guillaume?" Upon hearing Garp's words, Guillaume's eyes lit up. This way, they would not have to assist the world government in rescuing Charlemagne Saint. After all, with so many pirates present, the Navy would need personnel to apprehend them. "I am willing." With that, Garp and Guillaume disregarded the gazes of the crowd and steered their warships directly into the throng of pirates. The already unmotivated pirates, now faced with the legendary Navy hero Garp charging towards them, fled in a panic. Yet, all of this appeared rather futile against Garp's iron fists and Guillaume's long blade. The Wu Laoxing watched the scene with a mixture of fury and helplessness, for Garp's actions seemed entirely justifiable. What infuriated them was that such a crucial high-tier combatant within the Navy chose to engage in such trivial pursuits, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, thereby diminishing the chances of rescuing Charlemagne Saint. Meanwhile, the civilians watching the live broadcast did not see Garp's actions as erroneous. They preferred him to pursue pirates rather than assist the world government in rescuing a celestial dragon. Observant eyes noted that several pirates had quietly slipped away from the rear and were nearing land. Soon, these pirates would become a significant threat. However, Lin Chen felt powerless against this. He could only focus on the execution of Charlemagne Saint. As for the escaping pirates, he was equally helpless. Nevertheless, Garp and Guillaume's actions inadvertently alleviated a considerable threat. All present, aside from the pirates, watched as Garp and Guillaume pursued the pirates with their 2 warships. A comical endeavor given the scale of several thousand pirate ships in flight, yet the pirates scattered in all directions. Guillaume, wielding 2 swords, advanced from the Navy ranks toward Lin Chen's vicinity, unwavering in his resolve. However, he was beginning to feel the strain, the weight of his wrists making it difficult to lift the blades. Even so, the surrounding pirates regarded Guillaume with a sense of dread, as if facing a demonic figure, keeping their distance from his ship in fear of being targeted. Garp, appearing quite violent, found himself compelled to hurl pirate ships at their comrades since the ship's cannons had run dry. Thus, they pressed onward until they reached a more central position within the pirate alliance before finally halting. Standing on the island, Lin Chen cast a glance at the duo, his lips twitching as he found himself speechless. The once gentle and kind Guillaume was a distant memory. After a brief respite, they glanced in Lin Chen's direction before resuming their assault, their ultimate goal being the land. Only by sealing off the land could they cut off the pirates' escape route. Lin Chen inferred their intentions and chose not to intervene. All eyes were now drawn to Charlemagne Saint, and he had no concerns for the safety of Garp and Guillaume. Crane, frustrated by the silence of the opposing side, felt a sense of helplessness. The Wu Laoxing immediately seized a Den Mushi, having been observing the broadcast and aware of every move made on the battlefield. Seeing that negotiations were unlikely to succeed, they resolved to take a firmer approach. Crane, a Kainu is about to arrive on the battlefield. Tell Qing Ji and Huang Yuan to stop spectating. Mobilize them to rescue Charlemagne Saint. The near-shouting voice of the Wu Laoxing resonated from the Den Mushi, making the surrounding navy acutely aware of his simmering fury. Without hesitation, Crane addressed those around her. Qing Ji and Huang Yuan, engage freely. Our objective is to rescue Charlemagne Saint. The other commanders will lead the navy to apprehend the pirates. The others understood that such a war was not one in which lower-ranking officers could participate. Instead, the current multitude of pirates posed a significant challenge. Thus, they complied with Crane's orders and sprang into action. Simultaneously, the Knights of God received directives from the Wu Lao Xing, their demeanor shifting dramatically as a bloodlust began to emanate from their eyes. Rayleigh and his companions recognized that war had commenced and steeled themselves for the impending conflict. In the shadows, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, commanding the Golden Lion to wield its blade with unwavering resolve against Cha-Er Ma Kushong. The sound of slicing air echoed, followed by a resounding crash. As the dual long swords descended from the Golden Lion's feet, the laser in Huang Yuan's hand struck accurately at Ku Mu and Ing Shi. Sensing the commotion behind him, Rayleigh and his companions wasted no time, immediately launching their assault on the Divine Knight brigade ahead. A chaotic melee of 10 erupted, unleashing an extraordinarily powerful wave throughout the skies. Amidst the fierce reverberations of battle, the Golden Lion's eyes began to undergo a transformation. Huang Yuan and Qing Ji, without hesitation, soared into the air to attack the seemingly weaker Enel and Crocodile. Polysolino. Upon hearing his name called, Huang Yuan initially disregarded it. However, when a pitch-black bullet whizzed past him, he abruptly halted. Scratching his head, he glanced down at a silver-haired man seated on the ship's mast, who was smoking a cigar, a deep cross-shaped scar marring his fierce visage. None other than Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. The current era is indeed filled with monsters, Huang Yuan mused, observing the main battlefield above, then smiled, redirecting his focus back to Beckman. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As Huang Yuan transformed into golden particles and vanished, Beckman swiftly positioned his firearm behind him, instinctively countering Huang Yuan's strike. Roar? How terrifying! A flicker of fear crossed Huang Yuan's flower-like face before he ascended into the high skies once more. Jata no Kagami. A few light projectiles first struck Shanks's ship, shimmering silver as they dispersed. Immediately, Beckman transformed into a silver figure, charging towards Huang Yuan. Surprised by the man's prowess, Huang Yuan gathered another light projectile in his hand, but in the next moment, it morphed into the 10-coin sword. Upon closer inspection, Beckman had already arrived before Huang Yuan, the dark muzzle of his gun emitting a wisp of white smoke as a bullet lodged itself in the long sword held by Huang Yuan. A formidable opponent indeed. With a parting remark, Huang Yuan elementalized and returned to the bow of the warship. Beckman furrowed his brow, landing on the bow of his pirate ship as well. This fellow. Haku looked at Huang Yuan with some confusion, inquiring, is he really that strong? Huang Yuan scratched his head, replying, yes, he possesses considerable strength. Subsequently, Huang Yuan stretched lazily at the ship's front, clearly appearing to be in a mood to rest. Haku noticed the wrinkled cloak draped over Huang Yuan and understood that he was not lying. The brief exchange between Beckman and Huang Yuan was instantly broadcasted worldwide, leaving countless spectators astonished that someone could match Huang Yuan in combat, instantly elevating Beckman's reputation to unprecedented heights. Yet, this skirmish was merely an appetizer to the colossal battle unfolding in the skies above, broadcasted live to the entire world. Under the simultaneous eruption of Conqueror's Haki from Shanks, Rayleigh and Dragon, the Divine Knight Brigade, and Qing Ji appeared somewhat stunned. 3 individuals wielding the rare Conqueror's Haki, typically only seen in 1 out of a million. Nonetheless, the 6 did not cease their actions. Although the Haki affected them, it was not significantly, unless they could employ the Conqueror's Haki in their attacks. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they observed Shanks drawing his long sword and cleaving towards them. The red-black slash approached with alarming speed, its accompanying aura indicating it was no ordinary strike. Rayleigh's attack followed suit, a golden slash equally as fierce. Meanwhile, Dragon concealed himself within his green cloak. Yet lightning began to descend from the sky towards the group. This maneuver drew Enel's attention, but he was quick to gather a formidable surge of radiant lightning. Raijin, 6 lightning dragons surged toward the group, prompting Crocodile to swiftly unleash his own technique as the sand crocodile on his shoulder revealed its menacing maw, unleashing 6 powerful torrents of yellow sand. Sand Python. At first glance, it seemed as though the Divine Knight Brigade and Qing Ji had been thrust into a dire predicament. All viewers of the live broadcast felt a surge of anxiety, wondering whether these 6 would be defeated or if a twist awaited them. They held their breaths, not daring to miss the next moment. Ice Age. as Qingji immediately employed his devil fruit powers to counter these attacks. The Divine Knight Brigade deftly evaded the two most formidable slashes. The five exchanged mocking glances at Qingji, who stood firm in defense. The clash of the two slashes against the ice wall created a resounding explosion, shattering the wall, with only a fraction of the strikes landing on Qingji. Encased in haki, Qingji found himself unable to elementalize in time, enduring the blows and sustaining two bloody marks across his chest. The other three attacks, seemingly targeted at the Divine Knight Brigade, struck the five directly. To their surprise, these attacks inflicted significant discomfort, especially after being struck by lightning. All five felt a tingle of paralysis. Enel smirked at their plight. They don't even know metal conducts electricity. What a bunch of fools. Just as Brother Band said, knowledge is power. Due to the iron armor worn by the five, the electrical assault was exponentially more potent, while Crocodile's attacks proved rather ineffective. Observing this scene from the shadows, Lin Chen understood that this battle would be a drawn-out affair. Lao Sha and Enel were still a distance from the Admiral's level, whereas Shanks and Rayleigh were indeed formidable, capable of exchanging blows with the Divine Knight Brigade. Dragon remained hidden within his cloak, keeping his strength concealed. Lin Chen comprehended their intentions. As leaders of their respective factions, they would naturally wish to keep their true powers hidden from the world government. Gazing at the chaotic clash among the 11 fighters, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. He was not here to determine a victor between the world government and the Navy. As long as he could torment and eliminate Cha-Er Ma, Kusheng under everyone's watchful gaze, victory would be his. Moreover, a new plan began to take shape in Lin Chen's mind. With this thought, he promptly directed the Golden Lion to deliver a dual sword strike toward Cha-Er Ma Kusheng. As the first blade struck Cha-Er Ma Kusheng, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. The intense pain jolted Cha-Er Ma Kusheng back to a semblance of awareness. Upon seeing Qingji and the Divine Knight Brigade, he was reduced to tears. Admiral, Knight Brigade, please save me. It hurts. I'm going to die. Previously, Lin Chen had cast a cyclical illusion on Cha-Er Ma Kusheng, causing him to forget all memories associated with pain. Thus, each blade's agony felt like his first encounter with such suffering. This method prevented Cha-Er Ma Kusheng's body from developing immunity and becoming numb, ensuring he endured clear torment at every moment. Lin Chen had to admit he was quite clever to devise this strategy. His mastery of illusions had grown increasingly refined. As the entire world gazed upon Cha-Er Ma Kusheng being mercilessly sliced, they were taken aback by his anguished screams, his face drenched in tears and mucus. Even the most resilient of ordinary individuals began to experience cracks in their reverence for the celestial dragons. The first blade slowly traced a path from Cha-Er Ma Kusheng's back to his calf, and before the echo of the initial strike had faded, a second blow followed. Employing the same technique, the Golden Lion, akin to a seasoned butcher, deftly delivered another cut to Cha-Er Ma Kusheng's arm, sending it toward his calf. Someone, save me, spare me. I will give you all my treasures. Just let me go. I have many slaves. They're all yours. And I have countless fishmen, mink, and dwarves. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Please, do not cut me anymore. It hurts so much. The 5 elders of Mary Geoise, their fury rendering them speechless, had bloodshot eyes. The scenes unfolding before them were a jarring assault on their minds, especially considering that this was broadcast live across the globe. This incident was far more severe than the massacre of the celestial dragons by Lin Chen years prior. Enraged, the 5 elders immediately grasped their den mushi and bellowed. Order everyone to kill the Golden Lion immediately, and eliminate all those by his side. No exceptions. Their furious commands resonated through the den mushi, reaching Crane's ears. With a heavy sigh, she promptly issued orders. Meanwhile, Kizaru's expression turned grave. It was clear that the tides were shifting dramatically. He intercepted Beckman, who sought to assist Shanks, his glasses glinting with an unyielding light that obscured his expression as a longsword gradually appeared in his hand. Let me see the extent of your capabilities, young man. Beckman sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Kizaru, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. The two clashed in an instant, while members of the Red Hair Pirates rushed in to join the fray. With their numerical advantage, they barely held their ground against Kizaru. In the skies above, the Knights of God realized that further delay was untenable, unleashing formidable auras. Their haki became exceptionally dense, and their observation haki was equally formidable. Noticing the drastic change in the 5 individuals' energies, Rayleigh and his companions wore solemn expressions. Casting a glance at Crocodile and Enel, Rayleigh commanded, "You two engage Aokiji in battle." Crocodile shot Rayleigh an incredulous look, clearly displeased. "Old man, don't underestimate us." However, Rayleigh shot him a stern glare. "Sending you is for your own good. You will thank me later. Now go." With a reluctant sigh, Crocodile swiftly retreated from the battlefield, prompting 2 members of the Knights of God to pursue him, only to be intercepted by Dragon. Hey, you can't let them break through here." The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, the man who posed the greatest threat to the world government. Now, an opportunity to eliminate this man lay before them, and they disregarded Crocodile and Enel, focusing solely on Dragon. The remaining 3 exchanged glances to position themselves before Rayleigh and Shanks, while one charged toward the Golden Lion, determined to reclaim Char Ma Sheng before the 3rd strike fell. In their previous encounters, they had discerned that this legendary pirate appeared rather foolish, exuding no aura of a formidable opponent. He seemed merely a somewhat stronger pirate, lacking the imposing presence of a true legend. Thinking of the imminent rescue of Char Ma Sheng, the knight quickened his pace, victory seemingly within reach. As he drew near enough to grasp Char Ma Sheng, a figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a white Magatama mask materialized behind him. "Didn't he expect you would have to pass through me first?" Before the knight could turn around, he felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, rendering him momentarily immobile. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's arrival, everyone attempting to rescue Char Ma Sheng was engulfed in a sense of helplessness, akin to facing an insurmountable mountain. When the 5 elders beheld Lin Chen, they slumped into their chairs, utterly drained. Ban, the leader of Dawn, capable of facing Garp, Ace.He, and Akainu simultaneously without faltering. The emergence of such a powerhouse is akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Without sufficient strength, we cannot obstruct him. Crane slammed her hands against the ship's railing, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn it, so close. Lin Chen's prolonged absence had lulled everyone into a false sense of security, but he appeared at this most critical juncture, blocking the path to rescue Char Ma Sheng, leaving them powerless. Clearly, one individual alone could not breach Lin Chen's defenses. Even if Akainu joined the fray, it would be futile. This rescue attempt was doomed to fail. Crane's mind raced, desperately searching for a final breakthrough. There must be a chance. There must be a chance. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her thoughts, but she hesitated, glancing at Dragon's silhouette above, before redirecting her gaze toward the Golden Lion. A smile broke upon her face as she resolutely picked up her din mushy to make contact. At that moment, Garp and Geoise stood on solid ground, peering through binoculars at the distant battle scene. Accompanying them was a swordsman wielding a long sword and 2 children. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Geoise expressed excitement, nudging Garp with her elbow. Lin Chen, he has appeared." Garp's attention shifted between Dragon and Lin Chen, his thoughts racing. Understood. That kid is fine for now. Just look at Dragon, taking on 2 Admiral-level foes. How dare he? Lin Chen could at least help his older brother out. As a father, Garp was acutely aware of Dragon's capabilities. He could contend with a single Admiral-level opponent, but facing 2 was undoubtedly pushing his limits. Although Garp had not known Lin Chen for long, he had fought alongside Ace.He and Akainu against him years ago, unaware that Ban was Lin Chen. Lin Chen's displayed combat prowess had left him astounded, though that brat ultimately resorted to underhanded tactics to escape Geoise. Garp could not deny that Lin Chen's strength was indeed superior to Dragon's. Meanwhile, the man beside them maintained a squinted, serene smile, exuding a refreshing aura, silently observing the distant conflict while cradling a bamboo sword. The 2 children, however, fixated their gazes on Geoise, particularly captivated by the 2 long swords at her waist. "Big sister, can girls also become sword masters?" The little girl's voice diverted Geoise's attention from Lin Chen, prompting her to look at the trio. After all, these 3 had assisted her. More accurately, it was the elder among them who had helped. Initially, she and Garp had pursued the pirates, a portion of whom had already fled to land. Allowing them to escape would make recapturing them an arduous endeavor. As I was pondering how to catch up, a man with squinted eyes suddenly appeared on the pirates' escape route, wielding a bamboo sword and swiftly dispatching the fleeing pirates. Geoise estimated that this person's swordsmanship was at least on par with his own. He was perplexed as to how such a formidable warrior came to be in this place. Eventually, the three of them joined forces to eliminate the remaining pirates. Upon realizing that Ziyuan was also a powerful swordsman, the man expressed his astonishment. After a brief departure, he returned with two small children. The boy appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, sporting a head of green hair and an audacious demeanor, with bright, spirited eyes. The girl, on the other hand, exuded a gentler aura, yet her eyes occasionally revealed a hint of sadness. Ziyuan affectionately patted the little girl's head and remarked, "Why can't a girl become a great swordsman? With courage and perseverance, achieving greatness is entirely within reach." Turning to the man, he continued, "I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance. This is Mr. Garp, and I am Ziyuan, a participant in this naval conflict. Thank you for your timely intervention against the pirates." The man, upon hearing Garp's name, seemed taken aback, but replied, "I am Gung Siren, and this is my beloved daughter Guena and my disciple Zoro." After a brief pause, Gung Siren added, "I heard explosions while at the dojo and, upon investigation, discovered it was the naval cannon fire. I was quite concerned for a time. It appears this incident is related to the recent events." His expression reflected his worry, especially since this matter seemed to involve Long, with whom he shared a good rapport. Presently, several members of the Revolutionary Army were resting at his dojo, awaiting Long's return. Fearing entanglement in the fray, Gung Siren had refrained from intervening until witnessing the pirates attempting to flee, which compelled him to act decisively. Ziyuan observed the distant skirmish and remarked, "As you have surmised, that very event is unfolding now, and its outcome remains uncertain." Gung Siren nodded, seemingly indifferent, merely hoping for a swift resolution. Guena, blinking her large eyes at her father, proclaimed, "Father, girls can also become great swordsmen. This sister Ziyuan is one." Gung Siren was momentarily taken aback, and then smiled at Ziyuan, saying, "Guena has always aspired to be a great swordsman." But Ziyuan glanced at Zoro and then back at Guena, sensing the underlying sentiment. "There is no but, Mr. Gung Siren. If you imply that girls are inherently inferior to boys, I must disagree. I have encountered many female naval officers who possess greater tenacity and strength than their male counterparts. Each one is a formidable force." Looking at Guena, Ziyuan encouraged her, "As long as you steadfastly pursue your dreams and train diligently, success will undoubtedly follow." Guena's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded vigorously. Yes. For far too long, her father had insisted that girls were inherently less capable than boys, and no matter how hard she tried, she could never earn his approval. However, today she had met a sister who was equal to her father in prowess, a swordswoman. This revelation filled Guena's heart with renewed vigor. Just when she had almost decided to give up, turning to Zoro, she cheerfully declared, "Hey, remember, I will always be stronger than you. I aim to become a great swordsman like this sister." Zoro, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Humph, just because you're 2 years older than me, I will surpass you one day. Just wait." Ziyuan smiled at the two children, saying nothing further. They reminded him of his younger self and Lin Chen, who once followed him around, learning swordsmanship. Thinking back on those days, a sweet smile graced Ziyuan's lips. Just then, Garp's transponder snail began to ring. He retrieved it to find it was Tsuru calling. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. "Tsuru, I'm still in pursuit of pirates. There are simply too many. If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up now." "Garp, don't you want to hear a bit more from me?" Garp fell silent, knowing the Navy and the world government were beyond redemption. Yet, he was curious about what Tsuru might say to persuade him to return to the fray. Tsuru glanced at the sky where the golden lion was, avoiding mention of the world government, and spoke to the transponder snail. "Garp, I understand your deep-seated grievances with the world government. However, consider this as an opportunity to recapture the escaped golden lion." Hearing Tsuru's words, Garp hesitated. The suggestion of capturing the golden lion did indeed resonate with him. After all, he and Sengoku had initially imprisoned the golden lion, and now that he had escaped, it was his duty to recapture him. They could not allow him to roam free. They had been unable to gather any information on the golden lion for several years, and this presented a rare opportunity. Noticing Garp's silence, Tsuru continued, "Long is currently embroiled in a fierce battle. Do you truly intend to remain uninvolved? If you employ some underhanded tactics, I could turn a blind eye. You need not worry about Akiji and Kizuru." As Garp pondered, Ziyuan interjected, "Sister Tsuru, do you truly not care about employing some underhanded tactics?" Tsuru, slightly exasperated, replied, "As long as it's not excessive, that would be acceptable, but do strive for victory in this battle." although I harbor little hope. Contemplating that Akainu was nearing the battlefield, Tsuru added, Akainu will soon arrive at the battlefield. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. If you, Ziyuan, and Akainu can restrain Kaido, we may yet save Saint Chalmako. Upon hearing Tsuru's voice, both Garp and Ziyuan dismissed her talk of saving Saint Chalmako as trivial. They would prefer for such a burden to be eliminated. Nevertheless, Ziyuan declared, we shall go. Tsuru was taken aback. She had anticipated needing to persuade them further. Yet Ziyuan's acceptance was more decisive than Garp's. Sister Tsuru, we shall end the call now. We will head over shortly. As the call was abruptly ended, Tsuru could only place her final hopes on the two of them. If, as she suggested, Garp, Ziyuan, and Akainu could restrain Kaido, then this battle would surely succeed. Garp, observing the phone that Ziyuan had snatched from him, sighed in exasperation. Are you truly intent on rescuing that celestial dragon? Wouldn't he that disrupt Lin Chen's plans? Ziyuan, with a mischievous glint in her eye, glanced at Garp and replied, Mr. Garp, do you not realize that the turning point of this war lies with us? Even if Akainu arrives, he cannot alter the course of events. However, if we take action, we can freely shift the tide. As long as we put on a show for the world government, Lin Chen will ultimately be able to execute his plan smoothly. Upon hearing Ziyuan's analysis, Garp experienced an epiphany, yet he still asserted, I shall keep my focus on the golden lion. This time, he must be captured. With that, the two exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Then, without hesitation, they charged toward the battlefield in the sky. Those engaged in the battle below noticed their actions, eliciting a mix of joy and dismay. Lin Chen, now wearing a bitter expression, had not anticipated that the two would intervene. Although he believed in their ability to prevent his failure, he still felt somewhat helpless in the moment. In stark contrast, the Navy was filled with excitement. Even the five elders were astonished by the unfolding scene. Indeed, these two individuals did not disappoint us at a critical moment. In the future, should they have any modest requests, we might consider acquiescing to them. With the addition of the soon-to-arrive Akainu to their ranks, this victory will undoubtedly belong to us. Ha! Sengoku, observing the joyous demeanor of the five elders, couldn't help but smile as he watched Garp and Ziyuan nodding frequently on the screen. He felt he owed them a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, the hearts of the global audience watching the live broadcast sank as they realized that the naval heroes had chosen to assist the world government in rescuing the celestial dragons, a sight they had not wished to witness. However, there was no remedy for this. After all, Garp remained a member of the Navy, bound to obey the orders of the world government. What intrigued them further was the identity of the female Navy officer accompanying Garp. Not only was she remarkably young, but she also possessed striking beauty. Initially, many had assumed she was merely a decorative figure within the Navy, tagging along with Garp to gain military merit. Yet now, her audacity to participate in the aerial battle raised questions. Did she possess strength rivaling that of an admiral, or was she simply oblivious to the peril? The crowd eagerly anticipated her performance and simultaneously grew curious about Garp's actions. As for the achievements of the leader of the Dawn organization, Ban, there had only been one recorded confrontation where he faced Garp, Zephyr, and Akainu without faltering. However, the public had never witnessed this and suspected exaggeration in the claims. This time, with the eyes of the world upon them, they were eager to discern the true prowess of this legendary figure. Their opponent was Garp, a man who had repeatedly driven Roger to the brink, and they were more inclined to believe in Garp's victory over Ban. At that moment, a searing wave of heat surged from the distance. Upon closer inspection, the clouds in the sky appeared to be ignited with a fiery hue. A man clad in a red suit, adorned with a flower on his chest and bearing a resolute expression, rushed forth. It was the Navy Admiral, Akainu, arriving to provide support. Meteor Volcano. The voice preceded his arrival. A wide-ranging magma fireball surged toward the crowd, indiscriminately pushing everyone aside. Lin Chen chuckled softly, with all the combatants now assembled. He had initially thought it would be a simple task to eliminate Charlemagne's saint. Yet, he intended to execute this act before the eyes of all, ensuring the world witnessed that even when the Navy and the world government amassed their full strength, they could not save the celestial dragons. Garp and Ziyuan did not rush forward upon Akainu's arrival, but stood with the others, gazing at Lin Chen and his companions. Counting carefully, the Navy boasted 3 admirals. The Knights of God, Garp, and Ziyuan standing resolutely together, while facing Lin Chen, Long, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel, and the crew of the red-haired pirates. Although Lin Chen's side held a numerical advantage, not all members of the red-haired pirates could partake in this battle, with only Shanks able to contend with an admiral, while Beckman still needed the support of others to match a single admiral. As the Golden Lion was under Lin Chen's control, his combat power was limited, remaining stagnant with Charlemagne Saint at their rear. The tension between the two sides was palpable. Even those watching the live broadcast could feel it. Would the celestial dragons be slaughtered before the eyes of all, or would the world government and the navy extinguish these so-called rebels? The world held its breath in anticipation. Should the once mighty celestial dragons be treated like livestock and butchered, it would herald a seismic shift across the globe, and Lin Chen and his companions would undoubtedly become the foremost enemies of the navy and the world government. Stepping forward alone, Lin Chen's voice resonated through the live broadcast, reaching every corner of the world. Celestial dragons. Such a despicable race should not exist in this world. These scoundrels have long looked down upon others, treating human lives as mere weeds. Now, they lie like a dead dog, ready for slaughter. Witness this. Even with the proud forces of the world government and the navy uniting, they cannot save you. Tremble, all celestial dragons. I know you're watching this scene from Mary Geoise. Prepare yourselves, for soon your fate will mirror that of Charlemagne Saint. With that, Lin Chen sees Charlemagne Saint behind him, placing a foot forcefully upon his head, grinding his soul into the face of Charlemagne Saint. This act sent chills through all onlookers, igniting impulses to act. Lin Chen glanced at them, smiling, dare to come closer, and I shall make his head bloom. This threat stifled any further intentions. After all, Lin Chen's strength was not inferior to any of them, and perhaps even surpassed it. Their petty maneuvers could not escape Lin Chen's keen sight, and their concern for Charlemagne Saint's safety held them back from action. Observing their hesitation, Lin Chen erupted into laughter. The formidable figures renowned throughout the world were restrained by this insignificant waste. How could the celestial dragons possess such privilege? Do noble lords and high-ranking officials possess any inherent superiority? Lin Chen's words reverberated across the screen, leaving the hearts of all unsettled, echoing the sentiment. Do noble lords and high-ranking officials possess any inherent superiority? The tragic sight of Charlemagne Saint beneath Lin Chen's foot left viewers in shock. For even a celestial dragon was being trampled. Hancock, watching from Nine-Headed Snake Island, trembled at the sight of Lin Chen stepping on Charlemagne Saint. Her eyes filled with a glint of hatred. In that moment, she resented not being Lin Chen, despite having committed similar acts against the celestial dragons in the past. Yet, those events were years ago, and a thought seemed to strike her, causing her heart to shudder as she looked at Charlemagne Saint with murderous intent. Lin Chen, however, had left a contingency plan, glancing at the Golden Lion behind him, smiling. The former legendary pirate, Golden Lion, harbors profound resentment against the world government and the celestial dragons. Now, I shall grant this precious opportunity to Mr. Golden Lion. With that, Lin Chen maneuvered the Golden Lion to the forefront, gradually raising the two swords at his feet, crossing them as a guillotine poised at Charlemagne Saint's neck. The onlookers could see the genuine murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes, causing their hearts to race as they rushed toward the Golden Lion without hesitation. Thus escape. Technique of the original world separation. As the adversaries charged, Lin Chen's hands formed a grip, conjuring a silvery white square that emerged from his palm, rapidly expanding to envelop the path the opponents were bound to traverse. This maneuver caused all to hesitate, dodging instinctively. Yet, it also meant they missed the optimal moment to rescue Charlemagne Saint. With a swift motion, the two swords held by the Golden Lion crossed, slicing through Charlemagne Saint's neck, and a colossal head soared into the air, blood spraying forth, mingled with yellowish oil. Garp and Ji-Yuan narrowly evaded the splatter, while Aokiji and Kizaru elementalized just in time, evaporating the liquid before it could reach Akainu. The Knights of God stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, the faint scent of blood in the air causing their hearts to stall. All eyes remained glued to the scene, and this moment was broadcasted live across the globe. The five elders stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. However, a swift response was initiated, as they immediately began to contact He. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to them. In fact, the previous incident had been even more harrowing, with the memory of the celestial dragon being reduced to mere pulp at the hands of Lin Chen still vivid in their minds. This made them more adept at accepting such events than the average person. They commanded everyone to take immediate action, treating all in their vicinity as foes. No one was to be spared. All around the world, viewers of the live broadcast stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the bloodied corpse of Cha-Mei-sheng, their minds echoing the image of this celestial dragon's decapitation. The sharp sound of applause broke the silence, drawing their attention. Lin Chen was slowly clapping his hands, a smile on his lips. "Excellent, excellent," he exclaimed as a blue, rapidly spinning sphere of light materialized in his palm, heading straight for Cha-Mei-sheng's lifeless form. With a swift motion, the spiraling orb transformed the corpse into a mere mass of remnants, akin to being thrown into a meat grinder. The atmosphere fell into a momentary hush as Lin Chen, observing their stunned expressions, laughed. "What are you all dawdling for? Come and seize us." At Lin Chen's words, the Knights of God were the first to react. Their earlier arrogance replaced by contorted expressions, their voices rising in a furious roar. "We will kill you." Witnessing this, the three admirals of the Navy exchanged glances, swiftly charging forward. The mission had already failed, and He had just issued Sengoku's command to eliminate everyone in sight. Kapu and Ji Yuan glanced skyward with a hint of concern, but ultimately chose to place their trust in Lin Chen. Ji Yuan lingered at the rear of the group, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, while Kapu set his sights directly on the Golden Lion. As Lin Chen observed the oncoming adversaries, a smile crept across his face while the kaleidoscope of colors in his eyes began to swirl. He was eager to witness the outcome of releasing the Golden Lion from his control. It was a scenario he had contemplated. With his strength, facing four opponents was far from daunting. Rayleigh, Shanks, and Dragon could contend with a single admiral each, while Crocodile and Enel could handle another, leaving Beckman and the rest of the red-hair pirates to engage the remainder. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined not to lose this battle. Kapu and Ji Yuan were not within his considerations. Their performance would dictate the outcome. However, the fierce glare from Ji Yuan stirred a sense of unease within him, as he hoped she would not remember his earlier transgressions at the auction. At that moment, he also wished to test the extent of his current strength, wondering if he could confront the Knights of God single-handedly. With that thought, Lin Chen released his control over the Golden Lion. Gradually, clarity returned to the Golden Lion's eyes as he shook his head, perplexed by the blood on his blade. His last memory seemed to be of encountering several foes who had ambushed him. Who were those individuals? The Golden Lion pondered this question, but as his gaze fell upon the scene before him, disbelief gripped him. Strange sounds echoed in his ears. "Golden Lion, how dare you slay a celestial dragon? You cannot escape. Prepare to meet your end." Then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Upon recognizing the speaker, panic surged within him. "Kapu, why are you here?" Kapu regarded the distant Golden Lion with a hint of confusion, his iron fists darkening with power. "Enough chatter. I'm here to take you back. It's time to repent in the undersea prison." No sooner had Kapu spoken than the battle erupted into chaos. Although the Golden Lion was somewhat dazed, he was undeniably powerful. As Kapu closed in a strike, he reacted instinctively. Lion's thousand cuts. His twin blades emitted a fierce, slashing energy directed at Kapu, and he propelled himself into the sky. In response, Kapu pursued him, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial combat. Lin Chen glanced upward. Despite the Golden Lion's diminished strength, the aging beast still possessed considerable might. It would not be a simple task for Kapu to subdue him swiftly. Meanwhile, the others faced their respective opponents. Rayleigh unsheathed his sword, aiming it at Kizaru, who he perceived as a significant threat. "Borsellino, shall we engage in battle?" Kizaru, eyeing this formidable old man, did not take him lightly. As Roger's first mate, his prowess was unquestionable. Amaterasu, Kizaru summoned his sword, remarking, "Truly, you are the Dark King Rayleigh. Your aura is indeed formidable." Though he feigned fear, Kizaru did not hold back, swiftly charging at Rayleigh with his sword. Just in time, Rayleigh's eyes ignited with battle spirit as he too advanced with his sword drawn. Elsewhere, Crocodile and Enel targeted a member of the Knights of God, each unleashing their respective techniques. Shanks and the red-haired pirates confronted two Knights of God, while Dragon chose to engage Aokiji. At this moment, Dragon and Aokiji regarded one another, both wary of Kapu, who served as a pivotal factor, leading them to hold back their full strength. Their skirmish gradually took them away from the main battlefield. Thus, the remaining opponents for Lin Chen consisted of Akainu, Ji Yuan, and the last two Knights of God. Although the scenario differed from his expectation of battling 5 Knights of God, Lin Chen knew he could not afford to be careless. 3 Admiral-level combatants, plus 1 Near Admiral, posed a considerable challenge. With a parting remark, Huang Yuan elementalized and returned to the bow of the warship. Observing the 4 adversaries before him, The two Knights of God bore expressions that suggested they wished to tear him apart. Lin Chen resolved to incapacitate them first. What style? The force descends. Countless trees erupted from the ocean's surface, surging toward them. Although Geoise was among them, Lin Chen chose not to avoid her, believing she had her own agenda. As anticipated, the others swiftly evaded the oncoming trees, while Geoise charged forward, wielding her dual blades to strike at him directly. Two-sword style. Dragon Flash. Geoise's blades were enveloped in the armor of He, her gaze intensely focused. Had Lin Chen not noticed the unsteadiness in her grip, he might have been deceived. Yet, he did not hold back. Unlike his ninjutsu, he enveloped his fists with He and delivered a resounding blow to Geoise. Bang! The two battled amidst the trees, with the outside world unable to discern the victor. Only a figure was seen hurtling backward, crashing onto the ice. Geoise struggled to rise, propping herself on her blade. Her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Lin Chen, before ultimately spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Lin Chen grasped a long blade, his long-lost Jingxia. Feeling the warmth still lingering on the hilt, he skillfully twirled the blade and cast his gaze upon Akainu and the others. The three warriors glanced at the seemingly incapacitated Geoise, their hearts heavy with frustration, but they charged directly at Lin Chen. Dog of the underworld. Akainu was the first to strike, transforming his entire arm into magma as he advanced toward Lin Chen, while the other two Knights of God attacked from the flanks. Upon encountering Chi Quan's technique, Lin Chen chose not to evade. He swung his long blade, infused with the powerful He, striking Chi Quan's fist, producing a resounding metallic clang that echoed between them. Chi Quan was momentarily pushed back in the air by the force of Lin Chen's blade. Yet Lin Chen did not pursue the advantage, instead leaping into the air to evade the attacks from the other two. At that moment, Lin Chen floated gracefully above. His long blade crossed over his chest, casting a commanding gaze upon Chi Quan and his companions. An intense wave of Conqueror-He erupted from him, causing the three to stagger back slightly, though they managed to withstand his imposing presence. The true battle had only just commenced. With a swift motion, Lin Chen dashed towards the trio, declaring, "Do not overestimate yourselves." Chi Quan's expression darkened with fury as he gathered all his strength and launched a punch towards Lin Chen's assault. A powerful shockwave erupted between their attacks, causing even the frozen sea beneath them to show signs of cracking. Lin Chen was taken aback to see Chi Quan withstand such a blow. It appeared that Chi Quan had made considerable progress over the years. Is this all the might of a marine admiral? After a brief standoff, as Lin Chen infused both Conqueror-He and Armament-He into his long blade, Chi Quan clearly found it difficult to defend himself. With a swift stroke, Lin Chen sent Chi Quan flying, crashing heavily onto the ice. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other two members of the Divine Knights arrived at Lin Chen's side. Recognizing their fighting style, Lin Chen discerned that this generation of the Divine Knights was comprised of powerful He users akin to Ace.He. He blocked their punches with his long blade, yet still found himself forced back. Casting a glance at Chi Quan, who was attempting to rise from the ice, Lin Chen unleashed his blade, enveloped in He, towards him, pinning Chi Quan to the ice without him having the chance to react. Engaging fiercely with the other two in midair, the three battled from the sky to the ice, creating sonic booms with their every clash. Lin Chen felt the true strength of his adversaries. They were indeed on par with the former Divine Knights. Each possessed advanced armament He and formidable martial arts, rivaling that of an admiral. After evading their attacks once more, Lin Chen resolved to cease his playful approach. Initially, he had merely aimed to reacquaint himself with the swordsmanship and martial arts he had long neglected. Fortunately, with the aid of his Sharingan and He, he was able to hold his own against the two powerful admirals, his own martial arts barely reaching the level of an admiral. Great fire! A wave of scorching heat surged from Lin Chen's back. He swiftly soared into the sky, his hands poised as he prepared his technique. Dust release. Réanime séparation technique. A fierce clash of white lasers and red magma ensued, both vanishing into the air moments later. Turning his gaze upon Chi Quan, Lin Chen noted the blood still oozing from his shoulder, while the weapon, Jingxia, was casually embedded in the ice, indicating that Chi Quan had regained his fighting spirit and was ready to rejoin the fray. The three stood united once more, their eyes fixated on Lin Chen. Observing the battlefield, Lin Chen noted that most encounters remained stalemated, with no clear victor emerging. In the distance, he could see the fierce battle between Jin Shi and Garp. The only one capable of altering the situation was himself. If he could swiftly eliminate the three and retreat with his comrades, the mission would be deemed a success. Contemplating this, dark patterns began to emerge upon his face beneath the mask, and he clapped his hands together. Senjutsu would release. True Thousand Hands. A colossal cannon statue rose from the ice, drawing the attention of all present. Even those like Chi Quan, who had previously witnessed this technique, felt an overwhelming pressure upon seeing Lin Chen summon a 100-meter-tall cannon statue. The viewers of the live broadcast were equally astonished. They had thought Ban's swordsmanship and martial arts were formidable. What was this new technique? Summoning such an immense cannon statue must indicate a devil fruit user. It seemed that this time, the Dawn could retreat successfully, having not only slain a celestial dragon, but also escaped the combined forces of the Navy and the world government. Far away in the New World, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom watched the broadcast, all expressing their astonishment. Kaido, with a piercing gaze at Lin Chen on the screen, remarked, "Is this the full extent of Ban's power? I wonder if he can kill me." Suddenly, he grew agitated, recalling, "Damn Ban, 3 years ago, you stole the devil fruit that belonged to me. I will kill you." Whitebeard, however, was less concerned, merely acknowledging that the world had gained another powerful individual. Strong individuals were never in short supply. As long as Ban did not provoke his family, everything would be negotiable. At that moment, a hooded man watching a live broadcast was filled with confusion, pondering, how can his technique resemble my fruit power so closely? Could there be two Mori Mori no Mi? The questions in the mind of Huang Mu remained unanswered as he silently continued to watch the broadcast, contemplating whether he could learn this technique. On the battlefield, everyone was equally astonished by Lin Chen's display. Countless Navy personnel were left in profound shock. Standing atop the Buddha statue, Lin Chen regarded the three opponents before him. His tone icy. "Allow me to demonstrate the power at the pinnacle of this world." Senjutsu would release. Toppling Buddha. Over 1,000 robust wooden hands descended rapidly upon the trio, shattering the ice beneath Lin Chen. Great Fire. Falling Star Volcano. Underworld Dog. Chi Quan had hoped to resist further, but he was instantly overwhelmed by the wooden hands, as were the other two members of the Divine Knights. Boom! A tremendous roar captured the attention of everyone present, halting the fierce exchanges from both the Navy and world government. As the smoke cleared, a red glow erupted from beneath the wooden mass, followed by an eruption of magma. Chi Quan, bloodied from head to toe, managed to crawl out, dragging the other two along with him. Seeing Chi Quan's resilience, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The magma fruit was being utilized exceptionally well in Chi Quan's hands, perfectly exhibiting the fruit's properties. This hindered Lin Chen's would release from achieving its full potential. The other two members of the Divine Knights appeared to have sustained considerable injuries, but were far from death. As Lin Chen's strike concluded, the powerful figures from the Navy and world government gathered, their expressions grave as they fixed their gazes upon Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Rayleigh stood alongside Lin Chen, glancing at the languid long Lin Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated. This fellow appeared so relaxed, which frustrated him. While he was tirelessly strategizing an escape, Lin Chen and Aokiji were off in the distance, playing their parts. On the battlefield, aside from Garp and Jinshi still engaged in combat, everyone else had resumed their standoff. Crane stepped forward, sighing at the formidable cannon statue before them. With such a powerful figure in their midst, defeating the opponent seemed nearly impossible, unless Sengoku and Garp intervened, which would still leave them with a slim chance. However, given the current situation, hope appeared exceedingly dim. Gazing momentarily at the ongoing live broadcast, Lin Chen remarked, "The alliance between the Navy and the world government is merely superficial. Even if we were to slay the Tianlong pig before your very eyes, it seems you would be utterly powerless to act. Upholding the so-called dignity of the celestial dragons while oppressing the weak, where is the justice in this world? The dawn which I lead shall ultimately forge an era entirely fair and just. Even the great pirate era initiated by Roger shall meet its end at my hands. Await your fate, all pirates, and the Tianlong pigs clinging to life in Mary Geoise. I shall become an indelible shadow in your hearts." Upon concluding his declaration, Lin Chen's aura surged to an unparalleled height. Observing the three admirals of the Navy and the Knights of God before him, he let out a derisive laugh. Senjutsu would release. Flower Tree Realm descends. Senjutsu would release. Wood Dragon Technique. Senjutsu would release. Buddha S Ascendance. Senjutsu would release. Tree Realm descends. Senjutsu, bright divine gate. Under the weight of 5 formidable techniques, even the 8 admiral-level warriors present found it arduous to withstand. The vast range of Lin Chen's casting left them no opportunity for escape. Particularly, several crimson pillars descending from the heavens exuded a chilling energy, compelling all to respond with caution. The 3 admirals exchanged glances at the ashen faces of the Knights of God, realizing that the 5 could not effectively counter such techniques, and thus unleashed their signature moves. Ice Age, Jata no Kagami, Meteor Volcano, Great Fire. A terrifying explosion erupted from the heart of the battlefield, shattering ice upon the sea and sending waves of water crashing in tumult, ultimately generating towering waves that surged toward nearby islands. Standing atop a wooden statue, Lin Chen glanced at the village perilously close to the coastline, his actions unceasing. Dust release. Séparation technique. A colossal beam of white light erupted from Lin Chen's hand, annihilating the seawater that threatened to unleash a catastrophic tsunami, averting a disaster that would spell doom for the innocent. Casting a look at the 8 who still resisted his techniques, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Navy, world government, we shall meet again. With that, he soared into the air from the wooden statue, followed by a cadre of powerful allies, swiftly vanishing into the distance as mere specks. The global live broadcast shattered with the final echoes of battle, dissolving into darkness, leaving all to understand that the Dawn, the Revolutionary Army, and the red-haired pirates had united to slay Charlemagne and had gained the upper hand against the coordinated assault of the Navy and the world government before ultimately retreating. Yet, perplexity lingered as many questioned whether they had overlooked someone, pondering why the Golden Lion had not departed with them. However, as the broadcast concluded, they were destined to remain unanswered. Boom! Explosions reverberated from afar, occasionally revealing the ground morphing into a massive lion's head directed at Garp. Observing the now vanished forms of Lin Chen and his companions, the onlookers sighed deeply at the battlefield's remnants. The sea had turned a deep crimson, countless pirate corpses bobbing upon the surface, with only a handful still attempting to escape, futilely pursued by the encircling navy. Garp, Shiki. The battle between Garp and the Golden Lion raged on, but the latter's decline was evident, unable to withstand much longer. Akainu, watching the distant clash, felt his arm involuntarily transform into lava, propelling him forward in silence. Akiji and Kizuru followed suit, while the Knights of God held a golden den mushi, respectfully absorbing the Elder Star's reprimands. Useless. A pitiful lot. Not a single one of you remains. What good are you to us? If you cannot capture the Golden Lion, do not return. The scolding from the phone prompted Tsuru to glance over frequently, while Sengoku connected to the den mushi. Little Tsuru, although we have faced defeat, we did our utmost. Let us capture the Golden Lion and the remaining pirates. Understand, despite the loss of so many pirates, it is a notable gain. It seems that Ban's plan to utilize the pirates to restrain us has failed. Although we lost this battle, we may secure decades of peace in the East Blue. Sengoku nodded at Tsuru's analysis, though he harbored a lingering doubt, suspecting that such a gathering of pirates being annihilated by the Navy was orchestrated by Ban rather than a mere stroke of fortune for the Navy. In truth, Lin Chen had meticulously delivered these pirates into the Navy's jaws. Without his intervention, the Navy could never have achieved the extermination of such a multitude of pirates in one fell swoop. Garp, I shall no longer indulge you. Though I know not the events that transpired, I will not let those individuals escape. Until we meet again. Garp, puzzled, knew only that Lin Chen and his party had located the Golden Lion, yet remained unaware of their true relationship, having heard only from Monet that they had manipulated the Golden Lion. However, witnessing the Golden Lion execute Charlemagne without a hint of resistance suggested a shared consensus on the matter. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion's expression reflected confusion, still believing this to be a mere skirmish and failing to grasp the seriousness of the situation. As Garp noticed the Golden Lion attempting to flee, he glanced back at the approaching figures and chuckled. Golden Lion, do you think you can escape so easily after slaying a celestial dragon? The individuals you mentioned have long since vanished. The world government and Navy have now fixed their sights on you. Even if I do not pursue you, you cannot flee. The Golden Lion's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What are you talking about? Garp, are you losing your mind? Which of your dog eyes witnessed me slaying a celestial dragon? Observing the Golden Lion's bewildered demeanor, Garp shook his head. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he surmised that it was Lin Chen's doing. Regardless, he resolved to capture him this time. With that, Garp leaped forward, grinning broadly, his gleaming white teeth contrasting against the ominous sheen of his fists. Huh, do not think I fear you. The golden lion faced Garp's iron fist without a trace of fear, his twin blades emitting powerful cutting waves aimed at Garp. This is the golden lion. How terrifying. Kizaru, standing behind the golden lion, stroked his chin, curiously observing him. This caused the golden lion to tense, realizing he had not detected Kizaru's approach. Once he recognized the figure behind him, a surge of hostility erupted, and he quickly distanced himself. Perverse monkey, get away from me. Lion's might. Earthquake. Kizaru's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time he had been called a perverse monkey. Let me see just how fearsome the legendary pirate truly is. As the soil of the surface approached Kizaru, he skillfully evaded it and soared into the sky, gathering white light in his hand. Jata no Kagami. The golden lion observed the oncoming light projectiles and swiftly maneuvered through the air to evade them, his expression increasingly grave. These incoming aids appeared monstrous, leaving him to ponder how, after years of seclusion, he was faced with such aberrations upon his return. Had he truly fallen behind the times? Mingo! Just as the golden lion contemplated, a searing wave of flames surged towards him. In an instant, the fierce punch of the red dog struck him squarely in the abdomen. Phew! A mouthful of blood was violently expelled, and the golden lion gazed at the figure before him in terror, questioning what manner of being this was. The force of the red dog's blow sent him hurtling from land to the sea, though he quickly summoned the waters to float upwards. Given his assessment, these individuals were all users of devil fruit powers. Thus, if he could command an ample amount of seawater, he could secure an invulnerable position and await an opportunity to escape. After all, he had narrowly evaded the depths of the undersea prison and had no desire to return to that abyssal place. Let them witness the might of the golden lion. The golden lion activated his devil fruit ability, gathering countless volumes of seawater high above, creating a colossal sphere. The waters in the nearby sea were depleted entirely. Ha 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 ha. Observing the astonished expressions of the navy on the surface, the golden lion erupted into a boisterous laugh. Just as he prepared to make his move, a sudden sound reached his ears. Though not loud, it resonated with crystal clarity. Ice Age. An intense chill emanated from the surface of the water sphere, causing it to freeze rapidly, transforming into a solid ice ball. Staring at the ice sphere above, the golden lion fell into a moment of stunned silence, utterly bewildered. However, the 5 swiftly approaching figures from the Knights of God left him no time to react, and under their relentless assault, the golden lion soon found himself overwhelmed. Shiki. Witnessing the golden lion rendered utterly defenseless, Garp seized the moment to unleash his final blow. Bang! The pitch-black iron fist slammed into the golden lion's face, sending him crashing from the sky onto the ocean surface. Through sheer willpower, he managed to control his descent, avoiding the frigid waters below. Yet, the immense inertia propelled him swiftly along the sea surface, culminating in a devastating collision with a naval vessel. The golden lion was embedded within the ship, blood spewing forth as he lost the ability to move. Forcing his eyes open, he found a long blade poised against his neck, wielded by a cold-eyed female Navy officer, beside whom stood his former rival. Seastone cuffs him. Upon hearing his final command, darkness enveloped the golden lion as he slipped into unconsciousness, bound in seastone chains, awaiting transport to Marinford for his final adjudication. With the defeat and capture of the golden lion, the entire conflict drew to a close. Gazing upon the ravaged battlefield, a collective sigh escaped the lips of all present. The Navy had suffered grievous losses, with many dead and wounded, despite their successful eradication of a significant portion of the pirates in the East Sea. Nevertheless, the cost they bore was unfathomable. Yet, in comparison, they had achieved considerable gains. After all, they had successfully subdued a substantial fraction of the East Sea's pirate population, an endeavor that, in regular circumstances, would have been impossible without depleting a large portion of Marinford's forces. Moreover, unlike in the past when pirates scattered chaotically, this time they had congregated, fortuitously falling into the Navy's encirclement. Although the mission to rescue Charlemagne had ended in failure for the Navy, the outcome was still deemed worthwhile. Just as he prepared to return, the 5 members of the Knights of God obstructed their path, coldly commanding, by order of the world government, "You are not permitted to return. Immediately disperse your forces to locate the fleeing Dawn, the Revolutionary Army, and the red-haired pirates. There must be no errors. Upon hearing the Knights of Goddess orders, he clenched his fists and glanced at the many injured personnel in desperate need of aid. The Navy has incurred substantial losses, and there are numerous pirates that need to be escorted back to Marinford. We will pursue the traces you mentioned upon our return. The 5 members of the Knights of God, clearly taken aback by He's rebuttal, regarded him with increasing hostility, reprimanding, "A mere handful of injured, if they perish. So be it. Their families will be compensated afterward. Now gather all available forces and immediately search for their whereabouts. After a while, if they manage to escape, can you bear the responsibility for that?" Another member of the Knights of God derisively added, "To capture these pitiful pirates has cost you so many resources. What a bunch of wastrels." The naval officers in the vicinity, hearing the contemptuous reprimands from the Knights of God, felt a swell of dissatisfaction, some even igniting with indignation. He, typically calm, now bore the marks of fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling with rage. Seeing this, Ji-Yuan quickly supported He, also glaring angrily at the members of the Knights of God. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the 2 Knights of God who had previously attacked Lin Chen alongside the Red Dog. Recalling Ji-Yuan's reckless assault on Lin Chen, which resulted in the loss of his weapon, their ires surged. "What are you staring at, you fool? If you hadn't delivered the blade to Ban, we wouldn't have failed to subdue him. Lacking the strength and still rushing to the front lines, why didn't you perish at his hands? It's a tragedy to have such trash in the Navy. You dare seek death." Ji-Yuan drew his long sword, his gaze icy as he confronted the 2 speakers, ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. "A worthless fool dares to draw weapons against me?" The 2 men remained undeterred, hurling profanities, seemingly eager to shift the blame for their mission's failure onto the Navy. The other 3 appeared to share this sentiment, collectively chastising the Navy personnel. "Why do we disperse our forces to capture pirates? Are pirates more important than the killers of the celestial dragons? If these vice admirals had not been dispatched, we surely could have apprehended them. It is your ineptitude that has led to this failure." As they spoke with increasing fervor, they felt a sense of balance returning to their grievances, as though the Navy's incompetence was the root cause of their mission's collapse. Thus, upon their return to Mary Geoise, they would face less punishment, allowing the Navy to shoulder the brunt of the failure. Ultimately, the 5 members of the Knights of God looked down upon He with arrogance, instructing, "Leave these injured Navy personnel here. The rest must immediately pursue the leads on the perpetrators. Perhaps then I can speak favorably before the Gorosei. Otherwise, humph." The threat implicit in their words was palpable to all present, yet they were compelled to comply. As the world government served as the direct authority over the Navy, they had neither the right nor the ability to resist, only to obey the orders given. Kizaru's glasses gleamed with a white light, and his formerly lecherous expression gradually faded. Aokiji mirrored this sentiment, resolutely refusing to abandon the injured Navy personnel. The Red Dog surveyed his 2 comrades, lowering his hat to obscure his expression, rendering it indecipherable. Yet, he was the first to step forward, declaring, "All uninjured Navy personnel, follow me." The 5 members of the Knights of God regarded the Red Dog with satisfaction. This was the demeanor expected of a Navy admiral, unlike the demeanor of the other 2. Observing the remaining Navy personnel remaining unmoved, the 5 members of the Knights of God frowned and barked, "What are you still dawdling for? The Red Dog has already left. Hurry up and get moving." The Wushu, Gue Jiju, and Daobomon exchanged glances, observing the departure of Chi-Chuan aboard the warship. Each took their soldiers and began searching the battlefield for clues regarding Lin Chen and his companions. Ultimately, only a handful of naval commanders remained, including He, Zhuan, Kapu, Qingji, and Huangyan, alongside numerous injured naval soldiers who were unable to move. At that moment, Bojiu lay in the shadows, clutching her abdomen, having been ambushed during the pirate capture, which left her with a grievous stab wound. Having merely performed rudimentary first aid, she knew that proper treatment would have to wait until they returned to Logatown. Yet, as she surveyed the standoff before her, she realized her strength was waning, and her greater concern lay with the injured soldiers, some of whom were on the brink of death. Without immediate medical assistance, their lives would surely be forfeit. Amid her worries, she heard a chilling proclamation. The Navy and the world government have no need for useless trash. Since he refused to act, I shall assist in sending those worthless ones away. When Bojiu regained her senses, she saw a member of the Divine Knight Order approaching her, their hand gradually enveloping in darkness. How disgraceful it is to be injured in such a battle. The figure taunted, raising their hand to strike at Bojiu. As the impending attack loomed, despair enveloped her, and she closed her eyes, awaiting death's embrace. Clang! You wretch! I have had enough of you. Ziyuan's eyes blazed with a fierce killing intent as he swung his long blade down upon the knight's hand, successfully intercepting the blow aimed at Bojiu. With Ziyuan's intervention, the icy aura emanating from Qingji diminished significantly, and the surrounding naval personnel breathed a collective sigh of relief. The injured soldiers felt a flicker of warmth. It seemed the naval commanders would not abandon them. The knight from the Divine Order scowled as his attack was thwarted. How infuriating! A mere vice admiral dares to strike at me. Before the words had left his lips, Kapu appeared behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura. What is this? I too am a vice admiral, and here, every naval officer is a hero, unlike you dogs who merely wag your tails for your masters. The knight glared at Kapu with murderous intent, but hesitated to act, fixating his gaze on him. Simultaneously, Qingji positioned himself behind Kapu, his warning unmistakable. The Divine Knight Order understood that shifting blame to the Navy's 5 elders would not be tolerated. However, engaging in open conflict with the Navy now would likely lead to severe reprimands, especially with Kapu, Qingji, and Huang Yuan present, who would undoubtedly tip the scales against them. Thus, they could only seethe with resentment while refraining from any offensive action against Kapu and his companions. In the distance, He spoke with Mengua, receiving a response that aligned with her thoughts. They should not abandon the injured sailors, yet they must avoid further antagonizing the world government. After considering her options, He announced, "We shall dispatch Qi Chuan and Huang Yuan to lead the uninjured naval forces in search of clues, while Qingji will return with the remaining personnel to ensure the injured receive full medical attention." The 5 members of the Divine Knight Order exchanged glances, realizing this was the only feasible course of action. After conversing with the 5 elders, they departed, leaving behind a bitter atmosphere. Just a pack of loyal hounds under the world government. Ziyuan's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached their ears, darkening their expressions further as they plotted how to tarnish the Navy's reputation upon their return. However, unbeknownst to them, the live broadcast of the battle was being observed by the 5 elders, who would determine the merits and faults of the situation. Benguo would not allow the Divine Knight Order to shift blame onto the Navy. Once the Divine Knight Order had departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Qingji and Huang Yuan understood their responsibilities and began to take action. Kapu turned to He and said, "Ziyuan and I will search in that direction. Let's meet later in Luoga Town." As he spoke, he steered the warship toward Fengche Village, accompanied by Ziyuan, their intentions clear. Meanwhile, in Fengche Village, Lin Chen and his companions were swiftly making their own preparations. Sharingan gathered his crew from the red-haired pirates, ready to depart the village, while Lin Chen hurried to bid them farewell. "Sharingan, until we meet again in the new world." He waved his hand, to which Sharingan replied with a bittersweet smile. "At this point, I dare not show my face to the Navy or the world government. I shall seek refuge with Yin for now." Lin Chen paused momentarily, then smiled and said, "Take care on your journey, and please give my regards to Yin." Sharingan waved goodbye and departed the port with his crew. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and the other children waved fervently at Wuda. Over the past few days, they had forged a deep bond, and Wuda stood at the bow of the ship, filled with reluctance. Seeing Wuda on the verge of tears, Sharingan gently patted her head to comfort her, saying, "We will meet again in the future." Wuda wiped her eyes and nodded earnestly. She too looked forward to the day they would reunite. As Lin Chen watched Sharingan's ship slowly diminish into a distant speck, his heart felt an unexpected emptiness. Just as he had finished bidding farewell to Sharingan, Long approached him to say his goodbyes. "I must also take my leave. The Revolutionary Army has lingered in the East Blue long enough and must now depart." Lin Chen glanced at Lu Fei and the others, saying, "Children, will you come with me? If you leave now, it may be years before you can return." Long laughed heartily. "What need is there for a true man to dwell on sentimental ties? Once we fulfill our ambitions, that shall be the time for our reunion." Casting a glance at Lu Fei and the others, Long continued, "I have discussed this with Sabo. He will return with us to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. He is quite intrigued by our ideals, and given the dangers surrounding you, I shall take him with me for proper training." The group looked at Sabo in surprise, unsure why he had made such a decision. Sabo scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Uncle Long has shared many ideas with me, and I wish to contribute to the plight of the underprivileged." Lu Fei and Ace.He exchanged incredulous glances, with Lu Fei quickly urging, "Sabo, we have had so much fun together. Why must you leave with Dad? Wouldn't it be better to stay? Sabo shook his head with a wry smile. Lu Fei, my strength is too feeble. Your father is formidable, and Ace.He, your uncle, is equally powerful. You both have reliable allies. But I must rely on myself. I vow to become stronger. Lin Chen and Long exchanged glances, feeling both pride and concern for Sabo. Sabo, no matter when, you can always rely on us. We regard you as family. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Sabo smiled. Thank you, Uncle Lin Chen and Uncle Long. But returning with Uncle Long is a decision I have pondered for a long time. Seeing Sabo's resolve, Lin Chen chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and Ace.He wore visible expressions of disappointment. Long observed the two and remarked, if you both train diligently, I will bring Sabo back to visit you. Upon hearing Long's words, both boys perked up, their hearts filled with anticipation for the day they would reunite. As the hour grew late, Long turned to Lin Chen and said, I shall take Sabo with me now. Until we meet again, please assure old man Garp that he need not worry about me. Lin Chen playfully punched Long in the chest, laughing. What does old man Garp have to worry about? Hurry and leave, lest you find yourself unable to depart later. With a smile, Long patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and soared into the sky with Sabo, their figures disappearing with the gentle breeze. Watching one person after another depart, Lin Chen did not dwell on farewells, knowing they would reunite in due time. Before that, he had his own responsibilities to attend to. He returned to the home of Dadan with Luffy and the others, where Crocodile had also finished packing his belongings. Noticing that everyone was nearly ready, Lin Chen understood that it was time to leave. Brother, are you leaving? Take me with you. Upon hearing Perona's words, Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and said, when I return, I will take you along, but for now, the outside world is too perilous. He then turned to Luffy and Ace, warning, you two must heed Aunt Dan and Perona's words. If I come back and hear complaint from them about you two, you'll be in trouble. Have you ever tried stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat? At Lin Chen's words, Ace and Luffy both showed a hint of trepidation, thumping their chests in assurance that they would listen to the two women. After finishing these tasks, Lin Chen led everyone to the port, where Rayleigh and the others were already prepared. Dadan shoved a large bag of oranges into Lin Chen's hands, insisting, the journey is long. Eat more fruit and don't fall ill. Lin Chen smiled as he accepted the oranges, just as he was about to set sail when a familiar naval ship appeared in the distance. Deciding to let Rayleigh and the others depart first, he remained on the ship with the flying thunder god sorcerer, ready to catch up at any moment. To avoid drawing attention, Admiral Garp anchored the ship at a distance. Making his way to Windmill Village alongside Guion, their steps light as they walked on air. Kid, are you leaving? Garp inquired. Lin Chen glanced at the two, smiling. Am I to return to the Navy if I do not leave? The two fell silent, unsure of what to say. Lin Chen, aware that time was of the essence. Address Garp, Brother Long has already gone ahead. He asked that you not worry about him. Garp waved his hand dismissively at Lin Chen's words. Who is worried about him? As long as he survives out there, that's all that matters. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly, and turning to Luffy, he added, I entrust the 3 children to your care. Luffy has consumed a devil fruit, so remember to keep him away from a sea. Garp looked at Luffy with surprise. Curiosity piqued regarding his abilities. Gently patting Ace's head, Lin Chen noticed Garp's expression growing serious, prompting him to ask his most crucial question. Garp, do you know where Roger's body is located? Garp regarded him with some confusion, replying, what do you want with Roger's corpse? Are you planning to give him a proper burial? Lin Chen shook his head, stating, you know that I have embarked on an irreversible path. Facing the world government, Roger would be a valuable ally. The others present were puzzled, and Garp responded, Roger is dead. How can he assist you? Lin Chen looked around, then leaned down to Ace, asking, do you wish to see your mother? Ace's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. But isn't she already dead? Lin Chen met Ace's gaze, insisting, just answer whether you want her or not. After a moment's hesitation, Ace replied, Yido. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he produced a small vial containing some unknown substance. He moved to a discreet location, signaling for those nearby to disperse. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. A cloud of white smoke billowed forth, revealing numerous intricate sorcerers, and soon a coffin emerged from the earth. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts, as they seemed to grasp that this was Lin Chen's method. Could it be? Garp's eyes widened in shock as he connected Lin Chen's earlier words with the unfolding scene. His curiosity about the identity of the person within the coffin peaked. With a heavy thud, The coffin lid fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. A woman's cough emanated from within, drawing everyone's attention. As the smoke dissipated, Garp's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Lin Chen, too, gazed at the familiar face, memories flooding back. The individual resurrected was none other than his sister, Lu Jio. Lu Jio stepped out of the coffin, surveying the area before her gaze settled on a somewhat familiar figure, Garp. Her expression tinged with confusion. Garp, how did you end up here? I remember that at the time. A troubling thought crossed her mind, dimming her expression. Jie? A deep male voice caught Lu Jio's attention, evoking a sense of familiarity. Lu Jio Jie. As Lu Jio recognized Lin Chen's face, she noted the striking resemblance to her brother, and upon hearing his call, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Chen, hearing Lu Jio call his name, brought a rush of emotion to Lin Chen's eyes. Like a child seeking approval, he presented Ace to Lu Jio, saying, "Sister, this is Ace. I did it. I have protected Ace well." Lu Jio looked at Ace, realizing that this 10-year-old boy was indeed her son. However, as she regarded Lin Chen's now mature and composed demeanor, her heart trembled. Gently caressing Lin Chen's face, Lin Chen felt her touch, and tears welled up in his eyes. Dropping onto Lu Jio's hand. "Silly brother, you have worked hard all these years." Embracing Lin Chen, Lu Jio also began to weep. Though Lin Chen was held tightly in Lu Jio's embrace, he felt no warmth, as her form occasionally transformed into paper flakes that scattered into the air. Wiping his tears, Lin Chen brought Ace closer, saying, "This is your mother, Lu Jio." Ace gazed at the woman before him, unfamiliar, yet filled with a profound maternal love that he had never witnessed before. The natural bond between mother and child allowed Ace to lower his guard upon first sight. Lu Jio, observing the small boy, gently wrapped him in her arms. Although she did not hear Ace call her mother, she could see the satisfaction in his eyes. In her embrace, Ace hesitated for a moment, but eventually wrapped his arms around Lu Jio, causing her to shudder and hold him even tighter. "Lin Chen, what is going on?" Garp's voice pulled Lin Chen from his reverie. Lin Chen looked at the embracing mother and son, explaining, "It is merely a technique to resurrect the deceased. As long as I possess the organization of the deceased, I can bring them back to life." The revelation left everyone present utterly astonished. The ability to resurrect the dead was indeed a formidable power. Lin Chen glanced around before continuing. "This does not constitute true resurrection. Lu Jio's body lacks warmth and can be viewed as a summoning of the deceased. However, due to various factors, they will eventually dissipate." Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the crowd grasped much yet remained in awe. No matter how long it lasted, merely bringing the deceased back was enough to evoke envy. For everyone has someone they wish to see once more. Lu Jio, too, had heard Lin Chen's words, her mind racing to comprehend how he had accomplished this. However, even Kapu was profoundly astonished, estimating that Lin Chen's current strength had reached an impressive level. She did not feel pride. Instead, her heart ached. Even during her time with Roger, she had never heard him mention anyone capable of such feats. Yet, Lin Chen managed to accomplish it, undoubtedly enduring immense hardships along the way. Kapu and Lu Jio exchanged glances, both somewhat at a loss for words. Lu Jio turned to Lin Chen and said, "I'm already quite content to see you again in this manner. Lin Chen, do not push yourself too hard." Upon hearing Lu Jio's words, Lin Chen remained silent. Ace's eyes gradually reddened, realizing he had a mother. Though their reunion was brief, Lu Jio had already secured a significant place in Ace's heart. "Sister Lu Jio, rest assured, one day I will truly revive you." Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, Lu Jio fell silent. Who would not wish to be brought back to life? To live alongside their son? This was a desire shared by every mother. "But you will need Roger's corpse." Kapu understood Lin Chen's intentions to resurrect Roger. "Indeed, I wish to revive Roger." Lin Chen's resolute voice proclaimed his determination, causing both Lu Jio and Ace's hearts to tremble. Could Roger truly be revived? Roger's corpse was preserved by the world government, but retrieving it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Kapu scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. It was indeed a precarious situation, even for him. Upon hearing Kapu's words, Lin Chen frowned. If Roger's body was in the Navy's possession, it would be manageable. However, recovering it from the world government would be exceedingly difficult. After some contemplation, Lin Chen stated, "Since it is with the world government, let it be for now. One day in the future, I will personally retrieve it." Setting the topic aside for the moment, Lin Chen turned to Lu Jio and said, "Sister Lu Jio, I must take my leave now. You can stay here at ease. Spend these days with Ace and make up for lost time. Biru. The transponder snail in Kapu's arms rang, and Tsuru's voice came through. Kapu, have you found any leads? If not, return at once. The sea is vast, and their whereabouts are elusive. Continuing the search would be futile. We need to return and report our findings. Kapu replied, Understood. We will return immediately. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, as everyone recognized that the time for parting had come. The previously silent Shiwan stepped forward, prompting the others to give the two some space. As they prepared to leave, Lujio looked at Shiwan with a strange expression. It was only after others explained their relationship that she understood, her face breaking into a knowing smile as she occasionally glanced at the pair. Sister Shiwan, Lin Chen began, but his words were abruptly silenced by Shiwan's kiss. As if to merge Lin Chen into herself, Shiwan tightened her embrace. Lin Chen, initially passive, gradually became more proactive, and the two held each other tightly. Lin Chen, do not disappear again. Shiwan's words echoed in Lin Chen's ears, sending a jolt through his heart. Her voice continued, Promise me you will live well. I will always be waiting for you, waiting for that wedding. Listening to Shiwan's words, Lin Chen's expression revealed a hint of sorrow, which quickly transformed into determination. I promise you, once everything is settled, I will definitely marry you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's vow, Shiwan smiled brightly. I will grow stronger. I will aid you. Lin Chen smiled at her words. They embraced for a long time before reluctantly parting. Looking at everyone, Lin Chen bid farewell. Sister Shiwan, Old Man Kapu, Sister Lujio, everyone, I am leaving. The warmth of Shiwan's embrace lingered faintly. Yet this time she felt a new sense of support within her heart. She would strive towards that direction, solely to stand alongside Lin Chen and face the challenges he encountered together. Taking one last glance at everyone, Lin Chen felt a deep sense of contentment. Even though their time together had been fleeting, cloaked in a dark robe and wearing a mask, Lin Chen ultimately vanished into the depths of the forest. The onlookers remained in a daze, gazing at his departing figure, uncertain of when they would reunite again. As Lin Chen departed, he pondered a certain matter, the maintenance of Lujio's form. Through his experiments over the years, he had discovered intriguing aspects after upgrading the Edo Tensei to its maximum level. He realized that the individuals he summoned could still be faintly sensed, regardless of distance. As long as he did not actively dispel them, Lujio could continue to exist as long as he maintained his connection. Moreover, there was a characteristic of perpetual resurrection, meaning as long as nothing went awry on his end, Sister Lujio could continue to thrive in the Windmill Village. Ace had often inquired day and night about his mother's whereabouts. It was only as he grew older that he began to comprehend his uniqueness compared to others, gradually ceasing to ask. Yet today, when Ace beheld Lujio by his side, especially as she embraced him, radiating maternal love, the joy and tears in Ace's eyes were unmistakable to Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt immense happiness within himself, eagerly anticipating the day he would truly revive Sister Lujio. They would undoubtedly share in profound joy, as Lin Chen united with the Revolutionary Army, the Red-Haired Pirates, and the Golden Lion to slay the celestial dragon Charlemagne in the East Sea. This intelligence became a hot topic of discussion at the World Conference that year. The World Conference is a gathering of the world government and its allied nations to discuss significant matters, attended not only by powerful nations but also high-ranking naval officials. Held every 4 years, the execution of even a celestial dragon. What are these marauders intending to do? With the dawn of their actions, all allied nations now live in trepidation. What shall we do in the future? They have disregarded even the celestial dragons, and despite the combined might of the world government and the navy, they failed to apprehend them. Can we withstand these marauders? The relationship between the Dawn and the Revolutionary Army remains ambiguous. I fear they may overthrow our regime. We must urgently devise a plan. What shall we do now? Among the assembly, a few leaders bore expressions distinct from the others. A stern-looking middle-aged man cleared his throat and said, You all have seen the live broadcast. You are only concerned with the execution of the celestial dragons. Yet no one pays attention to what Lin Chen said. As his words resonated, the previously noisy conference room fell silent before erupting into a cacophony. Those statements are mere nonsense. How can they be taken seriously? You do not pursue the responsibility of the Dawn, but instead divert the topic. Are you a spy for them? No matter how eloquent they are merely a group of rebels. As the rebuttals flooded in, the middle-aged man observed the crowd with a hint of derision in his eyes, perceiving them as mere frogs at the bottom of a well. However, he refrained from further interjecting, quietly listening to the dissent. Nevertheless, his words were not without impact. A portion of the attendees began to reflect on the meanings behind Lin Chen's earlier statements. These individuals were all leaders of formidable nations and would not view matters from a one-dimensional perspective. The loudest voices on the stage, striving to capture attention, often belong to the leaders of diminutive nations or individuals who have usurped the throne through dubious means. They remain oblivious to the astonishing nature of Lin Chen's words, preoccupied instead with clinging to the coattails of the world government and vehemently denouncing Lin Chen, believing that such actions might win them favor in the eyes of the Ace. With the conclusion of the Ace.He incident, culminating in the capture of the Golden Lion, discontent has permeated the ranks of the world government and the Navy. However, the Dawn, the Revolutionary Army, and the red-haired pirates are not to be underestimated. Capturing them will require time, or so the world government and the Navy presume. In stark contrast to the world government and the Navy, the majority of the populace revel in the events, taking great pleasure in witnessing the once exalted celestial dragons being brought down from their pedestals, treated like livestock and subjected to arbitrary life and death decisions. This is a profoundly shocking development for the oppressed masses. For far too long, they have been coerced into paying tribute to the celestial dragons, with countless lives ruined by these exorbitant demands. Compared to the destruction and plunder wrought by pirates, the burden of tribute is a tangible weight upon each individual. Even newborns are counted among the heads required to pay the tribute. This has led to widespread suffering, particularly among the less affluent member nations, where citizens are left starving to meet the tribute demands. Any hint of rebellion is met with brutal suppression by the national army, whether they pay or not. Death looms as the only outcome, fostering deep resentment not only towards the celestial dragons, but also towards their own leaders. In recent years, under the watchful eyes of Lin Chen and Long, many of the leaders of these weaker member nations have been quietly replaced by their agents. As for the Ace.He incident, while many view it as a positive development, in this world, it is often the powerful who dictate the narrative. Currently, the world government and the Navy undeniably shape the direction of discourse worldwide. Dawn's leader, Ban, is proclaimed the most nefarious man on the planet, with an unknown ability and a bounty of 4 billion berries. The members of Dawn include the former Pirate King's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh, renowned for his formidable physical prowess, hockey, and swordsmanship, with a bounty of 2 billion. Crocodile, the Sansan fruit user, with a bounty of 1.2 billion. Enel, the Thunder God, holder of the Rumble Rumble fruit, with a bounty of 1 billion. Monet, the Snow Woman, endowed with the Snow fruit, with a bounty of 500 million. And Rosanani, the user of the Silence fruit, with a bounty of 100 million. Suspected members include Sugar and Law, each with a bounty of 250 berries. With the issuance of a new bounty by the world government, the figures align closely with public expectations. Calculating the total bounty for the entire Dawn, it astonishingly amounts to 88,500 million berries, a figure that has even shocked the emperors of the New World. Lin Chen's bounty has reached a level worthy of standing alongside them. However, having witnessed the live broadcast, they candidly acknowledge that if faced with the same circumstances as Lin Chen, they might not fare as well. Simultaneously, the world government and Navy have released additional bounties. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, has a bounty of 50 billion berries. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, boasts a bounty of 22 billion, and Ben Beckman, the first mate, is valued at 15 billion. Initially, many believed Lin Chen's bounty of 40 billion was somewhat low. The Ace aimed to keep his bounty from escalating too high to avoid inciting global panic. Even the former pirate King Roger's bounty was just over 50 billion. If Lin Chen's bounty surpassed Roger's, it would suggest that his influence could be greater, potentially attracting many pirates to join the Dawn. Although Lin Chen proclaimed during the broadcast that he would bring an end to the Great Pirate Era, few truly believe such a statement. Many perceive it merely as a tactic to amplify his influence. After all, the world government and Navy have failed to end the Great Pirate Era for years. Why should a nascent organization's leader presume to make such bold claims? On the other hand, the world government seeks to diminish Lin Chen's influence, which is why they assigned him a bounty of 40 billion. Yet, all are acutely aware that as long as Lin Chen continues to challenge the world government, surpassing Roger's bounty in the future is inevitable. Meanwhile, Lin Chen has departed from Windmill Village aboard the Dawn, holding a map and surrounded by Rayleigh and others. Casting a glance at Lin Chen, Rayleigh grumbled, "We agreed to act low-key. I wanted to enjoy some time with my grandson. Yet here we are." Barely settled before you drag us into a fight. Look at the mess you've created. Will we ever have peace again? He reminisced about his own past, recalling that since joining Roger's crew, he had never known a moment's rest, perpetually pursued by Garp and the Navy, with even a brief pause for rest being a challenge. Lin Chen shot Rayleigh a sidelong glance and quipped, "What's the matter? Missing Roger? Would you like to pay him a visit?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Rayleigh shivered and waved his hand dismissively. "I'd rather live a few more years. What I want with that ghost?" Lin Chen chuckled. "I truly hope that when you do meet him, you still have this same attitude." "Lin Chen, where are we headed now?" Crocodile inquired, leaning closer. Lin Chen gazed at the map, pondering before countering Crocodile's question. "Old San, what time is it now?" Crocodile counted on his fingers and replied, "Let me think. In a month, it will be the year 1511 of the sea circle calendar." "Is it that soon?" Lin Chen expressed surprise, realizing another year has slipped by unnoticed. "We set sail from the Sabeti archipelago in early summer, spent 2 months reaching the EC, lingered in Windmill Village for a while, and then this incident occurred. Now our new bounties have been released. How long has it actually been?" Reflecting on Crocodile's words, Lin Chen sighed and pointed at a location on the map. "Let us go here." His companions gathered around to examine the small dot Lin Chen indicated. Rayleigh scratched his head, remarking, "This place seems somewhat familiar. Is it Daughter Island? What do you intend to do there?" Lin Chen replied, "This place is not under the jurisdiction of the world government. I want to see what is happening and see if we can bring them into our fold. I've heard plenty about this nation." He then glanced at Rayleigh with a playful grin. "Old man Rayleigh, you're old and well-traveled. Do you have any information about this island?" Rayleigh contemplated for a moment before a woman in her 50s appeared in his mind. She. She was once the mistress of Daughter Island. However, that was a long time ago. Seeking her now would be of little use. Each mistress of Daughter Island is quite different. You'll need to understand the temperament of the current one. I recall that they do not welcome men. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Chen flashed a mischievous smile. "Not welcome? How did you manage to win over Aunt Shaki back then?" Rayleigh chuckled, unabashed. "What do you mean by win over?" "She was infatuated with me. I had no choice." Lin Chen lightly laughed, and the others chose not to challenge his assertion. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen remarked, "If I recall correctly, the current ruler of Daughter Island has already assumed her position, and it should be Boa Hancock." Boa Hancock. The old man seemed to have a faint recollection. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, everyone turned their gaze towards him, awaiting his elaboration. After a brief contemplation, Rayleigh looked at Lin Chen and said, "This matter is also related to you. When you liberated the slaves, a large group of young girls managed to escape. Shachi, feeling compassion for them, ensured they were sent to Daughter Island." The images of 3 little girls flashed in Lin Chen's mind. Indeed, that was the case. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the others' eyes brightened. Rayleigh said, "Then this should be quite simple. That little girl seems to harbor a strong hatred towards the celestial dragons, which aligns perfectly with our ideals. Inviting her to join us should be effortless." Historically, Lin Chen nodded, stroking his chin as he said, "That is indeed the case. However, I must remind you that Hancock is a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, so you must exercise caution. Of course, a gentleman like myself would not fall prey to her charms." Observing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, the others regarded him with skepticism. "All right, let us hasten towards Daughter Island. After this task, we must proceed to the New World." The group looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. "The New World? What is the purpose of going there?" "It is time to settle accounts with Doflamingo." Upon hearing Doflamingo's name, Crocodile and the others narrowed their eyes, vividly recalling the troubles they had faced due to Doflamingo's deceit. Had he simply brought back the Yuki no Mi, they would not have encountered so many complications. Razanandi felt a tremor in his heart at Lin Chen's mention of confronting Doflamingo, torn between his own brother and the companion he had known for so many years. He was unsure how to navigate this dilemma. Lin Chen glanced at Razanandi, but chose not to comment. Doflamingo was entangled in a matter of great significance to him, and no one could dissuade him. By the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lin Chen and his companions had lingered around Daughter Island for quite some time. They had arrived 2 weeks prior, but Rayleigh insisted on making a trip back to Sabeti Archipelago to find Shachi, leaving the others to wait for his return. On another sunny day, Lin Chen stood silently at the bow of the ship, fishing, while the silhouette of Daughter Island was visible in the distance. Before long, a pirate ship emerged from Daughter Island, heading directly towards Lin Chen. As the ship approached, it became apparent that it was crewed entirely by women, all of whom gazed at Lin Chen with fierce determination. They appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, exuding a youthful, yet intimidating aura. Although they were aware that the masked figure before them was none other than the legendary Captain of Dawn, Ban, they felt little fear towards him, as he had vanquished the celestial dragons, whom they despised. Nevertheless, being members of Daughter Island, they were bound to adhere to their regulations. This is the Kuja Pirates. Men are prohibited from entering Daughter Island. Please depart. Lin Chen casually scratched his ear, unconcerned, as they had issued similar warnings a few days prior. I am not entering Daughter Island, so what is there to worry about? Keep your distance from my ship. Do you wish to repeat yesterday's incident? The Kuja pirates were reminded of the previous day's mishap when being too close to Lin Chen's ship caused all the fish he had painstakingly lured to flee. This left Lin Chen greatly disappointed, prompting him to unleash Enel to electrically fish, enveloping the Kuja pirates in a storm of lightning, leaving the young women in awe. With unwavering focus, Lin Chen's attention was entirely devoted to fishing, as today he aimed to catch a sea king. A colossal shadow glided beneath the surface of the sea, seemingly drawn to Lin Chen's bait, which he controlled, a weakened sea king tethered to a long branch leading to Lin Chen's hand. From above, the sea king appeared to be several hundred meters long, while Lin Chen's bait was no small creature either, measuring over 100 meters. This spectacle captivated the Kuja pirates, both parties observing the sea king closely, eagerly anticipating a catch. However, the sea king seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, occasionally testing the bait, which made Lin Chen's heart race. He nearly withdrew several times. Bang! Just as everyone was engrossed in the moment, the sea king swung its massive tail, forcefully striking the bait out of the water, casting a mocking glance at Lin Chen. Clearly, this creature exhibited an intelligence comparable to that of a human. Discerning the trap laid before it, the bait fell onto the surface of the water, creating a tremendous splash that drenched Lin Chen and the young women of the Kuja pirates. At that moment, Lin Chen could only think of the Sea King's derisive expression, and as his frustration mounted, he leaped into the sea before all present. This scene left the Kuja pirate stunned, filled with concern. Why did he jump into the sea? While he may seem rather despicable, he is still the hero who vanquished the celestial dragons. Should we not rescue him? What are we worried about? Look at what his companions are doing. At that moment, Crocodile and Enel had already set a fire, and to accommodate the limited space on the ship, Crocodile had deliberately spread his sand to float in the air. A long sandy staircase led from the ship to above, the fine sand providing an exquisite texture underfoot, even more comfortable than a natural beach. Naturally, this area was adorned with the prepared lounge chairs, as the weather was splendid, perfect for sunbathing. Enel retrieved some wood stored in the hold by Lin Chen and quickly constructed a barbecue grill. With a flash of lightning, the bonfire was ignited. Sugar, go fetch Uncle's favorite beer. It must be chilled. I promise to grill you some meat later. Crocodile called to Sugar, who, upon hearing of the grilled meat, hurried to Monet's room. Sister, chill it. Monet stepped out of her room, shaking her head at the scene before her. Do they not possess the demeanor of a true warrior? Is this how all Logia users conduct themselves? Though she thought this, she nonetheless chilled the beer and also prepared some orange juice for herself and Sugar. Meanwhile, the underwater scene was lively as the Sea King, upon witnessing Lin Chen leap into the sea, initially thought he had lost his senses and was about to consume him to restore his sanity. However, the Sea King quickly regretted this decision, for Lin Chen was no ordinary human. He moved through the water with remarkable speed, pursued by countless pieces of wood, rendering escape impossible. In no time, Lin Chen's wooden constructs ensnared the Sea King, propelling it from the depths. Fire up the grill. Before Lin Chen could finish his command, he noticed Crocodile and the others calmly awaiting his return with their utensils. A vein twitched on Lin Chen's forehead as he dismantled the Sea King midair, leaving behind only the tenderest cuts of meat for the already prepared grill. He had mastered this task to perfection, now capable of identifying the most delectable parts even with his eyes closed. Among these were some prime cuts for the men. However, on ordinary days, the delectable offerings were swiftly claimed by Lin Chen and his companions, with them Mon Nai considering them nothing more than common ingredients, never contemplating anything beyond that. As the rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, the members of the Geoise pirates found themselves swallowing hard, exchanging glances filled with indecision. What to do? It smells so delicious. They reminded themselves that they were honorable warriors of the Geoise pirates, and should not be swayed by the allure of roasted meat. Yet, the temptation was undeniable. Lin Chen, while turning the meat on the grill, glanced at the Geoise pirates and tossed a large chunk of uncooked meat in their direction. If you wish to indulge, then cook it yourselves. Moreover, just like yesterday, inform your queen that we desire an audience with her. This was also the reason why Rayleigh had departed. They had been thwarted from meeting Hancock, having not even glimpsed her. Lin Chen observed the group of 18 and 19-year-old maidens before him, many of whom he had personally liberated during his quest to free slaves. After some contemplation, he refrained from forcing his way in, as he had come to negotiate cooperation, not to cause a ruckus. At that moment, Rayleigh recalled Ace.He and volunteered to return to seek her assistance. His absence lasted a fortnight, and the time had come for his return. Watching the Sea King meet sent by Lin Chen, many in the Geoise pirates swallowed again. Sister, let us first report to the queen. They have been here for half a month, and their sincerity is commendable. Indeed, moreover, they have gifted us this substantial portion of Sea King meat, a rare delicacy. Typically, we only consume small fish and shrimp. After a brief discussion, the members of the Geoise pirates silently departed, discreetly taking a piece of roasted meat from Lin Chen, claiming it as a gift for their queen. Lin Chen, uninterested in contesting the matter, knew that even if they did not report back, Rayleigh would still gain entry to Daughter Island upon his return. Just then, as the Geoise pirates made their exit, Rayleigh emerged, drenched from an unknown nook. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering from where this man had appeared. And my favorite nourishing delicacies. You all are quite considerate, leaving some for this old man. I've been utterly exhausted these past 2 weeks. You have no idea how many precious items I expended to persuade Ace.He to assist us. He rubbed his aching back and strode toward the grill, his hands deftly reaching for the unknown meat. Time stasis. Although Lin Chen's mind was still preoccupied with Rayleigh's sudden appearance, his focus remained fixed on the grill, witnessing Rayleigh's unprincipled act of snatching the meat while others were distracted. Lin Chen knew he had to respond with equal fervor. When all returned to normal, Rayleigh found the meat before him had vanished. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he looked at the grill. Where did the meat go? The others shook their heads, and Lin Chen remained silent, mirroring their gestures. Observing the smirk at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, Crocodile and the others felt their brows twitch. How shameless could this man be? Monai stared blankly at the scene, suddenly blushing. No wonder whenever Lin Chen captured a Sea King, there were always pieces of meat snatched away before she could even savor the taste. Unbeknownst to her, she stole a glance at Lin Chen, and as her gaze lingered on a particular spot, her face flushed crimson, steam occasionally rising from her head. Monai, what are you thinking? She scolded herself inwardly, yet could not suppress the fluttering of her youthful heart. Once the group had finished dividing the Sea King meat, Lin Chen casually asked Rayleigh, "Old man Rayleigh, didn't Ace.He accompany you back?" Rayleigh, letting out a satisfied belch, replied, "She went directly to Daughter Island. Someone will come to fetch us soon." Just then, from the distance, another ship identical to the previous one set sail for Daughter Island, and upon closer inspection, it was the same group of people. When the members of the Geoise pirates returned to Lin Chen, they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. They had been secretly indulging in roasted meat aboard the ship and were about to return for another piece when they were suddenly informed that they must invite Lin Chen and his companions over, emphasizing the need for a formal invitation. This revelation astonished the Geoise pirates. In all their years, they had never witnessed such an elaborate summons to Daughter Island. Furthermore, it was absurd that a male would be welcomed onto the island, which strictly prohibited men. Nonetheless, this piqued their curiosity about Lin Chen and his companions. Could it be that Lin Chen, leading the Dawn, had dared to oppose the world government and publicly vanquished a celestial dragon? Lin Chen observed the Geoise pirates with a mocking gaze, even catching glimpses of grease at the corners of their mouths. The Queen of Daughter Island, Boa Hancock, requests your presence. Kindly proceed to the island for a gathering. A smile graced his lips as he watched the sneaky eaters, leaving the members of the Geoise pirates feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Chen, however, chose not to hold it against them. After all, they were merely children, and he only wished to tease them. Let's go. Lead the way. The members of the Geoise pirates guided Lin Chen and his companions to Daughter Island, and as anticipated, it was entirely populated by women, with not a single male in sight. The island's inhabitants regarded Lin Chen and his companions with curiosity, for Daughter Island rarely welcomed outsiders, let alone men. This was an unprecedented event, who possessed such influence to warrant a personal invitation from the queen. Soon, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at the royal palace of Daughter Island, where the island's elite had already gathered. Before they could approach, a melodious voice rang out. "Ace.He, there is no need for such formality. We had long thought you had met with misfortune. Now that we can reunite, it is indeed fate. And you are our savior. I am eager to see the remarkable individual you praised so highly. I watch your broadcasts. Yet I must meet him in person to ascertain his capabilities. I cannot entrust the future of Daughter Island to an outsider. The guards outside quickly noticed Lin Chen and his companions, proclaiming loudly, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please enter." As the announcement echoed, the chatter within the palace ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Lin Chen strode confidently inside, with everyone closely following in his wake. Upon entering, he spotted a striking woman seated in the main chair, her expression cool and aloof, observing him with keen interest. Though her appearance and stature had undergone changes, Lin Chen immediately recognized her as Hancock. Now in her 20s, Hancock stood nearly 2 meters tall, possessing an exquisite figure. Her long, ebony hair was styled elegantly, her forehead smooth and slightly prominent, deep blue eyes with elongated and delicate corners, and her soft lips bore no wrinkles. However, at this moment, she scrutinized Lin Chen with a gaze that felt invasive, making him feel as if ants were crawling over his skin. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could this once naive girl transform into such a brazen young woman after just a few years? Perhaps he would need to mentor her, lest Hancock's temperament lead to her downfall in the future. Before Lin Chen could speak, Hancock interjected, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ban. I have watched your live broadcast, and I admire your formidable strength and your audacity to challenge the world government's authority by slaying a celestial dragon in front of everyone. That is indeed commendable." Casting a glance at Rayleigh beside Lin Chen, Hancock continued, "The reason I had not met with you earlier was that you are currently the world government's #1 wanted criminals. I certainly do not wish for you to bring calamity upon Amazon Lily. However, since Mr. Rayleigh and Aunt Shaki have come forward, I have reconsidered my stance. Now, do share your purpose for being here." Observing Hancock, Lin Chen felt a surge of astonishment. The commanding presence and arrogance displayed by her were vastly different from the Hancock of years past, with an unmistakable aura of conqueror's haki emanating from her. Yet, she remained oblivious to it at that moment. Considering his purpose, Lin Chen slightly bowed and stated, "I have come to seek like-minded companions. I wonder if Your Excellency Hancock would be interested in joining forces to confront the world government?" Lin Chen's forthrightness sparked a flurry of whispers among the higher-ups of Amazon Lily within the palace. Opposing the world government? Was he not mad? If he sought his demise, let him proceed. The world government was not something they could provoke. Despite publicly executing a celestial dragon, did they not flee in panic? Even the Golden Lion had been left behind, to abandon comrades. It seemed this group was not composed of noble individuals. As the murmurs continued, Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. This group of clueless women could only engage in baseless speculation. Just as he was about to speak, someone else beat him to it. Silence. Hancock's resounding voice echoed throughout the palace, effectively silencing the chattering women. After addressing them, Hancock scrutinized Lin Chen, who wore a mask, and remarked, "Do you believe that killing a celestial dragon is something extraordinary?" Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled, shook his head and replied, "I do not comprehend your meaning." Hancock glanced at Lin Chen and said, "What I mean is, do not think that merely slaying a celestial dragon makes you formidable. While you are indeed powerful and possess great resolve, confronting the world government cannot be achieved solely by individuals like yourselves. I concede that during that broadcast, you held the upper hand. However, the strength exhibited by the world government and the Marines was far from their full potential, while you revealed all your cards. Thus, I do not believe you possess the capacity to oppose the world government. Please take your leave." Crocodile, standing beside Lin Chen, frowned and interjected, "Hey, your condescending attitude is quite irksome. Who, in the past 8 centuries, has dared to execute a celestial dragon before the eyes of the world?" Crocodile's anger was understandable. Hancock's demeanor was indeed infuriating. Had Lin Chen not previously insisted on refraining from using force, he would have acted by now. Meanwhile, several others regarded Lin Chen with confusion. Recognizing that Hancock's temperament differed significantly from the gentle yet resilient figure he had described, filled with courage, pride, and a strong sense of responsibility. Instead, they were now confronted with a headstrong and willful young woman. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Hancock remained unfazed and replied, "Do not measure my experiences by your narrow perspective. The death of a mere celestial dragon is inconsequential. You are unaware that there are those who could accomplish far greater deeds than your leader, Ban." Lin Chen's expression turned peculiar at Hancock's statement. Having lived a long life, he was aware of the high-ranking positions he once held within the Marines. With an extensive network of information spanning the globe, he had never heard of anyone killing a celestial dragon, aside from the potential of rocks from decades past. Could it be that Hancock was referring to rocks? Lin Chen did not believe so. As the information surrounding rocks had been meticulously concealed by the world government and the Marines, known only to a select few. How then could the secluded Amazon lily have come to know of it? As if contemplating a possibility, Lin Chen's expression suddenly froze. And the others seemed to arrive at the same realization, casting their gazes toward Lin Chen's back. Could it be that Hancock was referring to Lin Chen himself, who had liberated slaves many years ago? Back then, Lin Chen had wreaked havoc in Mary Geoise, killing 7 celestial dragons. Furthermore, he had once granted Hancock the opportunity to slay a celestial dragon. Perhaps in Hancock's eyes, the Lin Chen who had once saved her was far more formidable than the present man. To confirm his suspicion, Lin Chen asked, "Might I inquire whom you are referencing?" Hancock suddenly appeared taken aback. Indeed, the elder brother who saved her had never disclosed his name, only stating that they would meet again one day. Yet, Hancock had not seen him since. Moreover, the world government had only disseminated news of Fisher Tiger's liberation of slaves. Upon returning to Amazon Lily, she had seen Tiger's portrait, which bore no resemblance to the elder brother she remembered. This left her with only a vague recollection of the elder brother's appearance, while remaining entirely ignorant of his identity. The Marines and the world government had joined forces to conceal all information regarding Lin Chen, which left Hancock, who later ascended to the throne, devoid of any leads when searching for her elder brother, ultimately leading to a dead end. Glancing at Lin Chen and his companions, Hancock's expression returned to normal as she stated, "Who knows what plans you may hold? I would prefer that you do not disturb him. I shall not divulge anything further." Upon hearing Hancock's response, Lin Chen felt a sense of confirmation. She was likely referring to his former self. However, since he had not revealed his name back then, it had led to her inability to articulate it now, leaving her to find some excuse to gloss over the matter. With this thought, Lin Chen chose not to confront her, saying, "In that case, I hope to encounter the formidable individual you speak of in the future. However, I sincerely urge you to contemplate my proposal." Surveying the surrounding women, Lin Chen's tone suddenly sharpened. While it was true that the world government and the Marines had not yet exhausted their trump cards, did they think they had no secrets of their own? With a glance at Hancock, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful aura, chastising the women around him. "Do not judge our true strength based on your narrow perceptions." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the surrounding women displayed expressions of fear, reluctant to speak further. Lin Chen's intention was to prevent this group of fools from making reckless assumptions about the Dawn. They must not forget that their strength far exceeded that of Amazon Lily. The strong rightfully possessed their dignity, yet the slight connection between Rayleigh, Sharingan, and Lin Chen, along with Hancock, led Lin Chen to adopt a more tempered approach, choosing a relatively gentle method instead. However, this had caused the women to become somewhat complacent, placing the Dawn on the same level as themselves, which was disrespectful. Sitting atop the dais, Hancock sensed Lin Chen's overwhelming aura and adopted a slightly more serious demeanor, though she still retained her languid and proud disposition. "I have taken note of your suggestion. How about this? Please return for now, and I shall provide you with a definitive response tomorrow." Hancock's lengthy discourse was merely a means of providing an exit for both parties, especially considering the presence of Sharingan and Rayleigh. Yet in her heart, she planned to decline their proposal the following day. Although Lin Chen's words during the broadcast had indeed stirred her interest, she was no fool. She would not willingly place Amazon Lily in jeopardy based on a few enticing words. The risks were simply too high for her to bear. Upon hearing Hancock's words, Lin Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that this was merely a concession, and he anticipated that Hancock would revert to her usual demeanor the following day. This left Lin Chen somewhat distressed. In the past, when confronted with such individuals, he would either persuade them with kindness, as he did with Doflamingo, or resort to using illusions to subdue them directly, like he had done with several leaders of the Allied nations. However, facing Hancock now, he found himself at a loss for what approach to take. "Since that is the case, let us return for the time being. I hope that tomorrow you might reconsider," he stated. Without lingering, Lin Chen departed from the palace with his companions. Ace.He chose to remain behind, being the former captain of the Kuja pirates, as Hancock had much to learn from her. Moreover, Ace.He was once Hancock's savior, and Hancock wished to express her gratitude. As for why Rayleigh did not stay, Ace.He remarked that Hancock only needed to thank her, as she would convey Rayleigh's share of gratitude. In truth, Ace.He simply did not want the old man to remain in the land of women. She had noticed Rayleigh occasionally glancing at the surrounding women in the palace. which ignited a growing fury within Xiachi, leading her to wish for his swift departure. Upon returning to the ship, Crocodile began to voice his grievances to Lin Chen. This Hancock is not quite as you described, and as guests, they do not extend any hospitality. We even have to return to our ship to rest. What is this all about? His sentiments resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I am unsure of how this came to be. After years apart, she has undergone such a transformation, perhaps due to her change in status. Now, as the queen of the Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuja pirates, it is understandable that she would exude a more commanding presence. Upon hearing Lin Chen's implicit defense of Hancock, the group fell silent. Monet quietly smirked. Today she had encountered the most beautiful person she had ever seen, Hancock. Reflecting on Lin Chen's past as Hancock's savior, she noted that the two had yet to recognize each other, but she sensed a looming danger. Her intuition warned her that should Lin Chen reveal his identity to Hancock, she would surely gain a new rival. In the conference room, the group looked to Lin Chen, expressing their concerns. Continuing down this path is futile. She will undoubtedly remain stubborn tomorrow. Crocodile, perplexed, turned to Lin Chen and questioned, do we really need to win them over? I do not sense their strength is particularly formidable. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he responded, Old sand. Do not underestimate them simply because of their perceived weakness. While our organization, Dawn, follows an elite path, the power of these nations should not be belittled. When we eventually overthrow the world government, these nations will serve as the vanguard for establishing a new order. Thus, we must unite with any forces we can leverage. Hancock has suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons and likely harbors a deep-seated hatred for the world government, though she does not show it now. If we can ally with the Amazon Lily, our hidden strength will grow. The dragon is also persuading various nations to rise in rebellion. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Crocodile fell into contemplation, realizing that he had become somewhat arrogant after his own power had increased, disregarding those he deemed weaker. I understand, he said. The atmosphere turned somber, and Lin Chen contemplated before asserting, there is no need to worry about Hancock. She will change her mind tomorrow. The group regarded him with skepticism, questioning how he could be so certain. Lin Chen smiled. As for the reason, I shall keep it a secret for now. Just wait and see tomorrow. With that, the group ceased their inquiries, resigned to place their trust in Lin Chen. Lin Chen's thoughts were indeed bold, as he had not envisioned any better alternatives. After all, Hancock held a great hero in her heart, and he certainly could not compete with that figure. This realization left Lin Chen both amused and exasperated, as he never anticipated that his greatest obstacle would be himself. As night fell, Lin Chen stealthily exited his room, soaring towards the distant Amazon Lily with his observation Haki fully activated. He made a daring decision to infiltrate Hancock's chambers and employ unconventional methods to sway her opinion. Inside Hancock's bedroom, mist enveloped the air, with a sunken bathing pool at its center. The ethereal vapor obscured a pale figure within the pool. Hancock, she leaned against the edge of the bath, her fingers lightly tapping the stone wall, while her brow furrowed in contemplation of Lin Chen's words from earlier. After a prolonged moment of thought, her expression unfurled, and she murmured, even if you have slain the celestial dragons, it is a pity that others have accomplished even more. Otherwise, allying with you against the world government would be a commendable choice. The Revolutionary Army and Dawn, when considered together, indeed possess the qualifications to challenge the world government. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a sunlit smile surfaced in her recollection. You must live well. Hancock stared blankly at the ceiling, her heart heavy with sorrow. Even as I ascend to the throne, I still cannot find you. Where could you possibly be? Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the quiet room, causing Hancock's eyes to widen. Who goes there? She hastily wrapped a robe around herself, searching for the intruder while covering her back and body. When she finally discerned the figure, her pupils constricted in shock. You are Lin Chen. Why are you here? Hancock glared at Lin Chen, cloaked in black and masked, feeling a mix of anger and fear. Lin Chen remained unfazed, standing his ground and gazing at her, which ignited a sense of humiliation within Hancock. Got it once. In response, Lin Chen remarked, I believe I now understand the reason for your significant change. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of leaving her private quarters, Hancock's expression darkened. Pervert. D. She lunged at him, delivering a powerful kick. As Hancock charged forward, Lin Chen attempted to remove his mask, but her long leg intercepted him. Listen to me. Allow me to explain. I am. Hancock's fierce assault left no room for Lin Chen's explanation. Yet, he was also cautious not to expose himself too much, wary of any inappropriate movements. Outside, a guard's voice broke the tension. Lady Snake, what is happening? Just as Hancock was about to respond, Lin Chen's heart raced with panic. If he were caught in the act, his identity as a pervert would be undeniably confirmed. Realizing this, he could not afford to play along any longer. In an instant, he moved behind Hancock and covered her mouth just as she was about to speak. At that moment, Hancock's panic surged as she realized she could not escape Lin Chen's grasp. Feeling tightly bound and unable to move or voice her protests, she was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Everything felt reminiscent of the time when she was treated as a slave. Despite enduring immense torment, she could not utter a single sound, forced to suppress her cries, for she knew that any noise would summon even crueler torment or perhaps even death. With this thought, Hancock's heart filled with dread, and her eyes began to moisten, a detail unnoticed by Lin Chen. Outside the door, the guards, puzzled by the silence emanating from within, dared not enter to investigate. Hancock had always prohibited anyone from entering while she bathed, fearing that someone might glimpse the slave mark on her back, thus establishing stringent rules. Lady Snake, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Did we perhaps miss here? That must be the case. Without orders, we cannot simply intrude. The two young women exchanged glances, ultimately opting not to breach the sanctity of the space. With no one entering, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, preparing to release Hancock when he noticed his hand had become damp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Hancock was silently shedding tears, the droplets tracing down her cheeks and onto his hand. Alarmed by Hancock's state, Lin Chen hastily withdrew. However, he was taken aback when Hancock did not cry out or protest, but instead crouched down, embracing her legs in solitude. Her robe slipped down her body, her long hair cascading over her back, faintly revealing the unmistakable mark of slavery. Witnessing this sight, Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had inadvertently made matters worse. Hancock, he began, but was met with a fierce glare filled with murderous intent. Get out now. I do not wish to see you. At her words, Lin Chen hesitated, raising his hand only to let it fall again. He unfastened his black cloak and quietly draped it over Hancock before fading into the shadows. The room fell into a profound silence, with only Hancock remaining, hunched on the floor, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, rendering her a figure of utter loneliness. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before Hancock managed to compose herself and donned her robe once more. Casting a disdainful glance at the black cloak Lin Chen had left behind, she crumpled it into a ball and discarded it in the wastebasket. Approaching the vanity mirror, she gazed at her reflection, her eyes still slightly red from weeping. Carefully utilizing her observation skills, she confirmed her solitude before revealing her fair back. Upon seeing the prominent and crimson mark of the Tianxiang Long GT, an intense hatred ignited within her. She extended her fingers, scratching at her back in a futile attempt to obliterate the mark. Yet even as her skin became bloodied, the mark remained stubbornly intact. Damn it! Why? Hancock's heart brimmed with frustration, ultimately collapsing against the vanity. Haunted by the recollection of Lin Chen's actions that had crushed her dignity, a wave of bitterness surged within her, and she began to weep quietly. I can help you remove that slave mark. A deep male voice startled her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Upon closer inspection, the voice felt oddly familiar. When Hancock recognized the figure before her, a torrent of rage erupted within her, and she gritted her teeth, uttering ban. Lin Chen merely adjusted his ears, unconcerned. He had not left, having caused her tears, and felt responsible for addressing the situation to avoid leaving a negative impression in her heart. However, he may not have realized that Hancock had already labeled him countless times: lecher, shameless, despicable, base, and brazen. Observing Hancock's furious demeanor, Lin Chen inquired, "Aren't you curious about my identity? I will reveal it to just one person." As he spoke, he slowly removed his mask, causing Hancock's eyes to widen in astonishment. When she finally beheld the face beneath the mask, her fists clenched tightly, and she unleashed a punch, empowered by her haki, into Lin Chen's abdomen. "You dare toy with me?" Lin Chen doubled over, clutching his stomach. He had been careless and failed to dodge her surprise attack. It was understandable that Hancock felt deceived, for beneath Lin Chen's mask lay yet another identical mask. Lin Chen rubbed his mask and said, all right, you've hit me. It's time to cool off." "Actually, I am." He removed his mask, unveiling his true face. Upon seeing Lin Chen's visage, Hancock's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, speechless. The person she had yearned for had appeared before her. Igriega. Watching Hancock's inability to articulate her thoughts, Lin Chen chuckled and remarked, "What's the matter? After all these years, you fail to recognize me?" Hancock gazed at Lin Chen's familiar smile, momentarily dazed, staring at him, feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Lin Chen added, "You've changed quite a bit over the years, but it seems you have fulfilled our initial promise." At his words, Hancock abruptly awakened, the echo of Lin Chen's earlier declaration resounding in her ears. "You must live well." A whirlwind of complex emotions flooded Hancock's heart. Nervousness, joy, surprise, but predominantly a sense of inferiority. Typically, she exuded an air of arrogance before others, yet only she knew that this facade hid the tragic past she had endured. Often, the more one lacks, the more they strive to display the opposite. The days of servitude remained an indelible shadow in Hancock's heart. As her elder brother figure reappeared before her, the weight of her past experiences morphed into an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, rendering her unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Sensing Hancock's turmoil, Lin Chen gently spoke, "The past is behind us. I can help you shed that mark on your back." Upon hearing his words, Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of failed attempts to rid herself of the mark, could Lin Chen truly be capable of helping her, as he claimed? Hancock regarded Lin Chen with suspicion, her eyes filled with distrust. Lin Chen scratched the back of his head and proposed, "How about this? Come back to the ship with me tomorrow, and I assure you I can help you remove it." Hancock, slightly hesitant, nodded at Lin Chen's confident assertion. The room then fell silent, with Hancock fiddling with her fingers, casting shy glances at Lin Chen. He too felt a twinge of awkwardness, uncertain of what to say. They both opened their mouths simultaneously, only to promptly close them again. Sharing a brief, awkward smile, Hancock mustered her courage and fixed her gaze on Lin Chen, eager to hear his words. Lin Chen, meeting Hancock's intent gaze, stated, "After all these years, I haven't told you my name. I am Lin Chen, also known as Ban." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "I apologize for my earlier actions. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Hancock's beautiful eyes blinked slightly as she remarked, "I never anticipated that Ban would turn out to be you. Had you disclosed your identity from the outset, perhaps we could have avoided all this turmoil. Why conceal it from me?" Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had intended to reveal his identity right away. However, before he could utter a word, Hancock had lunged at him with her long legs, leaving him no time to speak, just as he found a fleeting opportunity to disclose his true self. An interruption from the guards outside thwarted his attempt. To preserve his esteemed reputation, Lin Chen felt compelled to cover Hancock's mouth, inadvertently deepening the misunderstanding between them. Noticing Lin Chen's somewhat flustered demeanor, Hancock's initial frustration dissipated and her boldness began to resurface. "So, did you come to my chamber tonight specifically to seek me out, or?" As she spoke, Hancock gazed at Lin Chen with eager eyes, leaving him reluctant to disappoint her. After all, who could resist the hopeful gaze of a radiant young lady? "Well, to some extent, I came to encourage you to contemplate the suggestions I made during the day," Lin Chen replied. Hancock was captivated by the first part of his statement, her heart swelling with glee as she eagerly responded, "Yes, yes. I will join you in opposing the world government." Lin Chen observed Hancock with a perplexed expression, wondering if she had truly thought it through, as she readily agreed. Blushing at his gaze, Hancock assumed Lin Chen was looking at her figure and shot him a feigned glare. "Don't look so indiscreetly." Lin Chen, feeling parched, cautiously swallowed, realizing that Hancock was clad only in a thin bathrobe, revealing her fair skin in several areas. Hancock, aware of her attire, hastily wrapped the robe more securely around her body. However, upon catching sight of the mark on her back, her expression dimmed slightly. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen, she adjusted her robe until the Tianxiang Longjiti was completely concealed. Lin Chen noticed Hancock's subtle movements, but pretended not to see, which relieved her somewhat. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, Hancock glanced at Lin Chen with concern, stating, "I didn't intend to target you all during the day. My temperament isn't typically like that." Observing the unmistakable worry etched on her face, Lin Chen reassured her, "It's all right. You've had a challenging journey over the years, particularly as the Empress of Daughter Island. Sometimes, a stronger disposition is necessary to achieve one's goals." Hancock's face visibly brightened at Lin Chen's words, and she pondered aloud, "Why was there no news of you back then?" Lin Chen understood she was referring to the events from 5 years prior when he and Tiger had liberated slaves. A flicker of sadness crossed his eyes as he recalled that tumultuous year. It's nothing. There were certain circumstances back then, but they are now behind us. Nothing worth discussing. Hancock's curiosity piqued further, and she began to wonder about Lin Chen's past, what had transpired, and why he now concealed his identity as Ban while opposing the world government. An array of questions flooded her mind, and suddenly, an embarrassing thought surfaced. Lin Chen Gij, do you have a girlfriend now? Taken aback by Hancock's inquiry, Lin Chen pondered her intent. Was she implying? A sense of panic washed over him, as any man would likely lose composure in the face of Hancock's current appearance, influenced by her sweet fruit powers. Once he regained his composure, Lin Chen slowly replied, "Yes, I do." Hancock's face fell visibly, but she quickly mastered disappointment with a smile. Of course, Lin Chen Gij is so exceptional. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words in response to Hancock's forced smile, opting for silence instead. Given his current status, he knew that revealing himself would jeopardize anyone close to him, marking them as targets for the world government. Thus, he sought to minimize his connections until he could fulfill his ambitions. An air of tension enveloped the room, prompting Lin Chen to declare, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Remember to come to my ship tomorrow. I will help you remove the Tianxiang long mark." With that, Lin Chen turned and stepped toward the window, vanishing into the moonlit sky, leaving Hancock gazing vacantly outside. After he departed, Hancock initially felt despondent, but her expression soon transformed into one of determination, pride rekindling in her eyes. "I will not be defeated. Hancock, you can do this." So what if Lin Chen Gij has a girlfriend? I am the queen of Daughter Island. I shall not give up. The following morning, the atmosphere in Hancock's palace was markedly subdued compared to the previous day. Many of the older women glared at Lin Chen and his companions with anger upon their arrival. Confused by their hostility, Lin Chen surmised that they disapproved of Daughter Island's alliance with the Dawn. Hancock maintained her haughty demeanor from her elevated position, exchanging glances with Lin Chen before quickly averting her gaze, though she stole furtive glances in his direction. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen inquired, "What are your thoughts on yesterday's proposal, Lady Hancock?" With a languid posture, Hancock replied, "After a night of contemplation, I agree to join you in opposing the world government." The moment those words escaped her lips, the older women erupted in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. Just yesterday, Hancock had seemed resolute in her rejection, even promising Lin Chen a final answer today. Yet, here she was seemingly retracting her stance. As the implications of opposing the world government sank in, the older women grew restless, hastily imploring Hancock, "Your Majesty, forgive my candor, but having served 3 generations of empresses, I cannot stand idly by as Daughter Island faces ruin at your hands." The speaker, an elderly matron, stood at the forefront of the assembly, her eyes sweeping the room. Spotting Lin Chen and his companions, she scoffed, "These people are nothing but stray dogs hunted by the world government and the Navy. They simply wish to drag us into their mess. Daughter Island's century-long legacy cannot be jeopardized by your recklessness. Even their leader is a traitor to his own comrades. Have you not seen the fate of the Golden Lion, who now faces judgment?" As her words resonated with a commanding presence, the surrounding women rallied behind her, vehemently denouncing Lin Chen and his companions. Lin Chen observed the scene quietly, refraining from interjecting. Meanwhile, Hancock clenched her fists, struggling to contain her mounting fury. However, when she overheard disparaging remarks about Lin Chen, her temper ignited like a powder keg. "Enough! Silence yourselves." An overwhelming aura of haki emanated from Hancock, enveloping the older women in a suffocating sensation. Lei Li and his companions looked at Hancock with a measure of astonishment. To awaken the conqueror's haki at such a young age foretold remarkable future achievements. Even Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated Hancock awakening the conqueror's haki in various ways, but did not foresee her doing so in this particular setting, especially aimed at her own people. Simultaneously, Lin Chen cast a skeptical glance at Hancock, not out of narcissism, but because he felt her awakening was somehow connected to him. The women below, stunned by Hancock's display of conqueror's haki, promptly closed their mouths, though the leading elder appeared reluctant and seemed to wish to voice her thoughts. However, a raspy voice quickly silenced her. "Enough! The Empress of Amazon Lily is Lady Snake, and your open rebellion against her is tantamount to insurrection." Hancock glanced at the speaker, her eyes reflecting gratitude as she responded, "Ja Papa, what brings you here?" Zapopo regarded Hancock fondly, yet maintained a respectful demeanor. Lady Snake, I support your alliance with Dawn. The chaotic state of the world is becoming evident. No one can remain uninvolved in this turmoil. 7 warlords, the world government, the navy, the pirate emperors of the New World, and the Dawn Revolutionary Army. She then cast a glance at Lin Chen and continued. The world government has existed for 800 years and now teeters on the brink of collapse. Yet, the extent of its power remains uncertain, making it quite difficult for Dawn and the Revolutionary Army to overthrow them. Lin Chen observed the elder and stepped forward, questioning if that is the case. Why do you support the alliance between Amazon Lily and us? Zapopo's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable glimmer as she looked between Hancock and Lin Chen. What I see in you is potential. Your growth is astonishing. And Ban, you possess a terrifying charisma. Look at those around you. No matter the challenges faced, they stand unwaveringly by your side. Even in opposition to the world government, they have never faltered. You are unlike ordinary pirates and distinct from the Revolutionary Army. Given enough time, you might indeed have a chance to topple this decaying tree of the world government. I eagerly await the future. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion upon hearing the elder's words. There indeed existed a number of wise individuals in this world, and he felt a newfound respect blooming within him. Perhaps you are correct. Grant us sufficient time, and we shall bring down the world government. At that moment, the previously silent Ace.He spoke up. I've long held a disdain for the world government. The opportunity to unite with Dawn against them suits me perfectly. The celestial dragons deserve their demise. Supported by the elder and the former emperors, even the current empress, Hancock agreed, leaving the assembly too daunted to voice any further dissent. In response, Hancock declared, Amazon Lily officially allies with Dawn to confront the world government. Witnessing Hancock's resolute gaze, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. This endeavor had indeed been arduous. Behind him, Crocodile and the others regarded Lin Chen with peculiar expressions, affirming his earlier claim that they had succeeded today. However, they remained unaware of the means by which Lin Chen had persuaded Hancock to change her stance. After much contemplation, they could only surmise one possibility. Lin Chen had revealed his true identity to Hancock. After all, Lin Chen had aided her, and disclosing his identity would undoubtedly simplify, altering her perspective. Having achieved his objective, Lin Chen stated, I shall take my leave. Do not forget our agreement. With that, he turned and exited the palace. Hancock instinctively opened her mouth to call him back, but quickly closed it again upon noticing the surrounding crowd, maintaining her haughty demeanor. Ace.He cast a meaningful glance at Hancock, but chose not to elaborate, instead watching Lin Chen's retreating figure with concern. In her heart, she feared that if Hancock developed feelings for Lin Chen, it would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Lin Chen bore a heavy burden, and Hancock, as a ruler, was similarly encumbered. Their lives would inevitably draw them apart, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. Unless Lin Chen could dismantle the world government within a decade, their paths would likely diverge into the endless passage of time, just like her own, who had to forsake certain aspect for the future of Amazon Lily, ultimately leading to solitude. Some opportunities, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. Noticing Hancock still staring blankly at Lin Chen's silhouette, Ace.He timely reminded her, causing a faint blush to rise on Hancock's cheeks. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and cast a fierce gaze upon the group of women below. Following this incident, Hancock realized that her position and authority were not as secure as she had imagined. Her decision as empress regarding the future of Amazon Lily had been collectively opposed. Inciting her anger, she coldly addressed the elder who had opposed her from the beginning. I see you are of considerable age, a veteran of 3 reigns. How about you retire to your home and enjoy your twilight years? Upon hearing Hancock's blunt words, the elder's face turned pale, and she feigned a tremor as she replied, I have dedicated decades to Amazon Lily, only to be dismissed by a mere child like you. Alas, alas. The others, witnessing the elder's plight, felt a wave of sadness and quickly interceded. Lady Snake, please spare her. Yes, Lady Snake, we all act for the sake of Amazon Lily. Why resort to such extreme measures? A cold smile flickered across Hancock's face as she raised an eyebrow at the group of elders, indifferently stating, Oh, if that is the case, you may all leave. The women below were momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across their faces. Observing their shock, Hancock showed no mercy. Unleashing her conqueror's haki, her words laced with an undertone of menace. What? Shall I personally escort you out? A shiver ran through the crowd. If Hancock were to escort them, it would not lead them home, but rather to their demise. Japapa glanced at the women below, sighing inwardly. Amazon Lily had no need for an abundance of voices. Their sole duty was to heed the voice of their empress. In this world, power reigned supreme, and Hancock, as the strongest protector of Amazon Lily, should be recognized as their guardian, not undermined by those who merely held seniority. Had they not observed how her predecessor had relocated to the island's outskirts to avoid suspicion, now only occasionally visiting to offer useful advice rather than making unilateral decisions? Realizing their fate was sealed, the women cast reluctant glances at Hancock before exiting the palace, leaving only Hancock, Papa, and Xiachi behind. Xiachi, witnessing the scene, chuckled. Hancock, well done. Had I encountered such a group in my youth, I would have deemed a loss if they did not perish. They truly believe themselves to be significant figures to dare to challenge the Empress. Would you like me to help you dispose of them? Such individuals are a liability to your reign. In response to Xiaqi's words, Hancock gently shook her head. I am in a good mood today and wish to abstain from bloodshed. Let them go. I still have matters to discuss with Ban. As she spoke, Hancock stretched languidly, revealing her alluring figure and exuding an irresistible charm before gracefully departing the palace. The two individuals ceased their conversation, gazing after Hancock as she departed, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future of Newer Dao. At this moment, Lin Chen and his companions had returned to the ship, where Lin Chen recounted to them the reasons behind Hancock's altered proposal. As the group had speculated, Lin Chen had divulged his identity to Hancock. However, Monet began to harbor an underlying concern, hoping that events would not unfold as she feared. Before long, Hancock arrived at Lin Chen's ship, and upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over. Lin Chen Gij. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly the haughty and aloof snake princess from the palace? As Hancock approached, Lin Chen deftly sidestepped, causing her plans to falter as she had intended to leap into his embrace unnoticed. Observing Hancock's whimsical demeanor, Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, all right. Let's focus on the task at hand. With that, he slipped into the bedroom. Hancock glanced at the others, covering her face with her hands in a bashful manner, as if about to engage in something clandestine, before following Lin Chen inside. The group stood there, transfixed, their imaginations ignited by Lin Chen's words and Hancock's actions. After a moment, Rayleigh regained his composure and, with his arm enveloped in Busashoka haki, gave Crocodile's arm a hard pinch. Ouch! What was that for? Seeing Crocodile's reaction, Rayleigh exclaimed, so it wasn't a dream after all. Old man Rayleigh, are you eating oil cakes? Can't you just pinch yourself to see if it's a dream? Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly, realizing the pain of his self-inflicted pinch. Crocodile remained silent. Once the bedroom door closed, the group exchanged glances and activated their utmost Kinbunchika haki, pressing against the door to listen intently to the sound within. Soon, the soft rustle of clothing being removed drifted out, followed by Lin Chen's voice. It might hurt a little. Bear with it. It will be over soon. Lin Chen Gij, it hurts a bit. Just hold on. I've only just begun. Ouch. Don't squirm. I need to aim properly. Lin Chen's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he gently positioned himself on Hancock's back, making continual adjustments. All of this was to ensure he could closely examine the Tian Xianglong GT on her back. Simultaneously, a minuscule chakra scalpel formed in Lin Chen's hand, ready to address the mark upon Hancock's skin. His other hand was occupied as well, a gentle green orb of light appearing in his palm. With the sound of flesh being cut, Lin Chen swiftly applied Shozen-jutsu to alleviate Hancock's pain. As the procedure progressed, Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He had initially thought it was merely an ordinary tattoo. To his surprise, the mark had embedded itself into the flesh, and he pondered how the detestable celestial dragons had achieved such a feat. Time slipped by, and finally, Lin Chen's brow relaxed, his hands momentarily ceasing their movements. Glancing at Hancock, he found himself both amused and astonished to see her fast asleep. Upon inspecting her back, it now appeared as smooth as jade, as if no operation had ever taken place. However, a faint trace of the mark remained, so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. Lin Chen felt perplexed. In his perception, everything should have been entirely removed, yet a faint shadow lingered. Looking at the slumbering Hancock, whose beautiful features bore a serene expression, he noticed her brows occasionally furrowing, as if haunted by uneasy dreams. Gently stroking the tips of her hair, Lin Chen's warm hand seemed to ease her fears, gradually relaxing her brow. He sighed internally, recognizing that while the slave mark on her back could be erased, the imprint upon her heart would be far more challenging to remove. Only when Hancock no longer feared her past would the shadow truly vanish. All of this required Lin Chen to dismantle the world government and the celestial dragons. Only then would the ideals of freedom and equality take root in the hearts of all, eradicating the terror instilled by the celestial dragons and the suffering they wrought. Without disturbing the sleeping Hancock, Lin Chen quietly rose to leave, draping a light blanket over her as he departed. Upon stepping outside the bedroom, he discovered Crocodile and the others gathered, their expressions grave as they discussed matters. I believe my fruit could be developed in this manner, Crocodile remarked. The others nodded in agreement, appearing eager to contribute ideas for Crocodile's benefit. Rayleigh stated earnestly, I find your reasoning sound. However, I believe it does not hinder your ability to mold sand into an artificial beach, allowing us to enjoy a beach bath at the best times every day, which is quite friendly for an old man like me. Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips at the absurdity of their chatter. Had it not been for his Kinbunchika Haki sensing that they had not moved from the bedroom door, he might have believed them. Enough of the pretense. Do you truly think I haven't noticed? We were in a critical moment, and I couldn't be bothered to address you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Crocodile's eyes sparkled, a hint of mischief crossing his face as he inquired. Critical moment? How critical? Lin Chen felt exasperated and replied, All right, let us put an end to this. I was merely assisting Hancock in removing the Tian Xianglong GT from her back, and you all must refrain from bringing up her past in her presence. The group nodded in understanding, and Rayleigh looked at Lin Chen, saying, However, I can see that girl has some feelings for you. What do you plan to do about it? How will you address the situation in GUN? Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Chen frowned. It was undeniable that Rayleigh's keen insight had pinpointed the critical issue. Even Monet perked up, eager to hear Lin Chen's response. Let us set this aside for now. We've been here for a while, and it's time to depart. There are numerous matters awaiting our attention. Crocodile, observing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, realized he was genuinely resolved to leave and asked, When are we setting off? Where are we headed? Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, After I discuss a few matters with Hancock, we shall depart in 3 days. We will head to the New World and make a brief stop at Fishman Island. I wonder how that fellow tiger is faring with his tasks. The others exchanged surprised glances. While only Enel vaguely recalled that Lin Chen had sought out Tiger several years prior and had given him some instructions to head to Fishman Island. A few years ago, Kizaru had captured Tiger's son pirates, and while we were at Tom's place, I took the opportunity to visit and help Tiger fend off Kizaru, allowing him to return to Fishman Island, hoping to stir the relationship between Fishman Island and the world government. I wonder how that has progressed. The group understood. Yet upon hearing Lin Chen mention Tom, they were all filled with nostalgia. Even Lin Chen mused aloud, I wonder how that fellow Tom is doing. Perhaps I should pay him a visit when I have the time. When Hancock awoke once more, it was night, and she lay lazily on Lin Chen's bed, her eyes filled with the confusion of having just roused from slumber. After a considerable period, Hancock gradually regained consciousness, feeling a sense of nostalgia as she reflected on how long it had been since she had slept so soundly. Rising, she stretched languidly, causing a thin blanket to slip from her body, revealing her flawless back, while her long hair cascaded over her chest like a turbulent sea. Gently gathering the strands of hair at her front, Hancock surveyed her surroundings. Upon catching sight of the blanket, a faint smile graced her lips. She promptly wrapped herself tightly in the covering, burying her face within it and inhaling deeply. Knock, knock. Hancock, are you awake? Come out for breakfast. The voice of Lin Chen echoed from outside, sending a flutter of excitement through Hancock's heart. I'm coming, she replied casually. After hearing Hancock's voice, Lin Chen departed, making his way to the beach constructed by Crocodile using his powers. The meal consisted once again of sea creatures, and Lin Chen had erected a massive barbecue grill with his wood release technique. Today, however, there were more people present. As Hancock dressed in her bedroom, she paused when she caught sight of the prominent mark on her back, seemingly fading away in the mirror. Yet, upon closer inspection, a faint shadow remained, though it had improved significantly compared to before. A flicker of memories crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head to cast them aside, instead recalling the moments when Lin Chen had rescued her, the scene where he executed Charlamaco Santo before the world, and the concentrated efforts he made to help her remove the mark from her back. With these thoughts, joy blossomed within her heart, prompting her to open the door and step outside. Upon seeing the familiar figure waving to her, Hancock's face broke into a broad smile. radiating the beauty of youthful exuberance as she approached Lin Chen and the others. That evening, the group enjoyed a delightful bonfire party on Crocodile's Beach, where the enormous sea creatures were barely enough to satisfy everyone's hunger. Under the moonlight, Hancock and Monet watched Lin Chen engaged in a drinking contest with Rayleigh and others, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Cheers! As Rayleigh, the elder, struggled in the drinking contest, Lin Chen seized the opportunity, tipping the cup towards Rayleigh's lips. I'm still an old man. Don't get too handsy. Before long, the group was joyously embroiled in revelry, bottles flying about, with Lin Chen, Rayleigh, Crocodile, and Enel all wearing shades of purple and blue on their faces. Hancock blinked, observing the scene before her, and turned to Monet, inquiring, is this how they always are? Upon hearing Hancock's question, Monet glanced at her but quickly averted her gaze, focusing instead on Lin Chen and the others. Yes, sometimes I envy them, but alas, I'm a girl and cannot join them. Hancock pondered for a moment before continuing. How long have you all been together? Monet was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a shade of pink before realizing the misinterpretation. She shyly replied, about 3 or 4 years, though Lin Chen was alone for 3 of those years. Hancock softly murmured, 3 or 4 years. Monet cast a puzzled glance at Hancock, leaving her with only a beautiful profile. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere tranquil, punctuated only by Lin Chen's distant voice. As dawn's light gradually appeared on the horizon, Lin Chen and the others finally drifted into a deep slumber. Monet shook her head and chuckled softly at the sight, rising to begin tidying up, a task to which she had grown accustomed. I'll help you. Hancock's voice chimed in beside her, causing Monet to be taken aback. Let me handle this. You are a guest. Monet responded. Hancock's eyes sparkled mischievously as she said, we are comrades now, aren't we? Monet paused, realizing Hancock referred to their alliance with the Dawn. Noticing Monet's hesitation, Hancock began cleaning up on her own. Monet ceased her attempts to dissuade her, and the two quickly tidied the mess left by Lin Chen and the others. Before Hancock could rest for a few minutes, a ship from Amazon Lily arrived nearby. Sister Hancock, we were so worried about you. We feared something had happened. The speaker was a warrior from the Kuja pirates, one of those who had fled alongside Hancock, all addressing each other as sisters. Hancock treated them differently, providing them with special care. Sister, we must return. There are many things to handle today. The urgency in their voices prompted Hancock to glance at the sleeping Lin Chen, a look of reluctance crossing her face. Yet, she ultimately accompanied the others back to Amazon Lily. As the queen, she had many responsibilities to attend to, especially after driving away the group of Big Mom yesterday, which had significantly increased her pressure. By midday, Lin Chen and the others gradually awoke, and he learned from Monet that Hancock had already departed. After washing his face to refresh himself, Lin Chen began contemplating future plans. 3 days later, Hancock stood before Lin Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance, with the port of Amazon Lily behind her. Can I go with you? Aren't we comrades? I wish to act alongside you. Lin Chen, smiling wryly, responded. Have you forgotten how I initially explained things to you? I remember everything. Then tell me. I am the Shadow of Dawn. One day, when the world government recruits me as a warlord of the sea, I cannot refuse. I must infiltrate quietly and respond to your plans in the future. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction at Hancock's reply. It was not that he did not wish to take her with him. The vast nation of Amazon Lily still required Hancock's governance, and the world government had begun to notice, dispatching individuals to recruit her as a warlord of the sea. Lin Chen saw this as an opportunity, even if bringing Hancock along would not significantly enhance their combat strength. Allowing her to join the warlords would enable him to extend his influence there. If he were to contact Mihawk, he believed that, given Mihawk's disposition, he would likely say, let us have a duel and see how much your swordsmanship has improved over the years. At this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. Engaging with Mihawk was something to be postponed. However, this way, there would be 2 allies within the warlords, potentially proving significant in the future. Moreover, it seemed that Doflamingo had also begun coveting a position among the warlords, but Lin Chen would not allow him to easily obtain that position, which was part of his motivation for venturing into the new world. Observing Hancock's slightly reddened eyes, Lin Chen sighed internally and spoke, let us part ways for now. We shall meet again in the future. Hancock remained silent, standing still as if waiting for something. Lin Chen reached out and gently patted her head, saying, I must go now. It's time for you to return. Feeling the familiar sensation on her head, Hancock, though a bit disheartened, still managed to appear joyful. After casting one last glance at Hancock, Lin Chen turned and departed from the port, leaving her with nothing but his silhouette. Let us set sail to the Shangbodi Chuandao to coat the ship. Afterwards, we shall pay a visit to Yurandao. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Equitable began to steer the ship, while Inalu increased the power input at the stern. Soon, the speed of the dawn broke through, gradually vanishing from the horizon. Lin Chen stood at the back of the ship, casting a distant glance, faintly perceiving Hancock's silhouette. Alas! With a sigh, Lin Chen turned to depart. Earlier, through contact, he had learned that the situation at Yurandao seemed rather dire. Both internal and external conflicts plagued the area, prompting Lin Chen to hasten his pace in hopes of arriving at Yurandao sooner. After a period of sailing, Lin Chen, having coated the ship at Shangbodi Chuandao, finally reached Yurandao. During his passage through Shangbodi Chuandao, he was even pursued by the guard station there. However, he soon outpaced them and escaped. Compared to a few years prior, Yurandao now exuded an atmosphere of tension and hostility. As Lin Chen and his companions set foot here once more, the surrounding fishmen regarded them with evident disdain. Equitable observed the fishermen's glares with displeasure, muttering, "What is the meaning of this?" Quite irritating indeed. The others felt similarly. The contemptuous gazes from the fishmen unsettled everyone. Lin Chen, however, paid little mind to the fishmen's opinions. The moment he stepped onto Yurandao, he sensed the presence of a teleportation technique, recalling it to be a gift he once bestowed upon by Xing Lao Sha. "Please notify Nippuden and Eg that we have come to pay a visit. I must step away for a moment." Equitable and the others nodded, and Lin Chen left a teleportation mark on Equitable's sand crocodile, saying, "I will return shortly, and do try not to stir up trouble here." After giving directions to Equitable, he watched them depart, then surveyed the surrounding fishmen before vanishing in an instant. Darkness and dampness enveloped Lin Chen, his immediate sensation being one of obscurity. Gradually, his eyes adjusted to the murkiness, revealing a gently undulating, soft ground beneath him. Suddenly, a pair of large eyes illuminated the darkness, accompanied by the voice of a small girl. "Who are you?" Lin Chen looked at the immense eyes, realizing he seemed to be standing on the body of a person. Departing from Bai Xing's form, Lin Chen addressed the giant mermaid before him. "Are you Bai Xing? How do you know my name? But I do not know you. I am friends with your mother." "Oh, hello, uncle." As Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings, he inquired, "How do you live in this place?" Bai Xing pondered for a moment before responding in her youthful voice. "Mother said there are bad people outside, so I must stay here." Hearing Bai Xing's words, Lin Chen furrowed his brow further. The current state of Yurandao should not be so perilous. As Nippuden's child, Bai Xing ought to be well protected, not existing in such conditions. "Do you wish to leave here?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Bai Xing's eyes brightened with hope. "Yes, but mother won't let me leave." "Fear not. Uncle is quite capable and can protect you." Bai Xing's excitement surged as she exclaimed, "Really? Can you help drive away the bad people? I haven't seen my mother in so long." "No problem. I will take you outside first." As he spoke, a sphere of white light appeared in Lin Chen's hand, illuminating the room and revealing the 5- or 6-year-old Bai Xing. Her flowing pink curls framed a delicate face adorned with a taiyaki-shaped hairpin and shell-shaped earrings. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with innocence, and her lower half transitioned into a fishtail of varying shades of pink. With a crystal necklace around her neck containing the teleportation kunai Lin Chen had gifted her years ago. Alert! Beware of enemy attack. Lin Chen's disruption drew the attention of distant soldiers, who rushed over to investigate. Glancing back at Bai Xing, Lin Chen extended his hand, saying, "Let's go. I will take you to find your mother." Bai Xing, casting a worried glance around, timidly placed her hand in Lin Chen's, and in an instant, they disappeared. "Esteemed guests of the dawn, your arrival is both unexpected and overwhelming. We are at your service." Inside the Yuran Palace, Nippuden anxiously adjusted his attire, his expression tense as he regarded the visitors before him. His anxiety was understandable. The recent notoriety of the dawn had been fearsome, and faced with such formidable individuals, Nippuden felt uncertain, resorting to the most humble and respectful demeanor to greet them. Equitable scanned the surroundings with furrowed brows, noting the disdain reflected in the eyes of the fishmen, which left him quite perturbed. However, recalling Lin Chen's words before departing, he momentarily suppressed his anger and addressed Nippuden. "I am here to seek Ace. Where is he now?" Upon hearing Equitable's inquiry, Nippuden's expression stiffened, and the other fishmen exchanged peculiar glances. Ace, he is currently not here. I have heard that you seek me for a similar reason." A feminine voice emerged as E.G. stepped forth from behind the palace. Her complexion somewhat pale. E.G., Nippuden said, rising to assist her. You should still be resting. Why have you come? Nippuden's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet it did not escape the ears of Okita and his companions. E.G. held Nippuden's hands without speaking, her gaze shifting to Okita and the others with a hint of confusion, remarking, "It is a pity not to have met the legendary leader band. You wish to see me that much?" As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Chen appeared beside Okita, holding Bai Xing's hand. Bai Xing, release her. The sudden appearance of Lin Chen and Bai Xing caused Nippuden and E.G. to pale in fright, an air of panic enveloping them, their eyes filled with trepidation. Observing their reactions, Lin Chen spoke. Where is Tej? Hand him over, and I shall return Bai Xing to you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's demand, E.G.'s face drained of color, her fingers clutching her garment tightly, before she coldly retorted, as a renowned powerhouse of the world, how could you resort to such tactics? Threatening a mere 5- or 6-year-old girl is unbefitting of someone of your stature. Do not provoke me. I merely wish to know Tej's whereabouts. Bring him forth. As he spoke, an aura of dominance radiated from Lin Chen, instilling fear in the hearts of the fishmen present. Lin Chen's actions were not unwarranted. Human nature is unpredictable, and after commanding Tej to return, he had anticipated that such a scene might unfold. Having instilled in Tej the notions of resisting the world government and harboring animosity towards the celestial dragons, a conflict between him and E.G. was inevitable. Although he had urged Tej to endeavor to alter E.G.'s beliefs, it appeared that endeavor had not succeeded. Bai Xing attempted to wriggle free from Lin Chen's grasp, yet to no avail, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Uncle, let me go. I want to see my mother." Ignoring Bai Xing's cries, Lin Chen fixed his gaze on E.G., his words sending shivers down the spines of all present. Summon Tej to meet me at once, or you shall face our wrath. Or do you wish for Fishman Island to cease its existence in this world? E.G. bit her lip, her body trembling as she glared at the few before her. Her voice laced with unwillingness as she shouted, "You are all a bunch of lunatics. It was your persuasion that turned Tej into what he is today." Observing the helpless woman before him, Lin Chen felt no stirrings of emotion. Fishman Island was of paramount importance to him, and anyone who stood in his way would inevitably become his adversary. Shiro Hoshi gazed at her mother with wide eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet she remained ensnared by Lin Chen's powerful grip. "You are a villain. Let me go," she sobbed, witnessing her daughter's distress. E.G. felt as though her heart was being sliced open, and she managed to utter, "I will surrender Tej to you. Just release my daughter, Shiro Hoshi." After uttering those words, E.G. seemed to be drained of all her strength, collapsing into Neptune's embrace. The surrounding fishmen exhibited an indescribable gleam in their eyes, all of which Lin Chen observed keenly. Soon, Tej was brought forth, but he appeared in a rather dire state, his body swathed in white bandages, many of which were stained with blood, while a fierce glint shone in his eyes. E.G.'s heart ached upon seeing Tej's condition. Her once trusted friend had been reduced to this, causing her immense sorrow. Summoning her strength, E.G. addressed Lin Chen. "Very well. Tej has been brought here. Now you must release Shiro Hoshi." Lin Chen honored his word, releasing his grip on Shiro Hoshi, who ran sobbing into E.G.'s arms. "It's all right, Shiro Hoshi. Mama is here. Mama, it hurts so much that Uncle hurt me." Ignoring the mother-daughter duo, Lin Chen turned his attention to Tej. "Tej?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, a flicker of clarity returned to Tej's eyes. When he recognized Lin Chen's attire, he became animated. "Lorban, you have finally arrived. I have waited for so long. Please take revenge on the world government and the celestial dragons. Only by annihilating them can Fishman Island thrive." Seeing Tej's somewhat deranged demeanor, Lin Chen remained silent, while E.G. could not contain her anguish as she chastised Tej. "Tej, are you willing to destroy all that we have worked for? I have toiled tirelessly for the coexistence of fishmen and humans. Yet everything has changed since your return. You are no longer the benevolent Tej we once knew. Look at what you have turned Fishman Island into over these years. You are colluding with other fishmen to fulfill your so-called revenge." Taken aback by E.G.'s words, Tej's expression shifted to one of fury as he retorted, "Ha ha! Do not speak of such nonsense unless you have endured the torment of the celestial dragons. You have not witnessed our fishmen brethren treated as mere toys, discarded at will. Do not impose your so-called righteousness upon every fishman. Does what you do honor those who have suffered? Does it honor those fishmen who have been looked down upon by humans? I.He may be a madman, but I shall not wear a facade of compassion to beg for equality from humans. It is utterly laughable. The hatred between fishmen and humans can only be resolved through violence, to make humans understand what it means to be enslaved, to make them feel what it is like to be regarded as inferior beings. Only then can we ensure that they remember the consequences of belittling fishmen. Only then can we secure everlasting peace for our kind. The palace fell into an eerie silence. The clash between Ace and He was unforeseen by all. After voicing his grievances, Ace seemed to have released a weight from his heart and respectfully addressed Lin Chen. Lord Ban, the opportunity to seize Fishman Island is within our grasp. He is still blind to the situation, and we must resort to force. I have awaited this day for far too long. Upon hearing Ace's words, Neptune and He turned pale, while others awaited Lin Chen's response. It was evident that his forthcoming words would determine the fate of Fishman Island. With the current strength of Dawn, capturing Fishman Island would require little effort. Just as Lin Chen prepared to speak, an explosion resonated from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Ha ha ha. Ace, you are truly useless to be captured by He. If it weren't for that scoundrel Jones informing me you were taken from the prison to the palace, I might not have come to rescue you. After all, you are the spiritual leader of the fishmen. As the voice echoed, a fishman with 4 legs and an explosive hairstyle entered, accompanied by a burly companion. He was taken aback at the sight before her. Glancing at Shiro-Hoshi heightened her concern and fear. Von der Decken, what brings you here? Vander glanced at He before his gaze was drawn to Shiro-Hoshi. Little Shiro-Hoshi, I had no idea you were here. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. I searched high and low. Accept my affection. I will wait for you. Shiro-Hoshi looked at him with terror, tears brimming in her eyes as she began to cry, clutching onto He and Neptune tightly. Daddy, Mommy, I am scared. 3 fishmen beside Neptune stepped forward, their faces contorted with anger directed at Vander. Enough. We will not allow you to bully our mother and little sister any longer. Suddenly, He seemed to recall something and shouted for the soldiers outside. Hurry, come and capture Vander. Ha ha ha. Naive He, do you still believe those people obey you? It is time for Fishman Island to undergo a transformation. Just as Ace said, peace and respect are seized through force. The time for revenge against humans has come. With that, Vander raised his arm, and a throng of fishmen appeared outside, many bearing injuries and some marked with the imprint of the heavenly dragon's claws. Standing between the two factions, Lin Chen glanced at Vander, then at He, and finally turned to Ace, asking, is this also part of your plan? Ace stared blankly at Lin Chen, speechless, then turned to Vander, seething. How dare you deceive me? Fishman Island can only be controlled by Lord Ban. Who do you think you are? You promised to merely help spread my ideology, not to covet even a fraction of Fishman Island. Yet now you dare to seize power. Vander looked at Ace as if he were a fool, mocking him. Ha ha. Did you truly believe I would be so benevolent? It is too late to realize this now. Lin Chen regarded the brazen fishman before him. Initially, he did not take it to heart. However, when he noticed the lascivious glint in Vander's eyes as he gazed at Shiro-Hoshi, he felt a surge of revulsion. In the distance, Shiro-Hoshi continued to sob softly, her eyes darting fearfully between Lin Chen and Vander. To her, both Lin Chen and Vander were the same ilk, bullies who tormented her parents. Ha ha, little Shiro-Hoshi, do not cry anymore. Once I seize Fishman Island, I promise you the title of princess. Ace wished to say more, but Lin Chen raised a hand to stop him. Lord Ban, seeing Ace's bewildered expression, Lin Chen shook his head. Engaging in a war of words with Vander was futile. Meanwhile, Vander had been observing Lin Chen and his companions, already aware that they were the infamous Dawn. At present, it appears that the Dawn is also poised to partake in this unfolding situation. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to oppose the Dawn, and thus promptly expressed his loyalty. Lord Ban, I am the captain of the Faceyoung Pirates and a wielder of the Bada Bada fruit. I am here to pledge my allegiance to the Dawn and join forces against the world government. Of course, esteemed Lord Ban, I have a small request. I hope to be granted the title of King of Fishman Island. It is merely a nominal position, as all affairs of Fishman Island shall be decided by you. Upon hearing Vander's words, Tiger felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As long as Vander was willing to submit to the Dawn, they would henceforth be allies, and any chance of settling scores with him seemed to vanish. Observing Vander's declaration, Lin Chen inquired, do you know who currently shelters Fishman Island? Vander paused, and, after a moment of contemplation, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead as he replied, "It is the Whitebeard pirates." Lin Chen chuckled lightly and asked, "How do you think I compare to Whitebeard?" Vander swallowed nervously and responded, "Although Whitebeard is hailed as the strongest man in the world, I still believe you possess greater strength. Your audacity to defy the world government is the true hallmark of the most powerful individual in this world." Crocodile, overhearing Vander's words, cast a sidelong glance, recognizing that despite Vander's unassuming appearance, he had a knack for flattery. Without rushing to answer Vander, Lin Chen turned to Tiger and reiterated the same question. "Who currently shelters Fishman Island?" Tiger answered without hesitation, "It is the Dawn." Upon hearing Tiger's response, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, while Vander's complexion paled instantly. Turning to Vander, Lin Chen remarked, "Although your answer is commendable, Fishman Island does not require the oversight of someone I am unfamiliar with. Therefore, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave." Vander, unwilling to concede, pleaded, "I implore you for another chance. I will surely become the vanguard in the fight against the world government." Ignoring Vander, Lin Chen ascended step by step to the throne of Fishman Island. Under the pressure exerted by Lin Chen, Neptune departed with Odoheim, quietly standing off to the side with his children. Neptune's eldest son, Sharkstar, voiced his discontent, unable to restrain himself. "Father, are we truly going to abandon everything like this?" Odoheim quickly restrained Sharkstar, signaling him to remain silent. As Lin Chen caressed the armrest of the throne, he gradually settled into the seat, emanating an air of chilling authority. The Dragon Palace fell into a profound silence. Neither Neptune nor the surrounding fishmen dared to utter a word. Crocodile and his associates observed Lin Chen atop the throne, feeling a stirring within, as if it were his destined place. "Crocodile, from today onward, you shall oversee all affairs of Fishman Island and formally declare it as belonging to the Dawn. Furthermore, issue a warning to the Navy, pirates, and the world government. Should they dare to capture the residents of Fishman Island as slaves again, they shall face the full wrath of the Dawn. Enel, you are to maintain order in Fishman Island and deal swiftly with any fishmen who dare to resist. Remain vigilant against those slave traders who harbor hopes of evasion. Any caught shall be executed on the spot. Monet, your responsibility is to eliminate all elements of unrest within Fishman Island. I will not tolerate any external influence interfering with our affairs. Tiger, you shall be in charge of educating the other fishmen. Peace and justice on Fishman Island can only be achieved after the world government's downfall. The Dawn will lead you towards hope." With each command issued by Lin Chen, the others grasped his intentions. There could only be one voice on Fishman Island, and that voice was Lin Chen's. Odoheim's eyes filled with desolation. Each of Lin Chen's commands pierced her heart like daggers, for she understood that the hope of coexistence between fishmen and humans had been irrevocably extinguished. Vander, equally disheartened, recognized that his aspirations to seize power over Fishman Island had also perished. The failure to usurp control implied that he and Shirahoshi would now be entirely disconnected, unless Lin Chen gazed down from the elevated platform, suppressing the intoxicating thrill that accompanied his newfound authority. This sensation of wielding dominion over life and death was undeniably addictive. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was a poison that could corrupt the mind, much like the celestial dragons. Crocodile and his companions soon received orders to depart, and the transition of power over Fishman Island was completed in a remarkably brief period, while the outside world remained largely oblivious, necessitating vigilance against any potential uprising. Ultimately, only Rayleigh, Razanani, Sugar, and Luo, along with the Fei Xiang pirates and Neptune, remained within the Dragon Palace, until Lin Chen spoke. Neither the Fei Xiang pirates nor Neptune dared to move. The members of the Fei Xiang pirates were uncertain of Lin Chen's stance towards them, while Neptune and his associates had effectively become prisoners in their own domain. Having been stripped of power, the consequences were all too clear. Neptune had considered resisting Lin Chen, yet the sheer strength Lin Chen exhibited was beyond his capacity to confront. Even the mere display of conqueror's haki from Lin Chen was something he could not withstand, let alone the other techniques at Lin Chen's disposal. He also had a family to care for, and could only hope that Lin Chen would treat them kindly, given his lack of rebellion. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shirahoshi, still beside Odoheim, continued to weep softly, while Odoheim and the others assumed she was merely mourning. However, an invisible wave emanated from Shirahoshi, subtly directed toward the depths of the ocean. After issuing all commands, Lin Chen surveyed the gathered individuals and, contemplating for a moment, addressed Vander, "You may leave. In light of your assistance to Tiger, I shall not pursue further matters." Vander clenched his fists, then released them, ultimately adopting a humble demeanor as he bowed and said, "Esteemed Lord Ban, I sincerely wish to join the Dawn and stand against the world government. Even if assigned the most insignificant tasks, I am willing. Please grant me this opportunity." As Vander knelt, his face awash with earnest supplication, anyone observing would perceive his sincerity. And even Lin Chen found himself momentarily wavering. This man had pleaded multiple times, and his own principle was to unite all who could be united. In this light, Vander indeed met the criteria, though he could not be a core member of the Dawn, instead serving as one of the forces under its banner, much like Tiger. Noticing Lin Chen's hesitation, Vander felt a flicker of excitement within him, although his expression remained one of humble sincerity. In his view, as long as he could join the Dawn, his status on Fishman Island would remain exalted. Conversely, Odoheim and Shirahoshi, as remnants of the former ruling class of Fishman Island, would find their positions exceedingly awkward. Yet one thing was certain, their lives would not be easy. In time, as a member of the Dawn, he would possess substantial maneuvering room. Just as the Dragon Palace fell into silence, awaiting Lin Chen's pronouncement, a deep voice resonated from outside. The sound was profoundly resonant, exuding immense pressure, unlike anything a mere creature might produce. "Help me." Shirahoshi's faint voice broke through, capturing the attention of all present. "What is it, Shirahoshi?" Odoheim asked, her expression tinged with concern as she observed Shirahoshi's weakened state, while the ominous voice from outside intensified her anxiety. "Mother, they will help us." Neptune's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "Who are they?" As if struck by a sudden realization, Nipton and E.G. exchanged an excited glance, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. Vander, kneeling on the ground, suddenly broke into a smile. Indeed, just as he had surmised, Bai Xing was none other than the legendary Sea King, Poseidon. Under his orchestration, a considerable conflict had erupted between Tiger and E.G., during which he had covertly injured E.G. The young Bai Xing had unleashed an ominous wave of energy, drawing a multitude of Sea Kings. With but a flick of their tails, they had severely injured Tiger. He had witnessed all of this, which explained his relentless obsession with Bai Xing. Now, witnessing the scene unfold once more filled him with even greater excitement. For the Sea Kings summoned by Bai Xing this time were undeniably more formidable than before. Lin Chen stepped outside and noticed a pair of colossal eyes fixated upon them from a distance, instilling a profound sense of dread. Simultaneously, his observation Haki sensed that even more Sea Kings were approaching. Casting a grave look at Bai Xing, Lin Chen admonished E.G., urging her to cease this power. E.G. remained unmoved. In her view, these Sea Kings might be capable of driving Lin Chen and his group away, thereby restoring her dominion over Fishman Island. Observing her in action, Lin Chen rebuked her. "Do you think I fear these Sea Kings? Bai Xing is far too young to control such power. If you allow her to continue summoning them, do you wish to witness her demise? Foolishness." With that, Lin Chen swiftly appeared beside Bai Xing, frowning at her visibly weakened state. E.G., seemingly struck by a realization, was suddenly filled with horror. Upon seeing Bai Xing's pallid complexion, she could not help but burst into tears. Bai Xing, please stop this ability." "Manga, I'm scared." Lin Chen perceived that Bai Xing was on the brink of a breakdown. He feared that if this continued, she might succumb to exhaustion. Every ability comes at a cost, and for one so young to summon so many Sea Kings placed an unbearable strain on her frail body. Without hesitation, Lin Chen activated his ocular technique to control Bai Xing, causing her to lose consciousness in that instant. Seeing Bai Xing's state, E.G. panicked, grasping the hem of Lin Chen's garment and pleading, "What has happened to Bai Xing? Please, spare her." Lin Chen had no better solution. He could only sever Bai Xing's connection to the Sea Kings through this means. Yet this action incited a riot among the external Sea Kings. In their realm, Bai Xing had been reaching out to them one moment, and the next, her voice vanished entirely, sending them into a frenzy. Releasing E.G.'s grasp, Lin Chen hurried outside the palace, where Crocodile and the others had returned, their expressions grave as they surveyed the mass of Sea Kings before them. Being at the ocean's depths, any outbreak of combat could lead to unimaginable consequences. "What should we do?" Lin Chen signaled for everyone to remain calm as he unleashed a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki. Seeing this, Rayleigh joined in, hoping to intimidate the Sea Kings into retreating. Under the combined might of their haki, many smaller Sea Kings exhibited signs of fear and ultimately fled. However, a number remained, unmoved, their colossal forms towering over 1,000 meters. Noticing the intelligent glimmer in their eyes, akin to that of humans, Lin Chen narrowed his gaze, his voice resolute and thunderous. "Leave this place immediately, or face death." At the sound of Lin Chen's command, the Sea Kings displayed a mocking glimmer in their eyes, remaining unmoving. In response, Lin Chen activated his kaleidoscope, summoning his full-body Susanoo, which shielded him from the surrounding water pressure. The power of wood release diminished significantly beneath 10,000 meters of seawater. The sheer force of the water rendered his branches as if they were mired in quicksand. To confront these Sea Kings, dust release was undoubtedly the most effective offensive technique. Utilizing the dust release emitted from Susanoo proved far more potent than his individual efforts. There was no longer a concern regarding exposure. Failure to drive away these Sea Kings would yield dire consequences. The Sea Kings were momentarily taken aback by the appearance of Lin Chen's Susanoo, yet they soon dismissed it, finding its size insufficient to intimidate them. Sensing their disdainful gazes, Lin Chen chuckled softly. These Sea Kings, refusing to heed warnings, believed their immense size granted them unfettered freedom. With this thought, Lin Chen unleashed his chakra to its fullest, causing 4 arms to extend from Susanoo, brandishing 2 colossal chakra blades. Only then did the Sea Kings begin to feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Chen. "Still here? Then stay." Dust release. Super original world separation technique. With each arm wielding a chakra blade, he struck out fiercely, while the other 2 arms of Susanoo conjured an immense beam of light in their palms. The brilliant white light was so radiant that it was visible even to those on Fishman Island, before launching straight toward a colossal Sea King. The beam of light pierced through the ocean like a hawk in flight, instantly penetrating the body of the Sea King. The colossal creature had no time to escape, suffering devastation from head to tail as its form was obliterated. Countless crimson droplets stained the surrounding waters, transforming them into a sea of red. Unrelenting, Lin Chen directed the beam toward another Sea King, and having witnessed the fate of their comrade, the remaining Sea Kings hastily attempted to evade. However, their immense size rendered them incapable of swift movement, and one by one, they fell victim to Lin Chen's dust release. The unaffected Sea Kings erupted into chaos, their eyes wide with terror as they fled in disarray, fearing they would meet the same fate. As Lin Chen observed the remaining Sea Kings struggling to escape, he ceased his assault. The waters where his dust release had passed had been evaporated, revealing a vacuum. Once he halted, the surrounding waters surged back into the void, creating tumultuous waves. Seeing the Sea Kings retreat, Crocodile and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the crisis had been averted. However, they were left puzzled as to why the Sea Kings had attacked Fishman Island without provocation. Or was it possible that they had come for a specific individual? Only Rayleigh and the others, who had been present, cast furtive glances at the now unconscious Bai Xing. From Lin Chen and Yiji's words, they discerned that this incident was intricately linked to Bai Xing. After dismissing Susanoo, Lin Chen returned to the palace and gazed at the slumbering Bai Xing. He instructed Razanandi, "Please ensure Bai Xing's family is settled properly. Do not trouble them." Razanandi nodded and departed with several others. Lin Chen then turned to Crocodile and the others, stating, "Continue executing the prior plan. However, Old Sand, wait until Fishman Island is stable before announcing its subjugation under our rule." Lin Chen made a temporary decision to allow Crocodile a moment of respite, primarily to avert any unforeseen complications during this period. The Fishman Island was destined to remain isolated, prohibiting any external interference. Once all the unstable elements on Fishman Island were eradicated, the announcement could be made without haste. As everything proceeded methodically, Lin Chen's gaze shifted back to Vander. To be candid, he had little desire to engage with this individual, as Vander's gaze towards Bai Xing always bore an uncomfortable hint of lewdness. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen addressed Vander, instructing him to raise his head and look at him. Although puzzled, Vander complied. The instant their eyes met, Vander found himself ensnared. Lin Chen inquired about his purpose for being there. With a vacant expression, Vander slowly replied that he had orchestrated a plan to have Tiger and E.G. injure each other. With Tiger imprisoned, his primary obstacle had vanished. He had merely used Tiger as a pawn in his quest to seize power over Fishman Island. On his way here, he had learned of Tiger's transfer from prison and subsequently encountered the legendary Dawn. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and pressed further, asking about Vander's intentions towards Bai Xing. For a fleeting moment, Vander's face displayed a struggle, but it quickly faded as he blankly responded that Bai Xing was the legendary mermaid princess, capable of communicating with the Sea Kings. She was destined to become the world's most beautiful woman, and he wished to marry Bai Xing while simultaneously manipulating her powers. Crocodile cast a disdainful glance at Vander, yet secretly admired his cunning. If they had not intervened today, Fishman Island might very well have changed hands. Lin Chen posed one final question. Why had Tiger failed when no one on Fishman Island should be able to rival the Sun Pirates? What are the other members of the Sun Pirates? Vander explained that Tiger had been injured by the Sea Kings summoned by Bai Xing, while he had deceived the Sun Pirates into believing he was there to assist Tiger, leading them to gather forces in Fishman Street to aid him. As Vander's words fell silent, a commotion erupted outside the Ryugu Palace. Let me in. I must kill that scoundrel Vander. Lin Chen glanced at the large blue figure outside and commanded, allow him entry. Upon entering, Jinbei spotted Vander kneeling on the ground and was immediately consumed by rage, preparing to attack. However, he was swiftly intercepted by Tiger. Do not act impulsively, Jinbei. Follow Master Ban's directives. Hearing Tiger's words, Jinbei's expression softened with respect as he looked at Lin Chen. Tiger then explained to Lin Chen that Jinbei had gathered a multitude of people, intending to storm the Ryugu Palace, where he fortuitously encountered Tiger, who was bewildered by Jinbei's presence. Once they clarified their respective situations, it became evident that this was all part of Vander's scheme, leading to the earlier scene. After some thought, Lin Chen released his hold on Vander, who soon displayed a perplexed expression, unable to grasp what had just transpired. Upon seeing Tiger and Jinbei, a flicker of panic crossed his face, but it vanished just as quickly as he continued to bow before Lin Chen, pleading, please allow me to join you, Master Ban, even if it means serving as a mere dog. Lin Chen responded with a cold smirk, remarking that not just anyone could be the Dog of Dawn. Addressing Tiger and Jinbei, he stated, you may handle him. I wish to see him no more. With that, Lin Chen rose and exited the palace, leaving Vander with a frigid silhouette. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Vander was momentarily stunned, his complexion paling as he pleaded, Master Ban, grant me another chance. What did I do wrong? Please tell me. Crocodile regarded Vander with icy disdain, declaring, you have exposed the filth within your heart. What do you think? Vander froze, his face gradually growing pallid as he failed to understand. He merely sought to obtain a sliver of his own interest. Was that so wrong? Unfortunately, Vander was fated not to receive an answer, as the sound of Tiger and Jinbei cracking their knuckles echoed in his ears. The repercussions for him and his subordinates were all too clear. Lin Chen remained unaware of what transpired further within the palace. He never encountered Vander or his followers again. At that moment, he found himself alongside He, gazing at her after many years apart. Lin Chen inquired, do you truly still cling to your beliefs? He responded with unwavering determination, asserting her conviction that she could foster a harmonious coexistence between Fishman Island and humanity. Violence alone cannot resolve issues. Lin Chen chuckled softly, retorting, there is nothing that cannot be resolved through violence. If it cannot be resolved, it simply means it has not been violent enough. Such nonsense. He clearly dismissed Lin Chen's words. In her eyes, only a friendly approach could yield peace, while violence would only perpetuate the enmity between fishmen and humans. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Xing and remarked, believe it or not, but I trust you will soon alter your perspective. He added, let me clarify. I have never stated that I wish for fishmen and humans to part ways. I merely desire that you stand with me to confront the world government. He ignored Lin Chen. She had now become a captive. Even Fishman Island had been seized by this man, rendering her words futile. Noticing her silence, Lin Chen turned to Bai Xing and asked, Bai Xing is the Sea King Poseidon, correct? I require her powers. Absolutely not. I will never allow you to exploit my daughter. Then I shall kill her. You. Observing He's furious yet powerless demeanor, Lin Chen chuckled, Princess He, surely you do not wish for your daughter to meet her demise at my hands. How despicable. What must I do for you to spare us? Fishman Island is already yours. What more do you want? Bullying us mother and daughter is hardly a feat. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have not bullied you. Be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander. You believe my actions are incorrect now, but in time, you will realize I was right, while you were the one mistaken. He, sulking in defiance, ignored him. With that, Lin Chen departed, leaving behind the words, you will change your mind soon. E.G. found Lin Chen's demeanor absurd, her thoughts clouded by disbelief. Outside, Crocodile approached with arms crossed, inquiring, "What is the outcome?" Lin Chen shook his head. "A tough old woman, impervious to reason. Let her be." Crocodile nodded. "Indeed, Fishman Island is now under our control. What is your next course of action?" After some contemplation, Lin Chen replied, "First, we must stabilize Fishman Island. We cannot leave it unattended. Who do you think should remain here?" "I believe Tiger and Jinbei would be quite suitable." Lin Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by Crocodile's suggestion. He had only considered candidates among Dawn's core members and had forgotten about the two. If Fishman Island were to select capable fighters, it seemed only Tiger and Jinbei were viable options, and their strength was indeed commendable. Moreover, both were fiercely loyal to Lin Chen, unafraid of potential rebellions should a few members depart. After the ideological education conducted by Ace, many residents of Fishman Island regarded the Dawn as a deity that would rescue them from peril. When Ace presented the video of Dawn slaying Charlemagne, it further solidified their belief that Lin Chen and his companions were the great heroes resisting the world government and the celestial dragons, earning their utmost admiration. If Lin Chen were to rally them to attack the Marine headquarters now, they would likely oblige. Moreover, some fishmen who harbored prejudices against Lin Chen and his group found warmth in their genuine treatment of fishmen as equals, devoid of any air of superiority. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen propagated a 24-character mantra, garnering the recognition of all fishmen, thus solidifying his ruling status on Fishman Island. Ultimately, Lin Chen resolved to allow Ace and Jinbei to remain there while he ventured into the New World. Although all this would have to wait until matters on Fishman Island were settled. Ace nodded in agreement before departing, as he had numerous responsibilities, unlike Lin Chen, who could afford to be more relaxed. Time flew by, and months passed swiftly. During this period, Lin Chen was not idle. He explored various locales on Fishman Island and gleaned much information, though he did not delve deeply into research. To him, the strategic significance of Fishman Island was paramount, and he devoted considerable effort to transforming it into a stronghold. At this juncture, the importance of his wood-release technique became evident. Lin Chen upgraded numerous areas of Fishman Island using this ability, earning considerable praise. Additionally, he fortified the entry point leading to the Sabati archipelago and the passage to the New World as well. This, however, led to numerous complaints from those needing to traverse Fishman Island to reach the New World. Lin Chen paid them no heed and discreetly added a regulation to the island's announcements. Merchant ships passing through Fishman Island bound for the New World were required to pay a tax of 10% of the goods value, with Lin Chen dispatching skilled fishmen to escort the merchant vessels for a portion of their journey. As for the pirates, Lin Chen faced a dilemma. Ultimately, he chose not to impose any measures against them, merely issuing a warning to refrain from causing disturbances. Initially, he had considered seizing their ships, but he feared that prolonged actions might incite widespread anger, leading to terrifying retaliation against Fishman Island once Dawn's core personnel departed. The number of pirates traveling from the Sabati archipelago to the New World was not significant, so Lin Chen decided to overlook them for the time being, knowing he would deal with them eventually. Clockter found this puzzling, questioning why pirates were not subjected to the same fees as merchant ships. Lin Chen's explanation was straightforward. The fees imposed on merchant ships would ensure their safe escort, making the route considerably safer for both parties. After all, merchant vessels had previously faced the risk of being plundered shortly after passing Fishman Island. Lin Chen's regulation provided a degree of security, creating a win-win scenario. However, imposing fees on pirates would simply drive them to plunder innocent civilians, as their income stemmed from theft. The meager funds they possessed paled in comparison to those of merchant ships, rendering them unworthy of attention. Following Lin Chen's establishment of these regulations, he began to see substantial returns within just a few months. Yet, only a small portion of this profit was retained for himself. The majority was reinvested into improving the living conditions and facilities of Fishman Island. Once affairs on Fishman Island were proceeding smoothly, Lin Chen convened everyone, with matters nearly settled. He indicated that the announcement could be made by Lao Sha the following day. Furthermore, the discussion of who would remain behind on Fishman Island concluded with Ace and Jinbei being selected, as they were well acquainted with the island. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the others had no objections, but Ace and Jinbei anxiously inquired, "Boss Man, are you leaving? Can't you take us with you?" Lin Chen shook his head and replied, "Our journey to the New World is merely to handle a trivial matter. If time permits, we shall return. Thinking of Odoheim and the others, Lin Chen continued to Tage. Be gentle with Odoheim. Although there are current conflicts, I believe there is room for reconciliation. Odoheim will eventually change her mind. Even Neptune is gradually accepting the situation. I don't know what to make of her stubbornness. Lin Chen recalled the immense size of Shirahoshi, estimating she would consume quite a bit, and added, as for supplies, let us adhere to their previous standards. Shirahoshi has a hearty appetite, so do keep that in mind. After confirming there were no oversights, Lin Chen finalized the matters concerning Fishman Island with Tage and Jinbei, concluding the meeting. As they stepped outside the Dragon Palace, gazing at the transformed Fishman Island, which bore little resemblance to how it had been a few months prior, a surge of pride welled within them. This was their home and potentially the future stronghold against the world government. Approaching the entrance to the new world, Lin Chen and his companions joined the throngs departing Fishman Island, heading toward the treacherous waters inhabited by the most formidable pirates of the world, the New World. A tempest raged, with thunder cracking and dark clouds looming. Such weather piqued the curiosity of Monet and her companions, who had never set foot in the New World. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, Rayleigh, and Clockter were unfazed, having traversed these waters in their youth. As they ushered Sugar and Law indoors to shield them from the rain, Lin Chen called out to Clockter, who was steering the ship amidst the torrential downpour. Old Shah, remember to head towards Dressrosa. Don't deviate from the course. Clockter, drenched in rainwater and with a soggy cigar clenched between his teeth, replied coldly, disappear before I decide to knock you out. Understood. Lin Chen responded, turning to Monet. Monet, I crave milk tea. Bring me a cup as well. It truly is delightful. I want some too. Sugar chimed in. Without hesitation, Rayleigh and Sugar also ordered a cup. And Monet smiled slightly, preparing drinks for Razanani and Law as well. Clockter silently maneuvered the ship's wheel, his lips twitching. Though he could keep his voice low, he deliberately made sure Lin Chen could hear him. Was this not intentional? As for Enel, he remained oblivious, busily charging the ship in the boiler room. Uncle Shah, here. Clockter, lost in thought, heard a soft voice beside him and turned to see little Sugar holding an umbrella, standing next to him with a steaming cup of milk tea. Goodness, what are you doing out in this downpour? I'm not afraid. I even brought an umbrella to shield Uncle Shah from the rain. Clockter used his sand ability to absorb the moisture from his body before lifting little Sugar, who valiantly held the umbrella to shield him from the rain. This is delicious. After taking a sip of the warm milk tea, a smile of bliss crossed Clockter's face. Seeing this, Sugar's eyes narrowed with joy, and she exclaimed, I made this cup. I know Uncle Shah likes it sweet, so I added a generous amount of sugar. Watching Sugar's tiny hands, a warm current coursed through Clockter's heart as he leaned his forehead against hers, prompting her to giggle. Ha ha, little Sugar is truly my thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. Meanwhile, Law had not forgotten his duty to bring a cup of milk tea to Enel in the boiler room. Here, your milk tea. Oh, thank you. When can I return? Unbeknownst to many, while Ainalu tirelessly charged the ship in the boiler room, it significantly enhanced the vessel's speed. After a considerable period of sailing, Lin Chen and his companions finally beheld the kingdom of Dressrosa. Gazing at the majestic kingdom before them, Lin Chen turned to Crocodile and inquired, Are you certain that Don Quixote Doflamingo is here? Crocodile, igniting a cigar, wore a confident expression. Am I not the head of intelligence for Dawn? Do you doubt my word? However, as if recalling something, a hint of uncertainty flickered across Crocodile's face. Currently, we only know that the Don Quixote family is present here, and infiltrating their information has proven quite challenging. Over the years, Doflamingo has fortified this place remarkably. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen declared, Let us land directly on the island and locate Doflamingo. The Don Quixote family now stood before Dawn like ants. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to confront them head-on, intending to catch Doflamingo off guard. Leaving Monet aboard to watch over Sugar and Law, Lin Chen and his companions swiftly plunged into the kingdom of Dressrosa. Under Ainalu's formidable observation haki, they quickly pinpointed the location of the Don Quixote family's stronghold. Doflamingo. It has been far too long. While discussing matters with his family members, Doflamingo was startled by the unexpected call of his name, initially feeling a surge of irritation. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar voice, a wave of panic washed over him. As he turned to see the well-known figures, his pupils constricted sharply. He, it seems the members of Dawn have graced me with their presence. It has indeed been several years. Observing Doflamingo's forced smile, Lin Chen approached him with an elevated demeanor and remarked, "You remain unchanged after all these years. Rather dull. I must say." Doflamingo, gazing at the man before him, felt a swell of anger but dared not retaliate. Instead, he shifted the topic. "What brings you here? You've killed the celestial dragons, yet you boldly appear here without fear of discovery? Not to mention your recent declaration of ownership over Fishman Island. Do you have further plans?" Hearing Doflamingo's repeated "you," Lin Chen placed a hand on Doflamingo's shoulder and jested, "Look at how distant you sound. You were once a member of our Dawn. Do not fear. Even if you were a celestial dragon, I do not intend to kill you. Yet." Doflamingo inhaled sharply, recognizing that Lin Chen had a knack for delivering chilling statements in a seemingly lighthearted manner. However, recalling that Lin Chen was capable of killing celestial dragons in public, he refrained from contradicting him, replying, "You are correct. We are allies, and I am also part of Dawn. So, what do you wish to discuss?" With a smirk, Lin Chen leaned closer to Doflamingo's ear and whispered, "I seek the sky gold." Instantly, Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes fixated on Lin Chen as if searching for some hidden meaning. The recent meeting with his subordinates revolved around the abduction of the sky gold in exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. Achieving that title would ensure the success of their plans in Dressrosa, a territory that belonged to the Don Quixote family. How could they allow others to rule it for so long? Yet, Lin Chen's unexpected appearance disrupted his plans, especially upon hearing his desire for the sky gold, causing Doflamingo to suspect that information had been leaked. In reality, Lin Chen intended to leverage Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon to discreetly obtain the sky gold. He was well aware that Doflamingo had employed this very tactic to secure his position as a warlord of the sea, and the world government hesitated to act against him due to his lineage. If successful, it would mean he could finally exchange for the Rinnegan. "I do not comprehend your intentions. What does the sky gold have to do with me?" Upon hearing Doflamingo feign ignorance, Lin Chen abruptly tightened his grip on Doflamingo's arm, constricting his throat, prompting the surrounding subordinates to assume a combat stance. "Release the young master." Crocodile and the others swiftly incapacitated Doflamingo's subordinates. Lin Chen gazed at the fallen subordinates and addressed Doflamingo. "You currently have no options. You may comply, or I will compel you to comply. Are you aware of why we abandoned the Golden Lion?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, terror filled Doflamingo, his expression turning a shade of purple as he stammered, "I will do it. I will do it. Let me go." Releasing his grip, Doflamingo clutched his throat, gasping for air, his eyes beneath his sunglasses wide with fear. He had narrowly escaped having his neck broken by Lin Chen. Excellent. A wise man recognizes the times. We are comrades of the same camp. There is no need for hostility. Doflamingo subtly curled his lip, feeling helpless against Lin Chen's relentless demeanor. He was unable to fight back or argue, merely adopting a strategy of avoidance. Little did he expect that after all these years, Lin Chen would seek him out. Observing Doflamingo, Lin Chen inquired, "Do you possess any intelligence regarding the sky gold?" Doflamingo knew that even if he remained silent, Lin Chen would uncover the information, so he reluctantly divulged, "Recently, a shipment of sky gold from the New World is set to pass through the kingdom of Dressrosa." "Splendid. For the time being, you shall accompany us." Casting a glance at the incapacitated Don Quixote family members, Lin Chen continued, "Do not worry about them. However, ensure they do not disturb us, or they shall face dire consequences." A flicker of unidentifiable resentment flashed in Doflamingo's eyes but quickly vanished, replaced by a respectful demeanor. "Yes, I shall inform them." Noting Doflamingo's sudden transformation into a respectful figure, Lin Chen decided to ignore his demeanor. "Assist me this time, and I shall overlook our previous grievances. Let us work together." Doflamingo lowered his gaze, remaining silent, occasionally glancing at Law and the others. Their reunion revealed how much they had changed over the years. As the sun began to set, Lin Chen led Doflamingo back to the ship, where Monet busied herself preparing a meal for everyone. The atmosphere at the dining table remained relatively relaxed, yet Doflamingo remained taciturn. Even when Law attempted to engage him in conversation, he received only a cold response. Although the events did not pique Doflamingo's interest, the presence of Sugar and Law intrigued him. He had not anticipated the existence of two children within Dawn. Time slipped away, and soon they received news of the Sky Gold vessel, expected to pass through the kingdom of Dressrosa within a day or two. Lin Chen had prepared everything, and his plan was straightforward. Have Doflamingo seize the Sky Gold, thus securing the title of Warlord of the Sea, aligning with Doflamingo's original strategy. Doflamingo's initial resistance gradually transformed into reluctant acceptance. Lin Chen would obtain the Sky Gold, while Doflamingo would gain the title of Warlord of the Sea, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The only task that remained was to fabricate a plausible excuse for the disappearance of the Sky Gold. 2 days hence, said Dawn, several vessels belonging to the world government slowly approached the kingdom of Dressrosa. They intended to make a brief stop here to collect the heavenly gold of this nation. This was the final destination, and once the collection was complete, they would submit this precious heavenly gold to the world government. As originally planned by Lin Chen, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, soon arrived before the ships of the world government with his entourage. Who dares to stand in our way? Retreat immediately. Doflamingo laughed in response to the warning directed at him. He. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. Go back and tell the world government that if they wish to reclaim the heavenly gold, they must exchange it for the position of Warlord of the Sea. The naval commander, escorting the heavenly gold, stepped forward to assess the situation. It was none other than one of the vice admirals, Gaji. What is happening? Why are they being obstructed? If they refuse to leave, then eliminate them on the spot. Those around him, members of the world government, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Gaji's words and quickly exclaimed, "We cannot take action. He is a member of the Don Quixote family. We have no authority to act against the celestial dragons." Gaji's expression darkened at their words, as it implied that this batch of heavenly gold might be seized. Doflamingo, observing the group on the opposing ship, smirked and swiftly took the vessel laden with heavenly gold to the kingdom of Dressrosa. The surrounding individuals were powerless to stop him and could only hasten back to the world government to report the news. Gaji, too, could only contact the naval headquarters, where the response was straightforward. The Navy would not intervene in the internal conflicts of the celestial dragons. Everything awaited the world government's handling. During the time that both the world government and the Navy had departed, Lin Chen also boarded the ship containing the heavenly gold. Gazing at the array of treasures before him, Lin Chen instructed everyone to remain alert outside while he began to absorb these treasures, converting them into his own points. Before long, Lin Chen had consumed all the heavenly gold, which consisted mostly of valuable items, with only a few being berries. Nevertheless, this brought Lin Chen substantial revenue, including the wealth acquired previously on Fishman Island. Lin Chen noted with a smile that he could now purchase the reincarnation eye with the points displayed on his panel. Feeling a surge of joy within. Points, 550,000. This batch of heavenly gold had yielded approximately 400,000 points, likely because the heavenly gold from the kingdom of Dressrosa had not yet been collected. However, combined with the previous gains from Fishman Island, the total of 550,000 points was now sufficient for Lin Chen to exchange for the reincarnation eye. He exchanged for the reincarnation eye and the Uzumaki physique. In an instant, his 550,000 points were depleted, followed by a tingling sensation in his eyes and body. Taking a deep breath, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, they had transformed into the purple circles of the reincarnation eye, exuding a chilling aura. As the Uzumaki physique was acquired, the chakra within Lin Chen surged once more, all to prevent a deficiency after utilizing the reincarnation eye. Although the Uchiha and Senju physiques had already significantly amplified his chakra, Lin Chen still felt uneasy and opted to acquire the Uzumaki physique as well. In the world of Naruto, Nagato suffered due to the absence of Indra and Ashura's powers. Despite possessing the Uzumaki physique, he found himself severely depleted. Of course, the presence of Konin might have slightly influenced this as well. This highlighted the stark difference in chakra consumption when using the reincarnation eye between the two. After all, the reincarnation eye was a product born from the fusion of Indra's and Ashura's powers, and until Lin Chen acquired these, he could only utilize it like Nagato. Nevertheless, this had brought about a tremendous enhancement to Lin Chen's strength. Now, he was eager to ascertain his current power level and whether he had reached the pinnacle of the world. Exiting the ship, Lin Chen scanned his surroundings, effectively concealing his aura, which allowed Crocodile and others to remain oblivious to the fact that he had ascended to a higher level. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge, Crocodile eagerly leaned in to glimpse the treasures within, only to be left dumbfounded. Empty. At Crocodile's exclamation, the others quickly crowded inside, and upon witnessing the barren hold, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Where's the heavenly gold?" Lin Chen stood with his arms crossed, stating, "The heavenly gold is gone. What does it have to do with us? Wasn't it Don Quixote who seized it?" The group paused momentarily, then appeared to relax. Yet Crocodile remarked, "Forget it. It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own secrets. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chen, having observed Lin Chen's proclivity for hoarding wealth since joining the Dawn. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, the group departed, and when Doflamingo arrived to inspect the hold, his expression darkened at the sight of its complete emptiness. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. His initial demand had been to exchange the heavenly gold for the position of Warlord of the Sea. Yet now Lin Chen had consumed it all. He had expected Lin Chen to leave some behind, but that glutton had taken everything. Doflamingo pondered his next course of action, and soon his brow unfurled. The kingdom of Dressrosa seemed capable of compensating for this loss. In the ensuing days, while Lin Chen familiarized himself with the power of the reincarnation eye, he discreetly visited Wano country, his purpose there remaining a mystery to all. Time passed swiftly, and soon the world government's response arrived, agreeing to grant Doflamingo the position of Warlord of the Sea, while demanding the return of the heavenly gold, along with an additional portion from the kingdom of Dressrosa. Upon receiving this news, Doflamingo immediately confronted the king of Dressrosa, threatening him to relinquish 50 billion berries or face annihilation. However, Doflamingo's plans were swiftly thwarted by Lin Chen, leaving him feeling quite nauseated. On one side stood the Dawn, and on the other, the world government, both entities he could not afford to provoke, while the Dawn was in direct opposition to the world government, placing him in an uncomfortable position. Bon. Initially, we agreed that you would take the heavenly gold, and I would receive the Warlord of the Sea position. Now, how can I obtain that position without returning the portion you devoured to the world government? Unfazed by Doflamingo's words, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What's so special about that position? Here's an idea. Why not sincerely follow me, and I'll lead you to the Holy Land? We'll trample the Gorosei underfoot. A flicker of disdain crossed Doflamingo's eyes. Once the true treasures of the celestial dragons were unleashed, the so-called aspirations of these individuals to overthrow the world government would amount to mere fantasies. They had no idea how formidable the celestial dragons, with their 800 years of heritage, truly were. Noting Doflamingo's silence, Lin Chen paid him no mind. For now, he was content to observe how Doflamingo would navigate this situation, while also seeking out the presence of a certain individual. If that person was indeed as he suspected, the Dawn would be an excellent fit for their inclusion. However, the only information Lin Chen possessed was that this individual frequented casinos. Additionally, their distinctive attire made them easily recognizable. They were merely a blind person who enjoyed playing the fool. Here, Lin Chen kept an eye on the unfolding drama while searching for the individual, as Doflamingo found himself at a standstill with the world government. Mary Geoise. As the Wu Laoxing gazed upon the utterly absurd justification put forth by Doflamingo, their ire was palpable, bordering on the urge to devour him whole. What precisely did this individual aspire to achieve? He had already been promised the position of a Shichibukai, yet he dared to invoke the matter of the Tenryubito's gold. To employ such a rudimentary excuse as being robbed of the Tenryubito's gold is laughable. Who in this world possesses the audacity to seize such treasures? Moreover, was it not Doflamingo himself who had commandeered the Tenryubito's gold? Who could possibly have snatched it from beneath his very nose? One must not speak so definitively, for there exists at least one individual audacious enough to engage in such acts. Upon hearing this, the previously vocal Wu Laoxing's expression darkened. Upon mentioning the name Ban, a somber silence enveloped the five. One of them then remarked, had they not recently heard that the Dawn had declared Fishman Island as their own? How ought this matter be resolved? What can be done regarding Fishman Island now? A mere assembly of lowly fishmen could scarcely stir significant turmoil. However, the strategic location of Fishman Island is undeniably crucial. It serves as a vital passageway to the New World. And what of it? Must we still traverse Fishman Island to reach the New World? Indeed, that is a valid point. Yet, what becomes of the decrees issued by the Dawn? Fishman slaves represent a significant portion of the slave market. Should a prohibition be enacted, the Tenryubito would undoubtedly retaliate. Does the world government truly fear the Dawn? Are their words to be taken as absolute? If they possess the courage, let them assault Mary Geoise. We will converse with him directly. Surely, he lacks the audacity for such confrontation. As the Wu Laoxing deliberated, numerous matters were swiftly resolved, including Doflamingo's demands. Without the Tenryubito's gold, there shall be no Shichibukai title. He must find a way to manage it himself. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received shocking news. Tom had been arrested. He He was to be executed at Judicial Island for the crime of crafting ships for the Pirate King and the Dawn. Tom has been apprehended. I must personally visit, Lin Chen remarked, glancing at the newspaper in his hand while gesturing toward Doflamingo in the distance, cautioning everyone to remain vigilant. For he is not as weak as they might presume. Rayleigh, upon reading the news of Tom's capture, exhibited a glimmer of nostalgia. It has been many years since I last encountered that fellow. I shall accompany you. Seeing Rayleigh's intent to join him, Lin Chen replied, would it not be the same if I rescued him myself? Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, his eyes conveying an understanding look, saying, does this not allow me to pass through the Sabaody archipelago? I wish to visit Ace.He. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Chen rolled his eyes, saying, very well. It is merely your desire to see Ace.He. How could I possibly prevent you from going? With that, Lin Chen produced several images and handed them to Crocodile and Enel, instructing them to seek the whereabouts of this individual during his absence. As he was likely to be found frequenting a casino, he could potentially become our ally, possessing formidable strength. Do not engage in conflict with him. Crocodile nodded as he examined the images. However, the blind man portrayed appeared rather benign. He could not discern where the strength lay. Nevertheless, since Lin Chen had spoken, he would keep in mind. After reiterating his instructions to Crocodile, Lin Chen departed from the Dressrosa Kingdom, accompanied by Rayleigh, en route to Judicial Island. As they vanished from sight, Crocodile contemplated Lin Chen's admonition. Old Sand, keep a close watch on Doflamingo. We have pushed him into a corner, so exercise caution. Scratching his head, Crocodile found it perplexing. Doflamingo seemed to be on the verge of relinquishing his position as a Shichibukai. Was it truly necessary to regard someone they had suppressed from the very beginning with such concern? Beyond his identity as a Tenryubito, Crocodile struggled to discern any other merit to this man. Yet, since Lin Chen had spoken, he would comply. Clutching the images, Crocodile addressed Enel, stating, your fruit is swift. Seek him out elsewhere, while I enlist the assistance of my contacts in the underworld. With that, Crocodile dialed a number using a den mushi, and shortly thereafter, a lively voice responded amidst the clamor. Boss Sand, what can I do for you? Upon hearing Tezelo's voice, Crocodile chuckled, saying, assist me in locating an individual. We are currently in Dressrosa. I will have the photographs sent over shortly. Understood. I am rather busy here, working on the Entertainment Kingdom as per Boss Band's instructions. Let us await the day it becomes a cash cow. I must hang up now. Take care. Ensure you conduct yourself properly in the underworld. And do not forget that King Ji is lurking in the shadows. Do not assume that the Dawn now reigns supreme in the underworld. All right. Please extend my regards to Boss Band. After concluding the call, Crocodile gazed at the den mushi with a wry smile. Despite Tezelo being his subordinate, he still held a deep concern for him. Before long, someone approached Crocodile, and the images began to circulate. Promising results would soon follow. At that moment, Doflamingo found himself within a concealed chamber, seething as he gazed at Lin Chen's wanted poster, angrily plunging a knife into Lin Chen's image. Cursed be this wretched fate. Why must you always appear? Young master, Rosinante is outside. He wishes to see you. Upon hearing the voice outside, Doflamingo's distorted visage softened considerably, soon returning to a semblance of calm. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to reject Rosinante once more. Let him enter. Shortly thereafter, Rosinante entered Doflamingo's chamber alone. Gazing upon his brother, whom he had not seen in years, Rosinante felt a twinge of emotion. Observing Rosinante's enduring silence, Doflamingo coldly remarked, it has been a long time. My dear brother. The emphasis on brother struck a deep chord within Rosinante's heart. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recalled something, skillfully retrieving a pen and paper from his person to write to Doflamingo. Brother, please stop. It must not continue like this. Upon reading Rosinante's words, Doflamingo's rage erupted. Who do you think you are? Do you believe joining the Dawn grants you any significance? You know full well they seek to destroy me, instead of aiding me. You come here urging me to relinquish my fight. Is this not treachery? As he spoke, Doflamingo advanced toward Rosinante, seizing him by the throat and forcefully pinning him against the wall. I despise betrayal above all else, especially betrayal from family. All traitors must perish. Though Doflamingo's eyes burned with murderous intent, his grip gradually loosened. Depart now. I spare you only because you are a member of the Dawn. Do not presume I extend mercy. Rosinante stared blankly at Doflamingo, a hint of bitterness flashing across his heart as he silently turned to leave. Yet he would not relent. for Doflamingo was his only brother and the last of his family. Watching Rosinante's retreating figure, Doflamingo's expression darkened further. Once Rosinante's silhouette faded from view, a voice echoed from outside. "Young master, it seems the dawn is making moves." This statement immediately piqued Doflamingo's vigilance. Having lost his position as a Shichibukai and owing a substantial debt of the Tenryubito's gold to the world government, was the Dawn planning to abandon him? Akin to how they had done to the Golden Lion? Contemplating the repercussions of such actions, and recalling that the Golden Lion still languished in prison, a twisted notion began to take root in Doflamingo's mind. What has transpired? As the dawn approached, Ban and Lei Li seemed to have departed, while Crocodile and Inaru appear to be on a mission, presumably in search of someone. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Don Quixote Doflamingo's mind fixated solely on the first part. Ban and Lei Li had left, although Crocodile, Inaru, and Monet were not to be underestimated. The heavy burden that had long weighed upon Doflamingo's heart was finally lifted. With the departure of the formidable forces from the dawn, did this signify a loosening of his constraints? The thought that this might be his only opportunity for escape ignited a fervor within Doflamingo's heart. Should he successfully flee? He vowed to repay the dawn for all it had done for him. "Hey, Joker, why are you calling me? Help me with something, and I will entrust you with 50% of my assets." "Oh, do elaborate." Doflamingo took a deep breath and replied, "I am being held captive by the dawn. Assist me in my escape." "What? You should look for someone else. I cannot contend with the dawn. Ban and Lei Li are absent. All you need to do is keep Crocodile and Inaru occupied." "Oh, I need to think it over." 60%. There are considerable risks involved. 70%. How can I trust your word? Come to Dressrosa. We can discuss the details in person. Be wary of the dawn surveillance. Understood. I shall arrive by tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, a dark cloud loomed over Doflamingo's face. However, in exchange for 70% of the Don Quixote family's assets, he deemed it a worthy price to secure the assistance of that individual. Moreover, Doflamingo recognized the strength of his ally. After all, he had once been a member of the Rocks Pirates, a formidable force in his own right. Burdened with the notoriety of having seized the Celestial Dragon's treasure and not returned it, Doflamingo's resentment towards Lin Chen intensified. Summoning the executives of his family, Doflamingo inquired, "Do we have any news on the person Crocodile and the others are searching for? It is said that he's a blind man who frequents gambling establishments." "A blind gambler? Keep a close watch on them. Anyone capable of inciting such a stir is no ordinary individual. Inform me immediately if there are any updates." "Yes." The following morning, as Doflamingo had anticipated, Inaru departed early to search for the individual Lin Chen had mentioned, while Crocodile remained behind. Although he exhibited no outward signs of action, he was covertly monitoring Doflamingo's every move. Ugh! Observing Crocodile from a distance, Doflamingo felt an intense discomfort. The sensation of being watched was far from pleasant. However, with Inaru gone, he felt a measure of relief. Otherwise, he worried that Inaru's formidable instincts would jeopardize his upcoming meeting with that person. Once Doflamingo entered his secret chamber, an unexpected voice pierced the silence. "Hey, I didn't expect you to truly be under the dawn's confinement. Is that individual outside Crocodile?" Doflamingo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had failed to notice someone lurking behind him. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar voice, he relaxed. "Wang Ji, I didn't expect to see you here. How long have you been here?" "Not long. I arrived after that lightning kid left." Without turning to face Wang Ji, Doflamingo, feeling somewhat at ease, said, "I was right, wasn't I? Ban and Lei Li are not here. As long as you help me stall Crocodile and Inaru, I will gladly hand over 70% of the Don Quixote family's assets." Wang Ji remained shrouded in the shadows of the chamber, the flickering candlelight revealing a somewhat sinister expression. "And what about Monet and Rosinante?" Doflamingo smirked maliciously. "I will deal with them myself. Just ensure you hold off the other two until Ban and Lei Li return." "Where have Ban and Lei Li gone?" Doflamingo produced a newspaper, glancing at the headlines as he spoke. "They must be heading to Eni's lobby to rescue Tom. This is an opportunity to provoke the world government, and they will undoubtedly go there. They cannot possibly be away for more than a month." Wang Ji stroked his chin, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "I want all the Don Quixote family's assets." "Impossible." Upon hearing Doflamingo's refusal, Wang Ji scoffed. "Oh, then let this matter come to an end. It seems I am wasting my time by provoking the dawn for your sake." As Wang Ji began to leave, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, caught in a difficult dilemma. On one hand, there were the underground assets he had painstakingly built over the years, and on the other, he was being coerced by the Dawn, a feeling that tormented him greatly. Amidst this turmoil, Doflamingo recalled his long-held desire to return to Mary Geoise and reclaim his status as a celestial dragon. He was acutely aware of the secret surrounding the celestial dragon's national treasure. With newfound resolve, Doflamingo clenched his jaw. If the Dawn showed no mercy, then neither would he. Fine, I will give you all my assets, but you must keep your word. At the very least, you must secure me a day's time. Seeing Doflamingo's determination, Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Doflamingo would be willing to relinquish so many years of hard work. What could possibly be more important than that? However, he chose not to delve into the underlying secrets. Based on his prior investigations, he knew that while Crocodile was competent, he was not a match for him in combat, and the same applied to Enaru. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither could defeat him. Facing both together would prove a challenge. But since his task was merely to stall the two, it became a far more manageable endeavor. Contemplating the vast underground empire Doflamingo possessed, Wang Ji's heart raced. If he could fully seize control of these assets, he would possess the means to contend with the Dawn in the underground world. Very well, but let us agree that I will only assist you in stalling the two. Everything else is beyond my purview. When do we act? Faced with the impending loss of his hard-earned empire, Doflamingo resolved to utilize all his pieces. Some individuals, even if they continued to act as moles, would serve no further purpose. 7 days from now. Excellent. Use this time to prepare the necessary transfer documents for those assets. I am ready whenever you are. With that, Wang Ji's figure gradually faded into the shadows of the chamber, while Doflamingo listened to the receding laughter, feeling a deep sense of resentment. Cursed! Cursed! Recalling the immense power of the celestial dragon's national treasure, Doflamingo's expression hardened. He vowed that the Dawn would not have it easy, and Wang Ji, who took advantage of this opportunity, would not escape unscathed either. If he could return to Mary Geoise and inform the Garp of the Dawn's whereabouts, especially confirming their lingering presence in the Dressrosa Kingdom, he believed that the Garp would not overlook such a chance. It was a golden opportunity to eradicate a significant portion of the Dawn's members. As a dark line cut across the azure sea, steam faintly rose. Lin Chen sat by the window of the sea train, gazing at the endless ocean, his mood gradually calming. Sir, would you like a newspaper? A small boy in the train's aisle timidly approached Lin Chen, holding out a newspaper from his pocket. Please, old man Rayleigh, pay up. After casting a few lingering glances at Lin Chen, Rayleigh finally pulled out a crumpled stack of berries from his pocket, confirming that Lin Chen indeed expected him to part with his money. Noticing the boy's toes peeking out from his worn shoes, Rayleigh selected a relatively pristine note and handed it to the lad. Lin Chen took a sip of tea, his gaze unwavering, and remarked nonchalantly, "No need for change. Just go buy yourself a new pair of shoes." A visible vein throbbed on Rayleigh's forehead as he inhaled deeply, trembling slightly as he exhaled. The boy's eyes curved into crescents as he bowed deeply to Lin Chen and Rayleigh, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, gentlemen." He then skipped away to another carriage, his joyful voice trailing behind him. "Now I have enough money for lunch with Mom and my little brother." As Lin Chen perused the newspaper in his hand, he furrowed his brow, an unusual display for him. The headline read, Hawkeye Mihawk and red-haired Shanks engage in a swordsmanship duel. Mihawk is suspected to have the upper hand, earning the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Furthermore, the world government expressed disdain for the Dawn's declaration of protection over Fishman Island, asserting that they would inevitably eradicate the Dawn and warning the islanders to return to the world government, hinting at a potential easing of tensions between fishmen and humans, and advising against following the Dawn into ruin. The Whitebeard pirates had yet to voice their stance on the Dawn's protection of Fishman Island, but whispers suggested discontent among many regarding the Dawn. The Navy officially announced the addition of 2 new vice admirals, Guion, the first female swordsman of the Navy, codenamed Peach Rabbit, and Kaji, codenamed T-Pig. The legendary shipwright and creator of the sea train, Tom, was set to be taken to Judicial Island for execution in 2 days, charged with constructing vessels for Pirate King Roger and the Dawn. As Lin Chen continued to read, several figures in black rushed through the carriage. One of them cast a discreet glance in Lin Chen and Rayleigh's direction, but their expressions quickly turned pale. A group of hooded individuals abruptly emerged in both the front and back carriages, their menacing gazes fixated on the black-clad figures. The boy who had previously sold newspapers cowered in a corner, terrified into silence. The leader of the cloaked group brandished a weapon at his waist before charging at the black-clad individuals, provoking the others to draw their weapons and join the fray. How dare they? Let us fight back. CP9 is not to be trifled with. The black-clad figures prepared for a desperate battle, but they were swiftly subdued by the hooded assailants. Lin Chen finished his remaining tea, spitting out a few slightly bitter tea leaves, and approached the CP9 members, his Sharingan slowly swirling in his eyes. How many of you have come from CP9? What is your mission? Has anyone discovered my whereabouts? The number of CP9 operatives is unknown. Our task is to surveil all suspicious individuals around Judicial Island. So far, we have only identified the Dawn's leader, Ban, and Rayleigh. No other sightings have been reported. Sensing the futility of further inquiry, Lin Chen nodded slightly. The leader of the hooded figures swiftly dispatched the CP9 members, then produced a note and handed it to Lin Chen before vanishing with the rest, leaving no trace of the battle behind. Examining the note, Lin Chen noted it contained the distribution of combat personnel for the upcoming battle at Judicial Island, along with a map of the island. At the end, a message from Crocodile read, "All is normal. Enel is still searching for that person, and Doflamingo has shown no other movements." The date was from yesterday, and with this, Lin Chen felt a momentary sense of relief. Judicial Island was evidently devoid of formidable guardians, and the concealment of his and Rayleigh's whereabouts was meticulously arranged. Any CP9 members attempting to approach them will be dealt with by the Dawn's underground network, which also facilitated the transfer of crucial information, forming an extensive web of communication in the underworld. It could be said that the rescue of Tom was nearly assured. This operation would not only test the power of the Sharingan, but also serve to diminish the world government's prestige, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Lin Chen then turned his attention to the young boy, who stood trembling and speechless, his gaze fixed on his tattered shoes, too afraid to look up. Lin Chen knelt before him, gently lifting his chin. A flash of crimson light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, and the boy's expression gradually dulled into a trance. When Lin Chen and Rayleigh departed, the boy slowly regained his clarity, scratching his head in confusion over what had just transpired. However, the unexpected addition of several berries in his pocket brought him joy, as he realized he could not only pay his debts, but also buy new clothes for his mother and brother, and perhaps even a new pair of shoes for himself. Arriving near Judicial Island, Lin Chen had come a day early to prevent any unforeseen complications. It now seemed that they merely needed to wait 2 more days to rescue Tom. The following morning, Lin Chen spotted a military ship slowly approaching in the distance, its world government flag standing out prominently. Gazing down from above, Lin Chen recognized the leader, Spandam, having encountered him several times in Water 7. "Tom, hand over the design plans for Pluton, and perhaps I might reconsider my stance." "What do you say? You must be dreaming." Upon hearing Tom's refusal, Spandam remained unfazed. After all these years, Tom had consistently denied him, and he was merely curious if Tom would change his mind in his final moments. "Unfortunately, with your charges, it seems no one can save you. Judicial Island has existed for so long, and I have yet to see a single prisoner escape from its clutches." Tom remained silent, standing quietly at the ship's bow, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the sea train briefly flickered into view, and he smiled with a sense of resignation. Having lived this long, having built ships for Pirate King Roger, and having constructed the sea train before my demise, I am content. It is a pity I will not witness how the Dawn will overturn your world government. Huh, and what of it? You are about to die. Do you think the Dawn will come to your rescue? They probably dare not even show their faces now. Once the world government discovers their base, they will face annihilation. To be frank, the Navy and world government have already devised a plan targeting Fishman Island, and all who follow the Dawn are destined for death. Tom said nothing, seemingly sensing something as he looked up at the sky. A shadow flitted across the heavens, only to vanish upon closer inspection. He exhaled slowly, a sense of impending doom enveloping him, evoking a feeling of helplessness. Judicial Island, a court that acts solely on the will of the world government, is encircled by iron bars. The island can be divided into 4 sections: the front island, the main island, the Justice Tower, and the Bridge of Hesitation. Additionally, there is the Gate of Justice located at the rear of the island. Prisoners passing through this gate are typically never sin again, symbolizing the absolute justice of the world government. Lin Chen observed Tom being escorted into Judicial Island without making any move. Rayleigh glanced at Lin Chen and inquired, "Aren't we going to act now?" Lin Chen surveyed Judicial Island and replied, "There is no rush. I have devised a new plan. Let's destroy Judicial Island." Rayleigh stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, unable to articulate his thoughts. Destroy Judicial Island? Was such an endeavor feasible? If only Roger were still alive and he were younger. Perhaps it could be accomplished. As he watched the main gate slowly close, Lin Chen addressed Rayleigh. I entrust Tom's safety to you. Wait for my signal to rescue him. As Lin Chen vanished from sight, only Rayleigh remained, somewhat bewildered. A signal? What signal? Observing the emptiness around him, Rayleigh sighed, hoping that Lin Chen's so-called signal would be more conspicuous the next day, enabling him to lead the others to safety. 2 days later, on the day of Tom's execution, he was being escorted to the Judicial Tower, preparing to pass through the Justice Gate behind him. Standing atop the Judicial Tower, Tom exhibited an air of calmness. Devoid of fear, his gaze serenely fixed upon the distant sea. Beside him, Spandam remarked, sometimes I reflect on how the legendary shipwright of this world is meeting his end today, without the dramatic circumstances I had anticipated. He then glanced at several CP9 members nearby, one of whom bore a cold demeanor, youthful yet radiating an aura of lethal intent. Lucci, it seems this mission does not require your involvement. You are already hailed as the most formidable man since the inception of CP9. I am quite eager to ascertain the extent of your prowess. Rob Lucci paid no heed to Spandam, his eyes unwavering as he gazed into the distance. His presence akin to a sword firmly embedded in the ground. 6 years had passed since he witnessed his mentor's demise before his eyes. A seething rage had since simmered within him, driving him to relentless training. Despite his youth, he had undertaken numerous missions, earning the title of the most powerful man in CP9's history. However, upon discovering that the one who had slain his mentor was a member of the Navy and had since been vanquished, the sole motivation he once harbored began to wane, transforming him into a merciless instrument of death. In the shadows, Rayleigh toyed with a few pebbles, having awaited Lin Chen's signal since dawn. As noon approached with no sign of Lin Chen, he resolved to use the stones as weapons to rescue Tom, if necessary. The scorching sun cast its rays upon them, prompting Spandam to glance at the blinding light before commanding, prepare. The group began to move Tom slowly, but just then, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, followed by the blaring sirens of the Judicial Island. Suddenly, Spandam's din-din mushy began to ring, the voice on the other end repeatedly shouting, enemy attack, enemy attack. Spandam's heart raced at the unfolding chaos. Yet, after glancing at the stoic Lucci, he gradually regained his composure and inquired, where's the enemy? How many are there? The response came urgently, there is only one. He is the leader of Dawn, Ban, requesting backup. Hearing the voice on the other end, Spandam felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. What a joke. Ban had come to Judicial Island. Did he intend to abduct Tom? With their meager strength, how could they possibly stop Ban? Realizing that the Justice Gate led directly to the Navy headquarters, Spandam sprang into action. Request support from the Navy headquarters. Immediately report this situation to the world government. After issuing the command, he cast a dark glance at Tom, who stood frozen in place. Damn it, it's your fault that this calamity has come upon us. With Ban's potential objective being Tom's abduction, Spandam drew his sword, intending to execute Tom on the spot. But before he could act, a streak of light flashed, striking Spandam's blade with precision. Who? Startled, Spandam turned to scan the surroundings, while Lucci's expression grew grave as well. Allow me, the old man, to stretch my legs a bit. After all, my mission is to protect Tom. That fellow has more pressing matters to attend to. Rayleigh sauntered forward, casually tossing a few pebbles and smiling at Tom atop the platform. Tom, it has been nearly 20 years since we last met. Tom, taken aback by Rayleigh's appearance, soon broke into a gentle smile. If Rayleigh was here, then that man must be as well. How nostalgic. As Rayleigh appeared on the steps, the surrounding guards swiftly aimed their cannons at him, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs. Unperturbed, Rayleigh deftly flicked his wrist, sending the stones he held through the cannonballs, which continued on to strike the gunners. Witnessing this, beads of sweat began to form on Lucci's brow as he gradually transformed, his body displaying a leopard-like pattern. Rayleigh glanced at Lucci with a grin. You possess some skill, but it is insufficient. Let me have a bit of exercise. The battle atop the Judicial Tower was about to commence, while Lin Chen at the first gate remained oblivious to the unfolding events. With Rayleigh present, Tom's safety was assured. His mission was to obliterate Judicial Island before the Navy and world government reinforcements could arrive. The guards at the first gate felt immense pressure as they beheld Lin Chen standing alone in the distance, a weight they had never experienced before. Countless soldiers swallowed hard, sweat trickling into their eyes without a hint of discomfort. The leader gritted his teeth, seemingly drained of strength as he commanded, "Fire." A multitude of cannonballs surged toward Lin Chen, who, upon witnessing this, manifested dark circles in his eyes. He raised his hand toward the oncoming projectiles, his expression devoid of emotion. Shinra Tensei, a tremendous repulsive force emanated from Lin Chen, deflecting the surrounding cannonballs, turning his attention to the massive iron gate. Lin Chen raised his arm. Azura. Cannons erupted from his arm, unleashing a powerful beam that pierced through the gate, causing it to crumble. Ascending gradually into the sky, Lin Chen soared over Judicial Island, where he could now clearly see Tom and Rayleigh in the distance. As he ascended higher, he garnered the attention of those below, who paused to witness his actions. Meanwhile, Lucci panted, focusing intently on Rayleigh, drawing in a deep breath as he amassed his strength for an attack. Rokushiki. Rayleigh extended 2 fingers to intercept Lucci's strike, still smiling. Not a bad technique, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Spandam clutched his abdomen, pierced by a pebble. His eyes fixed on Lin Chen in disbelief. He could not fathom that Lin Chen dared to approach Judicial Island, knowing how close the Navy headquarters was. Did he truly intend to confront the entire Navy single-handedly? Lin Chen regarded Judicial Island with unfeeling eyes as a black sphere shot from his hand, accompanied by a formidable gravitational force that began to pull up dirt and buildings. Shinra Tensei. The black sphere in the sky faintly glimmered, drawing attention with its immense gravitational pull. Buildings, trees, and terrified soldiers from Judicial Island were slowly being drawn toward the sphere. The CP9 members fought to maintain their footing, with Lucci grasping Spandam, desperately searching for a safe place to land. Rayleigh gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless as the force of attraction assured him that this was no illusion. How many more powers did this individual possess? The colossal black figure, the ability to summon trees, resurrect the dead. And now, this peculiar gravitational force. What other hidden cards did he hold? At that moment of distraction from Rayleigh, Tom's body was suddenly drawn upward by a powerful gravitational force, and Raylaigh's outstretched hand missed the collar of Tom's garment. Just as Rayleigh prepared to leap forward to seize Tom, Lin Chen also witnessed the scene and directed his hand towards Tom, suspended in midair. Wanxiang Tianin. Lin Chen, undeterred by the situation, similarly drew Rayleigh towards him. Initially resistant to this force, Rayleigh relaxed upon realizing he was being pulled in Lin Chen's direction, both being firmly ensnared in Lin Chen's grasp. Rayleigh glanced at the crumbling Judicial Island and the enormous sphere above, asking helplessly, "Is this your signal?" Observing the rapidly forming sphere in the sky, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the distance, where a white light was swiftly approaching. Without further ado, he speculated that Kizaru had arrived sooner than anticipated. Leaving the two with the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Chen continued, "You two go ahead. I will handle the subsequent matters. I will catch up later, so do not worry about me." After saying this, Lin Chen sent them away, just as Kizaru arrived at the scene. "How terrifying," Kizaru remarked, gazing at the massive sphere in the sky and feeling the gravitational pull tugging at him. He curiously looked down at the fractured island, wondering, where is Judicial Island? But soon, he spotted Rob Lucci, who was leaping while dragging Spandam. At that moment, Rob Lucci was relying solely on the remnants of his strength, desperately seeking a footing on the vanishing land. Given the current trend, it would not be long before they were left with no ground to stand on. Once Judicial Island was entirely destroyed, their fate would be sealed, either pulled upward or drowned in the sea. The air was filled with the wails of countless soldiers, soon to be silenced as they were buried beneath massive rocks, including some giants, most of their bodies still exposed. And it was only a matter of time before they were completely covered. Kizaru did not rush to save anyone. Instead, he fixed a serious gaze on Lin Chen, ready to elementalize at any moment. In his perception, Lin Chen's power had become a significant threat, and he could confirm that the destruction of Judicial Island and the gravitational sphere in the sky were orchestrated by Lin Chen. First manipulating trees and now employing this peculiar technique, it was indeed a headache. Despite his words expressing concern, Kizaru's hands remained active, with reinforcements approaching from behind. He aimed to test Lin Chen's new techniques while attempting to see if he could restrain him. Jata no Kagami. Countless flecks of light sparkled in the sky, these light orbs locking onto Lin Chen's figure as if equipped with radar. Lin Chen squinted. The brilliance was blinding. Shinra Tensei. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lin Chen effortlessly shattered Kizaru's attack, causing Kizaru's expression to grow serious again. Seeing Kizaru take the initiative, Lin Chen was not one to stand by and be struck. He directed his hand towards Kizaru, unleashing a powerful gravitational force. Wanxiang Tianin, sensing this gravitational pull, Kizaru instinctively attempted to escape, only to find his body uncontrollably flying toward Lin Chen. The overwhelming force clutched his elementalized form, leaving him powerless. Tenso Yunjian. In an instant, Kizaru decided to take a risk and charged towards Lin Chen. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Just as Kizaru prepared to rush at Lin Chen, he was unexpectedly propelled backward by a powerful repulsive force, causing his waist to buckle painfully. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Chen conjured a black staff and aimed it at Kizaru once more. Wanxiang Tianin, simultaneously activating his ability, Lin Chen rushed towards Kizaru. Aware of the familiar gravitational force and the chilling glint of Lin Chen's staff, Kizaru dared not underestimate the situation. Yada no Kagami. Just as Lin Chen was about to strike him, Kizaru narrowly evaded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What kind of technique is this? With both gravitational and repulsive forces, is that black staff imbued with haki? The Yada no Kagami could be blocked by repulsion, and attempting to engage in close combat was hampered by gravity, rendering his body difficult to control. Once close, Lin Chen would seize the initiative. How should he proceed with the attack? Continuously pondering his offensive strategy, Kizaru outwardly remained vigilant against Lin Chen. Compared to him, my advantage lies in speed, so I will employ that move. As if struck by inspiration, Kizaru's body suddenly transformed into a flash and vanished, subsequently utilizing Yada no Kagami to move rapidly around Lin Chen. Witnessing this, Lin Chen frowned. Kizaru's speed was indeed remarkable, and he could occasionally see multiple shadows of Kizaru before him, making it difficult to ascertain which one was the real deal. Light speed kick. Shinra Tensei. Kizaru's kick came from behind, but Lin Chen anticipated the attack and responded instantly. Feeling as if he had deflected something, Lin Chen reached out toward the spot where Kizaru had just been. Wanxiang Tianin. However, this time, nothing happened. Kizaru was clever, retreating immediately after his strike failed, continuing to circle around Lin Chen. A tedious trick. As Lin Chen uttered these words, he noticed 8 Kizars simultaneously aiming at him. 8 beams of laser light firing almost concurrently from their hands. Realizing Kizaru's technique, Lin Chen understood that Kizaru was attacking him from multiple locations using his speed, creating the illusion he was witnessing now. Just as he prepared to unleash Shinra Tensei, Lin Chen found it challenging to execute. Frowning, he swiftly evaded the spot, several holes appearing in his black cloak. Observing this, Kizaru raised an eyebrow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Meanwhile, the figures of Rob Lucci and Spandam, who had been pulled up by the gravitational sphere, caught Kizaru's attention. What a nuisance. I shouldn't have agreed to Aokiji. Muttering to himself, Kizaru swiftly moved to Spandam's side, transporting both of them to another location before resuming his confrontation with Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed the now-destroyed Judicial Island, then the colossal black sphere in the sky, knowing that his mission was nearly complete. Casting one last glance at Kizaru, Lin Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from spot. As Lin Chen vanished from Kizaru's observation range, Kizaru furrowed his brow, puzzled by how this individual could disappear without a trace. His observation haki was not particularly strong, but covered a wide area. He could sense whenever someone left or fled, unless an enemy could appear in one place and then another instantaneously. But could that truly be possible? Not long after Lin Chen's departure, the gravitational force of the Daizenso no Tenki gradually ceased, leaving a massive sphere floating in the air as the Navy's advance reinforcements arrived. Upon witnessing the enormous sphere in the sky, they all displayed expressions of fear, the impact of such a sight overwhelming. Sengoku slammed his hands heavily against the deck railing, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the massive orb in disbelief. What on earth has happened? The Huang Yuan transformed into a flash, descending beside Zhanghua, his tone devoid of its usual nonchalance, now tinged with gravity as he remarked, "It is all attributable to Ban alone. Within that sphere, numerous soldiers from the Judicial Island are trapped." Zhanghua turned, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "Even you cannot contend with him?" Huang Yuan shrugged, expressing his helplessness. He contemplated the last scene he experienced, almost ready to articulate it, but refrained, deeming it more prudent to investigate personally. Observing Huang Yuan's expression of resignation, Zhanghua clenched his fists tightly. The might of the dawn had grown increasingly formidable, rendering even the Navy feeling powerless. On one hand, the Navy must uphold the order of the world, relentlessly pursuing pirates. On the other hand, the world government has designated the Navy as a crucial force against the Dawn, occasionally deploying admirals to confront them. This predicament inevitably shifts the Navy's focus away from maintaining public safety and capturing pirates to combating the Dawn. Though Zhang Guo harbors grievances, he finds himself unable to voice them in the presence of the authoritative Gorosei. Alas, let us first attend to the wounded. We shall save as many as we can. Those few giants still hold promise. We must strive to rescue them. Upon hearing Zhang Guo's words, Huang Yuan cleaned his ears and gazed at the few exposed giants atop the sphere. In an instant, he vanished in a flash, and shortly thereafter, the sphere reverberated with booming sounds. The others, witnessing this, promptly took action. Zhang Guo sighed as he gazed at the colossal sphere in the sky. If only that child were still here. Considering his potential, perhaps the Navy would not have descended into such a state today. When did it begin? Even the once righteous Navy has gradually morphed into merely a tool for the world government. Is it possible that the essence of the Navy has always been thus? Reflecting on the scene at Marinford, recalling Lin Chen's anguished roar still echoing in his ears, and remembering Garp's near estrangement, Zhang Guo pondered the chaos that has ensued since the Dawn's emergence. Even his protege, Luo Xinandi, whom he regarded as a son, has become embroiled in this turmoil. At that moment, Zhang Guo felt an overwhelming exhaustion, a weight upon his shoulders, as Ace.He remained indifferent to worldly affairs. And Garp acted according to his own sense of justice. He found himself with few old comrades left to converse with. Lost in thought, Zhang Guo leaned heavily against the railing. General Zhang Guo, hearing the exclamation from beside him, he waved his hand dismissively. I am fine, secretly patting his chest. Zhang Guo's gaze fell into a brief haze. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. As the commander-in-chief of the Navy headquarters, he must never display weakness. If he were to falter, the very notion of justice in this world would cease to exist. His eyes swept over the gathered individuals behind him, lingering momentarily on the still figure of Ji Yuan and the curious gaze of Ji beside her. Perhaps it is time to promote the youth, akin to Lin Chen in his early days. But would Ji Yuan be content as a Navy admiral? Would her heart harbor no other ambitions? Zhang Guo was uncertain about any of this, yet the moment for action had arrived. Perhaps soon, he would need to submit a report to the world government. Ji Yuan sensed Zhang Guo's gaze upon her, but chose to ignore it, regretting only that she had not arrived sooner. Perhaps then she could have seen Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained unconcerned with how the Navy would handle the aftermath. He was currently preparing to return to Fishman Island alongside Tom and Rayleigh. Tom, old friend, it has been years. I trust you have fared well? He laughed heartily. I cannot believe you truly came to save me. I was prepared to meet my end. Tom, looking at Lin Chen with a broad grin, felt grateful that he had escaped death. Lin Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Rayleigh, who understood and said, Tom, we have shared years of camaraderie. Let's not hide our intentions. Why not join us? As Rayleigh spoke, Lin Chen added, now that you and we are targets in the eyes of the world government, it would be wiser to align ourselves. Bring your apprentice along. Be wary of retaliation from the world government. Fishman Island could be our sanctuary. You are no stranger to it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tom's expression dimmed. Observing this, Lin Chen inquired, what troubles you? Tom sighed, Fram is already. Initially taken aback, Lin Chen soon composed himself, pondering before asking, please recount the charges for which you were taken to Judicial Island. Though slightly puzzled, Tom relayed the truth of his situation. After listening to Tom's account, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief, stating, had I known this, I would have dispatched Spandam without hesitation. Rest assured, Fram is unharmed. He will encounter his companions again. He knows you are alive and will seek you out someday. Do not worry. Tom wished to voice further concerns, but was halted by Lin Chen's reassurance. I know what you wish to say, but trust me. Tom set aside his doubts, contemplating that perhaps, as Lin Chen suggested, they would reunite in the future. Days later, having confirmed no pursuing Navy forces, Lin Chen slowed his pace. Eventually, they arrived at the Sabeti archipelago, with Fishman Island just ahead. During this time, Crocodile had been relaying messages from the underground world, and everything had remained stable up until yesterday. Yet Enel had still been unable to locate the individual he sought. Leaving Rayleigh behind to find Shucky, Lin Chen lost interest in witnessing Rayleigh's twilight romance, swiftly departing with Tom towards Fishman Island. Just as Lin Chen departed, within an obscure warehouse of the Sabeti archipelago, numerous figures clad in black robes gathered, while a bloodied man trembled, clutching a note. The urgent message to rescue Boss Sha from the New World had been intercepted and disguised by Tenyacha and Wang. As the others read the note, they fell into a daze, their faces turning pale. Soon, chaos erupted among the black-robed figures. Many realized that the situation had exceeded their imagination. Quickly, seek out Boss Ban. Why has communication from the New World been severed? Our messages have been delayed by 3 days. Today's news is from 3 days ago. Does this mean Boss Sha and the others are in peril due to that damned Doflamingo and Wang? They have joined forces. They intercepted communication from the New World and concealed it. They attacked Boss Sha 3 days prior. Calm yourselves. Immediately locate Boss Ban and Mr. Rayleigh and inform them of the situation in the New World. Brothers, we must prepare for war. Wang is provoking us. We should contact Dragon and see if we can coordinate a surprise attack on Hive Island. 3 days earlier, in Dressrosa, Crocodile observed Doflamingo with a troubled expression. For days, Doflamingo had remained under his surveillance without making any suspicious moves. Though he enjoyed the tranquility, he had grown weary of this routine, hoping for Lin Chen's swift return. Doflamingo, from afar, noticed Crocodile's demeanor and snorted disdainfully, his expression darkening. Upon noticing the change in the expression of Doflamingo, Crocodile chose to disregard him, turning his head away in irritation. However, a smile soon adorned his face as he spotted Little Sugar. What a delightful surprise to see you today, my dear. Have you come to play with your uncle? He reached out, embracing the approaching Sugar, and playfully rubbed his stubbly chin against her cheek, prompting her to shy away. Don't poke me with your beard. It tickles. Hearing her protest, Crocodile set her down and affectionately ruffled her hair, inquiring, Where is Luo? Did he not accompany you today? Sugar seemed to recall something, grasping Crocodile's large hand and cautiously pulling him closer. Yesterday, when Luo Gidge and I went out to play, we encountered some bad people. What? Crocodile's heart raced, and he crouched down to scrutinize Sugar closely, urging her, What happened? Tell Uncle everything. After pondering for a moment, Sugar began to gesture with her fingers. Recounting, there were many bad uncles dressed in black. Luo Gidge noticed them when we were passing through a narrow alley, and he told me to stay quiet and led me away. As Sugar spoke, Crocodile's eyes sharpened, though he concealed his intensity from her. Gently pinching her chubby cheek, he asked, Can you tell Uncle where those bad people appeared? And where has Luo gone? You two have been inseparable lately. It's not good to tell lies. Sugar lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with her clothing, and her expression visibly fell. Those bad people are in the city. When Luo Gidge returned, he informed Sister Monet about it. Sister Monet is going to punish them, and Luo Gidge insisted on following her. But they didn't take me along. That's why I came to find you. Crocodile felt a jolt of alarm, but relaxed upon considering Monet's capabilities. He lifted Sugar onto his shoulders, stating, Uncle won't be angry. Could you take me to the place you mentioned? Sugar grasped Crocodile's ears and pointed in a direction. As they set off, Crocodile cast a glance at the distant Doflamingo, furrowing his brow before easing his expression. For many days, Doflamingo had remained under his watchful gaze. The Don Quixote family would be foolish to provoke them. Thus, he resolved to personally investigate, as the monotony of recent days warranted a diversion. Should other factions be targeting the Dawn, it would pose a significant risk, considering Luo and Sugar lacked combat abilities. Even though Monet could accompany them daily, there were times she might inadvertently overlook something. Addressing the threat swiftly would ensure greater safety for the children. Meanwhile, Doflamingo observed the receding figures of Crocodile and Sugar, a sinister smile creeping across his face, culminating in a chilling, silent laugh. Wang Ji, do not disappoint me. Just as Doflamingo's laughter crescendoed, Razanani unexpectedly appeared by his side, continuing his daily counsel. However, this time, he was met not with Doflamingo's usual scowl, but with an unmistakable madness and a lethal intent directed at him. Razanani, my beloved brother, Doflamingo hissed through clenched teeth, unleashing a torrent of white threads that surged toward Razanani. Meanwhile, Crocodile, guided by Sugar, arrived at the alley she had described. Standing at the entrance and peering inside, the alley resembled the gaping maw of a serpent, shrouded in darkness that concealed countless unknowns. Even the sunlight struggled to penetrate its depths. Crocodile furrowed his brow, deploying his Kinbunchika haki to sense the surroundings but detected nothing amiss. At that moment, he also noted the absence of Monet and Luo. Little Sugar, are you certain Monet and Luo truly came here? Sugar gazed into the alley with uncertainty, but nodded emphatically. Yes, yesterday, Luo Gidge and I were being watched by many bad people right here. With Sugar's confirmation, Crocodile hesitated no longer. However, the crocodile on his shoulder slowly opened its jaws, and a domain of sand began to envelop them, especially thick around Sugar. With this sentient sand, he could respond instantly to any danger that might arise. Crocodile set Sugar down, holding her hand as they ventured into the pitch-black alley, their shadows stretching long in the sunlight before ultimately disappearing into the engulfing darkness. At another entrance, Luo scratched his head in confusion. This doesn't seem like the same place as yesterday. Monet, with visible frustration, replied, "How could you forget? I specifically brought you here because you should have a better memory than Sugar." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo admitted, "I don't know, but something feels off about this place." Monet brushed aside his concerns, stating, "They're just a bunch of lackeys. There's no need to worry. Aside from Sam Brother and Enel, no one on this island is stronger than I am. As for Doflamingo, I am uncertain of his abilities. Perhaps we will find out soon. Now let's go in. I need to deal with these lackeys and then head back to cook dinner." As she moved to enter, she suddenly halted, struck by the eerie silence surrounding them. Since bringing Luo here, not a single person had appeared. Thud! Thud! The sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind her, startling Monet as she turned to shield Luo. Upon seeing Rosinandi's familiar face, she exhaled in relief. "Hosinend, what are you doing here?" With a hint of confusion, she continued, "You arrived just in time. Come with me to see what's going on inside. It feels a bit strange." As she approached Rosinandi, seemingly unguarded, he unexpectedly launched a punch toward her abdomen. Thud! Just as he was about to strike, Monet extended icy crystals from her abdomen to block the blow, her expression turning serious as she scolded. "I sensed something was off with you. What is going on?" Splatter. A spray of blood suddenly splattered across Monet's face, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Yet the pain in her abdomen confirmed the reality of the situation. Looking down, she saw a thick white thread entwined with her Busashoka haki, piercing through her abdomen, a treachery she had never anticipated. Reacting swiftly, Monet staggered back, blood staining the white thread as Rosinandi's body slumped lifelessly to the ground, oblivious to his fate. Monet, clutching her abdomen, shielded Luo behind her, just as a strange laughter erupted, revealing Doflamingo, grinning maniacally. He. The frenzied laughter unleashed all the pent-up tension within Doflamingo. The intense murderous intent emanated from his body, bearing down upon Monet with an overwhelming force. As if a colossal crimson beast were roaring behind Doflamingo, causing the surrounding air to thicken. The immense pressure rendered Monet's complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and a profound sense of suffocation gripped her heart. Sister Monet. Upon witnessing Monet's peril, Luo felt a surge of dread, and the unknown fate of Rosinandi heightened his anxiety. "Doflamingo, you scoundrel!" Doflamingo's gaze fell upon Luo, a cruel smile swiftly spreading across his face. "So was you. Rosinandi was the one who took you out back then, wasn't he? I suppose that surgery fruit fell into your hands as well. Bringing you back to Mary Geoise gives me a modicum of leverage." Hehehe. Monet placed one hand protectively behind her, while the other manifested an ice blade, her gaze gravely fixed on Doflamingo as snowflakes began to swirl around her. Doflamingo, with Rosinandi beneath his foot, manipulated 5 white threads, grinning wickedly at the two, before lunging directly at them. The sound of ice colliding with threads echoed, and after a brief clash, Monet retreated, pulling Luo along with her. Crouched on the ground, Monet gasped for breath, her abdominal wound tearing further with her movement. "This cannot continue. At the very least, I must buy Luo some time to escape, along with Rosinandi. No matter what, even if he perishes, I must retrieve his body." Resolute, Monet pressed her hand against her abdomen, swiftly freezing the wound, alleviating much of the pain. "Luo, quickly run back to the ship via the small path. We do not yet know what has transpired. Use the Den Den Mushi to call for help. Brother Shah has been keeping an eye on Doflamingo. Now that he has appeared here, Brother Shah is likely in grave danger. Remember, do not look back." Sister Monet, Luo began, but her reprimand silenced his words as he glared furiously at Doflamingo. "He truly does not regard me at all." Doflamingo, from a distance, overheard their exchange and immediately launched an attack. Super String Whip. A thick white thread swept toward the two, effortlessly slicing through the surrounding structures. In response, Monet clapped her hands to the ground, an extraordinarily fierce blizzard swirling around them. Blizzard. A powerful gust erupted, the storm expanding rapidly. darkening the sky while the previously innocuous snowflakes transformed into razor-sharp projectiles hurtling toward Doflamingo. Luo, run! With those words, snow crystals enveloped Monet's body, forming a remarkably hard crystalline layer on her elbows, fists, calves, and neck, and she charged at Doflamingo, the years of her training in martial arts not in vain. The ferocious blizzard obscured Doflamingo's vision. Although he could engage in battle using Kinbunchika Haki, he still found himself somewhat disoriented. Unexpectedly, this fellow possesses such a technique. I underestimated her. Sensing Luo's escape, Doflamingo found himself at a loss. He wished to employ the birdcage to trap them, but was ill-prepared. Moreover, within his perception through Kinbunchika Haki, Monet was already upon him. Casting a glance at Rocinandi's body on the ground, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile, manipulating Rocinandi's body toward Monet. Unbeknownst to him, a perfect replica had appeared beside him. This time, I shall not be careless. Leaving those words behind, Doflamingo vanished into the blizzard, leaving only a doppelganger behind. What is happening? Monet, sensing something amiss, glanced at an empty space with a perplexed expression. But soon, she noticed Rocinandi rushing toward her, forcing her to refocus and prepare for battle, casting aside her previous thoughts. You despicable fiend! With a forceful strike, she struck Rocinandi's chest, and upon feeling the faint heartbeat, Monet swiftly froze his wound and severed the delicate threads binding him. Impressive, indeed, for a member of the Dawn, even severely injured. He retains such combat intelligence. Doflamingo emerged applauding. Monet's eyes narrowed, and countless snowflakes swirled around Doflamingo, yet they merely produced a series of dull thuds, causing him no harm. Observing the snowflakes' ineffectiveness against Doflamingo, Monet felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Exhaling a breath of white mist, her eyebrows and hair became adorned with frost. Enough with idle chatter. Let me see what you dare to use as leverage against us. With that, Monet surged toward Doflamingo, her fists imbued with Busashoka Haki. Unleashing a flurry of punches, in mere breaths, the two engaged in a series of rapid exchanges, their movements too swift to discern. Throughout the encounter, Doflamingo repeatedly conjured white threads to strike Monet, only to have them thwarted by her snow crystals, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. Why can she always detect my attack trajectory? Damn it! Thankfully, her reach does not surpass mine, or I might truly find myself in a predicament. Though Monet held a slight advantage in martial prowess, her limited reach prevented her from delivering any significant blows, merely forcing Doflamingo to continually retreat. As the battle raged on, Doflamingo's peripheral vision caught sight of the swirling blizzard, and he began to piece together the truth. These snowflakes are akin to her eyes. How clever! Simultaneously, he noted Monet's condition deteriorating, the prolonged freezing of her wounds affecting her circulation, rendering her complexion pale. With a swift kick, Monet aimed for Doflamingo, but her strike was promptly intercepted by his threads. Monet then transformed her palm into a blade, striking downward toward Doflamingo's neck. Observing the considerable distance remaining before her hand could reach him, Doflamingo felt a twinge of confusion. Is she already exhausted? But his pupils widened in shock as he noticed the snowflakes he had overlooked coalescing into an ice blade in Monet's hand, glinting with a chilling light as it swiftly swept toward his neck. Too late. Before he could envelop his neck with Busashoka Haki, his head was abruptly severed. As Monet beheld Doflamingo's head tumble to the ground, a sense of relief washed over her. Everything had unfolded according to her plan. By first revealing her vulnerabilities, she led him to believe she could not reach him, while simultaneously lowering his guard against the snowflakes hovering in the air, ultimately delivering a surprise decapitation. However, as Doflamingo's head lay severed, Monet abruptly halted, her heart racing once more. Why is there no blood? When she observed the writhing threads at the sight of Doflamingo's severed neck, her eyes widened in alarm. It was then, string shot, a voice came from behind, and Monet suddenly felt a piercing pain akin to needles in her back. If I do not evade, I shall die. Monet forcefully conjured an ice layer on her back, but the ice was pierced as if it were mere paper. Monet spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson stain stark against the pristine white ground. At that moment, her back and limbs were pierced through, the threads of Doflamingo binding her tightly to the earth. The wound in her abdomen tore open once more, rendering her appearance utterly tragic. Had she not expended all her strength to form the hardest layer of ice around her neck, she might have perished on the spot. The immense pain coursing through her body ignited Monet's nerves, veins bulging on her forehead, her eyes bloodshot. Yet, she gritted her teeth in silence, swallowing a few shattered teeth. Turning her gaze skyward towards Doflamingo, she realized why she had been oblivious to his presence. It was precisely because Doflamingo had concealed himself within the clouds above, and her distraction from Rosinandi's attack had led to her oversight, ultimately resulting in her defeat. A commendable performance. If you were at full strength, I might not have been able to best you. Alas, hiv. Descending from the clouds, Doflamingo approached the gravely injured Monet. Seizing her head and glancing at Rosinandi across the way, he chuckled. Perhaps your lives hold greater value, after all. With that, he lifted both individuals, their forms gradually vanishing amidst the ruins, while the raging blizzard above began to subside. Only the remnants of the fierce battle and the icy layers bore witness to what had transpired. As Doflamingo and Monet's clash concluded, the battle between Crocodile and Wang Ji had reached a fever pitch. Sand waterfall burial. With a fierce shout from Crocodile, countless grains of sand surged forth in a direct assault on Wang Ji, the surrounding structures succumbing to the encroaching sands. Observing the relentless tide of sand, Wang Ji furrowed his brow, his body twisting and turning agilely to evade the onslaught. Yet, for him, this was merely a troublesome challenge, not insurmountable. Barton, Wang Ji called out into the void, and soon a deep voice responded, "Understood, boss." As the voice echoed, the winding alley seemed to come alive, twisting like a great serpent, while Wang Ji gradually melded into the undulating pathways. Seeing Wang Ji's form about to vanish, Crocodile immediately pursued. "Don't run." However, the rapid transformations of the alleyways exceeded Crocodile's expectations, and he soon found himself lost within them. Is he a devil fruit user? Crocodile's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze darting across the honeycomb-like structure of the alleys. "Barton, thanks to you, I managed to lure them away. I just wonder how things are faring with Doflamingo." In front of Wang Ji stood a burly man with a simple demeanor, scratching the back of his head as he pondered, "Boss, what should we do next?" Upon hearing Barton's voice and sensing the destruction wrought by Crocodile outside, Wang Ji smiled and said, "Do you remember that little girl Crocodile brought along? If I'm not mistaken, she has been well protected within the sand surrounding him. But ultimately, she is just an ordinary person. Targeting her will surely reveal Crocodile's vulnerabilities." A cruel smile crept across Wang Ji's lips, and upon seeing this, Barton understood Wang Ji's plan, stating, "Boss, I'll use my devil fruit abilities to draw Crocodile's attention." Wang Ji nodded, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before vanishing once more into the alleys. Meanwhile, Crocodile had also noticed changes in his surroundings. He solidified a small sandbag beside him, within which was none other than Sugar. "Little Sugar, I might not be able to protect you for a while, so you must be careful." Sugar clenched her small hands tightly within the sandbag, peering nervously through the gaps at Crocodile, and nodded earnestly. Just as the words left her lips, Crocodile felt a gust of wind from the side. "Crocodile." Hearing the voice, Crocodile turned to see a hole suddenly appear in the honeycomb alley, and Wang Ji burst through, his fist glinting with a dark luster as he launched an attack. Crocodile met the charge head-on, striking with one fist while conjuring a long blade with the other. Desert Sword. Bang! A resounding clash echoed, followed by the scattering of sand in the air. After a brief pause, the two resumed their fierce exchange, the intensity escalating, even pushing the small sandbag that had been beside Crocodile to the edge. In the midst of fleeing, Luo cast a glance backward, having sensed an overwhelming surge of power, and his pupils constricted. He beheld a colossal desert giant rising in the distance, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, instilling a sense of profound oppression. To his horror, the giant was angrily roaring at the sky while demolishing the surrounding structures with its hands. "It's Uncle Sand." Recognizing the giant's identity, Luo realized that only Crocodile could summon such vast quantities of sand to manifest into a desert giant. Now Uncle Sand appeared to be embroiled in a fierce battle. What should he do? Standing still, Luo felt a swell of anxiety. Monet's fate was uncertain in her effort to cover their retreat, and he had witnessed Rosinandi's dire condition. He felt utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. "Damn it, I must reach Uncle Sand. Perhaps I can still be of assistance." Gritting his teeth, Luo made his choice and swiftly ran towards the distant desert giant. Just 10 minutes after Luo's figure vanished, several shadows swiftly pursued him. Indeed, he must be fleeing towards Crocodile. We must capture him and report back to the young master. Also, let's check on Wang Ji. It seems Crocodile is no easy opponent. With that, they vanished from sight, racing towards the distant desert giant. The sounds of fierce combat continued to resonate from afar as Luo cautiously approached the battlefield, keenly observing his surroundings and remaining vigilant for potential ambushes. Before long, he neared the main battleground of Crocodile and Wang Ji, and the sight that met him filled him with dread. Ruins of shattered buildings lay strewn about, and he could only cautiously advance. Crouching in the shadows against a wall, Luo covered his mouth to stifle any sound. Less than 100 meters ahead loomed Crocodile, transformed into a towering desert giant, while a small dark figure relentlessly attacked him. The two fighters above were no ordinary adversaries and soon detected Luo's presence. As Wang Ji struck at the giant's right leg, he mocked. So the infamous sand crocodile is just a babysitter in the dawn. Crocodile, standing atop the desert giant's head, pulled out a cigar from his pocket and retorted. Dealing with someone like you only requires a babysitter. As Ace.He envisioned the two swords behind Lin Chen's Susanoo, he gradually conjured two sand blades in the hands of his desert giant, swiftly swinging them towards Wang Ji. Take this. Observing the incoming attack from Ace.He, Wang Ji dared not to be complacent, channeling his haki as he leaped through the air. However, a bitter realization gnawed at his heart. He had anticipated that his collaboration with Barton would pose some challenges for Ace.He, but to his surprise, the latter effortlessly summoned the desert giant, obliterating the labyrinth created by Barton. This forced Wang Ji to abandon his plan and engage Ace.He directly. Confronting such a colossal opponent proved to be quite daunting for him, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. This situation led him to re-evaluate the formidable Dawn, realizing that if Ace.He was this difficult to contend with, then the likes of Ainalu and the former first mate of Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh, would be even more formidable. Not to mention the enigmatic leader of Dawn, Ban. It was evident that this lineup rivaled, if not surpassed, the emperors of the New World. Meanwhile, Ace.He was not faring well either. The cigar he had drawn earlier was merely a ruse to mislead Wang Ji into believing he was in control. In reality, manipulating such a massive desert giant was immensely taxing on his stamina, and he was contemplating a retreat. He sensed that several members of the Don Quixote family were tailing Luo, which jeopardized the safety of the two children. Luo had been following Monai, and now he was the only one who had managed to escape. Realizing that Monai and Rocinante were likely in grave danger, taking a deep drag from his cigar, Ace.He exhaled 2 wisps of smoke, understanding that the moment to make a choice had arrived. Assessing his surroundings, which he had meticulously arranged, he moved the sugar girl, protected by a small sandbag, closer to him. Simultaneously, he extended 2 sandy arms from the ground to shield Luo, bringing him over as well. As Luo looked at Ace.He, the facade of strength he had been maintaining crumbled. Uncle Sand, Sister Monai, and Brother Rocinante. Ace.He observed the tears welling up in Luo's eyes, gently ruffling his hair before lifting the sugar girl into his arms. Looking at the 2 children, Ace.He softly urged, "It's all right, Luo. You must be strong now. Soon, you will lead Sister Sugar to safety. Promise me, be a man, all right?" Luo, with red eyes, glanced at the tender-faced Sugar, and as if making a resolute decision, he clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Yes. Suddenly, the desert giant beneath them tilted precariously. Ace.He furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Luo, anxious to see what was happening below, was halted by Ace.He, who grasped his hand and continued, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. I will instruct you on what to do shortly. You must take Sister Sugar and run, all right? Remember, do not look back. Ainalu will certainly return." But Luo, filled with concern, gazed at Ace.He, as if wanting to say more. Ace.He firmly placed a hand on Luo's shoulder, and they exchanged a silent, meaningful glance. Ace.He cast a glance at Sugar before focusing back on Luo, shaking his head gently. In that moment, Luo's tears threatened to spill forth. Yet under Ace.He's watchful gaze, he stifled them and defiantly declared, "I will protect Sister Sugar, even if it costs me my life." With another loud crash, the desert giant shrank in height, and Ace.He realized the urgency of the situation. Turning to face Wang Ji, who was relentlessly assaulting the legs of the desert giant, and the approaching members of the Don Quixote family, Ace.He's resolve solidified. "Remember, keep running outward, do not look back." After uttering this command, Ace.He raised his hand slowly. Under his control, countless grains of sand began to rise from the ground, soaring towards the sky. These sands were remnants from his earlier battle with Wang Ji. intentionally left behind to give him insight into the unfolding events. He sensed the presence of the Don Quixote family members encroaching upon his domain. This meant that if he could contain them here, the chances of Luo and Sugar escaping would significantly increase. Wang Ji and his companions, not to be underestimated, quickly sensed the peculiar shift in the environment. They were momentarily puzzled, as this maneuver did not appear to be an offensive technique. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Ace.He completed his preparation. A massive cylindrical wall of sand erupted, encasing everyone within. The sand flowed like water, and when the members of the Don Quixote family attempted to attack, they found their arms ensnared by the shifting grains, their strikes weakened. Wang Ji, capable of breaking through the sand, was more inclined to eliminate Ace.He, whose cunning had piqued his interest. He also learned from the Don Quixote family that Doflamingo was progressing smoothly and that he could retreat at any moment. However, witnessing Ace.He cornered, Wang Ji was eager to toy with him. Yet, the Don Quixote members' insistence on capturing the children did not appeal to him. He merely cautioned them not to interfere, or he would show no mercy. They exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile, realizing they could only do their utmost to fulfill their master's orders. Soon, a towering cylinder of sand stood erect, its top open, but the grains continued to swirl within. Ace.He, manipulating the sand, created an opening on the cylinder for Luo and Sugar to escape, providing Wang Ji with an opportunity. Previously, while Ace.He was comforting the children, Wang Ji had managed to sever the legs of the desert giant, and now he charged directly at Ace.He. I never expected you to squander so many opportunities for the sake of 2 children. This time, I shall not miss. Sensing the impending attack from behind, Ace.He glanced at Luo and Sugar, whose eyes betrayed their worry and fear. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, holding his cigar and waving at Luo. Remember our promise. Luo and Sugar's last image of Ace.He was of him with arms crossed, cigar in mouth, appearing at ease before the sand closed around them once more. They slowly descended onto the soft desert, facing a towering cylindrical wall of sand, ultimately left unaware of the outcome within. As Wang Ji engaged Ace.He, the members of the Don Quixote family wasted no time, attempting to escape atop the vertically flowing sand. However, the moment their feet sank into the grains, regret washed over them. A powerful suction erupted from the incessantly flowing sand. As if ensnared by quicksand, their movements became exceedingly arduous. Yet, one man, bald and adorned with sunglasses, enveloped in the aura of He, broke free from the grasp of the flowing sands and ascended step by step into the sky. The others gazed in astonishment, realizing that Wei Gu'er had grown remarkably strong. It seemed their hope now rested solely upon him. However, to their dismay, as Wei Gu'er soared through the air, a multitude of sand erupted from the surrounding walls, weaving an intricate net that ensnared him completely. A thunderous roar then captured their attention. When they turned to look, their faces were painted with disbelief. Wang Ji leaned closer to Crocodile, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he declared, "So, it appears you are at your wit's end. Ha ha ha, I knew I would not fail this time." Crocodile, struck by Wang Ji's attack, clutched his left arm, blood dripping incessantly onto the ground. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon his face. Instead, he chuckled derisively. "This mere wound is but a trifling matter to me. The battle has only just begun." Releasing his grip on his injured arm, he revealed a deep gash that nearly exposed the bone. Nevertheless, Crocodile paid it no mind, twisting his left arm to ascertain his capacity to continue fighting, confirming that while the injury would have some effect, it was not substantial. He fixed his gaze intently upon Wang Ji, a cigar dangling from his mouth, the corners of which still curled into a grin. "Come on, Wang Ji." With that, Crocodile surged forward, his eyes ablaze with unbridled madness. Has this man lost his sanity? Wang Ji thought, recognizing that this was likely Crocodile's final counterattack. However, after a moment's contemplation, he too advanced, opting for an offensive strategy. After all, he was in better condition than Crocodile and had no reason to fear him. "Come on, Sand Alligator." Wang Ji struck Crocodile squarely in the chest with a powerful punch, the hockey-infused blow landing with such force that it visibly contorted Crocodile's back. What? Wang Ji was taken aback, realizing that his strike had not been a calculated hit. Crocodile had not defended himself at all, charging straight at him instead. "I've got you." In an instant, Crocodile wrapped his arms around Wang Ji, propelling them both backward with such force that the wound on his left arm tore open anew. Yet, Crocodile showed no intention of relinquishing his grip. His recent arm twist had merely confirmed his ability to exert force. As long as the wound had not completely torn, it remained within his tolerable limits. Wang Ji relentlessly attacked Crocodile's back in an attempt to break free. Regardless of Crocodile's intentions, he was compelled to retreat, a flicker of panic evident in his movements. "Let go of me, you madman." Crocodile, undeterred by the blows to his back, continued to laugh. "Let's be buried together here." At that moment, a shadow loomed over Wang Ji, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Looking up, he saw the sand walls that he had previously disregarded now sealing off the sky, descending upon them with formidable force, as if intent on ensnaring them all. Members of the Don Quixote family had begun to panic, frantically assaulting the surrounding sand walls in a desperate attempt to escape. However, if they could observe the shape of the desert from outside, despair would surely grip their hearts, for the sand had accumulated steadily, forming a pyramid-like structure. This meant that the sand walls below were increasingly thick, compounded by the fact that this sand was akin to quicksand, continuously diminishing the impact of their attacks, rendering it exceedingly resilient. Amidst them, the only one capable of breaking through these sands, Wang Ji, was firmly held in Crocodile's relentless grip, leaving the others to watch helplessly as the desert loomed above them, ready to engulf them. Desert, burial coffin. Crocodile's eyes sparkled with madness as he unleashed all the sand he could summon. This technique required an immense amount of sand, and the lone sand alligator perched upon his shoulder would not suffice to execute it. However, during his initial battle with Wang Ji, Crocodile had noticed a gradual sandification of the surrounding structures. As the battle intensified, more and more buildings succumbed to this transformation, allowing him to manipulate such a vast quantity of sand for this technique. If Lin Chen's words held any truth, his fruit had likely begun to influence the environment. Regrettably, he had yet to fully develop his powers. Nonetheless, he felt no remorse in employing this technique for the first time here, as it was for Luo and Shatang. Alas, he pondered whether he would ever see them again. Such a pity. An endless torrent of sand cascaded down, extinguishing the hopes of Wang Ji and his companions, while snuffing out the last flicker of flame upon Crocodile's cigar. A resounding boom echoed around them, its reverberations drawing the attention of Luo and Shatang, who had been running. "Keep running, do not look back." Crocodile's words echoed in Luo's ears. Yet, at that moment, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and glance back. Just that fleeting gaze brought forth a deluge of tears. In the distance, a towering sand pyramid loomed ominously, and he understood its significance. Wiping his tears away, Luo lifted the sobbing Shatang and continued to run in a determined direction. "Brother Luo, what has happened to Uncle Sha?" Listening to Shatang's cries, Luo sniffled, took a deep breath, and reassured her, "Just keep running, do not look back. Uncle Sha will return." Panting heavily, Luo and Shatang ran for what felt like an eternity until dusk approached, prompting them to take a brief respite. "Let us rest here for a moment." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo spoke breathlessly to Shatang. "Gurgle." At that moment, Shatang's stomach growled audibly. Hearing the sound, Luo, who had been oblivious to his own hunger, suddenly felt an intense pang of hunger alongside a wave of fatigue. Nevertheless, he persevered, maintaining a facade of composure, albeit with a slight pallor to his face. Rising to survey their surroundings, he realized that he had lost his sense of direction amid their frantic escape. Before them lay a peaceful residential area, seemingly untouched by the earlier clash between Crocodile and Wang Ji. The two were situated not far from this cluster of buildings, on a small hill. Luo pondered for a moment, then resolutely made a decision. Observing Shatang squatting on the ground, clutching her stomach, Luo shared his plan with her. "Little Shatang, let us go find something to eat." Hearing Luo's words, Shatang lifted her head, her voice weak as she replied, "But we have no money." "Do not worry. For now, we must fill our stomachs. When Brother Enel finds us, we will return to pay them back." Upon hearing Luo's words, Shatang's eyes darted around before she eventually nodded in agreement. The two then stealthily made their way toward the distant market, bustling with life and interspersed with murmurs of concern. "I have heard that a fierce battle has erupted to the east of the island, but I remain uncertain of its veracity. This morning, as my cousin and I ventured to the harbor, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped us. We overheard a young man seemingly privy to some news, prompting a throng of curious onlookers to gather around him. "Do share," they urged. The young man, feeling buoyed by the attention, began to narrate with great fervor, as though he himself were embroiled in the events he described. It appears that the Don Quixote family, long entrenched on the island, has clashed with others. Moreover, my uncle, who had previously set sail, has returned, recounting that he spotted the legendary Dawn organization's vessel at the harbor. I suspect the conflict in the east is indubitably linked to them. The crowd buzzed with speculation upon hearing the young man's words. Dawn, is that the same group that executed the celestial dragons in the East Sea? They murmured. The Don Quixote family has wreaked havoc here for far too long. It seems the tides of retribution have finally turned. As the youth listened to the murmurs, he cleared his throat and continued. Do not be so naive as to think this matter is straightforward. The Dawn organization, that legendary group, is more than capable of dealing with the Don Quixote family. Yet there are deeper intricacies at play. The crowd's attention returned to him as he elaborated. Do you recall the news from a week ago? Judicial Island was obliterated. That was the handiwork of the Dawn's leader, Bien. Given the protracted nature of the battle in the east, Bien cannot possibly return so swiftly. It can only be said that the Dawn has amassed numerous foes over the years. Those who understand, understand. With an enigmatic expression, the youth seemed to convey to the crowd that those who grasp the situation already do. The onlookers nodded in agreement, each offering their own elaborate interpretations, ultimately concluding that those who comprehend truly do, while those who do not would remain in ignorance. This discourse continued until a guard overseeing the market called out, "The market will soon close. If you haven't sold your goods, hurry up." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective tasks. Vendors selling pancakes continued their trade, and fruit sellers shouted their wares. In the alley, Luo, overhearing their conversation, wore a bitter expression as he glanced at the quietly sitting Sharingan. His gaze fell upon a fruit stall not far away. Gradually, a determined look crossed Luo's face, and suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in his hand. In an instant, an apple from the distant stall vanished and materialized in his grasp. The fruit vendor rubbed his eyes, confusion etched on his face. "Where's my apple?" After rubbing his eyes again, he shook his head, dismissing it as a trick of his vision. Quickly, Sharingan eat. Luo handed the apple to Sharingan, then resumed his watch over the fruit stall. When a vendor turned to call out to his customers, Luo activated his ability once more, causing another apple to appear in his hand, though his complexion paled slightly. Just as he intended to pass the apple to Sharingan again, she quickly covered her mouth and shook her head. "I don't want it. Let brother have it." Without hesitation, Luo took a bite of the apple, savoring its sweetness. This restored some of his strength. Thus, the two remained hidden, as Luo continued to use his abilities to pilfer small morsels of food. Gradually, night fell, and the market closed. "Burp, brother, I am so full." Sharingan patted her belly, her face radiating satisfaction, prompting Luo to smile genuinely in response. "Well then, as long as you're full, let us sleep here tonight." Luo propped up some discarded cloth around them and concealed themselves amidst the refuse. Soon, Sharingan grew melancholic again, whispering, "I miss Uncle Sha. I miss Sister Monet and Brother Loxanandi. If it weren't for those bad people, Brother Loxanandi would be cooking us grilled fish right now." After expressing her feelings, Sharingan looked up at Luo, her eyes wide with concern. "Brother Luo, what will we do now? Why haven't Brother Lin Chen and Uncle Rayleigh returned yet? And what about Brother Enraged?" Observing Sharingan's fear, Luo recognized that he was her last bastion of hope and resolved to be strong. He gently patted her back and reassured her, "Little Sharingan, do not dwell on such thoughts now. Get some rest, and by tomorrow, Brother Enraged will surely return. And as for Brother Lin Chen and Uncle Rayleigh, they will come back as well." Being but a child, Sharingan, after a day of fleeing, was already quite fatigued. With Luo's comforting words, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Watching over the peacefully sleeping Sharingan, Luo felt the weight of fatigue settling heavily upon him. Today had been another day of solitary escape, compounded by the responsibility of looking after Sharingan, and he had just used his still unrefined fruit abilities to scavenge for food. He had reached a critical juncture, and after ensuring Sharingan was asleep, he too could no longer resist the pull of slumber. The moonlight softly illuminated their faces, while beneath the same moonlight, the once tranquil sea suddenly churned with tumultuous waves. A bolt of lightning surged forward, its path marked by a lingering trail of electricity upon the surface of the water, as if announcing the fury of its master. Faster, even faster. Damn it, damn it. In the pitch-black night, a streak of lightning flickered across the sea, its speed increasing with each moment. Buru buru. Just as Enraged frantically made his way to Dressrosa, the transponder snail in his arms began to ring. Without slowing his pace, Enraged retrieved the phone, its eyes fluttering in the wind, and answered the call. The voice on the other end inquired, "Is Dressrosa in that direction if I keep heading east?" "Indeed, there are crew members on board with a permanent pointer. Do not worry. Additionally, I apologize, Mystery Shao. As you may have seen, Brother Sha's informant, gravely injured, managed to find me. You are somewhat aware of the situation. Please forgive me for leaving first. I must return. Not to worry. I shall hasten my own journey. I also wish to lend my meager assistance. Regardless, the ramifications of this battle will undoubtedly be vast. I hope we can intervene in time, even if it is for the innocent citizens of the Dressrosa Kingdom." "Understood. It is not convenient to talk right now. I shall proceed ahead." With that, Enelu ended the call, quickening his pace even further as he advanced towards Dressrosa. At this rate, he would likely arrive by midnight. Meanwhile, Yishao was aboard a swiftly moving vessel, his destination also Dressrosa. At this moment, Yishao's face wore a grave expression. He had heard of the Dawn's reputation. Just yesterday, while gambling in a casino, Enelu had approached him, fervently inviting him to join the Dawn. Initially, Yishao hesitated. In his view, joining such a faction was less desirable than aligning with the Navy. The Navy, in contrast, seemed more capable of safeguarding the majority of innocent lives. Although the Dawn claimed to uphold justice, Yishao had observed that their presence only seemed to bring about war. Several years ago, the incident at the Zika Kingdom's auction resulted in the obliteration of an entire nation, and since then, there has been no news regarding the aftermath. It is presumed that the citizens of Zika have perished in that battle. Subsequently, he heard favorable information about the Dawn, noting that they saved many lives in the Water City, followed by the globally notorious East Sea naval battle. This event has shrouded the identity of the Dawn in mystery. After all, while the Dawn executed the celestial dragons, they're also intertwined with the Revolutionary Army and pirates. Particularly concerning is the pirate alliance established by the Golden Lion, which, despite not being directly encountered, has been described by those around him as a force capable of devastating the entire East Sea. Fortunately, they were eradicated by the Navy, preventing greater chaos. However, as the Navy amassed its strength to address the situation in the East Sea, turmoil and malevolence surged from other regions. At that time, the Navy's main forces were engaged by the Dawn, allowing various pirates to wreak havoc elsewhere. Following this incident, his perception of the Dawn diminished considerably. Yet, after the events surrounding Fishman Island, he sensed another side to the Dawn. In summary, his feelings towards the Dawn are profoundly complex, and as he embarks towards Dressrosa, his heart is filled with turmoil. He yearns to interact with the Dawn to discern their true nature. Yet he hesitates to engage too closely with an organization that frequently incites conflict. However, upon hearing of the impending clash between Crocodile and Wang Ji in Dressrosa, a flicker of compassion arose within him, not for Crocodile and Wang Ji, but for the innocent citizens of Dressrosa. Both individuals are renowned powerhouses. Crocodile, as a Logia-type user of the Sansan fruit, would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the environment during their battle, and he wishes for the innocent people of Dressrosa to remain unscathed, especially considering that Dressrosa appears exceedingly vulnerable against the combined forces of the Dawn, Wang Ji, and the Don Quixote family. Such vulnerability implies a lack of agency, meaning that the consequences of any conflict erupting in Dressrosa will ultimately fall upon its own shoulders. Sighing deeply, he silently tightened his grip on the long sword at his waist. Perhaps this marks his first exposure to the world. He does not act for the Dawn, nor for Wang Ji or the Don Quixote family. In this increasingly chaotic world, he simply desires to aid the weak and innocent populace. At this moment, Enelu could already glimpse the fringes of the island of Dressrosa and subsequently expanded his formidable observation haki entirely. Now his observation haki reached the center of Dressrosa, rapidly extending towards the east. "I found them." A smile of joy illuminated Enelu's face as he sensed the presence of Law and Sugar, marked distinctly. Unbeknownst to them, the entirety of the Dawn had placed a mark upon the two. Enelu affixed two inconspicuous yet distinctive pins to their clothing, each carrying a faint current unique to him, facilitating the capture of their presence through his observation haki. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took a more direct approach, employing the Flying Thunder God technique on their garments. Others also possessed their own methods, all aimed at ensuring they could monitor the two should a battle ensue, detecting a slight diminishment in their life force. Enelu found the overall situation to be manageable and exhaled slowly. He then intensified his observation haki, extending it further afield, though a chilling realization washed over him. In his perception, a colossal desert pyramid loomed to the east of the island, a sight familiar to all. Aside from Crocodile, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else capable of wielding such a technique. Yet, Anilu felt an overwhelming dread, as this technique was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Within his observation haki, the eastern region of the island lay in ominous silence, devoid of any signs of life. This could signify many dire possibilities, suggesting that events were unfolding in the worst conceivable manner. As night fell, Anilu gently descended upon the secluded location where Law and Sugar were hiding. From the outside, a tattered blanket lay atop a pile of boxes, faintly revealing a frail figure trembling beneath it. Lifting the filthy blanket, he discovered Sugar peacefully slumbering in Law's embrace. While Law's face bore a hint of feverish red, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even in illness, Law's vigilance remained formidable. The moment he sensed the blanket's absence, he awoke. Straining against fatigue, Law struggled to open his eyes, only to behold a towering shadow before him. Weakly, he uttered, "Please do not drive us away. Let us rest here for a moment, and we shall depart at dawn. I return late." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Law momentarily froze. Yet, catching a glimpse of moonlight, he recognized the figure before him. Anilu, brother. Sugar, roused by their exchange, rubbed her eyes and sat up. Upon seeing Anilu, she stood in shock. Without further ado, Anilu scooped them both up and swiftly darted toward the east. Law, what transpired? Hearing Anilu's inquiry, Law recounted the events in meticulous detail. From a moment he and Sugar encountered some nefarious individuals to their escape. Sugar also contributed her experiences with Crocodile in search of Law and Monet before encountering Wang Ji. I see, Anilu said, gaining clarity on the unfolding narrative, and he became notably more cautious. Presently, the status of the Don Quixote family and Wang Ji's forces on the island remained uncertain, compelling him to approach the desert pyramid with utmost care to ascertain Crocodile's condition. As Anilu neared the pyramid, he discerned some clues. The immense structure bore several conspicuous dark openings, likely the result of previous captives' escape. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of enemies, Anilu set Law and Sugar aside and approached the pyramid. Placing his hand on its surface, he hesitated to employ any large-scale techniques, fearing he might inadvertently harm Crocodile. After a moment's contemplation, Anilu minimized the electric current coursing through him to an almost imperceptible level. Ultimately, these currents slithered like tiny serpents along the pyramid, weaving through the crevices of the sand. Soon, a glimmer of delight crossed Anilu's face. Fortune favors me. However, his expression soon turned grave. The good news was that he sensed Crocodile's presence, but the bad news was that Crocodile was on the brink of death. In previous discussions regarding his fruit's development, Lin Chen imparted invaluable knowledge, such as the principle of electricity generating magnetism, enabling metals to unleash tremendous force and impact. Additionally, he learned that metals conduct electricity, allowing him to manipulate metallic objects in battle or inflict harm through electroconductivity. Yet, one insight profoundly impacted him: the faint currents within the human body, which he initially doubted. However, it was only after considerable experimentation that he became convinced of the existence of faint electrical currents within the human body. Initially, he did not comprehend the significance of this discovery, but after listening to Lin Chen recount tales of the Thunder King and electrotherapy, a new direction began to unfold in his mind. The weak electrical currents he now emitted were the faintest that the human body could endure, enabling him to boldly release them in search of Keluokida-ur. Yet, the moment these currents made contact with Keluokida-ur, he sensed the astonishingly feeble current coursing through his body, with only the faintest trace remaining in his brain. This indicated that if he did not act swiftly, Keluokida-ur would likely perish beneath this desert pyramid. Prompted by this thought, Anilu sprang into action. To ensure that his excavation of the sand did not exacerbate Keluokida-ur's injuries, he continuously released weak currents. Gradually, these currents enveloped Keluokida-ur's body, merely coiling around the surface without penetrating. As Keluokida-ur became fully ensconced in the electrical currents, Anilu confirmed that Keluokida-ur's injuries were far more severe than he had initially imagined. Taking a deep breath, Anilu commenced his sand excavating endeavor. Observing Anilu's intense focus, Luo quickly approached, sensing that Anilu had discovered Keluokida-ur. Sugar-Sand, standing nearby, also hurried over, using her small hands to laboriously dig through the sand. Anilu Gidge, I believe I can assist you. Upon hearing Luo's words, Anilu paused his efforts and turned, puzzled. Luo explained, my surgical fruit allows me to move objects within a certain range. Previously, I used this ability to pilfer numerous provisions. I just wonder if I can extract Uncle Sha. After listening to Luo's account, Ainalu deemed it a viable strategy, yet he inquired, but can you sense him? Luo, taken aback by Ainalu's question, stood speechless. Let me help you. Perhaps this method can enhance your perception. Ainalu, as if struck by inspiration, approached Luo, placing his hands on her shoulders. Relax your body. Soon, gentle currents began to surge from Ainalu's hands, distinctly different from the violent lightning of battle, ultimately transforming into a column of electricity extending toward the desert pyramid. Guided by this current, the electricity surrounding Kukuru began to drift towards Ainalu, intertwining with his own. Through Ainalu's observation haki, Kukuru had established a connection, allowing Ainalu to subtly influence his physical state through the currents. However, he recognized the necessity of aiding Luo in sensing Kukuru, gently maneuvering the biocurrents within her body. Luo seemed to sense something, her expression shifting. Stay relaxed. Do you feel that? It feels oddly peculiar. He slightly increased the current, simultaneously amplifying the biocurrents within Luo. As she experienced this fluctuation, Luo initially felt a tingling throughout her body, but the next moment, she gasped in astonishment. I think I see a figure. That must be Brother Sha. It's all up to you now. In this extraordinary perception, though not precisely observation haki, there were similarities. With Ainalu's assistance, Luo could sense Kukuru. A luminous orb manifested in her hands as she clenched her teeth, exerting all her strength, her face flushed. The surgical fruit's power activated. And in the blink of an eye, Kukuru, previously entombed in the sand, reappeared on the surface. After accomplishing this, Luo's eyes rolled back, her body collapsing into Ainalu's arms. Witnessing this, Ainalu was alarmed, immediately assessing Luo's condition. Upon realizing that she had fainted from exhaustion after dragging Kukuru out, a pang of guilt washed over him, though fortunately, she appeared to be unharmed. His attention then shifted to Kukuru, whose body was wrapped in currents. His breathing was shallow, his left arm nearly severed, and his chest caved in. Additionally, he bore various wounds of differing severity. Yet, the gravest concerns were the impending loss of his left arm, the deep depression in his chest, and the heart that was on the verge of ceasing its rhythm. Little Sugar-san, please take care of Luo for now. Okay. Watching Sugar-san tend to the unconscious Luo, Ainalu turned his gaze back to Kukuru. The responsibility of saving him now rested solely on his shoulders. Gently removing Kukuru's garments, Ainalu began to clean up some of the superficial wounds, then focused on the severely injured chest and the festering left arm. Without rushing to attend to the chest, he cautiously maneuvered Kukuru's left arm. The attached fascia emitted a crackling sound, and the once dry vessels gushed forth, releasing thin streams of blood. Damn it, I should have conserved Luo's strength instead of making her expend it to move him. It would have been far more effective for her to use her surgical fruit for treatment than relying on my rudimentary medical skills. Despite his words, his hands did not cease their movements, elevating Kukuru's drooping left arm onto his shoulder. Observing the extensive bloodstains on his shoulder, Ainalu tore several threads from his clothing and, controlling the currents, simply stitched together the arm and shoulder. As Ainalu performed this rudimentary procedure, Kukuru's complexion grew increasingly pale, and once Ainalu completed the operation, Kukuru's heartbeat faltered. I anticipated this. Fear not, Brother Sha. I shall attend to you. Concentrating electrical currents in his hands, Ainalu unhesitatingly stimulated Kukuru's heart, causing his body to convulse. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. At last it beat again. Sighing with relief at the revival of Kukuru's heartbeat, Ainalu felt trepidation regarding his next actions. Just a small procedure had nearly cost Kukuru his life. It was inconceivable to consider the more severe injury on his chest. For now, he could only utilize the currents to sustain Kukuru's heart, while seeking a professional for further treatment. After completing these tasks, Ainalu noticed a glimmer of dawn emerging in the distant sky. Casting a glance at Kukuru's temporarily stabilized body, then at the steadily swaying Sugar-san, Ainalu exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. After some contemplation, he gently roused Sugar-san, and as he observed her fatigued expression, a pang of compassion struck him. I apologize, Ainalu Gij. I accidentally fell asleep. It's all right, little Sugar-san. Let us endure a little longer and swiftly depart from this place. The two then carried Luo and Kukuru away, heading towards the heart of the Dressrosa Kingdom, where Ainalu hoped to find a doctor. 2 days later, Keluokita's condition had stabilized, though he remained in a comatose state. During these 2 days, Ainalu sought various doctors in the Dressrosa Kingdom, yet all were at a loss. Ultimately, it was Luo, upon awakening, who devised a plan, utilizing his surgical fruit powers to have the doctors guide him while he operated, which barely saved Keluokita's life. Burubaru. The din din mushi in Ainalu's arms rang, signaling the arrival of Xiao, with whom he had not communicated for 2 days. Mr. Xiao, have you arrived? Indeed. I did not anticipate that the fluctuations of this battle would be so immense. The pressure emanating from that desert pyramid is formidable, as perceived through my kin Bunchiko Haki. Alas, I had not expected to arrive a step too late. I genuinely feel remorse for your situation. Yet it is somewhat comforting to note that the civilians on the island have not suffered much, which can be considered the sole piece of good news. However, given the magnitude of the commotion, will you not inform your leader, Ban? Sai, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. On one hand, the leader did not bring a din din mushi, and we have been relying on our eyes across the world for communication. It is precisely this that has resulted in our underground forces in the New World being severed by Wang Ji and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Prior messages were never dispatched. I see. However, your arrival is timely. I wish to entrust a matter to you. I intend to set forth for Fishman Island, but these past few days, I have refrained from leaving this place to tend a crocodile, and I hope you can care for my companions. I would be immensely grateful. It is but a trifling matter. You should hasten on your way, and simply leave me your address when you can. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Inaru glanced at Law and Sugar, recounting the situation to them. Upon hearing Inaru's account, Law remarked, I understand now. I shall go fetch Uncle Xiao. Inaru, brother. You should quickly seek out brother Lin Chen. Inaru nodded, affectionately ruffling the heads of the 2 children, and then relayed their information to Xiao. Turning to observe the 2 young faces, which, despite their youth, bore expressions of remarkable resilience, Inaru nodded and transformed into a streak of lightning, departing the scene. Meanwhile, on Sabiti Archipelago, Shaki was in the midst of a negotiation. Mr. Rayleigh, a grave situation has arisen. As Rayleigh enjoyed a drink with Shaki, the sudden exclamation startled him, causing his mustache to bristle with indignation. What is all this fuss about? Do you not see me? Well, he turned to face the source of the disturbance. He was rendered speechless. The individual before him was tear-streaked and delivered shocking news that left Rayleigh astounded. Mr. Crocodile and his associates in Dressrosa have been attacked. The assailants are the Don Quixote family and Wang Ji. All communication from that location has been severed. They were requesting our assistance 3 days ago. The wine glass in his hand shattered upon hitting the ground as Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. What was the outcome? Has anyone been injured? I do not know. I have only heard that the battle was exceedingly fierce. Mr. Crocodile has employed a technique never before seen. I suspect that, given the circumstances, it must be dire. Upon hearing this account, Rayleigh abruptly rose and exited. Shaki's words were left unspoken as her heart raced in turmoil. Another war, sighing softly, she exhaled heavily. So Tom, the construction on Fishman Island is progressing splendidly, is it not? Lin Chen strolled alongside Tom, showcasing the newly erected structures. Indeed, witnessing the flourishing visage of Fishman Island fills me with great joy. Yet, as Tom frowned, Lin Chen understood his underlying concerns. Are you worried about the world government and the Marines? Fear not, for we possess an ultimate secret weapon stationed on Fishman Island. Observing Lin Chen's confident demeanor, Tom found solace in his words. Yet, there remain certain matters on Fishman Island that trouble me greatly. I brought you here not only to admire its new face, but also to seek your assistance. Seeing Lin Chen's earnest expression, Tom could not help but laugh heartily. Jesting, what challenge could possibly daunt you? What need have you for an old man like me, half buried in the earth? Lin Chen rubbed his temples, expressing a hint of exasperation. The situation with Princess Odoheim is exceedingly complicated. Oh, are you troubled by her stance toward the world government? Precisely. Tom stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before articulating. This matter requires careful deliberation. Altering the beliefs established over many years is no small feat. Unless something occurs that profoundly impacts her, something pertaining to the world government. Is that so? Lin Chen contemplated Tom's words, yet found himself at a loss for ideas. As they ambled, they arrived at the royal palace of Fishman Island, where Tiger was overwhelmed with various issues while Jinbi observed the chaos with interest. Jinbi, you appear rather relaxed. Perhaps it is time to assign you additional tasks to prevent Tiger from claiming I show favoritism. The previously carefree Jinbe tensed at Lin Chen's words, hastily waving his hands. You misunderstand me, Captain. I only came to check on Tiger after completing my task for the day. Lin Chen, dismissing Jinbe's defense, turned his attention to the beleaguered Tiger. Thank you for your hard work, Tiger. Fishman Island is currently in a state of reconstruction, and many matters require your diligence. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tiger looked flustered. No, Captain, you exaggerate. I am eager to contribute to the betterment of Fishman Island. There is no hardship in that. That reassures me. As the group conversed, several fishmen hurriedly entered the Dragon Palace. Tiger's expression soured. Why the urgency? The fishmen gasped for breath, reporting. Mr. Rayleigh is seeking Lord Ban for an urgent matter. It is said to be of utmost importance. We are swift swimmers and came ahead to inform you. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. When did he arrive? I'm already here. Outside, Rayleigh's hair was still damp. His expression ominously dark, with his sword already strapped at his waist. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Lin Chen felt a foreboding sense of unease. If Rayleigh appeared so tense, it was likely that matters had escalated beyond control. The keen-eyed individuals within the Dragon Palace discerned the gravity of the situation. Tiger gestured for the others to disperse, leaving only Lin Chen and his 4 companions within. Lin Chen strode towards Rayleigh, gravely inquiring, what has transpired? A crisis has arisen in the New World. Don Quixote Doflamingo has allied with Wang Ji to attack Crocodile and his crew. Without hesitation, Lin Chen responded. Even so, they cannot possibly succeed. Crocodile and Enaru possess sufficient strength to contend with them. Monet is capable of facing Doflamingo, and even if Wang Ji possesses the might of an admiral, the odds between Crocodile and Enaru against him must surely favor us. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Rayleigh clenched his fists. Yet, have you forgotten the task you entrusted to Enaru before you departed? And do not overlook the formidable cadre of the Don Quixote family. Along with the forces Wang Ji has brought, our strength here is insufficient, with Rosinante's capabilities lacking, and Sugar and Law are but children. Might this become a vulnerability for Crocodile and his crew in battle? Stunned by Rayleigh's remarks, Lin Chen found his thoughts momentarily stilled. Rayleigh extended a damp, blood-stained piece of paper toward Lin Chen, and as Lin Chen discerned the writing, his pupils dilated in shock. Emergency situation, urgent assistance. Urgent assistance. While Lord Aini Lu was away on a mission, the island was attacked by unidentified individuals, and Don Quixote Doflamingo is also involved in this incident. Monet, Rocinante, Fugue, and Luo have gone missing, and on the island, there have appeared techniques never seen by Lord Crocodile before, with a desert pyramid standing tall. While we were transmitting information from Dressrosa, we discovered that all communication channels have been severed. To the colleagues of Dawn who read this letter, I urgently request the support of Lord Rayleigh and Lord Ban. Immediate assistance is needed. Rescuer, Dawn's underground network of Dressrosa. Looking at the glaring scarlet stain on the paper, Lin Chen forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions raging within him. The others quickly read through the information on the paper, and in an instant, chaos erupted. Tiger and Jinbei hurriedly exclaimed, "Let us go help." Boss. Lin Chen took a deep breath and quickly stated, "First, contact Aini Lu. We must make every effort to reach him. Additionally, we must seal off news on Fishman Island. The Dawn is still unstable there, and we cannot allow them to learn of this, which would cause panic. Contact the Revolutionary Army. Convey the seriousness of the situation and hope that Dragon can come. Mobilize personnel from the 4 seas to the New World. Notify Taisolo, and send everyone capable to the New World without exception. We must primarily investigate 3 directions: the forces of Wang Ji, the Don Quixote family, and the whereabouts of Doflamingo." Lin Chen's mind raced as he contemplated the forces Doflamingo might seek refuge with. The inevitable routes to the world government and the Holy Land Mary Geoise. These places are very likely to harbor traces of Monet and the others. Regardless of who caused their disappearance, the living are undoubtedly more valuable than the dead. I only hope the puppet master will use them as bargaining chips. After articulating all this, Tiger immediately sprang into action, and the clandestine network of Dawn began to operate like a colossal machine. Such movement would inevitably attract more attention, and many major forces began to discreetly inquire about the motives behind Dawn's latest operation, as each action by Dawn signified the potential for earth-shattering events. After issuing his orders, Lin Chen swiftly arrived at the storeroom on Fishman Island. having received information regarding the island's current financial state from Tiger. Is this all there is? Observing the financial status before him, Lin Chen deliberated and decided not to absorb any resources. Saving lives took precedence, and his current strength was sufficient. Just then, Rayleigh emerged from behind, urging him onward. Lin Chen, let us hurry. All right. As they prepared to leave, Tiger and Jinbei requested to accompany them. But Lin Chen dismissed their pleas. Fishman Island cannot be left unguarded. You must follow my previous orders and await further instructions. Seeing this, Tiger and Jinbei could only look on reluctantly, while Lin Chen and Rayleigh boarded the vessel heading to the New World. Just as the two were about to pass through the checkpoint, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Aini Lu. Lin Chen gazed at the individual before him, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Before them stood Aini Lu, who had been tirelessly traveling from the New World to Fishman Island. Noticing the expressions of Lin Chen and Rayleigh, Aini Lu surmised they were already aware of the situation and said, "Let us return to Dragon Palace. We can discuss things on the way, as the matter is rather complex." Lin Chen and Rayleigh exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of Aini Lu's demeanor, and thus returned to Dragon Palace together. Once everyone gathered, Lin Chen spoke. "Let us hear it. What exactly has transpired?" Aini Lu recounted the events of the past 3 days in precise detail, and the group gradually grasped the current situation. In summary, Crocodile was gravely injured and has yet to awaken. The person you asked me to find has been located. I've requested him to help guard them in Dressrosa. His strength is formidable, and he is trustworthy, so there is no need for concern. However, there is still no news about Monet and Rosanani. Based on Rosanani's last description, I suspect they have been taken by Doflamingo. Lin Chen stroked his chin, having understood the general course of events, and shared his thoughts. I believe Doflamingo may have sought refuge with the world government. Oh, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone turned to him in unison, awaiting his elaboration. Lin Chen then looked at Aini Lu, saying, "Do you recall our first encounter with Doflamingo?" Aini Lu pondered for a moment and replied, "Was it in the North Sea? I seem to have a vague memory. Does it relate to this matter?" Lin Chen continued to express his thoughts. "I distinctly remember asking Doflamingo about his dream, to which he responded that he wished to return to Mary Geoise. It seems he aspires to return as a true celestial dragon, and I suspect the world government serves as his backing. It is highly likely that he intends to use Monet and Rosanani as leverage to secure his return to Mary Geoise, an opportunity he would not miss." Rayleigh nodded in agreement with Lin Chen's analysis, stating, "There is indeed a possibility of this, especially since the world government has yet to hold us accountable for the incident with the celestial dragons in the East Blue. This presents a prime opportunity." Aini Lu, still somewhat perplexed, asked, "What should we do to rescue Monet and Rosanani?" Lin Chen replied, "These are still my conjectures. Let us proceed to Dressrosa, first to assess Crocodile's condition and reassure Sugar and Luo." Aini Lu and Rayleigh nodded in agreement, and the three of them set off for Dressrosa, leaving Tiger and Jinbei on Fishman Island to facilitate the arrival of Dawn's agents from the Four Seas to the New World. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest arrived at Mary Geoise. "Halt! This is Mary Geoise. He. It has been years since I last tread upon this land. He. The guards at the periphery of Mary Geoise were momentarily uncertain how to respond to this maniacal laughter. However, as they recognized Doflamingo's increasingly familiar appearance and recalled the recent uproar surrounding the theft of the celestial dragon's treasure, realization dawned upon them. Doflamingo, the exiled celestial dragon, has returned. The laughter that had once filled Doflamingo's face abruptly ceased, yet a sinister grin began to form. An exiled celestial dragon, you say? A glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes, and soon the guard lay in a pool of blood, his last sight that of Doflamingo's arrogant silhouette. In the central conference room of Mary Geoise, the 5 elders received news of Doflamingo's intrusion and began to deliberate. "We even sought him out for retribution, yet he dares to come to us? While I am quite furious about the theft of the treasure, let us first hear what he has to say." "I concur. Let us listen to his account. The information we gathered previously has already elucidated the situation. He claims to possess something of great importance to us, enough that we must speak with him personally. I am curious to know what he has in his possession. Let us hear him out. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, we shall address the treasure incident as well." Just as the 5 elders were discussing the motives behind Doflamingo's actions, he arrived at the doorway. Doflamingo requests an audience. Upon arriving at the entrance, before the guards could finish their announcement, Doflamingo boldly pushed the door open and entered. Well, it seems everything remains unchanged here. And even Ulat Haven T altered a bit. He cackled gleefully, ignoring the dark expressions of the Gorosei. Doflamingo nonchalantly found a seat, exuding an air of arrogance. Tontata, Doflamingo, one of the Gorosei, incensed by Doflamingo's brazen demeanor, was about to summon someone to apprehend him when another Gorosei restrained him. Let us hear what he has to say first. He is in Mary Geoise now, and escape is impossible. This Gorosei cast a complicated glance at Doflamingo. He had once shared a good rapport with Doflamingo's father, a good man, but not a commendable celestial dragon. Upon seeing this Gorosei, Doflamingo's expression softened slightly. The Gorosei then Speak. We have received word that you possess something of immense importance to us. If we find it satisfactory, we may overlook your theft of the heaven's gold, and you may leave here unscathed, continuing your role as a warlord of the sea. Hearing the reference to his theft, Doflamingo's expression darkened. He had gained nothing while bearing the brunt of a bad reputation, a reality hard for anyone to accept. Yet recalling his purpose, a manic grin spread across his face as he proclaimed, I did not come here for the trivial matter of heaven's gold. I demand to be reinstated as a legitimate celestial dragon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The other Gorosei were taken aback by Doflamingo's words, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, this was the same individual who had once come before them with his father's head in hand, seeking reinstatement as a celestial dragon. They had been even more shocked back then. Your father was a disgrace among celestial dragons. He chose to abandon the Holy Land, and you know the outcome. Those commoners will not show mercy simply because you plead for kindness. Doflamingo clenched his fists, stifling his rage as he retorted. Will you not even consider the information I possess? No matter how much information you have, you cannot return to Mary Geoise. Upon hearing the Gorosei's response, a sardonic smile crept onto Doflamingo's lips. Indeed, even celestial dragons can be slaughtered like pigs. The expressions of the other Gorosei shifted. For the East Blue incident was an enduring sore spot for the world government and a perpetual disgrace for the celestial dragons. The Gorosei, who had maintained a good relationship with Doflamingo's father, sighed internally, gesturing for the others to restrain their tempers, and spoke, Let us discuss the leverage you possess. With the topic finally returning to focus, Doflamingo straightened up. His earlier display of dominance was ultimately a strategy to secure the upper hand, hoping to be regarded more seriously in the ensuing negotiations. The information I hold represents a significant opportunity for you regarding the Dawn. The mention of such a critical subject finally rendered the Gorosei's expression serious, signaling Doflamingo to continue. It all begins with the heaven's gold. Subsequently, Doflamingo recounted the events, framing himself as an innocent victim while casting a shadow over the Dawn. The Gorosei listened, astounded, as his account exceeded their expectations. Noting their stunned reactions, Doflamingo's eyes glinted with disdain as he continued. Recently, I witnessed the destruction of Judicial Island by Ban and Rayleigh. Seizing this opportunity, I allied with Wang Ji to launch an attack on Crocodile and his crew. This is a prime opportunity to annihilate the Dawn. Do you not value it? As one of the main powerhouses of the Dawn, Crocodile was gravely wounded. Ban and Rayleigh, upon hearing the news, would undoubtedly rush to Dressrosa, wherein it would likely also be present. The Dawn had been elusive in the past, yet they were now fortuitously lingering in Dressrosa, and Doflamingo had managed to inflict significant damage upon them. If you fail to seize this chance, the Dawn will undoubtedly become the most troublesome adversary for the world government. The Gorosei exchanged glances and remarked, We may tentatively trust your words, but didn't Tiwi hear they have Monet and Rosinante among their ranks? Moreover, if memory serves, Rosinante is your brother, correct? Before Doflamingo could respond, one Gorosei interjected, This fellow was capable of killing his own father in his youth. Do you really expect him to harbor any feelings for his brother now? Ha ha ha. Doflamingo joined in their laughter, saying Rosinante, that traitorous wretch, had he not retained some utility, I would have slain him long ago. The laughter among the Gorosei abruptly ceased, as Doflamingo's statement carried significant implications. One Gorosei queried, Is it possible that Rosinante is in your possession? Doflamingo remained silent, yet a playful smile danced upon his lips. Setting aside that matter, the information I have just provided is an invaluable asset to you. Time is the most elusive commodity in this world. If you wait for news to reach you normally, especially with your underground forces already crippled, capturing the Dawn will become exceedingly difficult. The Gorosei pondered for a moment before finally stating, Your information is indeed valuable, but it alone does not suffice to restore you to the Holy Land. You may leave. We can grant you a legitimate warlord of the sea title." Upon hearing the Gorosei's words, Doflamingo felt no anger, instead remarking, "It seems the authority of the world government is waning. Even as the dawn slaughters celestial dragons like livestock before the world, you remain inactive." The Gorosei chose to ignore Doflamingo's crude provocation, responding, "The affairs of the world government do not require your concern. Do not forget you are merely a disgraced celestial dragon." Doflamingo rested his chin on his hands, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Even with a core member of the Dawn in my grasp?" The five exchanged glances, immediately inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Doflamingo rose, preparing to leave. "I am already a banished celestial dragon. The dignity of the world government and celestial dragons holds no relevance for me anymore. I am set to become a warlord of the sea." The Gorosei's expressions shifted dramatically at this declaration, realizing that Doflamingo's retreat was a tactical advance that compelled them to lower their guards. Their enmity towards the Dawn was fierce, and now armed with this critical information, they might be able to take action. "Doflamingo, do not be so distant. I held you as a child," one Gorosei remarked with a smile, as the others nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is not yet time for negotiations to collapse. We can sit down and discuss matters thoroughly. After all, based on your prior account, the Dawn is also your enemy, is it not?" Doflamingo turned to face the Gorosei, internally cursing their hypocrisy for only now seeking to engage him in earnest dialogue. The prior dismissive demeanor of the five elders towards him had not escaped his keen observation. However, witnessing their formal demeanor now, Don Quixote Doflamingo chose to refrain from retaliating, instead shifting the discourse towards his own interests. "I wish to return to Mary Geoise, restore my rightful status as a celestial dragon." The five elders exchanged glances before solemnly responding, "Doflamingo, this matter is not one of our reluctance, but rather contingent upon the sentiments of the other celestial dragons. With so many families involved, if they do not accept you, our agreement would bear no fruit. Would you agree? Perhaps you could first share the identities of the core members of the Dawn with us, and we assure you that we will do our utmost to facilitate your request. What do you say?" Doflamingo coldly retorted, "What use are those worthless celestial dragons? Why should I concern myself with their opinions? You are the pinnacle of the celestial dragons. Once you agree, I will have my means to handle that lot. If you continue this charade with me, then we have no need for collaboration." The five elders pondered for a moment, as though having reached a resolute conclusion. "The Dawn is indeed our true adversary now, posing a danger that surpasses even the revolutionary army. In this light, restoring Doflamingo's status as a celestial dragon is quite warranted. Wouldn't you agree? If we could leverage this opportunity to deliver a significant blow to the Dawn, it would at least serve to intimidate the revolutionary army, and we could deal with them all at once." Agreed. As they deliberated, a consensus was reached, and they turned to Doflamingo, stating, "We accept your terms. Now let us discuss the identities of those you hold." Upon hearing the five elders' response, a broad grin spread across Doflamingo's face, accompanied by a series of peculiar chuckles. The five elders observed him quietly, and Doflamingo quickly regained his composure, declaring, "I have Monet and Rosinante in my possession. Once your documents are officially issued, I shall hand them over to you, but until then, do not hold your breath." With that, Doflamingo tossed them a den mushy, displaying the images of Monet and Rosinante. The five scrutinized the visuals, ultimately revealing expressions of delight. "Your matters will soon be resolved. Now, hasten to prepare for their transport." Upon hearing the five elders' words, Doflamingo rose to depart, but not before casting a meaningful glance back at them, saying, "Once you have Monet and Rosinante in your grasp, reflect on how the Dawn executed the celestial dragons in the East Blue. Perhaps there will be rewards for you as well." As if struck by a sudden realization, a look of malice flickered across Doflamingo's face as he turned away from the five elders, exclaiming, "Seize the opportunity now while the Dawn is likely still in Dressrosa. We must eradicate them completely. If you fear errors, perhaps you should send Kizaru to confirm the information. With that national treasure, we can surely annihilate them." Having said this, Doflamingo departed without a backward glance, leaving the five elders in a state of contemplation. His approach is quite feasible. What do you think? Indeed, is a commendable suggestion. However, what did he mean by that earlier statement? One of the five elders remarked, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. "Once we have the criminals Monet and Rosinante, We shall execute these heinous offenders before the eyes of the world. This will deliver a severe blow to the Dawn's influence and restore the dignity of the world government. I see. The five elders continued their discussions, ultimately arriving at an effective plan. It seemed as though they had synchronized their departure, moving deeper into the Holy Land. Before leaving, they dispatched a notification to Sengoku, demanding that Kizaru immediately proceed to Mary Geoise for an urgent task. This left Sengoku somewhat puzzled, as he noted Kizaru's absence from the meeting room that day. He turned to Kizaru's aide, who had accompanied him, and inquired, "Why is Kizaru not present today?" The aide pondered for a moment before replying. Admiral Kizaru mentioned he had matters to attend to and seemed to be retrieving documents from the archives. Sengoku furrowed his brow, stating, "Inform him to come at once. I have important matters to discuss." Understood. Watching the aide rush off, Sengoku's curiosity lingered. Why was Kizaru, usually so laid back, suddenly invested in something? It seemed that ever since returning from Marinford, he had been acting differently. After some contemplation, Sengoku could not discern the reason and decided to set it aside for the moment. Meanwhile, Kizaru had arrived at the innermost depths of the Navy archives, where all critical documents since the Navy's inception were stored. The significance of these archives warranted their placement in the deepest section, accessible only to the fleet admiral and the three admirals. Even the illustrious hero of the Navy, Garp, despite his greater influence than most admirals, lacked the clearance. Typically, Sengoku would share information with him, but Garp never paid it much mind. "Admiral Kizaru, please proceed inside." The guard at the archives acknowledged Kizaru after he had passed through several intricate procedures, returning to his post to fulfill his duties. Upon entering the archives, Kizaru noticed that many documents were cloaked in a layer of dust. As he perused the shelves of information, he eventually approached a particularly obscure corner, where the files appeared notably aged. Dim light allowed him to discern the words inscribed on the pages. "Rear Admiral Lin Chen" in the dim, silent archive. The only sound was Kizaru's fingers flipping through the pages. "This is quite vexing," he mused, stroking his chin with a hint of concern. "Rear Admiral Lin Chen. Classification level D. Abilities. Proficient in both fire and lightning techniques. Has also employed water techniques at sea. Possesses exceptional swordsmanship. Both one-sword and two-sword styles are exceedingly powerful. Developed a formidable sword technique at the age of 17, teaching it to several individuals. Suspected to have mastered the ninjutsu of Wano. Possesses impressive physical prowess. Capable of executing powerful attacks through martial arts. Exhibiting speed comparable to Kizaru. Suspected spatial movement. Experience. Entered Navy Academy at 12. Mentored by Ace.He. Demonstrated extraordinary talent and strength within 5 years. Hailed as the rising naval prodigy. Graduated from the academy and awarded the rank of Rear Admiral. First mission involved subduing the violent ape Gecko. Second mission involved an unprovoked attack on one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, resulting in punishment from the world government. Third mission involved investigating the red-haired pirates, subsequently attacking the beast pirates. Suffered retaliation after eliminating Kaido's subordinates, sustaining severe injuries. In light of his experiences, to bolster the Navy's strength in the New World, nominated for Admiral, codename Silver Dragon. However, due to grievous injuries, he perished while returning to Marineford, and all his subordinates were lost in an ambush by unknown pirates. As he examined the document in his hands, it merely contained ordinary information regarding Lin Chen's identity. Yet Kizaru knew that Lin Chen's history was far more complex than this. Why was there no documentation concerning the Marineford battle? Was it confiscated by the world government? Gently tapping the document with his finger, Kizaru's gaze fixated on the last line detailing Lin Chen's abilities, exhibiting speed comparable to Kizaru, suspected spatial movement. Spatial movement. Indeed, at that moment, how did Bam manage to depart? It seems implausible that he could vanish without a trace relying solely on speed. The archives fell silent once more. Even the faint sound of Admiral Huang Yuan's breathing seemed amplified. "Admiral Huang Yuan, Marshal Sengoku urgently requests your presence. There is an important mission that requires your execution." The voice of an aide interrupted Huang Yuan's contemplation. After a moment of thought, Huang Yuan replied, "Understood. I shall go immediately." With that, Huang Yuan took Lin Chen's file and approached the door of the archives. He navigated through a series of intricate procedures before finally retrieving it. While a nearby guard swallowed hard, "Admiral Huang Yuan, please ensure the safekeeping of this D-grade document, as it is classified at the highest level. It must be returned within a month, and no information is to be leaked. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary action as per the confidentiality regulations. Should you require an extension, you must seek the approval of Marshal Sengoku. Huang Yuan lazily waved his hand, responding, understood. He then proceeded to the Naval High Command meeting room, where numerous high-ranking officials had gathered. Upon entering, Huang Yuan observed the assembly of individuals and shrugged, remarking, "How rare it is to see so many gathered. We just completed the mission at Judicial Island a few days ago. Being in the Navy, it seems there is not a single day of rest." At Huang Yuan's murmuring, Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. Ignoring Huang Yuan, Sengoku addressed the assembly. "Since everyone is present, we shall commence this meeting." Before beginning, Sengoku informed Huang Yuan of the summons from the 5 elders, adding, "Given your capabilities, it will not take long for you to arrive. First, let us go through the proceedings of this meeting." Huang Yuan settled into his designated seat, extracting a nail clipper to tend to his nails, exuding an air of indifference. Sengoku, accustomed to this behavior, promptly displayed several images on the large screen. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the photographs depicted the same object from various angles. The images were somewhat blurred, yet one could faintly discern a triangular tower structure standing resolutely on an island. This is Dressrosa. These images were captured by our intelligence personnel, and it is suspected that a fierce battle has occurred there. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Aokiji lifted his head and remarked, "If there was a battle, it could be anywhere. There are numerous powerful individuals in this world. Is it truly worth gathering us all for this matter?" Sengoku, however, wore a grave expression as he replied, "Of course. That tower was created by Crocodile." At the mention of Crocodile's name, the 3 admirals simultaneously raised their heads, and even Garp, who had been preoccupied, ceased his actions, launching his nose-picking projectile and listening attentively. Gazing at the pyramid in the photograph, Sengoku seemed to recall something, his anger bubbling to the surface as he stated, "The battle in the East Blue 6 months ago was a disgrace." Realizing he had lost his composure, Sengoku calmed himself and proceeded to analyze the situation seriously. "Do you remember the incident of Judicial Island being destroyed a few days ago? Although the world government has suppressed the news, we all know that Ban and Rayleigh were responsible. Coincidentally, around the same time, fighting erupted in Dressrosa, and considering the prior incident where the celestial gold was stolen, there must be some hidden secrets involved, and Dawn is certainly a target of this assault." After listening to Sengoku's analysis, the weasel frowned and interjected, "It is challenging to draw conclusions based on just these photographs. Wasn't he the theft of the celestial gold orchestrated by that Doflamingo fellow? What connection does he have with Dawn? If one were to stretch it, only Razanani could be linked to him." At the mention of Razanani's name, a glimmer of light flickered in Sengoku's eyes, only to be quickly concealed. "Have you all forgotten about the auction that took place in the North Blue a few years ago?" As Sengoku spoke, the attendees reminisced, with Akainu stating, "If I recall correctly, the auction was backed by the Don Quixote family and Dawn. They had already established a collaboration back then." Sengoku nodded and continued with his analysis. "It is highly likely that Dawn has once again allied with Doflamingo. Although it appears that Doflamingo is leading the charge regarding the celestial gold, Dawn's influence is undoubtedly lurking in the shadows. The signs of Crocodile's battle in Dressrosa, combined with Ban and Rayleigh's presence at Judicial Island, suggest that Dawn's enemies have set their sights on them. Perhaps they even targeted the celestial gold. They seized the opportunity when Ban and Rayleigh were at Judicial Island to strike at the inadequately prepared Dawn." However, Sengoku then presented a second analysis, which was based on Crane's perspective. According to her, it was possible that the conflict stemmed from an uneven distribution of interest between Doflamingo and Dawn, prompting both parties to engage in battle. Doflamingo, on his own, will be unable to contend with Crocodile and his forces. He must have some backing. There exists a power that does not fear Dawn. Doflamingo leveraged this force to successfully crush the Dawn members present in Dressrosa. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the meeting room fell into a heavy silence, with Akainu's cigar igniting rapidly as he slammed his fist onto the table. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us seize this opportunity to eradicate Dawn once and for all." "Wait." A sharp voice drew the attention of many as Shiyuan, adorned with 2 long swords at her waist, stepped forward and inquired, "Ultimately, these are merely 2 conjectures. If we act rashly based on assumptions, the risks are too great." Akainu glared at Shiyuan and retorted, When dealing with an organization like Dawn, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to annihilate them, we must seize the opportunity without hesitation. Such chances are fleeting. Shall we simply stand by and watch them continue their escapades? Shuan was about to respond, but was tugged by a nearby Bogart, as the strategic decision-making was strictly beyond the purview of a vice admiral. Unless they possessed the authority of someone like Garp, they could only voice their concerns like the weasel. Observing that Aokiji, Garp, and Huang Yuan remained silent, Shi-Yuan clenched her fists and ultimately settled into silence. Enough. Sengoku timely intervened, diffusing some of the tension. You both raise valid points, and this is precisely what I wish to address next. With that, Sengoku turned his gaze toward Huang Yuan, prompting the others to do the same. Oh dear, this is troublesome, remarked Sengoku upon witnessing Huang Yuan's demeanor. The world government's summons for you, aside from the Dressrosa incident, surely cannot be for anything else, such as to protect the celestial dragons. Huang Yuan, continuing to clip his nails, replied, that remains uncertain. Sengoku then disclosed some recent information regarding Dawn before turning to Huang Yuan. It is getting late. You should head to Mary Geoise. Understood. Watching Huang Yuan exit the meeting room, Sengoku declared the meeting adjourned, contemplating as he added, perhaps some individuals have harbored grievances lately regarding why the Navy does not pursue pirates but instead dedicates much effort to Dawn. I understand your concerns. However, wherever Dawn appears, they bring nothing but unrest and chaos. They have shattered the stability that has governed this world for centuries. The dangers posed by those who disrupt order are far more severe than those presented by pirates. I hope all of you grasp the gravity of the situation. That is all. Please reflect on these matters. As he observed everyone departing one by one, Sengoku ultimately sat quietly in the marshal's office, silently retrieving a crumpled photograph and a yellowing letter from his drawer. In the photograph, Luo Sanandi, adorned in a crimson cloud-black cloak, beams with joy, while indistinct silhouettes of several individuals dressed in similar attire linger behind him. Another piece of paper bears a message from Luo Sanandi, Marshal Zhanghua. I have successfully infiltrated the Dawn. The fierce battle during the auction truly startled me. By the way, I stole a surgical fruit to save child. I sincerely hope he survives. Perhaps he will become an exceptional Navy officer like you in the future. Currently, we are in the Xiangbidi Islands, and Ban is on his way to seek out Rayleigh. Ban has revealed his ambitions. He is indeed a man of great ambition. He will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable schemer. Well then, let us reconnect in a few days. They have yet to uncover my identity, and I will gather more intelligence on them. This message and photograph date back several years, and since then, Luo Sanandi has ceased to communicate. All that remains are mere fragments of information regarding the Dawn, leaving Marshal Zhanghua to reminisce in silence. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan swiftly arrived at Mary Geoise, where the 5 elders had been waiting for some time. Borsellino, your speed seems uncharacteristically slow, one of them remarked. Ah, perhaps my abilities have waned. Huang Yuan replied with a hint of sheepishness. The 5 elders, though slightly displeased, maintained a composed facade. We have summoned you for a crucial mission. Huh? Huang Yuan scratched his head, pondering whether he was to protect the celestial dragons. You must immediately depart for the New World, specifically Dressrosa, and take several transponder snails with you. We require real-time intelligence from there. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression momentarily froze, recalling Zhanghua's earlier words, which had proven accurate. Understood. I shall leave at once. Excellent. Once you arrive, remember to activate the transponder snails. We shall remain in contact. With the transponder snails prepared by the 5 elders in hand, Huang Yuan vanished in a flash of light, leaving the remaining elders exchanging glances. That individual places great importance on this matter. I had long suggested that the situation concerning the Dawn should be reported to him. It should have been addressed when the East Blue incident occurred. Now, due to that very incident, we have faced reproach. Who would have thought that he holds the Dawn in such high regard? However, this time, they shall not escape retribution. By the way, how shall we handle Monet and Luo Sanandi? Simple enough. We shall wait for Huang Yuan to assess the situation before permitting that individual to launch an offensive. At that point, the Dawn's combat capabilities will undoubtedly be diminished, allowing us to execute Monet and Luo Sanandi publicly, thereby eliminating the threat they pose to us. Ha ha ha. The 5 elders envisioned the Dawn's destruction, their laughter echoing as they indulged in dreams of the future. In the New World, at Dressrosa, a character known as Ace.He was quietly mingling within a casino when his countenance shifted to one of seriousness. Such a potent aura. More than one. Upon sensing Analu's presence, he deduced the identities of the newcomers, surmising that only Ban and Rayleigh would venture here at this moment. After a brief contemplation, Ace.He discreetly exited the casino, proceeding to the market to procure ingredients. Truthfully, he had merely passed through the casino while on a routine shopping trip, which did not hinder his objectives. He was well aware of his priorities. With 2 children and a patient at home requiring his care, and now that Analu had returned, he needed to procure more supplies. Is that pyramid the work of old Shah? Indeed. Ace.He's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the distant sand pyramid. Analu, with old Shah gravely injured and unconscious, you shall oversee all matters in the underground world for the time being. Once most of the people have gathered, conduct an immediate reconnaissance of Hive Island. A glint of determination flickered in Analu's eyes as he quickened his pace. Are we planning to take action against Wang Ji? Ace.He nodded gently, affirming this grudge must be avenged. Furthermore, Hive Island is far from a benign place. Its pirates are far more vicious than the average. We shall also eradicate this malignant presence. However, we must first locate Monet and Luo Sinandi. Understood. As they conversed, they arrived at the location of Crocodile. The moment Ace.He entered, 2 small figures rushed towards him. Ro and Sugar, their eyes brimming with tears, conveying the hardships they had endured in recent days. Ruffling their hair, Ace.He comforted them, saying, "It is all right. Your brother has returned late. I apologize. I will rescue Monet and Luo Sinandi." As he spoke, Ace.He exchanged a glance with Rayleigh, who crouched down to embrace the 2 children, a look of guilt etched upon his face. Alas, if only I had stayed here. Ace.He gently shook his head, opting not to dwell on the past. What was done was done. The pressing concern was to heal Crocodile and rescue Monet and Luo Sinandi from Doflamingo's clutches. With this in mind, Ace.He strode purposefully towards Crocodile, who remained unconscious, showing no signs of awakening. After examining Crocodile's injuries, Ace.He found that he had been pulled back from the brink of death. Yet, Crocodile's persistent unconsciousness perplexed him. Later, as Analu recounted the events following his encounter with Crocodile, Ace.He felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing how Analu had employed electric shock therapy to revive Crocodile from a state of cardiac arrest. When he learned that Ro had utilized the surgical fruit's abilities to assist Crocodile, Ace.He cast a grateful glance in Ro's direction. As Analu finished speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on Ace.He, hoping that he would devise a means to awaken Crocodile. Ace.He looked at Ro, pensively stating, "If even the surgical fruit cannot restore him, then we truly are at a loss." Thankfully, old Shah's injuries are not life-threatening. He merely remains in a comatose state. With his willpower, I believe he shall awaken soon. When that moment arrives, it will be his rebirth. Analu could only suppress his worries, aware that Ace.He understood his concerns. Should Crocodile remain unresponsive, he would refrain from employing his final resort unless absolutely necessary. "Is that Mr. Ban and Mr. Rayleigh?" A voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, called from outside. Ace.He and Rayleigh turned simultaneously to see a man with an X-shaped scar etched across his forehead, extending towards his eyes. Clearly, this was the individual Ace.He had long sought, the gravity fruit user and future Marine Admiral Fujitora. "Unde Ace.He!" Ro and Sugar exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him return, as Ace.He produced 2 cotton candies from behind his back, squatting down with a smile. "Here's some cotton candies I brought for you. Enjoy." Ro and Sugar, momentarily forgetting their prior attachment to Rayleigh, dashed towards the beloved cotton candy. Rayleigh's expression darkened slightly, yet he scrutinized the blind man before him, recognizing the formidable strength that rivaled his own. Lin Chen turned to glance at the unconscious Kurokuru and remarked, "This is not the place for a discussion. Let's speak outside." The group moved to an empty room, and before Ace.He could utter a word, Lin Chen began, "First, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Ace.He for taking care of Luo, Shadang, and Lao Sha during these past days." After saying this, Lin Chen bowed deeply to Ace.He, a gesture echoed by Rayleigh. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Analu had failed to locate Wang Ji rendered him a potential threat. Had it not been for Ace.He's assistance in caring for the 2 children and 1 injured individual, Lin Chen could only dread the consequences had Wang Ji chosen to strike again while Analu was absent from Dressrosa. Though Ace.He could not see the expressions on their faces, he sensed the genuine gratitude emanating from Lin Chen and the others through his kin Bunchika Haki. This is merely a small effort. As a renowned powerhouse in the world, there is no need for you to lower yourself to express thanks. Moreover, I have come to enjoy the company of these 2 children over the past days. Lin Chen raised his gaze to see Luo and Shatang, who were delightfully indulging in cotton candy, and a fond smile graced his features. Indeed, these two children were quite endearing. It baffled him what kind of person could inflict harm upon them. I shall avenge this grievance. Initially, Yixiao wore a cheerful smile, but upon hearing Lin Chen's words, his expression turned grave. He replied, I have heard of the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo in the name of the night demon. The island where Wang Ji resides is notoriously known as the paradise for pirates. The actions of these two against innocent children incite my ire. With that, Yixiao thrust the long sword he used as a cane firmly into the ground, as if to declare his indignation. Lin Chen noticed a flicker of insight in his eyes, and continued, This journey to the new world was primarily to seek out Mr. Yixiao. I believe you may be the only one in this world who can truly comprehend our plight. Yet, I find it puzzling that a powerhouse, such as yourself, chooses to remain blind to the atrocities of the world. There exists an abundance of vile and loathsome individuals. Yixiao discerned the underlying message in Lin Chen's words and responded accordingly. Even though he anticipated such a reply, Lin Chen felt a profound impact within him and pressed on. Mr. Yixiao, if you wish to avoid witnessing the filth of this world, why not endeavor to change it? Yixiao raised his head, his tightly shut eyes seemingly focused on Lin Chen, who felt as if he were being seen. I can only do what is within my capacity. For those innocent and helpless citizens, I will assist them to the best of my ability. Lin Chen shook his head, asserting, Mr. Yixiao, can you aid the citizens of a single island? Can you help an entire nation? Can you protect the citizens of the world? Admittedly, Lin Chen was employing a form of moral coercion against Yixiao, but such individuals were often susceptible to such tactics. Yixiao, fully aware of the moral pressure being exerted upon him, refrained from strongly contradicting Lin Chen. The truth of the matter was undeniable. He lacked the capacity to safeguard so many citizens. However, he retorted, according to your reasoning, can you truly protect that many citizens? During the Battle of the North Sea in Zika Kingdom, how many citizens were left homeless? In the Eastern Sea conflict, how many citizens bore the brunt of the world government's wrath? The celestial dragons perished in the Eastern Sea, and I believe the citizens of that region must bear some responsibility, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, the efforts of Princess Odoheim to foster peace between fishmen and humans were ruthlessly shattered as you seized Fishman Island, obliterating her lifetime of endeavors and driving both fishmen and humans to the brink of despair. Is this the justice that your dawn heralds? Lin Chen listened quietly to Yixiao's inquiries and eventually shook his head. The kingdom of Zika has since been renamed. It has transformed into a nation superior to all others in the world. Its citizens no longer bear the heavy tax, heavenly gold. They possess faith, and the nation wields strength, an unprecedented achievement in any nation, yet we have accomplished it. Although the death of the celestial dragons in the Eastern Sea led to the citizens of those nations suffering the world government's retaliation, it also ushered in far-reaching consequences. The mental shackles that bound the people of the world have been shattered, and that battle has eradicated a significant portion of the pirates in the Eastern Sea. For decades to come, piracy in the Eastern Sea will languish, allowing the citizens to thrive. As for Fishman Island, I have little to say. If you can view matters from the perspective of the fishmen rather than through the lens of Odoheim, I believe you would gain much insight. To truly understand the condition of a race, one must not merely observe the policies set forth by the elite, but rather examine the genuine, living conditions of the common people. The fishmen sold at the auction were likely the most ordinary and impoverished among them. Would you ever witness Odoheim being auctioned off? Upon finishing his thoughts, Yixiao stood in a daze, while Lin Chen silently regarded him, pondering his own reflections. Perhaps what you say holds merit, but before Yixiao could complete his thoughts, the expressions of Lin Chen and the others abruptly shifted, and they swiftly moved to the door. In the distant sky, Kizaru, cloaked in the garb of an admiral, was observing Dressrosa through Adin Mushi. Kizaru? What is he doing here? Lin Chen's demeanor beneath his mask grew serious. At this moment, any Navy presence was unwelcome. Ainalu, sensing Lin Chen's concern, clenched his fists and declared with determination, I shall confront him. Lin Chen nodded slightly, advising, be cautious and see if you can extract any information from him. In response, Ainalu transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the clouds, while Kizaru scratched his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. What a hassle! Despite uttering these words, Kizaru's movements were not significantly slower than Ainalu's, and the two engaged in a fierce chase through the sky, making it difficult to determine a victor. Who is he? Such a formidable presence. Ishiao also sensed the overwhelming aura and inquired. Admiral Kizaru. Rayleigh answered while continuing. What intentions does Kizaru harbor by appearing here? Is it too risky for Ainalu to engage him directly? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, stating, Kizaru's presence here is not the concern. What matters is whether he represents the Navy or the world government. After a brief skirmish in the skies, Ainalu delivered a powerful kick to Kizaru's abdomen, sending him hurtling away like a burst of light. Observers could easily discern that Kizaru was clearly holding back, this move merely providing an exit for both parties. What a terrifying individual. Perhaps we shall settle this another time, Kizaru remarked as he dusted off his clothes, realizing time was of the essence, and turned to leave. Ainalu was unwilling to let Kizaru escape, immediately shouting, Hey, don't go. What brings you here? Kizaru turned his head, thoughtfully glancing at Lin Chen, and replied, Who knows? He then transformed into a beam of light, preparing to depart. Universal attraction. Lin Chen was not inclined to let Kizaru leave so easily. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force of attraction towards Kizaru. Sensing the pull from behind, Kizaru's glasses gleamed with a flash of light, obscuring his gaze. Jata no Kagami. Having evaded Lin Chen's strikes, Huang Yuan immediately launched a counterattack, unleashing a multitude of luminous orbs towards the group. Oomph. Rayleigh let out a cold snort, brandishing his sword as he charged a Huang Yuan. Dian Gong Jun Ziang. In response to Rayleigh's advance, Huang Yuan materialized a long sword in his hand and struck down fiercely. A circular shockwave erupted between the two, stirring up a fierce gale in its wake. Uncle Rayleigh, I'm coming to help you. From a distance, Enelu transformed into a thunderbird and swiftly flew towards Huang Yuan, yet the latter displayed no signs of panic. First, he elementalized to evade Rayleigh's slash, then swung his long sword towards Enelu. A colorless, translucent sword aura rippled through the air, and upon seeing this, Enelu felt a surge of panic, dispersing his thunderbird form to join Rayleigh, gazing at the now serious Huang Yuan as if facing a formidable foe. What has made this guy so powerful? Rayleigh glanced at Enelu and remarked, He was merely playing with you before. Now, you must be cautious. Damn it. Below, Lin Chen observed Huang Yuan's performance with clarity, perplexed by the change. This was the first time he had seen him so serious. Had his true strength been concealed? Come back. Lin Chen, unable to gauge Huang Yuan's intentions, called Rayleigh and Enelu back, realizing that this was not the time to engage with Huang Yuan. Upon seeing Rayleigh and Enelu retreat, a hint of disappointment flickered in Huang Yuan's eyes. His full power had failed to draw out Lin Chen's hand, which did not align with his expectations. On the other hand, he sought to perform well in front of the Gorosei, hoping to negotiate for a higher overtime pay. However, having accomplished his task, there was no longer a need to linger. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to meet again. With that, Huang Yuan vanished into thin air, leaving no chance for Lin Chen to act. Meanwhile, in Mary Geoise, the Gorosei appeared considerably elated. Borsellino has indeed shown effort this time. Ha ha ha. He deserves a proper reward upon his return. After all, he is a marine admiral. Let us not bother with mere berries. Let us offer him something of true value. Lin Chen watched Huang Yuan's diminishing figure with a shake of his head, sighing, We must refrain from provoking the Marines and the world government for now. Let us focus on locating Monet and Rocinante first. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, a series of deep sounds resonated from the sky. Although the sounds were ominous, their penetrating nature suggested they were resonating directly above Dressrosa. Rayleigh and Enelu looked around, puzzled, and inquired, What is that? It sounds like something is calling out. Lin Chen, too, felt a sense of uncertainty. Even he was at a loss despite his extensive experience. Soon, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped everyone. As the distant sea began to churn violently, the ground, sky, and ocean trembled in varying degrees. The citizens of Dressrosa, bewildered, rushed outside to uncover the source of the disturbance. What is happening? Why is the earth shaking? Among the group, Lin Chen, Rayleigh, and Ishiao managed to maintain some composure, but Enelu's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Noticing Enelu's distress, Lin Chen urged, Stay calm, Enelu. Yet Enelu seemed oblivious, his pupils dilating as he muttered, I just saw something. Observing Enelu's state, Lin Chen and Rayleigh exchanged glances and stepped forward to inquire, What did you see? Under the immense pressure, Enelu nearly fainted, his features contorting. It seemed as though he had awakened some latent power. Trembling, he spoke in a hushed tone that rendered everyone speechless. I saw us all dead. No sooner had he uttered these words than the heavens erupted with a blinding white light that engulfed the entirety of Dressrosa. 16 beams of light descended with astonishing speed, carrying the force to annihilate the world, striking mercilessly into Dressrosa. Time sometimes flows swiftly, as the many beings on the island were reduced to ash in an instant, while at other moments it drags painfully slow, allowing Lin Chen to ponder numerous thoughts in those fleeting seconds. Enelu's face remained pale and powerless, while Rayleigh and Yixiao's movements to draw their swords felt agonizingly slow. Yet the white light from above had already entered Lin Chen's vision. God, this is bad. Before the technique of his Rinnegan could be unleashed, the horrific scene of those around him materialized before Lin Chen's eyes. Crocodile and Enelu lay lifeless, while Rayleigh and Yixiao were sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. A massive hole had opened in his own body, disbelief etched in his Rinnegan. Is this my observation, Haki? Before he could fully recover from his shock, the attacks from above began to rain down. In a moment of critical danger, an invisible wave erupted from Lin Chen's eyes, radiating outward. One step, then another, he advanced towards Crocodile's room as the explosive aftermath drew near. Law and Sugar struggled to drag Crocodile's heavy form towards the exit, the walls of the room crumbling behind them, the impending attack looming above. Faster! We need to move faster! The waves emitted by Lin Chen's ocular technique mirrored his frantic emotions as he reached out towards the trio. Blood splattered across Lin Chen's face as Crocodile's battered body hung, suspended in the air, the cataclysmic beam of light also frozen in place, mere inches from the ground. Fortunately, Law and Sugar narrowly escaped the range of Lin Chen's time dilation. However, half of Crocodile's form had been obliterated, within the confines of the time-dilated space. Lin Chen's hands began to weave intricate signs, and soon, a series of black, tadpole-like runes emerged from his fingertips, dispersing into the surrounding area. As the white pillars of light beyond the time dilation touched the black runes, the incoming attacks abruptly vanished. Moments later, a tremendous sound erupted from the distant sea, unleashing a monstrous wave that surged towards the already shattered Dressrosa. Time reversal. Crocodile's body began to slowly regenerate, and the blood droplets on Lin Chen's mask seemed to possess a life of their own, gravitating towards Crocodile until his form was fully restored. At which point Lin Chen ceased his efforts. Once everything was settled, Lin Chen dared to lift his gaze to the surroundings. Beyond the area affected by his time dilation, the distant island lay in ruins, gradually sinking beneath the waves. Occasionally, clusters of red floated on the sea's surface, only to vanish without a trace amidst the currents. Looking beneath his feet, only the ground on which they stood remained, starkly isolated, appearing utterly out of place. Release. Another wave of energy emanated, causing Lin Chen's eyes to throb painfully, accompanied by a surge of blood that quickly soaked his collar, yet he paid it no mind. Is everyone all right? Nilu bent over, gasping for air, while he looked at Lin Chen with uncertainty, a smile creeping onto his face as he instinctively tightened his grip on the long sword at his waist. Luo and Satang appeared considerably dazed. Only Kulukur's body fell heavily to the ground without warning. The moment Lin Chen turned his head, a wave of dizziness washed over him, not due to side effects, but rather from the excessive use of his ocular technique. It had been so long since he last employed it, and the amount he just exerted was comparable to that in Malin Fondoa, thus inducing waves of lightheadedness. Help Lao Shai up and take Luo and Sha Tang with us. We must retreat quickly. Clutching his head, Lin Chen spoke while preparing to act. At that moment, in the desolate sea, the only means of rapid escape was the flying thunder god technique. Cough, cough. My head aches terribly, as if I had been slammed to the ground. A hoarse voice broke the silence, causing Lin Chen and the others to freeze. Sha Su So. Sha Tang was the quickest to react among them, throwing herself onto Kuluo Kudar, wrapping her arms around his neck, her affectionate gesture fully manifesting, as if she were attempting to smother him. It was only when Lin Chen repeatedly slapping the ground that he realized the urgency, rushing forward to pull Sha Tang away. You all. Kuluo Kudar inadvertently glanced around, first suppressing his shock, then observing the disheveled group, even noticing the strong scent of blood emanating from Lin Chen's collar. All of this indicated that something extraordinary had just transpired, yet he remained oblivious to the details, his memory seemingly frozen at the moment he detained with no recollection of what followed. The others had also perceived this unusual state, their eyes betraying their concern. Lin Chen waved his hand and declared, "This is not a place for discussion. We must leave immediately." After Gian departed, we were subjected to this terrifying attack. We cannot guarantee there won't be another. Let us move. The group exchanged glances, suddenly tense, though it was not entirely their fault. The horror they had just faced was known solely to Lin Chen. Under the influence of time dilation, their perception had lasted but an instant. The terrifying power brought by the light beam could only be comprehended by Lin Chen. Furthermore, Lin Chen's reasoning was sound. They had been attacked immediately after Guanyan left, indicating an undeniable connection. They had to brace themselves for the potential of a second or even third wave of assault. "Hold on to me." Trusting Lin Chen, Li and the others immediately grasped him, though Yi Xiao appeared somewhat hesitant. Observing Yi Xiao's demeanor, Lin Chen remarked gently, "Do you not wish to seek the truth?" Upon hearing Lin's words, Yi Xiao's expression suddenly became vacant, raising a hand and lightly placing it on Lin Chen. Noticing that everyone was holding on to him, Lin Chen closed his eyes tightly and began to exude his perception. It felt as though several seconds had passed, or perhaps several minutes. And in an instant, they vanished from their location, leaving behind a solitary, fragile foundation. A wave rolled in from the distance, and thus the Lisa was irrevocably erased from the map. How terrifying! Guanyan landed quietly on a rock, unable to fathom how a nation that had been thriving just half an hour ago had vanished from the face of the ocean. Bulu bulu, moshi, Huangyan. What has happened to Delei Suluasa? Listening to the voice of the Wulaoxing, Wang even silently activated the recording on the Den Den Mushi. Haha, well done. Go check if there are any survivors. We must clean up thoroughly. We cannot allow anyone to know what transpired here. Bolu Sali no. Did you hear that? Is it akin to Malin Fondo? Awagian uttered a statement that inexplicably incited the wrath of the Wulaoxing on the other end. Bolu Sali no. This is not your concern. Immediately eliminate any survivors on the island, and then return to Mali Chaoya to report. Avin scratched his ear, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, though his eyes darkened involuntarily. Understood. At Ali Chaoya, in the meeting room of the Wulaoxing, one of the Wulaoxing slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fury. What did Bolu Sali no mean by that remark? Holding the initial generation of the Kthicha, another Wulaoxing lightly tapped the table with the hilt of his sword, saying, "No need for anger. You can rest assured that N's character is such that he may merely be expressing his dissatisfaction. We can deal with him calmly later and allow him to continue his leisurely existence. Such a lack of ambition is not worth our concern." After saying this, he revealed a smile, adding, "You must have seen the images that just came in. The lights have gone out, and there are no signs of the Dawn's crew. We merely need to announce the execution of Oshinandi and Monai after a while and simultaneously implement the Fishman Island plan. The Dawn will collapse under its own weight." Ha ha ha. The other four paused at the mention of the Fishman Island plan, their expressions tinged with concern as one remarked, "What about Zhangguo? Do not worry. Let us not forget the request he made some time ago, as long as we maintain a somewhat ambiguous stance on this matter. Zhangguo will surely exert his utmost efforts to secure it. That is true. However, we should refrain from agreeing to Zhangguo's proposal to increase the number of admirals. Instead, we can compensate the Navy with other means. The balance at sea must not be disrupted." Agreed. Seconded. Upon returning to Lungong with his companions, Lin Chen found Keva and Sung Ping both startled. "Lao Da." Lin Chen glanced at Xiao, who had her eyes tightly shut, and slowly removed the mask from his face. The others were taken aback by the long blood scabs on Lin Chen's eyes. "Is the captain all right?" "Gurga." Lin Chen shook his head, letting out a sigh. "It seems plans cannot keep up with changes. Alas." And Duolei Su Luosa. Observing the self-reproach on Lin Chen's face, Li and the others were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Duolei? Indeed, the sea we were just in was Duolei Su Luosa. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lily and the others felt their breaths catch in disbelief. How is that possible? Witnessing their incredulity, Lin Chen shook his head. It was indeed hard for them to comprehend. After all, everything had transpired in the blink of an eye, and his time dilation had also paused many moments for them. To them, the moment the sense of crisis erupted had ended, and then they were whisked away by Lin Chen. Although they had previously noted the vast ocean surrounding them, with various objects floating on the surface, they could hardly fathom that this was Wiping away the blood scabs on his face, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. The identity of those responsible for this sudden attack. Whether it was the Navy or the world government remained unknown. Yet, regardless of who it was, both sides had become mortal enemies. It was now a matter of life or death, and any opportunity to eliminate the opponent must be seized. Just as the adversary had grasped this opportunity, had he not awakened the ability to foresee the future like Lu, the outcome might have been entirely different. As the group remained engulfed in shock, Lu stammered, "But I clearly saw." Layli glanced at Lu and said, "That was a premonition from the observation hockey. You have already touched the threshold of top-tier observation hockey. I did not expect it to happen so quickly." Lu replied, "But..." Lin Chen cast a glance at Lu, who was eager to continue speaking, and urged, "Please share what you saw, in detail." Lu swallowed hard, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "I saw that the bodies of both myself and Brother Shaw have vanished. Uncle Rayleigh and Mr. Xiao also met their end, with a gaping hole appearing in your chest, brother, as you barely managed to stand." After speaking, Lu cast a sidelong glance at Wu and Sheng, refraining from revealing their fates, as those present understood that the outcomes for the two children would be even more tragic. Upon hearing Lu's account, Lin Chen's understanding deepened. "Brother, according to Uncle Rayleigh, I have clearly foreseen the future, so why has it still been altered?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "Do you truly believe that the future is immutable? A true warrior never subscribes to notions of fate. Only by fortifying one's own strength in the present can one shape the future through their actions." After absorbing Lin Chen's inspiring words, Eve's sturdy frame trembled as if awakening from stupor. The fear in his eyes gradually transformed into clarity and then ignited into fervor. "I understand now. I will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior like you, brother." Nearby, Layli and Kudar exchanged disdainful glances at Lin Chen, recognizing his knack for persuasion. Both were aware that Lin Chen must have employed some strategy to alter the future. Yet, they were also curious about how Lin Chen managed to change the course of battle despite the grave injuries he had sustained to his vision. Lin Chen shot them a sidelong glance, grinning mischievously. "Would you like to know?" The two instinctively nodded. Seeing their reaction, Lin Chen smirked slightly, saying, "Such insights come naturally at my level. Those who comprehend understand." Lily and Kulukar's expressions darkened, unable to refrain from delivering a few playful jabs to Lin Chen, which elicited gentle laughter from the others, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Noticing the relaxation among them, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief, and then spoke earnestly. "Interestingly, had I acted according to my original plan, the outcome might have mirrored that which Lu foresaw. However, I too awakened the ability to foresee the future. The vision I encountered was not dissimilar to Ace. Thus, I adapted my strategy at the last moment, choosing wisely, which ultimately preserved my life." With a serious gaze directed at Lu, Lin Chen continued, "The ability to foresee the future is more about seizing opportunities to alter it. What you perceive is not predetermined, but rather a warning from your future self." The assembly fell into contemplation upon hearing Lin Chen's words. However, Lin Chen did not afford them more time for reflection and asserted with determination, "All right, let us return and take a moment to gather ourselves. You have less than half a day to shake off the emotions from earlier. Regardless, our mission remains substantial. We must rally ourselves." With that, Lin Chen turned and commanded, "Lead me to the treasure vault of Fishman Island." As the others silently observed Li's departing figures, they stood still, reflecting on their experiences and shivering involuntarily. While a singular question lingered in their minds: does something truly exist in this world capable of obliterating an entire nation with a single strike? Pushing open the heavy door, Lin Chen gazed upon the mountains of treasure before him, stirring a ripple of excitement within. The last time he beheld such wealth was during the heist of the heavenly gold. "Taiga, you may leave now. Do not allow anyone to enter." "Understood." As the door behind him slowly closed, Lin Chen took a deep breath, surveying the wealth before him, and silently invoked, "Absorb." Host, Lin Chen, 22, Skills, Special Ninjutsu, Impure World Reincarnation, LV10, Sage Mode, LV8, Would Release Secret Technique, LV8, Original World Separation Technique, LV7, S-Class Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, LV8, Raikiri, LV7, Lightning Release, Kirin, LV7, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, LV5, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique, LV5, A-Class Ninjutsu, Chidori, LV10, Rasengan, LV10, Jinjutsu, Dark Walking Technique, LV10, Chidori Sharp Spear, LV9, 8 Gates, LV8, Water. Release, Great Waterfall Technique, LV7, Water Release. Great Shark Bullet Technique, LV7, B-Class Ninjutsu. Great Fire Destruction, LV10, Shadow Clone Technique, LV9, C-Class Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, LV10, Phoenix Fire Technique, LV10, E-Class Ninjutsu. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, LV10, Other, Marine 6 Styles, LV8 Abilities, Taijutsu, LV8. Swordsmanship, LV8, Jinjutsu, LV8. Armament Haki, LV8. Observation Haki, LV9. Conqueror's Haki, LV6. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Senja Bloodline, Dust Release, Rinnegan, Uzumaki Physique Combat Power. King Level Points, 410,000 exchange for the Nine Tails. Ding! The Nine Tails possesses a high concentration of chakra. Would you prefer to exchange for chakra or the conscious Nine Tails? After pondering briefly, Lin Chen inquired, what is the distinction between the two? Exchanging for chakra will aid you in more easily injecting the outer path golem, achieving Sage of 6 Paths. Exchanging for the conscious Nine Tails will enhance interaction and significantly raise the fusion limit with the Nine Tails. It may even enable a perfect Jinchuriki. Without hesitation, Lin Chen opted for the conscious Nine Tails. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and even the Rinnegan at his disposal, was he to fear a mere Nine Tails? Furthermore, the Nine Tails could be summoned as a formidable force, its destructive power not to be underestimated. Exchange successful. Sealing is being enhanced. No sealing required. Understood. Observing the chains that had just extended from his abdomen vanish, Lin Chen also perceived a crimson figure manifest in his heart. On the empty railing, the sealing character began to fade, and a red silhouette exhaled slowly from the shadows, its crimson eyes brimming with vigilance and malice. Lin Chen looked down to find himself standing on the water's surface, ripples emanating from the darkness before him. QB? MM? Upon hearing his name, the Jolaba was evidently taken aback, slowly approaching the railing to discern the identity of the man outside. Few knew his true name, and this young boy emanated a distasteful aura. Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Sasuke? Or someone else? These figures belonged to a distant past. How could they possibly still be alive now? Lin Chen observed the massive fox head inching closer to him, glancing down at the undulating water below, slightly furrowing his brow. With a gentle press of his foot, the water instantly vanished, revealing a spacious and bright chamber. The sudden change caused Jolaba's eyes to widen. As he finally discerned his appearance, his anxiety heightened. This was a person he had never encountered before. Hey, kid, who are you? Lin Chen's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which then shifted into the form of the Rinnegan, instilling significant fear in Jolaba. Hey, Uchiha brat. No, the old man's eyes. How is this possible? The era of ninjas is clearly past. Upon hearing Jolaba's exclamation, Lin Chen paused momentarily, contemplating before tilting his head and remarking, the era of ninjas has passed? Is it now the age of tattoos? Jolaba clearly did not anticipate Lin Chen's question, but upon reflection, it seemed to bear some logic. Observing the dazed expression of the fox before him, Lin Chen resolved to employ gentle persuasion. Jolaba, at this moment, there is no need for excessive contemplation. These eyes alone can attest to everything. There is little left for me to articulate. The unsealing of the pact has already demonstrated my sincerity. You, very well. Time is of the essence. My name is Lin Chen, of course. You may also refer to me as Ban. All I require from you is the strength to assist me when the need arises. I would prefer not to persuade you in person at that time. Upon finishing his words, Lin Chen's kaleidoscope slowly spun, and the aura of threat emanating from his eyes bore down upon Jolaba. As he gazed into those eyes, the fear governed by the kaleidoscope resurfaced in Jolaba's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Although uncertain about the current situation, encountering a ninja from the ancient era was somewhat fortuitous, especially since this individual possessed the eyes of an elder, allowing for a tentative collaboration. Yet the primary reason remained that Jolaba understood he could not overpower the figure before him. As a cunning old fox who had witnessed numerous formidable beings, he recognized that Lin Chen was akin to Ban and his ilk from the past, sharing a similar predilection for employing the kaleidoscope to intimidate foxes. Despite his inner protests, Jolaba lay on the ground feigning sleep, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. Lin Chen cast one last glance at Jolaba, withdrew his focus, and resumed his exchanges. Exchanging for the Uchiha fan. Kusanagi sword. Exchange complete. Remaining points, 100,000. Shall I continue with the exchanges? No need. Observing the two weapons that materialized in his hands, a satisfied smile graced Lin Chen's face. Although each weapon cost 50,000 points, he felt it was a worthy investment. Until now, he had lacked a suitable weapon, relying solely on ninjutsu during battles. In prolonged engagements, his chakra reserves could become strained. However, after acquiring the Nine Tails, his chakra had become exceedingly abundant, even enabling him to enter the Jinchuriki mode. These two weapons would perfectly enhance his close-quarters combat abilities, ensuring that his combat prowess would not be confined merely to ninjutsu, thereby elevating his overall strength. Furthermore, he retained 100,000 points as a contingency. Following the ambush in Dressrosa, Lin Chen had confirmed the identity of the mastermind behind it. The Navy had served for many years. Had they possessed such weapons during their time in the East Blue, Garp and Guion would surely have informed him, leading to an obvious conclusion. This type of assault could only be the work of the world government. The whereabouts of Doflamingo taking Monet and Rosanani were now clear. The world government. This aligned perfectly with his previous suspicions. Host, Lin Chen, 22, skills, special ninjutsu. Edo Tensei, LV10, Sage Mode, LV8, would release secret techniques, LV8. Original Realm Severing Technique, LV7. S-Class Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, LV8, Raikiri, LV7, Lightning Release Kirin, LV7, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, LV5. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Song Technique, LV5, A-Class Ninjutsu, Chidori, LV10, Rasengan, LV10, Jinjutsu, Dark Walking Technique, LV10, Chidori Sharp Spear, LV9, 8 Gates of Opening, LV8. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, LV7, Water Release, Great Shark Bullet Technique, LV7, B-Class Ninjutsu, Great Fire Annihilation, LV10, Shadow Clone Technique, LV9, C-Class Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, LV10. Phoenix Fire Technique, LV10, E-Class Ninjutsu, 3 Body Technique, LV10, Others, Navy 6 Styles, LV8 Abilities, Taijutsu, LV8, Swordsmanship, LV8, Jinjutsu, LV8, Armament Haki, LV8, Observation Haki, LV9. Conqueror's Haki, LV6, Eternal Kaleidoscope, Senja Bloodline, Dust Release, Rinnegan, Whirlpool Physique, Nine Tails Jinchuriki Battle Power. King level points, 110,000. Upon arriving outside the Dragon Palace, Lin Chen first summoned Tej and inquired, "What news have you received from the Revolutionary Army?" Tej replied, "Mr. Long has come personally." Lin Chen nodded lightly and said, "Gather the others at the Dragon Palace, including Mr. Yixiao." Understood. Watching Tej depart, Lin Chen made his way toward the Dragon Palace, while Jiu Laba's voice clamored incessantly in his mind. What? Why are we underwater? What was that just now? Why is he a fish? Is he a relative of that guy, Kisame? Why do they lack any trace of chakra? Where exactly is this? And you better be cautious. If you drown in the sea, I will not forgive you. Lin Chen scratched his ear, and with a slight flick of his mind, a chain materialized out of nowhere, binding Jiu Laba's mouth. Enough with the noise. Silence, you rustic fox, looking as unrefined as ever. Stay put and do not disturb me. Before Lin Chen could utter another word, Enel's figure appeared in the Dragon Palace. Lingo, were you just speaking to me? I admit I may be a bit unsophisticated, but I am not a complete bumpkin. After all these years traveling with you, I have seen quite a bit. A few lines of black crossed Lin Chen's forehead as he waved his hand at Enel. All right, enough about that. Take your seat quickly. We will commence the meeting shortly. Enel, scratching his head in confusion, sat beside him, still skeptical of Lin Chen's words, pondering if Lin Chen had been addressing someone else since he had been alone in the Dragon Palace. Before long, everyone took their seats one by one. Lin Chen surveyed the core members of his team, with the exception of Yixiao, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Enel Tej, Jinbei, Yixiao, and a rather unfamiliar face adorned with numerous golden rings on 9 of his 10 fingers, giving him the appearance of a nouveau riche. Yet his expression was exceedingly gentle, devoid of any unpleasantness. Who is this individual? Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, Taizolo expressed disbelief, having anticipated that he would finally be able to see Ban's true visage, believing that the Dawn had accepted him. Yet now, Ban appeared to not recognize him at all. Crocodile cleared his throat and remarked, "Money Tree." Hearing those words, Lin Chen's eyes lit up with understanding, and he greeted warmly, "Ah, so, it is Taizolo? Welcome to our team." Crocodile patted Taizolo on the shoulder and continued. This fellow is now our second in command in the underworld, managing many affairs quite well. I intend to bring him into our ranks. Enel also stepped forth, saying, yes, big brother. During the recent incident when Brother Shah was unconscious, I was able to mobilize the underworld's forces easily thanks to Taizolo's assistance. Lin Chen pondered briefly and replied, now is not the time. Taizolo must remain hidden from public view. Crocodile and Enel exchanged glances, their expressions faltering, while Taizolo appeared somewhat disheartened. However, Lin Chen continued, let Taizolo take charge of the underworld. Old Shah can retain a nominal position and hand over the responsibilities to him. Your focus must now be on enhancing your strength. Enel's prowess is already on par with yours. Crocodile looked taken aback, glancing incredulously at Enel. Understood, I will concentrate on improving my strength. Lin Chen nodded and finally addressed Taizolo, stating, your role is crucial. Rest assured, this team would not be where it is today without your contributions. Upon observing the desolate ring finger of Taizolo, which starkly contrasted with the rings adorning the other fingers, Lin Chen continued, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Subsequently, he revealed his conjectures regarding the hidden assailants behind the recent attack, thereby confirming that the perpetrators' intent on annihilating Dressrosa were indeed the world government. Kid, I'm late. A voice echoed from outside, and with a gust of fresh air, Long, draped in a dark blue cloak, appeared in the Dragon Palace. No, your timing is impeccable, Lin Chen replied, his gaze ardent as he regarded Long, whose expression was grave. I bring unsettling news. As he spoke, Long produced a Den Mushi, which began to play a recorded message. The core members of Dawn, Monet, and Rocinante have been captured. Dawn has suffered a catastrophic blow. This time, these two nefarious villains shall be executed in a most brutal manner. They are the epitome of wickedness, having transgressed the world government's bottom line, sowing chaos and war. After their execution, peace shall once again grace our world, and those wretched souls surviving in the shadows, behold the fate that awaits you. Lin Chen, seated on high, observed with fury as veins bulged on the back of his hands, the armrests of his chair crushed under his grip, his Sharingan swirling involuntarily, exuding an aura of ferocity. The screen displayed Monet and Rocinante suspended in midair, their garments tattered, their bodies marred by torment, their joints contorted grotesquely. Prominently emblazoned on their foreheads was the distinct mark of the heavenly dragon's hoof, drawing Lin Chen's ire. Yet his mind remained astute as he inquired of Long. When did this news break? Just now, from the Chambered Archipelago. Long replied, when is the execution scheduled? Tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen burst into laughter, leaving the others bewildered. Tomorrow? It seems the world government is quite anxious. With no trace of us found in Dressrosa, neither alive nor dead. They fear the prolongation of uncertainty and hasten the execution. If they succeed tomorrow, even if no one believes we are dead, we shall indeed meet our end, and the shackles broken by dawn shall be reimposed by the world government. The others turned to Lin Chen, questioning, what shall we do? Lin Chen's gaze fixated on the mark of the heavenly dragon on Monet and Rocinante's foreheads and their twisted, darkened joints. Grinning menacingly, he declared, a surprise assault on Mary Geoise. An assault on Mary Geoise. The assembly gaped at Lin Chen in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Such an audacious plan was unprecedented. Although Lin Chen had a history of covert operations, the outcomes were predictable. This time, launching an attack on Mary Geoise, right beneath the noses of the world government, would prove exceedingly arduous. The sheer number of watchful eyes and the formidable strength of the guards, including the Gorosei, Admiral Sakazuki, the Holy Knights, and various powerful figures from a navy, rendered the operation perilous. Lin Chen harbored no illusions about the Navy's involvement. The adversaries he faced here were far more formidable than those encountered in the East Blue, not to mention the devastating weapons concealed behind the world government. Lin Chen, calm down. This undertaking is still beyond our reach. Long and Rayleigh were among the few clear-headed individuals present, seasoned by years of tumultuous experiences. They understood that a decision of such magnitude, if it faltered, would result in utter ruin, and even if successful, it could severely injure Dawn. Those lacking strength would undoubtedly perish in Mary Geoise, and even a powerhouse like Rayleigh could not guarantee his safe return. Yet, Enel was unperturbed, his face flushed, urgently proclaiming, Brother Lin Chen, I will accompany you. With my Raijin fruit, if I act swiftly enough, I can rescue them. Rayleigh admonished Enel, frowning as he said, Children should not interrupt adults' discussions. Do you grasp the situation? If it merely involves rescuing, Lin Chen's elusive techniques are far swifter than yours. Taken aback by Rayleigh's words, Enel felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Enough, Enel is simply eager to help. Lin Chen offered a modicum of reassurance to Enel, his tone grave. This matter is of utmost importance. We must rescue them. Yet, we must also remain vigilant of the Navy's movements. Do not forget that Kizaru made an appearance in Dressrosa. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, causing the group to frown in concern. Had something else gone awry? The Celestial Dragon ship has arrived. Upon hearing the term Celestial Dragons, a chill ran through the group as they turned their gazes toward Lin Chen. Had they breached our defenses? Lin Chen echoed, equally perplexed, exchanging glances with those around him. He rose to lead them to the location of the Celestial Dragons. You scoundrels, help me at once, or I shall slay you all. A Celestial Dragon, bloodied and brandishing a pistol, threatened the surrounding fishmen to assist him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen refrained from revealing himself, instead hiding in the shadows while his mind raced. Was this merely a coincidence, or had the world government inadvertently stumbled upon them? As Lin Chen pondered, furious fishmen emerged from the distance, brandishing clubs. Damn Celestial Dragons! How dare you threaten us? Let us unite and slay him. Avenge our kin. Just as they prepared to strike, an unexpected figure intervened. Stop! Odoheim commanded, admonishing the fishmen as she approached the injured Celestial Dragon. Upon confirming that he was not gravely harmed, she turned to the angry fishmen, imploring, "Do not let hatred consume you. This is an opportunity to mend our relations. Everyone, let go of your animosity. Humans and fishmen can coexist." How can you speak of coexistence? My wife and daughter have been taken. Do you understand the agony of my existence? A fishman retorted, You are no longer a queen. Fishman Island is no longer yours. We owe you nothing. Slay the Celestial Dragons. Avenge! Avenge! Listening to their wrathful cries, Odoheim's Kinbunchika sensed their overwhelming hatred and sorrow, causing her heart to ache. Killing will not resolve our issues. Only sincerity can foster sincerity. Odoheim continued to beseech the crowd, but they paid her no heed, pressing forward. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Chen could not suppress a derisive laugh. What absurd spectacle! Yet soon an idea sparked in his mind, and a smile crept across his face as he whispered something to Tage and Jinbei. Bring Shirahoshi here, and also intervene with those intent on killing the Celestial Dragons. Swiftly, Jinbei managed to halt the would-be assailants, who looked at him in confusion. Captain, why must we be stopped? Have we not already opposed the world government? Why can we not slay the Celestial Dragons? Are we still afraid of them? Sung Fing scratched his head, unable to comprehend Lin Chen's actions, and could only silently continue with his tasks. Yahim, observing the crowd halted by Shinping, sighed in relief and crouched down to address the Celestial Dragon behind her, softly assuring, Do not worry, I will ensure your safe return. However, the Celestial Dragon glared menacingly at Yahim and declared, Once I, Muscarud Shung, return to the Holy Land, I will have all of you captured. This is all your fault. Return me immediately. Now, and who gave you permission to look down on me? With that, Muscarud Shung drew a handgun from his cloak and aimed it directly at Yahim, leaving her momentarily stunned. With a resounding bang, Yahim clutched her shoulder, collapsing in agony. Mother! Just then, Bai Xing, being led by Tage, caught sight of the scene, her eyes reddening as she rushed to Yahim's side, tears falling like rain onto her. Mother! Bai Xing sobbed, pressing her small hands against Yahim's wound, soon staining them crimson. The vivid scarlet only heightened Bai Xing's distress, and Yahim's weakening breaths filled her with desperation. Ha ha ha! I never imagined there would be such a beautiful fish person here. I shall take you with me. You will be my finest plaything. Muscarud Shung had risen to his feet, surveying Bai Xing with delight. The thought of possessing such a stunning fish person as his slave sent waves of excitement through him as he approached her, gripping her hair tightly and yanking it backward. Ah, mother, it hurts. Help me. Irritated by Bai Xing's cries, Muscarud Shung struck the back of her head with the butt of his gun, blood instantly streaming down her face. Shut up. You're so noisy. Immediately after, he regretted his outburst, glancing at Bai Xing's face to ensure he hadn't damaged her, then sighed with relief. The surrounding fish people glared furiously at Muscarud Shung, their eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. Release Bai Xing. I will kill you. Shinping, why don't you intervene? Shinping remained silent, his gaze shifting between Muscarud Shung and Yahim, seemingly grasping Lin Chen's intentions. Meanwhile, Yahim lay on the ground, Watching Bai Xing call out to her, her eyes growing misty. Yet, her injuries rendered her incapable of rising to protect Bai Xing. All she could do was lie helplessly, weakly whispering, "Say Bai Xing." As her fingers grasped feebly, the world around her blurred, warm tears cascading down her cheeks. Listening to Bai Xing's heart-wrenching cries, her heart ached as if cut by a knife. Can sincerity yield sincerity? Lin Chen appeared at Yihim's side, gazing down at her pitiful and foolish form, shaking his head in disapproval. Does it hurt? Do you feel sorrow? This is merely the most ordinary feeling of the fish people under your command. Would you like to experience something more profound in the Holy Land? Yihim turned her head towards Bai Xing, hearing that familiar yet detested voice, extending her hand to grasp Lin Chen's pant leg. "Please, say Bai Xing." Lin Chen did not respond with action, but instead inquired, "Do you wish to save her?" "I do. To save her, one must kill him. Shall we proceed?" "Mother, help me. It hurts." Bai Xing's cries echoed again in Yihim's ears, prompting shifts within her heart. "Shall we kill him?" "Yes." Lin Chen smiled faintly, twisting his neck as he advanced towards Shang. Shang, having spotted the man approaching, initially dismissed him, believing that anyone would bow to the celestial dragon's authority, unless he were that legendary demon. However, he was merely out to sea to retrieve the rescued fish people slaves. What terrible luck to encounter him. Yet, the familiar visage of the man before him sent a shiver down Shang's spine. The white mask, red clouds, and black robe. This appearance struck a chord of recognition. Yet Shang's false hope lingered, as Lin Chen rarely wielded weapons. Perhaps he was mistaken. As this thought crossed his mind, Shang swallowed hard, unconsciously loosening his grip on Bai Xing's hair. But Lin Chen continued to approach, like a predator stalking its prey. Reaching Bai Xing's side, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with a faint red light, and the wound on her head healed instantly, causing Shang to sit down in terror. "It hurts. Do not come closer." Trembling, he raised his gun, sweat pouring down his forehead. With immense pressure, Shang pulled the trigger, a bullet hurtling towards Lin Chen. Swiftly, Lin Chen drew his Kusanagi sword, slicing the bullet in half, and with another deft stroke, he severed Shang's gun as well. "Do not kill me. Please, do not kill me." Shang pleaded, bowing his head and begging for mercy, a request he would never dare make to anyone else. Yet, Lin Chen was the demon feared by all in Mary Geoise. In that moment, the echoes of his father's advice rang in his ears. Stay out of trouble. It's just a few lost fish people slaves. Things are chaotic outside, but it was too late for regrets. Gazing into Lin Chen's emotionless eyes, Shang trembled, tears streaming down his face as he awaited his fate. Lin Chen did not disappoint him, swiftly ending his life with a slash to his throat. Blood splattered as Lin Chen evaded, and Shang collapsed, his eyes dimming. The surrounding fish people erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Lying on the ground, Yihim gazed at Bai Xing, now safe, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, soon her eyelids grew heavy. The prolonged loss of blood hastened her demise. "Mother." Bai Xing looked at Yihim, unsure of what to do, glancing at Lin Chen before rushing over, her large eyes fixed on him. "Uncle, please save my mother." Seeing Bai Xing's innocent expression, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, approaching Yihim, though he did not offer her any kindness. "Your fate is not in your hands. You will find it difficult to accomplish anything in your life." With that, Lin Chen restored Yihim's health, yet she could only turn away from him in shame. Hurriedly taking Bai Xing away, as they departed, Long approached Lin Chen anxiously, exclaiming, "Why did you kill Shang?" Lin Chen glanced at Long, responding, "I understand your concerns. Do not worry, we shall bring him back." With that, they carried Shang's body back to the Dragon Palace, hearing the distant fish people's hopes of burning his corpse. Lin Chen sighed deeply, quickening his pace. Time reversal. Soon, within the Dragon Palace, Shang's corpse was restored, and before long, he opened his eyes. I'm not dead." Though he lived, the sight of those around him rendered his face more ghastly than death itself. He has entered the lair of dawn. If he can survive and return to Malijiao, he will have a story to boast about for a lifetime. Ignoring Lin Chen turned to the figure beside him and asked, "Will the world government agree to exchange hostages?" Long shook his head and sighed. In the past, it was certain, but now it depends on the negotiations between the Tangjide family and the 5 elders. The Tangjide family? Lin Chen looked at Long with some confusion. Long then gazed at Shang and inquired, "Are you for the Tangjide family among the celestial dragons?" Shang, filled with both fear and surprise, stammered. How do you know? Upon hearing his response, Long nodded and said to Lin Chen, some celestial dragons often indulge in misdeeds outside, and many have already been investigated by us. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. So, if the Tangjai family were to be resolute, they might still negotiate for the hostages. But he feared that the 5 elders might be even more unyielding. After scanning the surroundings and noticing that everyone was prepared, he declared, let us proceed to Xiangbidi Islands. Prepare yourselves. I will formulate the battle plan. Shortly after, they arrived at Xiangbidi Islands. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, the current mood was one of anxiety, with everyone discussing the weighty information released by the world government. The group discreetly approached the location of the world government's live broadcast, where a countdown had already commenced. With less than 8 hours remaining, Keluokira lit a cigar and inhaled deeply, stating, we need to leave soon. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, we cannot place our hopes in others. While contemplating who to bring along, he was distracted by the sight of numerous Navy soldiers in the distance. Hurry, seal off all shipyards. No one is allowed to approach. We cannot let pirates enter the new world at this critical moment, especially that group of pirates. The commanding officer, whom Lin Chen recognized, was the Rear Admiral Demechi, stationed at Xiangbidi Islands. What piqued Lin Chen's interest was the mention of that group of pirates. What kind of pirates could incite such a mobilization from a navy? It must be the red-haired pirates. Lone quickly deduced. After a moment of thought, he added, after we parted ways, that guy mentioned going to seeing Yin and taking Wooded to some concert. Now that I think about it, the timing aligns. If nothing unexpected occurs, they should be arriving in the new world soon. Lin Chen nodded and shifted his focus back to drafting plans. The group convened on the second floor of Shachi's tavern for an hour before finalizing their strategy. Ultimately, only Inola chose to accompany Lin Chen to Mary Geoise, while the others remained at Xiangbidi Islands, awaiting Lin Chen's signal. Initially, Rayleigh and the others protested this decision. But Long supported Lin Chen, reasoning that since this was merely a rescue mission, it was most suitable for the swiftest Lin Chen to go with Inola. Long, Rayleigh, and Keluokira would monitor the world government's live broadcast from Xiangbidi Islands. Should any changes occur, Keluokira could manipulate sand to transport the two directly to Mary Geoise. Tej Shinbing and Taiziluo would temporarily guard Fishman Island, ready to summon aid from the trio at Xiangbidi Islands if emergencies arose. Finally, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the silent figure of Yixiao and proposed, if you wish to uncover the truth about Delusa, join me in Mary Geoise. You need not assist us, and I will not implicate you. Once we arrive, we shall part ways, and there you will find the answers you seek. Yixiao clenched his fist as everyone awaited his response. Ultimately, he seemed to make a decision. Exhaling deeply, I understand. I shall accompany you. I hope to discover the answers you speak of. With the plan complete, the group wasted no time. Lin Chen and his companions promptly set out for the Red Soil continent, retracing their previous path, ensuring to bring along the celestial dragon. Long and the others remained behind, biding their time and remaining adaptable, while Tej and his companions returned to Fishman Island to bolster defenses against any potential dangers. At this moment, only 6 hours remained until the world government's execution. In Marinford, a high-level meeting was convened. Participants included Sengoku, the 3 admirals, Garp, Tsuru, and Ace.He. Sengoku sat at the center, his glasses gleaming in the light, while outside, darkness had descended. However, the conference room was ablaze with light, and tension hung thick in the air, making it a meeting of grave significance. The Fishman Island must be eliminated, Sengoku asserted, tapping the table before turning to the nearby Kizaru. Display the images of Delusa. Kizaru nodded, and soon the screen revealed before and after images of Delusa's devastation, prompting gasps of shock from all present. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Akiji's forehead as he anxiously queried, what on earth happened? The others were still reeling from the shocking images when Akainu extinguished a cigar, pondering internally whether he could have achieved such destruction. The sheer impact of obliterating an entire nation within moments was overwhelming, leaving them puzzled about who could have executed such an act, especially since Delusa was a member of the world government. Sengoku and Kizaru exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. Kizaru immediately comprehended the cue and distributed the prepared documents. Upon reading, destroy them. Do not retain any copies. Garp, initially indifferent as he picked his nose, fell silent upon seeing the content of the documents. Dawn has stolen the gold of the sky from Delusa. They threatened the nation of Delusa's allegiance to the world government, and upon rejection, they furiously annihilated it. Garp's lips trembled in disbelief. The others were drawn in by Garp's words, while Ace.He slammed his fist on the table in anger. Dawn, those scoundrels. Despicable. Once everyone regained their composure, Sengoku urged them to destroy the documents, stating, "Do you understand why we must obliterate Fishman Island? They are a bunch of madmen, more insane than the Revolutionary Army." Akainu lit another cigar, the tip glowing red as he took a deep drag and remarked, "So what should we do? The world government is set to execute Razanani and Monet tomorrow, and Dawn cannot possibly remain passive." Kizaru interjected, "There is no need to worry about Dawn. We simply need to focus on our tasks. Ever since Judicial Island was destroyed, we have been planning an assault on Fishman Island." Akainu regarded Kizaru with skepticism. "Is that so?" Sengoku glanced between the two before continuing. "This time, the Navy cannot remain entirely aloof. Akainu, you will go to Mary Geoise to assist the world government." He then turned to Aokiji. "You will participate in the Fishman Island operation. The underwater environment will favor your combat style." Upon hearing Sengoku's assignments, Ace.He stood up, angered. "Though the world government sickens me, Dawn's actions infuriate me even more. They must be heading to Mary Geoise. Do not let me down." Several individuals discerned Ace.He's intentions, surmising that he aimed to accompany Chi Quan to Mary Geoise in anticipation of the dawn. Kizaru stroked his chin and inquired of Sengoku, "What is the situation regarding the widespread announcement in Sabati Archipelago to seal the dockyard, preventing the red-haired pirates from entering the New World? I recall that they seem to have ventured to Elegia, which is quite distant from the New World." Sengoku remained silent, and Tsuru interjected, "That is merely a ruse to mislead everyone. It is certain that there are spies from Dawn in Sabati Archipelago. While controlling the dockyard appears to be an effort to thwart the red-haired pirates, the Navy is already prepared. By tonight, all ships will be coded, enabling a departure for Fishman Island by tomorrow." However, Tsuru paused to reflect, shaking her head with a wry smile. "This is but a temporary trick. They will soon catch on. We must seize this opportunity to take control of Fishman Island." Once everyone had made their arrangements, Sengoku turned to the perpetually despondent Garp and said, "Garp, what is the matter with you?" Garp waved his hand dismissively, sighing. Sengoku, "I do not intend to partake in this battle." Ace.He approached Garp, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Though I am unaware of your predicament, we cannot allow a repeat of the events in Dressrosa. I need you, Garp." Garp lifted his gaze to Ace.He, a flicker of inner conflict crossing his face before he shut his eyes and asked Sengoku, "Will those from Dawn come to rescue Razanani and Monet?" Sengoku shook his head. "Who knows? They are a band of lunatics. For Tom, they would annihilate Judicial Island. What of Razanani and Monet?" At Sengoku's words, Garp's expression hardened. "I understand. I will go to Mary Geoise." Upon hearing this, both Sengoku and Ace.He smiled, and the distribution of personnel for the plan was nearly complete. Tiquan, Gat, and Ace.He would head to Mary Geoise, while Sengoku would personally lead the charge alongside Aokiji and Kizaru to Fishman Island. Once all plans were finalized, Sengoku retained Kizaru, leaving the two in the vast, empty conference room steeped in solitude. Is Dressrosa truly the demise of Dawn? Sengoku's question reached Kizaru, who lazily stretched and replied, "That is what the world government claims. I am merely a messenger, so please do not make it difficult for me." Admiral Sengoku, how infuriating. At Kizaru's response, Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, as if sensing something. After a lengthy pause, he took a deep breath to calm himself, his sharp eyes fixed on Kizaru. "I have heard that you took a document regarding Lin Chen." Kizaru displayed an unconcerned expression, saying, "Indeed. What do you intend to do?" Kizaru scratched his head, pondering seriously before responding. "Does he not have a sister? I plan to see how she is faring." Sengoku narrowed his eyes, cautioning, "Do not get too close to them. The world government is watching us closely." "Oh, is it because of the plan you submitted, Admiral Sengoku?" "Precisely." Sengoku replied, "I have my doubts about that proposal. After all, the world government's constant pursuit is balance." Sengoku's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Then let us shatter this balance." The air grew tense, and Kizaru casually replied, "This has nothing to do with me. But are you not afraid of the world government discovering your actions, Admiral Sengoku?" "Ha ha ha." Sengoku suddenly burst into laughter, patting his chest. "The future belongs to you all. Whether you act or not is entirely up to you. I have merely set the stage, ha." A glint of light flashed across Kizaru's glasses as he contemplated Sengoku's words, realizing the implications. Kizaru resumed his nonchalant demeanor. All right, we have a mission tomorrow. When will I ever get a proper rest? It is quite vexing. Sengoku smiled as he observed Kizaru's retreating figure, murmuring, Borsellino. You have been the most enthusiastic whenever a task concerning Dawn arises over the years. I hope I have not misjudged you. Once everyone had departed, Sengoku retrieved a Den Mushi, which displayed a live feed from the world government, showcasing the execution of Razananti and Monet. Gazing at the image of Razananti suspended in the cold wind, his pitiful appearance stirred something within Sengoku. It is my fault. I should never have allowed you to remain with Dawn. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku shut off the video and exited the conference room, the weight of Kizaru's words lingering in his mind. Could it be true that Dressrosa was indeed destroyed by Dawn? Moreover, were the Divine Knights behind the world government? A multitude of enigmas weighed heavily on Sengoku's heart. After careful consideration, he submitted a proposal for the addition of admiral positions to the higher-ups, only to have it unequivocally rejected. However, based on the information leaked by the Gorosei, if an unexpected outcome could be achieved in the assault on Fishman Island, they might reconsider. Yet even if something could be accomplished, Sengoku suspected the world government would remain unyielding, for he had proposed the addition of 3 admiral positions. On one hand, this was to contend with the formidable forces of Dawn. On the other, as Dawn's activities became increasingly frequent and their power grew, it was no longer an era where a single admiral could resolve matters alone. Without the deployment of at least 2 admirals, challenges were difficult to surmount. This predicament rendered the Navy's strength insufficient across various regions, making the enhancement of naval power imperative. Yet the world government would only consider balance. Thus, if that balance were disrupted and the Navy found itself at a disadvantage, perhaps there would be an opportunity. Garp and Ace.He were heading to Mera Mera. Sengoku ultimately chose to align with Garp and Ace.He, preparing to discuss matters during this final interval. At this moment, there remained 4 hours until the execution of Razananti and Monet, and the sky was gradually brightening. At Mary Geoise, within the Gorosei meeting, Jagor Lucius Satan, are you prepared? Jagor Lucius Satan nodded, stating, although this live broadcast was hastily arranged, our influence spans the globe and all affiliated nations have already received the news. Those restless individuals, upon witnessing this announcement, will undoubtedly refrain from taking further action. It seems we are assured of victory. Is there no issue with our combat strength? After all, we do not entirely believe that Dawn was responsible for the destruction of Dressrosa. Rest assured, the Divine Knights are poised and ready. Tiquan, Gat, and Ace.He are about to arrive. This will be a foolproof plan, and our objective is to eliminate those 2 individuals. We cannot allow them to escape. Ha! That is splendid. This farcical charade that has persisted for years must come to an end. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated Mera Mera, perched 2,000 meters high, Lin Chen, accompanied by 2 companions, arrived at the site. The biting cold wind rustled Lin Chen's robe, while the faint sunlight offered a modicum of warmth. Yixiao, it is time for us to part ways here. With your strength, you can leave at any moment. We will no longer entangle you. Lin Chen uttered a parting remark before swiftly darting toward the distant structures with Enel, familiar edifices that he recalled vividly. Remaining in place, Yixiao caressed his blind staff, activating his Kinbunchika haki before departing in a determined direction, drawn by the sounds of lamentation and violence. Even without sight, he yearned to uncover the answers Lin Chen had spoken of. From an aerial perspective, Maligieo appears as an enormous circular town, intersected by cross-shaped road, with the deepest point being the venue where the Wuluoxing frequently convene. It is precisely at the center of this crossroad where the executions of Ma Nai and Luo Sanandi are to take place, surrounded by numerous Tenryubito, their eyes brimming with scorn and disdain. What detestable vermin! The members of Dawn are all nothing but maggots. They have no right to exist in this world. Why are they not executed on the spot? Must they be kept alive for the amusement of those wretched commoners? Despite the chatter among the surrounding Tenryubito, none dare approach. 4 or 5 armored figures stand sentinel around Ma Nai and Luo Sanandi, though their faces remain obscured. The insignia on their armor is sufficient for the nearby Tenryubito to comprehend their authority, although the Wuluoxing had evacuated the Tenryubito from this area in advance. They are not omnipotent. There are always some who disdain Dawn and lack discernment, insisting on congregating here. Should a battle ensue, their fates would undoubtedly be grim. Meanwhile, 800 li away, Lin Chen and Aini Lu are engaged in earnest discussion. These iron rods bear the imprint of my technique. Shortly, they shall be thrust toward Luo Sanandi and Ma Nai. Unleash your maximum current. Let me witness the fruits of your training over these years. Presenting the pre-prepared specialized iron rods to Wainilu, Lin Chen adds, do not worry about injuring them. I shall react in time. Our primary objective is to rescue them. After a moment's reflection, he continues, should the rods be intercepted, I will immediately draw their attention. While you charge toward Monai and Luosanandi, your attire bears my mark. It is the same for them. If all else fails, we shall have no choice but to charge recklessly. Ainilu nods in understanding. In truth, Lin Chen has inscribed his mark on the clothing of each individual. However, Monai and Luosanandi now wear prison garb, rendering his previous sensing futile. Thus, he can only resort to this method for their rescue. With the aid of Ainilu's electromagnetic rods, the instantaneous burst of speed will surpass that of the two captives. If they can successfully breach the vicinity of Monai and Luosanandi, he will be able to extricate them in an instant. As they leave a mark of the flying thunder god behind, Lin Chen and Ainilu delve deeper into Mary Geoise. Buruburu. The Knights of God at the center hear the call of the Din Din Mushi and promptly answer. This is the Knights of God, Shui. Akainu and the others have arrived. Prepare for the execution at once. My intuition has been troubled lately. I sense something ominous approaching. Understood. Shui hangs up, scanning the surroundings, and extends his observation haki. Yet finds no suspicious presence. Although this execution is 2 hours ahead of schedule, he chooses to steadfastly execute the Wuloxing's orders. His loathing for the Dawn faction runs deep. The prospect of personally eliminating these criminals fills him with satisfaction. Shui strides toward the execution platform, gazing at the two suspended figures, already contemplating how to end their lives, aiming directly for the head with a single stroke, not the conventional beheading, but cleaving them in two from above. The cameras, prepared in advance, focus on Shui as he begins his actions, causing confusion among the operators, as the execution is still 2 hours away. Meanwhile, people around the world hold their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. Since the world government announced this event, they have been enveloped in a sense of terror and a suffocation. Statements proclaiming the effortless defeat of Dawn proliferate, and many have forgotten the fervent declarations made when Dawn vanquished the Tenryubito, their fervor now gradually cooling. Observing the world government's overwhelming assault on the members of Dawn, they perceive them as far less formidable than previously thought, no matter how powerful. They ultimately cannot withstand the might of the world government. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, Perona, Ace, Luffy, and others crowd around the village's sole broadcasting device, intently watching a live feed from Mary Geoise, anxious not to miss a moment. The prolonged absence of Lin Chen, who is inching closer to Monai and Luosanandi, fills them with concern. They have never doubted Lin Chen's resolve to save Monai. Their only worry is whether he can arrive in time. In Elegia, Shanks and his crew, attending a music festival with Yuta, share furrowed brows as they watch the live broadcast. Yuta clings nervously to Shanks' leg. Her eyes redden as she asks, Shanks, why is Sister Monai there? What is happening? Shanks gently pats Yuta's head, reassuring her, do not worry, Yuta. Monai will be fine. Beckman, clutching his rifle, scrutinizes the Knights of God on screen, remarking, has that guy not made an appearance yet? Even if we rushed over now, it would be too late. Shanks remains silent, yet his demeanor exudes confidence. That fellow will surely come. In Lowtown, Smoker watches the broadcast, momentarily lost in thought before shaking his head. Why am I even concerned? Those individuals are merely criminals. Why would I hope for that fellow's appearance? I am a Marine. This outcome is precisely what they deserve. Turning to the nearby arena, he hesitates before asking, do you wish for the world government to triumph? Or, hearing Smoker's question, Rena is taken aback, evidently not expecting such an inquiry. After a moment, she replies, a world government victory would be better for us Marines. But what about your personal feelings? Similarly, all factions in the New World attentively watch this live broadcast, fixated on the events unfolding. As this execution bears significant implications for the future of the world, will the once mighty Dawn descend into decline, or will the world government suffer a crippling blow, thus intensifying the tension between the two? At Gyeon, the reverie of the onlookers is interrupted by a call from outside. Dinner time. The Marine base is currently manned by only a few of us. Our strength is depleted. Hurry and eat, so we can stay put in the base. Do not wander off. The outside is chaotic. Understood. Ensure you guard the surroundings well. I refuse to believe no one will attempt to cause trouble at this moment. Although I just scanned, who knows if they have other means. Ascending the execution platform, Shui warns his comrades and swiftly draws the prepared blade, striking toward Ma Nai. Bang! At that critical moment, a formidable aura erupts from the end of the road before the execution platform, as Lin Chen's Conqueror's Haki targets the Knights of God. Super. Electromagnetic cannon. Simultaneously, under Nilu's guidance, multiple iron rods surge from various angles towards the execution platform, parting the air with their velocity. This explosive speed and power instill a sense of trepidation even in the Knights of God, who have been on guard. Yet, their duty remains to carry out the execution, and they will not retreat. In the meeting room of the Wuloxing, the elder members observe the unfolding scene with a cold smirk. We anticipated this. Let us detonate the collars around their necks. As the 5 elders pressed the button in their hands, the collars around Monet and Rocinandi's necks began to glow red, clearly indicating an imminent explosion. In the blink of an eye, Enel's iron rod had reached the execution platform, and Lin Chen's figure vanished from the scene. With a swift motion, Lin Chen lightly tapped the iron rod with his toes, closing the distance to Monet and Rocinandi in an instant. Time stasis. An invisible wave erupted from Lin Chen's left eye, momentarily freezing the surrounding space, while a searing pain began to burn in his eye socket. In an instant, Lin Chen appeared beside Monet and Rocinandi, and the three immediately vanished, arriving at a prearranged location that Lin Chen had set up earlier. He did not release the time stasis until he had destroyed the collars around their necks, returning to normal thereafter. Cough, cough. Brother Lin Chen, brother. Monet and Rocinandi's faces had turned pale. Lin Chen gently patted them, signaling them to remain silent. He then conjured 2 orbs of light, placing them upon the 2. Do not speak. I arrived late, but rest assured, I will avenge you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Monet and Rocinandi's eyes glistened with tears. Monet even turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. For the striking mark of the heavenly dragon's hoof on her forehead would forever linger as a shadow in her life. I shall erase your marks. Do not forget, it was I who removed Hancock's mark. The time is not yet ripe. Enel is single-handedly holding them back, and I must assist him. I will leave a clone to take you away. Wait here. The entirety of Mary Geoise will pay for this. After saying this, Lin Chen left a clone behind and immediately vanished upon sensing Enel's presence, creating another clone along the way. This one stealthily infiltrated the depths of Mary Geoise, executing his mission. This moment felt prolonged, yet the entire sequence lasted no more than half a minute, leaving everyone immersed in astonishment at the unprecedented speed and enigmatic methods Lin Chen employed to rescue the 2. The 5 elders stared in shock at the live broadcast, their imaginations surpassed by the unfolding scene. Where is he? How did that fellow appear and disappear so swiftly? Why did the Knights of God not react? What were they doing? I must kill them. Such a splendid opportunity. Why? One of the 5 elders slammed his fist on the table, his words brimming with fury. Sakazuki, go and eliminate them, and find Monet and Rocinandi. They must be hidden. Bring them to me. Before his words could fully settle, Lin Chen's figure reappeared on the screen, capturing the attention of many. A cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the Knights of God as they exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. Why couldn't we move just now? How did he accomplish that? Our defenses were utterly flimsy, although still engulfed in shock. Lin Chen appeared once more in the same spot. Enel dashed to Lin Chen's side. How'd it go? Lin Chen nodded, replying, they are safe now. Enel, observing the stunned Knights of God before him, inquired, shall we leave? Lin Chen shook his head, stating, my clone has already taken Monet and Rocinandi away. We are not in haste. They must pay for their transgressions. Hearing this, Enel burst into hearty laughter, a glint of madness igniting within him. That suits me perfectly. No, you go wreak havoc throughout Mary Geoise. I will handle things here, but no more arguments. Do you truly believe we could defeat all of them? They possess hidden tactics. Be cautious. The Marines are undoubtedly on their way. You are no match for them. With your speed, focus on taking out as many celestial dragons as you can. With that, Lin Chen grinned. Do not forget our initial dream when we set out together to slay the celestial dragons, to overthrow the world government. Now is the time to fulfill that first dream. You bear my techniques. I will seek you out during our retreat. Enel gritted his teeth, giving Lin Chen a solemn nod. All right. He then transformed into a streak of light and vanished, while the Knights of God finally regained their composure. Hearing the enraged voices of the 5 elders through the transponder snail. Kill Ban for me. He must not escape. The Knights of God swallowed hard, and a fierce determination sparkled in their eyes as they quickly devised a plan. Let us all attack together. Ban's earlier methods were terrifying. A one-on-one confrontation would lead to our demise. We must surround and eliminate him. The five exchanged glances, then charged towards Lin Chen at the end of the path. Observing the approaching Knights of God, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, advancing step by step while unleashing a formidable aura of Conqueror's Haki. With his left hand, he drew the Uchiha fan from his back, and with his right, he gripped the Kusanagi sword at his waist. Having once mastered the dual-wielding technique, he now adeptly wielded both weapons simultaneously. Come forth, Knights of God. At that moment, the entire world was watching. Clad in a white mask and black robe, with a fan in his left hand and a long sword in his right, one man stood against five, a scene eternally etched in the minds of all. On the lengthy street, the six engaged in fierce combat, while a number of fearless celestial dragons watched from a distance. Lin Chen wielded the Uchiha fan, producing a whooshing sound as he continuously defended against the onslaught of his opponents. His Sharingan spun incessantly, slowing the movements of his foes while seeking opportunities. The five members of the Knights of God, fearful of Lin Chen unleashing that strange technique again, enveloped themselves in armament haki, appearing incredibly formidable. The clang of Lin Chen's sword against theirs rang out, indicating their profound mastery of haki. After a brief test, Lin Chen swung the fan to deflect the attacks from two opponents, unleashing a tremor of Conqueror's Haki. As his sword, entwined with both types of haki, struck horizontally, a crimson line appeared on the bodies of the three opponents, forcing them back with the sheer force of his slash. While the three were momentarily suppressed, Lin Chen sensed a heavy attack on his fan and immediately retaliated. Uchiha rebound. A burst of white light erupted from the fan, sending the two Knights of God flying back, astonished by the immense power of Lin Chen's weapon. Is it a weapon infused with devil fruit powers? They muttered softly, retreating to join their three companions, their faces grim upon observing the wounds on their comrades' chests. Lin Chen regarded the five before him, his expression devoid of emotion. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed another slash aimed at the five. The Knights of God dared not underestimate him, knowing the celestial dragons were behind them, and thus they had no choice but to unite to block the attack. Although it left their arms slightly numb, it did not inflict significant damage. Lin Chen's peripheral vision swept across the surroundings, and he made a decisive call to action, releasing his Conqueror's Haki once more to suppress the five opponents, and immediately began to form hand seals. Summoning technique. Damn it, you little brat. Finally, let me out. A colossal, orange-hued, nine-tailed fox materialized before the Knights of God, its immense form demolishing nearby structures. Many celestial dragons in the distance stared in awe at the nine-tailed creature, quickly erupting into cheers. What a magnificent fox. I must capture it as my plaything. Lin Chen stood atop the head of Geoise, and both he and the fox could clearly hear the distant voices of the celestial dragons. Geoise displayed a ferocious countenance, glaring menacingly at the celestial dragons in the distance. What an abhorrent creature. I shall rend him asunder. Indeed, let the destruction commence here. Jiulama. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, Geoise opened its mouth wide. A purple-black sphere expanding continuously within, aimed at the distant celestial dragon. Observing this action from Geoise, the Knights of God understood that failing to intercept this strike would lead to catastrophic consequences. The five rushed toward Geoise, eager to disrupt its attack. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Five wooden dragons burst forth from the earth, charging towards the five Knights of God. Although they did not incapacitate their opponents instantly, their speed was significantly hampered. With a whoosh, a piercing sound erupted from Geoise's mouth as the tailed beast ball was unleashed, narrowly missing the heads of the Knights of God and hurtling toward a cluster of celestial dragons. A tremendous explosion ensued, rattling the very foundations of Mary Geoise. The Knights of God stood in stunned silence, gazing at the destruction wrought upon Mary Geoise, their eyes gradually turning crimson as they emitted chilling, otherworldly howls, ultimately charging at Lin Chen in a frenzy. Just as Lin Chen prepared to form seals with his hands once more, a colossal wave of heat surged through the sky, as a humanoid figure formed from molten lava rushed toward him. Hellhound! Lin Chen raised his fan defensively, while Akainu, fully aware of the fan's formidable defensive capabilities, solidified his fist even further. Yet, he was met with the mockery reflected in Lin Chen's violet eyes. Shinra Tensei! A powerful repulsive force sent Akainu hurtling back. But two figures appeared behind him, Kapu, and Zephyr. Upon seeing the trio of reinforcements, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the situation had become quite perilous, even for him. Meanwhile, in the five elders' conference room, the five individuals wore grim expressions as they scrutinized the live broadcast. This is troublesome. Cut the transmission. I never anticipated that band would be so formidable. However, with the support of Akainu and the others, it should not pose an issue. Furthermore, instruct Kizaru to hasten his approach. We cannot afford to neglect that lightning-wielding brat. The CP0's distress signals are nearly overwhelming. In the Sabeti archipelago, upon witnessing the arrival of Akainu and his companions, Dragon made a swift decision. Old Sand, go support Lin Chen and the others. If necessary, we shall intervene as well. Crocodile nodded and immediately set off toward Mary Geoise. Just as Rayleigh intended to speak further, the live broadcast abruptly ceased, startling all those present. After some contemplation, Dragon discerned the reason. It seems the five elders do not wish for them to witness Lin Chen's destruction of Mary Geoise any longer. However, facing so many formidable opponents alone is no small matter. Everyone, depart from here, just as Dragon and Rayleigh pondered their next course of action. A commotion in the distance captured their attention. Large contingents of Marines suddenly appeared in the Sabeti archipelago, catching them off guard. Simultaneously, a transponder snail began to ring. Tiger's voice came through, tinged with urgency and panic. The Marines have surrounded Fishman Island. Who is leading them? We have yet to ascertain. This batch of Marines appears to be an advanced force. Hearing Tiger's words, Dragon let out a slight sigh of relief. Piecing together recent intelligence, he quickly deduced the situation. After surveying the surroundings, Dragon addressed Rayleigh. Let us head to the shipyard. We might still be able to intercept the Marines. The two exchanged glances and promptly vanished from their location, making their way toward the shipyard. Yet, Dragon found himself puzzled about who the commanding officer leading this operation might be. With Akainu's appearance in Mary Geoise, could it be the remaining two admirals? If so, even he would find himself in a challenging predicament. Fortunately, Rayleigh's presence would alleviate much of the pressure. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Mary Geoise gazed at the 8 adversaries before him. Feeling overwhelmed, even with his world-class combat prowess, he struggled against their combined assault. The greatest advantage of an admiral-level warrior is their resilience. Each of these 8 individuals possessed formidable vitality, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate even one of them. However, there were still means to contend with them. Gradually descending to the ground, Lin Chen's gaze swept across Kapu and Zephyr. Kapu remained unchanged, though his eyes held a hint of inquiry. In contrast, Zephyr regarded him with a mixture of intensity and hesitance, reflecting the weight of Sengoku's words. Even he felt a twinge of doubt. Was the destruction of Dressrosa truly as Sengoku had claimed, shrouded in hidden truths? Yet, Lin Chen did not dwell on such thoughts. With a decisive gesture, he struck the ground, causing 2 coffins to emerge slowly from the earth. The eyes of the 7 adversaries widened in astonishment, with Kapu grasping the implications. One coffin bore the character Dragon, while the other displayed light. As the lids fell open, 2 figures clad in black robes and masks emerged. In a swift motion, Lin Chen positioned himself behind them, affixing talismans to their backs. At this moment, he ensured that they would not act freely, controlling them instead. Now, the odds are slightly more equitable. Let's commence. This time, Lin Chen did not remain atop Geoise, but rather quietly instructed, do not engage in battle here. Move away and unleash destruction. Help me alleviate some pressure, and should danger arise, retreat. Geo Lama cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, acknowledging the significance of this battle, and refrained from further banter, sprinting in a designated direction. Observing Geoise's departure, the 5 Knights of God immediately attempted to pursue, but were intercepted by Longma and Kazuki Oden, managing to halt only 2 of them. As the remaining 3 prepared to advance, Lin Chen exhibited no hesitation, conjuring a brilliant light directed at them. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A blinding radiance erupted, yet Akainu and the others charged forward. Great fireball. Witnessing the imminent onslaught of lava, Lin Chen tilted his hand slightly, extinguishing the incoming magma entirely, though in doing so, he inadvertently allowed the Knights of God to slip by. With a fleeting glance at the retreating figures of the 2 Knights of God, Lin Chen silently hoped for Jiu Lama's good fortune. Truth be told, he had not intended to let 2 escape. Rather, the pressure exerted by Kapu, Akainu, and Zephyr was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the reanimated llama possessed inherently lower strength. And since they were not acting freely, relying solely on Lin Chen's divided focus to control them, their efficacy was diminished. Nevertheless, the unique characteristics of their reanimated bodies allowed them to entangle the two Knights of God. Consequently, Lin Chen only needed to contend with a Kainu and two Knights of God, significantly reducing his burdens. Bon, how dare you act so brazenly, intruding into Mary Geoise to wreak havoc. I have already dispatched one such individual. Akainu glared coldly at Lin Chen, unleashing words devoid of mercy. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Akainu, remaining silent as he redirected his focus toward Zephyr and another Knight of God. Would release. The tree world descends. Sage art. Would release. True thousand hands. Akainu observed the writhing trees emerging from the ground with a grave expression. Not this technique again, though he voiced his concerns. Akainu understood that he could no longer permit Lin Chen to continue unchecked. Transforming into magma, he charged forward. Kapu and Ace.He exchanged a glance, following Akainu's lead as they advanced towards Lin Chen. Meanwhile, a phone bug from the Knights of God buzzed urgently. You are truly a useless bunch. Control the battlefield. Do not allow the situation to escalate. The five elders furiously ended the call, exchanging glances before rising to head towards the main battlefield. The commotion caused by Lin Chen was overwhelmingly powerful, and they regretted their choice of Mary Geoise as the battleground, fervently hoping it had not disturbed their superior. Standing atop the colossal wooden statue, Lin Chen gazed down at Mary Geoise, feeling as though he could obliterate it with merely a gesture. However, Kapu swiftly grounded him back to reality. Fist of the bone, shatter the void. Shinra Tensei, the once formidable Shinra Tensei, appeared somewhat rigid, as Kapu's fist seemed to struggle against the force of repulsion, ultimately sending him flying backwards. Shaking out his arms, Kapu regarded Lin Chen with a newfound seriousness. It seemed that without exerting his full strength, he could not breach that power, truly remarkable. As soon as Kapu finished, Ace.He grinned and swiftly appeared before Lin Chen. The perpetrator of the Dressrosa incident. Prepare to pay for your actions. Watching Ace.He's arms glowing with radiant black energy as he swung a punch towards his face, Lin Chen had no choice but to evade and create distance, simultaneously forming seals. Mokutan, wood dragon technique. Dozens of wooden dragons erupted from the immense statue, surging towards Kapu and Ace.He. Meanwhile, Akainu had stealthily circled around, flames of crimson flickering in his hands. Inazuka no Benaheim. Shinra Tensei. Switching to his Rinnegan, Lin Chen unleashed a fierce attack that forced Akainu to retreat. Yet, the relentless assault began to weigh upon him. This reminded him of the auction in the kingdom of Zika, which bore resemblance to this scenario, except this time, Kapu and his companions were far more experienced, no longer flustered by his Mokutan as they had been during their first encounter. Observing that all three were entangled by his wooden dragons, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Do not underestimate our Knights of God, man. A figure appeared suddenly before him, just as Lin Chen prepared to unleash Shinra Tensei once more, only to find it difficult to execute. He abandoned the technique to face the incoming attack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of fists. Lin Chen executed a flowing cherry blossom strike into his opponent, only to quickly sense a similar response. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Chen transformed his fist into a palm, gripping his adversary's hand, swiftly closing the distance while electric currents crackled around him. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, and, seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen's left eye emitted a wave of energy as he drew his long blade, aiming it at his opponent's neck. Swish! A spray of blood erupted, and Lin Chen glanced coldly at the elder wielding the long blade nearby. The Knight of God he had previously restrained now writhed in agony, one of his arms severed and lying on the ground. Young man, cease this violence. At that moment, four additional figures appeared beside him. Upon seeing the five elders, Kapu feigned his recent escape from the wooden dragon's grasp and joined Ace.He and Akainu to approach Lin Chen. A thunderous roar erupted from afar, and a flash of blue and yellow light collided in the sky, with the blue light faltering and crashing into a building. Meanwhile, on another front, QB could no longer withstand the assault from the two Knights of God and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Lin Chen's heart echoed with QB's furious voice. What stubborn little ants. Cursed. They are far too swift. If it weren't for my size, I would not have lost. All right, prepare yourself. I need to enter the Jinchuriki mode. The real battle is just beginning. As Lin Chen's thoughts settled, QB was ready. An overwhelming chakra surged from Lin Chen. The golden nine-tails cloak beginning to reveal itself from his body. This spectacle sent waves of unease through the onlookers, and the 5 elders exchanged glances. Their expressions darkening as they barked. Everyone attacked together. Lin Chen observed the approaching foes, his Sharingan whirling rapidly as he contemplated his strategy. The 2 figures he had glimpsed earlier must have been Inaru and Kizuru clashing. Regrettably, they could not hold out longer. The Knights of God who had defeated QB would soon arrive, and he needed a swift resolution. Mokutan, by no jutsu. Before the enemy's attacks could land, Lin Chen promptly invoked the technique to defend himself, a massive wooden mask covering him and absorbing all assaults. Under the protection of his defense, Lin Chen directed his hands forward, a white light coalescing in his palms, while the surrounding combatants sought a means to breach his defenses. An overwhelming sense of dread began to permeate their hearts. Doton, Henkai Bari no Jutsu. Boom! Under the enhanced Doton, the previously wounded Knight of God was instantly reduced to dust, while those nearby barely escaped the blast radius, a lingering fear gripping them. Can he foresee the future? Witnessing only one casualty from his technique, Lin Chen realized that the group before him likely possessed significant mastery over Haki. Mokutan, Wood Dragon Technique. Mokutan, Wooden Human Technique. Mokutan, Anasono no Kihin. An immense surge of chakra erupted forth, countless wooden constructs transforming into attacks that surged toward the enemies, while Lin Chen vanished amidst the chaos. With the enhancement of QB's chakra, Lin Chen's speed and physical prowess reached new heights, and more importantly, the Nine-Tails cloak manifested giant hands to assist him. This significantly bolstered his close combat capabilities, and this time, his target was none other than Ace.He. Appearing suddenly before Ace.He, who was momentarily taken aback, Lin Chen initiated an attack, while Ace.He was still occupied with the oncoming wooden dragons. The two exchanged a powerful punch in midair. An experienced Ace.He knew he was no match for Lin Chen in a one-on-one confrontation, so he quickly attempted to evade towards Kapu's vicinity. Bansho Tenin, what? A gravitational force erupted from Lin Chen's hand, pulling Ace.He's body helplessly toward him. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Realizing he could not withstand the pull, Ace.He promptly assumed a combat posture, enveloping his hands in haki, waiting for the right moment to strike as he approached Lin Chen. Shinra Tensei. Before Ace.He could close the distance, he was repelled by a powerful force. Simultaneously, countless wooden dragons burst forth from the ground, ensnaring Ace.He and sinking their vicious jaws into his shoulder. However, apart from damaging a few of the wooden dragon's teeth, Ace.He emerged relatively unscathed. Casting a glance at Ace.He's hockey-clad shoulder, Lin Chen swiftly reappeared before him, while Ace.He struggled vehemently against the binding wooden dragons. Without hesitation, Lin Chen delivered a heavy punch to Ace.He's abdomen, the flowing cherry blossoms coursing through Ace.He's body. After taking the blow, Ace.He spat out blood, his mouth letting out a furious roar. Shattering the wooden dragons that had ensnared him, Ace.He charged at Lin Chen with his muscular torso exposed. In the vast expanse of the sky, two figures engaged in an incessant clash, the air resonating with the echoes of sonic booms. With a powerful grip, Lin Chen seized Ace.He's fists, while simultaneously, a pair of formidable hands emerged from his Geoise attire, crashing down upon Ace.He with unrelenting force. The impact sent Ace.He hurtling towards the earth like a falling star, crashing into the trees below. As enormous blossoms unfurled around him, Ace.He inhaled the noxious pollen, triggering a fit of coughing and making his breathing laborious. Kid, Garp's voice resonated from behind Lin Chen. Slightly turning his head, Lin Chen urged, "If you wish to prevent Ace.He's demise, you must leave at once." Although his voice was scarcely above a whisper, it reached the ears of all present. The substances within Ace.He had long been compromised during the earlier fray. Now, struck by Lin Chen's fierce blow and inundated with the airborne pollen, his asthma flared anew. Witnessing Ace.He's struggle for breath, Garp clenched his fists, a look of indecision crossing his face, before resolutely rushing towards Ace.He, intent on extricating him from the perilous situation. Garp, the 5 elders, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but Garp disregarded them, taking Ace.He away from the battlefield without hesitation. Damn it! Frustrated by their futile efforts to obstruct him, the others turned their gazes back toward Lin Chen. The wooden dragon and wooden figure summoned by Lin Chen had now been largely decimated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen felt a slight fatigue, yet he remained prepared for further combat. He had first battled the Knights of God, and then engaged in a skirmish with the arriving Akainu and his compatriots. Just as he was on the verge of eliminating one of the Knights of God, he was thwarted by the timely arrival of the 5 elders. After devising a strategy, he swiftly dispatched one of the Knights of God and forced Ace.He and Garp to retreat, despite possessing near-limitless chakra after acquiring the Geoise. His physical stamina had indeed taken a toll. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from a distant structure, capturing everyone's attention, followed by a violet circle soaring skyward. Observing this, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, realizing that Ace.He had finally made his move. What on earth is that? The 5 elders gasped as a meteor hurtled towards Mary Geoise, causing all present to widen their eyes in shock. Yet, 2 dark figures swiftly approached, while a powerful slash ascended from the ground. The elder wielding a blade narrowed his eyes and swung his weapon towards the descending meteor. Ultimately, the meteor was shattered as anticipated, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down upon Mary Geoise. In the shadows, CP0, tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, breathed a sigh of relief. The safety of the celestial dragons was not as precarious as it had seemed. Underworld Dog. A burning sensation struck Lin Chen from behind as the 5 elders closed in on him. Shinra Tensei. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the simultaneous onslaught from the 6 assailants collided with his repulsion barrier, unleashing arcs of crimson-black lightning. Ultimately, Lin Chen was sent reeling backward, crashing into the wooden statue behind him, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough. Quite clever, but alas, you failed to defend yourself, and now you've been sent flying. Ace.He's abilities aligned closely with Enel's position, facing off against Kizaru and 2 Knights of God. Longma and his companion could not endure much longer. Rising and brushing off the dust, Lin Chen lifted his gaze, only to see Akainu charging towards him once more. Truly relentless, Lin Chen mused internally, preparing to strike, when a massive wave of yellow energy surged forth, slicing through Akainu's form. Is this my moment? The figure of Lao Sha emerged beside Lin Chen. At that instant, a cloaked figure materialized, bearing numerous wounds, yet clutching something tightly in hand. Taking advantage of the obscuring smoke, the figure transformed into vapor, vanishing, leaving the object in Lin Chen's grasp. However, the memories transmitted from his clone alerted Lin Chen to the urgency of their situation. Lao Sha, we must prepare for a retreat. We are running out of time. That's right. Just moments ago, Rayleigh informed me of their situation. The Navy has launched a surprise attack on Fishman Island. Leading the charge are Sengoku and Aokiji, and they are currently clashing with Dragon. Then we must expedite our departure. I shall leave them with a grand finale. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as a slashing attack surged towards them, forcing them apart. As the smoke dissipated, the elder wielding a long knife glared coldly at Lin Chen and his companion, while Kizaru stealthily positioned himself beside the elder. What is happening over there? Why is a meteor falling? Kizaru scratched his head, contemplating before responding. It appears to be an unknown entity. However, since they chose to protect Enel, it must be related to the dawn. Damn it, we must ensure that none of them escape today. Listening to the elder's bluster, Lin Chen met their gaze resolutely, bringing his hands together as a dark sphere slowly floated outward. Dai bies sitenka. The earth trembled, and structures quaked, as if the very sky itself was shuddering. The 5 elders displayed expressions of shock, witnessing countless buildings and land rise gradually, the immense gravitational pull of the black sphere instilling a sense of helplessness within them. Borsellino, what is this? Even as the ground began to levitate beneath them, Kizaru remained composed, stating leisurely, "This seems to be the technique used by Madara on Judicial Island." Quite terrifying indeed. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, the 5 elders gritted their teeth in frustration, glaring at Lin Chen, and one exclaimed anxiously, "Enough with the chatter. At this rate, all of Mary Geoise will be obliterated. Is there no way to halt this?" Kizaru's glasses glimmered, and he pointed towards the black sphere in the sky, suggesting, "Why not try attacking it? Dust release. Réanimation technique." As Kizaru prepared to unleash his attack, Lin Chen immediately sought to intervene, but Kizaru vanished in a flash. The 5 elders, seeing Lin Chen actively attempt to stop Kizaru, unleashed their own attacks upon the black sphere above. Lin Chen, recognizing that the Dai Boso Tenka was merely a tactic to buy time, refrained from further obstruction. Turning to Crocodile beside him, Lin Chen whispered, "Go find Enel and Ace.He. Bring them along." With a reassuring pat on Crocodile's shoulder, Lin Chen left behind a teleportation technique. There are still 2 knights of God present. Do not linger in battle. Depart immediately with them. You possess the technique I left. I will catch up. Crocodile nodded, casting a glance at Longma and Kazuki Odin, remarking, "Are those 2 all right? They seem to be in dire straits." Lin Chen shook his head, responding, "Rest assured, let us go." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Crocodile wasted no time, transforming into sand and vanishing into the sky. Watching Crocodile's retreating figure, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, glancing at the others who were still engaged with the Black Sphere, before disappearing from his position. Meanwhile, the 2 Knights of God, who had been entangled with Longma and Kazuki Odin, were now panting heavily. What in the world are these monsters? How infuriating! They appear so weak. Yet they continue to resurrect. As the words fell, a chilling wind swept across the foreheads of the Knights of the Divine, and a terrifying sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, an aura of death. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh resonated throughout the scene, and blood splattered all over Lin Chen. Gazing upon his colleague, now severed in 2, another member of the Knights of the Divine widened his eyes in overwhelming panic and turned to flee. However, within his line of sight, Lin Chen's eyes emanated an exceedingly threatening crimson light, rendering his body immobile. Even his mind ceased to function at that moment. Another massive head flew into the air. Yet Lin Chen's heart remained devoid of any turmoil as he casually flicked the blood off his long knife onto the roadside. "Damn!" An enraged voice reached Lin Chen's ears, prompting him to look up. He beheld the 5 elders, who had just dealt with the black sphere in the sky. However, with the gravitational binding of the sphere now absent, numerous structures and stones plummeted, crashing heavily upon Mary Geoise, the anguished cries of countless individuals echoing from afar. Observing the corpses beside Lin Chen, one split in 2, the other a headless body, the 5 elders had never felt such fury. Their usual calm demeanor vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, an indescribable fear arose within them. This man before them truly possessed the capability to inflict massive casualties. Their previous disdain for the Dawn was merely a reflection of their ignorance regarding Ban's true prowess. Yet now, at this very moment, a shadow loomed over their hearts concerning the masked man before them. Ban's strength had escalated to a level capable of delivering a devastating blow to the world government. "Do you feel anger? Do you feel fear? Do you feel hatred?" Lin Chen spoke calmly while severing the flesh of the 2 Knights of the Divine, as Longma and Guanyu Yuqian dissipated into white smoke. Hearing Lin Chen's calm yet demonic whispers, the 5 elders swallowed hard, their hearts tightening once more. The crackling sound of flames consuming the ruins resonated in the distance, as the destruction wrought by Lin Chen cast a pall of grayish-black smoke across the skies of Mary Geoise. "Help me, help me!" A murmured voice emerged from the nearby ruins, accompanied by a small stone rolling to Lin Chen's feet. A young woman struggled to push aside the wooden debris that trapped her, yet her lower body remained firmly pinned beneath a massive stone, blood seeping from her wounds. All present regarded the woman with cold indifference, for the slave collar around her neck had already declared her status. In such dire moments, those remaining were merely slaves. After all, during an emergency retreat, managing to care for all the celestial dragons was already a challenge. Who would have a heart to tend to these slaves? Such beings were abundant, and even if all the slaves perished, countless new ones would continuously be sent to Mary Geoise, a testament to the supreme power and indulgence bestowed upon the celestial dragons. Lin Chen approached step by step, while the 5 elders, sensing impending danger, scrutinized his every move. Yet, Lin Chen merely arrived beside the slave. Through the numerous bite and whip marks on her skin, it was evident that she had endured inhumane treatment. The slave, too weak to raise her head, could only see the feet standing before her, despite the devastation surrounding her. The absence of a whip upon her back indicated that this person was not a celestial dragon. With great effort, the slave extended a hand, grasping the hem of Lin Chen's robe, her voice hoarse as she implored, "Kill me." Taken aback by her request, Lin Chen paused momentarily before kneeling down, cradling the slave's face in his hands. In that instant of their gazes locking, her breath hitched. Yet, at the brink of death, the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a smile. Oof, what a violent criminal, pretending to be something else. Ignoring the 5 elders, Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his stamina noticeably replenished. He sensed that his flying thunder god technique had drifted further away, indicating that Crocodile had already begun to depart with Enel and Eo. Once prepared, Lin Chen's body began to levitate, causing the 5 elders to squint, ready to thwart any attack from him. After enduring so much, they dared not recklessly assault Lin Chen. Who could predict whether he would employ some peculiar technique once more? The Knights of the Divine, previously wielded like blades, were now absent and valuing their lives. They certainly would not dare to risk themselves. As the 5 elders remained fixated on Lin Chen, they heard him begin to murmur. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. A bag of rice, how much do I need? A bag of rice. I must wash it. A bag of rice, I've washed so much dirt. Every grain is muddy. Who gave you a bag of rice? Spicy Tian Sun. As Lin Chen completed his incantation, an incredibly brilliant white light pierced the eyes of all present. Subsequently, a formidable and destructive repulsive force erupted from Lin Chen, sweeping outward with reckless abandon, instantly reducing everything in its path to ash. Bon! The 5 elders' eyes widened in horror, their hearts shaken by the magnitude of this powerful strike. The thought of Mary Geoise's impending doom left them feeling hopeless. How terrifying! Before the repulsive force arrived, Kizaru displayed a fleeting expression of fear, vanishing in a flash. Akainu glanced at the 5 elders, contemplating for a moment before transforming into a fiery cloud and retreating from the battlefield. The fight had lost all significance at this point. As the repulsive force engulfed the 5 elders, a thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears. In the face of this world-ending technique, any action they took seemed utterly futile. Even if they exerted themselves to resist, they could not alter the grim reality of the celestial dragons near annihilation. More critically, the heart of Mary Geoise had been reduced to ruins. This force consumed everything. In a sense, at this moment, the celestial dragons and ordinary people achieved a true equality. Even the celestial dragons, protected by CP0, could not escape their fate. Lin Chen hovered in the sky, surveying the devastation below, a tremendous aura sweeping across the skies of Mary Geoise. At this moment, he had transformed into the unshakable demon within the hearts of the celestial dragons. The few who survived would forever remember this scene, and they would no longer dare harbor any nefarious thoughts regarding Lin Chen and the Dawn. This time, they had absorbed a bitter lesson, the cost being the slaughter of 80% of the celestial dragons, the destruction of Mary Geoise, and the crippling of the Knights of the Divine. In a shadowy corner, Don Quixote Doflamingo watched in terror. The image of the man resembling a demon in the sky etched deeply in his mind. Is this Ban? As if recalling something, Doflamingo wore a bitter smile, a hint of despondency flashing across his features. Is such power truly attainable by a mere human? It seems I have indeed made a grave miscalculation. Quickly shaking off his despondency, Doflamingo began to contemplate seriously. Ban would undoubtedly not let me off easily, and the 5 elders might very well hold me accountable afterwards. I'd best make my escape. Unexpectedly, even the world government now finds itself powerless against the Dawn. Despite the devastation of Mary Geoise, they refrain from deploying that national treasure. How vexing. With a furious punch, Doflamingo struck the wall, finally grasping the meaning of a fruitless endeavor. He had believed he could escape the grasp of the Dawn, leveraging Monet and Razanani to counterattack and seize his own interests from the world government, only to end up in such dire straits. It can only be said that any strategy pales in comparison to absolute strength. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having completed his tasks in the sky, remained vigilant. The memory relayed by his shadow clone of those crimson eyes had caught his attention. That must be the mastermind behind the throne of the celestial dragons, Imu. Recalling the devastating power of the weapon that once obliterated Dressrosa, Lin Chen resolved not to continue wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise. With Enel's injuries unknown and the news of Fishman Island's assault brought by Crocodile, he had numerous matters to address. Furthermore, his objectives in Mary Geoise had already been fulfilled. Not only had he rescued Monet and Razanani, but also destroyed Mary Geoise and severely weakened the God Knights. He had achieved much. Continuing the struggle could provoke the unknown entity lurking deeper within Mary Geoise. Having reached this point, Lin Chen felt satisfied. Any further action would only escalate the risks. With that thought, he hesitated no longer, carefully sensing the teleportation technique of Flying Thunder God before vanishing in an instant. Though Lin Chen had departed, the wails of despair echoed throughout Mary Geoise. The 5 elders emerged from the rubble, their appearances disheveled. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings, their minds began to falter. Is this truly Mary Geoise? If not for the distant Kizaru casually escorting a celestial dragon, they might have believed they had been transported by Lin Chen to another place. Upon reaching the five elders, Kizaru glanced at his watch and then placed the celestial dragon on the ground, stating, continuing, "This is pointless. Even I find it difficult to pursue that fellow." After stroking his chin, Kizaru turned to leave, adding somewhat begrudgingly, "One can only hope the Navy's operation succeeds. If they fail, haha, just forget I said anything. Perhaps we should bolster our strength." Most of the manpower the Navy could muster had already arrived at Mary Geoise. They could only wish for success on that front. With that, Kizaru transformed into a flash and disappeared, leaving behind a situation too messy for him to handle. As members of the Navy, the five elders pondered Kizaru's words. In this battle, 3 members of the God Knights had been killed, leaving their strength severely diminished. Should Ban and the entirety of the Dawn strike Mary Geoise again, their end would be imminent. However, amidst this turmoil, the only solace for the 5 elders was that the live broadcast had been cut off early, leaving all but a few unaware that Mary Geoise had been reduced to ruins. The planned execution of Monet and Razanani to undermine the strength and prestige of the Dawn now seemed profoundly ironic given the current state of Mary Geoise. With a heavy sigh, the 5 elders exchanged glances, each burdened with a multitude of perplexities. Yet, they dared not question why the esteemed one had not intervened to stop Ban. They believed that had the esteemed one intervened, Mary Geoise would not have descended into its current state. As everything settled, Lin Chen paid no mind to the aftermath in Mary Geoise. At that moment, he was swiftly making his way to Sabeti Archipelago with Crocodile and the others, hoping that Rayleigh and the others were safe. Before long, they arrived at Sabeti Archipelago, where good news reached Lin Chen's ears. Rayleigh, Dragon, and Jinbei had successfully repelled Sengoku and Aokiji, while Tiger and Tesoro had managed to drive back the Navy from Fishman Island, thus alleviating the crisis there. Once everyone gathered and settled on Fishman Island, Monet and Razanani reunited with Sugar and Luo. In an instant, the 2 children could no longer contain their emotions, rushing into the embrace of the 2, weeping profusely. Notably, during their journey, Lin Chen had already removed the slave marks from Monet and Razanani. However, to erase the scars from their hearts, they would need to overcome their personal trials. Lin Chen felt a pang of guilt. Had he been able to safeguard Dressrosa, none of this would have transpired. As Monet embraced Sugar, she caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's despondent expression. With her keen intellect, she quickly discerned Lin Chen's troubled thoughts and walked over to his side. Lin Chen, about to voice his sentiments, swallowed his words as the girl's unexpected embrace took him by surprise. "Big brother Lin Chen has already done remarkably well. Thank you." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, falling onto Lin Chen's chest. His expression shifted through surprise, astonishment, and awkwardness, yet ultimately, he allowed his hand to gently rest upon Monet's head. "It is a relief that you are safe." Perhaps hearing Lin Chen's reassurance, Monet tightened her embrace around his arm, stifling the tears that threatened to fall, transforming them into crystalline snowflakes before they could cascade down. After a while, Monet finally released Lin Chen and turned back to embrace Sugar as if nothing had happened. Lin Chen sighed with relief at the sight. Once the 2 had separated, Dragon approached Lin Chen, his urgency palpable. "Lin Chen, what has become of Mary Geoise?" It was no wonder Dragon was anxious. The primary mission of the Revolutionary Army was to overthrow the world government. Thus, the outcome of Lin Chen's endeavor was of utmost importance to him. Lin Chen met Dragon's gaze and ultimately conveyed the answer he yearned to hear, far exceeding his expectations. "I have obliterated Mary Geoise." Seeing Dragon in stunned silence, Lin Chen smiled and recounted all that had transpired since his entry into Mary Geoise, resulting in a profound silence enveloping the air around them. "What's wrong? Are you still processing it?" Lin Chen's teasing voice stood out amidst the stillness, causing Dragon and Rayleigh to exchange incredulous glances before shifting their attention to Enel, Crocodile, and the others. After gleaning the necessary details from the 3, they finally began to believe Lin Chen's words. Dragon stroked his chin and inquired, "What comes next? What are your plans?" Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze on Yishao, asking, "Might I inquire if Mr. Yishao has found his answer on this journey?" Yishao was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, sighing. "I never imagined there could be such darkness." Even through the use of haki, the powerful wails of despair resonated within their hearts. Witnessing this, Lin Chen immediately extended an olive branch, proposing, "Join us in overthrowing the world government. Let us bring an end to this era." Yishao did not hesitate. He had anticipated Lin Chen's invitation. Although his initial dream had been to join the Navy, he found value in joining the Dawn, believing they could bring about more significant changes in the world. Very well, but it is a pity I cannot discern what kind of person you truly are. What a regret. Lin Chen chuckled, and the others welcomed the new member into their fold. Subsequently, Lin Chen addressed Long Gang's earlier inquiry. I wish to return to Donghai for a while. I feel somewhat fatigued. Long studied Lin Chen with keen eyes and nodded in agreement. That sounds agreeable. Consider it a well-deserved respite after the fierce battle. It has been some time since I last saw the little ones. The group each made their preparations and then surged towards Donghai in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan returned to the Navy headquarters bearing numerous tidings from Mary Geoise. Upon receiving this news, Sengoku felt as though struck by lightning. He could accept the world government's defeat, but the information conveyed by Huang Yuan was intolerable. Mary Geoise destroyed? The celestial dragons slaughtered? The Knights of God severely wounded? Each piece of news cast an ever-deepening shadow over Sengoku's heart. Was the cost not excessively high? Though shocked, Sengoku quickly regained his composure and confronted a stark reality. The Navy was now the last bastion of the world government, following the significant blow to their power. The next confrontation with Dawn would fall squarely upon the shoulders of the Navy. Contemplating this, Sengoku's expression grew pained, his brow furrowed tightly. He did not fear Dawn, rather, he felt that its level of difficulty had reached an astonishing threshold. Even the Emperor of the New World was not this formidable. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku understood that the moment had come for him to step forward. Prepare the previous materials. I will personally meet with the Gorosei. At this juncture, Huang Yuan gazed intently at Sengoku and inquired with a smile. May I know who they are? Sengoku turned his gaze towards Huang Yuan, seemingly confirming something, before letting out a sigh. Regardless, you will find out soon enough. Recollecting himself, Sengoku began to ponder and then stated, Currently, I have 2 candidates in mind for the Navy, but their acceptance by the Navy personnel and your approval is essential. Although they may not match your veteran admirals in combat prowess, their potential is immense. Given time to grow, they could certainly bear the weight of responsibility. Are they the 2 promising newcomers of the Navy? Indeed, Jiaji and Ji Yuan have significantly surpassed other rear admirals. Ji Yuan has even faced off against Ban on multiple occasions, and those battles have greatly honed her skills. I believe she has the potential to rise. And the other candidate? Initiate a grand recruitment drive. Select the best from the multitude of candidates. Then, let them duel alongside Jiaji and Ji Yuan to determine the top 3. Bestow upon them the rank of admiral. The second volume, Dawn Arc, concludes. The power of the world government has become negligible, aside from the enigmatic M and the remnants of their strength. Perhaps Vegapunk will provide them with candidates capable of revival. The third volume, Marineford War Arc, will focus on eliminating pirates and confronting the Navy. Will the pirate emperors of the New World allow Dawn to grow so formidable? Will the world government consent to the Navy's promotion of admirals? When the world government is truly cornered, they may resort to desperate agreements with certain individuals from the underwater prison. Ji Yuan's sister. Can I truly become the greatest swordsman in the world? The sea breeze tousled the ends of Guina's hair as she lowered her gaze, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her words revealing a hint of insecurity. Even though that night brought some enlightenment from Zoro, her father's ruthless words still pierced her heart like a steel lance, leaving her breathless. Ji Yuan observed the 11-year-old girl beside her and saw a reflection of her own past. At that time, she too was engulfed in confusion about the future, but fortunately, someone had entered her life. Lin Chen was like a beacon of light, dispelling the fog of uncertainty within Ji Yuan, gently ruffling Guina's hair. Ji Yuan gazed at her with warmth and said, I believe you can achieve it, and there are others who believe in you too, aren't there? Startled by Ji Yuan's words, Guina's mind conjured the image of that green-haired youth, and she clenched her fists, determination shining in her eyes. Yes, I will first surpass him and become the greatest swordsman in the world. Playfully flicking Guina's forehead, Ji Yuan's eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled. Just saying it isn't enough. For the next 2 years, let me teach you properly. Guina covered her forehead, pouting in feigned anger. I am not someone who merely talks. However, as she spoke, Guina's peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 long swords at Ji Yuan's waist. Are you a dual-wielding swordsman, Ji Yuan's sister? Surprised by Guina's question, Ji Yuan replied, Indeed, if you wish to learn the single sword style, I can teach you as well. I was once an expert in the single sword style. Ji Yuan assumed Guina wanted to learn the single sword style, having only seen her wield a single long sword before, but Guina shook her head. I want to learn both the single and dual sword styles. Fearing Ji Yuan might misunderstand, Guina hesitated and explained, actually, my desire to learn the dual sword style stems from my family's background. I must prove myself to my father in this area. But I'm sorry, Ji Yuan's sister. I cannot yet share details about my family. Upon hearing Guina's resolute response, Ji Yuan paused for a moment, then smiled indulgently. All right, no need to apologize. Just strive earnestly towards your goals, and keep pushing in that direction. Guina turned to Ji Yuan, finding her reaction unexpectedly gentle. She had anticipated that Ji Yuan would be upset, but instead, she found her to be a kind-hearted person. With this thought in mind, Guina's eyes sparkled brighter as she embraced Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan gently patted Guina's back, whispering, many sisters in the Navy are also learning swordsmanship. Perhaps you will become great friends, and there are many with talent equal to yours. You must work hard. I will not be inferior to them. In 2 years, I shall become the strongest. All right, at present, the most formidable is Bo Gio. She is a few years older than you. Let us see if you can defeat her. Okay. 2 years later, on the Navy training grounds, 2 young maidens unleashed a flurry of strikes against one another, surrounded by numerous Navy personnel, all captivated by the spectacle before them. Bo Gio's sister, this time, I will surely defeat you. Guina, you are still far from it. The 2 girls exchanged playful banter, relentlessly employing fierce techniques to attack one another. However, it was evident that Guina was at a disadvantage, as Bo Gio had trained for a longer duration and possessed a confidence that matched Guina's own. Yet, Guina's progress over the past 2 years astonished Bo Gio. Her innate talent, coupled with her diligent efforts, would inevitably lead to her surpassing Bo Gio in due time. After several exchanges in the arena, Guina finally collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. What a pity. After 2 years, I still haven't surpassed Bo Gio's sister. Your journey is still long. You're only 13 this year, so do not place too much pressure on yourself. As she accepted Bo Gio's outstretched hand, Guina stood up and inquired, is Ji Yuan's sister very busy lately? I haven't seen her in a long time. Bo Gio nodded and replied, she has been quite overwhelmed with matters concerning the 6 admirals of the Navy. I see, but wouldn't it be better once she becomes an admiral? Perhaps. But Sister Yuan confided in me privately that she does not wish to become an admiral of the Navy. Turning around to survey her surroundings, Bo Gio gently set Guina aside and whispered, to become an admiral, one must unconditionally accept the orders of the world government and bear the responsibility of protecting the celestial dragons. It is an exceedingly demanding role. I see, although I still do not fully comprehend. Observing Guina's innocent and bewildered expression, Bo Gio lightly tapped her forehead and smiled. All right, it's nothing to worry about. Let us hurry home. You will set sail back to the East Blue tomorrow. After such a long time away, you must be yearning for it. Guina touched the spot where Bo Gio had just tapped and murmured, it's quite comfortable here. I wonder if Sister Yuan will come tomorrow. Hearing Guina's words, Bo Gio chuckled. If Sister Yuan doesn't come, you still have me. I will take a warship to escort you back. Bo Gio is joking again. Listening to Bo Gio's playful remarks, warmth surged through Guina's heart, dissipating her earlier disappointment. Meanwhile, a heated argument was unfolding in the highest meeting of the Navy headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, I truly believe my strength is insufficient. Please allow me to decline this arrangement. Yuan, now is the time for our Navy to exert its power. The world government has approved this plan. If we continue to ignore Dawn, all the pirates around the world will become restless, leading to disaster. Having one more admiral would allow us to secure another sea area. For seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World, at least 4 admirals are needed in 6 areas. Even if the 4 seas are weaker, the vice admirals from the headquarters can manage. However, the first half of the Grand Line and the New World combined require at least 2 or 3 admirals, and the rest must be deployed to contain Dawn. We cannot allow them to run amok any longer. Listening to Sengoku's words, Yuan bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Seeing her state, Sengoku steeled his resolve and continued. We have also drafted the code names for you and Admiral Kaji. Tao Tu Yuan, Satun Kai. You will compete with the recruits from the world conscription on a chosen day. The title of Admiral, which Yuan once yearned for, had now become a shadow over her. Even though she knew Lin Chen was not dead, his previous feigned death was indeed intertwined with the promotion to admiral, and since then, she had subtly begun to resist the notion of becoming an admiral, coupled with Garp's influence over time. Ziyuan began to entertain the thought that perhaps remaining a vice admiral was not such a bad option. Furthermore, she still lacked that final edge needed to attain the status of an admiral. All right. We can discuss this matter later. I will talk to Ziyuan more. Seeing Ziyuan and Sengoku arguing, Crane could not help but step forward. After all, Ziyuan was a child she had raised, and it pained her to see Ziyuan genuinely resisting. At the same time, Crane felt a great deal of regret. Perhaps she should not have directly placed Ziyuan beside Garp, leading to her acquiring some of Garp's bad habits. The others in the office had long grown accustomed to the quarrels between Ziyuan and Sengoku. Over the years, despite Ziyuan's continuous rise in strength and achievements, her temperament had remained largely unchanged, and it was common for her to occasionally retort against Sengoku. Rather than viewing Ziyuan as disregarding military discipline and challenging her superior, it was more akin to a junior expressing dissatisfaction with the arrangements made by her elder. Ziyuan had grown up within the Navy, and many here regarded her as their daughter. Thus, no one pursued her accountability. However, Kaji dared not act similarly if he opposed Sengoku's arrangements. It was uncertain how Sengoku would retaliate, and his peers might not welcome him either. Moreover, participating in the Navy's plan to select 6 admirals was not necessarily a bad thing for him, as he lacked the kind of background that would afford him the leverage Ziyuan had. All right, Sengoku, let us do this. I remember tomorrow is the day Ziyuan's apprentice returns to the East Blue. Let her go home to rest. When she returns, perhaps she will have a change of heart. Garp, who had been picking his nose, timely interjected, alleviating some of the awkward tension and allowing everyone present to breathe a sigh of relief. Sengoku looked at Garp and ultimately sighed. The state of the world has become so tense. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, I would never wish to assign Ziyuan to the front line. Ziyuan returned to her seat in silence. She despised the title of admiral, loathed the world government, and detested the celestial dragons. Sengoku sighed inwardly as he observed Ziyuan. If that man were still here, perhaps Ziyuan would not have to bear such heavy burdens. Perhaps they could have fought together as exemplars within the Navy, becoming a cherished tale of valor. But all of this remained mere speculation. The subsequent meeting proceeded with relative ease. Kaji naturally emerged as the candidate for promotion to admiral, provided he triumphed in the final competition. During this period, any vice admiral wishing to ascend could participate, but only after defeating both Kaji and Ziyuan. However, for the current vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, this posed quite a challenge. Kaji's innate talent was indisputable, and Ziyuan's reputation as the foremost swordswoman in the Navy was not unfounded. Thus, among the vice admirals, the only one left with a chance seemed to be Garp. Yet Garp had his own responsibilities to attend to. As a hero of the Navy, bore greater obligations. As the year 1512 in the sea calendar drew to a close, a piece of news from the Navy shocked the world. Under the pretext of expanding military strength and regulating pirates, Sengoku initiated a conscription plan across the globe. Simultaneously, leaders from the Navy headquarters were also eligible to participate in this plan, aiming to select 3 new admirals from among them. Beyond the selection of new admirals, new requirements were also established for mid-level officers. Strength takes precedence. Upon the announcement, various factions around the world were filled with uncertainty. However, this was soon followed by a surge of talented individuals from various countries eagerly signing up. The world had long suffered under the pirates. Now, the Navy's plan, which did not discriminate based on background but rather evaluated merit, naturally attracted numerous strong contenders. After all, the Navy's banner proclaimed the regulation of pirates, and their willingness to make such a decisive move after years of complacency was undoubtedly welcomed by all. Meanwhile, the events that transpired in Mary Geoise were, of course, concealed by the world government. Except for a select few, most were unaware of the shocking events that had transpired there. A new competition was quietly underway in the East Blue at the Shuangyue village in the Isen Dojo. "Hey, green hair brat, you're too slow, way too slow," cursed the taller of the two, who was clearly enjoying himself, occasionally striking the shorter one's head with the wooden sword. Despite the pain, the green-haired boy continued to wield his wooden sword with determination, showing no signs of backing down. "Kid, swordsmanship is not employed in this manner." Lin Chen blocked the downward strike with his long sword, then spun the wooden sword, using the momentum to flip his opponent into the air. The frail figure fell heavily to the ground, evoking a pang of sympathy from onlookers. As the opponent struggled to rise and continue, Lin Chen quickly gestured for a halt. All right, today's training is over." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zoro slammed his fist down onto the ground, seemingly venting his frustration. However, He then dusted himself off and solemnly bowed to Lin Chen. The spectators turned their attention to the two in the dojo, with Long smiling and saying, "Yang Shiro, you have taken on a fine apprentice." Yang Shiro smiled without speaking, his anticipation for Zoro growing ever more. Several months have elapsed since the Mary Geoise incident. As the year draws to a close, having resolved matters concerning Fishman Island, the group lingered for a time in the Sabaody archipelago. Once they were assured that the Navy would not mount another assault, they set sail back to the East Blue. Lin Chen procured some unique local delicacies absent from the East Blue to share with the children, with Shimatsuki village marking their first destination upon their return. Given the current tense relations with the Navy, Lin Chen opted against visiting Rogue Town this year, wishing to spare that group of individuals any undue anxiety. His journey to Shimatsuki village was twofold. On one hand, Dragon had invited Lin Chen to meet friends, while the Revolutionary Army was resupplying food and convening to discuss future strategies. On the other hand, Lin Chen was curious to see what the future Zoro was like as a child, and he also held an interest in Zoro's childhood companion, Kuna. To Lin Chen's dismay, he had not seen any sign of the young girl in recent days, and a sense of melancholy began to settle within him. He wished to alter Kuina's fate, yet it seemed he had arrived too late. He could not directly inquire of Gung Shiro about the whereabouts of his daughter, for such a blunt approach would surely provoke laughter, although those around him would not question his character. He could not guarantee Gung Shiro would not draw his sword in response. Thus, Lin Chen resorted to indirect methods, befriending the children at the dojo and asking who the strongest among them was. To his chagrin, they all unanimously proclaimed Zoro as the strongest. Some even argued that it had not always been Zoro 2 years prior, which only deepened Lin Chen's foreboding. If memory served him correctly, Kuina had tragically fallen to her death from the stairs 2 years ago. Suppressing his sorrow, Lin Chen let out a deep breath, gazing at Zoro, who bowed before him, eliciting a strange feeling within him. "Thank you for your instruction in swordsmanship these past few days. I shall surely surpass her," Zoro declared, prompting a silent laugh from Lin Chen, who encouraged him. "Indeed, I believe you will." As dusk approached, the gathering of friends filled the air with laughter and clinking cups, and conversation naturally turned to Gung Shiro, the master of the dojo. According to Dragon, the Revolutionary Army had been resupplying provisions here for years, and Gung Shiro was quite an intriguing figure. He cared little for the identities of many people, as long as they did not commit malevolent acts or harm the villagers. He maintained a demeanor of gentle warmth, neither servile nor arrogant. Lin Chen resonated with this sentiment, for upon his initial arrival at the One Heart Dojo, he had worried whether Gung Shiro might harbor any preconceived notions about him. However, Gung Shiro had remained unchanged, greeting him with a smile that made Lin Chen somewhat uneasy. "My homeland, though I prefer not to mention it, shouldn't be a mystery to you all, right?" Gung Shiro remarked, taking a sip of tea, his gentle demeanor wrapping the attendees in a comforting embrace while his words concealed deeper implications. Lin Chen discerned Gung Shiro's intent. The subtext suggested that given their capabilities, he was fully aware of Lin Chen's background and preferred they shift the topic away from him. Noting Gung Shiro's subtly cunning expression, Lin Chen deftly pivoted the conversation. "Mr. Gung Shiro, your One Heart Dojo is quite expansive. Are there any promising successors in sight? I think Zoro has great potential, although he is not your child, correct?" After sipping his tea, Lin Chen's mind raced with calculations. Regardless of the circumstances, before he truly heard confirmation of Kuina's demise, he needed to inquire further. Even if she had indeed passed, with his abilities, reviving her would not pose a significant challenge. This point hinged on the outcomes of the two children's contest at year's end, and he recalled that Kuina would soon return. Upon hearing Gung Shiro's words, Lin Chen inadvertently spat out his tea, though Monet, quick to act, transformed the liquid into snowflakes that vanished. As everyone's gaze turned towards him, Lin Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he could not suppress his inner commentary. What absurd duel this is. Could it be that this world allows for resurrection? Gung Shiro looked at Lin Chen, seemingly reminded of something. "It seems you may not know who Kuina is. She is my beloved daughter." Lin Chen wiped his mouth, and despite being filled with questions, he asked, "I see, but how does this relate to the succession of the One Heart Dojo?" Gung Shiro patiently elucidated. "This is also my fault. The Battle of the East Blue 2 years ago was undoubtedly orchestrated by your organization, Dawn." The audience was puzzled. What connection did this event have with their current discussion? Indeed, Gung Shiro nodded, but we had not crossed paths at that time. However, during the chaos, many pirates fled, and to prevent them from disturbing Shimatsuki village, I took Kuina and Zoro to the island's edge. Just as I was about to intervene, we encountered two Navy officers. The Navy? The crowd expressed their confusion at how this related to the Navy. You should have heard of those two officers, Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp and the Marine's foremost swordsman, Vice Admiral Mihawk. At the mention of these names, Lin Chen perked up, intent on hearing Gung Shiro's ensuing tale. The night before they set out to confront the pirates, Kuina and I had a quarrel. At that time, I did not believe a girl could become the world's strongest, knowing that as they grew older, a woman's physical strength would naturally wane compared to a man's. Thus, even though Kuina was significantly stronger than Zoro at that time, I still did not believe she could inherit the dojo. What transpired that night with Kuina remains a mystery to me. Perhaps it was related to Zoro. The following day, Kuina returned to her usual self, her determination more resolute than ever. Subsequently, while we were intercepting the pirates, we encountered Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Mihawk. Kuina learned that Mihawk was the world's greatest female swordsman, and she was greatly inspired by her, even earning Mihawk's recognition. Though I still did not support Kuina's aspirations, I now find my previous stance rather laughable. Perhaps it is indeed a parent's duty to fully support their child's dreams. If we do not believe in our children, I cannot fathom the depth of despair Kuina must have felt at that time. Much transpired afterward, perhaps in an effort to prove something to me. Kuina made a 2-year pact to duel Zoro in swordsmanship, and that Mihawk truly acted recklessly, whisking Kuina away in her quest to help her prove herself. Perhaps Mihawk also did not agree with my words. In any case, the 2-year agreement is fast approaching, with only a week remaining. As Gung Shiro concluded his narrative, the audience lingered in reflection, while Lin Chen was a tumult of mixed emotions. He never anticipated that this tale would intertwine with Mihawk. Lin Chen and Mihawk. Zoro and Kuina. Was there some unseen fate binding their paths together? With curiosity about Mihawk and the future of Zoro and Kuina, Lin Chen spoke, if that is the case, let us remain here for a week. During this time, I shall impart some swordsmanship to Zoro. What do you say, Mr. Gung Shiro? Allow me to indulge in some of my whims, ha ha ha. Rayleigh and the others exchanged peculiar glances at Lin Chen's words, while Gung Shiro remained unaware of the connection between Lin Chen and Mihawk. However, those present were acutely aware and astonished by how playful the younger generation could be. Gung Sila pushed up his glasses. He was not particularly concerned about this matter. After 2 years of longing, he had come to understand what Geoise truly desired. He was indifferent to the choice of heir for the dojo. He was acutely aware that both Zoro and Geoise's dreams would not be confined to the dojo. The future belonged to them. Very well, then, I shall rely on your efforts. Watching Gung Sila agree, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, though his face bore a mischievous smile. Since that is the case, allow me to subject Zoro to rigorous training. I shall ensure he remembers me for a lifetime. Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, Gung Sila began to doubt whether he had made the right decision, as the person before him bore little resemblance to the legendary strongman. The sounds of blades clashing echoed continuously within the Isen dojo as Lin Chen wielded the Kusanagi sword, relentlessly instructing Zoro in various techniques. Though Zoro was merely 11 years old, he exhibited remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Instead of continuing to train his basic physical abilities, Lin Chen decided to teach him some fundamental sword techniques first. Zoro did not disappoint. In a short time, he mastered all the moves and was diligently practicing them. All right, dinner is ready, came a voice from afar, as Monet reminded them. Upon hearing this, Zoro collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Phew, teacher, I still feel I have not mastered that last move. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction at Zoro's appearance and replied, it is entirely normal for you to take time to grasp this move. After all, it is my original two-sword style technique. Echoing Lin Chen's words in his mind, Zoro stared blankly at the sky, hoping that one day he too could create his own techniques. All right, it's time to eat, Monet said, holding a bowl and spoon. Visibly annoyed. Ever since she had called them for dinner, Lin Chen and Zoro had disregarded her, lost in their own world. It seemed the time had come to teach them a lesson. With a couple of light smacks to their heads, Lin Chen and Zoro finally remembered that Monet was standing nearby and sheepishly retreated into the house. Later in the afternoon, 3 letters arrived simultaneously at Isen Dojo. 2 of them pertained to Lin Chen, while the other was connected to Gung Sila. Lin Chen opened one of the letters, and the lively handwriting sprang to life on the page. After reading the letter, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Chen's face. Brother Lin Chen, whose letter is it? He asked, lifting Sugar into his arms. It is from your sister Perona. That little girl is quite anxious, eagerly awaiting our return. Yay, yay. I want to go back and play with Sister Perona. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Sugar clapped her hands in delight, her eyes crescent-shaped, filled with anticipation for the day they would return home. The other letter, however, was somewhat unexpected. It was from the red-haired Shanks. After reading its contents, Lin Chen understood the situation. It turned out that since leaving Windmill Village, Shanks had been traveling with Yuta. They were currently in a country called Elegia, which Lin Chen had heard of as a land renowned for its music. The letter informed Lin Chen that they were resting in Elegia, and Yuta was about to perform in a grand musical event, inviting Lin Chen and the people of Windmill Village to attend. Interestingly, Shanks mentioned he had sent a similar letter to Mihawk, wondering if Mihawk would also make the journey to Elegia. Putting away the letters, Lin Chen had already begun to formulate a plan. The Navy was currently preoccupied with the affairs of the 6 admirals, and after the recent battle, he and Rayleigh truly needed some relaxation. This opportunity to gather everyone in Elegia was indeed rare. Lin Chen shared this with the others, and Rayleigh and the others expressed their agreement. During the discussion, Rayleigh even planned to make a trip back to Sabeti Archipelago to bring his old acquaintance along, as such opportunities were scarce for someone of Rayleigh's age. Meanwhile, the contents of Gung Sila's letter made Lin Chen's heart race. It was a letter from Miss Geoise. She informed me that she would arrive tomorrow. How exciting! Upon hearing Gung Sila's words, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Chen, their expressions laden with ambiguous meanings. Lin Chen quickly adjusted his demeanor. He had missed Gon, whom he had not seen in 2 years, but he wondered how she had changed in that time. Zoro, noticing Lin Chen's unusual demeanor, mistakenly thought Lin Chen was worried about being unable to defeat Guyaina. He looked at Lin Chen with determination and said, Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely defeat Guyaina. I've already lost 2,001 times. This time, I will not lose to her. Seeing Zoro's confidence, Lin Chen could not bear to dampen his spirits and simply replied, Very well, I believe in you. However, after 7 days of training, Lin Chen had discerned Zoro's foundational skills, and at the end of the day, Zoro was still just an 11-year-old boy with limited abilities. As for Gung Sila, he had become less concerned about the heir to the dojo over the past 2 years, and his guidance of Zoro could only be deemed adequate. Given Guyaina's strong-willed personality, coupled with the overarching influence of the Navy, Lin Chen surmised that Guyaina was likely stronger than Zoro at present. Nevertheless, Lin Chen held no expectations for Zoro. He was more curious about Gion's reaction when Zoro executed his own techniques, as Gion would recognize the moves Lin Chen had taught Zoro. The next day, Lin Chen hid in a small grove by the seaside, keenly observing a warship on the horizon. He remained motionless, yet despite his eager gaze, he could not spot the familiar figure he sought, but instead caught sight of the long-lost Boku. After searching for a while without success, Lin Chen quietly returned to Isen Dojo, only to be met with Crocodile's mockery. Who was it that claimed to be utterly unfazed last night? Why are you lurking by the sea this morning? Facing Crocodile's taunt, Lin Chen retorted. What do you mean by lurking? I simply went for a stroll. Crocodile smirked. Oh, really? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror at the leaves on your head. Enough of this nonsense. Let's go. You two head into town, and don't delay my good fortune. Crocodile had intended to light a cigar, but refrained upon seeing the many children at the dojo. Instead, he turned to Lin Chen and said, All right, I won't disturb your little romantic rendezvous. As Crocodile walked away, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. If too many people remained at Isen Dojo, it was likely they would be discovered, and he would not be able to surprise Gion. Glancing back at Zoro, who appeared anxious, Lin Chen approached to comfort him. Relax. As a swordsman, you must always maintain a calm mindset. Yes, Zoro replied earnestly. Lin Chen, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, turned and entered the room, awaiting the arrival of Gion and Guyaina. Time passed slowly, and Lin Chen sat quietly in his room until a cacophony of noise erupted outside. Father, Zoro, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a yellow oriole, echoed as Guyaina sprinted into the Exian Daochong, accompanied by 2 naval admirals. One of them, tall and possessing a figure akin to a siren, bore exquisite cheekbones and skin as fair as porcelain, tinged with a hint of rosy flush. Her lips, reminiscent of ripe peaches, appeared irresistibly alluring. The billowing cloak behind her proclaimed her distinguished status, revealing a hint of valor in her demeanor. She was none other than the illustrious Tao Tuji Yuan. a recent sensation in the naval ranks. The other, though lacking Ji Yuan's striking elegance, was petite and almost seemed to be obscured by her cloak, resembling a charming neighbor's younger sister, eliciting affection even from strangers. This was Bo Jio, who had accompanied Ji Yuan for many years and had recently been promoted to Rear Admiral. The trio entered the Equitable Daochong, where they were immediately met with the intense gaze of a green-haired boy. As Guyaina and her companions stepped inside, Zoro found himself momentarily lost in thought, yet quickly regained his composure. Although his heart swelled with joy at the sight of Guyaina, he steeled himself and boldly proclaimed, "Guyaina, you have finally returned. Do you remember our promise from 2 years ago?" Upon hearing Zoro's words, Guyaina's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had encountered something extraordinary, and she quickly approached him. Gazing into her eyes, Zoro was momentarily entranced, a sweet fragrance wafting towards him, causing his face to flush crimson as he dared not even breathe. "Hey, why are you getting so close? Are you trying to back out?" Ignoring Zoro's protest, Guyaina scrutinized him before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Zoro, you've grown quite a bit." Zoro, taken aback by Guyaina's radiant smile, realized he had not seen her so joyfully expressive in ages. Feeling his heart race, he swiftly jumped back, drawing a sword as he bit down on its hilt. "Don't think you can change the subject. I have waited 2 years for this day. This time I will not lose." Observing Zoro's seriousness, Guyaina chuckled softly. "Zoro, why so serious? Did you not miss me after 2 years apart?" Zoro froze at her words, stammering, "Well, I did miss you a little. But don't forget our promise. I haven't forgotten." While Zoro was momentarily flabbergasted, Guyaina had already approached him and executed a throw, sending him sprawling to the ground. "There, that's the 2002nd time you've lost to me. How infuriating. You cheated, just like 2 years ago." Zoro shouted in frustration from the ground, having anticipated significant improvement only to find himself bested once more. At this moment, Gung Siren emerged from the room, and upon seeing the transformed Guyaina, he too was taken aback. They say a girl changes greatly at 18, and Guyaina's rapid growth over the past 2 years was evident in every aspect, leaving Gung Siren momentarily unrecognizing. "Father!" Guyaina exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Gung Siren. Yet she respectfully bowed to him, just as she had 2 years prior. "You have returned, and you've grown quite a bit." Gung Siren sighed with relief, maintaining a gentle expression, though the joy in his heart was a private matter. "Gung Siren, it has been a long time." Ji Yuan greeted him as well. "Miss Ji Yuan, it has indeed been a while. I wonder how my daughter has changed over the past 2 years. Rest assured, she is more than capable of inheriting your dojo. Is that so? That is indeed something to look forward to." Though Gung Siren yearned to express his feelings upon seeing Guyaina, he managed to keep his emotions in check. Guyaina, too, despite her longing for her father, refrained from showing it. Lin Chen remained in the room, having heard Ji Yuan's voice, which was unchanged from 2 years prior. The excitement and anticipation he had imagined transformed into a sense of peace that rooted itself within him, as Ji Yuan's voice seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing his frayed nerves after the battle. Outside, Ji Yuan cast a thoughtful glance at the room, sensing something unusual. But soon her attention was captured by Guyaina and Zoro. "Come on, the 2002nd duel awaits." No, it's the 2003rd. As you just lost to me again. How infuriating." Gung Siren smiled faintly at the scene before him. Perhaps this was what he had always desired. Ji Yuan, observing the vibrant energy of the 2 children, spoke up. "I intended to have you duel tomorrow." Both children immediately rejected that suggestion in unison. Guyaina looked at Ji Yuan, her gaze resolute. "I have waited for this day for far too long." Beside her, Zoro, equally determined, glanced around before fixing his gaze on Gung Siren and declared, "I have also awaited this day for an extensive period." Gung Siren's lips twitched slightly as he let out a sigh. "I never anticipated that my words from 2 years ago would prompt such earnestness." Pausing for a moment, he looked seriously at Guyaina and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Guyaina, I must apologize for what transpired 2 years ago. I regret not supporting your dreams. It was my failure as a father." Guyaina, taken aback by her father's apology, found herself at a loss. In her memory, her father had always been gentle, never overly strict. In truth, it was her own high expectations of herself that weighed heavily upon her. She had never truly known how her father viewed her. She could only strive tirelessly to demonstrate that, as his daughter, she possessed formidable swordsmanship. Indeed, before she turned 11, she had always been the strongest disciple at Equitable Daochong, consistently besting even the exceptionally gifted Zoro. However, everything crumbled that fateful night when she had believed she was her father's pride, only to be dealt a crushing blow by his words that a female swordsman could never become the world's strongest due to physical limitations. Did it truly mean that as a girl, she was destined to fulfill her father's prophecy? She could not accept this. The goal she had fought for was dismissed by the one she trusted most. This nearly drove her to despair, but fortunately, Zoro's guidance helped ease her pain. However, in their subsequent matches, Geoise had begun to realize that victory was becoming increasingly elusive. Perhaps her father was indeed right. And one day, she would find herself easily surpassed by Zoro. At that moment, the world's greatest female swordsman had appeared beside her and offered to take her as a disciple. After much contemplation, Geoise departed from Exin Daochong. Since her father had denied her, she was determined to prove him wrong. She would always remain stronger than Zoro. Yet, Gung Siren's apology left Geoise momentarily bewildered. She had thought she had moved on, but now, faced with her father's change of heart, she was lost. Just then, Ji Yuan placed a hand on Geoise's shoulder. As a swordsman, you must always remain steadfast in your beliefs. Geoise, fight with all your might. This time, it is not to prove yourself to your father, but to show yourself what you are truly capable of. Allow me to witness the fruits of your labor over the past 2 years. Upon hearing the encouragement from Ji Yuan, Geoise's gaze brightened with clarity, and she bowed to her father. Father, your words from years past have proven true. Female swordsmen indeed lack the physical prowess of their male counterparts. I simply wasn't prepared to accept that reality at the time. Now, I have discovered my own path, and I am determined to seek out that seemingly impossible opportunity. Having uttered these words, Geoise fixed her resolute gaze upon Gung Silang. Father, do I still possess the He Dao, Iwan? Gung Silang stared at Geoise in a daze, a bitter smile suddenly appearing on his lips. Having failed to support his daughter's dreams in the past, could he still remain unsupportive now? Yes, I've been safeguarding it all along. Gung Silang placed the He Dao Iwan into Geoise's hands, only to find that she had drawn a blade from Ji Yuan, one of her treasured swords, Jin Bai Luo, double sword style. Gung Silang was clearly taken aback by Geoise's choice, as the dual sword technique bore a profound connection to their Xuanyu family. Meanwhile, Zoro had been watching Geoise intently since Gung Silang had apologized to her, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back. Do not think you are the only one who has been striving. Over the past 2 years, I have trained relentlessly, even if my teeth shatter, even if I encounter wild beasts, even in the face of wind and rain. I have never faltered. I must win. This is my 2003rd attempt. Zoro's eyes blazed with fierce determination, veins bulging on his forehead. He drew the Kusanagi sword entrusted to him by Lin Chen, while the other two were ordinary long swords from the dojo. Observing Zoro's demeanor, Ji Yuan felt a stirring within her heart and handed him another blade, which happened to be the Jingzhou once wielded by Lin Chen and now one of Ji Yuan's own swords. Use this blade, or else this duel will lack any suspense. Zoro stared blankly at Ji Yuan, astonished that this older sister would lend him her sword, clearly aware that an ordinary long sword would be at a significant disadvantage against the He Dao Iwan. What are you still waiting for? I have no third blade. Just forget about that one. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, Zoro finally reacted, glancing at Geoise and Gung Silang before solemnly accepting the Jingzhou. Perhaps I could lend my sword to Zoro as well, suggested the previously silent Bojio, prompting Ji Yuan to slap her forehead in realization. How could I forget this blade? The Great Knife 21 work? Xiao Shui? Gung Silang's eyes momentarily widened upon seeing Bojio produce Xiao Shui. This blade was retrieved when you were promoted to Major Bojio. Although it was originally meant for me and Captain Garp, the world government only granted us the Jingzhou. Fortunately, you were promoted to Major, and I seized the opportunity to reclaim it as a gift for your advancement. As Ji Yuan handed Xiao Shui to Zoro, her eyes held a warning. Remember not to let your saliva touch it. Zoro nervously swallowed hard and accepted Xiao Shui, thus completing his 3-sword style setup. At this moment, Geoise and Zoro stood facing each other, both having awaited this duel for quite some time. The battle was about to commence. Within the Exin dojo, Zoro and Geoise stood opposite one another, a palpable atmosphere of tension enveloping the space. At Ji Yuan's command, they surged towards one another. The techniques employed by both were reminiscent of 2 years ago, yet imbued with newfound depth. Zoro wielded his 3 long swords with increasing speed, and seeing this, Gu-ina had no choice but to match his rhythm, their blades clashing, sending forth faint ripples of sword energy. Watching from the sidelines, Ji-Yuan furrowed her brow. Though the two appeared to lack any coherent strategy, she sensed Zoro's momentum steadily rising, likely accumulating strength. Observing Gu-ina's back, Ji-Yuan found it hard to believe that Gu-ina had not noticed. Swordsmen possess a heightened sense of impending danger, and Zoro's current state clearly indicated he was preparing for a technique. Just as Zoro's momentum was about to reach its zenith, Gu-ina's movements suddenly became peculiar, exuding a sense of languidness. Two-sword flow, flowing water. As Zoro intensified his assault on Gu-ina, he found himself increasingly hindered. As if his strength were striking against cotton, the force that had been building up gradually dissipating. If this continues, I will surely fail to unleash my techniques at their fullest potential. I must accelerate. I cannot fall into her rhythm. Resolving this in his mind, Zoro charged recklessly toward Gu-ina, his 2 swords spinning as if to force her to alter her swordplay. However, focused as he was, Zoro failed to notice the slight smile that crept onto Gu-ina's lips. Too naive, 1 sword flow, thunder slash. A significant burst of sword energy erupted from Gu-ina's hand. While it barely resembled a true thunder slash, if it struck Zoro, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable injury. Cursed, spotting the incoming sword energy, Zoro had no choice but to abandon his attack, raising all 3 swords defensively before him. Even so, he found himself being pushed back. His earlier build-up rendered futile. I never anticipated that Gu-ina had mastered so many techniques. Could I truly defeat her with only the techniques taught to me by my master? This thought arose in Zoro's mind, causing his movements to waver, all of which Gu-ina observed keenly. Hey, are you already faltering, Zoro? Hearing Gu-ina's sharp rebuke, Zoro quickly shook his head. I'm not afraid of you. I must win. Taking a deep breath, Zoro steadied himself and charged once more at Gu-ina, and during their renewed exchange, he gradually began to recognize the familiarity of her techniques. Isn't this the very technique my master used to attack me during those 7 days? With this realization, Zoro began to carefully analyze Gu-ina's movements. Soon, he discerned the underlying intricacies. Her techniques were nearly identical to those employed by Lin Chen during their training. If this is the case, I can manage this with ease. Yet he also noticed subtle differences compared to Lin Chen's techniques from those 7 days. Gu-ina's swordplay was somewhat softer, lacking the fierce intensity of Lin Chen's approach. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as approximately 80% of their techniques bore striking similarities. As time progressed, Zoro transformed from a state of franticness to one of composure, gradually acclimating to Gu-ina's rhythm and appearing increasingly at ease. Ji-Yuan's gaze from the sidelines grew increasingly peculiar, often studying Zoro with scrutiny. If this little fellow had never encountered her 2-sword style, then his talent would indeed be terrifying. To become accustomed to Gu-ina's rhythm so quickly is concerning. Conversely, Gu-ina found herself in a precarious situation. Her stamina was swiftly depleting, and Zoro consistently evaded her strikes, as though he could foresee her attacks. This cannot continue. I must conclude this swiftly. I've already unleashed 2 techniques, and should I persist like this, my endurance will falter. Resolving her thoughts, Gu-ina instantly accelerated her offensive, her 2 long swords faintly shimmering with light. The crisp sound of clashing swords resonated as Gu-ina quickened her pace. Even though Zoro attempted to catch up, he found himself somewhat powerless. Fortunately, his stamina remained relatively intact at this moment. He understood that Gu-ina's increased speed signified something significant. It likely meant she was about to unleash her ultimate technique. This thought stirred a sense of urgency within Zoro, especially since his previous moves had been interrupted. It would not be a simple task to execute them again without the necessary build-up, and without that preparation, there would be little threat posed to Gu-ina. His gaze wandered until it finally settled on the roof of the Isen dojo, a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, Gu-ina's dual swords felt increasingly burdensome, as if something awakened from the blades. Sensing that she was nearly ready, Gu-ina charged towards Zoro with astonishing speed, causing his pupils to constrict. Even Boku was astonished by her rapid motion, realizing that it wouldn't be long before Gu-ina mastered the technique known as shave. Ji-Yuan observed Gu-ina, her beautiful eyes sparkling brighter. If Gu-ina executed that technique, the outcome of the match would likely be determined. She readied herself to intervene. wary of any unforeseen events. However, the next scene shattered everyone's comprehension. Zoro suddenly turned his back to Guyaina and leaped wildly towards the roof. "Hey, don't run!" Guyaina exclaimed, flustered, realizing her meticulously prepared move might be in vain. Was Zoro truly frightened by her technique? Yet, contrary to their expectations, Zoro did not flee. Instead, he stood atop the roof, several meters above the ground. Taking a deep breath, Zoro positioned his two swords vertically before his left chest, gazing down at Guyaina. Without hesitation, he leaped down. Simultaneously, an unwavering momentum emanated from him. Was he attempting to build up force again? Just in time, as Zoro charged directly towards her. Guyaina did not falter. Her dual swords met his advance head-on, and at that moment, both of their techniques erupted simultaneously. Two-sword style, beast hunt. Two-sword style, mountain collapse. Invisible beasts surged forth from Guyaina's dual swords, while Zoro struck down towards her with the force of a mountain. A deafening impact reverberated as an invisible wave burst forth from their weapons, followed by a blinding flash of white light. The powerful shockwave caused nearby trees to rustle, with some slender trunks even severed by the force. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the three individuals gradually came into focus. "Ouch!" Ji Yuan exclaimed. "I'm in pain too." The smoke dissipated, revealing Ji Yuan gripping Guyaina and Zoro by their ears, her expression filled with irritation. "You two are utterly outrageous." "Guyaina, is this how you use beast hunt? Using a long-range sword technique in close combat drains your stamina even more. How have you been training these past 2 years?" After admonishing Guyaina, Ji Yuan suddenly fixed her gaze on Zoro, causing him to break into a cold sweat under her scrutinizing stare. "And you?" Mountain collapse is an aggressive, forward-driving sword technique. Clashing head-on with Guyaina was bound to result in injury. Given the aftermath of your recent battle, if you don't control your power, you could end up severely injured. "Wait, how did you learn mountain collapse?" Turning to look at Geng Shiro, Ji Yuan noticed his slight flinch at her piercing gaze. "This has nothing to do with me. Perhaps it is a testament to Zoro's extraordinary talent. Do you take me for child?" Ji Yuan, not receiving a satisfactory answer from Geng Shiro, redirected her attention back to Zoro, hoping to glean some insight from him. "As far as I know, only 2 individuals can execute that technique, aside from my own two-sword style." Suddenly, Ji Yuan froze, recalling another person. She released her grip on Zoro and Guyaina's ears and began searching frantically, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "Ji Yuan, what is wrong?" Boku asked, puzzled by Ji Yuan's unusual demeanor. The usually composed Ji Yuan now appeared vulnerable. "Where is he? What could he be?" Questioning internally, Ji Yuan's eyes grew red as she searched in vain for the individual she sought. Touching the necklace around her neck, she turned to Zoro, her voice urgent. "Was it a big brother who taught you that? Where is he?" Zoro stared blankly at Ji Yuan, his gaze drifting to her back. "Hey, Ji Yuan. It's been a long time. I missed you." Lin Chen gently embraced Ji Yuan from behind, burying his face in her hair, inhaling the longed-for fragrance. Feeling the warmth at her back and the embrace around her chest, Ji Yuan's strength crumbled like paper, tears spilling from her eyes. "You, who are you? Let go of Ji Yuan." The simultaneous exclamations from Boku and Guyaina echoed disbelief as they witnessed a man daringly embrace Ji Yuan. Initially shy, Ji Yuan soon felt an overwhelming sweetness and joy. Ignoring the two, Lin Chen turned to Geng Shiro and said, "I'll leave the 2 little ones to you." Understanding his implication, Ji Yuan addressed Boku. "Boku, please return to the warship and wait for me. We shall return to Marinford another day." Boku stared at Ji Yuan in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ji Yuan had always been a singular figure in the Navy, pursued by countless admirers. Although she was unaware of Ji Yuan's past, she had never witnessed her display such a youthful demeanor. Lin Chen turned his back to Boku, preferring to keep his identity concealed to avoid unnecessary complications. Ji Yuan faced the familiar visage she had longed for, and all her worries vanished. The anxieties surrounding the 6 admirals of the Navy faded away in that moment. Looking down gently at Ji Yuan, Lin Chen softly asked, "Shall we take a walk?" Ji Yuan nestled closer to him and nodded, her agreement unspoken yet clear. Holding her tightly, Lin Chen leaped into the sky, the two becoming a mere black dot against the vast expanse, leaving the 4 individuals standing in stunned silence within the dojo. Cough, cough. Geng Shiro cleared his throat, his gaze lingering on Guyaina for a moment. "It's getting late. You two have just completed your sparring. Go rest well, and we can dine together later. Perhaps." Guyaina, you might even meet some new friends. Guyaina cast a puzzled glance at Gangshiro, but ultimately chose to heed her father's words, pulling Zoro along as they rushed into the room. Gangshiro then turned his attention to Boku, maintaining his gentle demeanor. What about this naval lady? Why not stay a while? Boku shook her head, replying, Thank you for your kindness, but I must return to the warship to attend to matters, so I cannot stay. Is that so? Gangshiro paused momentarily. Boku approached the blade Chiyoshue, preparing to take it with her. I have a small request. Gangshiro's voice rang out again, prompting Boku to halt. Could you share the origins of that sword with me? Holding Chiyoshue, Boku regarded Gangshiro with surprise. Yogiro explained in the past, I had a penchant for renowned blades, and now, encountering the legendary Chiyoshue, I naturally wished to delve into its history. After some contemplation, Bojio realized this was not a daunting task, and effortlessly recounted the tale of Chiyoshue, which he had learned solely from Ji Yuan's narrations. To be honest, I am not the rightful owner of this blade. Its previous master was Admiral Lin Chen. However, he has since passed away. Upon mentioning Lin Chen, a shadow of melancholy crossed Bojio's gaze. Lin Chen? That name seems somewhat familiar, Yogiro mused, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He felt he had heard of this name before. Indeed, he was a naval prodigy, a remarkably skilled officer. However, what's the matter? Boju inquired, observing the owner of the modest kendo dojo before her. Hesitating whether to reveal the truth, she ultimately spoke. Admiral Lin Chen was slain by Kaido. What? Yogiro's eyes widened in shock, and in that moment, memories of Lin Chen resurfaced. It was indeed the news of Kaido that had drawn their attention to Lin Chen, and they had felt a pang of regret upon learning that this young man had perished after sustaining grave injuries in battle against Kaido. I shall avenge this grudge. I will slay Kaido. Witnessing the flicker of hatred in Bojio's eyes, Yogiro chose to remain silent. Bojio, realizing her emotional outburst, continued the tale of Chiyoshue. Once Yogiro grasped the entirety of the narrative, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. I see. Boju found Guros tone peculiar. As if there were a connection between him and Chiyoshue. Thank you, Miss Bojio, for sharing this story. It has fulfilled a wish of mine. It was but a small effort. No need for gratitude. As she departed, Yogiro's gaze fell upon the 4 exquisite blades nearby, and he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. In a single day, 5 remarkable swords had graced his presence. When did such renowned blades become as ubiquitous as cabbages? Meanwhile, Lin Chen was soaring through the sky with Ji Yuan, lacking a specific destination. He merely wished to relish this moment of solitude with her, and Ji Yuan felt the same. Cradling her in his arms, Lin Chen experienced a rush of warmth. Soon, they arrived at a beach where the setting sun painted the sky a vivid red, half submerged in the sea. The fiery clouds at the horizon reflected upon Ji Yuan's face, harmonizing beautifully with her flushed complexion, and Lin Chen found himself entranced. With a soft Lin Chen observed the glimmer of moisture in Ji Yuan's eyes and, without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her. As Ji Yuan sensed the fervent aura emanating from him, her heart raced. Time slipped away, and a delicate thread connected their lips, shimmering with a radiant light. Watching the distant sunset, Ji Yuan sat quietly upon the sand, while Lin Chen reclined upon her knees. Gently stroking Lin Chen's hair, Ji Yuan felt her heart gradually calm. Ji Yuan, he murmured. Yes, I can no longer see your face. Not fully grasping Lin Chen's meaning, Ji Yuan looked down and quickly understood. How cheeky, still so glib. Yi Yuan. Yes? Let's share another kiss. Ji Yuan softly leaned down, pressing her lips to Lin Chen's, and he savored the sweetness of the moment, lost in bliss. They lingered on the beach, enveloped in each other's warmth until Ji Yuan, breathless, finally prompted him to cease. Ji Yuan. Yes. Nothing. Ji Yuan. This time, before Lin Chen could finish, Ji Yuan had already embraced him tightly, gently patting his back. It's all right. I'm still here with you. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's soothing words, Lin Chen's tears flowed uncontrollably. Ever since the destruction of Judicial Island and the news from the New World, he had felt an unrelenting tension in his spirit. If he misstepped on the path ahead, he would never forgive himself. He had witnessed Crocodile's demise. He saw the despair in the eyes of Sugar's 2 children, and he knew the torment that Monet and Rocinante had endured while being kidnapped and tortured in Mary Geoise. Fortunately, he had saved them, yet the scars they bore could not be erased, and Lin Chen felt immense guilt for failing to protect them all. In Ji Yuan's embrace, He could no longer contain his sorrow. He could not fathom what might have transpired had he failed to save them, especially since they had become like family to him. It's all right. It's all right. Ji Yuan's gentle voice continued to resonate in Lin Chen's ears, soothing the pain within his heart. Ji Yuan. Yes. Thank you. What are you saying? I'm still awaiting your proposal. As evening descended, Lin Chen and Ji Yuan returned to the Isen dojo. Crocodile, observing the couple holding hands, teased, "Have the newlyweds finally returned?" At Crocodile's jest, everyone erupted into laughter, and Kana rushed to Lin Chen with a puzzled expression, scrutinizing him closely. "You are that fellow's master." "Zoro?" "Indeed." Lin Chen smiled faintly, but as he reached out to pat Kana's head, she swiftly dodged, casting him a curious glance. "I never imagined Ji Yuan's beloved would be you. How vexing." Seeing Kuna's pout, Lin Chen chuckled sheepishly, realizing she was a bit jealous. The dinner table was filled with familiar faces, and everyone engaged in lively conversation, raising their cups in camaraderie. During the festivities, Lin Chen mentioned the letter he received from Shanks, inviting him to attend a concert in Elegia. After hearing Lin Chen's description of Elegia, a spark of curiosity ignited in Ji Yuan's eyes. "What do you think? Would you like to join me for a couple of days of fun, just to relax?" Seeing Lin Chen's invitation, Ji Yuan felt a warmth in her heart. Yet after a whirlwind of thoughts, she gently shook her head and replied, "You all go ahead. I will return to the Navy headquarters after visiting Windmill Village." Upon hearing Ji Yuan's response, a trace of regret flickered across everyone's faces. Lin Chen remained silent, having already surmised her intentions. Meanwhile, Kuina and Zoro were filled with longing. Observing this, Lin Chen suggested, "Mr. Yogiro, why not take these two children along? After years of studying swordsmanship in Xuanyue village, they surely have yet to explore the world." Yogiro hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing the eager expressions on Kuina and Zoro's faces, he sighed and agreed, "Very well. I ask that you take good care of them." "Yay!" As Yogiro consented, Kuina and Zoro cheered in unison. Watching their joyful faces, everyone couldn't help but smile. Sugar and Ro quickly bonded with Kuina and Zoro, and Lin Chen felt an immense sense of relief as he observed the four children playing together. After the meal, everyone gradually dispersed, and Lin Chen took a leisurely stroll along the island's edge with Ji Yuan, eventually selecting a spacious spot, embraced by the gentle sea breeze. A pristine silver moon hung in the sky. The argent moonlight cascaded upon Ji Yuan's cheeks, rendering her ethereal and dreamlike, akin to a sprite. Ji Yuan ye. There's no need to keep many things bottled up inside. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Ji Yuan paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, "Not at all." Before she could finish, Lin Chen tenderly embraced her. A playful gust of wind tousled Ji Yuan's hair, stirring her emotions. Regarding the matter of the 6 admirals, if you are uncertain about what to do, feel free to share it with me. I am willing to be a listener, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan fell silent for a moment, but upon gazing at Lin Chen, whose features had matured considerably, she suddenly realized that he was no longer the little boy who used to follow her around. This transformation in Lin Chen provided her with a sense of reassurance. Thus, she candidly shared her concerns with him. After hearing Ji Yuan's confessions, Lin Chen could not help but smile knowingly, instinctively ruffling her hair. "I thought it was something serious. You need not worry about that. Did I not launch an offensive against Mary Geoise recently? It seems the world government has not conveyed the truth to you." Truth? Ji Yuan recalled her initial worry when she learned of Lin Chen's assault on Mary Geoise. However, at that time, she was on a mission in the New World and lost contact after the live broadcast was interrupted. Fortunately, she later learned from Garp that Lin Chen had managed to retreat safely, which eased her concerns. Yet, Lin Chen's words suggested that there were still more secrets surrounding the Mary Geoise incident. What you just mentioned primarily stems from your reluctance to be summoned and dismissed at the whim of the Celestial Dragons after assuming the position of an admiral. Rest assured, I have already eliminated the majority of the Celestial Dragons. What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, Ji Yuan's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of astonishment. Tightening her grip on Ji Yuan's shoulder, Lin Chen continued, "During the incident at Mary Geoise, I eliminated 3 members of the God Knights, and I destroyed 80% of the local area. The Celestial Dragons suffered considerable casualties. Otherwise, how could the world government allow the Navy to grow in strength? It is not that they wish to, but rather that they no longer possess the power to intervene. However, the world government would not simply concede defeat. You must remain vigilant for potential infiltrators from the world government within the Navy." Ji Yuan, not one to be easily fooled, instantly grasped the implications of Lin Chen's words. After spending so many years in the Navy, she had already discerned the severe factional divisions that now plagued it, especially with the current large-scale recruitment. One could never be sure who might infiltrate the ranks of the Navy. Contemplating this, Ji Yuan's expression turned serious as she earnestly inquired about Lin Chen's future plans. Observing Ji Yuan's demeanor, Lin Chen chuckled softly and pointed to his mouth. Seeing this, Ji Yuan twisted around Lin Chen's waist, but upon witnessing his nonchalant attitude, she suspected he would not relent easily and rewarded him with a sweet kiss. When they finally parted, Ji Yuan's cheeks flushed, and she gazed at Lin Chen with a hint of irritation. Just moments ago, his hands had strayed, and although she wished to protest, Lin Chen's kiss had rendered her weak, leaving her unable to resist. As Lin Chen prepared to admonish Ji Yuan, he suddenly adopted a serious tone and began discussing important matters. In my view, although the world government has suffered significant blows, the hidden forces behind it should not be underestimated. The information I'm sharing with you must remain confidential. Keep it to yourself. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen continued. Deep within Mary Geoise, there remains a formidable individual. Currently, he is the only one capable of matching my strength, but I am certain that in the future, I will surpass him. Ji Yuan appeared puzzled. Did this mean the strongest figures within the world government were not merely the God Knights and the Five Elders? Not wanting to elaborate further, Lin Chen simply reassured her, do not worry, that individual rarely makes an appearance. Publicly, it will still be the Five Elders managing affairs. Furthermore, Lin Chen's gaze deepened. I wish for your assistance within the Navy. Upon hearing his request, Ji Yuan instinctively clenched her fists. How can I assist you? Observing her reaction, Lin Chen reassured her, you need not betray the Navy. Although our factions, the Navy and Dawn, are adversaries, direct conflict has yet to erupt, primarily orchestrated by the world government. However, with the world government's influence waning, I am uncertain how the Navy, under Sengoku's command, will approach Dawn. If they mirror the world government's stance, it will pose a significant challenge. Yet, judging by Sengoku's grand proceedings surrounding the six admirals, it was clear he and the world government might not be entirely aligned. How can I assist you? Lin Chen locked eyes with Ji Yuan and stated clearly. Participate in the Sixth Admiral Promotion Ceremony. Establish your own faction or consolidate your current one. After uttering these words, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the moonlit sky. The Navy is not the enemy of Dawn. Should Sengoku and I decide to engage in battle, it would merely result in the sacrifice of common soldiers from both the Navy and Dawn. The high-ranking officials' games would only lead to the needless loss of countless sons of impoverished families on the battlefield. Listening to Lin Chen's discourse, Ji Yuan fell into contemplative silence. However, I do not mean to imply that I wish to abandon the conflict with the Navy. I merely seek an alternative approach, which requires your assistance. Before Lin Chen could finish, Ji Yuan seemed to come to a decision. Rest assured, I will always support you. Upon hearing her unwavering words of support, Lin Chen appeared momentarily taken aback. Why do you trust me so? Because you are still the gentle and kind Lin Chen I once knew. I initially thought the passage of time would change you, yet you remain unchanged. Lin Chen fell silent, while Ji Yuan continued. I believe that with your strength, overthrowing the Navy would be as simple as toppling the world government. However, doing so would surely disappoint Mr. Garp and Teacher Zephyr, would it not? Hearing Ji Yuan's words, Lin Chen's heart felt a burden lifted as he gently caressed her head and murmured, indeed, I can slaughter the world government without a trace of guilt. Yet, when it comes to former comrades, those who truly uphold justice within the Navy, I find it difficult to strike. They should not be buried in the transition between the old and new eras. They deserve to shine in a better new age. Ji Yuan smiled mischievously, delighted to see that Lin Chen was still the same person she once knew. However, just as she was about to say something further, Lin Chen pulled her tightly into an embrace. Now that we have come to an understanding, shall we join one another on our journey to Elijah? Consider it a chance to unwind. Grabbing Lin Chen's wandering hand, Ji Yuan felt a surge of indignation. If you let go, I will go. Really? Really? All right. I shall release you. Good, but keep your hands to yourself. Or else. In the Ace.He, in the Windmill Village, after discussing plans with Ji Yuan, Lin Chen led the group back to Windmill Village. To avoid drawing attention, Ji Yuan changed out of her military uniform into casual attire and instructed Bo Jio to return to the Navy headquarters ahead of them. At the same time, Ji Yuan sent a message back with Bojio, indicating her intention to participate in the promotion ceremony of the 6 great generals. However, she would only return to Marinford when the final selection commenced. The interim period would serve as a respite, during which she intended to wander and seek methods to enhance her strength. Upon receiving the news, Zhangguo breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt somewhat helpless regarding Ji Yuan's unannounced departure, he was nonetheless glad she would attend the ceremony. Moreover, the selection of the 6 great generals had brought a rare tranquility to the world, as pirates had become wise enough not to provoke the Navy during this time. After all, one could never tell whether the newly appointed Navy Admiral would use them as stepping stones for honing their skills. At this moment, Lin Chen and his companions had successfully returned to Windmill Village, which was bustling with even more people than before. Brother, uncle, father. Perona and Ace leaped into Lin Chen's embrace, and he cherished the warmth of their long-awaited reunion. The bond between Long and Luffy was also filled with paternal affection. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Lin Chen and Long, igniting excitement among Ace and the others. Aunt, Sabo. Ji Yuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and a smile graced her lips as she observed the joyful children. Lin Chen clapped his hands to gather the children's attention. All right, Sugar, Law, Guena, Zoro. You all go and play. Sugar, don't forget to introduce your 2 friends to Ace and the others. Okay, Sugar nodded eagerly, then took one child by each hand and dashed toward Perona and the others. As more and more children gathered, laughter erupted among those present. However, the now 16-year-old Perona had already taken on the responsibility of caring for the children, realizing she was no longer the little girl she once was. She had matured into an adult. Lin Chen, a gentle voice called out, and Lin Chen turned in surprise, quickly wiping away the tears from Lu Zhou's eyes. Sister, why are you crying? Silly child, Mary Geoise is so perilous. What if? It's all right, I'm back now. Mary Geoise is nothing with your brother's capabilities. Even if I venture there again, I will return safely. Always talking back. If you dare to engage in such dangerous activities again, I will not forgive you. Understood. Observing the lively crowd around him, Lin Chen felt an immense sense of contentment. Hey kid, this world is quite interesting indeed. It's been a while since I've had some excitement. A voice echoed within his heart, prompting Lin Chen to smile broadly and turn to everyone. Everyone, allow me to introduce a new companion. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, QB felt a jolt of surprise. Hey, what are you planning to do? I can go out alone tonight. But Lin Chen's words had already captured everyone's attention, and they looked on with keen interest. Lin Chen's voice resonated in QB's mind. QB, don't be stingy. The more the merrier. Besides, I believe the children will adore you. Hey you. QB's protest was cut short as Lin Chen's thought conjured a massive plume of white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the children's eyes sparkled like shining stars, while Crocodile's cigar fell to the ground in shock. What a cute fox. What a handsome fox. 2 distinctly different voices erupted from the girls and boys, respectively. Perona, Sugar, and the other girls couldn't resist approaching QB, gently stroking its soft fur, cooing sweetly. So adorable and soft. Meanwhile, Luffy, Ace, and the other boys, seeing that QB had not rejected the girls, clamored to climb onto QB. I want to be a fox knight, Luffy chanted as he climbed, while Ace and the other boys eagerly tried to be the first to mount QB. You little rascals, don't get too carried away. How infuriating. When they heard QB could speak, everyone was astounded into silence. The boys grew even more enthusiastic, eager to become fox knights, but QB mercilessly shook them off. Sugar glanced at QB, then at Lin Chen, her eyes suddenly sparkling like a little fox. Brother, I want to go up. Lin Chen, noticing Sugar's expression, smiled and replied. That one do. QB isn't my pet. Yes, my friend. If you want to go up, you must ask him yourself. I can't help you. Taken aback by the refusal, Sugar was bewildered, as Lin Chen had never turned her down before. However, she did not give up and fixed her gaze on QB. Uncle Fox, I want to go up. Watching Sugar, QB instinctively swallowed, but still declined. I don't want little brats standing on my head. Yet. To QB's surprise, Sugar gathered the other girls, whispering something to them, and soon they all erupted into giggles, their eyes fixed on QB, sending a chill down his spine. Uncle Fox, please grant us this wish. You're the best. Faced with a barrage of pleas from the little girls, QB's resolve began to waver. Ahem, I'm not doing this for you. Lin Chen, remember this. You owe me a favor for today. While saying this, QB swished its tail, lifting several little girls onto its head. Wow, Uncle Fox is the best. Hearing the flattery from the girls, QB's mouth curled into a slight smile. But suddenly recalling something, it reverted to its aloof demeanor, occasionally glancing at Lin Chen. Observing the scene, Lin Chen shook his head slightly and sighed at the boys who were still unwilling to give up. Look at this, that's the difference. These little rascals are no match for these clever little girls. Lin Chen, this is. Ji-Yuan approached Lin Chen, linking her arm with his as she gazed at the children on QB's head, worry etched on her face. Her question echoed the curiosity felt by Rayleigh and the others. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen replied, "He is my friend, much like the bond we share. However, due to certain circumstances, he usually resides within me." Rest assured, trusting in Lin Chen, the others' doubts dissipated, replaced by curiosity about QB. Regardless, they were all formidable individuals and maintained their composure, yet their hearts brimmed with intrigue. Once they learned that QB was an intelligent being on par with them, their curiosity only deepened. Only Ji-Yuan seemed to catch on to something, her face flushing with embarrassment as she leaned in to whisper to Lin Chen. Hearing her words, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then felt a bit awkward as he whispered back to her. "I didn't notice last time. I'll find a way to send him away next time." And he won't see it coming. Rest assured, Akiyu, as the jovial Jalama played with the children, he suddenly sneezed and cast a puzzled glance towards Lin Chen. He sensed that someone had just spoken ill of him in their heart, and it must have been that rascal. Upon arriving at Fengche village, Lin Chen shared the tale of Ace.He with everyone. Upon hearing of this musical realm, they all eagerly agreed to accompany Lin Chen to Ace.He. Witnessing the smooth progression of events, Lin Chen decided not to linger in Fengche village for too long. However, due to the large number of people wishing to travel to Ace.He, ordinary vessels would not suffice. Thus Lin Chen, drawing from memories of opulent cruise ships from his past life, constructed a grand ship using Mokutan. As a vessel emerged, everyone stood in astonishment. Unlike the pirate ships they were accustomed to, Lin Chen's creation abandoned the agility and combat capabilities of such vessels, transforming instead into a colossal passenger yacht, resembling a land-bound experience upon the water. Others had seen or ridden passenger boats before, but none in this world compared to the magnificence of Lin Chen's design. Once everything was prepared, Lin Chen led everyone on their journey to Ace.He. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air, and they soon arrived at Ace.He. Approaching the port, they were greeted by rows of ships, which surprised them. They had heard of Ace.He's grandeur, but never expected such an influx of visitors for the musical festival. Most of the vessels were passenger boats, yet a few pirate ships were also present. Lin Chen had come to enjoy the experience with family and friends, and chose to ignore the pirates, provided they did not provoke his loved ones. However, the keen-eyed Luffy immediately recognized Shanks' ship from afar, its crimson skull flag fluttering in the wind, marking it as belonging to the red-haired pirates. "Hurry up, I want to see Shanks," Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Beside him, Dragon cast a fond glance at Luffy, yet felt a twinge of envy. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, could he not command a bit of pirate swagger? Although Shanks had begun to make a name for himself, he still fell short of the pirate emperors of the New World, not yet reaching the stature of the 4 emperors of the future. Dragon's sentiment was understandable. After all, he could not foresee the legendary pirate Shanks would become. Observing the bustling scene ahead, Lin Chen stretched, instinctively wrapping his arm around Ji-Yuan, and lazily remarked, "We have arrived at Ace.He, and the funds are prepared. All with Lao Sha. Enjoy yourselves as you wish. The holiday has begun." Crocodile cast a suspicious glance at Lin Chen, wondering when the money had ended up in his possession. Although he realized he had once again been tricked by Lin Chen, the eager expressions of Sugar and the others filled him with immense satisfaction. With a grand gesture, he produced a bounty of berries and gold. "Take it, little Sugar. If you need more, just come find me." Upon hearing Crocodile's words, the children burst into joy, with little Sugar planting a kiss on Crocodile's cheek, leaving him grinning foolishly in place. Upon reaching the port, the group surged into Ace.He like a tide. Luffy, Ace, and the other boys dashed joyfully into the throng, while Dragon lingered at the back, surveying the surroundings filled with striking beauties, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Luffy and the others. The girls, including Sugar and Guna, were captivated by the whimsical notes around them, while Monet nodded to Lin Chen and followed the group of children, sharing a knowing smile. Rayleigh and Crocodile exchanged glances, each taking hold of Enel and Rosinante, who soon disappeared into the crowd. Occasionally, one could hear Rayleigh's voice exclaiming, Let's show these youngsters a thing or two. Hearing this, Enel and Rosinante wore expressions of embarrassment. Yet they were firmly led away from Lin Chen and Ji-Yuan by Rayleigh and Crocodile. As they watched the crowd disperse, Lin Chen and Ji-Yuan held hands, blending in as an ordinary couple flowing into elegia. Lin Chen felt a slight disappointment, having expected some reckless individuals to cause trouble, especially with so many beautiful women around. He had hoped for an opportunity to showcase his prowess. At the center of elegia's music hall, Shanks pondered, are Luffy and the others really back? Will they make it in time for my show? He gently ruffled Yuta's hair, his expression softening as he assured her, they will certainly return. They will make it for Yuta's performance. Yuta beamed at Shanks' words, knowing the music festival was just a day away. Her musical talent had captured the attention of the king of Elegia, allowing her to participate in this event. Yuta had prepared her piece and eagerly awaited the audience's arrival. All right, make sure to tell me when they arrive. I'll go prepare, Yuta exclaimed, breaking free from Shanks' grasp and waving goodbye as she darted into the crowd like a rabbit. Observing Yuta's playful demeanor, Shanks chuckled helplessly. He had planned to spend the day leisurely with her, but it seemed she was taking her performance very seriously. Yuta quickly reached the exterior of the music hall, her spirits lifted by the lively atmosphere. As she daydreamed about her upcoming performance, she aimlessly strolled through the streets. Soon, a wave of fatigue washed over her, prompting her to rest on a nearby park bench. There, she noticed a few crumpled, faded sheets of paper, which piqued her curiosity. Without thinking, she picked them up. What is this? As she examined the notes on the paper, a melody began to surface in her mind. This was a score she had never encountered before. As she mentally played it, her excitement grew. With the powers granted by the Yuta no Mi, she easily deciphered the manuscript, realizing just how breathtaking this piece could be. If I use this song, I am sure to win a championship. It will astonish Shanks and Luffy, she murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Glancing around, Yuta quickly departed, eager to return and familiarize herself with the new composition. She decided not to inform Shanks of her last-minute change. She was determined to surprise everyone with a grand performance tomorrow. Hey, the direction for the eating contest is definitely over here, Zoro exclaimed, pointing confidently while tugging at Luffy's arm. What? Luffy questioned, digging at his nose, his large eyes filled with confusion, while Ace and Sabo wore similarly puzzled expressions. Zoro, momentarily doubting himself at the sight of the trio, shouted louder, I'm telling you, the eating contest is that way. Really? Huh? The three boys turned to follow Zoro's finger, where the word swordsman competition were prominently displayed beside the path. Just as they hesitated, a group of girls in the distance spotted them. Hey, what you all up to? Gu-Ina trotted over to Zoro and playfully nudged him with her shoulder, a mischievous grin on her face. Hee, I spotted you from afar. Surely you aren't plotting something nefarious. The eldest among them, Lugio, approached with a few others. Curiosity etched on her face as she observed them. Feeling Gu-Ina so close, Zoro's cheeks flushed slightly, and he appeared somewhat awkward. Ace first dashed to Lugio's side and exclaimed, There's an eating contest ahead, and we are preparing to participate. Lugio affectionately ruffled Ace's hair, a gentle smile gracing her features as she replied, An eating contest? Let us join in. I'm sure Ace wants to participate too. With determination set. They all began moving towards Zoro's indicated direction, but unexpectedly, the group at the front collided with someone. Ouch! Zoro covered his forehead with his hand, and upon seeing this, Gu-Ina hurriedly approached him, noticing a red mark forming on his forehead. Looking at Zoro's expression, Gu-Ina indignantly raised her head, but as she attempted to speak, her voice faltered as though caught in her throat. The figure before them was clad in a black trench coat, a western top hat perched atop his head, and a menacing black long sword at his back. His eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes rendered Gu-Ina speechless. The atmosphere around them suddenly laden with tension. Secretly observing from the shadows, Long and Monet's expressions hardened, their hearts stirred by the unexpected presence of Mihawk. The Hawk eyes. Mihawk relaxed upon realizing the one who had bumped into him was merely a child. Initially, he had anticipated another foolhardy challenger seeking to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. As Mihawk eased, the surrounding tension dissipated, and Gu-Ina slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, fear still evident in her eyes. Gu-Ina, are you all right? Zoro, seeing her state, anxiously shook her, his own concern rising. Recognizing that this man was the cause of Gu-Ina's distress, he angrily directed his words at Mihawk. What have you done to Gu-Ina? Zoro. Gu-Ina grasped Zoro's arm firmly and slowly stood up. Iem Mifine, Zoro. You should apologize to this gentleman. It was you who bumped into him first. Gu-Ina. Zoro was puzzled, noticing her lowered gaze. Despite her efforts to conceal her fear, her body trembled slightly. Please step aside. Lucio squeezed through the crowd, rushing to stand beside Zoro and Gu-Ina, prompting Monet to follow closely behind. Gently embracing Gu-Ina and Zoro, Lucio offered comfort and then turned to Mihawk, expressing her apologies with a slight nod. My sincerest apologies, sir. The children can be quite unruly and accidentally bumped into you. Mihawk cast a glance at Lucio, then shifted his focus to Monet. The Snow Fruit user, member of the Dawn, Ice Girl Monet. If Monet is here, the Dawn organization is likely nearby as well, especially under Mihawk's keen observation. He sensed another top-tier powerhouse quietly observing the scene. As thoughts raced through his mind, Mihawk quickly regained his composure and nodded slightly at Lucio, then glanced at Gu-Ina. I must apologize to this young lady as well. I mistook you for an adversary and did not intend to frighten you. Just as Mihawk was apologizing to Lucio and the others, several swordsmen behind him cast unfriendly looks at the group, while others began to make their move. Captain, that's Mihawk. If we kill him, we can claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Exactly. Who does he think he is to hold such a title without our consent? They had honed their skills on the Grand Line for so long. Their swordsmanship was formidable. Or they wouldn't be competing in this swordsman tournament. Are they members of the Dawn? Absolutely. Interesting, keep an eye on them. Report any developments immediately. Understood. Captain, do we really want to provoke the Dawn? What nonsense. Haven't you noticed? It's just these few kids and those women, with just Ice Girl Monet among them. Do you think we can't handle them? They've spent a lot of money lately. Just one more heist could secure us a lifetime of comfort. Fine. As three factions fixated on the group, at that moment, the previously restless swordsmen drew their long swords and swiftly charged at Mihawk. Taking advantage of Mihawk's distraction while conversing with the woman and children, they saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate the world's greatest swordsman. As they approached Mihawk, they envisioned a future basking in the glory of being the world's greatest swordsman, the gleam of their long swords hinting at their formidable attack power. In their minds, a few strikes would either reduce Mihawk to minced meat or severely injure him. The presence of the woman, girl, and child around them was of no concern. Some even felt gratitude towards these attackers, if not for them diverting Mihawk's attention. They would never have found such a golden opportunity to kill Mihawk and ascend to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Hawk eyes Mihawk. Your time has come. The voices echoed, and their long swords unleashed powerful slashes aimed at Mihawk, demonstrating a ruthless intent to leave no survivors. The pirates plotting to ambush Monet and the others immediately rallied their comrades, targeting Lucio and her group. In an instant, Mihawk cast a glance at the attackers, then gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to deflect the impending strike. The atmosphere grew heavy with an icy chill, an imposing aura enveloping everyone present. Unbeknownst to them, Long's figure had vanished, a few gusts of wind brushing past the attackers. An acute pain prickled at Lucio, Perona, and others, a warning from their bodies as they perceived the swordsman's strikes. The pain was a signal that, if not evaded, would result in death. Yet, those observant enough would notice that these seemingly fragile women, girls, and children bore necklaces or bracelets radiating faint light, intricate symbols writhing as if alive. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, with a languid gaze, turned sharply in one direction, his demeanor suddenly icy as he tightened his grip on Ji-Yuan, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight. Rayleigh, Enel, Crocodile, Fujitora, and others sensed the shift, their forms disappearing in an instant. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn resonated, as Mihawk effortlessly nullified all incoming attacks in an instant. However, the pirates' offensive had already reached the vicinity of Lucio and her group. Those daring enough to target the Dawn were no ordinary foes, with none bearing bounties below 300 million. Plapava to die. The expression on the pirate's face transformed into a grotesque snarl at that moment, his fierce gaze fixated upon the group of women, as though he intended to devour them whole. Even though Monet had already made her move, the chilling aura she conjured merely impeded their advance momentarily. Just as it seemed the pirates were on the verge of seizing their prey, Long's towering figure emerged before the crowd, his eyes coldly scrutinizing the band of pirates. The murderous intent emanating from him instilled a palpable fear among the onlookers. Long's presence effectively obstructed the pirates, rendering them unable to proceed further. "Who do you think you are?" One pirate began to speak, but his words were interrupted by a somewhat flippant voice that chimed beside them. What a commotion. A bunch of scum. Lin Chen appeared beside them, holding the hand of Ji-Yuan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of red. For him, in that moment, there was no longer a need to don a mask in such a place. Under his formidable illusion, no one who beheld him could discern his true visage. Additionally, to protect Ji-Yuan's identity, he cast a minor illusion upon her, rendering her appearance similar to his. Consequently, even after the encounter, the onlookers would only retain a vague impression of their faces. Bungshi, what's he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be overthrowing the world government? After that war, there's been no news of him. Why has he appeared on this small island? Could be he is here for the music festival? That's absurd. Someone of his stature would never come for such trivialities. Could this place also be one they intend to seize? The whispers around them reached Lin Chen's ears, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, prompting the surrounding crowd to abruptly silence themselves. Observing their reaction, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had merely come to accompany his family and enjoy a leisurely outing, yet others always seemed to overcomplicate matters. Lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at the frozen pirates across from him, Lin Chen strode towards their leader step by step. As if greeting an old friend, he casually patted the pirate's shoulder, causing the latter to tense up, too frightened to make any movement. No need to be so anxious. There are many people today, and I would prefer to avoid bloodshed. Just get as far away as you can, understood? Gazing into Lin Chen's eyes, the pirate nodded dumbly and, along with his crew, hastily fled the troublesome location. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's clone had stealthily followed the group of pirates. Besides wanting to eliminate them, he aimed to extract information about the mastermind behind them. He held little faith that these pirates were acting alone unless they truly valued money over their lives. After accomplishing this, Lin Chen first checked in with Perona and the others before finally directing his attention to Mihawk, who had been observing him intently. Mihawk, having dealt with the few swordsmen who attempted to attack him, continued to watch Lin Chen with curiosity. Approaching Mihawk, Lin Chen extended his right hand, expressing a hint of respect as he spoke. "Don, Bungshi, I sincerely thank you for coming to the aid of my family." Mihawk hesitated momentarily at Lin Chen's gesture, taken aback by the unexpected formality. However, he quickly regained his composure, extending his own hand somewhat awkwardly to shake Lin Chen's, finally uttering, "It's a trifling matter." As he felt the sensation of their handshake, Mihawk experienced a slight discomfort. Lin Chen maintained his grasp, wearing a cheerful smile. This fellow, Mihawk thought, finding Lin Chen's intentions somewhat elusive, his hand instinctively yearning to withdraw. Yet, Lin Chen was quicker, already retracting his hand first, staring at his empty palm. Mihawk was momentarily stunned, only to be met again with Lin Chen's smile. "Eagle Eye Mihawk, your presence here must not be solely for the swordsman's tournament, I presume?" Lin Chen remarked, gesturing towards the grand banners proclaiming the swordsman's competition. Mihawk silently regarded Lin Chen, but chose not to elaborate, turning to leave. "Hey, wait, don't rush off. We still need to attend the music festival together. Shanks has been waiting for us." Upon hearing Shank's name, Mihawk finally halted, turning back to fix his gaze upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen whispered something to Ji-Yuan, who glanced at Zoro before softly nodding. After this exchange, Lin Chen approached Mihawk, who continued to scrutinize Lin Chen's back. The world's foremost female swordsman, Ji-Yuan? Mihawk's words elicited surprise among the gathered crowd. For both Lin Chen and Ji-Yuan's faces had been obscured by illusions, yet Eagle, I had still recognized her. Although I cannot discern your face, the will of a swordsman emanating from you is unmistakable. Among the women I'm acquainted with, only you possess such a level of sword intent. Just as Mihawk remained fixated on Ji-Yuan, Lin Chen unexpectedly clapped him on the shoulder. "What did you come so close?" Mihawk was startled, for as a swordsman, he prided himself on his acute awareness. "Hey, it's rude to stare. Let us head to the central music hall together. Shanks is waiting for us." Observing Lin Chen's overly familiar demeanor, Mihawk felt a flicker of exasperation, yet the inherent kindness radiating from Lin Chen made it difficult for him to refuse outright. He found himself being half-heartedly dragged along, leaving the others behind in bewilderment. As they walked, Mihawk maintained his icy demeanor, but it did little to hinder Lin Chen's exuberance in front of the formidable swordsman. Mihawk cast a resigned glance at the incessantly chattering Lin Chen, feeling somewhat bemused. The sight of such a powerful figure exhibiting this demeanor was genuinely unexpected. Before long, they arrived at the central music hall, where Shanks awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Shanks, Mihawk retained his frosty expression, yet Lin Chen enveloped him in a hearty embrace. "Whoa, ease up." I nearly suffocated. After giving Shanks a significant bear hug, Lin Chen playfully patted his chest, for between good brothers, words were unnecessary. Meanwhile, Mihawk regarded the scene with curiosity. He was aware of the close relationship between the leader of Dawn and Shanks, yet he had not anticipated the depth of their camaraderie. Initially, he assumed their connection was merely professional. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shanks subtly gestured to Lin Chen, who immediately grasped the intent, questioning whether he had revealed his identity to Mihawk. Thus, Lin Chen leaned closer to Shanks, whispering, "This is something you should address. As the intermediary, he will likely be more receptive to your words." Upon hearing this, Shanks was momentarily taken aback before patting Lin Chen's shoulder and approaching Mihawk. "You remain as cold as ever." Mihawk responded with a huff. "Humph. For your daughter's sake, I shall refrain from challenging you to a duel today." Scratching his head, Shanks had not expected Mihawk to say such a thing. He then pulled Mihawk closer and whispered in his ear, "That fellow is Lin Chen." Upon hearing Shanks' words, Mihawk appeared perplexed. Lin Chen? Who is Lin Chen? The name, while vaguely familiar to him, eluded his memory regarding any details about Lin Chen. Observing the glimmer of confusion in Mihawk's sharp gaze, Shanks sighed inwardly and continued, "Navy, Lin Chen, Flying Thunder God." Upon hearing these well-known terms, Mihawk's eyes widened in sudden realization. Over the years, this name had long been buried in his heart. As the swordsman who had defeated him before his rise to fame, Mihawk had always regarded Lin Chen as his target for conquest. However, Lin Chen had not allowed their differing statuses to create any animosity. He had maintained a cordial relationship with both Mihawk and Shanks. Yet, the shocking revelation that this unrestrained, righteous, and magnanimous Navy officer had fallen to Kaido was utterly unacceptable to him. They had clearly agreed to meet again for a duel, but Lin Chen had broken that promise. Upon learning of Lin Chen's demise, Mihawk remained silent, merely unsheathing his black sword and resolutely advancing toward the territory of the Beast Pirates. He could not accept that the man who had once bested him in swordsmanship had perished. Although, as a Navy officer, such a death could be considered honorable, Mihawk had already regarded Lin Chen as a confidant. To him, Lin Chen was not merely a Navy officer, but a kindred spirit in the realm of swordsmen. The two should have been climbing the peaks of swordsmanship together. Yet Lin Chen had departed from this world. At that moment, Shanks, witnessing Mihawk's demeanor, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Lin Chen's death left him breathless, and he too felt a sense of confusion. After all, it was a pirate who had slain Lin Chen, and he was a pirate as well. From a standpoint of identity, the Navy kills pirates, and pirates kill the Navy. This was an unchanging principle throughout history. At that instant, Shanks felt a twinge of uncertainty, compounded by the grief of losing a dear friend. Thus, without hesitation, he rallied his companions and charged alongside Mihawk into the territory of the Beast Pirates. Shanks vividly remembered that it was a dreary day, with torrential rain pouring from the heavens. The oppressive clouds made it hard to breathe. The rain had been relentless since they began their assault on the Beast Pirates. Only when they leaned on each other to depart did the skies begin to clear. Both sustained numerous injuries during the confrontation. Yet they had confronted Kaido and witnessed the wounds Lin Chen had left on him. After tirelessly attacking the injuries Lin Chen had inflicted, they managed to severely injure Kaido. Although they could not avenge Lin Chen, they successfully retreated unscathed. It should be noted that after their battle, the two had taken quite some time to recuperate. Now, as the face from his memories began to merge with the present, Mihawk opened his mouth but could not find the words. A vague sound emerged from his lips, only to fade into silence. Lin Chen observed this scene with a gentle smile, releasing his illusion and locking eyes with Mihawk. After a long moment, Mihawk finally spoke. "Your survival is indeed unexpected. It seems I can challenge you to a duel once more." Although his tone remained icy, everyone around could see the corners of Mihawk's mouth lifting, while he himself remained oblivious. Seeing Mihawk's expression, Lin Chen chuckled softly, patting Mihawk on the shoulder, and said, "No need to deliver such cheerful tidings in that frosty manner. You still haven't changed a bit." Mihawk momentarily felt a sense of nostalgia upon seeing Lin Chen smile. Indeed, They had remained unchanged all along. Shanks! Shanks! My show is about to start. Has Luffy arrived yet? At that moment, half-red, half-white-haired Yuta peeked from the entrance of the concert hall, her gaze fixed eagerly on Shanks outside. Upon hearing Yuta's voice, everyone turned to her, exclaiming, "Little Yuta, we're here." Among them, Luffy eagerly dashed toward her, shouting, "Yuta, Yuta, we come." Ji-Yuan, noticing Guena's enamored expression, gently patted her shoulder and said, "Guena can go too. Yuta's songs are truly enchanting." Guena looked up at Ji-Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Sugar approached, taking Guena's hand and urging her toward Yuta. "Hurry and meet Yuta. She will surely like you because you possess remarkable swordsmanship." Guena, pulled along by Sugar, stumbled forward, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The pressures of pursuing the title of the world's greatest swordsman and rigorous training seemed to dissipate. Today, she simply wished to enjoy carefree moments with her friends. Before long, the group followed Yuta as they surged into the music hall amidst the bustling crowd. As they entered, they beheld a dazzling array of golden fragments suspended in the air, forming an exquisite chandelier that exuded opulence. The audience seats were arranged around the central stage, and naturally, their seats were not in the outermost layer. While the outermost layer was the highest, the innermost layer was lower, allowing for a closer view of the performance and optimal acoustics. Most attendees began to settle into their seats, with only a few esteemed individuals occupying the front rows. Shanks led the group directly to the first row, and despite the large number of Lin Chen's companions, they managed to seat themselves comfortably. The entire front row was filled with their presence, and Lin Chen could see Lao Sha across the way, arms crossed, staring at him with a look that seemed to ask, "What are you looking at?" Soon, the entire music hall dimmed, focusing all lights on the stage. A middle-aged man wearing a crown appeared, the king of Elgia. Ahem. First, I would like to thank everyone for attending the music festival hosted by Elgia. I trust that each of you is imbued with artistic spirit. Without further ado, let us enjoy this musical celebration dedicated to our esteemed artists. Although the man on stage endeavored to project calmness, his trembling eyelids and the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead betrayed his nervousness when he caught sight of Shanks and his crew in the front row. Shanks thought to himself, "To think that my so-called good friend would be accompanied by this bunch. Sigh. Had I known, I would have declined his request for a reserved seat based on Yuta's extraordinary singing talent. I never anticipated this crowd." Unbeknownst to Shanks, others were silently judging him while they sat upright, eagerly anticipating Yuta's performance. After the man finished his opening remarks, he retreated backstage, and the music festival officially commenced. Listening to the various beings, whether human or otherwise, showcasing their vocal talents on stage, Lin Chen found it quite amusing. He gently squeezed Ji-Yuan's small hand and noticed her attentively absorbing every note, seemingly entranced by the beauty of the melodies. Looking around, apart from Lao Sha, Luffy, and a few others, everyone was similarly captivated. Soon, the moment arrived for Yuta to take the stage, which piqued the interest of those who had been on the verge of slumber, observing the absence of the typical musical placards from concerts in his previous life. Lin Chen swiftly utilized his wood-release abilities to conjure various supportive signs emblazoned with phrases like "I love Yuta" and "Yuta is the cutest." As for how to make the words on the light signs appear, nothing surpasses the dazzling effect of the lightning release. Sitting to Lin Chen's left, Xiang Kasi cast a glance at the object Lin Chen had been fiddling with for quite some time, and his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Si, Gui, what is this? Give me one." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiang Kasi had already extended his claw-like hand towards the light signs. Lin Chen, not one to hold back, gave a slight shake of his palm, and soon everyone held light signs supporting Wu Ta. The Dawn family, together with a group from the Red Hair Pirates, created an impressive display as dozens of light signs swayed. Quite an impressive sight. Those behind, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were equally intrigued. It wasn't long before someone led the chant, "Wu Ta is the cutest." The crowd in the front row echoed enthusiastically, and soon the entire concert hall was ignited by this fervor. "Wu Ta, Wu Ta, such a lovely girl. Kawaii, I love Wu Ta the most." After all, they had never celebrated in such a manner before, and the little girl on stage was undeniably adorable. Shouting a few phrases was harmless. Wu Ta, preparing to perform on stage, had never experienced such a scene, and her small face turned crimson, especially upon seeing Luffy in the front row shouting, "Wu Ta is so cute." Wu Ta felt a mix of anger, annoyance, and shyness. The first row of spectators captured Wu Ta's expression, their lips curving into smiles. However, they were all aware of the main event and quickly settled down, waiting for Wu Ta to perform. As the commotion gradually subsided, Wu Ta took a deep breath and began her performance. Her melodious voice filled the air, captivating everyone in that moment. Even Lin Chen relaxed and immersed himself in Wu Ta's music. Is this the power of the singing fruit? He pondered silently, gradually acclimatizing to the soul-soothing melodies Wu Ta provided. However, in a secluded corner backstage, lay the items Wu Ta had brought. The piece she had prepared to perform was the very one being played now, while another she had found was still somewhat unfamiliar, thus left backstage. Just then, black musical notes began to appear on that sheet music. Centered around the sheet, the black notes started to spread throughout the backstage area. They seemed to be drawn towards the performance stage, writhing as if magnetically attracted. The black notes blended seamlessly with their surroundings, and they emitted no strange aura. Everyone remained absorbed in Wu Ta's enchanting song, oblivious to the peculiar notes. Thus, Wu Ta continued to sing passionately with her eyes closed. Yet, if someone were to observe closely, they would notice those strange notes encircling the entire performance stage. Wu Ta's song was nearing its end, and apart from the first row, everyone else had succumbed to sweet slumber. Even those in the front row, like Sauron, Gwenna, and Perona, had fallen asleep, with only a few like Lin Chen drifting off while still listening to the song. But all was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Ah, Xiangke. Wu Ta's cry instantly startled Lin Chen and the others awake. They looked up to see the air filled with a dense swarm of black notes. Xiangke. Lin Chen, it hurts so much. Wu Ta's face contorted in pain, her eyes rolling back from the unbearable agony as countless black notes frantically surged into her mind. At that moment, Wu Ta struggled against the overwhelming influx of notes entering her brain, veins bulging on her forehead, and saliva involuntarily dribbling from her lips. Yet, driven by instinct, she continued to call out for Xiangke and Lin Chen. Wu Ta, they chorused. Seeing this scene, Xiangke's eyes widened in horror, and a powerful aura erupted from him as he drew his sword, determined to charge onto the stage and eradicate those strange black notes. Lin Chen felt the same urgency, but when his gaze shifted to the Rinnegan, he witnessed a phenomenon that forced him to halt Xiangke's rampage. Xiangke, stop. Destroying those notes will also kill Wu Ta. What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiangke immediately froze. His eyes filled with uncertainty as he looked at Wu Ta. Xiangke, help me. Wu Ta is anguished cries heighten Xiangke's anxiety. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes bloodshot. In Lin Chen's vision, the black notes began to merge into Wu Ta's body, as if they had found their vessel, rushing wildly into her. Moreover, due to Wu Ta having consumed the singing fruit, her body began to accept these notes, and the process of the notes entering her continued unabated. If Xiangke severed the notes now, although it would halt the external influx, the internal consequences for Wu Ta remained unknown. Furthermore, in Lin Chen's view, Wu Ta's pain stemmed from her body being unable to withstand such a massive influx of notes simultaneously, just as Xiangke was at a loss. A layer of black skeletal energy enveloped Lin Chen's body, and a pair of hands emanating black flames emerged from the skeleton, seizing the black notes suspended in midair. What is this? The moment the skeletal hand touched the black notes, Lin Chen felt an ominous and cursed presence. Simultaneously, a chilling voice began to echo in Lin Chen's ear. Kik, the singing fruit has finally emerged. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Xiangke, who remained visibly worried, seemingly oblivious to the voice. What a charade. Lin Chen scoffed, the skeletal hand gripping the black notes tightly, preventing them from entering Wu Ta's body any further, while black flames swiftly ignited upon the notes. Soon, the eerie voice returned, now tinged with panic. What is this? Who is obstructing me? It's so hot. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen's gaze fixed upon the notes in the air. At the moment the notes ceased their entry into Wu Ta, she did not scream, but instead floated in midair, her eyes turning white. Lin Chen, what is happening? Who are you talking to? What's wrong with Wu Ta now? Lin Chen glanced at Wu Ta suspended in the air, then turned to Xiangke, saying, There's something hidden within the notes. It is manipulating them to enter Wu Ta's body. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiangke was taken aback, his grip on the sword tightening further. Meanwhile, Those who had initially been asleep began to stir awake upon hearing the commotion. Instantly alert when they saw the scene before them, Lin Chen briefly recounted the events, and then the chilling voice echoed once more. However, this time, the mysterious figure seemed to have realized something, speaking with newfound confidence. Keek. So that's how it is. Though I don't know who you are. If you continue to obstruct me, that little girl will die. Listening to the voice, Lin Chen's attention shifted back to Wu Ta, now aware of something amiss with her. At this moment, Wu Ta, who initially appeared with eyes glazed over, had now become as frail as a whisper, teetering on the brink of death. Witnessing this dire scene, Lin Chen's black flames intensified, yet to his dismay, Wu Ta seemed to grow even weaker. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to relinquish the flames, focusing instead on preventing the black musical notes from entering Wu Ta's body. Just then, a mysterious voice spoke once more. It is futile. After such a long wait for the emergence of the Gidge fruit, I cannot afford to abandon it. The instant my notes entered this young girl's body, our souls became intertwined. Though I have only partially entered, that fragment is beyond what she can endure. Lin Chen furrowed his brow at the voice's proclamation. Who are you? The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection. Before responding, I do not recall my identity, but I know I was born for the Gidge fruit. I can be considered its vassal. If the Gidge fruit does not manifest, I must revert to slumber. My existence allows the wielder of the Gidge fruit to unleash their fullest potential. However, this also binds my soul to that of the Gidge fruit's bearer. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Merely a cursed soul, Lin Chen retorted. You may assert whatever you wish. However, if you do not allow me to enter that young girl's body, she will perish. She appears to hold great significance for you. But rest assured, I shall not harm her. If the bearer of the Gidge fruit dies, I too shall return to slumber. I do not wish to awaken only to fall back into sleep. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen observed Wu Ta indeed becoming increasingly feeble, while the others remained oblivious to the unfolding events, perceiving only Lin Chen conversing with an unseen entity. Their hopes now rested solely on him. As Lin Chen gazed at Wu Ta, whose life hung in the balance, he felt compelled to relent. Yet he understood that the entity would not be easily appeased, and a sense of caution began to stir within him. Although the voice's claims could not be fully trusted, the connection between the black notes and the Gidge fruit seemed genuine, suggesting that the entity would not harm Wu Ta. His primary concern was whether Wu Ta would remain the same after the entity's entrance. With this thought, the power in Lin Chen's hands began to wane, and the black musical notes gradually entered Wu Ta's body. Seeing this scene, Shanks could hardly accept it. Lin Chen had already withdrawn his Susanoo, allowing it to crash to the ground. The voice, recognizing Wu Ta's significance, hesitated and entered her body slowly, piece by piece. What is happening? Shanks asked, bewildered. Lin Chen recounted the recent events. The Gidge fruit, the demon king of song. Upon learning the circumstances, Shanks muttered under his breath. Disbelief etched upon his face. Soon, the notes in the air fully merged into Wu Ta, and the time for hesitation had passed. Everyone immediately became alert, watching the unconscious Wu Ta before them. Just as they held their breath, Wu Ta's eyes flew open, but they were no longer the beautiful eyes they once were. Instead, her pupils were filled with eerie black notes. A jarring cacophony erupted from her mouth. Finally, I have emerged. This world, I have returned. Ha ha ha. With these words, Wu Ta's body erupted in a surge of powerful black light. A terrifying, colossal figure began to materialize, shattering the great concert hall, enveloping the very center of Ace.He. This monstrous silhouette boasted elongated arms and 3 skulls circling its neck, adorned with a green felt hat. Its face was shrouded in darkness, save for a single scarlet gaze that radiated a menacing glow. I, Totemujika, shall once again reign over this world, descend into oblivion, insects. The appearance of Totemujika instilled a sense of tension among those present, while the strange occurrences alerted distant pirates and the navy. Countless individuals on the shoreline gazed toward the island's heart, yet due to the distance, they remained unaware of the exact happenings. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave surged forth, the surrounding waves unable to withstand its force. Many ships were swept into the depths of the sea, their ropes severed. Above the island, a massive vortex began to form, dark clouds crackling with lightning. Soon, raindrops began to fall, washing away the heat of the day, while an unsettling apprehension took root in the hearts of all. Emergency assembly. All Navy personnel, evacuate the civilians immediately. Dispatch teams to investigate the concert hall. Report to the naval headquarters at once. Ace.He requires assistance. The naval commander station in Ace.He was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, puffing on a half-consumed cigar. Stubble adorned his chin, and the cross-shaped scars on his face, coupled with the determination in his eyes, hinted at a past steeped in complexity. Yes, Colonel Eyre. As he absorbed the hurried instructions from his subordinates, Eyre's gaze remained fixed on the island's center. After a long moment, he took a deep drag from his cigar, extinguishing the "but" on a wanted poster on his desk. He donned his cloak and vanished into the torrential rain. The chaos outside was overwhelming. The island was populated not only by civilians, but also by numerous pirates. At this juncture, he felt compelled to step forth and restore order to prevent further calamities. Inside, the smoldering cigar began to ignite several wanted posters, the dim light revealing the faces of red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, and even the distant figure of Dracula Mihawk. The very poster that was being scorched bore Lin Chen's likeness, though the flames had disfigured his features beyond recognition. Moments later, the Navy personnel who had just departed returned to the room in search of their superior, but found only emptiness. In a state of panic, they discarded the remaining cigar, and brushed away the black ashes from the wanted poster. A wanted poster without a bounty? What does it say? This individual is heinously wicked, and the one who fulfills the conditions may join the celestial dragons. Could it be? In the heart of Ace.He, the concert hall lay in ruins. Keek, keek, keek. Insects. Perish. Tota Mujika's roar reverberated through the sky, and Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. Chi Yuan, take good care of my sister and the children. With that, Lin Chen's body was enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen vanished, leaving behind a faint footprint. He reappeared before Tota Mujika, unyielding in the face of his colossal being, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Tota Mujika's visage. Tota Mujika reacted swiftly, crossing its elongated arms to block the strike, yet was forced to stagger back several steps. What? Who are you to compel me to retreat? Lin Chen's expression remained devoid of emotion as he regarded Tota Mujika. Soon, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. Lin Chen formed a singular hand sign, and instantaneously, countless duplicates of himself filled the sky. Tota Mujika found himself at a loss for words, his heart beginning to race with a tinge of trepidation. At this moment, countless Lin Chen simultaneously raised their arms in the sky, their palms glowing with a dazzling white light that seemed to connect with the thunder above, emanating a palpable pressure. Witnessing this scene, Tota Mujika was finally thrown into a state of panic. He could not comprehend how, after merely waking from slumber, he had encountered such a monstrous being. It is worth noting that in his own era, he could traverse the world with sheer strength. Only a couple of the most elite individuals in existence could rival the being before him, and even they were rare, appearing perhaps once in a millennium. Humans, when pushed to their limits, can unleash hidden potential, and Tota Mujika was no exception. As he watched the Lin Chen in the sky unleash crackling lightning from their hands, Tota Mujika swiftly brought Yuta into view. Yuta, at that moment, lay unconscious, ensnared by Tota Mujika's grasp, clearly indicating to Lin Chen that should he strike, Yuta would undoubtedly suffer devastating harm. It would then be a matter of who would perish first. Amidst the torrential rain, both sides stood in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan and Lao Sha were not idle. They quickly shielded Lu Jiao and Ace, ensuring their safety. At that instant, outside cries and screams resonated. It is crucial to understand that this music festival had already attracted many pirates, for those attending were either wealthy merchants or influential nobility. Consequently, the pirates had secretly begun plotting. Now, with Tota Mujika's sudden emergence causing chaos on the island, it provided these pirates with an opportune moment. Countless pirates seized the moment to plunder and wreak havoc. Although the navy on the island had begun to restore order and apprehend the pirates, their efforts were ultimately insufficient. The surviving civilians attempted to flee toward the island's outskirts, but alas, all vessels had been swept away by the waves into the depths of the ocean, leaving not a single ship behind. This scene did not escape Ji Yuan's notice. Glancing at Lin Chen, who was still confronting Tota Mujika in the sky, Ji Yuan was about to speak when Lu Jiao grasped her hand. Lu Jiao urged, "Go. Do not worry about Lin Chen. With so many people here, nothing will go awry. Lin Chen will surely save Yuta." Ji Yuan nodded, exchanging glances with the others, naturally hoping they would look after Lu Jiao and Lin Chen. She then dashed toward the heart of the island. At that moment, she revealed her navy cloak, secured 2 long swords at her waist, and sprinted toward the chaos wrought by the pirates, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold resolve. Pirates. On the other side, Lin Chen cast a glance at Ji Yuan's retreating figure. He had certainly heard Lu Jiu and Ji Yuan's words, which were undeniably true. If he could not manage Yuta's situation, then no one else could either. While many present could merely engage Tuatamuji-Ka in combat, Lin Chen's goal was to entirely seal Tuatamuji-Ka within Yuta's body, ensuring that the dominion remained with Yuta and not Tuatamuji-Ka. The relationship between the two was akin to that of an unsealed Naruto and the Nine Tails, and Lin Chen's task was to impose that layer of seal. Thus, deceiving Tuatamuji-Ka into revealing Yuta's body was crucial. Therefore, as he attacked Yuta, he had to remain vigilant to avoid harming her, while seeking the perfect moment to briefly separate the two. Presently, Tuatamuji-Ka had been compelled to expose Yuta, and it was indeed an opportune moment. The instant Tuatamuji-Ka revealed Yuta's form, Lin Chen swiftly approached Yuta. At that moment, Yuta's voice suddenly reached Lin Chen's ears. Instinctively, he glanced at Yuta, only to discover her softly singing an unknown melody. The song was ethereal and melodious, momentarily entrancing Lin Chen, though he quickly shook off the enchantment. However, he soon sensed something amiss and turned to look. Except for a few individuals of slightly greater strength, the rest had succumbed to a dazed state. Observing this, Lin Chen turned back to Tuatamuji-Ka, just in time to catch a glimpse of the malevolent smile at the corner of his mouth. As Yuta's song intensified, many began to pick up their weapons, turning them against one another. Tuatamuji-Ka, if this is the extent of your abilities, I must express my profound disappointment. Hearing the hint of disdain in Lin Chen's words, Tuatamuji-Ka erupted in fury. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that apart from a few, most were engaged in a brutal free-for-all. Even external efforts could not awaken them from this stupor. Was there truly a chance for him to turn the tide? If such a method existed, why had he not employed it from the outset, remaining passive while under attack? As if reading Tuatamuji-Ka's thoughts, Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "The reason I have not interfered with your actions is not merely because, as you surmise, I may have given up. It is also possible that everything you have done is child's play to me, and the current situation remains within my control." Upon hearing this, Tuatamuji-Ka fell silent. His eyes filled with confusion, unable to discern the truth behind Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen disregarded Tuatamuji-Ka, his gaze sweeping through the crowd until it settled on Luo Xinandi. With a gentle gesture towards Luo Xinandi's figure, the dazed individual was effortlessly drawn to Lin Chen's side. Then, Lin Chen's eyes ignited with crimson brilliance, and the effect of time reversal began to manifest upon Luo Xinandi. In no time, the still-dazed Luo Xinandi regained clarity. Meanwhile, the others did not remain idle, shielding the children and those of lesser strength. Lao Sha's sand swept through the venue, restraining the frenzied individuals. "Boss, what is happening?" The awakened Luo Xinandi was oblivious to the chaos, as Lin Chen whispered a few words into his ear. Subsequently, Lin Chen directed one hand toward Tuatamuji-Ka and Yuta, his eyes transforming into concentric circles of purple patterns. Universal attraction. Tuatamuji-Ka and Yuta found themselves involuntarily drawn toward Lin Chen. "Damn it, what are you planning?" Witnessing Lin Chen's series of inexplicable actions, Tuatamuji-Ka began to feel alarmed. He finally acknowledged the truth in Lin Chen's earlier statement. Lin Chen indeed possessed the capability to confront him. Just the act of restoring those who had fallen into a stupor to normalcy showcased Lin Chen's remarkable abilities, leaving Tuatamuji-Ka to ponder how many more powers he had yet to reveal. However, Lin Chen's forthcoming actions would soon demonstrate just how effortlessly he could deal with Tuatamuji-Ka. As Tuatamuji-Ka and Yuta were drawn closer to Lin Chen, his eyes transitioned to the eternal kaleidoscope, rendering both Tuatamuji-Ka and Yuta immobile in that instant. Observing this, Luo Xinandi promptly activated his power, encasing the abilities of the silence fruit around the two. Finally, that eerie melody ceased. Even though Yuta's lips continued to tremble involuntarily, no sound emerged. The time stasis on the two was lifted, and Tuatamuji-Ka, now within arm's reach of Lin Chen, dared not act recklessly. Yet, he discerned the peculiar nature of the situation. A nearly ethereal barrier enveloped both himself and Yuta. Meanwhile, the actions of those outside, influenced by his song, began to slow. This is the silence fruit? As Lin Chen found himself silenced by the stillness of the Jingjing Gueshu. He could not discern the words spoken by Tutamuji Ka. However, he began to glean some understanding from Tutamuji Ka's gestures. Observing the individuals influenced by the music beginning to recover, Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. If this method proved effective, the subsequent tasks would be considerably easier. Casting a glance at Tutamuji Ka and Yuta, who remained in a state of separation, Lin Chen swiftly materialized beside Yuta. Seizing the moment while Tutamuji Ka was still in shock to cast a time suspension spell, immobilizing Tutamuji Ka once more. Soon, intricate seals began to form in Lin Chen's hands as golden chains erupted from his body, entwining around Tutamuji Ka. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, blue flames ignited on Lin Chen's fingertips as he lifted Yuta's garment, meticulously inscribing complex patterns upon her abdomen. Finally, everything reached fruition. After glancing at the still immobilized Tutamuji Ka, Lin Chen dispelled the time suspension, causing Tutamuji Ka to be instantly drawn toward Yuta's abdomen. What is happening? What are these things? How infuriating! Ultimately, with Tutamuji Ka's final anguish cry, he was drawn into Yuta's abdomen by the chains. With the task complete, Lin Chen let out a heavy sigh of relief. Seeing the situation seemingly resolved, Xiang-Kasi rushed to Lin Chen's side. What happened? Observing Xiang-Kasi's anxious demeanor, Lin Chen offered a faint smile. All is well. Everything proceeded smoothly. Tutamuji Ka is sealed within Yuta's body. As long as Yuta does not voluntarily release him, that fiend cannot influence her. Following Tutamuji Ka's sealing, those affected began to gradually return to normalcy. Of course, to prevent any lingering aftereffects, Lin Chen employed the time reversal technique on everyone nearby. After all, this ability could reverse even life and death, making such a reversal trivial. Just as everyone began to relax, Ji Yuan suddenly rushed in. Is everyone all right? We must leave at once. The Navy is approaching, along with numerous world government agents. The Navy? Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, the group expressed surprise, clearly not anticipating the Navy's presence at this moment, and their gazes turned toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly, sighing deeply before lazily stretching. It seems we must depart. Casting a glance at Xiang-Kasi, who was holding Yuta, Lin Chen spoke. Xiang-Kasi, you all should leave first. Take good care of Yuta. Xiang-Kasi looked at Lin Chen, said nothing further, and nodded solemnly. The other members of the Red Hair Pirates promptly followed Xiang-Kasi in their retreat. Meanwhile, Hawkeyes also regarded Lin Chen, intoning gravely. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, he too departed alongside Xiang-Kasi, distancing himself from this site of turmoil. Once the majority had left, Lin Chen began to orchestrate the next steps. First, he employed an illusion to fabricate false memories for those present, creating the semblance that the Dawn crew had never arrived at this location. Next, Lin Chen addressed Ji Yuan, stating, "This merit must be attributed to you." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted, quickly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that this accomplishment will aid me in vying for a position among the Navy's 6 admirals? Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod, then, with a serious expression, remarked, achieving the rank of admiral is of utmost importance. I may take action in the new world in the future. Once you ascend to admiral, it will facilitate my endeavors. Ji Yuan's gaze flickered, and without further inquiry, he solemnly nodded. Understood. A tacit understanding filled the air between them. Without hesitation, Lin Chen led the Dawn crew in their withdrawal. Although they now harbored no fear of the Navy or the world government, both entities would relentlessly pursue them upon discovering their trail. At this stage, the forces in the New World and the Four Seas had yet to be fully subdued, and Lin Chen was not inclined to provoke a conflict with them just yet. It would be prudent to wait until the New World was thoroughly cleared before engaging the Navy directly. Shortly after Lin Chen and the Dawn crew made their exit, the Navy's main forces thunderously descended upon the island. Leading them was none other than one of the Navy's admirals, Huang Yuan. Upon receiving reports of the chaos in Elegia, the Navy headquarters had promptly dispatched Huang Yuan to assess the situation. With the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, he was able to arrive swiftly. It had only been a little over half a year since the Dawn's audacious raid on Mary Geoise, and any disturbance in the world kept the Navy on high alert. Simultaneously, they needed to swiftly quell any pirate insurrections to maintain stability. Consequently, Huang Yuan had been working tirelessly. accomplishing more in the past 6 months than in the previous 3 years combined. At this moment, Ji Yuan, garbed in the attire of a Navy officer, appeared before the Navy's main forces. Upon seeing Ji Yuan, Huang Yuan momentarily fell into a stupor, scratching his head in exasperation. Isn't the Navy already here? Why did I have to make this trip for nothing? Hearing this, Ji Yuan brushed off the dust from his attire and replied gravely, I happen to be on leave here and encountered an unforeseen disturbance, but it has been resolved. With that, Ji Yuan strode past Huang Yuan, followed closely by Bo Jio, who bore dual swords. Is that so? Huang Yuan stroked his chin, and after a moment's thought, he dismissed the matter. I suppose I was clean up the aftermath. I am indeed quite busy. Not long after Ji Yuan departed, Colonel Ace.He approached Huang Yuan. Upon realizing that Huang Yuan was leading the forces, Ace appeared somewhat taken aback and promptly recounted the events that had transpired on the island. After grasping the situation, Huang Yuan arrived at the site of the previous battle, where the testimonies from those present were consistent. All recounted how the Song of the Demon King had been inexplicably unleashed, followed by Ji Yuan's decisive strike that led to the disappearance of the Demon King. Although numerous questions lingered, Huang Yuan pondered briefly before deciding not to dwell on them. He instructed those around him, report according to their accounts. The Demon King emerged, and Vice Admiral Ji Yuan eliminated it. Yes, that will suffice. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's seemingly casual decision, Ace expressed some reservations. Admiral Huang, these events appear too perplexing. Is there a possibility that the Dawn crew? Huang Yuan turned to regard Ace, then declared in that case, the task of capturing the Dawn crew will be assigned to you, Colonel. With that, Huang Yuan began to withdraw with the main forces, offering Ace an encouraging pat on the shoulder as he departed. I have high hopes for you. If you manage to capture them, promotion to Admiral will be within your grasp. These words left Ace momentarily dumbfounded. Me? Capturing the Dawn crew? How is that even conceivable? Yet, he clearly understood Huang Yuan's intent. The Admiral was unwilling to involve himself further in this matter. With a resigned sigh, Ace acknowledged the situation. Although a flicker of discontent stirred within him, given the opportunity to become a celestial dragon, he recognized the futility of attempting to capture the Dawn crew alone. He understood the gravity of the situation and deemed it unnecessary to risk his own life for such a venture. At the Navy headquarters in Marinford, Sengoku squinted at the report presented by his subordinates, massaging his temples before tossing the document at Garp, who was indulging in donuts. Must you eat donuts during a meeting? Garp. Kapu was startled by the reprimanding voice of Zhanghua, hastily stuffing the last donut into his mouth while glancing around. Who is eating the donuts? Has anyone noticed? Observing Kapu shaking his fists in righteous indignation, the surrounding crowd remained silent, having found the situation rather dull. Kapu could only manage a sheepish smile at Zhanghua before picking up the report that had been tossed to him. As he read aloud to ensure everyone in the conference hall could hear, Lieutenant Jiuan successfully dealt with the incident of the Demon King of Elegia's song, protecting the masses during their evacuation and driving the demon back. Ha ha ha. Truly, Jiuan is commendable. The little fellow has done remarkably well. Even before finishing the intelligence report, Kapu erupted into laughter. Although the Demon King ultimately vanished, Kapu was confident that the threat had been neutralized. Moreover, Jiuan's achievement would undoubtedly bolster her chances in the competition for the 6 Marine Admirals. The attendees in the conference room were momentarily taken aback by this news. While the admirals showed little change in expression, many of the vice admirals appeared visibly stiff, as Jiuan stood as the foremost among the new generation of admirals. Several vice admirals who had previously hesitated to vie for promotion now felt a surge of ambition. However, the situation seemed to be shifting. Once the attendees had processed the information, Zhanghua cleared his throat and remarked, Jiuan performed admirably, and the evaluation committee has awarded her considerable points. Everyone else must also strive diligently. Upon hearing the unfamiliar term evaluation committee, some of the restless vice admirals immediately inquired, what is this evaluation committee, Marshal Zhanghua? Why did Lieutenant Jiuan receive additional points? Zhanghua glanced at the 3 admirals beside him, as well as Kapu and he, before explaining, actually, the evaluation committee was established when the concept of the 6 Marine Admirals was first introduced. In addition to several high-ranking members of the Navy, there are representatives from the world government. This is not overly significant. It merely reflects your standing and comprehensive qualities, but the ultimate metric remains your strength. Upon hearing Zhanggua's explanation, Many vice admirals felt a sense of relief and turned their attention to the foremost figure among them, Jiajin. Given the current situation, with Jiuyuan unwilling to contend for the admiral position, Jiajin, being the leading vice admiral under Jiuyuan, felt the urge to compete for one of the remaining 2 slots. After all, the title of admiral is an irresistible temptation for each of them. As for Zhang Guo's mention of civilian powerhouses, they believed that no matter how formidable they were, they could never surpass those trained in the Navy. Thus, they did not take it to heart. The meeting continued, and after Zhang Guo discussed a few more matters, he announced a significant piece of news. The duel for the new 3 admirals would take place in 6 months. This meant that the vice admirals had little time left. Among this generation of vice admirals, aside from Jiuyuan and Jiajin, the others clearly lacked the strength to match the admirals. If they wished to contend for the admiral positions, they must significantly enhance their strength within the upcoming 6 months. Not only must their strength improve, but they also needed to showcase their abilities before the Navy and the world government to gain points from the so-called evaluation committee. After the meeting concluded, Ace.He, who had remained silent in the corner, stood up. I want to take this cohort of students out for some practical experience. Upon hearing Ace.He's words, Zhang Guo instinctively rejected the idea. No, the seas are in chaos. There is still a rogue faction at large, and venturing out now would be perilous. Ace.He immediately countered. You are aware of the chaos in the seas. The Navy is preoccupied with the 6 admirals, each focused solely on honing their own strength, leaving no time to venture out. If we do not quell the pirates now, how many lives will be lost? This would also serve to train the new generation. Zhang Guo fell silent at Ace.He's rebuttal, while Kapu, observing his friend's demeanor, could not help but interject, Come on. Zhang Guo, you are being overly cautious. This is not akin to venturing into the new world. There are no formidable foes in the East Sea. It is perfect for these students to gain experience. Remember, at the same age, Lin Chen graduated and went straight to the new world for training. Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, both Zhang Guo and Ace.He were momentarily taken aback. Yet, witnessing Kapu's carefree attitude, they could only sigh in resignation. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Guo finally made a decision. Very well, but remember to return on the day of the promotion of the new 3 admirals. I do not wish for you to be absent. Ace.He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Rest assured, every admiral was once my student. Zifa. Do not seek fame or recognition. I only hope for fewer pirates in this world. With that, Ace.He turned to depart, leaving the others with a strikingly confident silhouette. This fellow, Zhang Guo chuckled softly while shaking his head at Ace.He's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of the happenings within the Navy, as he lay on the beach, basking in the rare winter sunlight. After parting ways with Jiuyuan, he had returned to Fengche village with his large family. As he counted the time, he realized that the year 1513 was drawing to a close, and Lin Chen pondered the future. Ever since the surprise attack on the world government, the world had grown increasingly chaotic. The incident at Mary Geoise was beyond the world government's ability to conceal, and pirates everywhere began to stir trouble. The Navy's control over various regions had significantly weakened. The rampant piracy across the seas had escalated to such an extent that it resembled the era of great pirates following Roger's demise. Brother, hurry and roast fish for us. In the distance, Perona called out to Lin Chen, pulling him back from his thoughts. Observing the group of young girls chattering excitedly beside Perona, Lin Chen tossed aside the banana leaf covering his face and sprang up like a tiger. Ha ha ha, here I come. Run. Lin Chen's playful antics sent the little girls scattering in all directions, leaving him behind, laughing heartily. At that moment, he simply wished to cherish this moment of relaxation. After all, with his formidable strength, he could afford to let tomorrow take care of itself. A few months later, in the East Sea, a solitary warship drifted aimlessly on the surface of the sea. Upon closer inspection, one would see a disheveled group of Navy personnel aboard. If outsiders were to witness this, they might mistakenly believe it was a poorly disciplined naval unit. Teacher Ace.He, when will we return? A beautiful girl on the ship leaned lazily against the railing, fatigue evident on her face. Ace.He sat rigidly at the bow, gazing out at the endless sea, his mind slightly perplexed. However, upon hearing Ein's question, he patiently replied, This is the last sea area. Once we finish cleaning up, we can return. Beside him, Benzi shared his confusion and could not help but ask, Why are there so few pirates in the East Sea? It is vastly different from the other 3 seas. Upon hearing Benzi's inquiry, Ace.He regarded him with approval. Despite the hardships of these past few months, during which we have eliminated many pirates from the other three seas, as a Navy member, one must always maintain a keen sense of observation. At this moment, apart from a few select trainees like Ace, the majority of the students lay exhausted on the deck, resembling lifeless dogs. Although Ace' expression remained impassive, he felt a pang of sympathy within. Over the past few months, he had observed the remarkable efforts of this group, far exceeding his expectations. Upon hearing Ace's inquiry, Ace pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps the naval proficiency in the East Sea is commendable. After all, this is the hometown of Kapu, and that fellow often returns here. Ah, I see, Ace exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with understanding. Truly, Mr. Kapu's hometown is exceptional. Ace couldn't help but smile at this. Indeed, the East Sea has birthed numerous formidable individuals. However, on the other hand, I found it perplexing. Wasn't the East Sea renowned as the weakest ocean? How could it possibly yield so many strong figures? Aside from Mr. Kapu, it seemed there were no others. Haha, the East Sea has produced countless powerful figures, many of whom are top tier. Ace began to laugh heartily, leaving Ian and Beansy somewhat bewildered. Observing their confusion, Ace patiently began to elaborate, drawing in the surrounding naval trainees, who were eager to hear from a teacher known for his stern demeanor. The first formidable figure from the East Sea is one you may not know. His name is Ace, from time long past. Ace? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the crowd was momentarily stunned, clearly having never heard it before. Ace then briefly recounted the tale of Ace, revealing astonishing details that left all the naval trainees in shock. Among Ace's crew were Kaido, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, and Wang Ji. These were all notorious pirates of the present day. It was clear how terrifying Ace had been. What? Ace's words left the group dumbfounded, for Kaido, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Lin were heavyweight figures. They had not anticipated that these individuals once sailed on the same ship. Instantly, everyone began speculating about Ace's strength, while feeling curious about his subsequent fate. How could such a formidable figure have gone unheard of until now? However, seeing that Ace seemed reluctant to continue, they suppressed their eagerness and patiently awaited his next words. The second strongest figure from the East Sea is well known to all. The pirate king, Mary, who met his end in Lowtown. It could be said he returned to his roots. Ace then recounted some encounters he had with Mary in his youth, captivating the surrounding students who wished they could instantly transform into admirals and engage in 300 rounds with Mary. Yet, Mary had long since turned to dust, and they were still far from achieving the rank of admiral. As for the third strongest figure from the East Sea, that would be Kapu himself. I shall say no more, for you have all grown up hearing his legends. The fourth is Kapu's son, whose strength remains a mystery. If all goes well, perhaps the Navy will soon have a fourth admiral. I exclaimed, Mr. Kapu has a son. We have never heard of this before. Ace seemed unwilling to delve deeper into the topic of loan, merely responding nonchalantly. After hearing about the strong figures from Ace, everyone felt a sense of admiration. But they had not expected there to be yet another individual. There's also a young fellow, who undoubtedly hails from the East Sea. Kapu was the one who brought him back to the naval base. With that, Ace glanced at Beansy and Ian, as if recalling something, and he chuckled. You too, although you are among my strongest students of this generation, you still may not measure up to that fellow. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Ian puffed up her cheeks indignantly and retorted, What are you saying, Teacher Ace? Aside from the current 3 admirals, is there anyone who is stronger than us? After a moment of contemplation, Ian added, of course, except for Vice Admiral Ziyuan, I will become a strong figure like Vice Admiral Ziyuan. Ace laughed heartily at Ian's youthful bravado. That fellow is called Lin Chen. His prowess surpassed that of the trio of Sakazuki during their time. Lin Chen? Upon hearing this name, both Ian and Beansy paused, as it seemed somewhat familiar. I believe I recall now. He is the one who fought against Kaido. Suddenly, Ian exclaimed, as memories of Lin Chen surfaced in her mind. I heard that Vice Admiral Lin Chen once set sail alongside Vice Admiral Ziyuan. As they discussed this, Beansy's memory also sparked. So, it was that Vice Admiral. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Ian blinked in surprise, clearly astonished to learn that this Vice Admiral was also a disciple of Teacher Ace. However, Beansy began to ponder, her words faltering. It's a pity that I heard Vice Admiral Lin Chen suffered severe injuries after battling Kaido and passed away. Sigh. Upon hearing of Lin Chen's demise, Ain's previously elevated spirits sank once more. Ace.He, who knew the full context, let out a long sigh, saying if that young fellow had not met such a fate, he would undoubtedly be among the current admirals. What a pity. Sigh. Ain shook her head. If it were Vice Admiral Lin Chen, it truly would be a great loss. I cannot compare to him. The military vessel fell into a moment of silence, as the young trainees were uncertain of what to say. Let us join in. After all, I'm sure Ace wants to participate too. Senior who had graduated several classes ahead of them and a respected naval leader. They did not know much about him and felt it inappropriate to interject. However, Ace.He quickly regained his composure, declaring, all right, let's finish clearing the last stretch of sea and head home. You all need to prepare for the upcoming promotion ceremony to the 6 admirals. Make sure to come and witness it, striving to become an admiral yourselves. Oh, at Ace.He's words, the naval trainees erupted in cheers. With 3 months remaining until the selection of the 6 admirals, if they could clear the EC within a month, it would mean a 2-month holiday for them. Moreover, considering the current state of affairs in the EC, it appeared there were not many pirates left. They would likely return soon. Teacher Ace.He. There's a small boat in the distance. A trainee stationed high above, scanning the horizon, seemed to have spotted something and hurriedly reported to Ace.He. Ace.He, upon seeing the trainee's panicked demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. What are you panicking about? Check if it's a pirate or something else. If it is, we shall confront them. The trainee's panic only intensified, and he stammered it. It's Whitebeard. What? Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, Ace.He immediately became restless. The other trainees' faces turned ashen. What nonsense! How could Whitebeard be here? What should we do? Why are we encountering Whitebeard in the EC? Seeing the trainees become tense, Ace.He quickly called for calm. What are you panicking about? Do you think I would let you down? On the other side, An also spotted the distant small boat. And although he felt perplexed, he immediately reassured his classmates. Rest assured, Geoise always set sail on that grand vessel. How could he possibly be aboard such a diminutive craft? It must be a mere misperception. Hearing Ain's analysis, many began to regain their composure. However, the student who first noticed the small boat wore a bitter expression. But that figure truly resembles Geoise. Upon hearing this, Ace.He stood up to observe the approaching small boat. From a distance, a colossal silhouette stood at the bow, wielding a long blade that bore a striking resemblance to Geoise's weapon. In fact, it wasn't just the weapon. Upon seeing the person's height, Ace.He had to concede there was indeed a resemblance to Geoise. Nevertheless, the individual lacked the overwhelming presence characteristic of Geoise, and only those who had never encountered Geoise in person but had heard descriptions would mistake him. Once Ace.He realized this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and with a sweeping gesture, he declared, enough. That individual is not Geoise. He merely bears a passing resemblance. However, I am curious about his identity and why he is heading towards our warship. As the small boat drew nearer, the personnel aboard the warship finally discerned the giant's appearance. He appeared somewhat daft, sporting a distinctive crescent-shaped white beard, albeit longer and thinner than Geoise's. His corpulent frame lacked the sense of intimidation that Geoise exuded, particularly with his short legs adding a comical touch. Yet, Ace.He sensed a degree of pressure emanating from his person. Before the individual could reach the warship, Ace.He called out, "Hey, who are you? Do not approach any closer." The absence of a pirate flag on the small boat left Ace.He uncertain of their intentions, but they certainly did not appear benevolent. He, is this the infamous former Marine Admiral Black Arm, Ace.He? A sharp, sinister laugh emanated from behind the giant. A diminutive old woman, leaning on a cane and clad in leopard print, emerged from behind Geoise too. Ace.He instinctively felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her, yet he could not recall her identity. Is there something you need? If not, please leave and do not impede our duties. Upon hearing this, Ace.He noticed the woman seemed to disregard him entirely as she began introducing herself. I am Bajinkamu Satoshi, and this is my son, Ace.He Wirebu. Of course, you may also refer to him as Geoise too. After all, he is the son of Geoise. Ace.He's pupils widened in shock. What nonsense! Geoise has a son? I have never heard of such a thing. At Ace.He's words, Geoise too glared fiercely, raising his long blade to strike at Ace.He, only to be halted by Satoshi. It is perfectly normal that you are unaware. Back when Geoise and I were lovers, I became pregnant, and he abandoned me, the heartless scoundrel, leaving me with Wirebu. Now we are on our way to find him. Ace.He remained silent. the dark hue of his armament haki already manifesting on his wrists. Humph. Very well. Do not blame me for capturing you and bringing you back to the Marines. At that moment, Ace.He had lost interest in Satoshi's rambling. From the moment Baizuzi-2 had threatened him, he understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Their intentions seemed malicious, with their sights set firmly on the warship. Satoshi regarded Ace.He with a cold snort. My dear son, this villain intends to apprehend us and prevent you from seeking your father. Dispatch him and those aboard his vessel. Hearing his mother's command, Baizuzi-2 brandished his long knife and leapt towards Ace.He. Ace.He, taken aback by the opponent's speed, could only brace himself, crossing his arms to defend against the assault. A resounding thud echoed as dust settled around them. Ace.He's legs had sunk into the deck, and the intensity of his armament haki had diminished somewhat. In the meantime, Wirebu seized the opportunity and delivered a sweeping strike with his blade, forcing Ace.He to retreat. Ace.He stepped back, removing his glasses, a sense of gravity settling in his heart. This individual, Binzi, you two take the others and retreat to the rear. Ace.He instructed while keeping a vigilant eye on Baizuzi-2. Just as expected, as Ace.He spoke, Baizuzi-2 lunged at him with his long knife. Baizuzi-2 charged towards Ace.He, bellowing as he raised his long blade to slash at Ace.He's neck. Yet, Ace.He was not caught off guard. As a former Marine admiral, his martial prowess was unparalleled, not to mention his decades of combat experience. He crouched to evade Wirebu's attack, simultaneously aiming a finger toward the vulnerable spot at Wirebu's waist. Finger gun. Stab. The improved version of the finger gun proved remarkably effective against a foe of Wirebu's size. Coupled with Ace.He's masterful armament haki, this strike promised to deliver substantial damage to Wirebu. However, the reality did not unfold as Ace.He anticipated. After sustaining Ace.He's attack, Wirebu momentarily paused before letting out a furious roar and skillfully twirling the long knife in his hand, thrusting it straight at Ace.He. This fellow is unharmed. Ace.He thought in astonishment, yet he did not falter in his actions. Supporting himself with one hand, he evaded the long knife strike while simultaneously unleashing a powerful kick towards Wirebu. Storm leg. Slash. Two sharp beams of white light sliced towards Wirebu. He managed to block one with his long blade, but the other cleaved into his shoulder, blood splattering forth. The pain from the strike caused Wirebu to retaliate with a furious swing of his long knife aimed at Ace.He. This time, Ace.He effortlessly leapt into the air to evade the blow, swiftly creating distance between himself and Wirebu. However, upon observing the wound on Wirebu's shoulder, Ace.He's expression shifted to one of alarm. The once gushing wound was now staunched, and the cut began to heal gradually. A monstrous regenerative ability. Contemplating this, Ace.He retrieved a small vial from his belongings and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Wirebu grew increasingly cautious. This elderly man with purple hair was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since setting sail. The previous adversaries had barely lasted 3 strikes in his grasp. Yet this individual had managed to evade 3 attacks while inflicting damage. Particularly the moment Ace.He had jabbed his finger at him, a lingering ache still throbbed in his body. Though he would soon recover. At that moment, Satoshi, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Mocking Ace.He's current state compared to his once great reputation. Time spares no one. Ignoring Satoshi's taunt, Ace.He turned to face Wirebu. However, unable to remain still, immediately interjected, "Humph, you shameless scoundrels. When Master Ace.He was at his peak, we never saw you emerge. Now let me show you just how formidable Master Ace.He was in his youth." As he spoke, a blue glow began to emanate from Ain's hands, and he executed a shave, arriving behind Ace.He and channeling his powers into him. As the blue light made contact with Ace.He, he immediately sensed a transformation within his body. First, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, followed closely by a significant alleviation of his asthma. Stussy, evidently aware of the anomaly, promptly instructed Wilbur to intervene. So, quickly disrupt them. Attack the group of Marines behind Ace.He. At that moment, 2 tendrils erupted from the deck, swiftly entwining around Wilbur. Benz, amidst the crowd, twisted his hands incessantly, manipulating the vines to impede Wilbur's progress. However, at that instant, Wilbur gripped his longsword tightly, enveloped in a dark hue of haki that shrouded him entirely. With a fierce roar, Wilbur directed his sword towards Benz's group, unleashing a devastating slash. Witnessing this, Ace.He was taken aback and swiftly positioned himself between them to block the strike. Meanwhile, Ein, lying weakly on the ground, had a pale face. As a user of the retreat fruit, she could reverse everything she touched, including life itself. Yet, due to her limited strength, this ability consumed a tremendous amount of energy, allowing her to only revert Ace.He's age by 3 years, which left her somewhat drained. Ace.He, standing protectively in front of the students, realized his time was short and instinctively enveloped himself in Haki. Iron block. A crisp sound of metal colliding resonated as the dust settled, leaving the group of Marine students unharmed. Wow. Thoof. After enduring the strike, Ace.He coughed up a pool of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. This guy can use flowing cherry blossoms. The individual before him had mastered Haki to such a profound level that he could skillfully unleash slashes through flowing cherry blossoms. Currently, among the Marines, only Gion possessed the ability to wield a sword and execute slashes with flowing cherry blossoms. Yet, Gion was a formidable contender for the position of Marine Admiral. This meant that in terms of swordsmanship and mastery over Haki, Wilbur was nearly on par with Gion. Son, go around this old man and eliminate his students. If you kill them, your mother will be delighted. Your father will take you more seriously. All right, mother, Stussy whispered enticingly into Wilbur's ear, causing Ace.He to feel an impending sense of dread. Benz, take Ein and the others and retreat. I will hold him off. At that moment, the weak Ein furrowed her brow, her lips moving as if to say something, yet no sound escaped her. Ace.He, noticing Benz still frozen in place, couldn't help but shout. What are you waiting for? Move. After Ace.He's command, Benz snapped out of his stupor, hurriedly scooping up the unconscious Ein and the other students to flee in the small boat. However, during this brief moment of retreat, Wilbur charged at Ace.He once more with his longsword. The blade gleamed with a chilling light as it descended towards Ace.He's face. I am no mere lamb to be slaughtered. With his observation Haki, Ace.He swiftly dodged the strike and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Wilbur's abdomen, his fists cloaked in dark Haki. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed. Ace.He's arms, enveloped in Haki, drove the flowing cherry blossoms deep into Wilbur's gut. Despite Wilbur being entirely wrapped in Haki, Ace.He's assault inflicted substantial damage, contorting Wilbur's face in agony as the flowing cherry blossoms wreaked havoc within him, driving him into a frenzy. Ah! Wilbur's eyes turned crimson, a feral glare fixed upon Ace.He as he swung his longsword with lethal intent. In the next moment, Ace.He nimbly evaded the slash, only to be caught off guard as Wilbur mirrored his movements, striking once more. Such speed, truly a beastly instinct. To avoid Wilbur's attack, Ace.He relied on his speed, engaging in rapid movement, with Wilbur matching him step for step. Initially, Wilbur struggled to keep up with Ace.He's pace, yet now he had begun to rival him. Ace.He's expression shifted as he realized the implications. His age was catching up to him. If the battle did not conclude swiftly, he would soon succumb to weakness. Resolving to act, Ace.He summoned all his strength, his speed surging once more. Aware that he could no longer remain on the defensive and must initiate an offensive to turn the tide. The sudden increase in Ace.He's speed left Wilbur momentarily stunned. He had almost grasped Ace.He, but was unprepared for this renewed burst of speed. Without hesitation, Wilbur pursued him again, but Ace.He vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, a fierce visage appeared before Wilbur. Damn you, pirate scum! Leaving those words behind, Ace.He clenched his fists, a palpable wave of destructive energy enveloping his hands, before delivering a powerful blow to Wilbur's abdomen. Poof! Struck by Ace.He's force, Wilbur was flung backward, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. As Wilbur was propelled through the air, Ace.He knew he could not relent. He understood that a creature like Wilbur, akin to a giant, would heal rapidly. He had to follow up immediately with further strikes. Otherwise, Wilbur would recover from the blow in no time. Thus, before Wilbur could land, Ace.He reappeared before him, raising his hands like a sledgehammer and bringing them down forcefully upon Wilbur's head. A resounding thud echoed as Wilbur crashed into the ship's hold, his eyes rolling back, rendered half-conscious. After executing this attack, Ace.He felt himself nearing his limits, collapsing onto the deck. Kneeling, he gasped for air like a winded machine. After all, he was an elderly man, unable to sustain prolonged combat. The skirmish with Wilbur had lasted over a minute, and his opponent was far from weak. Having pushed himself to the brink to deliver those 2 strikes, Ace.He was now utterly exhausted. While he struggled to regain his composure, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness that drained him further. Turning, he noticed that Ace had collapsed. Her retreat fruit ability now nullified, causing Ace.He's body to revert to its state from 3 years prior. This sensation was most discomforting. Shaking his head, Ace steadied himself and turned a cold gaze towards Stussy. Stussy, feeling the weight of Ace.He's glare, broke into a cold sweat, immediately screaming and calling out Wilbur's name. At that moment, within Ace.He's observational hockey perception, the seemingly unconscious Wilbur began to stir upon hearing Stussy's cries, as if on the verge of awakening. Damn it! Observing this, Ace.He could not allow Stussy to continue her outcry. He executed a swift move, appearing before her and knocking her out. Just as Ace.He exhaled in relief, a cacophony erupted behind him, followed by Wilbur's low, almost beastly growl. "What have you done to my mother?" The roar that emanated from behind caused Ace.He to instinctively sense danger, leading him to turn his head. However, in that fleeting moment, a long blade appeared before him, aimed at his neck. In response, Ace.He tightened his muscles and, with his weakened body, attempted to evade the lethal strike. Just as he narrowly avoided that deadly blow, Wilbur's long knife swung towards Ace.He's arm. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Ace.He, utterly exhausted, realized he could not escape this attack. He could already envision the grim outcome, his arms severed, and both the lives of the cadets and his own hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, Benzi was desperately activating his devil fruit powers, as green vines surged toward Wilb in a frantic bid to halt him. The sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds gathering, with flashes of silver lightning racing through the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a thunder dragon descended, crashing down upon Wilb. Lin Chen, clad in a black robe, slowly descended from the sky, the wind causing his garment to billow dramatically. Through his mask, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Ace.He. The appearance of Lin Chen rendered everyone present silent. Both the beleaguered Ace.He and the distant naval cadets were transfixed, gazing at the figure in the sky. The red clouds, black robe, and white mask, along with his blood-red gaze, unmistakably marked him as the leader of Dawn Band. Many timid naval cadets felt their legs weaken and sank to the ground. After all, the name carried weight. It had been less than a year since Lin Chen had breached the Holy Land, and his formidable presence remained palpable. Among the crowd, Ace.He maintained a semblance of composure. Though a tempest raged within him, he understood the necessity of stepping forward. Given Lin Chen's recent intervention against Wilb, Ace.He felt a measure of reassurance, believing that this individual might not harbor malevolent intentions. Otherwise, it would have been he, not Wilb, who had been struck down. With this thought, Ace.He lifted his gaze to Lin Chen in the sky and spoke. "The renowned leader of Dawn Band, I wonder what brings you here. Are you plotting some world-altering scheme?" Lin Chen, hovering in the air, merely regarded Ace.He, his gaze lingering on the few strands of white at Ace.He's temples, stirring memories in his mind. "Teacher Ace.He, from now on, I shall be your family. Treat me as your son. Then, I can consider myself a second-generation official in the Naval Academy." "Ha ha ha. No way, Teacher Ace.He. You don't need to go all out in training. That hurts. I really can't take it anymore. Teacher Ace.He. If you do this again, I want to come back." "Humph. If Teacher Ace.He were here, he would never abandon you. Hurry and flee. I will hold off Kaido." As these memories flooded back, Lin Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought, transported back to the great battle at Marinford, and the figures began to coalesce before him. In an instant, Lin Chen responded to Ace.He's inquiry, "No, I merely happened to pass by and was curious upon witnessing the battle unfold." Ace.He's eyes brightened at this response, but he quickly followed with skepticism. As an enemy of the world government, having opposed the Navy and the world government multiple times, would you truly intervene to save us? Lin Chen, observing Ace.He's attempts to discern his motives, could only shrug and point at Wilb, saying, No, I had no intention of rescuing you. I simply unleashed a bolt of lightning that fortuitously struck him." After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen continued, "Moreover, we of Dawn do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. We often assist your Navy in ridding the seas of pirates. I wonder if you would be interested in joining Dawn?" Ace.He fell silent, weary yet resolute, as he returned to the warship, with the surrounding cadets quickly gathered around him. Observing the wary expressions of the naval cadets, Lin Chen turned and faded into the distance. Before departing, a low voice echoed in their ears. "Ace.He, go back and inform Sengoku. Has your navy truly become a lapdog of the world government? If so, the next Marinford will be at Mary Geoise." Ace.He stared blankly at the spot where Lin Chen had vanished, the oppressive weather beginning to dissipate, allowing rays of sunlight to illuminate him. After hearing Lin Chen's parting words, Ace.He's fists clenched involuntarily. Was this a warning to the Navy? What did this enigmatic figure truly mean? Hadn't the Navy and Dawn always been adversaries? His mind swirled with questions, yet Ace.He ultimately kept them to himself, instructing everyone to turn back toward the Navy headquarters. Turn the direction back to the Navy headquarters. There is crucial news to report. Teacher, do we still need to clean up the East Sea? No, the last great naval battle has nearly eradicated the pirates in the East Sea. Let's return home. Lin Chen watched the gradually receding warship from the sky, twisting his neck as he did so. With a series of cracking sounds, the Dawn, which had been dormant for half a year, was about to rise once more. Where should they go? Perhaps they should first cleanse the seas of pirates. As he spoke, a large mound of sand approached, atop which stood the members of Dawn. Crocodile still held a cigar between his lips, though it remained unlit, as he cradled a small sugar in his arms. Enel, nearing 30, still bore the demeanor of a delinquent. But he had matured significantly since first encountering Lin Chen and no longer required assistance to charge the ship. Monet, having developed her devil fruit abilities, had taken on a somewhat aloof demeanor, though those familiar with her knew her heart was warm. In addition to the 3 formidable Logia users of Dawn, one smiling figure leaned casually against a blind sword, while Rocinante and Luo shared laughter, their arms draped over each other as shoulders. Rayleigh lounged comfortably on a makeshift chair of sand, wearing sunglasses. Jinbi and Tezuro had already returned to Fishman Island, while Perona and Ace were not present, having stayed with Lu Jio in Windmill Village. However, Ace had made a pact with Lin Chen to set sail once he came of age to prove himself, with Perona intending to accompany him. According to her, as Ace's aunt, she bore the responsibility of ensuring he did not stray from the right path. When everyone gathered before Lin Chen, he extended his hand toward the sea, and countless branches sprouted forth from his fingertips, resurrecting the dawn. Let us set forth. Our first destination is the North Sea to quell the unrest. The auction was originally held in the kingdom of Sika. I wonder how it has changed since then. But my brother informed me that the North Sea is rife with turmoil. The rule of Dawn seems fraught with difficulties. The group echoed in agreement as the Dawn began its voyage toward the North Sea. Although the East Sea could not be declared entirely under Dawn's dominion, the pirates had nearly vanished. The influence of the Navy and the world government in the East Sea was minimal. Aside from Lowtown, which still held some power, the rest were scarcely different from desolation. Conversely, many were aware that Dawn had slain the celestial dragons and secretly rejoiced, celebrating Dawn's triumph. Meanwhile, the Navy's promotion ceremony for the 6 admirals was in full swing, and the world government had commenced a new round of scheming. The 5 elders remarked, though last year Dawn created quite a stir, the World Conference must proceed this year. We must ascertain how many allied nations remain loyal to the world government, as well as address the issue of military reinforcement. Even with 6 admirals, the Navy's strength is still insufficient. We must contemplate alternative measures. Additionally, let us summon Beijia Pank to return. His cherubim project sounds quite captivating. We could grant him the authority to create powerful cherubim. Agreed. In the year 1514 of the Hyuan calendar, the quadrennial World Government Conference did not cease due to the severe damage in Mera Mera. In fact, this year saw an increased number of member states attending the meeting. Alongside the emergence of numerous new faces, some familiar ones from previous years were notably absent, such as the representative from the Kingdom of Goya in the East Sea. At the entrance of Mera Mera, CP0 stood vigilant, their sharp gazes meticulously scrutinizing the representatives of the member states passing by, with many daring not to meet their eyes. The members of CP0, however, had tasks beyond merely guarding the gates. Prior to their arrival, the Gorosei had assigned them another critical mission, to observe which member states were absent. Thus, they examined each passing representative with utmost care, fearful of any oversight. After all, as protectors of the celestial dragons, with the latter significantly weakened, they were acutely aware that failing in even this task could lead to dire consequences from the Gorosei. As representatives from various member states gradually entered, a list was presented to the Gorosei, by CP0. The Justice War God, watchfully, pondered over the names on the list and remarked, "Many of these names appear to be from the East Sea and North Sea. It seems those regions have been thoroughly indoctrinated by the Dawn." The Environmental War God interjected, "If it is merely the East Sea and North Sea, then it is manageable. At least the member states of the Grand Line have not betrayed the world government." The Agricultural War God concurred, stating, "The strength of the member states from the four seas is rather limited. They hold little significance for us. As long as we maintain control over the Grand Line, it suffices. Aside from a few nations that require attention, the four seas are of little consequence." Hearing the dismissive comments from the two Gorosei, the Financial War God furrowed his brow and said, "If we abandon the four seas, will they not all fall under the control of the Dawn?" The Justice War God cast a glance at the Financial War God and replied, "The four seas are composed of the weak and infirm. If the Dawn wishes to take them, let them. To rule the world requires force, not the goodwill of the people." The other four Gorosei nodded in agreement with the Justice War God's assertion. After all, there were no formidable warriors among the four seas. If the Dawn wanted them, they could have them. Noting that the Gorosei had no objections regarding the situation in the four seas, the Justice War God continued, "The purpose of this World Conference is twofold. Firstly, to assess the loyalty of these member states, and secondly, to establish a force capable of countering the Dawn, as well as to reinforce the strength of Mary Geoise. Does anyone have any questions?" The Agricultural God suggested, "The first issue can be easily resolved. We do not need to gauge the loyalty of the member states. We can simply use the pretext of a study program in Mera Mera to retain the key leaders and their offspring here." The Justice War God nodded, acknowledging that hostages were indeed a viable method. Agreed. With the first issue passed, discussions turned to the second matter. The Justice War God proposed, "In addition to the elite forces of the Navy, we should also release some criminals from Impel Down." The Agricultural War God inquired, "Impel Down? Are we to release the criminals from the 6th level? Are those criminals easy to control?" The Financial War God responded, "Everything in this world holds value. That group craves freedom above all. Let us form them into a combat organization and grant them the same privileges as the Shichibukai. I do not believe they will remain indifferent." The Justice War God affirmed, "Agreed." At this moment, the previously silent Scientific Defense War God finally spoke, his words striking like a thunderbolt, shocking all present. "We shall gather the blood of the elite forces of the Navy, the Shichibukai, and the criminals from the 6th level of Impel Down to manufacture more cherubim in dialogue with the pirates of the New World. If we can obtain the blood peacefully, that will be optimal. If not, we can dispatch a Marine Admiral to the New World. We only need to collect their blood. If necessary, we can even collaborate with the pirates of the New World." The Justice War God remained in thought for a while and then responded, "This is indeed an excellent plan." Agreed. Although this suggestion astonished the other four Gorosei, the gravity of the situation warranted that anything that could be transformed into a force against the Dawn be utilized. Subsequently, after deliberating on the third issue and refining all three plans, the Gorosei promptly convened the World Conference. When the Gorosei announced that the member states could undertake studies in Mera Mera, shock rippled through the assembly, given that the celestial dragons in Mera Mera had suffered catastrophic losses. The kings of member states could palpably sense the desolation of Mera Mera as they approached. The implication of the Gorosei's announcement was unmistakable. Were they to select some among them to become celestial dragons? Numerous speculations raced through the minds of the kings, and in their fervor, they overlooked the inherent risks. The Gorosei observed the frenzied expressions of the kings from various member states, their eyes betraying a hint of concealed indifference. The World Conference proceeded smoothly, free from disturbances, and each participant believed they had achieved a satisfactory outcome. Immediately following the conclusion of the World Conference, the Gorosei made their way to Impel Down. In matters of selecting combat strength, they deemed it essential to be personally involved, for those chosen would become the future adversaries of the Dawn. Impel Down, also known as the Undersea Great Prison, housed various notorious pirates captured by the Navy, each renowned in the outside world. Particularly within the 6th level, the most heinous criminals were imprisoned, each capable of unleashing havoc upon their release. Among them was the familiar figure of Golden Lion Shiki. Accompanied by the Warden Magellan, the Gorosei approached the 6th level of the prison, known as Infinite Hell. Before they could enter, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices from within. "Huh, Shiki, have you grown so old? Unable to defeat a few youngsters?" Barrett exclaimed. "How shameful. You once severed your own legs to escape prison. I thought you were a man. I expected to hear of your exploits outside. Yet here you are again in just a few years, said Bonivaldo. Perhaps the dawn truly is formidable. Has the outside world changed so rapidly? Alas, I have grown old, laughed Baroque. Barrett glanced at Baroque and replied, Count me out. Red count. I have yet to battle you. Don't let yourself die in prison. Otherwise, I shall have to duel with Whitebeard. There are few strong individuals left who were once comparable to Roger. Do not disappoint me. Humph. A bunch of ants. Those who have never set foot outside prison are unworthy to converse with me. When you face that man, you will know fear. Shiki retorted, Can we not bicker? A bunch of rabble. Someone is approaching, shouted Shiryu. The silhouettes of the 6 Gorosei and Magellan stood at the prison entrance, their figures elongated in the flickering firelight, vanishing into the deepest shadows. The arrival of the 6 Gorosei prompted the criminals in infinite hell to instinctively quiet down. Those confined within were well acquainted with the world outside. While they may not have known the Gorosei intimately, they could certainly recognize these 5 individuals. The presence of the Gorosei in infinite hell surprised many, leading them to ponder whether the world government could no longer tolerate their existence and was preparing to eliminate them swiftly. However, there are those who feel no trepidation at the arrival of the 5 elders. Rather, they harbor a sense of delight deep within. The prospect of eliminating this group of criminals, the 5 elders merely need to utter a few words. Their personal presence seems unnecessary. While it is unlikely that these individuals will face execution, the arrival of the 5 elders surely carries ill intentions, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. The Hong Boju pondered quietly, associating this with the descriptions provided by Ace.He after being re-imprisoned in the infinite hell. Dawn? Ban? The destruction of the world government? One by one, the enigmas began to crystallize in Hong Boju's mind as he astutely deduced various threads of events, unraveling them meticulously until they coalesced into a singular answer. Although he believed that Ace.He, with a ship's wheel embedded in his brain, might not possess a high intellect, his prowess as a legendary pirate was irrefutable. In contrast, while Dawn had utilized Ace.He, the fact that he could escape amidst a throng of marine admirals was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, more prisoners would undoubtedly have been added to the infinite hell, as those present had been incarcerated precisely because they could not elude the marine admiral's encirclement. Knowing the 5 elders' purpose for their visit, Hong Boju felt considerably more at ease, akin to a fisherman contentedly seated by the riverbank. Since the 5 elders sought something from him, he too would await the opportunity to negotiate. Soon, the 5 elders entered the infinite hell, a gentle breeze sweeping through, igniting numerous torches to illuminate the modest expanse. The Justice Marshal casually surveyed the area, uttering a few names before lapsing into silence. Magellan, grasping the unspoken understanding, swiftly executed those individuals whose names had just been mentioned. This brutal scene elicited startled reactions from many criminals, who felt it imperative to understand the rationale behind such executions. To die without explanation felt profoundly unjust. The Justice Marshal surveyed the room once more, and this time, no one dared meet his gaze. All heads bowed, silently praying not to hear their names. Yet, the Justice Marshal refrained from calling out any further names and instead approached the innermost cell. He looked at the individual before him and inquired, barrel-like laid feared, "Are you not afraid of death?" Hong Boju remained silent, extending a hand from his voluminous robe, his index finger raised. "Bring me the bat fruit in its vampire form. I can assist you." After a brief pause, he added, "I am one of the phantom beast types, which can restore my youth." Subsequently, Hong Boju resumed his meditative state. No one in the infinite hell knew of his former strength, but the 5 elders were aware. The Justice Marshal cast a penetrating gaze at Hong Boju without uttering a word. He then surveyed the surrounding criminals and declared, "Douglas Barrett, a power surpassing Roger has emerged outside. Bondi Wardo, the world government can absolve your crimes and grant you the rank of Shichibukai. Ace.He, do you not desire revenge? Rain Shiryu, do you intend to languish in the infinite hell until death?" He continued to address several other formidable criminals in a similar manner. Abelo Pizarro, Baskerville, St. Juan Wolf, and Catherine Demi. Before long, the entirety of the infinite hell erupted into chaos, for the other criminals were not dull. They finally grasped the significance of the 5 elders' visit, instigating a ruckus. "Let me out. I am willing to serve the world government. My strength is no less than anyone else's. If an old man like Hong Boju can go, why can't I? I beg you, give me a chance. Just let me out. I will do anything. Hearing the cacophony around him, the Justice Marshal furrowed his brow slightly, while Magellan transformed his hands into poisonous dragons, admonishing the surrounding criminals. Silence. However, to Magellan's surprise, the Justice Marshal merely waved his hand, causing Hong Boju's cell to shatter. Along with the cells of those he had just named, the Justice Marshal proclaimed, "This will be your first task. Do not disappoint me." As the cells opened, many criminals felt a sudden surge of hope, instinctively glancing towards the exit, only to have their escape thwarted by the Justice Marshal's next words. I forgot to mention, the current Navy is no longer comprised of 3 admirals, but 6. With that understated remark, the 5 elders departed the infinite hell, leaving a cadre of stunned criminals in their wake. Hong Boju did not utter a word and promptly made his way toward the exit, intending to follow in the footsteps of the 5 elders. Yet, as he passed by the cell of the recently shouting criminal, his eyes narrowed slightly, and that man instantly succumbed, blood streaming from his orifices. Perceiving the fleeting surge of Conqueror S.He, Jean Shitsi and Barrett exchanged glances, both struck by the realization that the mastery of this Conqueror's haki far surpassed that of any among them. Only those who had traversed significant experiences could sense the momentary intensity of that haki. The 2 men nodded in unison, hastening after Hong Boju, while Rain S. Shiryu harbored no such thoughts. Observing the multitude of criminals around him, he grinned cruelly. The others followed Shiryu in dealing with the remaining criminals in the infinite hell before finally joining the 3 ahead. Before long, not a single soul remained alive in the infinite hell, regardless of their past glories or the treasures they had hidden away. They ultimately met their quietus in this layer of hell, departing peacefully. The 9 followed the 5 elders back to Mary Geoise, and while some contemplated escape along the way, the audacity of the 5 elders quelled their intentions. The 5 elders had also mentioned that the current Navy comprised 6 admirals. During the era of the previous 3, they had been capable of imprisoning them, let alone now with 6. It was conceivable that they might not even have the chance to be imprisoned, facing execution on the spot. Upon arriving at Mary Geoise, CP0 commenced fulfilling the various requests of the 9 individuals as per the 5 elders' instructions. With the assistance of the world government, the bat fruit in its phantom beast form was swiftly procured. Once Hong Boju consumed the fruit, he transformed into the true embodiment of the Red Count. The 9 were subsequently assembled by the 5 elders into a unit to combat Dawn, codenamed villains. Time, like ungraspable grains of sand, slipped away swiftly. 2 years had passed since the establishment of the villains organization by the world government. During this period, Lin Chen had heard of these developments, yet he paid them little heed, for the tides of the world could not be altered. A few years prior, Dawn had wreaked havoc in the Holy Land right under the gaze of the celestial dragons, and at that time, Dawn's strength had constituted an advantage against the world government, which was not yet fully a navy. The recent actions of the world government in forming the villains merely served to restore equilibrium between the 2 factions. In the past 2 years, Dawn had somewhat faded from the limelight, and coupled with the world government's fervent promotion of the villains organization, many believed that the former hegemony had returned. However, Lin Chen understood clearly. The world government was resorting to recruiting and reintegrating even the criminals from Impel down, indicative of their dire straits. Otherwise, they would not have so readily abandoned the 4 seas, redirecting their military efforts to the Grand Line. Indeed, the world government had completely forsaken the 4 seas, channeling all their strength to defend the Grand Line in the New World. The mainstream media of the world predominantly focuses on the first half of the Grand Line, where the Dawn organization appears to be trapped under the manipulation of the world government. Meanwhile, the world government is on the verge of extending its 800-year reign once again. As the night deepens like ink, Lin Chen stands alone on the deck, a flicker of red light glowing in his hand, followed by a plume of white smoke escaping from his lips. Over the past 2 years, the Dawn organization has pacified the seas, thoroughly uprooting the influence of the world government and the Navy. Although it took a considerable amount of time, the 4 seas have become significantly more stable. Now, all that remains is to concentrate efforts on the Grand Line and the New World. The Navy headquarters lies within the Grand Line, seemingly indicating that Lin Chen is about to confront the Navy head-on. However, the reality is quite the opposite. After all, Fishman Island is still under the control of the Dawn organization, particularly following the appointment of the new 3 admirals. The overall strength of the Navy has surpassed that of all the pirates in the New World combined. With the likes of Sengoku, Ace.He, and Garp, The old trio of admirals, alongside the new trio and numerous elite vice-admirals, their might is more than sufficient to dominate the New World. Additionally, the presence of the 7 warlords in the Grand Line complicates Lin Chen's ambitions to traverse the entirety of it. Coupled with the power of the world government and various nefarious organizations, should Lin Chen attempt to breach the Grand Line, it would play directly into the world government's hands, allowing them to ally with the Navy to counter the Dawn organization. Although the Navy and the world government appear to be one entity, they are in truth distant from one another. Should Lin Chen stubbornly push through the Grand Line, he would provide the world government with a perfect pretext to unite with the Navy. Therefore, the most prudent approach to breaking through lies in the New World. After all, the world government has shown a willingness to recruit criminals from Impel Down. One cannot guarantee that they would not make some promises to the pirate emperors of the New World in exchange for their assistance against the Dawn organization. However, if the world government were to take such actions, it would undoubtedly alienate the Navy further, as the last recruitment of criminals from Impel Down had already left the Navy feeling disheartened. As dawn gradually approaches, a flicker of clarity flashes through Lin Chen's mind. The pirate world of the New World, the world government, and the Sea King. One step leads to another. Over the past 2 years, Lin Chen's intelligence network has uncovered considerable information regarding ancient weapons. Among these encounters was with Nico Robin, and after submitting the historical text for her to decipher, Lin Chen learned that one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King, lies within Kaido's territory, while the power of the Sea King is embodied by Shirahoshi of Fishman Island. As for the Sky King, it is likely under the control of the world government. Gradually, a blueprint for a plan begins to take shape in Lin Chen's mind, utilizing the information about the Sea King for a strategic bait-and-switch, while the Dawn organization plays the role of the mantis stalking the cicada. After all, once the information about the Sea King is released, both the world government and the Navy will inevitably take notice. The terrifying power of the Sky King has already been showcased once, prompting a fierce competition between the world government and the Navy, while Kaido, feeling the heat, will not take it lightly. However, one cannot rule out the possibility that he may enlist Big Mom and Whitebeard to safeguard this power. If that were the case, the situation would become exceedingly intriguing, with the world government and the Navy overtly cooperating while the pirate forces hold the Sea King and the Dawn organization possessing the Sky King. Yet, Lin Chen is determined not to allow this trend to manifest. Otherwise, releasing the information about the Sea King would serve no purpose. His aim is to be the cunning sparrow rather than the mantis. It is crucial to bring together the 3 factions of the world government, the Navy, and the pirates. Once these 3 forces converge, there will be ample opportunities for manipulation. If the plan unfolds smoothly, while Lin Chen cannot guarantee a crushing blow to the world government, he can certainly weaken their strength significantly. Moreover, the Navy is not entirely united in purpose, and it will be essential to maintain communication with the Gion faction to prevent the Navy from aiding the pirates or criminal organizations, a task that is not insurmountable. After all, many within the Navy harbor a deep-seated hatred for pirates, making it unlikely that they would assist them. After further contemplation, as the sunlight begins to shine upon Lin Chen's face, the complete vision of the plan slowly emerges. It bears some resemblance to the plan for the great naval battle in the East Blue. Let us name it the Wano War Plan. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ace sets sail. Standing on a small ship powered by flames, Ace gazes at the crowd gathered to bid him farewell, feeling a twinge of loneliness. Yet, upon seeing the sparkling excitement in Luffy's eyes, a surge of ambition rises within him. Ruffling Luffy's hair, Ace breaks into a broad grin. "Luffy, I'm heading out to sea. Remember to come find me in 2 years." Luffy feels a pang of sorrow. His childhood friend, with whom he has shared countless adventures, is now setting sail while he remains on the island. "Go, Ace. I will definitely come find you in 2 years. And when you meet Sabo, don't forget to say hi. I miss him so much. With you both gone, I'll be all alone on the island." Ace chuckles, exchanging farewells with familiar faces, including Rouge, Perona, and Dayton, who all express their reluctance. Rouge steps forward to caress Ace's face, worrying for her son. She wishes he would stay, knowing that if she asked, he would likely acquiesce. But she understands that as the heir of Roger's bloodline, Ace's heart yearns for a broader horizon, and she cannot hinder his journey. "Make sure to eat well on your travels, all right? If you run short on money, go find your uncle. You're getting older now, so be careful and don't act rashly. Never disclose your identity lightly, and if you encounter danger, seek out your uncle." And don't catch a cold after setting sail. I've heard the weather in the Grand Line can be quite peculiar. Ace listens quietly to Rouge's incessant advice. Words he has heard for many years. Yet, he finds no weariness in them, only increased patience. Mom, don't worry. Ace. Rouge continues to gaze at Ace, seemingly unable to take her fill of him. Go. I will always be here waiting for you, Ace. With a gentle flick of his finger, a flame erupts towards the ship's stern, propelling the small boat swiftly into the distance, leaving behind only a faint silhouette. As he sails, Ace contemplates where to go next. His uncle once told him that if he wanted to find him, he should head directly to Logtown. But Ace intends to explore the world first. Staying beside his uncle would ensure a life free from worry and danger. But he is Ace. He believes he can forge his own path without relying on anyone else. In Logtown, Lin Chen is momentarily taken aback by his subordinate's report. He had anticipated Ace would come directly to seek him out, but instead, Ace is headed straight for the Grand Line. He had lingered in Logtown specifically to wait for Ace, planning to set sail together. But now this young man has dashed off without a word. You little rascal. However, since Ace is not arriving, Lin Chen decides not to prolong his stay in Logtown. His sister Rouge had specially instructed him to look after Ace once he set sail. Yet, it appears that the young man wishes to carve his own path, and there is no need for Lin Chen to restrain him. Young people must face their share of hardships, especially in the present Grand Line and New World, which are no longer the same as before. Lin Chen does not worry about safety. The Dawn Organization and the Revolutionary Army have numerous strongholds, and there are always eyes on the journey ahead. If Ace encounters peril, both he and the dragon shall receive notifications, allowing them to arrive at the scene without delay. Moreover, that young man possesses considerable strength. Before waiting for Ace, Lin Chen led his companions away from Roga Town, plunging into the Grand Line, with Fishman Island as their ultimate destination. Along the journey, Lin Chen noticed a significant increase in pirates along the Grand Line. It was only natural, for after he had swept through the four seas, pirates with some prowess would not linger in the four seas awaiting slaughter, but would instead flock to the Grand Line. This influx has caused considerable trouble for the world government and the Navy. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained vigilant, concealing his presence throughout the journey to avoid detection. Simultaneously, he was receiving a constant stream of information from the outside world. The New World, the Four Emperors, Beast Kaido, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Red-Haired Shanks, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, Celestial Dragons, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the World Destroyer, Bartholomew Kuma, Gold Lion Shiki, Rain S. Shilyu, Douglas Bullet. News of the three ancient weapons has emerged. The Sea King is suspected to be in the possession of Dawn. The Uranus is suspected to be controlled by the world government. The Pluton is about to appear in the New World. The villain organization has once again slaughtered an entire nation for refusing to join the world government. Meanwhile, the world government has declared that those unwilling to join will be treated as colluding with Dawn, facing severe consequences. The warlord system has stripped away the Navy's last shred of dignity. Is this a progression or regression of the system? It is rumored that a Marine admiral has come into conflict with members of the villain organization. An island has been sunk, with witnesses claiming it felt as if the world were ending. Seeing Don Quixote da Flamingo's name among the warlords surprised Lin Chen. He initially thought that after his attack on Mary Geoise, da Flamingo would surely be punished by the Celestial Dragons. To his astonishment, he had not only survived, but had also become a Celestial Dragon and a warlord. Aside from the third piece of news, which he had intentionally leaked, the rest of the information intrigued Lin Chen greatly. He was somewhat aware of the insider details regarding the conflict between the Marine Admiral and the villain members, but he had not expected that the usually indifferent Kizaru would be involved in such a clash. This was of little consequence to him. He was rather keen on the idea of a confrontation between the Navy and the villains. The immediate priority was to solidify the news regarding the Pluton. At the same time, he needed to emphasize the significance of the ancient weapons while mixing in some false information, such as claiming the world government's dominion is reliant on the Uranus, and that Dawn is capable of opposing the world government due to the Sea King, with the Pluton being the most formidable of the three weapons. This way, there would be no need for further elaboration. Everyone would be driven to madness. Possessing the Pluton would equate to wielding strength on par with the world government and Dawn, and all would naturally gravitate toward that notion, including the Navy and the world government. After all, the information was 7 parts true and 3 parts false. amidst the blend of truth and deception, once enough people believed it would become reality. In the new world, at the base of Beast Kaido, he erupted in fury. Who dares claim that the Pluton is in my possession? Kaido roared, seething at the various rumors. To reveal the existence of the Pluton in his hands would be akin to placing himself on a pyre. He would no longer have a moment's peace with all attention focused on him. Just as Kaido was consumed by rage, his subordinate, Yamato, hesitated before finally speaking to Kaido. However, we have indeed discovered traces that suggest the Pluton's existence. After more than a month at sea, Lin Chen and his party finally arrived at Fishman Island. The current state of the Grand Line unsettled Lin Chen. There were far too many pirates. Unlike the desolate Four Seas, here the pirates swarmed like locusts, densely packed. Numerous areas had devolved into pirate havens and strongholds, a situation previously deemed impossible. During this time, Lin Chen learned from some pirates that only the world government's allied nations received the protection of the Navy, leaving other regions completely neglected. The allied nations were also dispersed, which meant the world government could only safeguard a few pivotal cities, leaving other towns and villages to fend for themselves. The world government merely issued verbal warnings to pirates, urging them not to attack. However, the number of pirates had reached staggering proportions. Even if the pirates did attack these areas, the world government would turn a blind eye, generally refraining from pursuing unless the actions were excessively brazen. Lin Chen frowned at this scenario. The overwhelming presence of pirates was not what he desired. They needed to expedite the influx of these pirates into the New World. Upon reaching Fishman Island, Lin Chen promptly convened a meeting, introducing the plan to disseminate the information about the Pluton. Upon hearing Lin Chen's proposal, Old Sand pondered momentarily before exhaling deeply. Are we to use this information to incite conflict among the pirates, the world government, and the Navy? The four emperors indeed possess formidable strength. But will they truly believe this news? They have no choice, Lin Chen replied. Whether they believe it or not, the emergence of the Pluton is an undeniable fact. We are merely amplifying this fact. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Rayleigh hesitated, expressing his concern. Is it worth releasing such critical information as bait? If he did not finish, but everyone understood the implication. Should the plan fail and one of the four emperors, the world government, or the Navy manage to acquire the Pluton, it would undeniably pose a significant obstacle for them. Rayleigh's concerns were not without merit. Yet Lin Chen maintained his stance. That is merely the worst-case scenario. The greater the upheaval, the more opportunities arise. We have lingered in the Four Seas for far too long. Who knows what new preparations the world government has made in recent years? Now is the time to stir the entire world. I believe the rewards will outweigh the risks. He paused before continuing. There are far too many pirates in the Grand Line. We must not only eradicate the world government, but also eliminate the pirates. Using this opportunity to usher these pirates into the new world would be advantageous. We could wipe them out in one fell swoop, saving ourselves future troubles. Lin Chen then turned to Tiger, asking, what is the current situation on Fishman Island? Tiger, upon hearing the question, replied earnestly, in the past 2 years, there have been numerous lurking figures surrounding Fishman Island. After all, the captain has not appeared here for 2 years. Many pirates are eager to use Fishman Island as a gateway to the new world. If the captain does not return soon, I may even have to seek external assistance. With just my and Jinbei's strength, we lack the deterrence needed to guard Fishman Island. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen commanded, we can relax the restrictions on Fishman Island. It is better to let them pass than to keep them confined. Instead of allowing these pirates to linger in the Grand Line, it is preferable to let them enter the new world. However, they must pay a toll for passage, determined according to their bounty. I will send someone to inform you of the specifics. Understood. Lin Chen waved his hand, and Tiger, understanding the cue, left to carry out Lin Chen's orders. The subsequent matters were beyond his capacity to assist. Following this, the others aided Lin Chen in refining the plan, resulting in a well-structured strategy forming in their minds. Even if the news of the Pluton spread convincingly, there would always be those who refused to believe. However, if a genuine image of the Pluton were to surface, even if dawn ceased to stir the pot, countless individuals would flock to it. At that point, the beast pirates would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. Even if Kaido did not wish to possess the Pluton, the world government and the Navy would undoubtedly see him as a thorn in their side. At that moment, Kaido, if he were not a fool, would undoubtedly seek alliances rather than confront so many adversaries alone. Lin Chen remarked that mere information would not be sufficient to sway hearts. Enel, You shall depart for the 100 Beast Pirates in 3 days, bearing tidings of our lead on the legendary king of the underworld, and inform them that we possess an archaeologist who holds knowledge of this entity. Additionally, bring along historical texts to convey our willingness to share the secrets of the king of the underworld with 100 Beast Pirates. Enel scratched his head, a hint of confusion evident on his face. What if Kaido refuses? Rumor has it that he is the strongest creature in the world. Wouldn't he possessing the king of the underworld render him even more formidable? Upon hearing Enel's words, the others exchanged knowing glances, reminiscent of adults regarding a child. The strongest creature in the world? If such a being truly exists, it is likely one among us. Realizing his folly under the scrutiny of his peers, Enel left with a sense of chagrin, preparing to head to Onigashima. Subsequently, Lin Chen unveiled another significant revelation. The underwater prison must be obliterated. A chill ran through the group. Would they finally engage the Navy? Lin Chen had always sought to avoid confrontation with the Navy, as there was little reason for a fatal clash before the final battle. Lin Chen surveyed the room and declared, "The destruction of the underwater prison is not intended to provoke war with the Navy, but to eliminate any possibility of reconciliation between the Marines and the pirates. The world government has utilized prisoners from the underwater prison as tools against us, and it is inevitable that pirates would also become instruments in their hands. Yet, the world government would refrain from direct collaboration with pirates to preserve the Navy's dignity. However, should pirates be captured and imprisoned, the world government could easily recruit them." Old Shah furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that the underwater prison serves as a transfer station for pirates to become tools of the world government against us?" Lin Chen replied, "That assertion holds some truth. Additionally, this way, the Navy would have no grounds to directly blame the world government. We merely need to destroy the underwater prison, and when the Navy captures pirates once more, they can cite the destruction of the prison as justification for executing them. Let's not forget, there are allies within the Navy. This indeed is a viable plan." Lin Chen glanced at the bounties of the 4 emperors displayed on the table, smiling as he continued, "More importantly, by feigning an alliance with Kaido through Enel, we can create a facade of goodwill with the 4 emperors, complicating the world government's efforts to recruit them. We naturally do not fear ordinary pirates, but we must take the 4 emperors seriously. Some of those notorious figures likely possess strength comparable to yours. Thus, preventing the 4 emperors from being swayed is a crucial facet of our strategy." The group nodded in agreement, with Rayleigh particularly understanding, recognizing that the likes of Red Count and Barrett likely matched his prowess. Furthermore, individuals such as Waldo, Shiki, and even the elusive Rainy Shiryu, who may not have been heard of, are surely not to be underestimated. As directives were issued, preparations were made for their respective tasks. 3 days later, everyone was ready. Enel was set to visit Onigashima to meet Kaido, accompanied by Crocodile, Yasop, and Robin. Together, these 3 could support one another should they encounter conflict with the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, Lin Chen would venture alone to obliterate the underwater prison, with the need for strong guardians at Fishman Island to facilitate the passage of pirates. Rayleigh and Monet remained behind. With Rayleigh's formidable reputation and strength, he significantly eased the pressure on Tiger and the others. Although Monet might not rival Rayleigh, her abilities as a Hi-Hi Nomi user allowed her to freeze the sea, granting her a substantial advantage at Fishman Island. With these 2 stationed there, it would be nearly impossible for anyone below the level of an admiral to breach Fishman Island. Lin Chen then completed his final preparations, and everyone departed to fulfill their missions. His solitary journey to the underwater prison was driven by his own intentions. On one hand, he was confident in his strength, and on the other, he sought to engage with the notorious organization to ascertain their true capabilities. As he understood, the members of the nefarious organization were primarily active in the first half of the Grand Line. Should the world government promptly receive news of the underwater prison's destruction, it was highly likely that the reinforcements sent would be members of that organization. If he could eliminate a few in the process, it would be an even greater triumph. In the first half of the Grand Line, the underwater prison basked in rare clear skies. Magellan, though burdened with responsibilities, found relief in the absence of major threats since the destruction of Impelled Down years ago, leaving only minor pirates under his purview. Thus, he seized the opportunity to enjoy the fresh air. As he perused the newspaper in his hands, his brow furrowed at the headlines, revealing an unsettling report. The notorious organization had once again annihilated a town under Dawn's banner, leaving no survivors. The images depicted members of the organization wearing unsettlingly gentle smiles against the backdrop of a town engulfed in flames. Despite the world government's efforts to portray the organization's members in a more righteous light, their inherent malevolence could not be concealed. After all, these individuals had been rehabilitated. To report on them as they once did with pirates would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to the world government. Viewing the sinister grins of the organization's members, Magellan felt a sense of unease and discarded the newspaper, reclining in his chair and gazing at the sky. Lost in thought, was it truly worth it for the world government to unleash such beings against Dawn? Why had the world transformed so drastically in just a few years? Regrettably, no one could answer Magellan's questions. He was merely a subordinate to the director, living a life devoid of ambition. As he drifted into a state of introspection, a small dark dot appeared in the sky, gradually coming into focus. "What is that?" Magellan squinted, muttering, but his demeanor quickly shifted to one of alarm. The information conveyed by his Kenbunchika compelled him to shout frantically, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" An array of alarms blared, and chaos erupted throughout the underwater prison. In the sky, Lin Chen surged toward the underwater prison with incredible speed, momentarily taken aback by the commotion below. It seemed the leadership here was quite capable. Their mastery of Kenbunchika was commendable. Although the underwater prison had entered a state of alert, many remained bewildered, glancing toward Magellan for direction. "Director, where's the enemy?" The response was not Magellan's words, but rather the sight of Lin Chen descending like a meteor upon the underwater prison. Clad in familiar black robes and a white mask, he evoked memories of the figure who had once ravaged Mary Geoise and dealt a heavy blow to the world government. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, hesitated not for an instant, and unleashed his conqueror's haki in full force. The moment his haki erupted, the world seemed to fall silent. As if time itself had slowed, all the pressure coalescing around Lin Chen, rendering everyone incapable of even drawing breath. In an instant, a tempestuous aura, akin to a flash of lightning, was unleashed, rendering everyone in its wake unconscious. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the pressure surged, the very walls of the undersea prison began to crumble, and the naval fleet surrounding it was obliterated in an instant. Magellan gazed upon the figure before him, reminiscent of a dark overlord, as his vision began to blur. At that moment, he alone seemed capable of enduring the overwhelming force. The colossal being of poison surged forth. Magellan understood that he had but a single opportunity to strike, and without hesitation, he opted for his mightiest technique. The towering poison giant rose from the ground, its form trembling as it advanced towards Lin Chen. Observing the giant, Lin Chen calmly unsheathed his sword. Anyone capable of countering his conqueror's haki with such resolve merited his attention, though only to the extent of drawing his blade. Without further ado, Lin Chen raised his sword, the blade of Jingzhe glimmering as it cleaved through the air, a silver arc crackling with lightning surging forth. In the blink of an eye, the poison giant summoned by Magellan dissipated, vaporized by the strike's electric arc. Having accomplished this, Lin Chen walked nonchalantly into the undersea prison, passing by Magellan without a glance. To him, the strength of everyone within the undersea prison was indistinguishable. The only difference lay in whether he would wield one sword or two. Magellan's prowess barely ranked among the elite. Though the potential of the Doka no Mi was significant, he had not harnessed it effectively. Had the warden been an admiral, Lin Chen might have found a modicum of interest in engaging in a thorough demonstration of power, but alas, that was not the case. Upon entering the undersea prison, Lin Chen found all occupants sprawled upon the ground, as if in a tranquil slumber akin to that of infants. The alarms continued to sound sporadically, the resounding clamor dominated by the urgent calls emanating from the Den Den Mushi. "Hello, this is the Navy headquarters. Please respond. What is happening? Is anyone there?" Approaching the lone, surviving Den Den Mushi, Lin Chen spoke coolly, "Have the criminals clean their necks and come forth." With that, the voice on the other end fell silent, replaced by a crackling noise, followed by Sengoku's iconic voice, though it now bore the weight of age. "Who are you? Bon. How dare you attack the undersea prison? If you release the pirates inside, perhaps we can negotiate." Upon receiving news of an attack on the undersea prison, Sengoku speculated whether the Dawn had indeed planned to release pirates to confront the world government. The current world was awash with an overwhelming number of pirates. Should the prisoners of the undersea prison be set free, the Navy would face an insurmountable burden. Release? You misunderstand. I am here to destroy the undersea prison. As I said, summon the criminals to me. Of course, I would be more than willing to entertain the Navy if you wish to join in. With this proclamation, the Den Mushi could no longer withstand Lin Chen's pressure, and the connection was severed. Observing the cut-off communication, Lin Chen shook his head and stepped into the darkness, where lay the first layer of the prison, Red Lotus Hell. In the silent passage of the prison, an incongruous sound of footsteps echoed. The pace was neither hurried nor slow, but rather methodical, reminiscent of a soothing melody. Yet beneath this rhythm lay a foreboding cadence that struck fear into the hearts of the inmates. Who is it? Finally, someone could no longer contain their anxiety. However, the beads of sweat on their brow revealed the turmoil within. This was the undersea prison, a place where few ventured aside from the guards. The criminals were well aware of the usual demeanor of the guards, and the appearance of this peculiar figure brought an unsettling air to the atmosphere. Lin Chen raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings, his Sharingan fixed on each inmate within their cells. The brilliant red glow in the darkness instilled a sense of dread among all present. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen remained motionless, an immense repulsive force erupting from within him, instantly reducing the Red Lotus Hell to mere dust, leaving only a thin layer of wall to resist the encroaching sea. The barrier between the Red Lotus Hell and the second layer, Beast Hell, vanished, allowing Lin Chen to descend into that level. Upon landing, he found a host of beasts staring intently at him. In the blink of an eye, the unique stench of the beasts assailed his senses. Bang! Once again employing the same technique, a Shinju Tenjo obliterated Beast Hell, and Lin Chen proceeded to the third layer of the prison. Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, he repeated the process several times until he finally reached the final layer, Infinite Hell. However, this layer had long been abandoned, with only a few skeletal remains scattered within the cells. The eternally dark Infinite Hell now welcomed its first ray of sunlight. Looking up, Lin Chen noted that there were no longer any prison walls above him. From the first layer down to the sixth, the entire undersea prison had been breached. The outer walls of the prison now appeared precarious, with visible cracks signaling their impending demise. Without lingering in Infinite Hell, Lin Chen's figure re-emerged into the sunlight, where a streak of light sped toward him. How terrifying! Kizaru was the first to arrive on the battlefield, surveying the crumbling undersea prison. Magellan sprawled on the ground, and the surrounding naval personnel unconscious. Hearing the familiar words, Lin Chen turned to Kizaru, realizing it had been years since their last encounter. I didn't expect you to come out, Ban. It truly surprises me. Lin Chen glanced at Kizaru, but remained silent, closing his eyes to meditate while awaiting the arrival of others. Kizaru, observing Lin Chen's demeanor, hesitated to act, uncertain of Lin Chen's current state, and chose to wait for the others instead. Soon, ships emerged from the distant horizon, densely packed, encircling the remnants of the undersea prison. Each vessel was led by an elite vice admiral, with 4 ships bearing chairs that remained unoccupied, their owners standing atop their respective ships, surveying the site of the undersea prison. Among these vessels, one ship stood out, devoid of any naval soldiers, with only a handful of individuals aboard. Each radiated an intense aura, the scent of blood clinging to them as if ingrained within their very bones. 4 admirals have come. Is that the legendary Ban? Is he truly worth such an effort? Even we must urgently assemble to confront him. I never imagined anyone could escape the clutches of 4 admirals. The speaker, puffing on a cigar, bore a long sword slung at his waist, his gaze sharp and foreboding, reminiscent of a hawk. It was none other than one of the Shichibukai, a member of the criminal organization Shiryu of the Rain. Listening to Shiryu's complaints, a burly man with blonde hair observed Lin Chen's figure and sneered. Let's clean our necks and wait. This fellow suits my taste. I shall claim his life. Jin Shitsi Shurji cast a glance at the man with yellow hair and cautioned, Barrett, I advise you to be wary of that fellow. Should you underestimate him, I shall not be responsible for collecting your remains. Barrett, with a dismissive smirk, retorted, I certainly won't be toyed with like some useless fool. Upon hearing Barrett's taunt, Jin Shitsi fell silent, snorting twice before refraining from further comment. After enduring the harsh lessons of society, the current Jin Shitsi was no longer the audacious man who once boasted of standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. At that moment, Vardo gazed into the distance and remarked, I wonder if the Red Count will show up. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Ever since the Red Count obtained the vampire fruit, he had vanished from sight. Rumor had it that he secretly served the 5 elders, unlike them who traversed the light. He was a king in the shadows. This time, alongside them, for other villains were also en route, though their strength could not match theirs. They were still formidable elite vice admirals. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan observed the approaching reinforcements in the distance, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, as if the surrounding pressure had considerably diminished. He glanced at the 4 admiral ships in the distance. One was his own, while the other 3 belonged to his colleagues. After receiving orders, he had set off directly from the Navy headquarters. Presently, among the 6 admirals of the Navy, a Kainu was stationed in the New World, while Momonosuke held the fort at Sabaody Archipelago. It seemed that this time, all the admirals had mobilized to encircle Ban. Huang Yuan, Aokiji, Ryakuju, and Kizu, along with numerous elite vice admirals, constituted the force dispatched from Navy headquarters. Additionally, according to the news Huang Yuan received, nearly all members of the villain organization were hastening to this location. Barrett, Vardo, Range Shiri, and Jinshitsu were all set to participate in this operation to capture Lin Chen, save for the elusive and solitary Red Count, whose whereabouts remained unknown. As Lin Chen slowly descended from the sky, he felt no trepidation in the face of the impending battle. It is worth noting that the enemies before him had gathered nearly half of the world's top combat strength. Another half resided in the New World, while the remaining portion was with the world government. 2/5 belonged to the Dawn and the Revolutionary Army. However, it is often said that when one's quality improves, quantity ceases to be an issue. In the past, such a gathering of foes would have made Lin Chen ponder carefully. Yet now, he possessed the strength to confront them. When he ascended Mary Geoise, the combat prowess of his foes was comparable to those he faced now, and he had emerged unscathed then. Would he truly succumb to defeat this time? With a crack of his neck, Lin Chen cast his gaze around, finding no sign of Shiwan or Garp Zephyr. Excellent. He could finally unleash himself. Though his figure appeared slender in the air, it exerted considerable pressure on all present. Glimmers of light zipped across the sky, coming to a halt before Lin Chen. Huang Yuan, Aokiji, Raikou, Barrett, Jinshitsu, Range Shiryu, Vardo, and various elite vice admirals gathered before him. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings and coldly remarked, "Even vice admirals dare to interfere in such battles?" No sooner had his words settled than Lin Chen unleashed a formidable wave of conqueror's haki, an overwhelming aura surging forth towards the surrounding individuals, each feeling as though their throats were being constricted, making it difficult to breathe. Under the immense pressure, even the intangible air became thick and viscous. As Lin Chen's top-tier conqueror's haki coalesced into a near-tangible force, black and red lightning rippling across the bodies of all present. The admirals were able to maintain their composure under Lin Chen's oppressive aura, yet none of the vice admirals could withstand even a single breath, their bodies plummeting to the ground like dumplings. Even Huang Yuan, who was typically calm, could not help but break out in a few beads of cold sweat as he felt the pressure bearing down on him. Truly terrifying. Aokiji gazed at the figure in the sky, feeling the scorching and terrifying pressure in the air, his lips twitching involuntarily. It had been years since they last met, and this man remained as powerful as ever. It seemed a fierce battle awaited them today. With that, Aokiji began to conjure ice spears, clearly intent on engaging without further delay. For Ryakuju and Kizuru, it was their first direct confrontation with Lin Chen. Or rather, it was Ryakuju's first encounter with Lin Chen, while Kizuru had seen Lin Chen from a distance during the East Blue Naval Battle when he was still a vice admiral. However, that level of combat was not something he could partake in, making this his first direct engagement with Lin Chen since his promotion to admiral. Ryakuju scrutinized Lin Chen's figure, his mind wary and cautious. If he recalled correctly, this man possessed the same ability to manipulate trees as he did. Back then, Lin Chen had showcased his wood-release abilities at the West Sea Auction, battling a Kainu and Garp Zephyr to great acclaim. Ryakuju had even almost been misidentified when he enlisted in the Navy. However, that misunderstanding had since been cleared, and he was now about to face the Dawn's leader, Ban. Directly, alongside his curiosity, he wished to ascertain whose control over trees was superior, his Mori Mori no Mi or Ban's. The 4 admirals stood ready to confront the enemy. Yet the other members of the villainous organization evidently lacked such combat training. This time, the 4 admirals were led by Huang Yuan and Aokiji, while Kizu and Raikou, along with other vice admirals, followed their lead. Barrett and his companions, while astonished by Lin Chen's conqueror's haki, soon felt a surge of excitement. The combative particles within his very blood were swiftly ignited, and before Huang Yuan and Aokiji could issue commands, he charged towards Lin Chen alone. Ahaha! How exhilarating! Is this the strongest individual in today's world? Excitement and frenzy coursed through every cell in Barrett's body, compelling him to unleash his own Conqueror's Haki. Even under Lin Chen's immense pressure, the two waves of Conqueror's Haki collided, altering the very fabric of the heavens. The pressure on both the Navy and the villains lessened significantly. Oh, Lin Chen regarded Barrett, who had unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to counter his own, a look of surprise crossing his features. However, Lin Chen's Conqueror's Haki surged once more, shattering the brief stalemate. If one were to categorize the levels of their Conqueror's Haki, Lin Chen was at least one tier above Barrett. Meanwhile, both Huang Yuan and Ace.He turned their attention to Ace.He, for he was the only one left capable of releasing Conqueror's Haki. Understanding the implication of being scrutinized by two admirals, Ace.He had no choice but to join the fray and unleash his Conqueror's Haki to contend with Lin Chen. Yet, having been outmaneuvered by Lin Chen and imprisoned twice, how much ambition could Ace.He still possess? If Lin Chen's Conqueror's Haki surpassed Barrett by one tier, it was at least 3 tiers higher than Ace.He. The 3 waves of Conqueror's Haki generated immense phenomena in the sky, tearing it apart, while the already dilapidated Impel Down suffered further devastation, its original form now unrecognizable. However, this confrontation did not endure for long, for as Lin Chen, Barrett, and Ace.He squared off, the battle had already commenced. This was not a turn-based game. As Barrett charged towards Lin Chen, Huang Yuan and Ace.He had already made their decision to strike, and with Ace.He joining Barrett, the two admirals had commanded their attack. The golden light flickered in Huang Yuan's hand, instantly shooting towards Lin Chen, while Ace.He had already congealed an ice spear that struck simultaneously. The others did not lag behind. Cha Tun's slicing attack, Green Bull's vines, and the elusive figure of Yuji Shilio were all seeking opportunities. Vardo casually picked up a piece of rubble and activated the powers of the Momo fruit, compressing his size and increasing his speed. Observing the myriad of attacks converging upon him, a cold smile flitted across Lin Chen's lips as his crimson eyes spun continuously, causing time to slow in his perception. Mokutan, Mokyunbaku, Doton, Doryabaku. Simplicity in complexity. Faced with such a plethora of assaults, wooden structures surged around Lin Chen, enveloping him. Simultaneously, a layer of rock and Haki encircled the wooden barrier, securing it firmly. Bang! The multifaceted attacks reached Lin Chen. Huang Yuan and Ace.He's techniques shattered the first layer of defense, creating a substantial crater in the ebony wooden wall, while the attacks from the other two admirals merely widened the pit slightly. Whoosh! Vardo's attack arrived, so swift and powerful that even Huang Yuan could not help but glance sideways. This fellow's attack was intriguing. It seemed that Vegapunk's recommendation of Vardo held merit. Under Vardo's ability, a small stone exhibited destructive power surpassing that of Huang Yuan and Ace.He. It pierced through all of Lin Chen's defenses from a different angle. Yet, it was still merely a stone. After breaching the Haki-imbued wooden wall, it was caught between two elongated fingers and dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. With the defense dispersed, Lin Chen's gaze fixated on Vardo. Without uttering unnecessary words, he drew his long blades. Vardo would be the first soul claimed in this battle. Under Lin Chen's intense stare, Vardo felt a chill run down his spine, dread creeping into his mind. No way. This guy shouldn't be able to kill me amidst such a crowd, right? The battle commenced. Lin Chen, wielding dual blades, swiftly lunged toward Vardo, the icy wind billowing his cloak. In an instant, Lin Chen stood before Vardo, his long blade aimed at Vardo's neck. Swish! A massive head soared through the air. This scene startled Huang Yuan, causing him to break into a cold sweat, snapping back to reality. In the tangible world, Lin Chen withdrew his dual blades, launching himself like a cannonball towards Vardo, replicating the vision Huang Yuan had witnessed through Kinbunshika Haki. Thus, without hesitation, Huang Yuan positioned himself directly in Lin Chen's path. Amaterasu no Tachi. Clang! The weapons of both warriors clashed with a piercing sound, and in mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows. Ultimately, Huang Yuan was sent flying by Lin Chen's Haki-infused kick, and the others quickly reacted, surrounding Lin Chen. Switching his gaze to the Rinnegan, Lin Chen unleashed a repulsive force that sent the surrounding attacks flying, then continued to lock on Vardo and charge forward. Vardo, perceiving Lin Chen as a harbinger of death, activated the Momo Fruit's ability to escape. Double speed, 50 times. Vardo accelerated to 50 times his normal speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Just as Lin Chen's long blade sliced through the air, feeling the sensation of cutting through nothingness, Lin Chen was momentarily surprised, then used Kinbunchiko Haki to fixate on Vardo's figure, extending a hand towards him in a grasp. Universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from Lin Chen's hand, targeting Vardo, who had just escaped from his grasp. Sensing the overwhelming pull, Vardo attempted to flee once more, but this time he miscalculated. Even with his 50-fold speed, his body slowly drifted toward Lin Chen's palm. Initially, he had escaped Lin Chen's onslaught with ease and even underestimated him, but now panic began to set in. Double speed, 60 times. Double speed, 70 times. Only at 70 times speed did Vardo manage to hold his ground against Lin Chen's gravitational force, which marked the current limit of his fruit's development. During this standoff, the others were not idle. Barrett, shrouded in haki, unleashed a powerful punch towards Lin Chen. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Lin Chen slightly turned his head and countered with his fist. Bang! The shockwave erupted from their fists, and Lin Chen effortlessly withstood Barrett's full-force strike. Huang Yuan and Qing observed Lin Chen, one hand emitting gravitational force to restrain Vardo, while the other defended against Barrett's attack. They realized this was a prime opportunity and immediately launched their own assaults. In facing Lin Chen, the veteran admirals understood that maintaining distance to utilize their powers was foolish, as they had no way of predicting Lin Chen's next elemental response, especially with his ability to repel all attacks. Thus, close combat was their optimal strategy. They swiftly approached the airborne Lin Chen, Huang Yuan wielding the Amaterasu no Tachi and Qing controlling 2 ice spears, aiming to inflict damage on Lin Chen as quickly as possible. Seeing the two approaching, Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. First, he dissipated the gravitational pull on Vardo, then transformed his fist into a hand, seizing Barrett's wrist. With a surge of power, he lifted Barrett effortlessly, freeing his other hand to grasp his long blade, which he swung directly toward Barrett's neck. This strike was unadorned, yet Barrett felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized the familiar presence of haki. If this blade connected, he would surely be gravely wounded or even killed. Meanwhile, the concealed Yuji Shilyo finally emerged, accompanied by Cha Tun, both aware that if Lin Chen managed to slay Barrett amidst the onslaught, the outcome of the battle would be dire. Even combined, they would not suffice to challenge Lin Chen, so they had to protect Barrett at all costs. Their long blades converged upon Lin Chen as Huang Yuan and Qing gathered their full might to target him directly, believing it more prudent to attack Lin Chen rather than merely defend against him. Failing to inflict any damage on Lin Chen would make the subsequent battle even more arduous. Meanwhile, countless vines stealthily emerged, seeking to restrict Lin Chen's movements. In an instant, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted dramatically. In the distance, Vardo felt a sense of relief, grateful to have evaded Lin Chen's relentless pursuit. Yet, amidst his relief, a sense of dread lingered. Had he not been assisted by Vegapunk in unlocking his fruit's potential, allowing him to reach 70 times speed, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Unintentionally, Vardo's gaze drifted to Lin Chen's eyes, curious about what techniques Lin Chen might employ under such a siege. The purple, circular eyes captivated him, raising questions in his mind. According to the images provided by the world government, those purple, circular eyes did not seem to possess so many small tadpoles. What could they be? In the next moment, Vardo seemed to glimpse a mocking glint within those eyes. Had Lin Chen not been wearing a mask, the astonishment of all present would have been palpable. In such dire circumstances, Lin Chen was actually smiling. Time seemed to stand still at that moment as Lin Chen's figure flickered slightly, only to be replaced by the presence of Waldo within the encircled crowd. The supreme ocular technique, known as the Rinnegan, activated the heavenly hand power, enabling the caster to instantaneously switch positions with any physical target. No one anticipated that the individual before them had transformed into Waldo. Their assault could not possibly cease. Even if they attempted to halt their attacks abruptly, the residual force would still be capable of shredding Waldo to pieces. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the air, and before Waldo could savor the agony coursing through him, he was instantly obliterated into a mist of crimson. Not a trace remained. The full-force strike from Huang Yuan's Amatsu no Kusanagi, the 2 razor-sharp ice spears from Akiji, and the slashes from the 2 sword masters, Chato and Yuno Shilyo, left Waldo with no chance of survival. gazing upon the splattered blood mist that was once Waldo, and then at the still figure of Lin Chen in the distance. The expressions of the onlookers stiffened. Huang Yuan's countenance darkened, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. Akeji exchanged a glance with Huang Yuan, both now burdened with a sense of gravity. Was this yet another new ability? It seemed they had been outmaneuvered. The atmosphere on the battlefield became stifled. As everyone struggled to process the recent events, their vigilance towards Lin Chen intensifying. At that moment, a scarlet figure emerged in the air. The Red Count, adorned in a crimson tailcoat, twitched his nose slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of obsession. Such exquisite blood must not go to waste. As he spoke, the blood mist from Waldo began to coalesce into a clump, which the Red Count gradually consumed before their watchful eyes. A blush creeping onto his face as his fixation deepened, with a chilling cry that sent shivers down their spines. The Red Count licked his lips and then turned his gaze towards Lin Chen. "May I sample your blood? I can sense that it is unlike any other." He winked, proclaiming Lin Chen's blood to be distinct from all others in their world. In the next instant, a brilliant silver light reflected in the Red Count's eyes. But Lin Chen's blade was swifter than the Count's words. Lin Chen's long sword cleaved through the Red Count's head, severing it cleanly in two. Droplets of blood splattering onto Lin Chen's mask and producing wisps of smoke accompanied by hissing sounds. Following Lin Chen's attack, the Red Count's form immediately retreated, his bisected head rapidly healing and reassembling as if unharmed, still possessing the demeanor to continue conversing. "Ah, my, have the young ones become so formidable? It seems I have grown old in this bygone era." Observing the Red Count, who had evaded his strike, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed with concern. According to the information he had gathered, the Red Count's strength was expected to hover around the level of a vice admiral. However, based on their initial encounter, it was evident that the opponent was far from merely that. Since his emergence from the City of Advancement, no word of the Red Count had reached the ears of the Dawn or the Revolutionary Army, despite their formidable intelligence network. All that was known was that he had accepted the world government's offer as a villain, becoming one of the principal forces opposing the Dawn. Although Lin Chen had heard tales of the Red Count's past valor, he did not believe that a relic of the former age could retain significant combat prowess. After all, figures like the Golden Lion had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, yet now lacked even the strength of a vice admiral. Moreover, the stories of the heroes from the past often became exaggerated in the retelling. Thus, Lin Chen had merely categorized the Red Count's abilities as that of a vice admiral, unaware that today he would be met with an unexpected surprise. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen swung his long sword and addressed the Red Count, Beloric Ladlefield. "Where have you been these past 2 years? Our search for you has proven quite arduous. It is an honor to be acknowledged by the illustrious Dawn. Aside from the world government, who else could claim such a privilege?" Observing the Red Count's cheerful demeanor, Lin Chen shook his head. "Now, it is only you and the world government. There were others before, but they have all perished, yourself and the world government included." The Red Count's smile faltered, his once white hair swiftly darkening, radiating a newfound intensity akin to a bat concealed in shadows. "Is that so? That remains to be seen. Perhaps today, I shall ensure you remain here forever." Lin Chen glanced around. Huang Yuan and the others had already repositioned themselves, encircling him. Thus, he refrained from further banter, retracting his long sword and clapping his hands together. Ninjutsu would release. True Thousand Hands. A towering wooden figure erupted from ground, marking Lin Chen's first use of this technique in years, its power significantly greater than before. The moment the wooden giant materialized, Huang Yuan and Akeji immediately directed their attention to Green Bull, instructing Green Bull, "Execute Plan 1. Green Bull reacted swiftly as Lin Chen's wooden figure rose. He activated his fruit ability, vying for control over the wooden giant. Upon Green Bull's promotion to Vice Admiral, the Navy had swiftly learned of his abilities concerning the Mori Mori no Mi. Having previously accompanied Green Bull to the battlefield where Lin Chen had unleashed his wooden creations, they understood that he could manipulate the remnants of those trees. Thus, the Navy headquarters devised a series of detailed strategies for engaging Lin Chen in combat. The first plan was to have Green Bull promptly activate his fruit ability to contest Lin Chen's control over the wooden giant. As Green Bull poured his strength into his fruit, he soon sensed a response. One of the hands of the wooden giant trembled slightly. Elated, he exclaimed success. Meanwhile, Lin Chen felt another force infiltrating his chakra, controlling the wooden giant. Though this new ability was currently weak, it could be easily eradicated, though it startled Lin Chen. He had never imagined that energies from two different worlds could influence one another. Upon reflection, he understood that the trees had likely become independent from his chakra, transforming into neutral entities susceptible to manipulation by any energy. Now, confronted with both chakra and the Mori Mori no Mi, Green Bull's lesser power could only affect a single arm of the wooden giant, and it would take ages for him to wrest full control away from Lin Chen. Coming to this realization, Lin Chen felt a sense of calm, effortlessly purging Green Bull's lingering energy from the wooden giant, reclaiming complete dominion over it. Green Bull's expression soured as he recognized his inability to maintain control over the wooden giant, and the previously elated Huang Yuan and others now perceived Green Bull's distress. Casting a glance around, Green Bull bitterly remarked, "Failed again." Upon receiving this outcome, Huang Yuan wasted no time, commanding, "Execute Plan 2 immediately." With the order given, the others acted without hesitation as Green Bull unleashed his fruit ability, summoning a 100-meter-tall wooden giant, a miniature replica of the one conjured by Lin Chen. Simultaneously, Aokiji swiftly conjured a vast expanse of icy mist to impede Lin Chen's movements, a contingency plan devised by the Navy headquarters. Should the primary strategy falter, Aokiji would be tasked with restraining Lin Chen's wooden puppet. This extensive ice fog was a newly developed technique that Aokiji had perfected over the past 2 years. Concurrently, Green Bull summoned the wooden puppet for a frontal assault, while Kizaru executed wide-range attacks to damage the exterior of Lin Chen's puppet, all while coordinating with Tashiji for a potential decapitation maneuver. This method of combat served to compensate for the shortcomings of their previous engagements. Lin Chen observed a smaller version of the puppet before him, surrounded by the proliferating icy mist, his expression somewhat peculiar. To those in the know, this was a conflict involving some of the world's most formidable warriors. To the uninitiated, it might appear to be a mere spectacle. Nevertheless, the icy fog did indeed present Lin Chen with considerable inconveniences. The seemingly diminutive ice crystals that fell upon the puppet rapidly expanded, their chilling essence inducing a slight shiver within Lin Chen. It appeared that the Navy's capabilities had significantly improved in recent years. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen shelved his prior arrogance and gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. As the enemy's offensive surged towards him, Lin Chen retracted his focus and maneuvered the puppet's arms to strike back. The colossal limbs swung with ferocious gales, causing layers of frost to shatter. Yet more ice crystals quickly solidified upon them. Thousands of exaggerated wooden arms swept towards Kizaru and his comrades. Their gazes met with a multitude of wooden appendages. Aokiji hovered in the air, exhaling frosty breath, extending his hands towards the looming wooden arms. Ice-Age, with a cacophonous crack, countless layers of ice amalgamated, barely managing to withstand dozens of wooden arms, while the remaining limbs continued their relentless assault. Kizaru, radiating a shimmering aura, vanished in an instant. By the time Lin Chen's Sharingan detected Kizaru, he had already appeared directly in front of him. Lightspeed kick. In comparison to a few years prior, Kizaru's kick was evidently swifter and more potent. Lin Chen retaliated with a similar kick to counter the attack. Bang! The two strikes collided, and upon realizing his initial strike had failed, Kizaru swiftly drew the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, aiming a slash at Lin Chen's face. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. 4 wooden dragons emerged from Lin Chen's shoulders, attempting to ensnare Kizaru. Yet unfortunately, he evaded them by elemental transformation. This, however, forced Kizaru to retreat, and as he was propelled backwards, he unleashed laser beams from his hands towards Lin Chen, only to be thwarted by the 2 wooden dragons. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained undistracted, continuing to command the puppet's arms to attack. Tashiji and Shiryu found themselves forced to strike and sever the arms while cautiously evading. The wooden puppet summoned by Green Bull proved resilient, while the Golden Lion began to activate his fruit's capabilities, levitating nearby debris to launch at Lin Chen. A scarlet figure coalesced into a torrent of blood, charging towards Lin Chen's puppet. Lin Chen's Sharingan spun rapidly as he contemplated countermeasures, the surrounding space-time appearing to slow within his gaze. Through observing the combat of these formidable foes, Lin Chen discerned that the Navy and the world government had not stagnated over the years. Faced with their sharp onslaught, Lin Chen could no longer bulldoze through as he had in the past. With the approaching count of red and the poised Kizaru in the distance, Lin Chen inhaled deeply as electric currents crackled across his body beneath his black cloak. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed as Golden Lion abandoned the ineffectual method of attacking the puppet with debris. Instead, he began to levitate the wooden puppet while utilizing his fruit's powers to consolidate a substantial amount of sand and stones to immobilize the puppet's legs. Lion's might, ground pull. All the sand and stones from impel down were drawn into the air, causing Lin Chen's summoned puppet to plummet into the ocean. The tumultuous waves rendered the puppet ineffective. With the surrounding sea, the force of its fists striking the water would be greatly diminished. Realizing this, Lin Chen formulated a new plan. With a powerful stomp on the puppet, he launched himself like a cannonball towards Kizaru, while the wooden puppet again summoned several wooden dragons to entangle the Count of Red to buy time. Lin Chen drew his twin blades, aiming for Kizaru's neck, while Kizaru's hands erupted with intense, blazing light, unleashing a barrage of light bullets towards Lin Chen. Jata no Kagami, cleaving through several light bullets. Lin Chen nimbly maneuvered amidst the oncoming assault. In a fleeting moment, he burst forth towards Kizaru, his long sword grazing the latter's cheek, causing a few droplets of blood to cascade into the air, though Kizaru narrowly evaded the strike. "You're quite the monkey." Lin Chen flicked his longsword, the white blade's bloodstains evaporating into wisps of smoke. A few arcs of lightning danced upon the blade, subtle yet difficult to detect. Kizaru, wiping the wound on his face, raised his hands slightly, a look of fortunate relief crossing his features. "How terrifying. I nearly met my end at your hands. Your sudden burst of speed was quite astonishing." Before Kizaru could finish his sentence, a scarlet line shot forth from Lin Chen's back like a bullet. Reacting instinctively, Lin Chen tilted his head slightly as the crimson line grazed his mask. Crack! The mask on his face fractured, prompting Kizaru to squint, eager to discern the visage concealed beneath. However, the cracks halted midway through their pattern. After the ambush, Lin Chen tilted his head slightly, observing the Count of Red, who had a blood droplet hovering above his hands. The wooden dragons that had previously engaged him had been reduced to splintered remnants, faint red patterns still visible upon them. The Count of Red and Kizaru encircled Lin Chen, while Akeji remained occupied with the wooden puppet. Yet, judging by the unfolding events, it seemed the puppet would not last much longer. Soon, the others would join forces against Lin Chen. At this juncture, Lin Chen recognized the gravity of his situation. Indeed, the thousand-armed technique offered overwhelming advantages in large-scale battles. Yet against this elite cadre, it faltered. Facing such top-tier warriors, landing a blow proved exceedingly challenging. Additionally, various slashes and elemental abilities inflicted substantial damage upon the wooden puppet. With Kizaru and the Count of Red advancing for close combat, the wooden puppet's efficacy waned substantially. Before Lin Chen could catch his breath, Kizaru and the Count of Red launched another assault, their intense battle reaching a fever pitch in the skies above. Lin Chen yearned to incapacitate Kizaru, but the latter's fruit abilities rendered close engagement perilous. Should he utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, employing it here would risk revealing his identity, endangering those in the Navy, including Gun. The Count of Red's enigmatic abilities and formidable resilience further complicated matters, leaving Lin Chen unable to deliver a decisive blow, resulting in a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, Akeji seized this opportunity, amplifying his fruit abilities, encasing the wooden puppet in a solid layer of ice, causing its movements to slow. The wooden puppet, summoned by Green Bull, began to absorb energy from Lin Chen's puppet, creating a worrisome balance of power. Ultimately, amidst the fierce struggle unfolding in the skies, the three combatants heard a sharp crack. Lin Chen's puppet collapsed, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, freezing the surrounding water along with the frost enveloping its form. Qingzhi panted slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his chin, a clear indication of the effort he had expended. However, the annihilation of the wooden giant made it all worthwhile, signifying that the current navy possessed the capability to confront such formidable foes. In the distance, several warships approached, bringing with them other members of the villainous organization. Cardinal Dai Mei, Sheng Huan Yilang, Bai Xiaote, and Abaluo Paisa Luo exchanged glances before joining forces with the others. While the three combatants engaged in the sky ceased their hostilities and separated, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, bemused by the increasing number of combatants. Huang Yuan and Hong Bo-ju stood before him, their respective allies clearly delineated behind them. Hong Bo-ju was flanked by the villains, albeit without Valdo, while behind Huang Yuan stood the admirals of the navy, all gazing intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. At that moment, he even contemplated unleashing Susanoo to engage in battle. Despite his resolve, his arsenal of techniques was waning, and continuing the fight would only allow him to eliminate a few more henchmen, with the remaining adversaries proving to be somewhat beyond his immediate control. Just as he was beyond theirs, Lin Chen steadied his long blade, ready to strike, as the navy initiated their assault. Green Bull commanded the wooden giant to advance toward Lin Chen, as countless vines coalesced into a colossal net attempting to ensnare him. The others swiftly dispersed, employing their unique abilities in preparation for the confrontation. The newly arrived members of the villainous organization were uncertain of Lin Chen's prowess, but the vanishing Valdo had instilled a sense of caution within them. They cautiously followed suit as the others pressed toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded the overwhelming vines with a firm grip, his hands forming a virtual clasp as a grayish-white cube gradually expanded. Dust release, original world separation technique. A flash of white light surged forth, causing all present to experience a sudden and palpable sense of dread, prompting them to evade the oncoming brilliance. The vines in the sky were disintegrated into atoms, and the momentum of the white light swept through the wooden giant behind the vines, cleaving it in twain, only for it to swiftly regenerate. The dust release momentarily halted the advance of the crowd toward Lin Chen, allowing him the opportunity to counterattack. His eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and a pitch-black orb shot forth from his hand, hovering in the sky. Witnessing this, Huang Yuan immediately signaled for everyone to retreat. Universalpul. The dark orb emitted an immense gravitational force, causing all bodies to involuntarily levitate toward it, the villains struggling to stabilize themselves mid-air. In truth, most present had never truly witnessed Lin Chen's technique, having only heard whispers of it. However, Huang Yuan had directly observed its devastating power when Lin Chen had utilized it to obliterate Judicial Island. Thus, he recognized its capacity to drastically alter terrain and its sealing capabilities. The wooden giant summoned by Green Bull was drawn skyward, while countless vines sought to anchor themselves against the inexorable pull. Yet, amidst the boundless sea, even the water began to be siphoned upward, leaving no point of resistance. The others employed their techniques to distance themselves from the black orb, while Sheng Huan and his three companions huddled together for warmth, retreating alongside Ace.He. Eventually, as Green Bull's wooden giant was sealed, the gravitational force ceased, and a massive earthen sphere floated in the air, interspersed with shards of ice. Consequently, the land was devastated. The distant warships pushed further away by the tumultuous waves, their crews still in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Chen did not permit his adversaries a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity, he trained his sights on the clustered Sheng Huan quartet, glancing at the Ace.He standing among them while the tomo of his Rinnegan spun slowly. Heavenly hand power. In an instant, Lin Chen materialized beside the Sheng Huan four, one hand directed toward them, the other radiating with white light. Universalpul. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Sensing the imminent threat, the four attempted to flee, but under Lin Chen's universal pull, escape was utterly futile, their bodies drawn toward him. Mouths agape in futile cries. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's other hand, glowing with white light, prepared for the inevitable. A beam of brilliance pierced through their heads and chests, and the world fell silent. The Sheng Huan quartet, who once shone brightly under Blackbeard's command, succumbed in mere seconds to Lin Chen's assault. In the distance, Ace.He, having been displaced by Lin Chen, felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Had he not been the one swapped, he too would have faced instant annihilation. Simultaneously, Ace.He's gaze turned menacingly toward Hong Bo-ju, realizing that the latter could have warned the quartet, potentially saving them had he disclosed Lin Chen's peculiar abilities. Did he not see that all present had strategically distanced themselves, wary of Lin Chen's sudden positional shifts to ambush and eliminate those nearby? The four lay lifeless, some even decapitated, their bodies suspended in Lin Chen's grasp. Yet their blood swiftly transformed into crimson streams, racing toward Hong Bo-ju. Observing the blood coursing through the air, Lin Chen's white light flickered, leaving no trace of the corpses or their lifeblood. Having concluded this grim task, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, settling upon Ace.He and Shiliu. Witnessing this scene, Ace.He's heart raced with trepidation, prompting him to turn and flee, unimpeded by those around him. Hong Bo-ju licked his lips, eyeing the retreating Ace.He. Soon, Ace.He realized the gravity of the situation, pivoting back, his expression paling as unsettling thoughts flooded his mind. According to the villain's code, any act of cowardice during a battle at dawn would fall entirely under Hong Bo-ju's jurisdiction. The outcome was all too predictable, as he would be rendered into a pool of blood, absorbed by Hong Bo-ju. After Lin Chen effortlessly dispatched the Sheng Huan quartet, Huang Yuan, wielding the Tenzu Cloud sword alongside Chatu, launched an assault from Lin Chen's rear. Positioned closest to Lin Chen, they exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of their next move. Shinra Tensei. Lin Chen deflected their strikes, vanishing from his original location before they could reach him. 2 slashes hurtled toward Ace.He, who, sensing danger, retaliated with his own blades. 4 slashes erupted upon the ocean's surface. Ace.He's strikes dissipated, while Lin Chen's continued their relentless advance. Lion's roar, sea whirl. The tumultuous waves surged forth, ultimately managing to thwart Lin Chen's assault. 2-pronged spear. 2 icy spears hurled toward Lin Chen, closely followed by Ace.He, wielding an ice blade, and Barrett, enveloped in a shroud of armed hockey. Acknowledging this formidable duo, Lin Chen pivoted to defend himself. Blood bullets. In the distance, dozens of crimson projectiles raced toward him, skimming the ocean's surface. Would release. Forest world descends. In the face of the onslaught, Lin Chen summoned Would release, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. With a resounding thud, the smoke dissipated, revealing Lin Chen unscathed as he emerged from the wooden cocoon. Barrett's powerful punch struck from his side. Observing Barrett, drenched in blood yet resolute, Lin Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Was this man truly enduring such punishment to safeguard himself? The two engaged in a flurry of blows. Yet Huang Yuan and the others would not grant Lin Chen the luxury of prolonged engagement, each preparing their techniques for another charge. Lin Chen had just intended to withdraw his hand to confront his adversaries when he discovered that his right hand was firmly grasped by Ace.He, while ice crystals had unexpectedly manifested upon his left hand, instantly freezing it. Simultaneously, these ice crystals began to creep up Lin Chen's body. Ace.He's long blade aimed at Lin Chen's left hand, seemingly intent on severing it. From the front, Shilio and Cha Tun launched their slashes toward Lin Chen, and the Red Count, seeing no immediate danger, manifested blood-red patterns across his body, attacking Lin Chen's head alongside Huang Yuan, preparing for a decisive blow. Just as Lin Chen was about to employ Tiantially to swap positions, he realized that his entire mask had been encased in ice, with his vision obscured by ice crystals. Shinra Tensei. With all his strength, Lin Chen repelled Ace.He and Ace.He, but as soon as he had liberated himself, he was met with a powerful frontal assault. The repulsive force lasted but a moment before being shattered. Bang! Lin Chen's figure was sent flying backward by the combined assault of the four, crashing onto the surface of the sea and skimming across it for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt. His chest was slightly concave, his black robe tattered, and a mouthful of old blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, with his mask shattered beyond recognition. Yet, with the recovery from his Mokutan, he soon regained his former condition. At this moment, Huang Yuan was also catching his breath. The intense battle had taken its toll on him. However, witnessing Lin Chen's injuries, he felt it was all worthwhile. Lin Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and lifted his gaze to the 8 individuals surrounding him. The Red Count, a figure above the rank of general, Huang Yuan, whose strength surpassed that of a general, Ace.He, at the pinnacle of general rank, Cha Tun and Green Bull, both of standard general caliber, Ace.He, who was slightly weaker among the generals, and Jinshitsi and Shilio, both at a lower general level. None of the adversaries before him were weak, and thus Lin Chen's injuries were understandable. If the battle were to continue, he could indeed resort to Edo Tensei and summon the QB, potentially securing victory. However, by this point, the Navy and the world government had likely received news and were en route. Soon, he would face more than just these individuals: Buddha, Garp, Zephyr, Akainu, Peach Rabbit, or even the world government's Divine Knight Order or the 5 elders might arrive personally, and he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Yet, to withdraw now would yield scant results, having only slain Vardo and 4 other lesser characters, which would be inconsequential to the villains. Of course, Vardo might still cause the world government some distress, given the potential of his fruit. His eyes darted restlessly, and Lin Chen soon devised a plan, a swift resolution. Focusing on eliminating Jinshitsu and Yuji Shilio. Kyubai, prepare to engage. Yo, Sumonin technique. Edo Tensei. Dark, inky patterns emerged from the sea surface. Huang Yuan's gaze flickered, and he immediately unleashed numerous light bullets towards Lin Chen, with the red count following closely behind, unleashing bloodlines of intense, penetrating power from all directions toward Lin Chen. 5 coffins stood before him, 2 of which were already in a state of disrepair and unusable. As 3 coffin lids fell, Lin Chen rapidly affixed talismans, summoning Longma, Guanyu Yudian, and a former member of the Divine Knight Order. Simultaneously, Kyubai also stood atop the sea, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the 8 adversaries before him. Apart from Huang Yuan, the other 7 were witnessing such a technique for the first time, their astonishment palpable. Huang Yuan, having destroyed only 2 coffins, felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet, seeing the familiar 3 puppet corpses, he sighed in relief. Gripping his Tenzo Yumi sword tightly, casting a glance at the red count, warning him that failing to exert their full strength would lead to demise. This statement sent a chill through the hearts of the 7 present, as the good mood generated by injuring Lin Chen dissipated instantly. Kyubai, engage. Lin Chen sheathed his long blade and exchanged it for a folding fan, summoning alongside it his weapon, the Ace.He fan. Loma, Guang Yudian, and the Divine Knight Order puppets charged toward Cha Tun, Green Bull, and Ba Lei Te, with 6 of them managing to achieve a stalemate. However, due to Green Bull's fruit ability, which naturally countered the puppet corpses by absorbing their energy, their endurance was not expected to last long. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, leaving only the red count, Huang Yuan, Qin Ji, Jin Shitsi, and Shilio in his sights. His targets were clearly Jin Shitsi and Shilio, a fact known to all present. Huang Yuan was acutely aware that Lin Chen could not afford to be entangled with him for long and would inevitably choose to unleash his full power to eliminate the slightly weaker of the 2 before retreating. Consequently, he remained vigilant, sharing his thoughts with those around him. Huang Yuan looked at the red count, his words subtly conveying a warning. Should Jin Shitsi and Shilio fall, I will report this to the Navy headquarters, along with the world government. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, the red count frowned slightly, but said nothing further, his blood-red patterns becoming even more pronounced. Unlike the others, Huang Yuan had been observing the red count since the day he joined the villains. Compared to the other members who merely sought freedom, the red count's ambition was far grander, as evidenced by his continuous hunting of strong individuals to consume their blood. Thus, Huang Yuan regarded him with utmost caution. Previously, when Vardo was still alive, Huang Yuan had sensed the red count's presence nearby. Yet, the red count only emerged after Vardo's demise, having absorbed his blood. All signs indicated that the red count might deliberately hold back in the ensuing battle, allowing Jin Shitsi and Shilio to perish. This was something Huang Yuan had to remain alert to. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the folding fan, eschewing any further dialogue as he approached the red count directly, while Kyubai charged toward Qin Ji. It would be challenging to eliminate Huang Yuan, and killing Qin Ji seemed improbable. However, gaining a clearer understanding of the red count's capabilities before dispatching Jin Shitsi and Shilio was a sound strategy. This time, with no one else intervening. When the red count confronted Lin Chen alone, he was acutely aware of the terrifying pressure Lin Chen exerted. In Sage Mode, Lin Chen's attributes surged dramatically, and the Ace.He fan swung directly toward the red count's head. Bang! The blood-red patterns on the red count transformed into a pair of blood wings that blocked the fan. His teeth, elongated, protruding from the corners of his mouth, and he resembled a vampire spreading its wings. However, the red count could only endure for a brief moment before being sent flying by the overwhelming force emanating from the fan. Huang Yuan's long sword once again lunged toward Lin Chen, who swiftly positioned the fan behind his back, emanating a white glow. Ace.He repel. This time, Huang Yuan was sent flying by his own force, and Lin Chen rapidly advanced toward the tumbling red count. As Lin Chen charged, the red count activated Kinbunchika Haki, attempting to foresee the future. Yet, just as he glimpsed the future, the vision was abruptly severed. Kinbun shatter. The red count's mind momentarily fogged. Yet his extensive combat experience kicked in. He aimed 10 fingers at Lin Chen, unleashing 10 bloodlines. Blood beads, strangulation lines. Lin Chen wielded the fan, blocking the attack, and his figure momentarily halted in midair. Feeling the immense resistance in his hand, Lin Chen unleashed a white glow from his other hand, dispersing the fan. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A flash of white light obliterated the bloodlines, which vanished without a trace, as the residual force surged toward the Red Count. Roar! The Red Count's fangs elongated rapidly, and his blood-red patterns erupted in full force, transforming him into a blood-winged demon as his speed surged, evading Lin Chen's attack. Laze! From a distance, Huang Yuan's finger emitted a bright light, and a laser beam shot forth, which Lin Chen narrowly evaded by tilting his head. Upon surveying his surroundings, Lin Chen observed Jiulaba engaged in a fierce battle with Qing Ji, Jin Shizi, and Shi Lu. An idea began to take shape in his mind. Dian Shouli. In the fleeting moment of exchanging places with Jiulaba, the latter vanished, and the Nine-Tails cloak enveloped Lin Chen once more, bestowing upon him a comprehensive enhancement. The transformed Lin Chen momentarily stunned Qing Ji and the others, but he would not grant them the luxury of time to react. Wan Xiang Tianin. The Nine-Tails cloak extended its arms towards Jin Shizi and Shi Lu, rapidly drawing their figures toward Lin Chen. Noticing this, Hong Baku and Huang Yuan hastily turned back to provide support, while Qing Ji aimed both hands at Lin Chen, ready to unleash his Ice Age technique, only to be met with a counterattack from the cloak's newly extended fists, crashing down upon the sea surface. As Jin Shizi and Shi Lu hurtled toward him, Lin Chen summoned the pinnacle of armed haki and conqueror's haki upon one hand, striking heavily at Jin Shizi's chest. Although Jin Shizi's chest caved in, it regrettably did not pierce through. The formidable beings of this world were akin to monsters in resilience. However, Lin Chen had his countermeasures. Mudan, Qian Jia Zisu. From his arm, several sturdy wooden extensions pierced into Jin Shizi's body, blood spraying into the air as his physique visibly began to deflate. Though it did not solely target Jin Shizi, Shi Lu, who followed closely behind, was also impaled. Countless droplets of blood floated around Lin Chen, when suddenly an alarm rang in his heart, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Blood droplets, explosive spikes. From a distance, Hong Baku clasped his hands together, causing the blood droplets surrounding Lin Chen to freeze in place, before erupting outward as numerous blood spikes. Lin Chen retreated, his expression growing grave as he observed the Nine-Tails cloak slowly calming on his body. In the distance, Jin Shizi and Shi Lu were rendered unrecognizable, yet still clung to life. Farther still, dozens of warships appeared on the horizon, and Lin Chen sensed several powerful auras locking onto him. It seemed further combat was unwise. Who was approaching, instilling such unease within him? With a flick of his fan, Lin Chen turned to leave without hesitation. Although Jin Shizi and Shi Lu had not been eliminated, their future as formidable foes was now rendered bleak, thus achieving his objective. Huang Yuan did not pursue Lin Chen as he vanished, while Hong Baku breathed a sigh of relief, reverting to his normal form. His gaze towards Jin Shizi and Shi Lu filled with greed. In the distance, Long Ma and his companions transformed into white smoke and disappeared, leaving the bewildered Cha Tun trio exchanging glances. A collective sigh of relief spread among them, the fatigue of battle washing over them as their bodies grew weak. Soon, Sengoku, Garp, Ace.He, and several peculiar machines aboard warships arrived at the scene, prompting Huang Yuan to rush forward with a report. However, all of this was now of little concern to Lin Chen. Upon returning to Fishman Island, Lin Chen astonished everyone, as the seemingly invincible figure had returned with injuries. Mo Nai and the others hurried to examine Lin Chen's wounds, only to be halted by him. It's a minor issue, nothing serious. Have Enel and the others returned? Rayleigh responded, I contacted them yesterday. They should be back tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded, coughed lightly, and spat out a mouthful of tainted blood. Seeing this, Mo Nai's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with concern. Don't hold back. I'll go fetch Law. However, Lin Chen grasped her arm firmly. That little fellow's fruit ability is not yet fully developed. It's not the right time for him. I can manage this injury myself. After a moment, Lin Chen continued. In this battle, I encountered Hong Baku, and my injuries were primarily inflicted by him and Huang Yuan. His abilities are quite peculiar, with precise control over blood. Lin Chen spoke while feeling his chest, his eyes closing as he attuned to his internal condition, the markings of the sage body appearing on his face. Soon, several droplets of blood began to seep from Lin Chen's chest, occasionally spiking outward, yearning to re-enter his body as if possessing a will of their own. Rayleigh's expression turned solemn as he observed the floating blood droplets. This phenomenon is exceedingly strange. Even I have not encountered anything like it. As far as I recall, Hong Ba could not possess such capabilities. Lin Chen nodded, explaining Hong Ba could consumed a mythical Zoan fruit, the bat fruit in its vampire form, granting him formidable strength. Moreover, he can absorb the blood of others to enhance his own power and regain youth, though it remains uncertain if there is a limit to this ability. Mo Nai, taken aback by Lin Chen's analysis, pondered, could he be even stronger than an admiral? Rayleigh remained silent in thought, while Lin Chen asserted his power likely surpasses that of an admiral, possibly approaching the level of a Yonko. At this moment, Rayleigh emerged from his reverie, saying, "During my time with Roger, I encountered Hong Ba several times. His martial prowess and haki are terrifying. He could single-handedly withstand an entire pirate crew. He stand among the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Jin Shizi. With this new fruit, he could regain strength rapidly and potentially ascend another tier." After hearing Rayleigh's analysis, Lin Chen felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, many strong individuals have emerged in these 2 years. But rest assured, that man is no match for me in a one-on-one confrontation. If I unleash my full power, he will not endure for long. Lin Chen proceeded to relay all the intelligence gathered during the battle, including the previously encountered Roger's crew member, Barrett. According to Rayleigh, Barrett's abilities far exceed what has been seen. If he trains for another 2 years, he would undoubtedly reach the level of an admiral. Lin Chen kept a watchful eye on this, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Barrett. After their discussion reached a conclusion, Lin Chen rose to retire to his room for rest. Mo Nai brought him some food, and after Lin Chen finished eating, she tidied up the dishes and quietly closed the door behind her as she left. Lin Chen sighed softly while watching Mo Nai's retreating figure, then closed his eyes, choosing not to dwell further. Tomorrow, he awaited Enel's return to report on Kaido's stance, as the atmosphere throughout the world began to grow tense. The following day, Enel, Crocodile, Ichao, and Robin returned, bringing with them rather grim news. Enel, filled with indignation, while Crocodile and Ichao remained impassive, Robin quietly sat in a corner. "Speak up, what happened?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's prompt, Enel erupted. "Kaido has shown no sincerity whatsoever. We offered them such a monumental piece of information, yet he has made no acknowledgement. He even believes we shouldn't have disclosed this, making it more troublesome for them." Listening to Enel's animated complaints, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Crocodile. "Old San, what is your take?" Crocodile took a deep puff from his cigar, maintaining his composed demeanor as he replied, "As I anticipated, which of the Yonko are not cunning? Kaido has neither accepted nor outright rejected our proposal for an alliance. Instead, he wishes for you to meet him, claiming he desires to witness the might of the world's strongest." At this, Lin Chen chuckled softly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. There lies a certain intrigue in the revelation that Kaido had long been aware of the existence of the king of the underworld on their Onigashima. The moment we disseminated the information, they had already taken note. Crocodile nodded, affirming that they were indeed unsurprised by the news of the king of the underworld's presence in their territory. Rather, they were filled with curiosity regarding the origin of this information. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was we who had released it. Rayleigh stroked his chin and remarked that according to Kaido's logic, if we in the Dawn had become privy to this news, it would have been impossible for it to be leaked. We need the king of the underworld to counter the world government. Only a fool would broadcast such information, drawing the attention of the world government and the navy to this location. Crocodile continued his analysis, observing that it seemed Kaido intended to leverage the king of the underworld to negotiate with us. After all, the king resided in their domain. And now it appeared that Kaido was watching us and the world government vie for the king. It was likely that whichever side offered the higher price would be favored. Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, asserting that if Kaido wished to play such a game, he must first possess the ability to do so. As far as he knew, Kaido maintained a good rapport with Big Mom, and this time he certainly would not act alone. Only when the two emperors joined forces would they have the audacity to engage in such negotiations. However, we need not concern ourselves with them. When a multitude of formidable beings converges in the new world, I doubt Kaido and Big Mom will remain unshaken. The desire for the king of the underworld is not limited to the world government alone. Enel scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, and inquired about our next course of action. Lin Chen replied that we ought to stir the pot even further. Our aim has never been solely the king of the underworld. We must contact the Revolutionary Army, urging my brother to lead his cadres into the new world. while simultaneously disseminating the confirmed information regarding the king of the underworld's presence on Onigashima to the entire world. We shall proclaim that Roger had hidden clues to the Pirate King's treasure within the king of the underworld. I intend to ignite a frenzy among pirates worldwide. We shall discreetly reach out to Shanks, Mihawk, and Hancock, urging them to feign great interest in the king of the underworld, preparing to enter the new world. Furthermore, we must contact Guion, instructing her to advocate within the Navy the necessity of securing the king of the underworld, while proposing this as an opportunity to eradicate the pirates and the Dawn. By baiting them, I am unperturbed by the prospect of the Navy remaining idle. Simultaneously, we shall project an image of the Dawn being desperate, conveying our determination to seize the king of the underworld, thereby misleading the outside world. We will ease the jurisdiction over Fishman Island, crafting an illusion that we have all headed to the new world, allowing all pirates and the Navy to enter without restriction. The news of the king of the underworld's emergence spread rapidly, especially through the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Particularly, the sudden display of desperation from the long-silent Dawn provided a spectacle for all to witness. In East Blue, at Lowtown, in a tavern, Smoker, having remained idle for 2 full years, lounged with a cigar in his mouth and a newspaper in hand, seated comfortably in a tavern chair. His feet crossed atop the table, undisturbed by the bustling noise around him. Have you heard? The Dawn has been searching for news of the king of the underworld for 2 years. Just as they found the information, it has spread throughout the world. I wonder who leaked this news. It is likely an informant planted by the world government within the Dawn. I also heard that there are pointers left by Roger on the king of the underworld. Those pointers lead to the hidden treasure. Alas, the Dawn is merely sewing garments for others. The world government and the Navy will surely not allow the Dawn to claim the king of the underworld. Let us not forget another force at play. The king of the underworld has appeared on Kaido's territory, who is one of the 4 emperors. Even the Navy and the world government are hesitant to provoke such a formidable entity. To be honest, I find myself rooting for the Dawn. The East Blue has been exceedingly peaceful these past 2 years. I have not seen a single pirate. Even the various taxes we usually pay have significantly decreased. I have heard that this year, the East Blue established something called the Red Nation, with 1 in each sea, and the 24-character slogan they promote is quite commendable. Quiet down. Can't you see there are Navy personnel present? Oh, what does it matter? In all 4 seas. Who does not know that the Navy is no different from being absent altogether? It is merely for show. As Smoker listened to the cacophony around him, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After taking a deep drag of his cigar, he flipped the newspaper over to the other side. The Dawn has attacked and impelled down. Their leader, Trafalgar Law, was injured by the vile Captain Redcount. The world government has once again declared that any force associated with the Dawn may still return to the fold of the world government. Otherwise, on the day of reckoning, none shall escape. The Revolutionary Army is suspected of entering the New World, and the King of the Underworld is rumored to be emerging. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates among the 4 emperors have announced an alliance. They claim that this alliance is not directed against any force. The 7 warlords. The world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, is rumored to have appeared in the New World. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen Mihawk and Shanks engaged in a duel on some island in the New World. The outcome remains unknown. A new pirate force, the Spade Pirates. Their captain is a natural type, flame fruit user. What manner of pirate crew is one that only slays other pirates? Just as Smoker was engrossed in the news, the transponder snail in his arms began to buzz restlessly. Moshi Moshi, this is Smoker. Understood. The call rang 5 times before it ceased. And only after a considerable pause did Smoker regain his composure. He stood up, downed the contents of his glass, and left, placing a few coins on the counter, which clinked before settling into silence. I'm leaving. You're welcome to visit again. At that very moment, across the Grand Line, countless pirates set sail, with the vast majority of them fixated on one singular goal, the New World. Do not speak of the harsh weather in the New World, nor the multitude of powerful adversaries. In the Grand Line, they are barely surviving. The Navy admiral stationed at Sabeti Archipelago, Momonosuke, frequently organizes operations to eliminate pirates throughout the Grand Line, even deploying freshly graduated recruits from the Navy headquarters to participate in battle, all under the guise of special training. Consequently, the quality of the Navy has surged, with numerous promising talents rapidly emerging, while the pirates endure untold hardships. Moreover, with the Grand Line being such a confined space, the pirates have become increasingly crowded. Now, with the knowledge that the new world harbors pointers to Roger's hidden treasure. Along with the emergence of the king of the underworld, all have gone madly eager to venture into the new world. As for the once heavily fortified Fishman Island, restrictions have long since been lifted. Though some members of the Dawn remain stationed there, their only stipulation is to refrain from causing any disturbances on the island. Those wishing to pass through to the new world are free to do so. Naturally, all pirates are delighted, as they wish to avoid provoking such a formidable entity. After all, the upper echelons of the Dawn are focused solely on the king of the underworld, and they have heard whispers regarding this matter. If they were to provoke the Dawn at this juncture, they would surely face dire consequences. The Navy also turns a blind eye to this situation. While deploying forces to seize Fishman Island is not out of the question, it would serve little purpose, akin to a chicken rib, neither tasty nor worth discarding. After all, everyone is aware that the Dawn's leadership is engaged in a struggle for the king of the underworld. Fishman Island has become somewhat expendable. Should they divide their forces to assault Fishman Island, they would not only deplete their stronghold, but also risk failure in their quest for the king of the underworld, all while contending with the pressure from the island's native inhabitants and the troubles brought by various pirates. It is far better to maintain the status quo. In an instant, the entire world found itself engulfed in a frenzy. The pirates rejoiced over the information left by Roger, while some ambitious individuals plotted to seize the legendary Ming Wang. The world government secretly deliberated on how to retrieve the Ming Wang intact from the hands of the two emperors. Within the Navy, factions divided, and one of the 6 admirals, Peach Rabbit, proposed that the Ming Wang be placed under Navy control and used as an opportunity to encircle the pirates and execute a campaign against the Dawn. This proposal received the endorsement of Admirals Akiji and Akainu, while Kizuru remained silent, and Green Bull and Chopper expressed their dissent, believing that aiding the world government in the pursuit of the Ming Wang was of utmost importance. Garp and Ace.He naturally sided with the Gion faction, but the most crucial votes rested with Sengoku and Tsuru. The world government dispatched Kong to request the Navy's assistance in securing the Ming Wang. Seizing this opportunity, the Navy convened a special operational meeting attended by all officers of the rank of captain and above, allowing everyone to voice their opinions to determine the final outcome. This was a significant mobilization of the Navy, facing off against the most notorious pirates in the world, the 4 emperors, the supernovas of the Grand Line, as well as the hidden ambitions lurking in the shadows, alongside their foremost adversary, the Dawn. Thus, caution was paramount. The special operational meeting convened for an entire week without reaching a consensus. Ultimately, the Navy's high command reached a clandestine agreement with the world government, further strengthening their ties. In the New World, aboard a colossal wooden vessel named Dawn, Lin Chen reclined comfortably in a beach chair he had fashioned himself, surrounded by the beach summoned by Lao Sha, relishing the well-earned fine weather of the New World. A delicate, fair hand reached over from the side, holding a petite, crimson cherry, gently offering it to Lin Chen's lips. With a swift bite, Lin Chen savored the cherry, only for another hand, radiant and graceful, to present a glass of juice frosted with ice crystals. "Ah, how refreshing!" Lin Chen exclaimed, eliciting giggles from the enchanting companions on either side. Hancock, cupping her face with both hands, bashfully suggested, "If you seek further delight, I would not be opposed." Upon hearing her bold proposition, Monet's face flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. Startled by Hancock's audacious words, Lin Chen quickly straightened himself, aware that further discourse could lead to perilous implications. "Ahem. All right, Hancock and Monet. You both should attend to your own matters instead of lingering around me all day." Upon hearing Lin Chen's remark, Hancock's tone suddenly lifted, pressing herself against him. "That is because you are my everything. I love you so deeply." As Lin Chen absorbed Hancock's unabashed declarations and felt the soft, almost ethereal touch against his chest, his blood surged with warmth. Monet, at a loss for words, clutched Lin Chen's other arm, emanating a subtle, cool fragrance. "Ah, AC and AB. It seems Monet has room for growth," Lin Chen mused, momentarily lost in thought before regaining his composure. The gentle aroma from Monet jolted him back to clarity. "Enough. The great battle approaches. What are you two doing? This can wait for later." At Lin Chen's command, the two reluctantly withdrew from his embrace, leaving him feeling a sudden emptiness. Soon, the skies darkened, prompting Lin Chen to stow his chair and usher the two into the ship's cabin. Upon entering, Crocodile greeted Lin Chen with a teasing look, to which Lin Chen responded with an eye roll. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed Rayleigh was absent, leaving him somewhat speechless. Ever since Rayleigh had joined Hancock and the others, he had vanished with Shaki, indulging in his own leisurely pursuits, proving that elderly folk had their own joys. At this moment, Lin Chen had brought the upper echelons of Dawn to the New World, and after reuniting with Hancock, their destination was singular, the lair of the four Emperor Shanks. According to the intelligence from Dragon, the Revolutionary Army in Mihawk awaited his arrival there. Everything appeared to be progressing smoothly, merely awaiting the moment the Mingwang would reveal itself, at which point all main characters would naturally emerge. However, there was unsettling news. The world government issued a summons to the 7 warlords, excluding the deceased Waldo, the critically injured Shiki, and Rain Shiryu, along with 4 other warlords, Barrett, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Hancock. According to the world government's edict, should the 7 warlords fail to arrive at the designated location within the stipulated time, they would be stripped of their titles and subjected to pursuit by the world government and navy. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback by the world government's unwavering determination to annihilate Dawn. Yet, this only heightened his caution, as the enemies he faced now were far more formidable than those he had vanquished at Mary Geoise 2 years prior. Before long, Lin Chen and his companions reached Shank's stronghold, where they were greeted by many long-lost friends. "Brother," Lin Chen embraced Dragon warmly, who immediately spoke, "I know you've been worried about the 7 warlords." Hearing Dragon's words, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and they exchanged knowing smiles. "Indeed, brother. I wonder if our thoughts align. The world government will undoubtedly spare no effort this time, employing every ounce of strength they possess, clearly aiming for a decisive resolution." Dragon nodded, inquiring, "Do you think the time is ripe?" Lin Chen shook his head, replying, "We still lack one crucial player." Dragon prompted Whitebeard. "Yes." Realizing they shared the same perspective, Dragon nodded and suggested that it may be prudent to send Mihawk and Hancock back. Even if they do not exert themselves, the world government would still hesitate to confront them. Rather than expose ourselves now, it would be wiser to remain hidden. Our combat prowess is not inferior to that of the current world government. After their discussion concluded, the arrangements were largely settled. Mihawk and Hancock complied with the world government summons, allowing their presence without contributing significantly, much to Hancock's dissatisfaction. However, Lin Chen's reassurances soon restored her spirits, and she refrained from further complaints. In the time leading up to the emergence of the Mingwang, Lin Chen remained diligent, recognizing the importance of enhancing his own strength. Before long, he gathered the resources he sought, including berries, treasures, and devil fruits. Eventually, the Mingwang manifested on a tranquil day, heralded as one of the 3 ancient weapons alongside the Sea Kings and the Sky Kings, each possessing formidable destructive capabilities. Lin Chen had previously endured an assault reminiscent of the Sky Kings, where an energy barrage from the heavens obliterated an entire island, leaving Lao Sha and the others gravely injured. He had no choice but to employ the techniques of his Sharingan to ensure their safety, an event that left an indelible mark on the members of Dawn. The Mingwang, as one of the 3 ancient weapons, naturally attracts countless individuals vying for possession. The world government, the navy, the Dawn, pirates, revolutionaries, and ambitious individuals converge on Kila Island, an unclaimed isle closest to Kaido's territory in the New World. Although modest in size, its strategic location as a vital transit island is of immense significance. Not only does it border Kaido's stronghold, but it is also in proximity to Hive Island. Today, this small island is teeming with thousands of notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, and among them are even hundreds with bounties of 1 billion or more. There are also a few who surpass the 20 billion mark, undoubtedly representing the pinnacle of piracy in this era. As Lin Chen and his entourage set foot on Kila Island, even in the already crowded area, people instinctively parted to create a space for them. The surrounding pirates dared not meet Lin Chen's gaze, instead furtively observing him and his companions. Bon, Krinkodoil, Roilei, Enel, Mone, and Ishao, essentially the upper echelons of the Dawn, have all arrived. Keep your voices down. I heard the world government and navy are also on Kila Island. I wonder if they will clash. That seems unlikely. I heard that the Mingwang was just revealed yesterday, and Kaido and Lin declared that anyone daring to act against them on their territory would be their enemy. Could it be that Kaido and Lin intend to monopolize the Mingwang? What should we do? There are pointers left by Roger above, which we came here for. It shouldn't be a problem. Earlier today, rumors circulated that the Dawn might be negotiating with Kaido. I wonder what terms they will offer to acquire the Mingwang. Upon hearing the news, the world government also rushed here. The two forces might negotiate on Kaido's turf. Listening to the whispers around him, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. These pirates possess quite a keen instinct. Yet, with only one Ming Wang, it remains to be seen what tactics these pirates will employ in their pursuit of the elusive treasure. After arriving at the prearranged stronghold on the island and accounting for his crew, Lin Chen led them towards Oni Island. Since Kaido was so eager to meet him, it would be courteous to indulge his request. Lin Chen also surmised that the world government was likely aware of his movements, and it was entirely possible that their representatives might meet on Kaido's territory. Having made his decision regarding personnel, Lin Chen, accompanied by Crocodile, Monet, Enel, Rayleigh, and Ishao, proceeded toward Oni Island. This group essentially comprised all of his high-end combat power, while Taizolo and Jinbei remained on Kila Island as scouts, ready to report any significant developments. As Lin Chen's party departed Kila Island for Oni Island, they encountered no interruptions, and no foolish pirate crews attempted to obstruct them with mindless antics. Shortly thereafter, they reached Kaido's stronghold, where several warships and vessels from the world government were docked. The moment Lin Chen set foot on Oni Island, a shadowy figure descended from the skies, none other than one of the three calamities, and, "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. Lord Kaido awaits." Lin Chen disregarded then, turning instead to Enel, who nodded in affirmation. "There are 3 from the Navy and 5 from the world government." Hearing Enel's report, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and focused his gaze on En, studying him intently. At that moment, En felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious tiger, and beads of cold sweat began to form. "Rest assured, Lord Ban, our beast pirates harbor no intentions of confronting the Dawn. We will not permit the world government and navy to act against you on Oni Island." Having hastily articulated his reassurances, En realized that the oppressive sensation of being watched had dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and elevating his impression of the Dawn's members. Initially, En had anticipated that the presence of so many from the Navy and world government would be sufficient to overpower the Dawn. However, the mere aura emanating from Lin Chen surpassed anyone he had previously encountered, further tipping the scales of his allegiance back towards the Dawn. Lin Chen gestured for En to lead the way, prompting En to cease his internal deliberations and earnestly guide them. It was difficult to fathom that the renowned Calamity was exhibiting such demeanor before Lin Chen. Following En, Lin Chen's group arrived at the reception hall, where Kaido sat regally at the head of the table, with one side vacant while the other was fully occupied. Upon discerning the identities of the world government and navy representatives, Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly. If only he could eliminate these individuals in this very moment. "Lord Ban, please take a seat." Lin Chen's contemplations were interrupted by En's voice. After casting a glance at En, he decided against further thoughts and prepared to sit. Killing this group would entail significant costs, and the surrounding pirates would likely recognize it as a ruse, fleeing in panic, resulting in an outcome that would hardly justify the effort. If a greater victory could be achieved, allowing this group to keep their lives was not entirely unacceptable. En, having just navigated a perilous situation, finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his mission had been accomplished. From here on, he simply needed to perform his duties as a cadre, as he had no space to interject in discussions of this caliber. Once seated, Lin Chen observed the 8 individuals across from him. The world government's 5 representatives were predictably the 5 elders, while the Navy was represented by Sengoku, Akainu, and Kazu. Lin Chen's 5 companions also took their seats, and a momentary silence enveloped the atmosphere, as neither side had anticipated meeting in such a manner once more. However, this silence was soon shattered by a soft voice. "Sengoku, I did not expect you to have aged as well." Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively. "Sengoku, you look the same, but it seems your strength has waned a bit." Sengoku glanced at Lin Chen and replied, "Isn't that thanks to the fellow beside you? You all appear quite confident indeed, daring to come here." Enel immediately bristled. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, old man?" Sengoku shot a glance at Enel, ignoring him, and turned back to Lin Chen. "Is this all the company you've brought? What about the others? Rashinandi, Jinbei, Taizolo, Tej, and aren't there 2 youngsters as well, Sugar and Luo?" Lin Chen met Sengoku's gaze, fully aware of his underlying concerns, yet refrained from answering the question. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. We all share the same goal. Kaido, you invited me here, so it is your turn to speak." Kaido observed the tense exchange between Lin Chen and Sengoku, secretly delighted, though he maintained a facade of gravity. "Let's avoid quarrels, shall we? I understand the reasons for your visit." At this critical juncture, It is merely a matter of which side can offer a higher bid. There is no point in arguing here. One of the five elders, the financial warlord Su Shru, addressed Kaido. Kaido, there is no need for such discussions. As long as you agree to hand over the Ming Wang to the world government, regardless of what actions your beast pirates take in the future, provided you do not oppose us, the world government will never act against you. The moment Nasu Shuru's words left his lips, all present were engulfed in profound shock. Sengoku stared incredulously at Nasu Shuru, for this was entirely contrary to their prior discussions. This sentence can be regarded as the talisman of the 100 beast pirates, or even a means for them to join the celestial dragons. After all, in this world, only the celestial dragons can act without fear of punishment. Except for Lin Chen. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Kaido, eager to see how he would respond to such temptation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the Gorosei across the room. With such a substantial offer right from the start, it was evident that they were determined to secure the Pluto. The crowd was taken aback not by Kaido's response, but by melodious female laughter that echoed through the air. Gorosei, do you think that Pluto belongs solely to Kaido? The massive figure of Charlotte Linlin entered the room, accompanied by Katakuri and the three commanders. Upon seeing Big Mom arrive, Kaido immediately rose, and the two took their seats at the head of the table. Observing the extraordinary relationship between the two, the Gorosei and the Navy squinted their eyes. The financial deity, Nesu, spoke up. Charlotte Linlin, since you and Kaido jointly possess Pluto, you too shall receive the same treatment as Kaido. All you need to do is agree to hand over Pluto to the world government. Nesu's words were undoubtedly a tempting bombshell, and both Kaido and Big Mom displayed traces of interest. Witnessing this, the Gorosei cast disdainful glances at the Dawn faction. However, Kaido and Big Mom quickly regained their composure, for negotiations were being held between Dawn and the world government, not a one-sided transaction. Perhaps Dawn could offer a higher price. But deep down, Kaido and Big Mom suspected that they might not have any valuable leverage to present. Kaido and Big Mom turned their attention to the still and silent Lin Chen, inquiring, "Where's Dawn?" The price offered by the world government is indeed enticing. Lin Chen lifted his gaze, observing the seemingly confident Gorosei, and simply extended 4 fingers. Confusion swept over the crowd, only to be deepened by Lin Chen's next statement. 40%. Hand over Pluto to us, and we shall surely eliminate the world government. At that time, the entire world shall be divided into 40% for you and Charlotte Linlin. Outrageous. How dare you? Do you truly believe you can oppose us? Lin Chen's declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room, inciting the Gorosei's immediate fury. His words were akin to discussing where they would be buried while they were still alive. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were taken aback, drenched in cold sweat, for they dared to negotiate within the confines of the world government's framework. Yet Lin Chen's words were a declaration of intent to forge a new order in the world. Everyone, except for the Dawn faction, remained engulfed in shock. However, Sengoku quickly noticed that the expressions of the Dawn members remained calm, and after careful consideration, he seemed to comprehend something, allowing the unease in his heart to subside. Soon, Kaido and Big Mom appeared to grasp the situation as well, but they fell silent, observing the furious expressions of the Gorosei without further comment. Before long, Kaido, sensing the Gorosei's anger had somewhat subsided, cleared his throat and said, "It seems that you from Dawn have come today without any sincere intent for negotiation." Lin Chen replied coolly, "Is there sincerity on the other side? Once Pluto is handed over to the world government, it would be a simple matter for them to manipulate you at will. When we from Dawn are extinguished, guess who the Navy will turn their attention to next?" The words of the Gorosei are as meaningless as the passing wind, both foul and fleeting. The members surrounding Lin Chen erupted into laughter, with Enel pointing at the Gorosei, showing no regard for their presence. The Gorosei's previous calm demeanor was reignited, realizing that Lin Chen's words had been a deliberate provocation. Now, they felt as though they were being humiliated. "Seeking death. Do you think we dare not act here?" Akainu, charge. Enel, not to be outdone, began to unleash a torrent of words against the 5 elders, holding his ground. The atmosphere became increasingly tumultuous as both sides shouted vehemently. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, puzzled by the intentions of both factions. However, as the argument continued, Kaido grew restless, slamming his palm down and bellowing, "Enough. What do you take this place for? A marketplace? This is Onigashima, my territory." As soon as he finished, Lin Chen and his companions turned their attention towards Kaido, while the Gorosei and Sengoku did the same. Kaido intended to continue speaking, but found himself unable to utter another word, as if his throat had been constricted. Under the watchful gaze of such formidable figures, even the mighty Kaido felt a shiver run down his spine. On the other side, Charlotte Lin sensed the tension in the room and quickly interjected with a laugh to ease the atmosphere. Continuing to argue like this will lead us nowhere. Ultimately, Pluto must find a rightful owner. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei fell silent, and Lin Chen signaled to Enel to cease the quarrel. At that moment, an unexpected figure entered the scene. Jean hurriedly walked in through the door, his head bowed. Avoiding eye contact with those around him, he cautiously approached Kaido, preparing to speak. Crocodile, noticing this, remarked, "What could be so secretive? Is it something we cannot know? Perhaps another faction wishes to stake their claim? Given our strength, do you think your whispered words can escape our notice?" In that instant, Jean found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Kaido surveyed the room and nodded, acknowledging his previous impulsive behavior. A few pirates have arrived outside, led by Wang Ji from High Violent. He claims to represent the pirates. Sengoku snorted dismissively. Even pirates dare approach? Rayleigh immediately interjected, "What? Are there not two great pirates seated here? Just because they are outside does not mean those inside are not pirates. I was once a pirate myself, and a member of the Pirate King's crew." Pluto Rayleigh. Wang Ji. After Rayleigh's retort, the mood among the Dawn faction darkened. Crocodile's demeanor suddenly turned menacing as he slammed his palm onto the table, splintering the fine wooden surface. Enel's body crackled with arcs of electricity, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained seated, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. His dark crimson haki coalesced into a palpable force, thickening the air around him to the point of suffocation. This display undoubtedly sent a jolt of fear through everyone present, causing the Gorosei's eyes to widen and Sengoku and Akainu to prepare for a potential battle. The usually composed Big Mom and Kaido felt their confidence waver at the sight of such hostility from both sides. They exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to abstain from involvement. In a conflict of this magnitude, even they could meet their demise. Fortunately, the oppressive atmosphere only lingered for a brief moment, as Lin Chen suddenly retracted his aura and casually sipped his tea. Although Lin Chen relaxed, not a single person in the room felt at ease. Who could predict whether this harbinger of death might suddenly erupt and slay everyone present? Kaido, observing the continued silence between the factions, found himself at a loss for what to do next. It is evident to any discerning observer that the disarray of Mingyao is undeniably linked to Wang Ji. The five elders exchanged glances and soon reached a consensus, signaling Kaido to allow Wang Ji's arrival, expressing their curiosity about the intentions of these pirates. Though the elders spoke in a seemingly casual manner, their minds were occupied with a different consideration. They had just discerned that Mingyao and Wang Ji were far from allies, and likely stood in opposition to one another. Thus, the enemy of my enemy may well become my friend, suggesting that Wang Ji could potentially be swayed to their side, serving as a tool against Mingyao. The elder's words caused a palpable tension among Mingyao's ranks, as Rayleigh and Laosha turned their gazes toward Lin Chen, awaiting his decision. Lin Chen calmly placed his teacup on the table, his tranquil eyes betraying no hint of emotion, and spoke in a measured tone. "I too am intrigued by that fellow. Wang Ji, Kaido, let him enter. I wish to see if those 5 old fools can protect him." The term old fools was directed at the 5 elders, and the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, instantly became charged once more. Kaido nodded at Jean, who then stepped outside to summon Wang Ji and his companions. I didn't expect so many to arrive," boomed a formidable middle-aged man with a thick black beard, a fearsome appearance, dark skin, and towering stature of at least 2.5 meters. Wang Ji, the master of High Violent. Accompanying him were 2 other pirates, their prowess undeniable. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on Wang Ji, a killing intent surged forth from him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Wang Ji's forehead. The 5 elders immediately rose, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen with hostility. Wang Ji. Lin Chen disregarded the elders, slowly rising to confront Wang Ji. It was Wang Ji who had ambushed Mingyao alongside Don Quixote Doflamingo during Lin Chen's absence, triggering a chain of subsequent events. The world government orchestrated the destruction of Dressrosa, and both Lao Sha and Enel suffered grave injuries at the hands of the celestial dragons, with Lao Sha nearly losing his life. Lin Chen had not forgotten these transgressions. For years, Ming Yao and the Revolutionary Army had pursued Wang Ji, only to find him holed up on Hive Island. As Ming Yao had not been able to deal with him until now, when he had audaciously appeared before them. Lao Sha's sharp gaze bore into Wang Ji, a faint ache lingering in his chest from their previous encounter. Under the scrutinizing eyes of Ming Yao, even Wang Ji, despite his formidable strength, could only divert his gaze toward the five elders. He was acutely aware of Ming Yao's pursuit, yet he knew that he stood no chance alone against them. Hence, he sought a powerful ally. Recently, upon hearing about the villain organization, Wang Ji had been contemplating aligning himself with the world government. But the elders were notoriously difficult to approach, and only today had he found the opportunity to present himself. The elders exchanged glances with Kaido and Big Mom, reminiscing about past events. Ah, how nostalgic it is, Kaido, Big Mom, and Wang Ji. We still remember the Battle of God Valley quite vividly. Listening to the elders, Sengoku too felt a pang of nostalgia, as that very battle had solidified Garp's reputation as a naval hero, and he had reaped some of the glory as well. Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at those present and remarked, "Such excessive chatter." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Chen's form erupted in emotion, and in an instant, his blade was poised against Wang Ji's throat. Simultaneously, the members of Ming Yao sprang into action, targeting Wang Ji. However, the others were not foolish. They began to intercept Lin Chen's movement the moment he acted. Such speed, Kaido and Big Mom exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the five elders Sengoku and Akainu were preoccupied with restraining the other members of Ming Yao, none daring to intervene, resulting in a tense standoff. The only one capable of keeping pace with Lin Chen's speed was Kizaru, yet he refrained from acting, knowing that confronting the murderous intent of Lin Chen would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he merely pointed his finger at Enel, a laser flickering at its tip. Intrigued by the user of the Thunder Fruit, "Wang Ji, do you fear death?" Lin Chen's cold voice pierced Wang Ji's mind, jolting him back to reality, as the fear of death enveloped him completely. In that moment, he realized the futility of his once prized strength in the presence of Lin Chen. Furthermore, the world government, which he had hoped would provide him with robust support, seemed utterly incapable of safeguarding him now. "Wait, let me explain." Before Wang Ji could finish, a golden aura erupted around Lin Chen, several black spheres materializing beside him, his blade shimmering with a dark red haki as his Sharingan whirled with fervor. "Time delay." A barely audible whisper escaped his lips, and the blade swept through Wang Ji's neck, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Wang Ji, the master of Hive Island, a notorious pirate from the former era of the Rocks Pirates, a participant in the Battle of God Valley, met his demise. Upon witnessing this, the five elders erupted with fury, as this long-standing stalemate was poised to devolve into chaos. Lin Chen's sudden strike stunned everyone present. The elders had anticipated that he might act, but they had not foreseen that his strike would be fatal. Wang Ji was a known figure, and in such a situation, Lin Chen could just as easily eliminate any one of the five elders in the next moment. Even Kaido and Big Mom felt a chill of apprehension. How could Wang Ji, once a formidable subordinate of Rocks, be so swiftly dispatched? Just moments ago, he had been a living entity, yet in an instant, he lost his head, leaving them reeling in shock, unable to regain their composure. Lin Chen's presence evoked a sense of dread that surpassed even that of their former captain. Rocks, not even the Pirate King Roger or Whitebeard had instilled such a feeling in them. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with an inexplicable fear as they beheld Lin Chen standing amidst the carnage, his blade still dripping with blood. Could the world government and the Navy truly vanquish this individual before them? The once arrogant Kaido and Big Mom found themselves doubting whether the emergence of the King of Hell was mere coincidence or the result of a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Yet reality offered them no reprieve for contemplation. At the moment Lin Chen struck, the King of Hell had ceased to be of consequence. They were not here for him, but for the pirates and the world government. In the instant of Wang Ji's demise, Lin Chen did not relent. The two formidable pirates accompanying Wang Ji were also well known in the outside world, their strength at least comparable to that of the mid-tier warlords of the sea. Yet they paled in comparison to Lin Chen. However, the five elders were not fools. They recognized that battle was now inevitable and immediately launched a forceful assault against the members of Ming Yao. The five elders, Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizaru, faced off against Rayleigh. Lao Sha, Inel, Monet, and Yishao. 8 against 5. At first glance, it appeared that Ming Yao was at a distinct disadvantage. The elders signaled to Sengoku and Akainu to engage Lin Chen, while they themselves held back Rayleigh and the others. Upon witnessing the situation, Huang Yuan found it unwise to engage directly, and his figure gradually began to elementalize. The body of Zhangguo radiated a golden light, transforming him into a majestic golden Buddha, while Chi Inu morphed into a torrent of molten magma surging towards Lin Chen's back. However, among the 5, Rayleigh's body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Simultaneously, Rayleigh's long sword severed Huang Yuan's elemental form, intercepting Chi Inu's stealthy assault on Lin Chen. His figure appeared before Zhangguo, standing in opposition. While confronting the 3, Rayleigh maintained a faint smile on his face. Hey, I'm the Pirate King, Rayleigh. Do not underestimate me, or you shall suffer the consequences. Zhangguo's eyes narrowed, observing the diminutive figure of the elder before him, who still exuded an air of elegance. Yet his heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. Without hesitation, the transformed Zhangguo struck down towards Rayleigh with a powerful palm, creating a shockwave that ravaged the surrounding environment. Rayleigh retaliated with a palm of his own, infused with red Conqueror's Haki. A fierce wind erupted between the two, causing even Kaido and Ling Ling to exchange grave glances and slowly retreat. It was more prudent to seize control of the Pirate King for themselves, especially with the impending clash between Dawn and the world government. As Rayleigh defended against the 3, the 5 elders and Lao Sha were entangled in their own conflict. Although only a few seconds had passed for Lin Chen, it felt like an eternity, with 2 massive heads soaring through the air, followed by the demise of the notorious pirate Wang Ji, whose bounty neared 1 billion. Witnessing Lin Chen's swift resolution of Wang Ji and his companions, Rayleigh and the others quickly joined him, forming a standoff. Lin Chen glanced at the retreating figures of Kaido and Ling Ling, a cold smile gracing his lips. Kaido, are you abandoning your Onigashima? Upon hearing this, Kaido, who was preparing to leave, halted, casting a menacing gaze at Lin Chen. Ling Ling tugged at Kaido, and seeing her efforts were in vain, stood beside him. At that moment of confrontation among the 3 factions, a series of intense explosions erupted outside Onigashima, accompanied by thunderous booms and violent winds. Upon hearing this commotion, Lin Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. What is that noise? Both Kaido and the 5 elders felt a surge of unease and rushed outside. Lin Chen made no attempt to stop them as they soared into the open air, where dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, as if ready to descend upon Onigashima. The relentless storm battered their faces, and in the distance, countless pirates, illuminated by lights, signaled the presence of numerous pirate ships. The lights had already spread across the entire sea area controlled by Kaido. Occasional cannon fire and flashes of light punctuated the scene, and amidst it all stood a figure clad in a dark blue cloak. As lightning flashed, the iconic tattoo of the dragon was reflected on the faces of all present. Ice Age, a voice called out, as Aokiji suddenly appeared behind the dragon. Yet, before the icy aura could envelop the area, the dragon vanished from sight. The 5 elders observed the chaos outside, their hearts filled with confusion and anger. What is happening? As the furious 5 elders glared, Aokiji approached Zhangguo and said, The Pirate King has emerged, and it is the Revolutionary Army's doing. The pirates are already clashing with the Navy, but there are simply too many pirates. Admiral Peach Rabbit, T-Pork, and Green Bull have already gone. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders grew even more furious and bellowed. What about the warlords? Aokiji opened his mouth, but remained silent. Not far from their position, a massive blue slash suddenly cleaved the sea, claiming numerous pirate lives, yet its target was not these pirates, but a distant pirate ship. It was Mihawk's strike. How would he be there? Before the 5 elders could finish their thoughts, Shanks Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire area. Red-haired Shanks, why is he here? Alongside him were other warlords, as the New World's pirates not only boasted immense strength but also amassed in great numbers, causing even the warlords to feel overwhelmed, with many trapped among the pirates. Observing this, Lin Chen's figure suddenly surged upward. With a wave of the dragon's hand, the oppressive dark clouds were torn apart, allowing the brilliant moonlight to illuminate the world. Beneath the full moon, a solitary figure captured everyone's gaze. With his back to the moon, Lin Chen's Sharingan slowly rotated beneath his mask. If relying solely on words to incite these pirates proved somewhat trivial, Achieving victory in this grand battle necessitated more fervent pirates. Although Lin Chen could not yet unleash the full power of the infinite Tsukuyomi, if its influence were confined to pirates below the admiral level and limited to this sea area, it would undoubtedly be considerably easier. After all, he had already acquired numerous tailed beasts within him, and in preparation for this battle, he had exchanged many tailed beasts to complete his arsenal, which also explained the recent appearance of the Seeker's Jade beside him. An invisible wave suddenly radiated outwards, captivating everyone before the magnificent full moon, with blood-red Magatama gradually materializing upon its surface. A devilish whisper echoed in the ears of all affected pirates. Go forth, seize the Pirate King. Eliminate all who stand in your way. Claim the Pirate King, and you shall become the next Pirate King. You shall be the next ruler of this world. In that moment, countless pirates erupted into a frenzy. In the distance, a colossal ship emerged, heralding the arrival of the Pirate King. With the pseudo-infinite Tsukuyomi activated, all pirates fell into a frenzied state. The eyes of countless pirates gleamed with the image of a blood-red moon. Their minds consumed by a singular thought: ascend to the Pirate King, become the new sovereign of this world. The desires, wickedness, and countless cravings within the hearts of these pirates bloomed like a phantom flower as they succumbed to this notion, becoming puppets under Lin Chen's illusion. Observing the multitude of deranged pirates rushing towards the Pirate King, Kaido's expression grew grave, his eyes scanning Lin Chen with hostility. It was evident to all that these pirates were under this individual's influence. Had it not been for Lin Chen's previous terrifying display of power, leaving Kaido uncertain of his strength, he would have charged forward with reckless abandon. However, even the five elders and Zhangguo were not taking action, so he refrained from being the first to act, swallowing his indignation in silence. Ah, I smell so many delicious scents. In the brief silence that followed, a discordant, magnetic voice shattered the stillness. As Kaido and Ling Ling recognized the figure before them, their pupils constricted. The newcomer was none other than the Red Count. Accompanying the Red Count were Barrett and Doflamingo, another warlord with significant ties to Dawn. Observing the three's appearance, Lin Chen descended gracefully from the air and remarked, "Is this all you have? With such a meager number, you old fools shall not only fail to seize the Pirate King, but you will also remain here with me." Fools! Divina Knights, come forth. Three figures re-emerged upon the battlefield, the arrivals being the reinvigorated members of the Divine Knights. Lin Chen gazed at these three members, nearly identical to those he had previously encountered, and a sense of doubt crept into his mind. It felt as though the world government possessed a method for mass-producing formidable warriors. The Divine Knights seemed akin to immortal cockroaches. For each one slain, another would inevitably appear. The Divine Knights were originally composed of 5 formidable martial artists, yet only 3 had arrived this time. On one hand, the 5 elders were confident of victory. On the other, Mary Geoise needed to retain 2 members to guard the Holy Land. As Dawn faced off against the 5 elders, the naval forces were also prepared for battle. Garp, Ace.He, and Ziyuan stood upon a warship, confronted by a throng of frenzied pirates, alongside the officers of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. The 3 admirals and the 3 disasters shivered in trepidation at the sight of these 3 veterans. Realizing that a full-scale war with the Navy was imminent, Ziyuan glanced at the 6 foes across from him, and, without hesitation, drew his long knife, only to be halted by Ace.He beside him. "Allow me to stretch my limbs," Ace.He declared. "As a top-tier naval force, you ought to conserve your strength and not squander it on these minor players." "But, Ace-sensei, your health, never mind. That girl, Ann, has also arrived." Garp chimed in. "Come along, let us experience the thrill of youth once more." As Ace.He finished speaking, a timid girl peeked out from behind him. Upon recognizing the 6 formidable pirates, her face turned pale, yet she resolutely stated, "I will do my utmost." "Ace-sensei, and you too, Mr. Garp." Upon hearing this, Ziyuan nodded gently. However, his gaze was icy as he turned away, leaving Garp and Ace.He to flex their fists, cracking their knuckles. Though they were merely 2 old men, the 6 members of the Katakuri crew felt no relief, but rather an overwhelming sense of dread. The individuals before them included the legendary hero of the Navy and a former admiral, now the chief instructor of the Navy. Just one of them would warrant utmost caution. Now that both were present, the prospect of victory in this battle seemed bleak. The localized skirmishes had already commenced, and the grand battlefield mirrored this chaos. In the sky, Lin Chen, Rayleigh, Crocodile, Inaru, Monet, Yixiao, and Long stood in a line. Opposing them were the 5 elders, 3 members of the Divine Knights, Red Count, Barrett, Soku, Hakao, Kizaru, and Aokiji, totaling 14 formidable adversaries. Doflamingo understood he could not partake in such a high-stakes battle and had long since departed to assist those aligned with the world government in their pursuit of the Pluton. Meanwhile, Green Bull and Chaho were preparing to support Sengoku, but were suddenly ensnared by a powerful presence. The conqueror's haki of the distant Shanks locked onto them, compelling them to refrain from advancing further. Simultaneously, Beckman, after a long absence, set down his rifle and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "It's time to repay old debts. We owe a great deal to Yuta," he mused. "I shall bring down another admiral." With that, Beckman leapt lightly onto the ship's mast, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Lin Chen. It has been quite some time," Lin Chen remarked, surprised to see Beckman beside him. He had anticipated that Shanks and his crew could hold off 2 admirals, but now they were willing to assist him against 3. Beckman rested his rifle on his shoulder and took another drag from his cigarette. "I have yet to repay you for Yuta's matter. Let me take down another." Lin Chen smiled gently. "Then choose your target." Beckman surveyed the surroundings, his lips quirking into a smirk as he suddenly vanished and appeared before Aokiji, delivering a heavy blow with the butt of his rifle. "Down you go." Bang! Aokiji blocked Beckman's strike with one hand, and they immediately became embroiled in combat. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's adversaries had diminished from 14 to 13. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Chen, for he had allies. Summoning technique, un pur world réincarnation. As Lin Chen prepared to unleash this technique, the 13 foes swiftly launched an assault. They were not fools. They had become familiar with Lin Chen's various abilities. Naturally, they would not allow him to employ his summoning of the undead. In an instant, fierce engagements erupted among 20 Emperor-level warriors in the skies. The violent aftermath of their clashes inadvertently rained down upon the ocean, claiming the lives of countless pirates. Beneath the night sky, streaks of light collided passionately. Inaru, clad in an electric aura, and Kizaru, wielding a sword in one hand, engaged in an intense aerial battle, disappearing in a flash after a series of exchanges. Crocodile compressed sand into his fist, enveloping it with haki, matching Akainu's ferocious attacks as they exchanged blows. Unlike the speed-oriented confrontation between Inaru and Kizaru, Crocodile and Akainu's clash was characterized by brute force. Each strike aimed directly at the other's head. Rayleigh, wielding a long blade, bore a smile as he faced Sengoku and a member of the Divine Knights. The reason he faced 2 opponents was that Sengoku's strength had diminished slightly due to past ailments, while Rayleigh's recent display of power demanded respect. If Sengoku and Rayleigh were to fight one-on-one, the outcome would be uncertain. Hence Rayleigh's opponent became 2. Yet, Rayleigh would not succumb immediately. He could at least hold his ground until Lin Chen managed to deal with the others, and the same applied to the rest, stemming from the unwavering confidence the Dawn members held in Lin Chen's strength. On the other side, Monet and Yixiao contended with 2 other members of the Divine Knights. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Long faced the 5 elders, Red Count, and Barrett, seemingly at a disadvantage. However, in reality, Lin Chen and Long were among the most powerful in this war. Thus, they felt little pressure in the face of their numerically superior foes. Lin Chen even regarded this as an excellent opportunity for personal growth. Without further ado, they plunged into battle. Lin Chen confronted the 5 elders alone, while Long engaged with Red Count and Barrett. Swish! A golden aura enveloped Lin Chen, and in his 9-tailed form, his power surged significantly as he charged toward the 5 elders. How swift! One of the 5 elders gasped in astonishment, activating his devil fruit ability to transform into a massive spider. Clang! Lin Chen's strike met the spider's exoskeleton, producing a metallic clash, and a torrent of black and red haki erupted forth. Not even the hardest shell could withstand Lin Chen's slash. Thud! The long blade pierced through the spider's exterior, slicing through flesh and advancing toward its head. Not good. Quick, block it. The remaining 4-5 elders were alarmed and promptly warned their companion. However, Lin Chen's strike was too rapid. Against opponents of the 5 elders' caliber, he felt no pressure whatsoever. In a full-on assault, he could even achieve instant annihilation. Crack! However, the hardness of the great spider exceeded Lin Chen's expectations, as his long blade became lodged less than half a meter away from the head of one of the 5 elders, halted by bone. In an instant, the elder abandoned his vehicle to safeguard his own life, retreating from the body that Lin Chen's long blade had pierced. How infuriating! That fellow is remarkably strong. Observing the blood dripping from his blade, Lin Chen regarded the great spider, which had nearly been cleaved in half, with contemplative eyes. Is this the awakening of the fruit? Its vitality is astonishingly robust. Yet, others did not afford Lin Chen a moment to ponder, as the four elders simultaneously approached, surrounding him and blocking any avenue for escape. Bon, do not be overly arrogant. Prepare to meet your demise. Oof. Ignorant mortal, Shinra Tensei. A formidable repulsive force erupted from within Lin Chen's body. Yet the ensuing scene left onlookers astounded. For powerful auras burst forth from the bodies of the elders, fiercely countering Lin Chen's repulsion, making it impossible to expel them in the short term. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen was not surprised. Rather, his form underwent another transformation. Strands of white hair sprouted, and several black chi balls materialized beside him. Since it has come to this, allow me to present you with a small gift. Each of you shall receive one. Boom! The four chi balls collided with Lin Chen's fist, enveloped in armed hockey, and in less than a breath, the four elders were sent flying. As they were propelled away, Lin Chen summoned the chi balls back to his side. His hair gradually turned white, and crimson flames suddenly ignited around him. The chi balls coalesced into a pitch-black staff, which Lin Chen grasped with one hand, exuding an aura of sharp intensity. The reason for such a transformation lay in Lin Chen having exchanged for numerous tailed beasts. He was now on the verge of advancing to a complete sage mode, with only the outer path Davis statue remaining. How utterly tedious! You five lack the capacity to even provide me with the slightest thrill of battle. Lin Chen's words pierced the hearts of the elders like a blade. They were the five elders, the supreme authorities of this world. Yet now, they were mocked for their inability to elicit even a modicum of combat pleasure. Stung by Lin Chen's taunts, the elders activated their respective devil fruit abilities. Indeed, each of the five elders was a wielder of a devil fruit and had developed their powers to an exceptionally high degree. They charged towards Lin Chen. Unleashing their individual abilities, their hockey-infused attacks aimed directly at him, seemingly intent on a swift kill. Boring. As the elders advanced, Lin Chen's indifferent gaze held no hint of emotion. He gripped his dark staff and charged forward in kind. Amidst the flashes of blades and flickers of swords, the six figures danced in a chaotic ballet. Lin Chen glided between the elders, akin to a waltz. After a dozen exchanges, the elders found themselves at a loss against Lin Chen, as the enigmatic black staff could shift forms at will, rendering both offense and defense flawless, leaving them utterly helpless. Concurrently, Lin Chen's gravitational and repulsive forces tormented the elders, deflecting their attacks with exquisite precision. However, the gravitational pull also inflicted numerous wounds upon their own ranks. Despite their rapid recovery abilities, they recognized that this course of action would inevitably lead to their defeat. Red count. With a roar, the elders were compelled to summon their most formidable combatant to confront Lin Chen. The Red Count, engaged in battle with Long, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this, forcing Long back with a single move. Beside him, Barrett immediately lunged at Long, entangling him. Observing the Red Count's intent to aid the elders, Long unleashed his full power, conjuring a tempest of wind, rain, and thunder. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced into serpentine forms, aiming to ensnare the Red Count. In response, the Red Count transformed into a colossal blood-winged bat. As the lightning struck him, he dissipated into a myriad of blood droplets, only to reconstitute himself elsewhere. Clever fellow, Long grimaced, then resumed his fierce battle with Barrett. This adversary had, with the aid of the world government, absorbed a powerful fruit, enhancing his strength to an alarming degree, making him a challenging opponent to subdue. Lin Chen observed the Red Count charging towards him, withholding no restraint. His staff morphed into a longsword, and he met the charge with fierce resolve. Black and crimson hockey enveloped him as he unleashed two devastating slashes aimed at the Red Count. Just as the Red Count employed his observation hockey, Lin Chen countered with his own, thwarting the attack. As the strikes drew perilously close, the Red Count's expression darkened, his blood immediately enveloping him, bolstered by hockey as he braced for impact. Bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated, and the Red Count was sent reeling, clutching his chest. How has he become so powerful? Blood spewed from the Red Count's mouth, staining the ground. Seeing the Red Count propelled away by his strike, Lin Chen swiftly pursued, eager to deliver a decisive blow before the elders could react. Lin Chen's figure closed in rapidly, The blades glint mere inches from the Red Count's face. The overwhelming presence of He suffocated the Red Count, evoking a sensation of imminent death that he had not felt in decades. Instinct for survival triggered a primal scream from the Red Count as he summoned his royal strength to its zenith. Countless blood droplets surged upward, encasing his vital head in a desperate attempt to withstand Lin Chen's lethal strike. Clang! Lin Chen's blade met the blood-red helmet of the Red Count with a metallic resonance. Yet the assault did not relent. As the Red Count gasped for breath, the second strike followed swiftly. The longsword, formed from the chi balls, rivaled even the most exquisite weapons in this world, if not surpassing them. As the dark blade descended for the second lethal strike, even the Red Count's formidable observation He proved insufficient to evade it. The impending fatal blow froze the Red Count's blood, dulling his senses and rendering his limbs unresponsive, sapping him of all strength. It was as though the fiercest of hounds, confronted by decades of dog hunters, would instinctively tremble in fear. In this encounter, Lin Chen was the hunter and the Red Count was the prey. All present on the battlefield were captivated by the clash between Lin Chen and the Red Count. This strike would determine the victor. Swish! Undoubtedly, the dark blade severed the Red Count's neck. His massive head soared into the air, an expression of lingering defiance crossing his features before vanishing, replaced by a visage of sheer horror. No! The severed head of the Red Count flew toward the distance, while Lin Chen firmly grasped the remaining body. Observing the body under his control, the Red Count felt a surge of reluctance, yearning to transform into blood to swiftly recover. For he knew that without immediate action, death loomed near. He sensed that the wound inflicted by the black blade was arduous to heal, compounded by Lin Chen's remarkable mastery of He. Even with the fruit of the Phantom Beast type developed to an advanced level, he found it challenging to recover using his abilities. As blood continued to seep from the body in Lin Chen's grasp, he let out a cold laugh. With a gentle yet firm grip, an overwhelming gravitational force emanated from Lin Chen's hand, drawing even the tiniest droplets of blood towards him, coalescing into a blood sphere. Gazing upon the remnants of the Red Count, Lin Chen exhibited no hesitation. With a slight exertion of his palm, the Red Count's body was instantly crushed. Countless streams of blood once more absorbed into Lin Chen's grasp. The remaining head of the Red Count watched the blood sphere in Lin Chen's hand from distance, a flicker of despair crossing his mind. His entire prowess was reliant on the primordial blood within his body. Now reduced to merely a head, the primordial blood had dwindled, and even if regeneration were possible, his strength would be severely diminished. Coupled with significant depletion, Lin Chen's Tao-seeking jade could inflict irreparable harm upon him. Thus, without a solution, death loomed as his inevitable fate. Contemplating this scenario, a frenzied expression overtook the Red Count's face as he inhaled deeply, a wave of pungent blood scent filling his nostrils. The entire sea had turned a vivid crimson, with countless pirates perishing in this conflict, while the air above was thick with the stench of blood. Witnessing this scene, the Red Count became unhinged. He had discovered a means to survive. Indeed, a wildly audacious and reckless notion. Should he succeed, his power would ascend to new heights. Conversely, failure would result in his demise, becoming yet another soul claimed by Lin Chen. The Red Count surveyed the multitude of corpses and dismembered limbs upon the sea's surface, and with his own considerable depletion, an insatiable desire to consume surged within him. His remaining head swiftly darted toward the ocean, inhaling the abundant scent of blood, and he did not forget to turn back, fiercely declaring to the 5 elders, "If you wish to live, hold off ban. Otherwise, we shall all perish here." At these words, the 5 elders paused, exchanging glances before hastily advancing towards Lin Chen. Observing this, a cold smirk crept upon Lin Chen's lips. With a mere thought, countless roots materialized, twisting in the air like whips, targeting the 5 elders and the Red Count. Regardless of the Red Count's intentions, Lin Chen would not lower his guard merely because he was on the brink of death. Total annihilation was the only course of action. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Lin Chen's figure surged forward. Grasping his black blade, he flickered in the air, leaving behind but an illusion for the 5 elders, and instantaneously appeared before the Red Count. His long blade descended towards the Red Count's crown. Should it connect, the Red Count's head would be severed as effortlessly as slicing a watermelon. Startled by Lin Chen's proximity, the Red Count was taken aback, astonished by Lin Chen's speed and cursing the ineptitude of the 5 elders, who had failed to guard against a single individual. Yet, the immediate concern remained how to survive Lin Chen's onslaught. If he could not even endure this, what hope was there for the future? The Red Count had no choice but to encase the scant blood he had left around his head. Devoid of primordial blood, he could not even transform, relying solely on this desperate gambit to endure. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a colossal figure suddenly loomed before Lin Chen. A staff crackling with lightning hurtling towards him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He continued to strike towards the Red Count's head while raising another blade to defend against Kaido's assault. The impact between Lin Chen and Kaido's weapons did not result in a direct clash, instead producing a heavy thud, a surge of haki erupting forth, distorting the Red Count's visage with the immense pressure. At that moment, Lin Chen's black blade also aimed at the Red Count. Yet, unlike the previous ease of cutting through flesh, Lin Chen now felt as if he were slicing through tough leather with a rusted knife, each strike laborious. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the blood atop the Red Count's head flowing rapidly, entwined with a formidable haki. Witnessing this, Lin Chen subtly elevated his assessment of the Red Count. Had he displayed such folly once more, he would have already perished. Unexpectedly, this individual had managed to mobilize his blood at high velocity to form a defense, entwined with haki, which rendered Lin Chen's strikes akin to hacking through cotton. Regrettably, having failed to eliminate the Red Count in one blow, Lin Chen felt a pang of disappointment. However, the 5 elders were already advancing from behind, and with Kaido's sudden aggression, Lin Chen understood that swiftly dispatching the Red Count was becoming increasingly difficult, compelling him to redirect his focus toward others. The Knights of God, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji Barrett. His comrades were still engaged in battle with these individuals, all awaiting the outcome of his clash. Thus, Lin Chen resolved to hasten his pace. He aimed to first eliminate the soft targets, particularly upon seeing Rayleigh facing off against Sengoku and the Knights of God's combined onslaught. An immediate decision was made. First, assist the old man Rayleigh in overcoming the Knights of God. With this plan, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly radiated a peculiar violet light, targeting Sengoku, who was engaged with Rayleigh. In a flash, he appeared where Sengoku had been mere moments before, only to find himself standing before Rayleigh. Rayleigh regarded Lin Chen with mild surprise. Yet, his instincts as a formidable fighter led him to react instantaneously, swinging his long blade towards another member of the Knights of God. Meanwhile, another member of the Knights of God stood frozen in fear. Just moments ago, he had been preparing to join forces with the Marine Admiral against Rayleigh, only to find Sengoku had vanished. Now, standing beside him was the infamous God of Death. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Lin Chen, a chill coursed through his veins. Simultaneously, the 5 elders widened their eyes, sensing that the first casualty of this battle was imminent. Their attempts to intervene would be futile, leaving them to pin their hopes on that individual's ability to endure. Even Sengoku remained bewildered, his previously prepared attack having evaporated into thin air, as he belatedly realized he had exchanged positions with Lin Chen. Damn, that fellow's technique is truly uncanny. With this thought, Sengoku pivoted his body, eager to re-engage, while the 5 elders also surged forward. Since Kaido had chosen to join the fray, he too would not hesitate, vanishing in an instant to apply pressure on the remaining members of the Dawn. In this environment, any member of Dawn, aside from Lin Chen, would undoubtedly face a grim fate if confronted by him. The tides of battle shifted dramatically. Lin Chen remained resolute, intent on executing his strategy. At that moment, the Knights of God beside him displayed terror, ready to flee. Yet, Lin Chen and Rayleigh would not let slip this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rayleigh's figure darted in from the side, blocking the retreat of the Knights of God, his long blade infused with haki aimed directly at their necks. Lin Chen's palm formed a fist, the Tao-seeking jade morphing into a spear that erupted forth. Not good. Sensing the fierce wind approaching from behind, the member of the Knights of God felt his death was imminent. Without any elaborate defenses, Lin Chen's attack pierced through the knight's body, blood and entrails erupting forth, nearly splattering Rayleigh. As the body of the Knights of God slowly descended from the sky, those who had been poised to assist halted in their tracks. Zhang Guo turned to face the 5 elders, and after exchanging glances, they quickly gathered together to confront Lin Chen. How infuriating! I never expected that fool to crumble in less than 2 seconds. Such utter incompetence, one of the elders declared in anger, though a flicker of fear lingered in his eyes. A commander-level expert was so easily dispatched. The suddenness of it all was shocking. Even Kaido, witnessing the commotion, felt a twinge of surprise and hastened towards his target, Monai. In his eyes, Monai was the weakest among the members of the Dawn, and he believed he could easily eliminate her. At that moment, Monai was entangled in a fierce battle with a member of the God Knights. She had pushed the powers of her Shue fruit to their limits, conjuring a blizzard domain around her. Countless snowflakes, sharp as blades, threatened anyone who dared to approach. Breaking through such a tempest was no simple task, leaving the God Knight member feeling exceedingly frustrated. He was certain that in a direct confrontation, Monai would not stand a chance against him. Yet, the annoyance of dealing with her snow powers was overwhelming. Another snowman clone surged forward to battle the God Knight, and Monai suddenly noticed a colossal figure hurtling towards her. When she sensed the presence of that individual with her Kinbunchika haki, her heart sank. Kaido. Knowing the might of Kaido, Monai could not afford to be careless. She unleashed her fruit's abilities with all her strength, and soon a blizzard raged across the skies for several kilometers. Monai's figure vanished amidst the snowstorm. Although she was unaware of why Kaido had suddenly entered the fray, she understood that if she could by even a minute, Lin Chen would be able to dispatch the enemies more swiftly. The last thing she wanted was to distract Lin Chen because of her own shortcomings. At that moment, Lin Chen swiftly surveyed the battlefield, assimilating the information. Crocodile was engaged with a canoe. Dragon was battling Barrett. Monai faced a member of the God Knights. Yixiao was occupied with another God Knight. Enel was clashing with Kazu. And he and the old man rarely confronted the elders in Zhanghua. Furthermore, Kaido was rapidly approaching Monai, and Lin Chen knew she could not hold out for long. After all, the entrance of a monarch-level powerhouse like Kaido would inevitably shift the tide of battle. The red-haired pirates were locked in a fierce stalemate with Green Bull, Chabut, and Akiji, unable to determine a victor. Garp and Ace.He, the two old-timers, were engaged with the three disasters and three admirals, similarly unable to gain an upper hand. Observing this, Lin Chen clapped his hands together, invoking a technique. Would release. True Thousand Hands. A towering wooden Buddha emerged, rising above the ocean and sending waves crashing around it, as its arms extended towards the elders in Zhanghua. At that moment, Zhanggua's small Buddha appeared comically minuscule before Lin Chen's giant form. Without hesitation, the surrounding individuals, aware of the technique's devastating power, scattered in haste. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen sent Rayleigh to support Monai while he faced the five elders and Zhanghua alone. Gazing at the six individuals before him, Lin Chen smiled lightly. 1 against 6 seemed rather unfair. He then formed hand seals with determination. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. A swirl of white smoke enveloped the area, and 5 coffins stood rigidly in place. As the lids of the coffins fell away, 5 figures emerged. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly took control of the 5. Although one of them was his brother-in-law, Roger, this was not the time for reminiscing. 2 former members of the God Knights, Longma and Kazuki Oden, alongside Roger's corpse, were now resurrected. The 5 stood beside Lin Chen, facing the elders in Zhanghua. Now it feels fair. Ha ha ha. The expressions of the elders in Zhanghua shifted dramatically at the sight of the 5 figures. Particularly, one individual with a curled mustache and a red cloak drew their attention. Anyone from this era who laid eyes on him would be plunged into madness and shock. The long-deceased Roger, having been gone for nearly 20 years, was now present. This was an unforeseen development for all. The elders in Zhanghua were acutely aware of Roger's prowess, and unease began to creep into their hearts regarding the battle ahead. In the air, the gathered individuals faced off, and the elders felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Just Lin Chen alone was enough to challenge them. Now, with so many formidable warriors emerging, how could they possibly engage? Zhanghua, as a strategist, had initially held confidence in this conflict, but the current situation left him bewildered. Lin Chen observed that Kazuki Oden, Roger, and Longma lacked weapons, so he tossed his own sword to them, while he brandished the Uchiha fan. For him, the sword was merely an embellishment, but for the 3, it was a boon in dire need. Everyone present fixated on Lin Chen's figure, which flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. The battle reignited in an instant. In stark contrast to the fierce clashes erupting in the sky, the ocean had undergone a complete transformation. Just an hour prior, this place had been teeming with pirates eager to seize the treasures of the Underworld King. Yet now, the entire sea had taken on bizarre forms. A quarter of the waters lay frozen. Another quarter was overrun with flora A further quarter was awash with molten rock, and the remaining quarter was eerily silent, suffocatingly so. The Red Count claimed dominion over this territory, absorbing countless streams of blood into his nostrils. As he consumed more and more blood, a look of serene pleasure surfaced on the Red Count's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a grotesque snarl. Damn that man. He has forced me to this point. All I can absorb are the foul remnants of rotten fish and shrimp. The Red Count was thoroughly repulsed by the quality of this blood, yet felt compelled to consume it. If the blood of the strong tasted like a delectable steak, the blood of these ordinary pirates was akin to the refuse of a sewer, inciting his fury. Nevertheless, the disparity in quality could be compensated for with sheer quantity. The pirates in this sea numbered in the tens of thousands, and the energy they amassed surpassed that of some powerful individuals, albeit lacking in purity. As the Red Count incessantly absorbed the blood, his previously headless form gradually reformed. However, unlike his previous body, which had been constructed from his own blood essence and radiated a potent scent of blood, his current body was tainted with an eerie black glow, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of rotten eggs, evoking nausea. Gazing at his imperfect form, the Red Count's eyes bore an intense murderous intent as he turned towards Lin Chen. But upon seeing a familiar silhouette, his eyes widened in shock. "God di Roger, why are you here?" Witnessing Roger, who wielded a long sword and was locked in fierce combat with Zhangguo, sent shockwaves through the Red Count's psyche. Impossible. How could the deceased Roger appear here? The Red Count clutched his head, frantically seeking answers, yet found himself unable to comprehend how Roger could be present. As his thoughts spiraled into madness, a manic and bewildered expression crept across the Red Count's face, as if a monstrous presence had invaded his mind, rendering him a mindless beast devoid of rational thought. The side effects of the vampire form of the bat fruit illusion beast have begun to manifest. The chaotic blood energy, if not refined and purified before absorption, can give rise to a mindless, frenzied monster. Originally, the Hong Boju could control it through sheer will, but upon seeing Luo Jie, his mind went blank, overwhelmed by the myriad of conflicting thoughts within the blood energy, causing him to instantly lose his unique sense of self amidst the tumult of chaotic thoughts. A sudden roar erupted from the once tranquil sea, capturing the attention of all present. A massive humanoid monster, drenched in blood, howled at the sky, half submerged beneath the waves. The portion of the blood-red creature visible above the surface reached a staggering height of 100 meters. Its gruesome head adorned with two hollow eyes fixated on everyone around. The haunting scene under the moonlight instilled a deep sense of fear in every observer. Even seasoned veterans among the three great generals felt a twinge of trepidation upon witnessing such a sight. Aokiji, with a serious expression, forced Beckman back and exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" Above the clouds, Kizaru and Enel, caught in a dance of light and shadow, were equally startled by the blood-red monstrosity. Akainu and Crocodile, locked in a fierce battle, momentarily diverted their attention to the creature, only to resume their clash with renewed fervor. The older, more experienced warriors gazed in astonishment at the colossal blood-red monster, which evoked memories of the once feared giants of yore. Sengoku and the Gorosei stared in shock at the immense creature, which reminded them of the legendary giant race buried in the annals of history. Meanwhile, the younger leaders, like Chiyuan, were less astonished, their thoughts consumed with how to neutralize the threat. Shanks and his companions regarded the transformed Hong Boju with grave expressions, understanding the immense power contained within this colossal beast. Not only the strong felt the terror of the blood-red creature, Lin Chen also turned to confront it, his deep purple Rinnegan seemingly peering into the very essence of the monster. Interesting, a manifestation of resentment? He mused, as the creature's gaze bore into him. With a cold glance, Lin Chen swiftly formed hand seals, invoking spirit summoning technique. A thick cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing the immense form of the QB, which matched the blood-red monster in size. "What is this?" QB was momentarily taken aback by the sight before it. "This one is yours to handle, QB," Lin Chen commanded. But before QB could respond, Lin Chen dashed toward the Gorosei, leaving no room for protest. At that moment, the blood-red monster shifted its focus to QB and charged forward. Seeing this, QB retreated slightly and unleashed a massive tailed beast ball toward the creature. The tailed beast ball created tumultuous waves as it traveled, and despite its loss of reason, the blood-red monster sensed the impending danger. It opened its maw, releasing a massive crimson sphere in response. The two spheres collided, generating a colossal wave and an immense, semicircular explosion of light that radiated outward. A vast amount of seawater was evaporated, and the standoff between the two monsters astonished all onlookers. As QB realized the test had concluded, it began to circle the blood-red creature, continuously launching tailed beast balls in an attempt to exhaust it with agility. To QB's shock, the blood-red monster immediately split into numerous smaller versions of itself, dissolving into a pool of blood that merged with the sea. A dark shadow swiftly surged toward QB from below. "What is this abomination?" QB exclaimed in surprise as the creature seamlessly integrated into the water, charging toward it. A few smaller tailed beast balls were launched toward the depths, but were evaded by the blood-red monster, inflicting no damage. QB swiftly dashed across the sea's surface, creating waves with its speed as the two massive creatures engaged in a fierce struggle, drawing the attention of all nearby. Lin Chen observed the ongoing battle between QB and the blood-red monster, feeling reassured as he recognized that QB could hold its own for the time being. After all, QB's form was composed entirely of chakra, rendering it impervious to the blood-red monster's attempts to absorb blood. Meanwhile, Lin Chen turned his focus onto the Gorosei and Sengoku. The Gorosei had all revealed their beast forms, shrouded in dark clouds reminiscent of Kaido's fruit abilities. Not only did they possess beast forms, but they could also shift into a hybrid human-beast form, demonstrating a mastery over their abilities that appeared superior to Kaido's. Cracking his knuckles, Lin Chen charged toward the Gorosei, accompanied by the resurrected Roger and his companions. The six engaged in a chaotic melee, with Lin Chen deliberately confronting Sengoku. As Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha and unleashed a shockwave, Lin Chen raised his fan to block. Uchiha rebound. A flash of white light erupted as Sengoku was sent flying by the counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen swiftly pursued, appearing behind Sengoku in an instant and delivering a powerful palm strike. Sengoku spat blood and fell toward the sea, a faint tadpole mark appearing on his back. Lin Chen's eyes glimmered as he surveyed the battlefield. The Gorosei were locked in a fierce struggle with Roger. Just as he prepared to intervene, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. Kaido transformed into a massive azure dragon, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath toward Monet, melting her icy creations. Monet hastily erected ice walls, but the collision with Kaido's breath produced a deafening roar, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. A colossal figure suddenly materialized behind Monet, as Kaido swung his iron staff with lethal intent. Thunderbagua. Monet attempted to evade, but her body lagged due to exhaustion from prior battles. In that critical moment, Lin Chen appeared behind her, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, his eyes radiating an icy brilliance. Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force collided with Kaido's iron staff, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that distorted the surrounding space. Kaido's expression turned grave as he exerted more power, even enveloping his staff with Conqueror's Haki. Opposite him, Lin Chen's eyes bore no emotion as he extended a hand toward Kaido, an invisible repulsive force emanating to counteract the impending attack. "You dare to be so arrogant!" Kaido roared, swinging his staff in a wide arc toward Lin Chen. "Great might!" Thunderbagua. The dark violet lightning entwined around Kaido's iron staff. The force of the strike imposing enough to compel even the strongest in the vicinity to cease their actions and gaze towards Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation as the enigmatic eternal kaleidoscope began to rotate slowly. Observing the incoming attack, Lin Chen's eternal kaleidoscope spun rapidly, unleashing a powerful burst of ocular energy. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black skeletal frame enveloped Lin Chen. However, this was merely a fleeting manifestation. Soon, flesh and armor began to fill the skeletal structure of Susanoo. In a mere instant, the complete Susanoo encased Lin Chen completely. The colossal black giant towered above the sea, clad in samurai armor, with 4 robust arms gripping 4 long swords at its waist. On the chest and back of Susanoo hung 6 magatama, ablaze with fierce black flames, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The fully realized Susanoo, composed of chakra and ocular power, struck profound psychological shock into everyone present. All stood in awe, gazing at the towering figure of the giant, with the 5 elders undoubtedly feeling the greatest shock. Was this truly a giant? Why had a giant appeared here? Could it be that Madara belonged to the race of giants? It seemed imperative to face this battle with a resolute determination to succeed. At that moment, Kizaru was locked in a fierce battle with Enel, wielding the Amatsukami sword. Enel transformed his lightning power into a spear of the Thunder God. As the two engaged in close combat amidst the clouds above, they too witnessed the immense black giant standing upon the sea, their pupils contracting in astonishment. Enel had a vivid recollection of Lin Chen's Susanoo, which had startled him when it first soared to the Sky Island in search of him. Later, Lin Chen's audacious use of Susanoo to unearth gold had further astounded him. Now, witnessing Lin Chen's Susanoo once more, Enel was profoundly shaken, and with heightened sensitivity through his mental network, he sensed that this iteration of Susanoo was different from the last. Indeed, the Magatama adorning Susanoo indicated that it was not merely a conventional complete Susanoo. It now contained the essence of sage energy. Lin Chen's Susanoo had surpassed even Madara's complete form, beginning to evolve towards Indra's Susanoo. Kizaru stole a glance at Lin Chen, but as the sight of the complete Susanoo struck him, a fleeting thought illuminated his mind, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. The black giant evoked a sense of familiarity within him, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Not only Kizaru, but also Akainu and Akiji sensed a semblance of familiarity with the complete Susanoo, although they could not quite recall why. After all, the differences in form between Lin Chen's first summoned Susanoo and the current one were vast. The sheer size made it difficult to associate them as one. Sengoku, Garp, and others gazed at Lin Chen's complete Susanoo. Garp, aware of Lin Chen's prowess, felt no concern, yet feared that the Navy might discern the truth. Sengoku, as a strategist, pondered more deeply, recognizing the subtle unease brought forth by Lin Chen's complete Susanoo. Gion stared in shock at the manifestation of Lin Chen's complete Susanoo, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she remained transfixed by his silhouette. Chaper, Green Bull, and Zephyr were equally astonished by the towering figure, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura it exuded. Besides the Navy, countless pirates began to flee the area, as Lin Chen's complete Susanoo radiated black flames. These flames, upon contact with the sea, refused to extinguish, cascading down from Susanoo and igniting any pirate caught in their path, subjecting them to intense agony. Some flames fell upon the ocean, igniting the water while moving with its currents. When encountering vessels, they would cling ferociously, incinerating everything in their wake. Shanks, observing the black flames floating upon the sea, felt an immediate jolt of alarm. They appeared far too fearsome. The red-haired pirates cautiously avoided the encroaching flames. Just then, Shanks noticed a cluster of black flames creeping towards a ship via the water, rapidly expanding and engulfing it in flames. Witnessing this, the crew of the red-haired pirates gasped in shock, while Shanks's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he shouted towards Lin Chen, "Hey, don't confuse friend with foe." However, the distance between them was considerable, and Lin Chen, unable to hear Shanks's call, would likely offer only a faint apology if he did. After all, for Shanks, extinguishing these flames was a trivial matter. He refocused, channeling his armed haki and conqueror's haki through his sword, effortlessly clearing the flames away and hurling them into a group of pirates, inciting a chorus of furious shouts. Meanwhile, the rest of the Dawn crew observed Lin Chen's Susanoo, but unlike the others who were shocked, they began to feel concern for Lin Chen. This marked the first time he had unleashed Susanoo in a large-scale conflict. The Dawn crew had participated in significant battles before, yet Lin Chen had typically resolved them with mere would-release techniques or, at worst, employing Edo Tensei to secure victory. However, Lin Chen had already utilized would-release multiple times and resorted to Edo Tensei. Now he had unleashed his trump card, suggesting that this battle truly surpassed the crew's expectations. As these thoughts raced through their minds, the Dawn members grew anxious, eager to dispatch their opponents swiftly and rush to Lin Chen's aid. It was worth noting that the Navy still had Garp, Zephyr, and Gion yet to enter the fray. These figures were dealing with mere underlings, but victory was inevitable. Once they joined the battle, even if Garp and Gion were lenient, the pressure on Dawn would be immense. Yet alas, the Dawn members were powerless, for as high-ranking officers, determining a victor within a short time frame was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Kurama and the blood-red monstrosity transformed from Red Count were also somewhat influenced by Lin Chen's presence. Kurama, confident in Lin Chen's strength, recognized that the scales of this war were tipping in favor of Dawn upon witnessing the complete Susanoo. Conversely, the blood-red monster felt an inexplicable fear upon gazing at Lin Chen's complete Susanoo. Seizing the opportunity, Kurama unleashed a powerful tailed beast bomb. and the two resumed their fierce combat. Dracula Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and others stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Lin Chen's complete Susanoo. This was Lin Chen's first public display of such formidable power, creating a visually striking impact. Meanwhile, Kaido's attack descended upon Lin Chen's head. Countless onlookers held their breath, eager to witness the outcome of this monumental clash. The prowess of Kaido is indisputable. The very fact that he compelled Lin Chen to unleash the full form of Susanoo speaks volumes. Who, one may wonder, shall emerge victorious in this monumental clash? This is a scene that stirs the curiosity of all. Standing atop the head of Susanoo, Lin Chen gazes at the impending assault, a subtle smirk of disdain gracing his lips. With a flicker of thought, the four mighty arms of the complete Susanoo brandish their blades, cleaving towards Kaido with enough force to slice through an island with ease. Upon collision, as anticipated, Kaido is sent hurtling backwards. The anticipation in the hearts of the spectators is matched only by their astonishment. Kaido, in his beastman form, represents the pinnacle of combat strength, especially when employing his ultimate technique, the mighty Raime hack. Such a move could easily unsettle even the most formidable of foes, including the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. One could only expect both warriors to unleash their strongest attacks in this confrontation, let alone secure victory with such ease. Yet, Lin Chen accomplishes just that. Commanding the complete Susanoo, the four blades, radiating dark flames, pierce through Kaido's mightiest assault, sending him and his weapon flying into the heavens. With Kaido propelled skyward, Lin Chen seizes the moment to pursue. Susanoo's wings unfurl dramatically, and with a powerful thrust, colossal waves surge across the sea as Susanoo ascends, racing towards Kaido. The onlookers, witnessing Susanoo vanish beneath the waves, are left in a state of stunned disbelief, still reeling from the previous spectacle. What did they just witness? In a single stroke, Lin Chen dismantled Kaido's offensive and sent him soaring into the firmament. Who is Kaido but one of the four emperors? As a supreme entity in this world, he appears utterly diminutive and helpless before Lin Chen. If Lin Chen can vanquish Kaido with a single blow, does it not imply that the other powerful figures present cannot withstand even that? With bated breath, all eyes are cast skyward, awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having ascended to the heavens, regards the now dragon-shaped Kaido with a hint of contempt. He gestures, and, simultaneously, Susanoo begins to form seals. Kaido, transformed into his beastly form, stares wide-eyed, still agitated from Lin Chen's previous strike. Observing Kaido's reaction, Lin Chen scoffs. Tenai Zenshin, a colossal meteor hurtles toward Kaido. Though he has assumed a formidable beast form, his vast stature pales in comparison to the impending rock. At this juncture, Kaido realizes his escape from the meteor's trajectory is becoming increasingly implausible. He opens his mouth, gathering energy, and unleashes a torrent of dragon breath towards the meteor. The fiery breath collides with the meteor, slowly eroding its surface. Witnessing this, Kaido intensifies his assault, his throat nearly ablaze with effort. Finally, the core of the meteor begins to yield to his dragon breath, and just as Kaido believes he is on the verge of obliterating the meteor, Lin Chen chuckles. And what of the second? With that, Lin Chen conjures a second meteor, which crashes down upon the first, hurtling towards Kaido with terrifying momentum. Kaido's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets as he realizes, I was so close to piercing the first meteor, and now, there's a second? Yet, this fleeting thought in Kaido's mind is abruptly silenced as both meteors collide with him, sending him plummeting through the clouds. Those below seem to sense a shift. Collectively looking up, what they behold will be etched in their memories for eternity. They are aware that Lin Chen and Kaido are waging a fierce battle in the sky, yet the dense clouds obscure their view, leaving them in suspense about the outcome. Mere moments later, reality unveils the truth. The thick clouds are violently torn apart, revealing Kaido's massive form, but this notion barely registers in their minds. The clouds continue to split wider, as if the very heavens are being rent asunder. Kaido's form appears diminished, now pinned beneath the meteor, the fierce winds causing his flesh to tremble uncontrollably. The overwhelming force pressing against him renders even the slightest movement an arduous task, akin to a mere mortal hurtling down a roller coaster at supersonic speed. As the onlookers observe the meteor bearing down on Kaido, their hearts sink. The five elders Sengoku, the six admirals, Garp, Zephyr, Red Earl, Barrett, the Knights of God, and all others stand transfixed, gazing upwards at the colossal meteor. Even the self-proclaimed deities among the five elders cannot suppress the flicker of fear that ignites within them. Meanwhile, Sengoku and others feel the weight of despair. The combat prowess Lin Chen has unleashed eclipses any they have ever witnessed, instilling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet the most shocking revelation is yet to come. Following the first meteor, another descends, combining to bear down on Kaido as it hurtles toward the ocean, plunging all into silence. The very fabric of their understanding is being irrevocably altered. What manner of monstrosity are they confronting? Ultimately, Kaido is utterly powerless against the dual meteors, which plunge him beneath the waves. Upon impact, the meteors unleash a torrent of monstrous waves, claiming countless pirates in their depths, with many meeting their demise beneath the crushing weight. The pirate population in the region visibly dwindles, leaving only a scattering of survivors who gather near the depths of the underworld. At this moment, Lin Chen, piloting Susanoo high above, surveys all with a cold gaze. The full moon casts its serene light upon Susanoo, as all present regard Lin Chen as if he were a deity. Lin Chen acts with intent. Within his Haki perception, he senses Kaido has become ensnared within the meteor, racing towards him. Commanding Susanoo, he draws forth chakra blades, swiftly slashing downwards toward the meteor. 4 monumental strikes cleave through the meteor, revealing the battered Kaido within, followed by another 4 strikes aimed directly at him. Blood spills from Kaido's mouth as he gazes upon the enormous slashes hurtling towards him, feeling the weight of pressure. Yet, the more pressure he feels, the more exhilarated he becomes. This sensation, this is precisely what he has yearned for. Finally, someone has the potential to kill me. Kaido cackles wildly, transitioning back into his beastman form, wielding his iron staff to counter Lin Chen's onslaught. Raime, hack! As Kaido's strike collides with Lin Chen's assault, a cloud of smoke envelopes them, and Kaido lands atop the floating meteor, revealing his muscular torso, grinning with glee. Despite sustaining injuries from the crossing slashes, he revels in the thrill of battle. The wounds on Kaido's body were rapidly healing, and soon his eyes erupted with a crimson glow. This time, he charged towards Lin Chen with determination. The two immediately engaged in a fierce aerial battle. True to his title as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature in the world, quickly adapted to Lin Chen's attacks, finding his rhythm and exchanging blows effectively. Previously, Kaido had been suppressed not only because Lin Chen was indeed stronger, but also due to his complete ignorance of Lin Chen's abilities, which led to significant losses. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the 2 combatants in the sky. At this moment, Kaido resembled a soaring dragon, circling around Lin Chen in search of an opening. Seizing the chance to unleash a devastating Raime Bagua strike upon Susanoo. Even the incredibly resilient Susanoo could not withstand Kaido's relentless barrage at the same point, resulting in faint cracks appearing. Observing this, Lin Chen promptly enveloped the entirety of Susanoo with his haki, while a mad grin spread across Kaido's face, revealing his increasingly ferocious intent. In addition to the haki, the Conqueror's haki began to entwine around him as well. At that moment, the previously motionless Ming Wang suddenly stirred. The Ming Wang, which had been stationary on the island, began to slowly make its way toward the sea, causing the surrounding pirates to widen their eyes in disbelief. What was happening? Why was the Ming Wang moving? Damn it! Who was the one to act first? How infuriating! There were clues to Roger's great treasure atop that ship. Brothers, charge! Countless pirates rushed towards the Ming Wang, convinced that someone had already boarded it. Indeed, this was the case. Doflamingo, observing the scene from above, wore a sly smile. His fingers were in constant motion, and upon closer inspection, it appeared as if countless threads were flying from his fingertips, connecting to the Ming Wang. The Ming Wang, how intriguing. I am eager to witness just how powerful it truly is. That black giant in the sky makes for a splendid target. Wouldn't you agree, Ban? As Doflamingo maneuvered the Ming Wang toward the sea, he watched Lin Chen battling Kaido in the sky, a cruel smile gracing his lips, hidden among the clouds. Doflamingo orchestrated the Ming Wang's descent into the ocean while inciting chaos among the pirates, intensifying the disorder on the battlefield. This scene did not go unnoticed by the spectators, who revealed expressions of disbelief, particularly the members of the Beast Pirates. Though they wished to intervene, they found themselves powerless to do so. This was their discovery, yet they were unable to utilize it themselves, watching as it slipped from their grasp, igniting feelings of anger and frustration within them. The commanders of the beast pirates were overwhelmed, having no time to address these developments. The three calamities were being suppressed by Garp and Ace.He, while the commanders of the Big Mom pirates were similarly engaged. The combination of the three calamities and the three sweet commanders appeared inadequate against the united front of Garp and Ace.He. The six were being thoroughly overpowered, facing the legendary hero of the Navy and the chief instructor, feeling utterly powerless, with Garp and Ace.He seemingly rejuvenated by the powers of a certain devil fruit. The six were experiencing firsthand the might of Garp and Ace.He in their prime. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky reached a fever pitch. Lin Chen guided Susanoo in pursuit of Kaido's relentless assaults, while Kaido poured every ounce of strength he possessed into relishing the thrill of combat. The battlefield once again descended into a stalemate, each warrior enmeshed with their respective adversary. At that moment, a colossal wave of energy surged from the sea, hurtling towards Lin Chen's Susanoo. Sensing the terrifying destructive force contained within the approaching shockwave, Kaido understood that it was aimed directly at Lin Chen. He swiftly maneuvered to flank Lin Chen, sealing off any escape routes. Died. Ramebagwa. Lin Chen found himself caught between a rock and a hard place, with Kaido's lethal strike at his back and an attack from the sea before him. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Two of Susanoo's four arms braced against Kaido's assault, while the other two delivered a slashing strike towards the incoming attack from the sea. With a thunderous roar, the clash resounded, smoke dissipating to reveal Lin Chen's Susanoo floating unscathed in the air. However, mere moments later, fine cracks began to appear on Susanoo's surface. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, then intensified his output of energy, restoring Susanoo to its pristine condition. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed there was still a means to inflict harm upon Ban. The sense of helplessness that had gripped Sengoku and the others began to dissipate, as there was now a glimmer of hope in the battle. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's expression darkened upon witnessing that a shockwave had not shattered Lin Chen's Susanoo as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, seeing his attack yield some effect, Doflamingo sighed in relief. Without the Mingwang, he would likely not have been able to approach Lin Chen at all. Inflicting even a slight injury on Lin Chen through the Mingwang alleviated Doflamingo's thirst for vengeance. Lin Chen, observing the attack he had endured, immediately fixed his gaze upon the Mingwang above the sea. Although he was unclear on how the Mingwang had locked onto him, he had come to understand a crucial fact. The Mingwang had fallen into the hands of the enemy. Recognizing this, Lin Chen swiftly summoned the QB. It was time to accelerate their plans. Meanwhile, Crocodile understood this as a signal. With the ancient weapon now in enemy territory, a power imbalance had emerged. They needed to seek out means to bolster their strength. The Mingwang, Ace.He, and Tenho were collectively known as the three great ancient weapons, each possessing immense destructive capability. A single shot from a Mingwang could obliterate an entire island, while the Ace.He could control all sea kings. As for the elusive Tenho, those who had encountered it had perished, with Lin Chen being the sole exception. With the Mingwang now in play, Crocodile immediately commenced the subsequent plan. Initially, the Dawn crew had focused their attention on battling the world government, navy, and pirates without concentrating on the Mingwang. However, they had not neglected it entirely. They believed that the Mingwang, Ace.He, and Tenho would be decisive in determining the outcome of this conflict. Although they felt some disappointment at the loss of the Mingwang, they remained confident. While the Mingwang was formidable, seizing it was not an insurmountable task. After all, the Mingwang was stationary and would not flee. If Lin Chen truly desired it, he could seal it away with a single Dingba Tianxing. Once the Mingwang was in the hands of the enemy, if Lin Chen could not extricate himself in time, they would need to deploy the Dawn's ultimate weapon, the Ace.He. Since Lin Chen's first encounter with Shirahoshi, preparations for the Ace.He had been underway. The key to persuading Shirahoshi to willingly utilize her powers was straightforward. With the power of the Sharingan, Lin Chen merely needed to employ guidance and illusion techniques, allowing Shirahoshi to quickly master her abilities. Now that she had been brought to this moment, the time had come. As invisible waves emanated from the depths of the sea, 12-year-old Shirahoshi was now adept at wielding her powers. Countless sea kings surged from all directions. For this was the new world, where the sea kings differed vastly from those in the four seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Numerous colossal sea kings, measuring hundreds and even thousands of meters, gathered around by Xing. Through the communication of the Den Den Mushi, Crocodile issued combat orders to the formidable tiger and Jinbei near by Xing suddenly. countless sea kings erupted from the depths of the ocean, charging straight towards the Minwang. The abrupt appearance of these gigantic sea kings once again disrupted the entire battlefield. Their involvement was an unforeseen turn of events for everyone present. The five elders gazed at this scene with resentment, especially when they realized that these sea kings were not acting mindlessly, but rather with a conscious, collective intent, all heading towards the Minwang. A chill ran through their hearts as they understood more about this world than others. They recognized that this was not merely the Sea King's initiative. It was the work of the Sea King behind the scenes. How infuriating. They had not anticipated that Dawn would possess such a trump card. Damn it. The Minwang's attack had already proven effective. Now, with so many Sea Kings rushing in, it would be far more difficult for the Minwang to strike again. This was not the time for such thoughts. We must worry about whether the Minwang will fall into Dawn's hands. Of all times, why now? Was this all part of Dawn's plan? Perhaps there remains a chance to turn the tide. What could it be? Indeed, that esteemed individual must be observing this war. At the crucial moment, he will intervene. Let us not forget that we also possess ancient weapons, the most powerful one at that. In stark contrast to the five elders' slight calmness, those on the surface were bewildered by the reasons behind this upheaval among the Sea Kings. Why would there be a riot among the Sea Kings at this moment? Damn it, dealing with pirates is already troublesome enough. Now we are also being affected by Sea Kings. What should we do next? Many pirates were left dumbfounded by the sight of the enormous Sea Kings. Why would such beings appear now? Where do these Sea Kings come from? Damn it, I have to dodge not only the Navy's attacks, but also these Sea Kings. This is too much. Many were astonished by the unfolding events on the surface. Meanwhile, within the Holy Land, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on the grand battle in the New World. Unlike others who focused on the general chaos, these blood-red eyes were solely fixed on Lin Chen in the sky, as well as the complete Susanoo enveloping his form. During their brief encounter in the Holy Land, Lin Chen had not revealed such abilities, and recalling this made the red eyes even more solemn and profound. The fingers seemed to tremble slightly, as if making a critical decision. At last, the enormous hand hovering over something did not descend. This meant that the Tianwang would not launch an attack. The master behind the red eyes still deemed it not the right moment, preparing instead to deliver a lethal blow when Lin Chen was exhausted. At this moment on the battlefield, the five elders, who had been waiting for the Tianwang to strike, felt a slight tremor in their hearts. It seems that esteemed individual believes the time is not yet ripe. However, this is a good sign. It indicates that we have not yet reached the most perilous moment. Let us continue the fight. Charge! Let this fellow Ba know the might of our world government. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having summoned back the QB, offered a faint smile. Wei Zhuang, Susanoo. The vast, golden form of the QB began to don a black Susanoo. As the final helmet fitted onto the QB's head, a terrifying aura exploded forth from its body. Lin Chen, with arms crossed, stood atop the QB's head within the crystalline form of the Susanoo, surveying the battlefield with indifferent eyes devoid of emotion, exuding an overwhelming presence. Kaido observed the rising aura from Lin Chen. An inexplicable figure flashed through his mind. The former captain, Rocks. Yet, the aura emanating from Lin Chen was far more terrifying than that of Rocks. Kaido found himself transported back to days long past, feeling the long-forgotten emotion of fear surfacing within him. He glanced at his palm, now mysteriously damp. Is this sweat? Just then, the sky lit up with numerous lightning streaks, and sparse raindrops began to fall onto Kaido's hand. As the raindrops intensified, Kaido looked up at Lin Chen once more. It was not sweat, it was rain. How could I possibly sweat? He swung his iron rod fiercely and charged towards the figure in the sky once more. As Kaido rushed forward, Lin Chen felt a moment of disorientation. Many years ago, when he was still a Navy officer, he had battled Kaido once. Back then, he was no match for Kaido. But now their disparity had grown immeasurable. As the lightning illuminated both their figures, Lin Chen and Kaido clashed once again. At the same time, elsewhere on the battlefield, a transformation was quietly unfolding. Crocodile continued to duel with Akainu, while Enel and Kizaru had descended beneath the clouds, their forms flashing like streaks of light. However, Enel was already nearing exhaustion. Monet, who had originally been fighting the Knights of God, now faced a new opponent, Aokiji. The 6 top-tier Logia users engaged in a tense battle. Yet for the trio from Dawn, their experience still paled in comparison to the seasoned admirals of the Navy. Although the initial exchanges were even, fatigue began to set in for them. Meanwhile, the veteran admirals, despite their own exhaustion, leveraged years of combat experience and mastery of their devil fruit abilities to gain the upper hand. Crocodile's yellow sand coalesced in his hands, even as he compressed the sand. Each grain bore an extraordinarily terrifying weight. Yet, against Akainu's magma, it still fell short. After all, Akainu's destructive power surpassed that of Crocodile's. Sand Waterfall Burial. Crocodile unleashed another Sand Waterfall Burial, sending a torrent of yellow sand surging towards Akainu. In response, Akainu directed his hands towards Crocodile's sand, transforming his fists into countless streams of magma that erupted forth. Meteor Volcano. Boom! The two attacks collided, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Although Crocodile's fruit lacked the destructive power of Akainu's, the maneuverability and control of sand far surpassed that of magma, allowing Crocodile to continue their fierce battle. On the other side, the confrontation between Enel and Kizaru was on the verge of resolution. Even though Enel's fruit boasted greater power than Kizaru's, he still struggled against Kizaru, who was closing in on the level of an emperor. Additionally, Kizaru's mastery over their similar devil fruits far exceeded Enel's, making every one of Kizaru's attacks seem effortless. After several exchanges, Enel narrowly evaded Kizaru's slash. Faced with Kizaru, Enel felt a surge of pressure, but was not without his own means to cope. As he increased his output of electricity, his cells surged to life. His veins became pronounced, and his physique grew robust and powerful. Thunder God, Stage 1. Enel gazed at Kizaru, who grinned widely, while several metallic iron balls floated around him. The ability to enhance physical vitality through electric stimulation of cells is a technique he had long since perfected. Now, he has attained a remarkable level of proficiency, achieving a third stage of transformation. However, this also imposes a significant burden on his body. The iron ball beside him serves as a formidable weapon with its unique mechanism. Once he releases electricity that connects with the iron ball, an electric net can be formed. This maneuver was specifically designed to counter Admiral Huang Yuan. Should Huang Yuan become ensnared, he would be able to initiate his third stage transformation and engage in close-quarters combat within the confines of the cage. Observing Enel's transformation, Huang Yuan displayed a flicker of astonishment. Truly terrifying. Despite proclaiming how frightening it was, Huang Yuan drew his long sword and charged directly at Enel, taking the initiative. Dian Gong Yun Zian. The two resumed their fierce battle, now engaging in melee rather than relying on their fruit abilities as before. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Monet and Aokiji was quite peculiar. Aokiji wielded the power of the Ice fruit, while Monet commanded the Snow fruit. Their abilities were somewhat analogous, as the cold was a mere daily occurrence for them, rendering it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. Yet, as they continued to clash, they suddenly realized that prolonging the fight was not without merit. Aokiji, already aware of the battle's likely outcome, understood that unless a significant change occurred, victory would surely belong to the Dawn. The reason being, Aokiji had already identified a crucial factor on the battlefield, the resurrected Roger and his crew. With these formidable beings, not only would they prove to be immensely powerful, but they could also revive after being shattered, presenting an insurmountable challenge. Monet, on the other hand, recognized that aside from stalling Aokiji, she might struggle against any other adversaries, which was the awkward limitation of the Snow fruit. While it was commendable against foes below the rank of Admiral, its potential was simply too limited among such esteemed ranks. Nonetheless, managing to hold off Aokiji was no small feat thus. Their battle appeared increasingly tumultuous, seemingly wreaking havoc upon the surroundings as the sea froze beneath them. In truth, neither sustained any injuries. Crocodile and Akainu were fiercely engaged, while Enel and Huang Yuan's clash reached a boiling point, and Monet and Aokiji continued their leisurely exchange. At that moment, a colossal ship suddenly approached from the distant sea. The bow resembled a giant whale's mouth, and upon it stood a man wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of dominion. This scene did not go unnoticed by those engaged in battle, who displayed expressions of disbelief. It was the Moby Dick. Wasn't this the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates? Who was the figure at the prow? It was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The appearance of Whitebeard plunged the atmosphere into a moment of silence. Counting on fingers, Whitebeard, Kaido, red-haired Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, the four emperors of the New World had now all converged here. Sengoku, the five elders, and others regarded Whitebeard with uncertainty. What was his purpose for coming here? Whose side was he on? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Whitebeard's every move. Powerful figures like red-haired Shanks and Rayleigh also diverted their attention to Whitebeard. It is known that the entrance of a warrior of such caliber onto the battlefield could be a lethal blow for either side. Even Lin Chen and Kaido, locked in their aerial duel, turned their gazes toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard, what brings him here? Lin Chen murmured, filled with doubt, while Kaido shared the same unease. If Whitebeard were to seize this opportunity to annex the Beast Pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, to everyone's surprise, Whitebeard did not immediately join the fray. Instead, he halted at a distance. This startled many, as it would have been preferable had Whitebeard taken a side. What did this stance signify? This left both sides hesitant to unleash their full power to eliminate one another, uncertain if Whitebeard was an ally to their adversaries. What if, at the moment of their utmost effort to vanquish the foe, Whitebeard intervened? It was a gamble no one could afford. At that moment, Whitebeard stood at the ship's bow, gazing at the distant battlefield, one hand gripping his sword and the other holding a large wine bowl. Marco stood beside Whitebeard, observing the chaos ahead, and remarked, "It seems we have not arrived too late. What a magnificent spectacle to behold." "Oh la 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 la." Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, draining his cup of wine. "Let me see where the strongest in the world stands." Hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains of the divisions quickly responded, "Old man, in our hearts, you are the strongest." Whitebeard laughed heartily, gazing at the imposing Susanoo in the sky, and proclaimed, "I am growing old. The new era no longer holds vessels capable of bearing my weight." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains fell silent, their hearts heavy with sorrow, though they maintained their cheerful facade. Indeed, their old man's health had been deteriorating, and they all bore witness to his suffering. He was the one who took them in, giving them a home, and they were loath to see him endure such torment. While Sengoku and the others remained cautious of Whitebeard's movements, the outcome of the battle in the sky had already begun to unfold. Beneath the Susanoo's might, Lin Chen dealt with Kaido swiftly, aided by the Rinnegan and the techniques of the Seeking Ball, leaving Kaido defenseless and quickly leading to his defeat. After dodging a breath of flame from Kaido, Lin Chen directed Susanoo to deliver a powerful kick to Kaido's abdomen. The searing pain sent Kaido hurtling through the air, crashing violently onto Onigashima. Subsequently, Lin Chen's formidable Susanoo descended from the heavens, casting an immense weight upon the battlefield. Observing the fallen Kaido, Lin Chen manipulated Susanoo to form a slight grasp, and a bolt of lightning flashed through the air as he seized the thunder. Charged with two potent haki, he thrust it forcefully towards Kaido. The thunder spear shot forth like an arrow, leaving Kaido with no choice but to watch helplessly as it pierced his body. With a sickening sound, the thunder spear penetrated Kaido's abdomen. Even with all his might, he could not withstand the onslaught. In the face of Lin Chen's assault, Kaido's once proud physique and haki now seemed feeble. A torrent of warm blood erupted from his mouth as he stared in disbelief at the thunder spear lodged in his abdomen. I'm actually injured." Lin Chen's cold gaze locked onto the pinned Kaido as he formed his second thunder spear. Witnessing this scene, those on the battlefield were taken aback. They had not anticipated Kaido's swift defeat at Lin Chen's hands. The five elders and Sengoku, observing the unfolding drama, realized that if Kaido could not evade Lin Chen's next strike, he would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow, prompting a surge of urgency. Yet, despite their anxiety, they found themselves powerless as enemies surrounded them, leaving them unable to assist Kaido. At that moment, a figure riding on a cloud appeared before Kaido. It was none other than Charlotte Linlin. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's second thunder spear was already hurtling toward Kaido. Upon witnessing this scene, Charlotte Linlin wielded her long blade to intercept Lin Chen's attack. The collision produced a thunderous explosion, and as the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you managed to block it? Charlotte Linlin, are you joining the fray as well?" Lin Chen's words exuded an air of dominance, completely disregarding Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin, with a playful grin, remarked, "I can't allow you to kill Kaido." She then helped Kaido to his feet, and together they faced Lin Chen. The extraordinary events unfolding in the arena did not escape the notice of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were left in utter disbelief. What did they just witness? The legendary Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature in the world across land, sea, and air, was effortlessly defeated by Lin Chen. He had even come perilously close to death. This was Kaido, a figure who, like their father, was hailed as one of the four emperors. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, only Marco had briefly encountered Lin Chen. Back then, Marco had not even qualified to contend with Lin Chen. During the auction in the kingdom of Zika, when Garp, Zephyr, and Akainu banded together to confront Lin Chen, Marco was easily dispatched by a mere would-release technique. Thus, he lacked a direct understanding of Lin Chen's true strength. However, witnessing the current spectacle, the members of Whitebeard's crew finally grasped the extent of Lin Chen's prowess. Even Whitebeard himself had to concede that Lin Chen's might surpass his own. Indeed, it was significantly greater. As he observed Lin Chen confronting Kaido and Charlotte Linlin from a distance, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Dawn's leader, Ban, what is your true objective? His inquiry jolted those around him out of their astonishment, and the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Suddenly, a powerful organization had emerged in the world, its singular aim being to overthrow the world government. But what would ensue after such an overthrow? The mere contemplation of this question plunged their hearts into despair. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates remained ensnared in deep thought regarding this pressing issue, struggling to devise a plausible explanation, yet yielding no fruitful results. This dilemma loomed like a profound enigma, haunting the minds of all. Some crew members gazed longingly at the distant sea, as if seeking a thread of insight from the endless azure. Others furrowed their brows, eyes tightly shut. Nevertheless, regardless of their efforts, the question persisted, shrouded in a mist of uncertainty. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the Whitebeard Pirates were preoccupied with concerns for their destiny. At this moment, Lin Chen faced the formidable alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. Confronted by two sovereign-level powers, even someone as strong as Lin Chen felt a flicker of wariness. Suddenly, blood bubbles erupted from the sea, and countless droplets of blood ascended into the air, coalescing into a figure, none other than the Red Count. The Red Count twisted his neck, his eyes resembling pinholes, exuding an aura of malevolence as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen. Bon! The Red Count had never felt such overwhelming rage. Lin Chen was the first to instill in him the sensation of mortality, transforming him into an unconscious monster. Glancing at Kaido, pinned to the ground by Lin Chen's thunder spear, the Red Count's pupils constricted. He then unfurled his blood wings, arriving beside Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. This time, the Red Count had learned his lesson. He would not engage Lin Chen in solitary combat. Even Kaido, typically brash, refrained from boasting, knowing well that a one-on-one encounter with Lin Chen would spell his doom. Though Kaido was reckless, he was not foolish. Removing the thunder spear from his abdomen, Kaido felt a surge of lightning strike him repeatedly, singeing his body and releasing an acrid stench. While Kaido's wounds began to heal slowly, it was evident that the intensity of Lin Chen's attack was immense, hindering the speed of his recovery. Together, Kaido, the Red Count, and Charlotte Linlin stood united against Lin Chen, who took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The white mist swirled around them as the downpour intensified, heralding the arrival of even more powerful adversaries, subtly shifting the tide of battle. Even Lin Chen, facing the combined might of Kaido, the Red Count, and Charlotte Linlin, found the situation somewhat daunting. Observing his allies faltering one by one, and with the Navy not yet having unleashed their full force, Lin Chen felt the weight of impending adversity. A flame seemed to ignite within his chest. Why must one struggle against death? Lin Chen's softly spoken words left the trio momentarily stunned, prompting the Red Count to retort with a mocking smile, I return that sentiment to you. Why can't you quietly embrace death instead of emerging to face us? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin exchanged glances at the Red Count's words, then silently turned their attention back to Lin Chen, wary of his next move. Hearing the Red Count's remarks, Lin Chen erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. The three, taken aback by Lin Chen's erratic demeanor, instinctively distanced themselves. Yet Lin Chen actively dispersed his 9 tails, allowing several tailed beasts within him to continuously channel energy into his complete Susanoo. Soon, a towering black giant, resembling an ultimate form of Susanoo, materialized. The black figure shimmered with blue and white light, exuding an immense pressure that altered its very shape. Standing within the Susanoo, Lin Chen surveyed Kaido and his companions, releasing a long sigh. Despite his chakra nearing infinity, the relentless battles had drained a significant amount of his stamina and energy. After battling the 5 elders and Sengoku, and now facing the Red Count and Kaido, he found himself once again interrupted by Charlotte Linlin and the Red Count. Summoning his resolve, Lin Chen's eyes turned a fierce crimson, his powerful ocular prowess surging forth. This time, he would surely make progress. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, The Beast Pirates faced a cataclysmic disaster. Garp and Zephyr confronted the three All-Stars and the three Disasters, dispatching them with ease. The two old warriors were overpowering the six adversaries, who were rendered incapable of retaliation, except for Katakuri and Jean, who managed to hold their ground. The other four were merely on the receiving end of the relentless assault. The most terrifying aspect was the return of the previously dispatched Gyuan, who now joined the onslaught against the six. The number of pirates on the sea had dwindled, having perished in the aftermath of countless battles, leaving the remaining pirates besieged by numerous sea kings, destined for obliteration. With Gyuan joining the fray, Katakuri and Jean soon found themselves at a disadvantage. In no time, the six were felled, one by one, heavily injured and unable to rise. Gyuan, exhibiting ruthless efficiency, shackled them with sea-stone handcuffs and confined them aboard the warship. At this moment, when one gazes upon the 100 Beast Pirates, which once boasted a multitude of members and countless subordinate pirate crews, it now finds itself reduced to but Kaido and Onigashima, a truly tragic sight. The 100 Beast Pirates are effectively a mere shadow of their former selves, existing only in name. However, as long as Kaido remains alive, there lingers a glimmer of hope for the revival of the 100 Beast Pirates. After the three from Gion dealt with the six adversaries, they did not immediately join the fray, but instead opted to rest aboard the warship. Ace, due to his advanced age, was compelled to take a break, while Garp and Gion exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their attention to Lin Chen, praying that he could defeat Kaido and turn the tide of battle. Their only option was to delay their entry into the battlefield, alleviating some pressure from the Dawn crew. As the battle approached its climax, a figure emerged on the horizon, advancing towards the conflict. A long trail of flames erupted on the sea's surface as a young man clad in an orange cowboy hat, with a smattering of freckles on his face, sped towards the battlefield aboard a speedboat. Ace, one hand pressing his hat against his head to prevent the wind from whisking it away, widened his eyes in awe at the distant scene of battle. Upon spotting the enormous black figure in the sky, a grin broke across his face. "Ha ha ha! I knew Uncle would still be this formidable," Ace mumbled to himself, and, on the battlefield, he beheld legendary figures he had only heard of in tales. His eyes sparkled at the sight of them. Red-haired Shanks, the Gorosei, Admiral Sengoku, Kaido, Red Earl, Charlotte Linlin, the six admirals of the Navy, and his own father. Among others, these titans of legend materialized on the battlefield, leaving Ace utterly mesmerized. Just then, he noticed a massive ship anchored not far away, at the bow of which stood a man wielding a long sword. The distinctive white crescent mustache allowed Ace to recognize him immediately. One of the four emperors, Whitebeard. Ace maneuvered his small boat alongside the Moby Dick, instinctively glancing at the figures standing at the ship's bow: Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, and others. They too had evidently spotted Ace and turned their gazes toward him. In that fleeting moment, both sides exchanged looks, and moments later, Ace's small boat zipped past the Moby Dick, heading towards the distant battlefield. Marco, puzzled, observed Ace's retreating figure and turned to Whitebeard, asking Dad, "Who is this?" He seemed somewhat familiar. Whitebeard, watching Ace's silhouette fade into the distance, found himself lost in thought. Though he had never met Ace, there was an inexplicable familiarity about him. "I haven't seen him before, but like you, I sense a certain kinship. Perhaps we crossed paths in the past." As Ace propelled his boat towards the battlefield, the long flames trailing behind him captured the attention of many. The members of Dawn, upon spotting Ace, displayed a mix of surprise and exasperation, wondering why he had come here. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but cast a few glances at Ace, noting how he had grown bolder. However, Lin Chen was not overly concerned for Ace's safety. Given his current strength, Ace, having consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, would not be easily dispatched even by an admiral. In the face of danger, Lin Chen was confident he could swiftly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue him. If Ace were aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the Dawn crew, he might have voiced some grievances. Setting aside the previous efforts of Dawn to cleanse the seas, leaving not a single pirate in sight, Ace believed he could make a name for himself upon entering the Grand Line. Yet, he quickly discovered that the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line had been drawn to the New World by a certain Dark King. Pursuing relentlessly, Ace arrived in the New World, only to find all pirates congregated at Onigashima, eager to meet the world's pirates and carve out his own destiny. Ace now stood before a scene starkly different from his expectations. Where were the pirates he had anticipated? Why were the few remaining gathered around a decrepit vessel? Oh, it turned out they were vying for clues to the great treasure left behind by his father. Gazing at the solitary ship on the sea, Ace momentarily questioned the purpose of his arrival. Initially intending to challenge the weakest pirates and surpass his father step by step, he now wondered if the weakest pirates were indeed the 4 emperors. Of course, this did not include the 7 warlords. But Ace had no desire to join those so-called warlords, especially as his uncle was embroiled in fierce conflict with the world government. Navigating his small boat through various battlefields, Ace was noticed by some, but most dismissed him as an inconsequential pirate. During this time, Akainu caught a glimpse of Ace, and upon recognizing the Mera Mera no Mi, was momentarily taken aback. Mera Mera no Mi? Is that a lesser version of my fruit? Akainu murmured, his gaze on Ace shifting to one of intrigue, a strange stirring arising within him. Red Dog, focus on the battle. Just as Akainu pondered this unfamiliar sensation, Crocodile landed a punch squarely on his forehead. Stunned, Akainu quickly re-engaged in battle with Crocodile. Meanwhile, Ace spotted his father aboard the distant warship. Garp and Gion, observing Ace, remained silent, but their expressions clearly questioned why he was present. Ace scratched his head, feeling sheepish under their scrutinizing gazes, and hastily accelerated his small boat to distance himself from the scene. Standing nearby, Ace regarded Ace with curiosity and remarked, "Where did this little pirate come from?" Garp's face darkened at Ace's words. His grandson's choice to become a pirate had long been a source of concern for him. Angrily, he retorted, "Shut up, you old coot, and get some rest." Ace looked at Garp in bewilderment, perplexed by his outburst. Before long, Ace piloted his boat through various battlefields, swiftly arriving at Onigashima. By this time, the island was nearly deserted. Ace's purpose for coming to Onigashima became clear, since he could not find other pirates. Why not choose to observe the strongest fighters on the battlefield? If one were to ask where the most formidable warriors were gathered, it would undoubtedly be where his uncle Lin Chen faced off against Kaido, Big Mom, and the Red Earl, engaged in a fierce clash above Onigashima. As Ace set foot on Onigashima, he suddenly noticed a horned figure in the distance, also observing the battle. Driven by curiosity, he approached, and the individual sensed Ace's presence. Turning to face him, with flawless white skin, a round face bearing hints of baby fat, and large, sparkling eyes. The most striking feature was the cascade of white hair crowned by a pair of horns. To Ace's surprise, this figure was a girl. Upon seeing Yamato's face, Ace waved and smiled, exclaiming, "Hey, you're here to watch the battle too." At first, Day looked at Ace with some confusion, then glanced at Ace's small boat in the distance, and spoke. "Who are you? Who allowed you to come to Guedao?" Hearing Day's words, Ace awkwardly scratched his head and replied with a smile, "My name is Ace. I came from outside." However, Ace did not expect that upon hearing his words, Day immediately drew an iron rod similar to the one Kaido held and charged straight at Ace. Witnessing this scene, Ace's eyes widened as he dodged Day's attack while exclaiming, Hey, why did you suddenly strike?" Nevertheless, Day paid no heed to Ace, glancing at Kaido in the sky before swinging the iron rod towards Ace. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Upon hearing the name of this technique, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Who exactly is this little girl? Ace continuously dodged, still having many questions for Day and reluctant to retaliate. However, Day was drawing closer, unleashing various forms of Haushika Haki. Realizing the situation, Ace had no choice but to fight back, his body engulfed in blazing flames. Cloaked in black Busashoka Haki, he engaged Day in combat. During their battle, Ace noticed that Day was wearing handcuffs, looking like a prisoner. As both engaged more fervently, Ace, having received personal training from Lin Chen, quickly began to gain the upper hand due to his remarkable strength. Feeling the pressure, Day's form began to shift. Day was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Inu no Mi model, Okuchi no Makami. Upon utilizing her fruit's power, Day's strength and speed surged dramatically, instantly turning the tide of battle. Observing Day's newfound power, Ace grew cautious, his earlier nonchalant demeanor vanishing. The orange flames enveloping Ace intensified, propelling him forward with increased speed. The two clashed once more. In the sky, Lin Chen observed the scene unfolding on Guedao, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. That lad Ace is actually fighting Day. As Lin Chen watched Ace engage Day, his thoughts returned to the main battlefield. Faced with the combined forces of Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Count, Lin Chen had to exert all his strength in response. The ultimate form, Susanoo, plunged downward against the trio. Seeing this, Kaido and the others braced themselves, immediately unleashing their most formidable techniques. Kaido wielded his iron rod, his toes gripping the ground, muscles taut, as blood rushed to his legs. With a ferocious roar, a massive pit suddenly formed beneath Kaido's feet, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward, sending countless fist-sized stones flying in every direction. Swinging his iron rod, Kaido maximized both Busoshoku and Haushikahaki. The rod enveloped in a black-red lightning surge. The fierce winds whipped around Kaido, his clothes billowing wildly. Even in the face of the ultimate Susanoo, confronted by such an overwhelming beast, Kaido unflinchingly swung his iron rod. Great impact. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lin Chen coldly regarded Kaido. As Susanoo drew forth an energy blade aimed at Kaido, this seemingly simple strike harbored enough power to split Gueidao in two. Before their attacks collided, a small white energy sphere formed between them, swiftly compressing, then suddenly expanding. Finally, it collapsed into a pinpoint. In the wake of a blinding white light, everyone felt momentarily deafened, their vision consumed by a blinding white haze. 3 breaths later, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the air. At this moment, everyone's hearing returned, accompanied by a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Many struggled to withstand the force. Gazing in shock at the sky, Sengoku, transformed into a giant Buddha, shielded himself from the wave while squinting toward the source of the disturbance, his expression grave. What has transpired? The power is utterly terrifying. Who could it be? Meanwhile, the Gorosei looked on with concern, their Kinbunshiko haki extending wildly to sense something. Aside from these few, Akainu, Crocodile, and others also paused their battles, all eyes drawn to the explosion's epicenter. Red-haired Shanks stared blankly in Lin Chen's direction, incredulous. Hey, this can't be real. Did someone die from such a commotion? Garp squinted at the sky, his voice gravelly. That kid. Gion appeared deeply worried. The power unleashed was evidently capable of erasing even an admiral-level fighter. Had someone already perished? Soon, Kaido's figure plummeted from the explosion's center, crashing toward Gueidao, skidding along the ground and carving a long trench. At this moment, Kaido's mouth hung open, his eyes glazed, his body shrouded in darkness, emitting wisps of white smoke. Looking utterly wretched. Yet, in the next moment, Kaido suddenly opened his eyes wide. Had he just been knocked out? Kaido murmured, then coughed out a plume of white smoke. A charred scent filling the air. Had his insides been scorched? Such a terrifying attack. With a sudden heave, Kaido expelled a large chunk of flesh, smoke rising from it, before his muscles began to writhe. Within moments, he transformed into his dragon form. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was not entirely unscathed either. At the explosion's epicenter, Susanoo bore several cracks. Fortunately, with the replenishment from the tailed beast chakra, these fissures quickly vanished, and the ultimate Susanoo stood tall once more in the sky. Lightning crackled behind Lin Chen as Susanoo reached out, for chakra blades materializing in its grasp. At this point, Kaido in dragon form circled while opening his mouth wide towards Lin Chen. Soon, orange flames gathered in Kaido's maw. In no time, a colossal pillar of flame, thicker than Kaido's own body, erupted forth, hurtling toward Lin Chen. Dragon breath. Lin Chen regarded the fiery onslaught without flinching, promptly merging the 4 chakra blades into one larger blade. As the dragon breath approached, Lin Chen hurled the chakra blade at Kaido. The blade, infused with terrifying lightning power, sparked reactions in the sky. Countless bolts converging to form a vast net of electricity. Charged with lightning, the blade surged forward, piercing through Kaido's dragon breath and continuing its relentless advance toward Kaido's head. With a piercing sound, the blade, empowered by the forces of Busoshoku and Haushiko-haki, penetrated Kaido's skull. The electric blade was lodged in Kaido's forehead, and he immediately felt a sharp pain radiating from his brain. His vision blurred, and his body weakened, threatening to plummet from the sky. At that moment, the electric blade transformed into countless currents surging into Kaido's body, mercilessly electrocuting him. As the electric shock coursed through him, Kaido's massive form convulsed, and he began to descend towards Onigashima once more. It seemed that a few more strikes would suffice to vanquish Kaido on this island. Just as Lin Chen prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the Red Count and Big Mom approached from either side. Their respective techniques charged and aimed directly at Lin Chen's head, atop his Susanoo. In response, Lin Chen could only brace himself for defense, summoning 2 chakra blades in his hands to counter the impending assault from the 2 foes. Kaido's formidable body crashed down onto the ground of Onigashima. And despite his powerful fruit ability still mending his wounds, his consciousness remained somewhat hazy. A fleeting thought crossed Kaido's mind, one he yearned to grasp but found elusive. Soon, his body was fully restored, with only surface wounds fading away. However, the internal injuries inflicted by Lin Chen would take more than a moment to mend. Gazing at Lin Chen suspended in the air, Kaido coiled his body and charged upwards once more. It seemed he had unearthed something significant, a thought that could only be discovered in the throes of life and death, crucial to his existence. Kaido conjured a massive fire dragon enveloping his form, hurtling towards Lin Chen with ferocity. Rising Dragon, Flame Bagua. He wrapped his head in Conqueror's Haki, spiraling his body into a fierce collision with Lin Chen. Faced with the combined onslaught of three adversaries, Lin Chen remained unfazed, unleashing crescent-shaped white slashes aimed at Big Mom and the Red Count. The immense crescent slashes emanated a tremendous energy. Although these strikes were composed of Lin Chen's chakra, they were infused with powerful Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Thus, Big Mom and the Red Count could not afford to underestimate Lin Chen's assault and immediately released their own techniques to counter. The Red Count clapped his hands together, summoning a blood-red sphere the size of an egg at his fingertips. As the sphere writhed and rotated, it expanded rapidly until it reached the size of a human head, swirling violently and exuding a strong metallic scent. Without hesitation, the Red Count aimed at Lin Chen's slashes, unleashing a slender line of blood from the sphere towards the attack. Meanwhile, Big Mom brandished her sword, shouting Wagwa. A colossal slash erupted from her blade, racing towards Lin Chen's strikes. Directly ahead of Lin Chen, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, gathering formidable Conqueror's Haki atop his head and charging towards Lin Chen's chest. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the attacks from the Red Count and Big Mom collided with Lin Chen's slashes, producing a tremendous roar. Kaido's dragon head collided fiercely with the chest of Lin Chen's Susanoo. Despite Lin Chen enveloping himself in Armament Haki, a distinct crack resonated, and spiderweb-like fissures spread across Susanoo's chest. After landing the blow, Kaido felt dizzy and his mind swollen. Simultaneously, Lin Chen, struck by Kaido, was sent hurtling backward into the sky. Reacting swiftly, Lin Chen maneuvered Susanoo's wings to stabilize himself, although the impact from Kaido's assault lingered, relentlessly battering his true form. Gasping for breath, Lin Chen's kaleidoscope vision flickered and vanished. Utilizing time reversal to restore his body to equilibrium, Lin Chen initiated his counterattack. 4 hands of Susanoo grasped the air, conjuring a swirling sphere of chakra, which revealed 4 distinct types of chakra, representing the advanced version of Lin Chen's Rasengan. Senjutsu. Wind Release. Supersized Rasengan. Senjutsu. Fire Release. Supersized Rasengan. Senjutsu. Lightning Release. Supersized Rasengan. Senjutsu. Water Release. Supersized Rasengan. The 4 Rasengans radiated the sharpness of wind, the searing heat of fire, the fury of lightning, and the gentleness of water, hurtling towards Kaido. Kaido, witnessing the 4 Rasengans approaching, dared not confront them head-on and swiftly transformed into his hybrid form, riding the thundercloud as he evaded in the sky. Meanwhile, the Red Count and Big Mom also intervened to assist Kaido in defense. However, the 4 Rasengans pursued Kaido relentlessly, akin to homing missiles, forcing the trio to unite in a desperate defense. As the smoke cleared, all 3 were left panting, with a gaping wound torn open on Kaido's chest, blood and flesh flying. Exchanging glances with Big Mom, Kaido nodded in unison, both wielding their weapons towards Lin Chen. Almost simultaneously, they shouted, Bahai! A colossal and rapid shockwave surged towards Lin Chen, prompting the Red Count to unleash his own technique, merging with their combined assault. Lin Chen smirked, clapping his hands together, summoning 2 massive meteors descending from the sky. Tian Ai Zan Xing. A thunderous roar echoed, nearly deafening those present, as the clash of their techniques erupted in a terrifying wave of energy. The trio's combined strike was formidable enough to pierce through the 2 meteors Lin Chen had conjured. As the meteors were pierced, they radiated immense heat, melting from within. Countless fiery fragments rained down towards the sea, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Yet, the trio's combined assault continued unabated towards Lin Chen's Susanoo. As the attacks approached, Susanoo produced 2 thunder spears, launching them forward with a swift motion. With a resounding explosion, The clash of techniques sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Lin Chen remained unscathed in the sky, while Kaido and his companions were sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Kaido and immediately activated the 6 red suns formation, enclosing himself and Kaido within. Continuing to battle the trio would only prolong the confrontation indefinitely. Thus, Lin Chen opted for the most brutal approach, eliminating Kaido first. With Lin Chen's current power, invoking the 6 red suns formation was almost effortless. Before the red count and Big Mom could react, the red hexagram barrier materialized, isolating them outside while Lin Chen's Susanoo extended 4 arms, forming 4 robust white chakra spears. Subsequently, Lin Chen merged the 4 white chakra spears into one. But this was not the end. As a massive bow materialized, Lin Chen commanded Susanoo to grasp the bowstring with 4 hands, positioning his feet on the bow's back, preparing the chakra spear as the arrow. Locking onto Kaido's aura, Lin Chen did not hesitate to launch his spear, which flew forth like a bolt from the blue, radiating white currents of electricity entwined with the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki, heading straight for Kaido. Upon seeing this, Kaido immediately retreated, attempting to evade the attack. However, the spear's speed was astonishingly swift, and, on the other side, the Red Count and Big Mom were utterly unable to breach the barrier of the 6 red sun formation, rendering them incapable of assisting Kaido. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated Kaido's body in an instant, shocking him. But was this the end? Not at all. The chakra-infused spear first pinned Kaido to the ground, then suddenly shrank within him before erupting with explosive force. A blinding white light filled the entirety of the 6 red sun formation, obscuring the view for those outside. Even with observation Haki, it was impossible to discern anything within. As the white light surged within the 6 red sun formation, Lin Chen continued his assault, with the hands of his Susanoo grasping towards the ground. A white cube of light expanding relentlessly. Dust release. Original world separation technique. With a low shout from Lin Chen, the white cube erupted into a column of light that shot downwards. When the white light within the 6 red sun formation dissipated, everyone witnessed Lin Chen unleashing this formidable technique. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically, each reflecting a different emotion. The 5 elders turned pale. Should Kaido perish, their battle would undoubtedly be lost. We can no longer hold back. We must employ our necessary means. The 5 elders exchanged glances, revealing their devil fruit abilities in their true forms, but this was not the end. As they transformed, an overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from their bodies, with dark clouds swirling around them. The aura of the 5 elders had drastically changed from before. Sengoku, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. Could it be the awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit? The 5 elders glanced at Sengoku and corrected him. No, this is not merely the awakening of a Zoan type. It is the awakening of a mythical Zoan. Sengoku was left speechless. As the fleet admiral, he possessed knowledge beyond that of others. It was widely known that devil fruit abilities could awaken, predominantly among the Paramecia types. The instances of Zoan types awakening were exceedingly rare, and the nature of Logia type awakenings was shrouded in mystery, with no one believing they could awaken. The awakening of a mythical Zoan was on par with a Logia awakening. Until today, no one had ever heard of a mythical Zoan awakening. Yet, the 5 elders had unveiled this legendary phenomenon to Sengoku. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from the 5 elders, beads of cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's forehead. The awakened strength of the 5 elders was indeed far beyond what it had been before, as they swiftly subdued the strong foes resurrected by Lin Chen's Edo Tensei. Even though the resurrected warriors possessed regenerative abilities, if the 5 elders struck fast enough, their recovery could not keep pace with the destruction inflicted upon them. As the 5 elders shattered the bodies of Kazuki Oden and Ryuma repeatedly, their recovery grew increasingly sluggish. However, the awakened power of the 5 elders could easily vanquish the Edo Tensei forms of Kazuki Oden and Ryuma, but it proved ineffective against Roger. The strategy of the 5 was simple. Eliminate Ryuma and Kazuki Oden first, then join forces to confront Roger, ultimately turning their attention to Lin Chen. Within the 6 red sun formation, Lin Chen's original world separation technique surged forth with an unstoppable destructive energy aimed directly at Kaido. Having been pinned to the ground, Kaido found himself lacking any means of escape. In Kaido's horrified gaze, the original world separation technique struck him directly. Even Kaido's proud physique appeared woefully inadequate before Lin Chen's technique. With a hissing sound, substantial portions of Kaido's body began to disintegrate. The excruciating pain jolted Kaido's previously lifeless eyes back to clarity. Realizing that Lin Chen was erasing his form, fear enveloped him. I will die. This time, I will truly perish. Kaido grumbled internally, and the terror of life and death unleashed a hidden potential within him. A dark cloud emerged around Kaido's form, and with its influence, he felt his previously exhausted body revitalized in an instant. Just as Lin Chen's original world separation technique was on the verge of obliterating Kaido entirely, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Kaido reappeared behind Lin Chen, his body significantly altered. Portions of his physique had been erased. Yet with the emergence of the black flames, his regenerative abilities surged, his flesh visibly growing back. Thunderbawa. Kaido did not swing his iron staff again, as it had been completely obliterated by Lin Chen's dust release technique. Now, Kaido's fists, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, surged towards Lin Chen's back. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, Lin Chen smiled lightly, his eyes glowing with crimson intensity. Time dilation. After many years, Lin Chen invoked time dilation once more, causing everything within a 10-meter radius centered around him to come to a halt. Kaido's face bore a fierce expression, his fists radiating immense pressure. Yet he remained frozen in midair. Lin Chen's Sharingan slowly rotated, and in a mere breath he turned around, his hand crackling with lightning. Infused with both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, aiming directly at Kaido's heart. Lightning Cutter. The proud physique of Kaido crumpled before Lin Chen's lightning cutter, akin to paper, especially with the added strength of two Haki types. A single strike pierced through Kaido's chest, and Lin Chen grasped Kaido's heart, which had ceased beating under the influence of time dilation. With a slight squeeze of his hand, the heart shattered into fragments. At that moment, blood gushed from Lin Chen's eyes as the effects of time dilation reached their limit. Feeling the intense pain in his eyes, Lin Chen promptly exited the state of time dilation. The duration from initiating to exiting time dilation lasted a mere 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Kaido's thoughts remained frozen at the moment he attacked Lin Chen's back. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. The Lin Chen who had been facing away was now staring coldly at him. A piercing pain radiated from his chest, and Kaido felt all his strength drain away. Looking down at the gaping hole in his chest, Kaido's expression shifted to one of shock, unable to comprehend the reality before him. What have you done? He muttered, struggling against the overwhelming fatigue that swept over him. He kicked towards Lin Chen, only to be effortlessly evaded. At this moment, Kaido realized that his vision was becoming increasingly blurred, rendering him unable to discern his surroundings. Clutching his chest, torrents of scorching blood gushed forth, yet simultaneously, the wounds were healing at an alarming rate. Just then, the surrounding 6 Red Suns formation was shattered by Big Mom and the Red Count, and a dark cloud suddenly gathered in the heavens, casting a suffocating aura in the hearts of all present. The 5 elders felt this oppressive sensation, and their hearts trembled with foreboding. The Master was about to make his move. The Celestial King was about to unleash his power. As the sky darkened with ominous clouds, a powerful presence enveloped everyone's hearts. Lin Chen looked up, his Sharingan slowly rotating as if attempting to see through the layers of clouds above. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Kaido plummeted from the sky, and the Red Count promptly soared to his side. Upon observing the gaping wound in Kaido's chest, the Red Count's pupils constricted in shock. How formidable was that foe in close combat? Kaido weakly opened his eyes and, gazing at the Red Count, uttered, "That guy is quite enigmatic." Big Mom had also arrived beside Kaido, and upon witnessing his injuries, she too was taken aback. At the same time, the 3 of them sensed the oppressive force in the sky, widening their eyes in astonishment as they fully activated their Kinbunchika Haki to discern what was transpiring. Kaido gazed at the sky and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the Red Count hastily reached into Kaido's chest. A red blood orb appeared within Kaido's thoracic cavity, pulsing gently as it took the place of his heart. It must be said that the Red Count, as a master of blood manipulation, had his methods. Kaido, who had lost his heart and turned pale, quickly improved under the Red Count's intervention. Meanwhile, the oppressive aura in the sky grew ever heavier. Lin Chen coldly regarded the heavens. He was all too familiar with this stifling presence, having previously faced it during their dawn. However, would Lin Chen passively endure another beating this time? Certainly not. Lin Chen fully unleashed his Susanoo, his wings unfurling as he soared directly towards the sky. Onlookers held their breath, eyes wide in astonishment at Lin Chen's audacity to ascend towards the heavens. Was he mad? How could he dare confront the Celestial King? A lunatic, truly a madman. As the crowd watched Lin Chen's figure ascend higher, it transformed into a mere black before vanishing into the clouds. Within the embrace of Susanoo, Lin Chen gazed upwards, his eyes narrowing slightly. High above, a small black dot flickered faintly, emanating a mesmerizing white radiance. Was that the Celestial King? Lin Chen's brow furrowed, and with another powerful flap of his Susanoo's wings, he became a streak of light, hurtling towards the Celestial King. At this moment, the white light atop the Celestial King had nearly coalesced, and a beam of piercing, destructive white light suddenly descended. Mere moments after the white light fell, it split into dozens of beams, hurtling towards Onigashima. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene, and with a thought, dozens of clones instantly appeared around him. Each of these clones summoned their complete Susanoo, gathering immense chakra around them. The Celestial King's attack was now imminent, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, launching a chakra-infused lightning spear with great force. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying explosion that sent shockwaves radiating outward. The sheer force was enough to obliterate Lin Chen's clones. However, at that moment, the Celestial King's attack was also thwarted. Lin Chen looked up at the Celestial King and then soared upwards once more. Celestial King, with a cold chuckle, Lin Chen's figure rapidly ascended until he was above the Celestial King. Now that he had arrived, he would not be leaving so easily. A faint smirk graced Lin Chen's lips, his eyes gleaming with a violet light. The power of his Rinnegan surged forth, chakra and ocular prowess flooding out. Planetary devastation. Lin Chen extended a hand towards the Celestial King, and moments later, all that remained where the Celestial King had been was a colossal stone sphere. But was the Celestial King truly so easily destroyed? A dazzling white light erupted from the stone sphere, and the once sealed sphere shattered into pieces. Lin Chen squinted at this spectacle, his heart growing increasingly cautious. If this method could not bind you, then how about this? 6 paths. Planetary devastation. Lin Chen brought his hands together, with a sun and moon symbol appearing in his palms, unleashing a more powerful planetary devastation with the 6 paths power. A thunderous roar erupted as the Celestial King's recently gathered attack was intercepted before it could strike. Bang! This time, the Celestial King was thoroughly sealed. A massive sphere suspended in silence. Lin Chen panted heavily, his eyes stinging from exertion, even with his nearly limitless chakra reserves. The prolonged battle had begun to take its toll. Time reversal. As the effect of time reversal took hold, Lin Chen felt a slight alleviation of his fatigue. Was his body nearing its limit? Lin Chen murmured, casting his gaze downward through the clouds, as if striving to see each individual clearly. Kaido was nearly slain, rendered incapacitated. The Red Count was severely injured, leaving only Big Mom. The 5 elders seemed to have activated a mythical beast awakening ability. Could this fruit truly awaken? The 3 admirals and Old Sand were also nearing their limits. It appeared this battle must conclude swiftly. Lin Chen contemplated devising his own strategy. With the Celestial King lured out and sealed, and the Sea King under his control, he merely needed to ensure he took the Underworld King with him upon departure. If he could not take it, he must not leave it for the Marines and the world government. The pirates of the New World had nearly all perished. Only the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors remained. This campaign had yielded satisfactory results, for it had originally aimed to eradicate this group of pirates. To draw out the Celestial King and seal him was a fortuitous outcome. Continuing the fight held little significance. Old Sand and the others could not hold on much longer, and Lin Chen was nearing his limit as well. Without becoming a true sage of 6 paths, he ultimately fell short. Lin Chen unfurled his wings and swiftly flew towards Onigashima. Fire Fist. Just as Lin Chen descended rapidly through the air, he heard Ace.He's thunderous cry. A long stream of flames sped towards Yamato, and Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. He had almost forgotten about that young man. Let us take him along. Universal Pool. The massive hand of Susanoo reached for Ace, and with a powerful gravitational force erupting, Ace, who was about to engage Yamato once more, was abruptly drawn into Lin Chen's grasp. Hey! Not only was Ace bewildered, but even Yamato appeared dazed. Damn it, don't run. Battle with me. Gripped in Lin Chen's hand, Ace barely had time to process the situation before hearing Lin Chen's voice resonate throughout the battlefield. This war had lost its meaning. The Dawn members could retreat from the battlefield now. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the five elders would not let him escape so easily and immediately began to shout in protest. How could you possibly let him go? The king will soon eliminate all of you ruffians. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. The king? Oomph. As Lin Chen's mocking laughter echoed, the five elders felt an unsettling premonition arise within them. Could it be that the king has retreated? However, what the five elders could never have anticipated was that the king had not retreated, but rather was sealed away by Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed the battlefield, and with a subtle shift of his consciousness, he instantly appeared behind Crocodile. At that moment, Akainu, who was engaged in combat with Crocodile, was taken aback, but soon, a wave of fierce anger surged within him. Merc! Hellhound! Akainu's hands transformed into molten lava, launching a fierce attack towards Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen raised one hand to block Akainu's Hellhound. Feeling the intense heat coursing through his hand, Lin Chen enveloped his hands with armament hockey, gripping Akainu's wrist with tremendous force. As Akainu sensed the overwhelming strength emanating from Lin Chen, his balance faltered, causing him to be pulled closer. Lin Chen's other hand swiftly executed a blade-like motion aimed directly at Akainu's throat. Crocodile, witnessing this, immediately activated his devil fruit ability. Sandcoffin. In an instant, Akainu found himself in grave peril. With a sickening thud, the sound of the blade piercing flesh resounded, and a torrent of blood erupted from Akainu's neck. Gritting his teeth, Akainu transformed into scorching magma, melting Crocodile's sand, and then unleashed all his strength to break free from Lin Chen's grasp. Clutching his throat and stumbling backward, Akainu glared at Lin Chen, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Such a swift blade. Thankfully, I reacted in time. Releasing his grip on his throat, Akainu revealed a deep gash, blood flowing profusely. Lin Chen sighed lightly. What a pity. If only I had been a moment quicker, I could have severed your head. With his initial strike failing to land, Lin Chen chose not to pursue further and instead, alongside Crocodile, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the battlefield. In no time, the members of Dawn were gathered around him, reuniting once more. The five elders, witnessing this, narrowed their eyes, and the yellow monkey descended from the sky. Just moments ago, while he was engaged in battle with Enel, Lin Chen had suddenly appeared and whisked Enel away with such speed that even the yellow monkey was caught off guard. What terrifying velocity! The yellow monkey adjusted his glasses, contemplating the distant figure of Lin Chen. We must not allow Merc to escape. The five elders glared at Lin Chen with fury, preparing to charge forward once more. Lin Chen regarded the transformed five elders with an indifferent expression. Is that so? As Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened with anticipation, he stood ready to unleash his final move. The 8 gates. Wait. At that moment, Sengoku interjected, causing the five elders to turn abruptly toward him. Sengoku, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting the Navy will not intercept Dawn? Sengoku shook his head gently, his gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead. The battlefield was now nearly devoid of pirates, with only the 4 emperors remaining. However, the Navy had also suffered substantial losses. These injured soldiers would surely perish here if not returned to the Navy base for treatment. The Navy's available combat strength was also diminishing. Akainu had been gravely injured by Lin Chen, while Green Bull and Tanjiro were being overwhelmed by the red-haired pirates. The only remaining combatants were the Yellow Monkey, Gion, and Akiji. Even Sengoku's own stamina had been severely depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. We have already achieved our anticipated results in this battle, have we not? Our initial objective was not the annihilation of Dawn. Sengoku's words incited a wave of anger among the five elders, who rebuked him, insisting that Dawn was now at its weakest. If this opportunity were missed, there may never be another chance to eradicate Dawn. Sengoku looked at the five elders, his expression momentarily stunned. It was clear that their anger had clouded their judgment, rendering them incapable of rational thought. But do not forget, as the battle drags on, if an admiral-level powerhouse falls, that fellow merc can resurrect and re-engage. If we continue fighting, we will be the ones to lose. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the five elders shot him glares filled with hatred. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, how can you utter such words at a critical moment? Sengoku shook his head. No, I am taking responsibility for our navy. This battle must come to an end. With that, Sengoku's body began to dim with golden light, gradually shrinking in size. The five elders, witnessing this, understood that Sengoku had made his decision to cease fighting. They felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Meanwhile, the surrounding Navy admirals breathed a sigh of relief, gathering around Sengoku. The sight incensed the five elders, who felt their frustration boiling over, yet found themselves powerless to act. Command the Navy? What a joke! Sengoku is still alive. Forcing them to fight? Only if they wish to incite a mutiny. As for the remaining God Knights, the five elders glanced at the panting members of the God Knights, inwardly cursing their incompetence. Lin Chen observed the five elders in their frantic state and couldn't help but chuckle coldly. These representatives of the world government are truly pathetic. Seeing the five elders still hesitating, Lin Chen wasted no time and activated the Flying Thunder God, bringing all the members of Dawn back to his side. Crocodile, Rayleigh, Fujitora, Monet. As the members of Dawn assembled, the atmosphere grew tense. The five elders dared not even breathe as they watched Lin Chen and his companions. Despite their earlier bravado, they had long been struck with fear in the presence of this harbinger of death. Well then, farewell. Lin Chen sneered, and in an instant, the Flying Thunder God carried him and the members of Dawn away from the battlefield. Lin Chen departed swiftly, leaving everyone stunned. They had not even registered his departure. This left the five elders and Sengoku utterly dumbfounded. Wait, he just left like that? Originally, both the five elders and Sengoku had been on guard against Lin Chen potentially pulling a last-minute stunt, yet he simply vanished. The five elders glared at Sengoku with disdain. This fellow fled so quickly. He must be at his limit. If only we had held out a little longer, perhaps we could have slain him. Sengoku shrugged, non-committal. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind Sengoku, in a place unnoticed by anyone. Intricate black tattoos of the Flying Thunder God began to materialize on Sengoku's abdomen. This was the mark Lin Chen had left when he had delivered a devastating blow during the destruction of Judicial Island. Lin Chen's appearance transformed the previously mocking expressions of the five elders into sheer horror. Even Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine, as if the Grim Reaper were beckoning. No one could react in time, not even the Yellow Monkey, who faced the most tense moment of his life. In the next instant, a surge of steam erupted from Lin Chen. The immense shockwave caused Lin Chen's black cloak to billow, as he directed his hands towards one of the five elders beside Sengoku. A cold smile graced Lin Chen's lips, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Day Tiger. In the next moment, the back of this five elder was struck with devastating force, as a torrent of fresh blood erupted from the mouth of the Wuloxing. Those surrounding him were momentarily rendered speechless. Setting aside the enigma of how this maneuver inflicted such grievous harm upon the Wuloxing, the mere fact that Lin Chen appeared behind him invites profound contemplation. With a successful strike, just as the onlookers began to react, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce crimson light. Time reversal. He first invoked this technique to restore his own state to its zenith. Then the other eye shone with the same brilliant red. Time stasis. This time, Lin Chen unleashed the full extent of his ocular power. A wave of imperceptible energy emanating from his eyes, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, the world shrouded by this force seemed to transform into shades of gray. The expressions on the faces of the Wuloxing appeared frozen in astonishment. In a fraction of a breath, time itself became suspended. Lin Chen drew his blade, infused it with chakra and haki, swung it, and then sheathed it. In the span of a single breath, the Wuloxing, previously grievously wounded by Lin Chen's Dihu, was beheaded. The gray world gradually began to regain its colors, as the scarlet, searing blood shattered the monochrome. Upon releasing the time stasis, Lin Chen immediately felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a headless corpse that slowly descended to the ground. In that fleeting moment of Lin Chen's disappearance, the yellow ape shot forth like a flash towards the horizon. Shortly thereafter, he returned, his countenance grave as he beheld the decapitated Wuloxing. He's gone. At that moment, the remaining four Wuloxing, upon gazing at their fallen comrade, widened their eyes in shock, their voices seemingly choked. Sengoku gasped heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his body trembled with each breath, droplets cascading down his cheeks and pooling at his chin before falling. What on earth just transpired? Sengoku gasped, inquiring. The yellow ape seemed to ponder something, the light glinting off his glasses, delaying his response to Sengoku's question. The other four Wulooxing, witnessing the corpse of the Wulooxing being cradled, struggled to catch their breath. The Wulooxing had perished before their very eyes, and they had scarcely grasped what had occurred. If indeed Lin Chen was the one responsible, then he possessed the means to eliminate them as well. What truly transpired? The four Wulooxing exclaimed in unison. This commotion drew the attention of those nearby. As Akainu Akiji and other high-ranking officers witnessed this, their eyes widened in disbelief. The Wulooxing had been slain. It is known that these were the very figures atop the pinnacle of global power. Simply cut down like this? For 8 centuries, the celestial dragons had stood unchallenged. And now someone had managed to slay a Wulooxing? Would the celestial dragons be dethroned? All gazes were fixed upon the headless corpse in the sky, breaths held. Not daring to exhale, Jiuyin silently observed this scene, her heart filled with astonishment. She recognized Lin Chen's involvement and understood the monumental ramifications this would have on the world. Lin Chen had slain a Wulooxing during the battle at Guidao. This news swiftly traversed the globe. The world was shaken to its core. All factions, world government, navy, revolutionary army, allied nations were left in shock. The death of a celestial dragon was already staggering enough, but the murder of a Wulooxing surpassed all expectations. When this news reached the EC, it quickly arrived at Funcha village. Lujio gazed at the figure depicted in the newspaper, the one who had slain a Wulooxing. Her emotions tumultuous. Lin Chen, in her memories, he remained that little rascal trailing behind her, sharing tales of Roger's misdeeds, his face sour whenever Roger was mentioned. Yet this very child had grown to such heights, managing to behead a Wulooxing. Not only her, but everyone who knew Lin Chen was equally astounded upon hearing this news. Her brother had slain a Wulooxing. In a certain maritime expanse, Perona stared blankly at the news in her hands, on the verge of reaching Sabeti archipelago. After setting sail with Ace, she had not ventured into the new world alongside him, her desires diverging. While Ace yearned to witness the might of this world, Perona wished to witness firsthand the feats her brother had accomplished over the years. Everywhere she traveled, she would hear tales of her brother. In Alabasta, she learned of his victory over Crocodile. In Sky Island, she heard of his journey through the underwater currents to soar to the skies. Although many were skeptical, she knew that the colossal figure was indeed her brother. Moreover, she had encountered numerous stories of him in various locales. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen's exploits had transformed into local legends, captivating many. Now arriving at Sabeti archipelago, she anticipated hearing even more tales of her brother, tales of his endeavors after founding Dawn, along with his exploits during his time as a Marine. Long ago, Lin Chen had clashed with Rayleigh while serving as a Marine Vice Admiral here. Although many years had passed, the elders still recounted those events with enthusiasm. Perona harbored a dream, to traverse the corners of the world and compile everything about Lin Chen into a book. She believed her brother would emerge as a great hero, overthrowing the world government and bringing an end to it all. Brother, when that day arrives, will you leave us? Perona murmured, a premonition stirring within her. Since the day Lin Chen resurrected and saved her, their lives had been subtly intertwined. Thus, she possessed a strong, vivid sixth sense regarding his future. She knew he would succeed, but sensed that he would also depart from them, as if he bore a mission upon arriving in this world, only to leave once fulfilled. As Perona approached Sabeti archipelago, Lin Chen was likewise organizing his crew. The fierce battle had taken a significant toll on Dawn. Shortly after the conclusion of the battle at Guidao, the year turned to 1518. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, the world government, having sustained heavy losses in the battle at Guidao, convened a world conference. All forces of the world government were in attendance. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, the quadrennial world conference was once again held, bearing immense significance. The news of the Wulooxing's demise at the hands of Lin Chen instilled an inexplicable dread even in the individual above the Wulooxing. This time, he truly felt as though someone could unseat him from that throne. Why was it that not only had one of the 5 elders fallen, but my Tian Wang had also gone out of control? What had transpired that fateful day? Why had my Tian Wang vanished? No, the Tian Wang still lived. It seemed to be sealed away. What on earth was happening? High above in the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, filled with bewilderment and shock. Having lived for so many years, he encountered such a situation for the first time, and it filled him with unease. The celestial dragon regime, which had stood for 8 centuries, now teetered on the precipice of collapse. At this world conference, Former Marine Fleet Admiral Steel Bone Kong and current Admiral Buddha Sengoku were present, along with Marine heroes such as Garp, Chief Instructor Zephyr, the 6 admirals, and a dozen vice admirals. Additionally, a select few promising Marines attended, including the remarkably talented Pang Leibeeks, who had distinguished himself in the battle at Ghost Island. His father, Bakes, had been an aide to Lin Chen during the campaign against the Beast Pirates, fighting valiantly against Kaido. Alongside Pang Leibeeks, there were also the likes of Smoker and Tina. As the core military force of the world government, the Marines still ostensibly served the world government. Thus, nearly all their combat strength was present. Moreover, there were the newly appointed warlords of the sea, comprising both the old and newly designated members. At this juncture, the world government recognized that these titles seemed to have lost their significance. With the injuries sustained by figures such as the Golden Lion, the world government began to actively recruit powerful individuals from around the globe to fill the ranks of the warlords. Following that, leaders from various affiliated nations gathered for this world conference. In the Holy Land, Mary Geoise, after Lin Chen's previous destruction of the place, extensive repairs were made over the years, utilizing a large number of slaves to restore it to its former glory. There was no trace of its previous devastation. In a hidden location, the last hidden strength of the world government was about to be mobilized. As the sound of a din-din mushy echoed, Vegapunk answered the call. Vegapunk here. You are required to bring the humanoid weapons to the Holy Land, Mary Geoise. Understood. After hanging up, Vegapunk sighed. He entered a vast underground laboratory and turned on the lights, revealing a shocking sight. Row upon row of humanoid creations stood silently. If someone familiar with the current powerful figure stood there, they would surely be astonished, for many of these clones bore striking resemblances to the world's strongest. Figures such as Dracul Mihawk and the Empress Hancock were all present, with no notable power omitted. At the forefront of these clones stood one designated as 000. A metal plaque marked the place of the clone, inscribed with a few lines. Former Marine Vice Admiral Lin Chen, codename 000, ability unknown, exceptional potential. As 90% of the world's power brokers gathered in Mary Geoise, the security measures reached unprecedented heights. It was hard to fathom that this was indeed Mary Geoise, the former dwelling of the Celestial Dragons, where security, albeit top-notch, had never been so extreme, as the previous world government did not believe anyone would dare attack Mary Geoise. However, things were different now. Following Lin Chen's assault, security had become exceedingly stringent. In preparation for this world conference, the world government devised numerous contingency plans, including the possibility that Dawn might seize the opportunity to strike Mary Geoise. Although the likelihood was low, it was a scenario they took very seriously. Today, Mary Geoise was a convergence point for the highest echelons of marine and world government power, concealing the final trump card of the world government deep within. With such strength, they felt no fear of an attack from Dawn, yet they remained prepared. The memory of Lin Chen's impact during the Ghost Island battle lingered too vividly, having left them shaken after he not only inflicted near-fatal wounds on Kaido, but also directly eliminated one of the 5 elders. At this world conference, 2 unexpected figures also made their appearance, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Following the near-total destruction of the Beast Pirates in the Ghost Island battle, the new world found itself devoid of pirate crews, save for Whitebeards and red-haired Shankses. Moreover, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's subordinates had been captured by the Marines. At this point, the world government, regardless of any previous enmity, welcomed any ally willing to assist against Dawn. Consequently, they extended an olive branch to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. If they chose to ally with the world government against Dawn, their captured subordinates would be released and new territories would be designated for them. Given their prior conflicts with Dawn, the 2 readily accepted the world government's offer. It was a bright day, the day of the World Conference, and to facilitate this gathering, the world government constructed a massive reception hall, an expansive circular venue capable of accommodating thousands. Here, individuals of all races could find a place to rest. The 4 elders presided over the conference, with the atmosphere becoming increasingly reassuring as they surveyed the assembly. The strength of the world government was still palpable. They had scarcely demonstrated their might during the Ghost Island incident, which had led to their defeat by Lin Chen. Just as the 4 elders prepared to commence the meeting, the attendees suddenly gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they gazed upward. Above them, Lin Chen sat quietly on a suspended beam, a small flying thunder god symbol shimmering beside him. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's presence, a chill swept through the assembly, sending shivers down their spines. The four elders stared in disbelief, but before they could utter a word, Lin Chen's voice resonated softly. You are the last bastion of the world government strength. Are you not? In my capacity as the leader of Dawn, I hereby declare war on the world government. I announce that the First World War has officially begun. Lin Chen's proclamation plunged the entire reception hall into silence. After a brief moment, a tumultuous uproar erupted. It's him. How could he be here? Is this not Mary Geoise? Was it not claimed to be the most secure meeting? Why does this fellow enter as if he were returning home? Is the world government composed of fools? What on earth are they thinking? How could they allow this man to enter? Hey. Is this the crux of the matter? He has already stepped in, disregarding the world government entirely. What did he just say? The First World War has begun? At this moment, the four elders also regained their composure, observing the flustered crowd, as an aura of dominance erupted from the four of them. Silence. This man is merely one individual. There is no need to fear. Upon saying this, the four exchanged glances and charged toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded this scene with indifference, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear elsewhere. I wonder if you four ancient ones are so quick-tempered. Do you not fear sudden demise? Lin Chen mocked the four, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. The four elders, upon hearing this, took their seats in a row, warily watching Lin Chen. At this moment, Sengoku also confronted Lin Chen with the Navy. Despite Lin Chen being alone and appearing to have many openings, everyone understood that this was not someone to be underestimated. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would pay with their life. Lin Chen slowly rose, surveying nearly 20 powerful individuals in the conference hall without a trace of fear. I am here today merely to announce that our war has commenced, esteemed guests. We shall meet on the battlefield in due course. With that, Lin Chen's figure flickered and vanished. After Lin Chen disappeared, everyone remained highly vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings, fearing that he would emerge from some corner to launch an attack. The conference hall fell into silence, everyone activating their observation haki to the maximum, lest they miss any subtle movements. Time continued its unrelenting march, and after Lin Chen declared war on the world government, he did not cease his preparations for battle. After all, a decisive confrontation with the world government was imminent, and the true puppet master had yet to reveal themselves. Emu. In the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates. During this brief period of peace, the timeline seemed to be constricted by an invisible hand. Like the calm before a storm, for 2 full years, everyone in the world sensed an unsettling change. The Dawn organization appeared to have vanished. Ace, what do you think is happening with the Dawn organization? They declared war on the world government 2 years ago, yet there has been no sign of them in all this time. Marco approached Ace, resting his arm on Ace's shoulder with a smile. Ace shook his head, Lin Chen's figure flashing in his mind. Who knows, but I believe it will be soon. Marco chuckled. By the way, it's been 2 years since you joined the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Indeed. I am so fortunate to have father and all of you. Ha. We are all family, Ace. Just as Marco and Ace were chatting, a sudden announcement stunned all members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach has defected. Why did that fellow betray us? When the members of the Whitebeard Pirates learned that Teach had killed a comrade to seize the dark fruit and defect, they were all left dumbfounded. Ace immediately requested to pursue Teach. Father, let me go. Whitebeard glanced at Ace, taking a deep breath. Ace, Teach has hidden for so long solely for the dark fruit. His intentions are too treacherous. You are no match for him. At these words, Ace's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Are we really just going to let that fellow go? He killed Thatch. I will personally bring him back. With that, Ace leaped onto his flame speedboat, leaving only his silhouette behind. Ace. Marco watched Ace's departing figure, spreading his wings to pursue, but was stopped by Whitebeard. Father? Marco looked at Whitebeard in confusion, who sighed. You cannot stop him. His temperament differs from yours. Meanwhile, the timeline continued to progress. As Ace pursued Blackbeard, far away in Fusha village, Luffy also set sail. As in the original narrative, Luffy encountered his companions along the way, and their strengths had grown considerably. Lin Chen observed silently from the shadows, not hindering their progress. Following the timeline and adhering to the original plot was in line with his expectations. After all, he had declared war on the world government, and the most suitable battleground for this conflict was the Marine headquarters. If he followed the storyline of Ace's capture, he could deliver a final blow to the world government and Marines during the Marineford War, thus fulfilling his purpose. As Ace pursued Blackbeard and Luffy and his companions navigated the Grand Line with minimal pirate encounters, Lin Chen continued to amass resources. He had now unlocked most items in the system. Host, Lin Chen, 32, skills, special ninjutsu. Edo Tensei, LV10, Sage Mode, LV10, would release secret technique, LV10. Dimension severing technique, LV10, ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique, LV10, Raikiri, LV10, lightning release. Kirin, LV10, fire release. Great fire destruction, LV10. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song technique, LV10. A-class ninjutsu. Chidori, LV10. Rasengan, LV10. Jinjutsu, Dark Journey technique, LV10. Chidori Sharp Spear, LV10. 8 Gates, LV10. Water release. Great Waterfall technique, LV10. Water release. Great Shark Bomb technique, LV10. Ninjutsu. Great fire destruction, LV10. Shadow Clone technique, LV10. C-class ninjutsu. Great fireball technique, LV10. Phoenix fire technique, LV10. E-class ninjutsu. 3-body technique, LV10. Others. Marine 6 styles, LV10. Abilities, Rinnegan, LV10. Taijutsu, LV10. Swordsmanship, LV10. Jinjutsu, LV10. Armament Haki, LV10. Observation Haki, LV10. Conqueror's Haki, LV10. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Senju Bloodline, Dust Release, Rinnegan, Whirlpool Physique Combat Power. Max points, 100, 000. 000 after Lin Chen exchanged all 9 tailed beasts and acquired the 10 tails body. Once all the tailed beasts entered Lin Chen's body, he naturally awakened the sage body. It was the complete version of a sage body. With the sage body combined with my maxed Rinnegan, traversing the entire world is now within my grasp. The upcoming days shall be considered a time of relaxation. 14 years have truly passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen reflected, while beside him, Yixiao Lao Sha, Rayleigh, and others bore the marks of time. Monai looked at Lin Chen with a hint of concern. She had been one of the members when Lin Chen first established the Dawn organization. Back then, Lin Chen was youthful and brimming with vigor. Yet now, he had shed that youthful exuberance. Brother Lin Chen, Monai nearly voiced the emotion she had suppressed within, but in the end, it was left unspoken. The tears in her eyes conveyed what words could not express. Lin Chen turned to see his companions who had accompanied him for over a decade. Through their daily interactions, an unspoken understanding had developed among them. This time shall be our final battle. Should we succeed, the world government shall be overthrown, and we shall not falter. Upon uttering these words, a terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Chen, shaking the hearts of all present. The timeline advanced further. In the 3rd month after Luffy set sail, he encountered Ace along the Grand Line. The reunion of the two brothers was filled with joy and exuberance. However, much like before, Ace was once again defeated by Blackbeard, who delivered him directly to the world government. When the emissaries of the world government discovered that Ace was the illegitimate son of Roger, they were struck with astonishment. Only a few, including Garp and Ji Yuan, remained silent, for Ace could not be captured under Lin Chen's watchful eye. If he were to be seized, it would undoubtedly be a deliberate act by Lin Chen. Upon capturing Ace, the world government instantly recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Execute Ace. Execute the illegitimate son of the Pirate King to restore the dignity and pride of the world government and the Navy. In the current tumultuous state of the world, Ace's existence brought immense joy to the world government. Upon hearing this news, Luffy, along with his companions, hastened to the Navy headquarters without delay. The Whitebeard pirates, situated far in the New World, also received the news. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos once more, with all eyes fixated on Marineford. Only the Navy personnel felt somewhat disoriented. 14 years prior, they had executed Lin Chen, who was about to assume the role of admiral at this very location. Now, 14 years later, they were poised to execute the illegitimate son of the Pirate King, Roger. The date of execution was announced, merely 3 days hence. During these 3 days, the world seemed to fall into a hushed silence. The New World had been reduced to only the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Yet now it felt like a desolate shell. The number of vessels on the Grand Line had also diminished significantly. Lin Chen and his companions infiltrated Mary Geoise, employing techniques of shadow duplication and transformation to capture all remaining celestial dragons. Before long, the date of execution arrived. On the execution platform, Ace was held by 2 executioners with blades poised at his throat. Nearby, Garp sat nonchalantly, picking his nose, seemingly unconcerned. Sengoku stood beside Garp, his brow furrowed. Garp, I advise you not to have any thoughts of intervening. Garp waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest easy. I will not intervene." Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku sighed in relief. Yet a sense of confusion lingered within him. He was well aware of the bond between Ace and Garp, yet Garp was choosing not to act. Meanwhile, live broadcasts from around the world focused on Mary Geoise. The might of the world government was on full display, with all forces of the Navy mobilized. The Knights of God, the Gorosei, CP0, villains, and the newly allied Kaido and Big Mom were present. On the Navy side stood the 6 admirals, Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsu. This formidable lineup could easily dominate the world, and all viewers were captivated by the live broadcast. The power exhibited by the world government and the Navy was utterly terrifying, leaving everyone in a state of shock. With such power, who could challenge them? Simultaneously, Sengoku commenced the formal declaration of Ace.He's crimes. This scene was broadcasted to every corner of the globe. Just as Sengoku announced the impending execution of Ace, a figure suddenly appeared in Mary Geoise. "I object," Lin Chen declared. Standing before Mary Geoise, his tone calm. In an instant, dozens of figures also emerged in Mary Geoise. "Ace," Luffy shouted upon seeing Ace on the execution platform. "We have come to rescue you." No sooner had Luffy finished speaking than ships from the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates descended upon Mary Geoise. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this spectacle, but the next moment brought forth a wave of exhilaration and dread. The excitement stemmed from the impending clash between the two mightiest forces in the world. The fear arose from the certainty that this battle would claim many lives. The world government personnel, upon witnessing Lin Chen, could not help but rise, glaring at him with fury. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. "Familiar faces, it has been a long time. We met here 14 years ago." At his words, everyone was taken aback. Lin Chen then slowly removed his mask, revealing a visage that was both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar to all. "Lin Chen," Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. The veteran admirals, including T-Pig and Tsuru, mirrored his shock. Even more astonished were the Gorosei. "You're still alive." Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Lin Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Whitebeard and Red-Haired, then unleashed an astonishing burst of Conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming pressure left everyone gasping for breath. "Do not presume we lack contingency plans." As soon as he spoke, a multitude of artificial weaponry materialized in Marinford. Lin Chen merely cast a casual glance, then transformed into his sage form. The complete Susanoo descended upon Marineford. With a single slash, all the artificial weapons were obliterated, and the remaining personnel either perished or were grievously wounded. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended. The mastermind behind the world government, had arrived. Gazing at him, Lin Chen smiled calmly and resurrected all the fallen warriors through Edo Tensei. His eyes then shifted to a cerulean hue. Perfected Rebirth Eye, Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast, Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. These two techniques were capable of cleaving the moon in twain, and under Lin Chen's full power, was utterly annihilated. After completing this, Lin Chen released all the captured celestial dragons. "Today, I shall execute the celestial dragons before the eyes of the entire world. From this day forth, the celestial dragons shall cease to exist." With that, Lin Chen activated the Rebirth Eye, causing all the celestial dragons to have their heads exploded, including the Gorosei. In that moment, everyone was left in utter shock. With the Gorosei deceased and also perished, the remaining individuals gazed at Lin Chen, suspended in the air, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. This was akin to a deity. The subsequent actions were straightforward. Eliminate those who deserve to die and spare those who could be spared. Regarding the Navy, Lin Chen did not pursue total annihilation. After all, it was merely a matter of differing allegiances. They were once comrades in the same camp. Sengoku, Kizaru, and Aokiji regarded Lin Chen with complex expressions, yet none spoke. As for Akainu, Lin Chen found him somewhat troublesome and decided to confine him for the time being. Concurrently, Lin Chen did not spare the likes of Wang Ji from Hive Island, obliterating the island with a blast of Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. Following the war at Marineford, the power of the world was restructured and the celestial dragons ceased to exist. However, the sea levels continued to rise each year, and the secrets of the Red Line gradually came to light. Lin Chen had no intention of exploring these matters any further. 14 years had passed in a fleeting moment. All he desired was a respite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Unifying the world. Upon hearing the long-forgotten system notification, a faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips, and a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. In the distance, his companions awaited him, eager for him to continue feasting on roasted meat. It is indeed time to take a well-deserved rest and indulge in some barbecued delicacies. Synopsis: Lin Chen, having traversed into the world of pirates, inexplicably becomes the uncle of Ace and acquires a system that allows him to extract skills and items from the world of Hokage. Which is swifter, the Mera Mera no Mi or the Flying Thunder God technique? Can the Moku Moku no Mi triumph over the true Senju Thousand Hands? After being taken in by Garp and joining the Navy, Lin Chen aspired to make a significant impact. However, upon witnessing the brutal actions of the celestial dragons, he was consumed by righteous fury, leading to a bloody confrontation in Mary Geoise. Ultimately, he was ruthlessly subdued by the collusion of the Navy's high command and the world government in Marinford. Since the Navy is incapable of upholding the most impartial justice, it falls upon me, Lin Chen, to transform this world.